Lin Changsheng traverses into the primordial world. He is reborn as a celestial Azure Fire Python, possessing only the lowest grade of the innate bloodline. At the onset, he binds to a talent system, granting him a tenfold opportunity for extraction. First talent, Eye of Insight unlocked at the celestial immortal realm. Second talent, Supreme Comprehension unlocked at the true immortal realm. Third talent, Flawless Body unlocked at the mysterious immortal realm. Fourth talent, Diligence is rewarded unlocked at the golden immortal realm. Fifth talent, Boundless Virtue unlocked at the supreme golden immortal realm. Sixth talent, Spirit Pointing Technique unlocked at the great Luo golden immortal realm. Seventh talent, Establishing a Sect and Gathering Fortune unlocked at the primordial golden immortal realm. Eighth talent, Master of the World unlocked at the primordial great Luo golden immortal realm. Ninth talent, My Fate is Mine to Command unlocked at the primordial Wuji great Luo golden immortal realm. 10th talent, Supreme Hongmeng unlocked at the primordial Wuji supreme great Luo golden immortal realm. The 10 paramount talents possess boundless utility. Hongjun. Who is this Lin Changsheng? Such a formidable being that I cannot ascertain even a trace of his essence. Sanqing. This is alarming. How can Lin Changsheng possess so many divine abilities and treasures? Dong Wanggong. Should not the opportunity of Penglai Island belong to me? Why is there a Changsheng immortal sect here, with every disciple casually being a primordial golden immortal? Chapter 1. The 10 Paramount Talents. In the primordial wilderness, on an unnamed small island in the eastern sea that is unworthy of a name, a colossal python, adorned with azure scales, coils high. Its length is estimated to approach 100 meters. Upon its dual pupils lies a streak of fiery red. With each breath it takes, innate spiritual energy is continuously absorbed. After an indeterminate period, the azure giant python ceases its cultivation and opens its emerald snake eyes, reflecting a human-like helplessness. Indeed, my bloodline is woefully inadequate. After cultivating for a millennium, I remain at the initial stage of the celestial immortal. Lin Changsheng sighs. He is a time traveler. Initially, due to an all-nighter spent reading the novel Primordial, starting with a tenfold talent extraction, he inadvertently traversed to the primordial realm a century ago, becoming this celestial Azure Fire Python. He had hoped to begin as other time travelers do, with the blood of Pangu. After all, it is well known that the great deity Pangu was slain by the 3,000 blood extraction systems. It seemed reasonable for him to receive a few drops of Pangu's essence upon his journey. Unfortunately, a millennium has passed. Far from obtaining Pangu's blood, he hasn't even received a golden finger. This despair left Lin Changsheng with no choice but to cultivate diligently. After all, children without systems mature early. Currently, it is a time of calamity for fierce beasts. The entire primordial realm is brutal and ignorant, rife with slaughter and conflict. Beings like him, at the celestial mortal stage, are merely at the bottom of the food chain. Moreover, the world is currently murky, saturated with dense calamity malice. Should his primordial spirit be tainted by this malice, even his desire to cultivate in seclusion would be rendered impossible. Naturally, beings would seek him out to conclude their karmic ties. Thus, for the past millennium, Lin Changsheng has not dared to delay for a moment. His existence has been solely devoted to cultivation. Yet, with a bloodline of only the lowest grade, he has seen no results in 1,000 years, underscoring the significance of one's bloodline in the primordial realm. For it determines one's comprehension, aptitude, cultivation speed, fortune, and so forth. Alas, in this valley there are two serpents. One is me, the other is also me, for I have split apart. I am truly a harbinger of misfortune. The saying about relocating graves refers to me. Lin Changsheng sighs once more, gazing into the distant Black Sea. His current predicament remains quite dire. Thousands of kilometers away, in the deep sea, a being had made a breakthrough a millennium ago. Judging by the pressure emanating from it, it is at least at the mid-stage of the celestial immortal realm. Who can guarantee that when this being's cultivation stabilizes, it will not desire a meal of python flesh? Just as Lin Changsheng finds himself at a loss, a voice from beyond the heavens resonates within his primordial spirit. Ding, a time traveler has been detected. The talent system is beginning to bind to the host. Ding, binding successful. Reward. The host gains an opportunity for a tenfold talent extraction. Shall extraction commence? A system? The despair in Lin Changsheng's emerald snake eyes is instantly swept away, replaced by immense excitement. He has arrived, and he has come with a system. Soon, Lin Changsheng calms his racing heart and begins to ponder the system. The talent system should enhance his innate abilities. Moreover, he can perform a tenfold extraction. He is uncertain what attributes he will draw. If he can acquire talents suited to himself, his cultivation will undoubtedly yield results beyond his efforts, enabling him to establish a firm foothold in the primordial realm. He decides to exchange his roommate Wang Ming's 30 years of hair for this stroke of luck. Extraction. Lin Changsheng takes a deep breath. As soon as his intention is set, 10 orbs of 9-colored radiance fly into Lin Changsheng's body. The 9-colored hue signifies the highest tier of talents. Simultaneously, the system's voice resonates once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring 10 paramount talents. First talent. I have Insight Celestial Immortal Realm unlocked. Second talent. Supreme Comprehension True Immortal Realm unlocked. Third talent. Flawless Body Mysterious Immortal Realm unlocked. Fourth talent. Diligence is Rewarded Golden Immortal Realm unlocked. Fifth talent. Boundless Virtue Supreme Golden Immortal Realm unlocked. Sixth talent. Spirit Pointing Technique Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm unlocked. Seventh talent. Establishing a Sect and Gathering Fortune Primordial Golden Immortal Realm unlocked. Eighth talent. Master of the World Primordial Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm unlocked. Ninth talent. My fate is mine to command Primordial Wuji Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm unlocked. 10th talent. Supreme Hongmeng Primordial Wuji Supreme Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm unlocked. Haha, my roommate is bald, but I have grown stronger. Lin Changsheng exclaims with excitement as he gazes upon these 10 talents. The surrounding waters surge and swell in response to his formidable aura. He never anticipated that from the tenfold extraction, all 10 talents would be of the highest caliber, although each talent requires the corresponding realm to unlock. At the very least, Lin Changsheng can navigate the immediate challenges ahead. I wonder what the specific capabilities of the first talent are. After the initial excitement, Lin Changsheng begins to calm down. Meanwhile, the system's voice sounds again. First talent. I have Insight Celestial Immortal Realm unlocked. I have Insight, capable of discerning illusions and receiving hints. Friendly reminder. The hint range at the Celestial Immortal Realm is 100,000 kilometers, increasing by 100,000 kilometers with each major realm ascension. I can actually receive hints? An initial range of 100,000 kilometers? This ability is quite formidable. Lin Changsheng wishes to test the Eye of Insight's capability and directs his gaze toward himself. Hint. This is a celestial Azure Fire Python with only the lowest grade of innate bloodline, and it is a short-lived serpent with a survival rate of less than 1 in 10. It is advised that the host stew themselves in a pot, thus ending the sinful life of the serpent promptly. A survival rate that is so low, does this not imply a certain death? Lin Changsheng rides his colossal serpentine body. Unlike before, he does not feel despair. With the 10 paramount talents, he can undoubtedly defy fate. It seems he cannot remain on this nameless island any longer. Lin Changsheng gazes toward the southeastern waters of the Eastern Sea. A prompt reveals that a colossal deep-sea whale of mid-stage celestial rank lies 100,000 kilometers to the south, poised to launch an assault upon you in a millennium's time. Fortunately, the disparity in realms is but a slight one, hence it is advised that the host boldly forges ahead. Indeed, this is the case. My prior intuition has proven accurate. I am astonished to discover that only a millennium remains. Were it not for the binding of the system and the acquisition of extraordinary talents, I would likely be awaiting my demise on this small island. As for the subsequent advisory, Lin Changsheng chose to disregard it entirely. A mere minor realm difference? Does one truly believe that after indulging in countless fantasy novels, one can casually challenge those of higher ranks? In the primordial wilderness, devoid of spiritual treasures and divine abilities, To engage in battles across realms is nothing short of a fanciful daydream. Should I dare to recklessly confront this mid-stage celestial deep-sea whale, it would be akin to courting death. Even the deep-sea whale must deliberate whether to consume me, for it harbors concerns that such an act might impair its intelligence. Since the southern path is unfeasible, perhaps I shall explore the eastern and western seas instead. Chapter 2. Obtaining the Blood Fruit and Advancing to Mid-Celestial Immortal. Tip. The vast expanse of the Eastern Sea's western region presents minimal peril. However, a dragon from the Dragon Clan slumbers 100,000 miles away, indicating this direction may indeed be the Dragon Clan's habitat. The host might consider seeking the favor of a dragon, lest one underestimates a serpent for a mere loach. The revelation that the Western Territory is inhabited by the Dragon Clan left Lin Changsheng in deep contemplation. Although the current era is marked by the calamity of fierce beasts, the might of the dragon lineage remains formidable and should not be underestimated. They are indeed among the principal players in the aftermath of the calamity of fierce beasts, heralding the dawn of the Dragon Han era. Should he choose to ally himself with the Dragon Clan at this juncture, he might indeed find sanctuary under their auspices. Yet, this notion was fleeting, swiftly dismissed by Lin Changsheng. Setting aside his background and strength, the question remained whether he would garner any respect within the Dragon Clan. Given the ultimate fate that awaited the Dragon Clan, it was clear that joining their ranks was not an option. With both directions deemed unviable, he resolved to explore the eastern expanse of the Eastern Sea. Tip. The area within 100,000 kilometers east of the Eastern Sea is tranquil and idyllic, perfect for swimming and leisure. Tranquil indeed. Lin Changsheng cast a glance, but refrained from making an immediate decision. Tranquility does not always equate to safety. He decided to explore another avenue. Tip. 70,000 kilometers north of the Eastern Sea, a golden-clawed crab guards a ripening blood fruit. If the host wishes to launch a sneak attack, now is the opportune moment. The blood fruit. This is a spirit fruit renowned for its vivid crimson exterior, which induces a sensation akin to burning within one's blood upon consumption. It accelerates the absorption of spiritual energy, thereby facilitating a breakthrough across the barriers of realms. Amongst the celestial immortal tier, it is one of the most effective spiritual fruits. Even if Lin Changsheng's lineage is lacking, consuming this blood fruit could very well enable him to ascend to mid-celestial immortal. However, the presence of a golden-clawed crab serving as its guardian complicates matters. Although the tip did not specify the crab's cultivation level, the current opportunity for a stealthy approach suggested that his combat prowess might be comparable. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Changsheng's massive serpentine form plunged into the ocean, gliding with the swiftness reminiscent of a leviathan. The eastern waters of the Eastern Sea lay serene, shrouded in uncertainty, while to the north, the blood fruit awaited. This was a fortuitous opportunity. In the primordial chaos, one must seize the chance to grow stronger, otherwise, even with the 10 foremost talents, future achievements may be limited. When the moment to strive arises, one must commit fully. Although engaging the golden-clawed crab posed risks, the potential rewards were worth the gamble. 70,000 kilometers may appear distant, yet in reality, it would take but half a day. Lin Changsheng could already detect a fragrant aroma wafting through the waters. His blood surged with anticipation. The blood fruit was nearing maturity. Emerging from the depths, Lin Changsheng's colossal serpentine head surfaced, revealing an island where a massive crab with golden claws vigilantly surveyed its surroundings. Those formidable claws possessed terrifying strength, and its thick shell was impenetrably hard, presenting an impressive defense. Should a protracted battle ensue, Lin Changsheng could not guarantee the successful slaying of the golden-clawed crab without alerting other beings. Tip. The shell on the abdomen of this golden-clawed crab appears softer than its other armor, possibly a result of past injuries that have since healed and solidified. The host may wish to seize this opportunity. Heeding the insight provided by his vision, Lin Changsheng swiftly directed his attention toward the crab. For golden-clawed crabs, the abdomen is typically the most fortified area, as accessing it yields the coveted crab roe. Hence, the most lethal spots are invariably the toughest. Had it not been for the insight, Lin Changsheng would never have considered the crab's underbelly. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed of a lighter hue than the rest. If this were the case, he might swiftly conclude the confrontation by exploiting the element of surprise. A chilling resolve flickered within Lin Changsheng's emerald serpentine eyes. He stifled his aura and glided closer to the golden-clawed crab. As the distance diminished, the ever-watchful crab seemed to sense his approach. With a powerful snap, its colossal claws sliced through the surface of the water, creating a towering column of spray. Lin Changsheng's reflexes were sharp. His massive tail lashed out toward the crab's abdomen. With a resounding crack, the previously impregnable shell of the crab's belly fractured. Indeed, as surmised, Lin Changsheng's eyes gleamed with renewed confidence. This encounter now appeared more favorable. The once tranquil island erupted into a fierce melee. Both Lin Changsheng and the crab were of initial celestial immortal cultivation, and lacking any spiritual treasures, their combat abilities were relatively balanced. However, armed with the advantage of foresight, Lin Changsheng seized the initiative, establishing dominance from the onset. As the battle intensified, this advantage became increasingly pronounced. Ultimately, Lin Changsheng's tail struck the crab's abdomen with such force that it shattered the shell, leaving the creature motionless upon the island. Yet, Lin Changsheng was not unscathed. Numerous azure scales had shed, and his flesh bore the toll of the confrontation, crimson blood staining the surrounding waters. Nevertheless, upon beholding the blood fruit, all sacrifices felt worthwhile. The fruit had now reached complete ripeness. Ignoring his wounds, Lin Changsheng swiftly devoured the blood fruit, but refrained from immediate refinement. He sought a secure location, unwilling to relinquish his hard-earned prize to any opportunistic rivals. Fortunately, guided by his insight, Lin Changsheng quickly identified a safe expanse of sea, submerging into the depths to commence the refinement of the blood fruit. The medicinal properties of the fruit melded within his body, invigorating his blood flow. Soon, a vortex of spiritual energy surged forth, greedily absorbed by Lin Changsheng. The scales lost in battle began to regenerate rapidly, and the torn flesh was swiftly restored under the nurturing potency of the fruit. His momentum, once that of an initial celestial immortal, surged forth, climbing toward mid-celestial immortal. Time in cultivation is but an illusion, and in the blink of an eye, hundreds of years had elapsed. The once placid surface of the sea now roiled with energy. The aura of a mid-celestial immortal fleetingly manifesting. Lin Changsheng finally awakened from his meditation, elated at his ascension to mid-celestial immortal. His emerald eyes sparkled with joy. Without the guidance of his insight, he might have lingered in his previous realm for an interminable duration. Simultaneously, Lin Changsheng's anticipation for the talent of supreme comprehension at the true immortal tier grew. The name itself suggested an enhancement of understanding. He could only wonder just how supreme it would be. If he could grasp some divine abilities, combat would surely become significantly less arduous. Now, let me discern which direction holds further opportunities. Chapter 3, Primal Spirit Fruit and Primal Spirit Treasure. Tip: 2,000 kilometers westward. A small innate restriction is on the verge of emerging, yet two late-stage celestial immortal beings are already attuned to its presence, waiting outside the restriction. Surely, the host is not daunted by this. After searching for centuries, fortune had finally smiled upon Lin Changsheng once more. His massive serpentine head broke through the surface of the water. The vast expanse of the primordial wilderness stretches infinitely, with the eastern sea extending into boundless horizons. For centuries, aside from evading formidable beings as suggested by the Eye of Insight, what remained was a relentless quest for direction. At long last, a new opportunity has emerged, albeit within a diminutive innate restriction. Such innate restrictions are invariably guarded by transcendent formations, concealed within the void. They remain undetectable unless one possesses extraordinary means. Only when the energy of the exalted formation wanes does the restriction reveal itself. Those destined for fortune will resonate with the treasures within, thereby seizing their unique chance. Clearly, the opportunity within this innate restriction bears no connection to Lin Changsheng. There is not even a thread of relation. The impending conflict between two late-stage celestial beings, triggered by the formation's dissolution, is inevitable. Lin Changsheng mused to himself, wondering if he might once again play the role of the opportunistic bystander. This fortune belongs solely to the two late-stage celestial beings, remaining imperceptible to others. If he could remain hidden until they engage in a life-and-death struggle, then perhaps he would find a chance to act. However, even if severely injured, defeating a late-stage celestial being would result in a Pyrrhic victory, fraught with peril. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Changsheng resolved to proceed. Without any fortune, the time required for him to ascend to the true immortal realm was uncertain. Risk and reward coexist. With this thought, he began to swim toward the direction indicated by the prompt. After a while, Lin Changsheng sensed two powerful presences belonging to late-stage celestial beings, warning others not to intrude upon their territory. He refrained from rash actions and opted to cultivate in place. The opportunity would only arise when the two late-stage celestial beings clashed. To approach now would only invite their combined wrath. At this moment, Lin Changsheng resembled a patient hunter, quietly waiting. The tranquility was soon shattered by the violent turmoil of battle. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Lin Changsheng's emerald serpent-like eyes as he slowly swam toward the epicenter of the conflict. As he cautiously raised his serpent head above the water's surface, he took in the scene around him. A colossal sea wolf, draped in azure fur, battled fiercely with a brown-skinned sea lion. Behind them lay a verdant expanse brimming with spiritual energy, dominated by a magnificent towering tree. Its canopy resembled an umbrella, while its trunk twisted like a dragon. Dangling from its main branch was a plump, purple celestial fruit, an innate low-grade spiritual fruit. Lin Changsheng's breath quickened at the realization. It was astonishing that such good fortune had befallen the sea wolf and sea lion, even yielding an innate low-grade spiritual fruit. Just this one fruit could undoubtedly elevate him to the true immortal realm. During the calamity of fierce beasts, innate treasures remained largely unscathed, yet they were exceedingly rare, especially in the barren Eastern Sea. To encounter an innate item here was indeed a great fortune. Lin Changsheng gulped down several mouthfuls of seawater, perplexed about where he fell short compared to these two beings. Steadying his mind, he continued to observe. At the roots of the giant tree, a spiraling, umbrella-shaped spiritual treasure spun enchantingly, with the energies of the 5 elements cascading down in a dazzling display. An innate spiritual treasure. Greed flickered intensely in Lin Changsheng's emerald eyes. This was indeed an innate spiritual treasure. Such treasures are nurtured by heaven and earth, containing indestructible innate spiritual light, unless obliterated beyond recognition. The innate spiritual light within can gradually restore it. This superiority of innate treasures over acquired ones lies in their resilience. In battles where beings of the same realm compete, their combat prowess relies heavily on their treasures and divine abilities. If either of the two late-stage celestial beings possessed an innate low-grade spiritual treasure, the battle would have long concluded with overwhelming dominance. Thus, innate items are not only powerful but also scarce. It was utterly unexpected to find an innate low-grade spiritual treasure here. Regardless of the circumstances, this opportunity must not be missed. Lin Changsheng's pupils sparkled with fervor. The innate low-grade spiritual fruit and the innate spiritual treasure, each was worth his intervention. Taking a deep breath, he quickly calmed his turbulent emotions and turned his gaze toward the fierce battle between the sea wolf and sea lion. Although engaged in a deadly struggle, both beings were consciously distancing themselves from the treasure. Their lingering thoughts remained attuned to the newly emerged innate restriction. Should any opportunistic intruder dare to strike, they would cease their conflict and unleash a devastating counterattack. Thus, the only viable strategy was to wait. The moment a victor emerged would be the optimal time to act. Under the guidance of the Eye of Insight, Lin Changsheng concealed himself in a vulnerable area within the mental reach of the two beings. This strategy not only ensured he would remain undetected, but also positioned him to seize the innate treasures at the earliest opportunity. As time passed, the two late-stage celestial beings ignited their true power. Tempted by the allure of the innate spiritual fruit and spiritual treasure, they each longed to claim it for themselves. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for them. The sounds of conflict reverberated, and blood stained the waters of the sea. Both beings unleashed their full might. If this trend continued, a victor would soon emerge. Lin Changsheng glanced around, beginning to devise an escape route, for he would likely face the wrath of a late-stage celestial being. At this moment, he surveyed other directions, each accompanied by a prompt. The Eastern Sea is calm within 100,000 miles. Consider engaging in a thrilling race. To the south, 6,000 kilometers away, two mid-stage celestial centipedes are engaged in shameless endeavors. It is strongly advised that the host intervenes. To the west, a more powerful being appears to be resting. Unless you wish for death, it is best to avoid this area. To the north, a dense fog envelopes the region, shrouded in mystery. This fog nullifies spiritual energy, closing off the senses and making it easy to become lost. Each direction bore its own prompt. The eastern calm indeed seemed suitable for a thrilling race. Yet, as a mid-stage celestial being, escaping the pursuit of a late-stage celestial being in such an environment would be nearly impossible, even if the latter was injured. Therefore, that direction was not feasible. As for the south, it was best to steer clear. Interrupting the two celestial centipedes would likely result in them pursuing him as well. The west, cautioned against by the Eye of Insight, was certainly not an option. Thus, only the north remained. A dense fog, and it nullifies the senses? Could it be the Sea of Lost Souls? Chapter 4. Ascending to the initial stage of true immortality, the dominance of supreme comprehension. The Sea of Lost Souls is a realm known to many beings residing in the Eastern Sea. It is a mysterious expanse that can appear and vanish at will, with locations that are entirely random. The Sea of Lost Souls is characterized by its enveloping, thick fog. Amidst the dense fog, one's spiritual consciousness becomes futile. In the areas heavily enshrouded, not a trace of spiritual energy can be sensed. Beings that unwittingly wander into the mist may find themselves fortunate enough to escape, while those less fortunate are left to linger, awaiting the day of dissolution, an uncertain time that remains undisclosed. Just as Lin Changsheng was lost in contemplation, the cacophony of battle reached its zenith. only to gradually subside. The oppressive aura belonging to a late-stage celestial had swiftly waned, indicating a resolution to the conflict. Lin Changsheng hastily turned his gaze, witnessing the late-stage celestial sea wolf clamping its jaws upon the sea lion's fatal point. No matter how fervently the sea lion struggled, it proved futile. Yet, the sea wolf was not without its own afflictions, as numerous wounds marred its body, one particularly severe gash tearing open its abdomen. Despite these injuries, the exhilaration in the sea wolf's eyes was unmistakable. The innate spiritual fruit and treasure were opportunities it could not forsake. At that moment, a colossal azure serpent erupted from the depths of the sea, clearly awaiting Lin Changsheng for an extended period. Cursed be it, another contender had appeared. This opportunity was rightfully his, and no one else could seize it. The sea wolf prepared to conjure its magical might to crush the serpent. Just then, the wounded sea lion unleashed its final vestige of power, determined that even in death, it would not allow the sea wolf to thrive. The sea wolf, though reluctant, recognized the necessity of dispatching the sea lion first. Lin Changsheng dared not look back, swiftly gathering the innate spiritual fruit and treasure as he surged northward. Though the lost sea presented an inhospitable domain to others, he possessed the eye of insight, rendering him unconcerned about losing his way. After an extended flight, Lin Changsheng suddenly sensed a surge of murderous intent behind him. The sea wolf was in pursuit. Even in its injured state, a late-stage celestial was not to be underestimated. Without a doubt, Lin Changsheng understood that the sea wolf was vehemently cursing him, its venomous words laden with curses. The sea wolf, aware that prolonging this chase would be detrimental to itself, disregarded its wounds and unleashed its magical force towards Lin Changsheng. Feeling the terrifying power, Lin Changsheng concentrated all his energy behind him. A thunderous explosion ensued, causing the once tranquil sea to erupt into towering geysers of water. Lin Changsheng felt searing pain coursing through his entire being, nearly shattering his serpent's heart. Had the sea wolf not sustained significant injuries, that strike could have easily obliterated him. Despite his injuries, he could not afford to halt, harnessing the energy to hasten his escape. Time slipped away, and a faint mist began to rise over the expansive sea surface. The surroundings became shrouded in haziness, and the once abundant innate spiritual energy thinned. The lost sea was nearing. Lin Changsheng's expression brightened, and without hesitation, he plunged into the mist. Although the fog was thin, his spiritual senses were considerably dulled. The pursuing sea wolf, too, realized this shift, hesitating momentarily before deciding to follow. There was no way it could relinquish the innate spiritual fruit and treasure so easily. Yet as it ventured deeper, the fog thickened, rendering all spiritual senses utterly ineffective. Finally, he found a temporary sanctuary. With the absence of the sea wolf's spiritual presence behind him, Lin Changsheng finally exhaled in relief. Testing his eye of insight, he discovered it remained functional. Moreover, under its gaze, his vision was unhindered. Casting a glance at the stored spiritual fruit and treasure, Lin Changsheng chose not to refine them immediately. He had not yet fully escaped danger. Having seized the sea wolf's opportunity, a causal relationship had formed, compounded by the ominous aura of calamity. Unseen forces still linked them, and he was unwilling to become a target during his seclusion. With the aid of the thick fog and the absence of innate spiritual energy to absorb, alongside the sea wolf's considerable injuries, Lin Changsheng felt confident. Utilizing the eye of insight, he began to launch stealthy assaults on the encroaching sea wolf. Regardless of success, he would strike and retreat, never lingering in battle. The late-stage celestial sea wolf, provoked by Lin Changsheng's cunning tactics, succumbed to a frenzy of rage. Yet it was powerless against such relentless attacks. Ultimately, it was reduced to a rain of blood, falling into the lost sea. Although Lin Changsheng sustained some injuries, the innate spiritual fruit would not only heal him, but also facilitate a breakthrough in his cultivation. He continued to delve deeper into the lost sea, and after confirming the absence of danger in all directions with the eye of insight, he swallowed the innate spiritual fruit whole. The surging medicinal power transformed into torrents of innate spiritual energy coursing through his body. Lin Changsheng hurriedly commenced the process of refining this power. Time became inconsequential, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had elapsed. On this day, a wave of pressure emanating from the initial stage of true immortal erupted within the lost sea. Truly, the innate low-grade spiritual fruit had propelled his cultivation to the initial stage of true immortal, Lin Changsheng exclaimed with delight. His serpent form, once merely several dozen meters, now swelled to nearly 1,000. The azure scales grew denser and more resilient. The pressure of the initial stage of true immortal was exponentially stronger than that of the celestial realm. While the elevation in cultivation brought joy, Lin Changsheng's anticipation was chiefly directed towards the innate talents of the true immortal realm. The Eye of Insight in the celestial realm had granted him warnings, allowing him to evade peril and amass resources. He could only wonder what enhancements the talent of the true immortal realm would bestow upon him. Just as Lin Changsheng was engulfed in these thoughts, the voice of the system resonated in his ears. Second talent. Supreme Comprehension unlocked. Supreme Comprehension. Your understanding has reached the apex, enabling you to see beyond appearances and probe the essence, with a constant potential to enter a state of enlightenment, allowing mastery over various divine abilities and principles. A friendly reminder. Supreme Comprehension not only aids the host in grasping divine abilities, but also enhances the foundation. Truly, a top-tier talent among the 10. The mere enhancement of one's foundation is enough to be considered extraordinary. Upon the unlocking of Supreme Comprehension, an energy from the void surged into Lin Changsheng's body. Instantly, he felt a clarity of mind and a breadth of spirit. Previously complex and obscure cultivation issues became crystal clear. In the depths of his being, Lin Changsheng sensed a shift in his fortune. This sensation was profoundly mystical. Accompanying the influx of this energy, his foundation began to undergo a metamorphosis, first to the innate upper grade, then to the innate pinnacle. Yet this transformation was far from over. It evolved into the foundation of the chaotic demon god, ceasing only at the zenith of the chaotic demon god as foundation. The supremacy of the Supreme Comprehension talent was undeniable. His foundation now surpassed that of the three purities and Hongjun. Even the chaotic demon god from primordial times paled in comparison to him. Lin Changsheng exclaimed with excitement, previously troubled by his foundation. He had never anticipated that a single talent from the true immortal realm would elevate his foundation to that of the top chaotic demon god level. Truly, one cannot underestimate such exceptional talent. Moreover, this is merely an enhancement of one's foundation, allowing for spontaneous enlightenment and the comprehension of divine abilities and laws. What extraordinary defiance against fate this must be. However, an opportunity must be sought to make an attempt. After the initial elation, Lin Changsheng turned his gaze towards the innate low-grade spiritual treasure. It was time to refine this primordial artifact. With a spiritual treasure at his side, his combat prowess would experience a substantial augmentation. Yet, one wonders how many innate restrictions this low-grade spiritual treasure contains. Chapter 5. Comprehending Laws and Divine Abilities, a New Paradise. Whether innate or acquired, spiritual treasures inherently possess restrictions. The number of restrictions determines the might of treasures of equivalent rank. Furthermore, only by thoroughly refining the restrictions within a treasure can one wield it with complete freedom and unleash its full potential. The low-grade spiritual treasure contains 12 innate restrictions. Once it exceeds 12, it ascends to the rank of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Lin Changsheng enveloped the parasol-shaped low-grade spiritual treasure with his consciousness. The power of this treasure began to unfold in his mind. The 5 elements Azure Parasol. Once summoned, it can release the quintessence of the 5 elements, green, yellow, red, black, and white, to shield the wielder. The continual flow of elemental energy renders the defense impervious. Astonishingly, it possesses 12 innate restrictions. Lin Changsheng exclaimed in excitement. 12 innate restrictions rank among the highest for low-grade spiritual treasures. The bounty from this venture is immense. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Changsheng commenced the refinement of this low-grade spiritual treasure, using his own magical power and consciousness to dissect the innate restrictions. With the backing of a top-tier chaos demon god, he effortlessly refined the initial restrictions. In the blink of an eye, over 600 years had elapsed. The 5 elements Azure Parasol, once radiating the ethereal energies of the 5 elements, now appeared more subdued. At first glance, it seemed utterly unremarkable. Simultaneously, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes. His realm was still too low. He had only refined 8 layers of innate restrictions. The refinement of a spiritual treasure is closely tied to one's cultivation level. With merely the magical power of an early-stage true immortal, it was inconceivable to completely refine a low-grade spiritual treasure in one go. Nevertheless, even having refined only 8 layers of innate restrictions, he could still utilize most functions of this low-grade treasure. Eager to test the prowess of the low-grade spiritual treasure, Lin Changsheng concentrated, channeling his magical energy. The once subdued 5 elements Azure Parasol began to spin rapidly. The palm-sized parasol expanded in the wind, casting a shadow that obscured the sky, hovering above Lin Changsheng's head. An endless stream of elemental energy cascaded downward, illuminating the void with shades of green, yellow, red, black, and white. Indeed, Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. You have observed the elemental energy of the low-grade spiritual treasure, gaining insights that lead to enlightenment. What began as a simple experiment with the 5 elements Azure Parasol unexpectedly plunged Lin Changsheng into a state of profound realization. bolstered by his exceptional understanding. You have comprehended the divine ability of the 5 elements escape technique from the elemental energy. Time slipped away, and Lin Changsheng was roused from his reverie. The 5 elements Azure Parasol, now devoid of magical support, had returned to his inner being. Such top-tier comprehension is truly astonishing. It has directly enabled me to grasp a divine ability. Lin Changsheng's expression radiated joy. This is an escape technique. Once enacted, one can transform into elemental energy, becoming elusive and intangible. With this newfound ability, even facing a mid-stage true immortal would not pose a threat to his escape. With this divine ability in hand, Lin Changsheng could hardly contain his excitement. He unleashed the escape technique to traverse the sea of confusion with wild abandon. In a flash of brilliance, his massive serpentine form could slip away over 10,000 miles. However, the consumption of magical energy was alarmingly swift. After a few uses, Lin Changsheng halted. It was time to prepare for departure from the sea of confusion. He was immensely satisfied with his gains, a low-grade spiritual treasure, and the 5 elements escape technique. As long as he refrained from courting danger and did not provoke late-stage true immortals, his safety should be assured. Reflecting on this, Lin Changsheng activated his Eye of Insight to survey his surroundings. As expected, there were no formidable beings within the sea of confusion. However, when he gazed eastward, the Eye of Insight's alert left him momentarily stunned. Alert! 200,000 kilometers away, there exists a concealed large-scale innate formation. The mist here appears to emanate from this formation. It is advised that the host refrain from approaching, as witnessing the hostess benefits is quite intolerable. A concealed large-scale innate formation. Lin Changsheng could not help but feel his heart race. His spiritual fruits and treasures were seized from a small innate formation. If he could enter this innate formation, the potential rewards would be beyond imagination. Previously, such thoughts would have been inconceivable. But now, with supreme comprehension on his side, anything was possible. With this in mind, Lin Changsheng directly activated the 5 elements escape technique and sped towards the location 200,000 kilometers away. Moments later, the mist thickened, completely obscuring any innate spiritual energy. According to the alert, this should be the place. Lin Changsheng scanned the area but found no trace of the innate formation. It was no wonder. If the innate formation had yet to expend its energy and had not reached the time of emergence, it would remain undetectable. Lin Changsheng remained patient and activated his Eye of Insight. Piercing through the illusion, a resplendent innate formation, resembling an inverted giant bowl, appeared in his view amidst the seemingly empty void. Boundless and vast, its extent was beyond sight. Such an immense innate formation. Lin Changsheng was taken aback. It must span several million kilometers. Truly terrifying. This was a genuine stroke of fortune. One could say that fate has conspired in his favor, relying solely on the system. You have observed the innate formation and are beginning to comprehend its operational principles. Once again, his supreme comprehension plunged Lin Changsheng into a state of enlightenment. A profound aura emanated from him. Though he sat upon the ocean's surface, he seemed to dissolve into nothingness, flickering in and out of existence. Time passed, and soon he became radiant, vanishing from sight. You have comprehended the principles of formation, 1, from the innate formation. To his astonishment, he had grasped the principles of formation. Lin Changsheng awoke from his state of enlightenment. This was a principle, attainable only by those of golden immortal realm and above. To think that a mere true immortal like himself would begin to comprehend the power of principles. Truly, I am remarkable. The abilities bestowed by supreme comprehension are indeed extraordinary. However, after the initial excitement, Lin Changsheng quickly regained his composure. Although he had now comprehended the first principle of formation, his realm remained too low. It was impossible to harness or utilize the power of the principles. The principle of formation resembled a seed, awaiting Lin Changsheng's ascension to the golden immortal realm for rapid comprehension. Nevertheless, even so, it was already astonishing. Upon regaining his focus, Lin Changsheng realized he had found himself in an unfamiliar space. The epiphany not only allowed him to comprehend the laws of the formation, but also integrated him into the innate grand array, granting him access to its inner sanctum. The primordial spiritual energy within was at least several hundred times denser than that of the outside world, nearing the threshold of liquefaction. Merely inhaling a few breaths made him feel as though the barrier of his realm had begun to loosen. Various innate spiritual flora and divine minerals were abundant in sight, undeniably marking this as a premium paradise. When Lin Changsheng beheld the inscription on a stone tablet, he could not suppress his astonishment. It was indeed this place. Chapter 6. Understanding the Cultivation Techniques, a Silken Experience of Training. When the great Pangu split the heavens and the earth, shattering the chaos, countless fragments of chaos scattered across the primordial continent. These chaotic shards varied in size, Upon their arrival in the wilderness, the chaotic energy transformed into primordial spiritual energy, most of which manifested as splendid paradises. Among them, the three immortal islands were particularly renowned: Penglai, Yingzhou, and Fansuan. Each was a top-tier paradise. Lin Changsheng was shocked to realize he had stumbled upon Penglai Island. If memory served him correctly, Penglai Island would only emerge after Hongjun attained sainthood, to be conferred upon the South Immortal, Dong Wanggong, who would establish the force of Zifu Prefecture there. Regrettably, due to Dong Wanggong's excessive pride and arrogance, even the demon race was disregarded, leading to his demise at the hands of Emperor Jun. Consequently, Penglai Island gradually faded from the view of the wilderness. Unexpectedly, by a stroke of serendipity, Lin Changsheng had discovered Penglai Island. It turned out that the reason the Sea of Lost was devoid of primordial spiritual energy was due to the grand array of Penglai Island continuously absorbing it, hastening the conversion of chaotic energy into primordial spiritual energy. Lin Changsheng surveyed the scene, witnessing the grand array inhaling and exhaling, as the exceedingly rich primordial spiritual energy erupted from Penglai Island. With each transformation, mysterious array patterns seemed to flicker through the grand array. If this rate of absorption could be translated into a technique, Lin Changsheng's eyes gleamed with the light of enlightenment. You have observed the process by which the innate array absorbs primordial spiritual energy, and inspired by it, you have begun to enter a state of enlightenment. The supreme aptitude he possessed was truly extraordinary. He could perceive the mysteries of all things, grasping their profound essence. 500 years elapsed. Yet Lin Changsheng remained in this state of enlightenment. At this moment, he seemed to have transformed into a minuscule vortex, voraciously absorbing primordial spiritual energy at a rate several dozen times faster than his previous self-cultivation. However, this speed was both rapid and slow, exceedingly unstable. 2,000 years passed. Lin Changsheng was still in a state of enlightenment, yet compared to before, his rate of absorption had stabilized and increased to several hundred times its former pace. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation was steadily advancing. 5,000 years later, Lin Changsheng had metamorphosed into a tempest of spiritual energy. The primordial spiritual energy around him surged violently into his being at a terrifying pace, now elevated to thousands of times faster. From your enlightenment on absorbing primordial spiritual energy from the innate grand array, you have comprehended the technique's spirit energy creation formula. He had not anticipated that this moment of enlightenment would consume 5,000 years. Lin Changsheng awoke from his state of enlightenment. Indeed, the saying, "in the wilderness, time is forgotten, and cultivation knows no years," was not an exaggeration. The higher one's cultivation, the more common it was to be in seclusion for several epochs to comprehend. Yet, the gains from this time were immense. With a cultivation technique, his speed of advancement would be significantly enhanced. The only slight disappointment was that this technique could currently only be cultivated to the Great Luo realm. It was neither a reflection of poor aptitude nor Lin Changsheng's low realm. Attaining comprehension at the Great Luo level was already a remarkable feat. Once his cultivation realm ascended further, this technique could continue to evolve and strengthen. His cultivation had surprisingly reached the late stage of the xianxian. Lin Changsheng cast a glance at his realm, only to quickly accept it. His foundation had already elevated to the pinnacle of chaotic demon gods, even without deliberate cultivation. The rich primordial spiritual energy of Penglai Island, combined with the techniques he experimented with during his enlightenment, made it entirely reasonable for his realm to reach the late stage of xianxian. In contrast, with his previous foundation, it would have been impossible to reach the true immortal late stage even in 50,000 years. The sensation of cultivation was exquisitely smooth. He could attain enlightenment on mystical laws at any moment, and his realm ascended effortlessly. This silky feeling was utterly irresistible. He resolved to continue his cultivation, striving to break through to the golden immortal realm. With the spirit energy creation formula, he was filled with confidence. Upon reaching the golden immortal realm, he could transform into a human form, allowing him to cultivate the laws and significantly enhance his combat prowess. Moreover, in the wilderness, he would no longer be considered at the bottom tier. After all, it was currently the epoch of the beast calamity, and a great Luo golden immortal was already deemed a top-tier powerhouse. At this moment, Lin Changsheng could not help but shout, "I love cultivation." Just then, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. Third innate talent, flawless body, unlocked. Flawless body, pure and unblemished, a crystalline form, untouched by causality, devoid of murderous malice, impervious to the calculations of saints. A friendly reminder, whether flawless requires the maintenance of a serpent form is unknown. Please, host, feel free to experiment boldly. A glimmer flickered in Lin Changsheng's serpent eyes as he almost forgot about the innate talent. It turned out that in order to avoid affecting Lin Changsheng's enlightenment, the system's talents had remained locked. Now that the enlightenment had concluded, the talents were naturally unlocked. A wondrous energy washed over Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. He could even perceive several causal lines attached to him, all of which were directly erased. Henceforth, he would be free from causation. Simultaneously, a mass of calamity's malevolence was also purified. Indeed, under the calamity, all beings at the base level would face reckoning. With the removal of the calamity's malevolence and causal lines, Lin Changsheng felt his primordial spirit lighten immeasurably. The heavy sense of confusion completely dissipated. His primordial spirit was clear, and his thoughts were unimpeded. Truly, the flawless body was remarkable, Lin Changsheng marveled. With this innate talent, he need not fear the repercussions of calamity even after leaving Penglai Island, and even saints would be unable to calculate his fate. The benefits of this talent were indeed substantial. The flawless body granted Lin Changsheng a clear primordial spirit, rendering it the perfect time for cultivation. He activated his technique, transforming into a tempest of spiritual energy, voraciously absorbing primordial spiritual energy into his being. With the metamorphosis of his foundation, coupled with the technique's assistance, in just 1 millennium, Lin Changsheng's cultivation ascended to the peak of xianxian. One step further, and he could become a golden immortal, taking on human form. 3,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The once quiet Lin Changsheng erupted with terrifying pressure from within. A sense of immortality surged towards the heavens, dispersing the spiritual energy storm around him. As brilliance surged, Lin Changsheng's once massive serpent body began to rapidly transform. This was the omen of achieving the Golden Immortal. Chapter 7. Achieving the Golden Immortal, the gift of the Great Tao. The Golden signifies immortality, transcending the 6 paths. Upon reaching the Golden Immortal realm, most beings of the wilderness typically choose to transform and continue their cultivation. However, this so-called transformation into a humanoid form differs greatly from that of the postnatal human race. This brings us to the illustrious Pangu, the primordial deity. Pangu was inherently humanoid, having carved out the vast wilderness from the chaos. His human form resonated harmoniously with the cosmic rhythms of the primordial world, thus greatly enhancing his cultivation speed upon assuming human shape. This explains why beings, upon reaching the golden immortal realm, often choose to comprehend the will of heaven and take form. At this moment, Lin Changsheng, having cultivated to the golden immortal stage, was on the verge of transformation. His massive serpentine body gradually diminished under the radiant light. The originally azure scales morphed into a robe of the same color, while his long crimson hair cascaded down his back. His features were strikingly handsome, almost otherworldly, adorned with a prominent red serpent-shaped emblem on his forehead. He had finally reached the golden immortal realm. As Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, an infinite brilliance of divine essence flickered and vanished. It seemed as though he resonated with the laws of the heavenly Tao in the void. In the golden immortal stage, one could begin to comprehend these laws and harness their power, a stark contrast to the mystical immortal realm. Moreover, the golden immortal stage serves as a significant watershed. Countless beings in the primordial world toil their entire lives without attaining this level. In a mere few tens of thousands of years, Lin Changsheng had ascended from the lowly status of a heavenly immortal to a formidable golden immortal, a testament to his extraordinary talent. At that moment, a new talent befitting the golden immortal stage was unlocked. 4th talent, diligence rewarded by the Tao, unlocked. Diligence rewarded by the Tao. Your hard work and comprehension have attracted a glimmer of attention from the Tao, rewarding you with seeds of the great laws, which it will monitor closely. A friendly reminder, whether one is diligent or not is known only to the host. Do not neglect cultivation merely because of the Tao's attention. And the number of law seeds one might acquire depends on one's fortune. Astonishingly, he had drawn the attention of the Tao. Truly impressive, thought Lin Changsheng, astonished by this talent. After Pangu split heaven and earth, the Tao withdrew, and the heavenly laws began to operate, rendering the cultivation of the Tao exceedingly arduous. Yet, the power of the Tao is undeniable. Should one cultivate the Tao, their future capabilities and achievements would be immeasurable. However, he pondered how many seeds of the Tao he might acquire this time. At that moment, Lin Changsheng felt as if an ancient gaze from the outer cosmos, imbued with an overwhelming sense of desolation, was cast upon him, which subsequently transformed into countless stars, merging with his primordial spirit. The Tao of elixirs, the Tao of yin and yang, the Tao of causality, the Tao of artifacts, the Tao of swords. A total of 5 seeds of the Tao appeared deep within Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit, awaiting his cultivation and comprehension to sprout and flourish. Indeed, Lin Changsheng was exceedingly satisfied with the acquisition of 5 Tao seeds. The Tao of elixirs would enable him to concoct various potions, and when perfected, He could refine enemies directly using the essence of heaven and earth. The Tao of Yin and Yang, reputed to be among the top 10 of the 3,000 Taos, once unleashed, would disrupt the balance of Yin and Yang with unparalleled dominance. The Tao of Causality similarly ranks high among the Taos, with formidable powers of destruction. The Tao of Artifacts pertains to the crafting of spiritual treasures, offering immense potential. Just imagine confronting an enemy adorned with innate treasures. What despair that would invoke. The Tao of Swords, a weapon of annihilation since time immemorial, would undoubtedly serve as a significant trump card for Lin Changsheng, provided he cultivated it diligently. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to first delve into the laws of formations before comprehending these Taos. Lin Changsheng was thoroughly enjoying the process of cultivation. With the pinnacle of chaotic demon gods at his heels and exceptional comprehension, each session of practice brought about profound transformations. The laws of formations were insights he had gleaned from observing innate formations previously. However, at that time, he was merely a true immortal and had not grasped them profoundly. Now, having ascended to the golden immortal realm, he could revisit these insights. Resolute in his intent, Lin Changsheng quickly entered a state of enlightenment. His understanding of the laws of formations deepened. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Lin Changsheng, who had been seated on the ground, seemed to have vanished entirely. Although still present, he appeared as if he had become an integral part of the innate formation. It was neither formation nor mere understanding, but rather an exquisite blend of both. Truly, the laws of the universe are profound. A decade of understanding had brought him only to a level of 20. Yet, the unexpected resonance with the innate formation was a delightful surprise. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes once more. Although his comprehension of the laws of formations had only risen to 20, this elevation was sufficient to enhance his application of formation techniques significantly. Every gesture and movement now contained the essence of the laws of formations, allowing for instantaneous deployment of attacks and concealment of formations. He could swiftly comprehend and dismantle various formations. This period of seclusion yielded more than just this single gain. Another monumental achievement was that Lin Changsheng had established a resonance with the innate formation of Penglai Island. This meant that even if he were to depart from Penglai Island, he could still sense its location and return without hindrance. Essentially, it became Lin Changsheng's personal sanctuary even before the emergence of Penglai Island. After re-immersing himself in the laws of formations, Lin Changsheng began to comprehend the Taos. First was the Tao of Elixirs, the ethereal image of the furnace of heaven and earth manifested in the void, enveloped by a captivating fragrance. Soon enough, 30,000 years elapsed, elevating his understanding of the Tao of Elixirs to 8. The profundity of the Tao indeed surpassed that of the laws, presenting a far greater challenge. The mysteries of the golden elixir were boundless and profound. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, and indeed, the Tao unveiled to him the formula for the 9 revolutions golden elixir. He was now fully capable of forging elixirs to enhance his cultivation. Only through the continuous crafting of elixirs could he deepen his understanding of the Tao of elixirs. Continuing on, Lin Changsheng proceeded to comprehend the second Tao, the Tao of Yin and Yang. Before long, the resonance of the Tao of Yin and Yang radiated around him, casting black and white light. A dual fish of Yin and Yang began to rotate gracefully. The currents of black and white flowed, embodying the cycle of life and death. 30,000 years passed, and Lin Changsheng elevated his understanding of the Tao of Yin and Yang to 8. Concurrently, he gleaned a divine ability from the Tao of Yin and Yang, the Yin-Yang millstone. Once this ability is invoked, life and death are determined beneath the millstone, categorizing it as an ultimate trump card. With this unexpected boon, Lin Changsheng felt elated and began to comprehend the remaining 3 Taos. The time spent was roughly equivalent, and the levels of understanding were similarly advanced. The Tao of Causality yielded insights into the divine ability of causal grafting. This ability allows one to graft their own causality onto an enemy or vice versa. Every being, upon birth, is entwined with numerous threads of causality. These threads represent their destinies. To graft causality is tantamount to intertwining with the life trajectory of that being. Although not an offensive ability, its effects are undeniably extraordinary. Of course, there are limitations. If one's cultivation is insufficient, they cannot bear the weight of causality and may instead suffer backlash. However, for Lin Changsheng, such concerns were non-existent. As he is a being of immaculate essence, even when intertwined with causality, he remains unbound by its grasp. Moreover, he himself is untouched by causality, capable of severing these connections at will. The path of artifact crafting has granted Lin Changsheng mastery over the art of refinement. Provided he possesses adequate materials, he can forge treasures of immense potential. This singular skill would undoubtedly earn him admiration throughout the primordial chaos. How splendid it would be to acquire the Qian Ding. With it, I could ceaselessly produce innate spiritual treasures. The Qian Ding is not merely a defensive artifact. It also has the extraordinary ability to elevate postnatal treasures into innate ones. According to the usual narrative, the Qian Ding is in the possession of Hongjun. However, based on the timeline, Hongjun has yet to acquire it at this juncture. Lin Changsheng still harbors a chance. Lastly, the sword path. A single sword strike can cast its chill across 19 continents, its sword energy traversing vast expanses. Lin Changsheng comprehends the sword within the grand tapestry of the Tao, having grasped the sword technique known as white rainbow piercing the sun. Should he wield an innate sword artifact, its power would be even more formidable. 5 paths, 1 force of law. This endeavor has consumed over 100,000 years of Lin Changsheng's time. For those who practice cultivation, such a duration is trivial, which explains why the primordial chaos does not keep record of years. Having spent considerable time on Penglai Island, it is now an opportune moment to explore its wonders. Perhaps other fortuitous encounters await. Chapter 8. The Fragment of the Creation Jade Tablet and the Comprehension of Divine Powers. Lin Changsheng, with hands clasped behind his back, traversed thousands of kilometers in a single leap under the 5 elements escape technique. Achieving the golden immortal realm significantly enhanced his abilities. Nevertheless, even with his speed, it took him a considerable amount of time to fully explore the entirety of Penglai Island. As a premier celestial paradise, its resources are unimaginably abundant. Firstly, the innate spiritual energy is so dense, it has become liquid. Lin Changsheng encountered numerous pools of spiritual liquid, and there were plenty of millennia-old spiritual milk. Even with his previous foundations, consuming this millennia-old spiritual milk could provide a slim chance of ascending to the golden immortal realm. In addition to the innate spiritual energy, though the exact age of Penglai Island remains unknown, it is replete with myriad medicinal herbs aged over 1 million years. Lin Changsheng has spotted dozens of the ingredients for the 9 Revolutions golden elixir formula and collected them. However, he exercised restraint. As long as the roots are not damaged, these herbs can regrow. This place may very well become his future sanctuary, hence it must remain unspoiled. Beyond the innate spiritual roots, there are various celestial metal veins. Once revealed, they would undoubtedly incite a frenzy throughout the primordial chaos. Is that a fragment of the creation jade tablet? Lin Changsheng abruptly halted. Upon a primordial spiritual root, a fragment the size of a fingernail emitted a primordial radiance. The surface of the fragment bore incomplete Taoist patterns. Lin Changsheng conjured a colossal hand of mystical energy to grasp the fragment. As his primordial spirit invaded, he instantly gleaned the information contained within the shard. Indeed, it is a fragment of the creation jade tablet. What a treasure! Lin Changsheng rejoiced. A complete creation jade tablet fragment is a treasure of chaos. When Pangu, the great god, opened the heavens, he bore the creation jade plate above his head, stood upon the chaos green lotus, and wielded the heavenly opening axe. How magnificent it was! Alas, the creation jade tablet could not withstand the force of creation and shattered into numerous pieces scattered throughout the primordial chaos. Yet, even in fragments, it contains the essence of 3,000 paths and various divine powers. Prior to Hongjun attaining sainthood, he acquired a large piece of the creation jade tablet fragment. Comprehending its profound mysteries, what secrets lie within this fragment? Lin Changsheng immediately began the process of refining it. Although it was merely a tiny shard, his extraordinary comprehension and foundation required several millennia to fully refine it. Astonishingly, one path emerged, revealing the 36 celestial techniques. Remarkable, this diminutive fragment contained the dream path. Dreamlike and illusory, life is but a dream, and dreams reflect life. Mastery of this singular path could entirely substitute dreams for reality. As for the 36 celestial techniques, they encompass 36 distinct divine powers. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng entered seclusion to grasp these techniques. The fragment of the creation jade tablet hovered above his head, radiating illuminating insights. In the blink of an eye, over 30,000 years passed. The resonances of the Tao on Lin Changsheng's body were further enriched by the dream path. Before him, a phantom realm seemed to materialize, continuously radiating outward. Any living being nearby would be drawn into this dreamscape. Within the dream, Lin Changsheng is an absolute deity, with all things subject to his will. However, his current level of comprehension remains insufficient. Should his understanding of the laws deepen, he could create within the dream, blurring the lines between reality and illusion, allowing dreamscapes to replace all that surrounds him. Beings dwelling within may never realize they are merely participants in a grand illusion. Next, Lin Changsheng began to comprehend the 36 celestial techniques. The 36 celestial techniques include manipulating creation, inverting yin and yang, shifting stars and changing constellations, reversing heaven and returning the sun, summoning rain and calling winds, shaking mountains and trembling earth, riding clouds and creating mist, parting rivers and forming land, manifesting golden light from the earth, raging tides and stirring seas, solidifying earth into steel. The great escape of the five elements, the mysterious doors of the six directions, foreseeing the future, moving mountains and shifting stones, reviving the dead, leaping and leaving no trace, harmonizing qi with 9 breaths, directing the primordial yang, conquering dragons and subduing tigers, mending the heavens and bathing the sun, pushing mountains and filling seas, transforming stones into gold, standing upright without shadow, changing shapes and sizes with ease, blooming flowers in an instant, controlling spirits and mastering qi, peering through barriers, returning winds and fire, mastering the 5 thunderbolts, sinking into abysses and contracting the earth, flying sands and moving stones, carrying mountains and crossing seas, transforming beings into soldiers, and the 7 arrows of the nailhead. Each divine power of the 36 celestial techniques, when utilized properly, is extraordinarily formidable. Following the battle between the witch and demon clans, both the 36 celestial techniques and the 72 earthly fiends techniques have become quite commonplace. Any disciple of a saint can cultivate these powers. However, it is crucial to remember that we are currently in the era of the fierce beast calamity. Without proper methods, the path of cultivation is shrouded in ignorance, reliant solely on exploration. Therefore, the value of these 36 divine powers is immense in the present context, particularly for those primordial beings of inferior quality lacking even companion treasures. Thus, Lin Changsheng resolved to perfect these 36 divine powers before emerging from his seclusion. Manipulating creation, the ability to steer the profound mysteries of heaven and earth, bringing forth existence from non-existence, and transforming death into life. Lin Changsheng soon experienced an ineffable sensation, akin to that of a creator. His comprehension evolved from minor success to major attainment, ultimately reaching perfection. Next, the ability to invert yin and yang allows one to turn night into day and day into night. In no time, the space surrounding Lin Changsheng was engulfed in darkness, only to be illuminated as bright as day. Thus, one by one, the divine powers were mastered by Lin Changsheng. Before long, several millennia had elapsed. The 36 techniques transformed into talismans, merging seamlessly into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. At last, the 36 celestial techniques were perfected. I have attained the golden immortal realm. Relying solely on the innate spiritual energy here to break through is rather slow. Instead, I should venture into the primordial chaos in search of rare materials and treasures to refine pills. Refining pills not only accelerates my cultivation. Simultaneously, this would enhance his understanding of the path of alchemy, achieving a dual benefit. Moreover, we are currently in the epoch of ferocious beasts, where numerous renowned innate spiritual treasures remain unclaimed. These are fortuitous encounters. Presently, he has mastered the 36 heavenly gangs method, along with various grand supernatural powers, allowing him to traverse the vast wilderness with relative ease, provided he exercises caution. Lin Changsheng glanced at himself, and instantly, all his information was revealed. Name, Lin Changsheng. Background, Supreme Chaos Demon God. Cultivation level, Early Golden Immortal. Unlocked talents, Eye of Insight, Supreme Comprehension, Flawless Body, Diligence in the Path. Tao, Path of Alchemy, 8. Path of Yin and Yang, 7. Path of Cause and Effect, 7. Path of the Sword, 8. Path of Artifacts, 8. Path of Dreams, 8. Laws, Array Law, 20. Supernatural Powers, 5 Elements Escape Technique, Yin-Yang Grinding Disc, Cause and Effect Annihilation, White Rainbow Piercing the Sun, 36 Heavenly Gangs Method. Spiritual Treasure, Preeminent Grade Spiritual Treasure. 5 Elements Azure Sky Umbrella. Cultivation Technique, Great Luo Level Spiritual Energy Transformation Technique. With his current level of cultivation and mastery of supernatural powers, he indeed possesses the qualifications to wander the vast wilderness. Lin Changsheng contemplated for a moment and arranged a small formation on Penglai Island. This formation served little purpose. It would alert him at the first sign of any living being treading upon this ground. Although such a possibility was inconceivable prior to the emergence of Penglai Island, who could guarantee that, due to Lin Changsheng's traversal, the wilderness would not undergo some transformations? Upon completing these preparations, Lin Changsheng stepped out of the innate grand formation. Just as he exited the grand array, he found himself staring into a pair of eyes as large as brass bells, filled with intense bewilderment. Yet, simultaneously, the creature harbored murderous intent, for he had intruded upon its territory. Indeed, Lin Changsheng had just stepped out of the innate grand formation of Panlai Island when he encountered a black dragon glaring at him with wide eyes, filled with confusion. How could a living being suddenly appear before him without his notice? Lin Changsheng chuckled ruefully. He had not anticipated that Panlai Island was not stationary, but rather moved randomly. By sheer misfortune, he had inadvertently trespassed into the domain of this black dragon. The atmosphere grew awkward. Who are you to dare intrude upon the territory of my dragon clan? Seeking death. The massive body of the black dragon soared into the air, a terrifying oppressive force causing the sea to surge violently. As the overlord of the Eastern Sea, the dragon clan's bloodline exerted a natural suppression over other beings. The black dragon's gaze was brimming with arrogance and disdain. The pressure of the pure-blooded dragon was palpable, enveloping the surrounding sea for tens of thousands of kilometers. Nearby creatures trembled in fear, as if the apocalypse had descended. Lin Changsheng's expression darkened. The words he had intended to explain were swallowed back. What a tyrannical dragon clan. Merely stumbling into its territory warranted a death sentence. Indeed, the wilderness is a realm devoid of order and rules. Weakness is eternally a sin. Yet, the dragon clan's arrogance is astounding, believing they could subjugate him through sheer intimidation. Such folly. Infused with the resonance of the Tao, Lin Changsheng's true form flickered momentarily. The dragon's pressure melted away like snow under the sun, leaving not a trace of burden. You dare to withstand my pressure? The black dragon was momentarily stunned but quickly erupted in fury. Its colossal tail lashed out, the sound of it slicing through the air causing even the sea to burst into dozens of water columns. This was a lethal strike, showing no mercy. 5 Elements Escape Technique. Lin Changsheng shouted. This technique was one he had comprehended from the 5 Elements Azure Sky umbrella, akin in essence to the 5 Elements Great Escape within the 36 Heavenly Gangs method. Thus, the 5 Elements Escape technique had been enhanced. Upon its invocation, he vanished several thousand kilometers in an instant, effortlessly evading the attack. You have sought death. Reversal of yin and yang. Lin Changsheng unleashed the reversal of yin and yang from the 36 Heavenly Gangs method. Instantly, the previously clear sky turned pitch black. Even the black dragon, at the golden immortal realm, was caught off guard. The earth-shattering force struck the black dragon with a resounding impact. Its glossy, obsidian scales shattered, flesh flying in all directions. The black dragon let out a mournful roar. But this was not the end. The eastern sea became a tempest. Countless waves, sharp as blades, formed towering water columns that ensnared the black dragon. Blood rained down, staining the sea crimson. Mastering the 5 thunders. The 5 elements of thunder, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, were unleashed in unison. The thunderous booms echoed as 5 bolts of lightning struck the center of the water column where the black dragon was ensnared. Even though the dragon clan was renowned for its physical prowess, it could not withstand such relentless onslaught. It shrieked in agony, its vitality waning. Truly, the dragon clan is formidable. Their physical bodies are incredibly resilient. Despite unleashing numerous supernatural powers, it was insufficient to slay it. It appeared that he must resort to the grand supernatural powers. It was not that the 36 Heavenly Gangs method was weak. Rather, this black dragon was undoubtedly a pure-blooded member of the dragon clan, possessing a potent bloodline and formidable physical defenses. For beings of the same realm, inflicting severe damage upon it was a daunting task. That Lin Changsheng could incapacitate this black dragon with merely a few techniques was already an impressive feat, damn it. Cease at once. I am of the Supreme Dragon Clan. My ancestor is an elder of the Dragon Clan, a great Luo golden immortal powerhouse. Should you dare to kill me, you shall never leave the Eastern Sea. The black dragon roared in anger and anguish. A great Luo golden immortal powerhouse. Truly, the Dragon Clan is formidable. In this era of ferocious beasts, a great Luo golden immortal is indeed a pinnacle of power. Had it not been for his flawless body, talent, Lin Changsheng would have had to proceed with caution before taking action. However, at this moment, he was untouched by causality. Even saints could not predict him. What could a great Luo golden immortal do against him? Seeing Lin Changsheng remain silent, the black dragon, in a desperate bid, charged forward. Yet, it appeared utterly wretched. Its aura was disordered, blood flowing profusely. Over half of its scales had shattered, its flesh torn. Devoid of any remaining dignity of a dragon clan overlord. A being of your caliber could find great favor among my dragon clan. As long as you refrain from further hostilities, I can promise to lead you to the ancestral grounds of my clan and strengthen your body with dragon blood. Though the black dragon pleaded for mercy, its pride remained unyielding. Deep within its gaze lingered a profound malice. This bout would cost it millions of years to recuperate. How could it possibly forget this grievance? Ding. You have witnessed the formidable strength of the Dragon Clan's physical form. prompting you to begin comprehending the physical cultivation technique. Not good. I cannot commence on the path of enlightenment again. I must first resolve this black dragon. I apologize, but I have my own means of obtaining dragon blood. Thus, you shall perish first. The Yin-Yang path's Yin-Yang mill reverberated with Lin Changsheng's thunderous proclamation. The essence of Yin and Yang erupted forth, entwining in the void. Subsequently, they coalesced into a colossal black and white mill, shrouding the black dragon within its formidable grasp. The dual energies furiously sliced through the dragon's corporeal form. The once mighty physique of the dragon clan seemed utterly feeble in the presence of the Yin-Yang path. No, the black dragon emitted a heart-wrenching, desperate wail. He could hardly fathom that he would meet his demise in the East Sea. Would he truly claim the dragon's blood for himself? Did he believe he could slay the progeny of the dragon clan and still escape from this realm alive? Alas, the black dragon would never unravel this enigma. His primordial spirit was completely obliterated by the Yin-Yang mill. Upon the black dragon's demise, a grand elder of the dragon clan, at the level of a great Luo golden immortal, awakened in the distant dragon palace. The causal line belonging to Ao Rue has vanished? He has perished? Damn it. How dare he slay a member of my dragon clan in the East Sea? The fury of the great Luo golden immortal darkened the heavens. The entire dragon palace was stirred. Ao Shui, what has transpired? The other dragon elders bellowed in unison. My bloodline descendant has been slain. That black dragon's lineage was quite commendable, although it still lacked much to return to its ancestral form. If he could enter the dragon transformation pool, his bloodline would surely be further enhanced. With diligent cultivation, he could potentially ascend to the rank of Great Luo. At that time, the status of our black dragon clan within the dragon palace would only rise. To dare slay the descendants of my dragon clan on our territory is to court death. Whoever it may be, they must be exterminated. Ao Shui, proceed with your vengeance without hesitation. The dignity of my dragon clan cannot be insulted. Upon hearing this, the dragon elders roared with righteous indignation. Ao Shui nodded and hastened towards the sense location. The site of the black dragon's demise lay tens of millions of kilometers from the dragon palace. However, under the full speed of a great Luo golden immortal, it was but a fleeting moment. Lin Changsheng, observing the lifeless form of the black dragon, fell into contemplation. He could easily seize this opportunity to flee. Even if a great Luo golden immortal were to intervene, they would be unable to deduce his whereabouts, leaving them powerless. Yet, according to the dragon clan's tyranny, it was likely that a bloody storm would soon engulf the East Sea. At present, he required a secluded sanctuary to delve into his cultivation. Why not take advantage of this moment to shift the causal thread? If he could masquerade as this black dragon, not only could he evade disaster, but he might also secure considerable benefits from the dragon clan's identity. With his myriad powers and talents, the likelihood of success was exceedingly high. As this thought crossed his mind, Lin Changsheng's heart raced. It was a daring notion. Let it be done. Chapter 10. Form Transformation, Causal Merging, Flawless Body. Deceiving the Great Luo Powerhouse. Ao Shui, who had been en route, suddenly halted. What is happening? Just moments ago, he sensed the aura and causal line of his descendant Ao Rui re-emerging. Had it not just vanished? How could it suddenly reappear? This peculiar circumstance was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Regardless, he must investigate. With his prowess as a great Luo golden immortal, he swiftly arrived at the site of the black dragon Ao Shui. Upon closer inspection, the nearby waters were tinged with a crimson hue, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. A fierce battle had indeed transpired here. At the center of his vision, a massive black dragon coiled, visibly shedding numerous scales, with blood still seeping from several wounds. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, emanating an extraordinarily profound aura of enlightenment. Is he comprehending the Tao? Ao Shui's eyes widened. It is known that such enlightenment is a rare fortune, a tremendous opportunity. To attain understanding, one must possess luck, insight, and destiny in equal measure. He could hardly believe that his descendant had been blessed with such fortune, emerging from battle to embark on the path of enlightenment. However, Ao Shui's furrowed brow did not relax. There remained many perplexing aspects to this situation. All could only be clarified once Ao Rui awakened. With Ao Shui, the great Luo golden immortal, present, the surrounding seas lay tranquil. No creature would dare enter this domain. Merely the pressure emanating from him was enough to obliterate any intruder. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. Ao Shui suddenly opened his eyes. Is it time to awaken? He gazed at the black dragon in the sky, his eyes flickering. The previously tranquil enlightenment receded like a tidal wave. The black dragon also opened his eyes. Grandfather, what brings you here? In his large, bell-like eyes, there was a mix of astonishment and confusion. I sensed the disappearance of your causal line within the dragon palace, which prompted my arrival. What transpired here? As Ao Shui spoke, the overwhelming pressure of a great Luo golden immortal descended upon them like the weight of a million-meter deep ocean. Cold, suffocating, despairing. The black dragon's previously healing wounds burst open again under this pressure. Grandfather, what is the meaning of this? The black dragon's aura weakened. Yet he defiantly raised his massive head, exhibiting his inherent pride even in the face of the great Luo golden immortal's might. Ao Shui observed the black dragon in silence. His own aura surged, as if on the verge of eruption. How dare a mere golden immortal speak to him in such a manner? This was a provocation against the dignity of a great Luo golden immortal. An oppressive silence lingered, its duration uncertain, until Ao Shui suddenly retracted his pressure and revealed a smile. Truly, he is a fine descendant of my dragon clan. My heart swells with joy at witnessing your enlightenment. And thus I inadvertently let my aura slip. Ao Rui, do tell me, what transpired here? A great Luo golden immortal unable to control his own aura? Though it was a feeble excuse, the black dragon refrained from pursuing the matter further. In response to his grandfather, I was in seclusion. Cultivating Wen with a trace of dragon blood dared to challenge me, thinking to seize my bloodline by relying on a low-grade spiritual treasure. He met his end at my hands. The innate spiritual treasure is now mine. Upon finishing, the black dragon produced a low-grade spiritual treasure resembling an umbrella, its colors shifting in a mesmerizing display. It hummed as it rested in the black dragon's claws. Ao Shui examined it and confirmed it to be a low-grade spiritual treasure. Moreover, it bore the essence of other beings, prompting him to believe the black dragon's account to a significant degree. However, a lingering doubt remained in his heart. Since you vanquished the, why did the causal line suddenly disappear? This was the perplexity that troubled Ao Shui. The sudden disappearance of the causal line, though brief, was sufficient to trigger numerous unforeseen events. So, grandfather was concerned about this matter. I intended to share this good news with you. In my battle against thee, I entered a wondrous state and grasped the laws of formations. The disappearance of the causal line is likely connected to the enlightenment. The black dragon spoke with an air of nonchalance. Upon finishing his words, he seemed to seek validation, as the runes of the formation law began to illuminate, emanating the formidable power of the laws. In that fleeting moment, even the connection of the causal threads between the black dragon and Ao Shui appeared somewhat diminished. Oh, I see, Ao Shui said, enlightenment dawning upon him. Although he could not fathom why the comprehension of the laws would temporarily obscure his own aura, the emergence of the formation law just now indeed provided a moment of affirmation. Moreover, Ao Shui meticulously sensed the causal threads and the aura of Ao Rui before him. Indeed, he was unmistakably his descendant. With this realization, all doubts vanished from his heart. Unexpectedly, this time, Ao Rui had turned misfortune into fortune by comprehending the formation law, further substantiating his innate talent. The grandfather had arrived in haste, unprepared with gifts. Consider what you desire, and I shall bestow it upon you next time, he remarked. With Ao Rui's identity confirmed, Ao Shui's demeanor grew more buoyant. Phew, I have finally outwitted this old fellow, the black dragon sighed in relief. This black dragon was, of course, an incarnation of Lin Changsheng. This transformation was no mere illusion conjured by magical power. It stemmed from the profound art of transformation of the fetus, a technique within the 36 celestial forms, allowing one to assume any guise, be it male or female, young or old, divine bird or exotic beast. It could effortlessly morph into any entity within the cosmos, embodying the exquisite intricacies of universal transformation. It was through this divine ability that Lin Changsheng could deceive Ao Shui's perception of his appearance and aura. Simultaneously, Lin Changsheng had obliterated any trace of his former self, ensuring Ao Shui could detect no anomalies. Even if he caught a whiff of dragon blood, it would merely be from his own battle wounds. Furthermore, Ao Shui's probing with the overwhelming pressure of a great Luo Jingxian was a psychological gambit. Should Lin Changsheng falter or reveal a weakness, the outcome would be predictable. Though his knowledge of the dragon clan was limited, the brief exchange with the black dragon unveiled the clan's proud and unruly nature. Thus, in such a moment, one must never exhibit any sign of weakness. Indeed, Lin Changsheng's gamble had paid off. Then came the matter of the connections between causality. Fortunately, Lin Changsheng had mastered the path of causality and comprehended the profound ability of causal grafting. This skill not only allowed him to intertwine causal threads, but also to discern the connections therein, minimizing the likelihood of any significant flaws. Otherwise, even with the ability, he would not dare to disguise himself before a great Luo Jingxian. Most crucially, it was his supreme talent, flawless body. This unique endowment provided Lin Changsheng with the confidence to confront a powerful great Luo Jingxian. The flawless body, pure and unblemished, remained untouched by causality. It was precisely due to this characteristic that Lin Changsheng could flawlessly transfer the causality belonging to the Black Dragon, Ao Rui, onto himself. Every being, upon their inception, is enveloped in various threads of causality. A mere simple grafting could easily lead to conflicts with one's own causal lines, potentially resulting in self-destruction due to overwhelming causality. However, with this characteristic, Lin Changsheng resembled a newly birthed being. The causality of the Black Dragon seamlessly became his own, a perfect match. Thus, it could be said that the combination of and causal grafting merely allowed Lin Changsheng to conceal his identity temporarily, while the flawless body was the true trump card that emboldened him to face the formidable Great Luo Jingxian. Finally, the sudden disappearance of the causal threads was deftly attributed to the formation law. In his demonstration, Lin Changsheng had meticulously controlled the flawless body ability, effectively dispelling Ao Shue's final doubt. Of course, what he had comprehended was not the formation law, but rather a body refining technique. Now was not the time for scrutiny. He needed to keep this old fellow entertained. Having shouted ancestor so many times, he must collect some interest. Ancestor, if possible. I would be grateful for 10 or 8 innate spiritual treasures. 10 or 8 innate spiritual treasures. Even Ao Shue, with his great Luo Jingxian cultivation, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Goodness, is this truly my descendant? How audaciously bold. The dragon clan was not yet the dominant force in the primordial realm. Although it possessed some innate spiritual treasures, the dragon race's inherently indulgent nature resulted in numerous descendants, rendering even slight rewards insufficient. Ao Rui's previous talents could only be deemed barely acceptable in Ao Shue's eyes. Now, witnessing his newfound comprehension of a law, Ao Shue's expectations soared. Yet, it had not yet reached the stage of investing all resources into his cultivation. Ao Rui, the competition among our dragon kin is fierce. The number of spiritual treasures you desire must correspond to the strength you exhibit. This time, grandfather can only reward you with 1 innate low-grade spiritual treasure. Should you secure a spot in the upcoming Dragon Transformation Pool contest, I will reward you with another innate low-grade spiritual treasure. How does that sound? 1 innate low-grade spiritual treasure as a reward, and another to be earned through merit. If he could prevail in the contest for the Dragon Transformation Pool, it would undoubtedly be worthwhile. The Dragon Transformation Pool? Grandfather, is the contest for the Dragon Transformation Pool about to commence? The Black Dragon, transformed as Lin Changsheng, momentarily paused, then inquired with fervent anticipation. He had heard of the Dragon Transformation Pool, a sacred bastion of the Dragon Clan, containing the blood of ancestral dragon warriors who had perished over the ages. By undergoing the transcendence of the Dragon Transformation Pool, the dragon blood could become more refined, leading to boundless future potential. Hence, many descendants of the Dragon Clan, upon reaching the golden immortal realm, would delay their transformation, for the benefits of the Dragon Transformation Pool would significantly accelerate their cultivation speed. Moreover, this Black Dragon, Ao Rui, had yet to choose his transformation. Indeed, the ancestral dragon foresees that the calamity of fierce beasts will soon conclude. We, the Dragon Clan, must begin our preparations to dominate the primordial realm. However, this contest will be exceptionally intense. If you wish to compete for this opportunity, your current strength may not suffice, Ao Shui remarked with a far-reaching gaze. Rest assured, grandfather, I will undoubtedly secure a place in the Dragon Transformation Pool. Lin Changsheng, feeling confident, continued. By the way, grandfather, I desire a sword-type innate low-grade spiritual treasure. Lin Changsheng had made his decision. The allure of the Dragon Transformation Pool was undeniable. While he had comprehended a technique, the enhancement from dragon blood would significantly bolster his body refining capabilities. There was even the possibility of seizing the opportunity to further refine and perfect his body refining technique. Thus, he was determined to vie for a chance at the Dragon Transformation Pool. As for any potential exposure, Lin Changsheng held no concerns. If even a great Luo Jingxian could not discern any discrepancies, how could other Dragon Clan experts? Very well. Upon my return, I shall arrange for it to be delivered to you. In 3,000 years, the Dragon Palace will commence the contest. Do not forget the time. Ao Shui instructed. Yes, grandfather, rest assured. Grandfather, will the ancestral dragon participate? Lin Changsheng inquired. The ancestral dragon was the most formidable being among the Dragon Clan, and if he were to participate, Lin Changsheng felt a twinge of apprehension. The ancestral dragon has already entered seclusion. Ao Shui shook his head. He has long desired to take that step. Yet it is a daunting endeavor. That is good to know. Lin Changsheng felt an overwhelming sense of relief. Subsequently, Ao Shui wasted no time and departed from the location. At long last, Lin Changsheng had secured a moment of solitude for himself. However, he refrained from dispelling the transformation technique of fetalization. Who could say if Ao Shui would be monitoring him at all times? For the time being, he would live under the guise of the Black Dragon Ao Rue. Fortunately, the entangled fates not only intertwined destinies, but also allowed him to gain profound insights into every causal thread. Soon enough, Lin Changsheng discovered the lair of the Black Dragon. Within it, he found a collection of spiritual herbs and medicinal materials, all of which he promptly collected. He had gathered enough resources for a furnace of 4-turn golden elixirs. Though he lamented the absence of a superior alchemical furnace, he would have to wait until he secured a place in the dragon transformation pool before requesting one from Ao Shui. After searching through the area, Lin Changsheng found no innate spiritual treasures and thus began his cultivation. After vanquishing the Black Dragon Ao Rue, Lin Changsheng experienced a moment of enlightenment regarding the body tempering technique, the Heavenly Dragon Dominance technique. Regrettably, this technique could only be cultivated up to the golden immortal level. He believed that if he could enter the dragon transformation pool, he would undoubtedly be able to perfect this body tempering technique further, which was another compelling reason for his desire to enter the pool. As time flowed swiftly, 2,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Lin Changsheng awakened from his meditative state. A phantom azure serpent coiled in the air, casting shadows over the sun. The crimson scales at the center of his forehead appeared to morph into a long red horn. It then swiftly burrowed into Lin Changsheng's body. At that moment, his blood, muscles, and bones underwent an extraordinary transformation. Was this the joy of dual cultivation of the? Relishing the newfound strength of his physical form, Lin Changsheng felt immensely satisfied. Now, both his corporeal and spiritual selves were at the early stage of the golden immortal level, and with the aid of spiritual treasures and divine abilities, he felt confident in confronting those at the mid-level of the golden immortal stage. Moreover, the enhancement of his physical body would greatly facilitate his subsequent endeavors within the Dragon Clan. After his moment of elation, Lin Changsheng noticed a dazzling array of colors outside his lair. With a mere thought, he stepped outside to discover a pitch-black longsword. The radiance of the spiritual treasure sliced through the surrounding seawater, parting it effortlessly. After a brief contemplation, Lin Changsheng realized this was the lower-grade, innate spiritual treasure that Ao Shui had promised him. However, he did not seize it immediately. Rather, he donned a contemplative expression. This old fellow was indeed cautious, still harboring doubts about him even at this juncture. It seemed that while the disappearance of the causal thread related to the Black Dragon Ao Rue had temporarily alleviated his concerns, he still wished to test Lin Changsheng. Indeed, this innate spiritual treasure was bound by Ao Shui's unique restrictions. To refine this longsword, one must first subdue it, and no magical energy could be employed. Only pure physical strength would suffice for its suppression. It was important to note that fetalization merely altered one's appearance and aura. It did not augment physical strength. Nevertheless, Lin Changsheng merely smiled, reaching out with his dragon claw. Instantly, the previously tranquil innate spiritual treasure emitted a resonant hum and began to tremble violently. It then took flight, evolving into a longsword several hundred meters in length. Upon the blade, countless black droplets appeared to split apart. The 1 yuan heavy water. Lin Changsheng instantly discerned the origin of these black droplets. The 1 yuan heavy water was an exceedingly rare refining material from the East Sea. Just a single drop could yield countless additional droplets. Despite its modest appearance, its weight rivaled that of ancient celestial bodies. A single swing of the sword could sever even an ancient divine mountain. Lin Changsheng let out a hearty laugh, unperturbed. His current physical strength was more than sufficient to subdue this lower-grade, innate spiritual treasure. The Heavenly Dragon Dominance technique endowed Lin Changsheng with a physical resilience that rivaled that of the Dragon Clan. Within moments, he successfully subdued the sword, a result that was well within his expectations. Ao Shui merely sought to ascertain whether he truly possessed the formidable physique characteristic of the Dragon Clan. With this objective achieved, he found himself with 1,000 years remaining. After refining this lower-grade, innate spiritual treasure, he would set off for the Dragon Palace. Chapter 12. The terrifying aspects of the Dragon Tomb. A new enlightenment begins. A millennium passed in an instant. The Xian Yuan sword had been successfully refined, and it was time to embark towards the Dragon Palace. The lower-grade innate spiritual treasure bestowed by Ao Shui was of commendable quality, containing 12 restrictions, making it one of the finest among its kind. After securely storing the treasure, Lin Changsheng cast a glance in the direction of the Dragon Palace and proceeded forth. Though the Dragon Clan was subtly emerging as a dominant force in the East Sea, the vastness of the sea concealed countless powerful beings. Thus, Lin Changsheng did not dare to act recklessly. He continued to rely on the insights provided by the Eye of Insight, steadily making his way toward the Dragon Palace. The closer he approached, the more he could sense the oppressive and terrifying aura surrounding the palace. Along the journey, he encountered an increasing number of dragons, though most were merely hurrying along, with no dragons seeking conflict. After all, the pressing matter at hand was to reach the Dragon Palace for the contest over the Dragon Transformation Pool. Upon reaching his destination, Lin Changsheng beheld an immense palace stretching endlessly, its vastness defying comprehension. An indistinct yet formidable presence lurked within the Dragon Palace, especially at its center, where the aura was most terrifying. Without a doubt, this was the resting place of the ancestral dragon. Lin Changsheng withdrew his gaze, noting that at the entrance of the Dragon Palace, hundreds of thousands of Dragon Clan experts had gathered, and this number continued to swell rapidly. The boundless expanse of the primordial continent teemed with life, numbering in the hundreds of millions. So it was entirely reasonable for the Dragon Clan to boast such a large population. However, these descendants of the Dragon Clan did not engage in idle chatter or provocations. Instead, they each found a spot to meditate in silence. This was understandable, as with so many dragon descendants and limited resources, competition was inevitable. With the impending trials, there was no need to provoke conflict at this juncture. A cursory glance revealed that all those who had arrived were at least at the early Golden Immortal level, with many among them reaching the late stages of Golden Immortal. Truly, the Dragon Clan was formidable, and it was no wonder they emerged as one of the principal players in the primordial world after the calamity of fierce beasts. Their foundational strength alone was enough to instill fear. Withdrawing his gaze, Lin Changsheng chose a spot to continue refining the Xianyuan sword. Time passed, and as more and more dragon descendants gathered, a resounding dragon's roar echoed throughout the Dragon Palace. In that moment, all the dragon descendants opened their eyes. The Dragon Transformation Pool was now accessible. All dragon descendants must traverse the Dragon Tomb to reach the Dragon Transformation Pool. The voice of the strong reverberated throughout the Dragon Palace. As this proclamation resonated, the palace doors swung open, and a chilling, desolate aura surged forth. The Dragon Tomb, the resting place for the deceased of every generation of the Dragon Clan. In the realm of dragons, there exist younglings as fragile as celestial beings, alongside formidable dragon lords with the power of great immortals. Upon their demise, their remains are interred within the Dragon Tomb, though merely corpses. The lingering resentment and oppressive aura left behind imbue the tomb with an overwhelming sense of peril. Only by successfully traversing the Dragon Tomb can one prove their worthiness to ultimately access the Dragon Transformation Pool. Should one falter against the oppressive forces or inherent dangers, they too shall become part of the tomb's somber depths. Thus, to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, one must first be prepared for the embrace of death. Nevertheless, at the moment the gates of the Dragon Palace swung open, the dragons surged forth without hesitation. Their ultimate aspiration lay not in the dangers they faced, but in the coveted Dragon Transformation Pool. Countless dragons rushed inside, and Lin Changsheng, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit. As he crossed the threshold, the scenery before him shifted dramatically, transporting him into another celestial realm, boundless and disorienting. Before he could fully absorb his surroundings, a terrifying pressure bore down upon him, nearly causing him to stumble. He quickly steadied himself, realizing the immense force he faced. It was not merely an oppressive aura, it was gravity. Observing the other dragons, he noticed a similar struggle among them. It became apparent that appearing to conquer the Dragon Tomb was no simple task, for the gravity exerted upon them was a constant, relentless force. The deeper one ventured, the stronger the gravity became, thereby intensifying the trial of physical resilience. Moreover, the oppressive auras of fallen dragon potentates compounded this challenge, instilling fear and subjecting their spiritual essences to unimaginable strain. In this initial stage, the entombed dragons were not overly powerful, but as they descended further, the might of the deceased would only grow. Though these ancient beings had long since perished, the residual pressure they left behind remained formidable. Successfully navigating the Dragon Tomb would affirm one's qualifications. Those lacking the requisite strength would have no choice but to retreat. Forcing one's way deeper would only result in annihilation. Understanding the nature of the Dragon Tomb's trials, Lin Changsheng felt a sense of clarity. At that moment, many late-stage golden immortal dragons began to press on against the gravity, soon disappearing from view. The mid-stage and early-stage golden immortals followed suit, finding the entrance's pressure manageable. Lin Changsheng cast a glance behind him and then continued deeper into the tomb. As he had anticipated, the dual pressure of gravity and aura intensified the further he went. Along the way, he encountered numerous dragon skeletons, their residual essences weak, only at the celestial realm. As he delved further, he discovered skeletons of true immortals, arcane immortals, and ultimately, those of golden immortal dragons. The pressure here was already terrifying, causing many dragons to slow their pace, some even faltering under the strain. The disparity in qualifications began to manifest a clear divide. Lin Changsheng assessed the oppressive force and found he could still endure it. However, he realized that to proceed any further, he might need to employ his spiritual treasures. Indeed, after traversing several tens of thousands of kilometers, the gravity reached an unbearable threshold, as if ancient divine mountains were crushing his very being, threatening to shatter him. The pressure of the aura grew increasingly oppressive, and his spiritual essence was constantly tormented by a tearing agony. He heard a pained roar echoing through the air, followed by the unmistakable scent of blood. Evidently, a descendant of the dragons had succumbed to the pressure and been obliterated. Even the late-stage golden immortal dragons found their pace significantly hampered under the dual pressures here. The environment neared the level of Tai golden immortals. Many dragon descendants had resorted to utilizing innate spiritual treasures, while Lin Changsheng's heavenly dragon body technique had reached its zenith. Yet, it remained insufficient to withstand the crushing weight of gravity. However, it served as an excellent opportunity for physical training. Through his comprehension of this gravitational pressure, he began to refine his physical cultivation technique. With exceptional insight, Lin Changsheng resumed his pursuit of enlightenment. Under the relentless pressure, his scales began to shed. Dragons passing by regarded this spectacle with derisive laughter, deeming him foolish for attempting to seek enlightenment in such dire circumstances. They feared that before he could achieve any understanding, he might be utterly crushed. Yet, Lin Changsheng remained impervious to their scorn, wholly focused on enhancing his heavenly dragon body technique. Simultaneously, this scene was observed by the elders of the Dragon Clan from the outside. Chapter 13. The shock of the Dragon Clan elders in the Dragon Palace. Aside from the dragon descendants undergoing trials within the Dragon Tomb, entry was forbidden to other dragons. Thus, the elders could only witness the events within the tomb through the ethereal magic of illusion, enabling them to keep abreast of the dynamics and qualifications of the younger generation. The downside of prematurely activating the dragon transformation pool became apparent, as the foundational strength of these descendants was insufficient, leading to the realization that few would likely emerge from the Dragon Tomb to reach the pool. A great immortal elder from the Red Dragon clan side, having just witnessed a fledgling golden immortal red dragon being crushed. Nevertheless, he felt no emotional disturbance. His lineage was vast, and such losses merely indicated the inadequacy of that descendant's talent. Indeed, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks this time, another elder remarked. As the number of descendants reaching the dragon transformation pool dwindles, the energy absorbed from its blood becomes more concentrated. By the way, Ao Shui, did that black dragon you mentioned last time also arrive? Suddenly, a dragon elder recalled and looked toward Ao Shui. After returning, Ao Shui had explained the disappearance of the causal lines, confirming there were no issues. To attain enlightenment through a battle at the golden immortal level and grasp new laws speaks to considerable talent, prompting inquiries from other dragons. Of course, Ao Shui replied, glancing at the illusion, finally indicating Ao Rui's location. To withstand nearly Tai golden immortal level dual pressure at the early golden immortal stage is quite commendable, one elder praised. What of it? If he lacks innate spiritual treasures or other means in the trials ahead, he is destined for annihilation, scoffed Ao Tsong, a great immortal from the Azure Dragon clan, who bore animosity toward the Black Dragon clan. Instead of worrying about him, you might do well to focus on your own progeny. I've already seen dozens of your descendants perish, Ao Shui retorted defiantly. He understood Ao Rui's qualifications. Reaching this point indeed approached his limits. However, during their last battle, Ao Rui had acquired an inferior innate spiritual treasure. With this divine treasure in hand, he can continue his advance. Coupled with the Xianyuan sword he bestowed upon himself, theoretically, there remains a slender possibility of surmounting the challenges ahead. As the two elder dragons of the clan appeared poised to engage in yet another verbal sparring, the elder of the Red Dragon clan suddenly exclaimed, "Look!" He had actually begun to comprehend the Tao. What? He is beginning to comprehend the Tao? This revelation instantly captured the attention of all the dragon elders. Even for them, the path to enlightenment was fraught with difficulties. A junior, who had previously attained insight during battle, was now seemingly grasping the Tao within the Dragon Tomb. Ao Shui hastily turned to look. Through the ephemeral veil of illusion, he beheld Ao Rui standing still, and although he could not sense the aura of enlightenment, his demeanor certainly suggested he was in the midst of profound understanding. This was truly astonishing. In the mere span of a few millennia, he was embarking on enlightenment once more. Ao Shui, your descendant's potential is extraordinarily formidable. His lineage must undoubtedly be of the highest innate quality, merely entering the Dragon Tomb. And he is capable of comprehending the Tao. Yet, one wonders what he is discerning. The other elders expressed their admiration. Once again, enlightenment differs vastly from seclusion. Even if one were to meditate for millions of years, the rewards of a single moment of insight far exceed such efforts. Ao Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. An innate quality of such caliber? That was already on par with the progeny of dragons. Could it be that I, Ao Shui, truly possess a remarkably exceptional descendant? Indeed, With such lineage and insight, he could only be destined for the dragon transformation pool. He is undoubtedly of Dragon Prince caliber. Congratulations in advance to the Black Dragon clan, remarked the elder of the Red Dragon clan with a smile. Dragon princes are the most gifted offspring among the dragon lineage. Should one attain the status of a dragon prince, they would gain access to boundless resources for cultivation, alongside the honor of meeting and receiving teachings from the ancestor dragon. For they embody the future of the dragon race. Humph, a dragon prince? The bloodline of that old fellow is not so illustrious. If he wishes to become a dragon prince, he should first focus on surviving, interjected Ao Tsong of the Azure Dragon clan, dousing the excitement with a cold splash of reality. Although competition among the dragon tribes was sanctioned by the ancestor dragon, the moment one became a dragon prince, they symbolized the hope of the dragon race. Any who dared to harm a dragon prince would invoke the wrath of the ancestor dragon. Thus, Ao Tsong evidently did not wish for Ao Rui to ascend to dragon prince status. Even the slightest glimmer of hope incited his discontent. Old man, perhaps you should devote more attention to your own descendants, Ao Shui retorted, fixing his gaze intently on Ao Rui. Despite the harshness of Ao Tsong's words, they bore a kernel of truth. As Ao Rui delved deeper into enlightenment, his scales began to shatter incessantly, blood gushing forth like a fountain, to the point where his very bones were nearly visible. Should he fail to conclude his enlightenment before his physical form is crushed, no matter how exceptional his potential, it would be of no avail. In that moment, Ao Shui entertained the thought of beseeching the ancestor dragon for assistance. Alas, the ancestor dragon was currently in seclusion, and rousing him would be no simple task. In the blink of an eye, a millennium had passed. Ao Rui's life force had dwindled to an alarming degree. Though still engaged in enlightenment, not a single part of him remained unscathed. Alas, such a pity. The remaining dragons shook their heads in sorrow. It was to be expected. Ao Tsong sneered. Silence. Speak another word, and we shall engage in a contest. Ao Shui roared, his eyes ablaze with fury. Ao Rui had bestowed upon him an immense surprise, an heir with the potential to become a dragon prince. How precious that is. Yet, if he does not conclude his enlightenment soon, he may indeed perish. This thought sent Ao Shui, who had been previously exhilarated, into a frenzy of anxiety. Provoked by Ao Tsong, he was on the verge of exploding with rage. Ao Tsong snorted coldly, opting for silence. It was not out of fear of Ao Shui, but rather a matter of necessity. To provoke the ancestor dragon would only invite further punishment. At that moment, the other dragon elders began to notice something amiss. For Ao Rui, who was on the brink of bodily destruction, his form was astonishingly beginning to reorganize. First, his bones, then his flesh, and finally his scales. All were undergoing simultaneous transformation. He was evidently comprehending the body forging technique. Moreover, it was clear he was nearing success. The powerful figures of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm exchanged astonished glances. To achieve comprehension of a body forging technique in such a short span of time, and to be able to practice it simultaneously, what extraordinary talent is this? Is he truly merely a nascent golden immortal descendant of the dragon race? Ha, splendid, splendid. Ao Shui's excitement illuminated his countenance, dispelling his previous impatience. Simultaneously, he silently regretted not providing Ao Rui with a medium-grade innate treasure before he entered the dragon tomb. Alas, all he could do now was hope for his safe return. Even if he did not enter the dragon transformation pool, he would still be nurtured with utmost care by Ao Shui. Lin Changsheng, of course, remained oblivious to all of this. At this moment, he was on the verge of awakening. Chapter 14. A surge in power, comprehending the law of gravity. You have perfected the body forging technique, Heavenly Dragon Dominance technique, elevating it to the Tai Golden Immortal level. At last, this body forging technique has been enhanced to the Tai Golden Immortal level. Lin Changsheng also emerged from his state of enlightenment. His gains from this experience were substantial. Not only had the level of his technique been elevated, but his own physical form had also undergone a rebirth through gravitational compression, ascending to the late Golden Immortal stage. Achieving such a feat within a mere millennium was largely thanks to the enhancement in potential provided by Supreme Comprehension. The extraordinary lineage of the Chaos Demon God had significantly shortened his enlightenment time. Otherwise, it was quite possible that his physical form would have been obliterated before his enlightenment concluded. With his physical strength now at the late Golden Immortal stage, the oppressive weight of gravity felt considerably diminished. He could proceed further. In this instance, Lin Changsheng could continue his journey even without utilizing an innate treasure. Additionally, he could harness this gravitational force to further refine his physical form. Though he had lost a millennium, along the way, Lin Changsheng still encountered numerous dragons. They either struggled against the oppressive weight or engaged in cultivation. The number of corpses along the path had also begun to increase. "It's that black dragon who comprehended the Tao," exclaimed a descendant of the dragon race who had witnessed Lin Changsheng. "He actually succeeded, and his physical strength has even increased." The dragons who had seen Lin Changsheng were filled with astonishment. They could hardly fathom that the black dragon, who had been on the brink of destruction, not only survived, but had also made significant progress. Lin Changsheng paid no heed to their thoughts and pressed onward. With each step deeper, he meticulously absorbed the oppressive forces, digesting them into a crucible for fortifying his body. Yet, he soon felt the strain. Although his physical strength had risen to the late golden immortal stage, his primordial spirit remained relatively weak, only at the early golden immortal stage. While he could manage the gravitational pressure, the escalating intensity of the oppressive aura was becoming increasingly formidable. Lin Changsheng paused. Here, the oppressive aura was nearing the threshold of the Tai golden immortal level. While he could still barely endure it, further descent would likely become unbearable. It was time to employ a treasure. With a thought, the innate low-grade 5 elements azure canopy unfurled before him, spinning gracefully. The colors of the 5 elements continued to interchange, assisting him in withstanding the overwhelming pressure. This made the endeavor considerably easier. Lin Changsheng proceeded deeper into the surroundings. Hint: there is a colossal dragon skeleton of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level located 30,000 kilometers to your west. The gravitational force in the dragon tomb seems to emanate from that direction. A skeleton of the Great Luo Golden Immortal level. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Such a caliber had reached the point where its remains were indestructible. Though deceased, its value remained immeasurable. Moreover, the gravitational force present here originated from that skeleton, indicating that it must have mastered the laws of gravity during its lifetime. If he could approach and comprehend it, he would undoubtedly grasp the principles of gravity. With this thought, Lin Changsheng chose to change his direction. His actions naturally attracted the attention of nearby dragons. That place was the burial ground of the ancestors of the dragon clan, the source of gravity. How audacious for a mere golden immortal to dare venture there. It was sheer folly. Indeed, did he really believe that a single moment of enlightenment granted him unparalleled talent? Let him seek his own demise. Our priority is to enter the dragon transformation pool. Lin Changsheng's actions elicited numerous derisive sneers from the dragons. Similarly, the dragon elders observing through the mirror flower water moon frowned in concern. That direction housed the remains of Ao, a formidable great Luo golden immortal of the Earth Dragon clan, whose mastery of gravitational laws was exceedingly formidable. Even as mere bones, they still exuded remnants of gravitational principles, making it rather presumptuous for a golden immortal to approach. Perhaps he sought to utilize this force to temper his physical form, especially after recently grasping body refinement techniques. Indeed, this possibility loomed large. One could only hope he would retreat upon realizing the difficulty, lest our dragon clan lose a promising talent. Such was the hope. Ao Shui was equally anxious. At this moment, Lin Changsheng was delving deeper under the terrifying gravitational force. The burden on his body was enhancing his physical strength, while the pressure from his realm caused his primordial spirit to tremble. The 5 elements azure umbrella spun wildly, continually releasing the essence of the 5 elements to counteract the oppressive force. Finally, when Lin Changsheng caught sight of a skeleton as large as a mountain from afar, he came to a halt. Though merely bones, a fierce aura still emanated from it. The laws and rhythms of power swirled around the skeleton, distorting the surrounding space beneath this force. You have observed the great Luo golden immortal dragon skeleton from a distance and attained sudden enlightenment, currently comprehending the laws of gravity. 1 year later, you have comprehended the laws of gravity at level 1. Merely having grasped level 1 of the gravitational laws allowed Lin Changsheng to perceive the once overwhelming force beginning to wane. As time progressed, his understanding of the gravitational laws deepened. At this juncture, the observing dragon elders were utterly beside themselves with excitement. He attained enlightenment. He was indeed comprehending the laws again. Merely by gazing upon Ao Zhong's skeleton, he was grasping the essence of the laws. It was truly terrifying. Ao Shui, Ao Rue, is he truly of your bloodline? Such talent is extraordinary, far beyond mere innate excellence. If Ao Rue can emerge from the dragon transformation pool, he will undoubtedly become the dragon progeny of our clan, and the most gifted among them. The dragon elders watched Ao Rue with exhilarated anticipation. An opportunity for enlightenment that occurs once in a millennium seemed to unfold effortlessly within this junior. They were aware that this was already the 3rd time he had attained enlightenment. Such talent is remarkable. While his current realm may not yet match the title of the strongest, his innate potential certainly does. At this moment, even the elder of the Azure Dragon clan, Ao Tsong, refrained from mockery. A dragon progeny of this caliber already embodies the hope for the future of their clan. Ao Shui's face radiated with joy. They were rising. The Black Dragon clan was on the brink of ascension. No, once Ao Rue emerges, he must be rewarded with a fine spiritual treasure. He is undeniably a genius of our dragon clan. In the blink of an eye, 3,000 years passed. During this time, Lin Changsheng remained immersed in his pursuit of enlightenment. Through continual comprehension of the laws of gravity, you have developed a new divine ability, gravitational domain. As the system's voice echoed, Lin Changsheng concluded this phase of enlightenment. Although the gravitational pressure still persisted, it was now entirely bearable for him. Furthermore, this period of enlightenment had significantly bolstered his physical strength, achieving the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Just one step further, and he would be poised to break through to the Tai golden immortal level. Regarding his primordial spirit and magical power, although he had not deliberately cultivated, the oppressive force of these 3,000 years had allowed him to smoothly advance a small realm, reaching the mid-stage of the golden immortal level. Is this the foundation of a supreme chaos demon god? It is indeed formidable. Even Lin Changsheng couldn't help but exclaim in awe. The gains of these 3,000 years were monumental. He had comprehended the laws of gravity to a degree of 20, manifesting as a resonance of law surrounding him. Simultaneously, he had grasped the divine ability of the gravitational domain, capable of generating gravitational fields to exert pressure on his foes. This was undoubtedly a highly effective divine ability. Having absorbed enlightenment for so long, it was time to proceed to the dragon transformation pool. Lin Changsheng glanced around and departed the area. Chapter 15. I merely seek to gain some benefits, yet you wish to cultivate me as a dragon progeny? With his understanding of the laws of gravity, Lin Changsheng felt an extraordinary lightness envelop him. The sensation of being crushed was entirely absent. Casually invoking the 5 elements escape technique, he made his way towards the dragon transformation pool. Along the way, he encountered numerous dragon remains, many of which belonged to dragon descendants who had been crushed while attempting to reach the pool. However, none of this concerned him. He was merely the imposter. The Black Dragon Ao Rue. As long as he could acquire the advantages of the dragon clan, he would depart from this place to seek new opportunities at Mount Buzhou. After all, the karma associated with the dragon clan was immense, and he had no desire to become embroiled in it. At worst, once his power grew, he could consider offering some assistance to the dragon clan. Such remarkable speed. Under the dual pressures, each step taken required ample preparation. How could he still advance at such a rapid pace? Who is this dragon? Those who persisted to this point were all elites among the dragon descendants. However, upon seeing this dragon, they were instantly taken aback. With each distance covered, they had to pause and readjust. This dragon, however, simply employed its escape technique to forge ahead. Is the disparity truly this vast? Suddenly, one of the dragons recalled, he seems to be that black dragon who attained enlightenment previously. I remember now. Wasn't he heading towards the source of gravity, to that great Luo golden immortal skeleton? After such a long absence, I assumed he had perished. Who would have thought he not only survived, but also returned with greatly enhanced strength? Dragons who lingered in the vicinity yet were reluctant to retreat instantly recognized him. It is indeed him. My apologies, my previous mockery was far too loud. I sincerely apologize. Immediately, those who had previously ridiculed him began to curse themselves silently for their folly. I never imagined my reputation had spread so widely. Lin Changsheng absorbed all of this into his mind, smiling lightly, utterly unconcerned. Time passed unmeasured. The dual pressures reached their zenith. However, for Lin Changsheng, it was merely a slight pressure. With the gravitational laws and the perfected body of a golden immortal, coupled with the protection of the 5 elements by Luo umbrella, he surged forth from the dragon tomb. Although the tomb exuded the oppressive aura of a great Luo golden immortal, it was ultimately just a trial, not an extermination of the dragon lineage. Thus, the pressure from the great Luo golden immortal was, relatively speaking, diminished by tens of thousands of times. Upon exiting the dragon tomb, Lin Changsheng was confronted by an immense blood pool, sculpted from a colossal dragon head. Within the blood pool, he observed several hundred descendants of the dragon clan absorbing energy. Indeed, while his innate talent was commendable, he had, after all, squandered considerable time. Given the profound heritage of the dragon clan, it was only natural for so many of their descendants to arrive at the blood pool. He believed more would follow, making the advantages of early absorption self-evident. Lin Changsheng cast a glance and swiftly sought a spot at the edge of the blood pool. The pool was vast. Even with the dragon kin inside, it felt anything but cramped. He promptly began his cultivation, feeling the energy within the dragon blood continuously refining his physique. Lin Changsheng ventured to cultivate his primordial spirit. He pondered whether the spirit chi transformation art could be utilized here. It was worth a try. With this thought, Lin Changsheng activated his cultivation technique. The once tranquil blood pool was suddenly disrupted by the emergence of a massive crimson vortex. With Lin Changsheng at its center, countless streams of dragon blood were frantically drawn into him. The speed of absorption was nothing short of terrifying. As he felt his physical strength surging, Lin Changsheng was immensely satisfied. Consequently, his speed of physical cultivation would accelerate significantly, allowing him to cultivate with confidence and boldness. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy from the dragon tomb seemed to be drawn in, transforming into a vortex that Lin Changsheng absorbed. Such a remarkable spectacle naturally astonished the elders of the dragon clan. Ever since Lin Changsheng revealed his talents, their gaze had scarcely strayed. Upon witnessing this astonishing phenomenon, their shock deepened. The dual cultivation of body and technique. In the dragon clan, this was not particularly rare, as their strong physiques naturally inclined them towards physical cultivation. However, many also chose the dual path. This approach rendered one's combat prowess within the same realm exceedingly formidable. Yet, it bore a significant drawback: its slow cultivation pace. One must understand that each realm disparity results in a chasm of difference in combat strength. No matter how powerful one's dual cultivation might be, if another being stands a full realm above, a mere slap could spell doom, rendering it utterly futile. Without formidable cultivation techniques or an abundance of resources for nurturing, achieving success in dual cultivation is exceedingly arduous. Yet, the cultivation displayed by Ao Rue before them shattered their preconceptions anew. What an overwhelmingly tyrannical technique. With such a method at hand, the speed of cultivation was truly beyond imagination. The Red Dragon Elder sighed. This technique might very well be one he comprehended on his own. Truly a prodigy, absolutely deserving of the title of our clan's genius. Other elders chimed in agreement. Once Ao Rue completes his seclusion, it will be imperative to report to Lord Ancestor Dragon. It is also time to select our clan's heir. The remaining elders exchanged glances. The talent displayed by Ao Rue was simply too terrifying. At the very least, he possessed a superior innate foundation, and with such remarkable comprehension and aptitude, they could hardly conceive of any reason not to place significant emphasis on him. A dragon son merely represents hope for the younger generation of the dragon clan. However, the clan heir is the leader of the dragon lineage. Even they, as elders, must pay their respects upon encountering the clan heir. Although Ao Rue's current cultivation level was somewhat lacking, with the infusion of the dragon clan's profound heritage, these concerns were trivial. Lin Changsheng had no inkling that he, an imposter dragon, merely seeking some benefits from the dragon clan, was being considered for cultivation as the clan heir. This was indeed a grand misjudgment. Of course, Lin Changsheng remained oblivious to all this. At this moment, he was wholly focused on his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, several centuries had passed. Gradually, more dragon descendants traversed the dragon tomb. Yet, their joy was short-lived as they beheld Lin Changsheng, who had transformed into a vortex, voraciously absorbing dragon blood. Was this truly an act befitting a dragon? The dragon blood was being drained to the last drop. What were they to absorb? As they noticed the color of the dragon blood beginning to pale, they dared not delay and could only hastily seek a place to commence their own cultivation. As for the other dragons already within the dragon transformation pool, they remained oblivious to the events unfolding outside. They merely felt their cultivation speed diminishing. The energy of the dragon blood seemed to have weakened. Was it due to too many dragons entering? No, they had to accelerate their absorption. Yet, no matter how fast they tried, they could not match Lin Changsheng's pace. In the blink of an eye, over 4,000 years had elapsed. The dragon blood within the dragon transformation pool had turned transparent. The dragons cultivating within were compelled to exit due to the depletion of energy. What on earth was happening? The number of dragons entering the dragon transformation pool had not been substantial. Why had the energy dissipated so rapidly? However, upon seeing Lin Changsheng in the distance, they suddenly understood everything. Damn it! The opportunity for their advancement had been seized by this black dragon. Enraged dragons could not restrain themselves and directed their fury towards Lin Changsheng at the center of the vortex. Having interrupted their chance for advancement, he would not go unscathed. Just then, an inexplicable energy manifested, shielding Lin Changsheng as he cultivated. No reckless actions allowed. Ao Rue is to be our dragon clan's future heir. Chapter 16. Are you not courteous? Have you considered my opinion? What? The dragon clan heir? At this moment, all the dragons within the dragon transformation pool became unsettled. They understood the significance and status of the dragon clan heir. The dragon clan had numerous dragon sons, all of considerable strength. Some were reportedly in seclusion, preparing to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Yet, even so, they had never heard of any intention to establish a clan heir. Now, they were to appoint this black dragon, who had only reached the golden immortal realm, as the heir? No, wait, he was not merely at the golden immortal level. It seemed he was on the brink of a breakthrough. Indeed, after cultivating for so long, Lin Changsheng was poised to ascend. Primarily, His primordial spirit had matured significantly over the course of 4,000 years, bolstering his cultivation from the mid-golden immortal stage to the late stage. The surging magical energy coursed through his limbs and bones, filling him with immense comfort. It appeared that his initial decision had been indeed correct. Merely by traversing the dragon clan, his cultivation had advanced to the late golden immortal stage. While this was undoubtedly linked to his innate foundation, the benefits provided by the dragon transformation pool were substantial as well. However, the greater joy was the enhancement of his physical strength. Under the cultivation of the heavenly dragon dominance technique, by voraciously absorbing dragon blood, he successfully broke through to the Tai golden immortal realm. This afforded him a measure of self-preservation. With 2 innate spiritual treasures and a plethora of techniques at his disposal, he could now confidently contend against opponents of the mid-Tai golden immortal realm. Moreover, he was finally able to take on a corporeal form. However, Lin Changsheng did not foolishly transform into his true self. Instead, he skillfully employed the art of transformation, morphing into a youth with sharp, defined features. Moreover, he had the advantage of a newfound talent. Now that he had attained the status of a Tai golden immortal, he was poised to unlock yet another innate ability. Just as Lin Changsheng was about to explore this new talent, a palpable aura of menace wafted toward him. Raising his gaze, he beheld a young man clad in a golden Taoist robe, his face contorted with animosity as he regarded Lin Changsheng. The murderous intent emanated from him. "You wish to kill me?" Lin Changsheng inquired, somewhat taken aback. After all, he had merely absorbed a bit more dragon blood. It hardly warranted such hostility. Awakens could no longer contain himself. Of course, Awakens' lineage was exceptionally pure, a descendant of the ancestral dragon, endowed with extraordinary talents. And he was already designated as the dragon's son. Yet, it seemed that Awakens was not content with merely being the dragon's son. He had long aspired to walk the path of the ancestral dragon and become the heir of the dragon clan. With the position of the dragon clan heir already predetermined by numerous elders, it was no wonder he harbored murderous thoughts. What is this black dragon's origin? That it could be deemed an heir? The other dragon descendants, witnessing Awakens' outburst, began to murmur among themselves. The notion of a dragon clan heir left Lin Changsheng's mind reeling. I merely sought to gain some advantages within the dragon clan. How has this identity suddenly been thrust upon me? Could it be that my previous actions had caught the attention of those elder dragons? Indeed, it must be so. But is such behavior truly courteous? Have they consulted my opinion? As Lin Changsheng pondered, Awakens erupted with fiery rage, exclaiming, "I refuse to accept this. A mere black dragon dares to covet the position of heir to my dragon clan. How absurd. I shall challenge him." Being a descendant of the ancestral dragon, Awakens was proud and domineering, believing that the heir's position should solely belong to the golden dragon lineage. Given his qualifications, he was certain that he could at least advance to the mid-stage of Tai golden immortal within the dragon transformation pool. The black dragon's reckless absorption of power had merely allowed him to reach the initial stage of Tai golden immortal, making it intolerable for Awakens to accept this slight. "Agreed," came the voice of the dragon clan elder. At that moment, Awakens had also reached the initial stage of Tai golden immortal. If he could establish his dominance over Lin Changsheng, the legitimacy of Ao Rue's position as heir would be further solidified. However, if Ao Rue were to falter, they would have no choice but to set the matter aside for the time being. With the elder's approval, Awakens surged forward, unleashing his formidable physical strength like an ancient divine mountain, delivering a punch at Lin Changsheng with tremendous force. The surrounding dragon clan members instinctively recoiled. Such a level of combat was beyond what they could withstand, even the residual shockwaves. Lin Changsheng, unfazed, opted for a direct confrontation. They were both at the Tai golden immortal level. He had no reason to fear him. The impact was akin to 2 ancient mountains colliding, causing the entire dragon transformation pool to tremble. The violent shockwave sent the thin blood within the pool swirling outward. In this exchange, Lin Changsheng and Awakens were evenly matched. However, this only fueled Awakens' fury. As a proud member of the golden dragon lineage, his bloodline was inherently stronger than that of the black dragon. To find himself unable to gain the upper hand in an equal confrontation shattered his pride. With a furious roar, he charged once more. Lin Changsheng smirked internally. What did it matter if he was a golden dragon? He possessed the profound technique of the heavenly dragon dominance body, which he had improved upon during his cultivation. His physical strength was now on par with that of the golden dragon. The reason he had chosen to clash head-on was to ascertain the extent of his physical prowess. Now, there was no need to waste any more time. Since he had already drawn blood, he must be prepared for death. Even the offspring of the ancestral dragon lineage would meet their demise. Gravity field, Lin Changsheng bellowed. A wave of earthy magnetic energy swiftly expanded outward. The principles of gravitational law flickered incessantly. Awakens found himself enveloped in this gravity field. The sudden influx of gravitational force caused his forward momentum to plummet. Not good. Although Awakens was proud, he was no novice in battle. He hastily crossed his arms over his chest for protection. Yet, it was too late. Lin Changsheng's fist had already hurtled toward him. With a thunderous crash, Awakens was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing into the dragon transformation pool. Before he could regain his footing, Lin Changsheng unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon him. Each punch was delivered with immense power, devoid of restraint. Coupled with the gravity field's influence, Awakens found his movements severely restricted. In no time, he was at a disadvantage, utterly unable to retaliate. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be obliterated. Damn it, how dare he? Awakens felt humiliated, as if his pride were being trampled upon. In a frenzied state, he summoned his spiritual treasure, a golden, intricately engraved with dragon and tiger motifs. As the golden emerged, Lin Changsheng halted in his tracks. For a cascade of golden light enveloped Awakens, providing him with protection. It was indeed the dragon tiger, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, capable of both offense and defense. No wonder Awakens possessed such a treasure. It spoke volumes of his desperation. But what of it? This was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, potent enough to alter the tide of battle and determine the outcome. The other dragon descendants looked on in awe upon witnessing this innate spiritual treasure. I will kill you. Awakens roared, wielding the dragon tiger with lethal intent as he charged at Lin Changsheng. Chapter 17. Slaying Awakens and claiming the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. What audacity! Awakens, in what was merely a contest, resorts to using a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Does he truly wish to eradicate the future of my dragon clan? Observing through the mirror-like illusion, Awakens felt an overwhelming sense of regret. Why had he not bestowed a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure upon Awakens? It was imperative that he intervene if Awakens faltered, even if it meant facing repercussions. Awakens, you are mistaken, a voice chimed in. A spiritual treasure is part of one's combat strength. In battle, one must give their all. Any failure reflects one's inadequacy. Moreover, if one aspires to be the heir of the dragon clan, one must be able to handle such challenges. Otherwise, it is difficult to earn the respect of others. Remarked an elder of the golden dragon lineage. The ancestral dragon lineage belonged to the golden dragon clan, and their descendants were naturally eager to continue the legacy of their forebear. Thus, they had long coveted the position of dragon clan heir. Now, to have it snatched away by an inconspicuous black dragon was simply intolerable. Hence, when Awakens produced the dragon tiger, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Both Awakens and the black dragon stood at the initial stage of Tai Golden Immortal. The reason Awakens found himself at a disadvantage was solely due to the black dragon's enlightenment of the gravitational law and mastery of gravitational techniques. Now, with the enhancement of a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the gravitational technique was no longer sufficient. Although I had previously witnessed that black dragon possessing a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, how could it possibly withstand a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure? The outcome of this battle is already determined. What significance do spiritual treasures hold? I only know that in terms of innate talent and lineage, Awakens is utterly unworthy of being compared to our way. If the heir of the dragon clan were to be determined solely by spiritual treasures, then what is the point of cultivation? Awakens retorted with scorn. Enough. Cease your bickering. The identity of the dragon clan heir is the result of our deliberations. The final decision rests with Lord Ancestor Dragon himself. An elder of the dragon clan stepped in to mediate. Awakens and the elder of the golden dragon clan exchanged glances, both recognizing the mocking laughter in each other's eyes. The battle commenced. The dragon clan elder quickly called out a warning. At that moment, all the dragon clan elders turned their attention to the illusory spectacle. The dragon tiger Rui, empowered by Awakens' magical prowess, spun wildly. The engraved dragon and tiger came to life, transforming into colossal beasts, exuding ferocity as they encircled the dragon tiger Rui. With a sound that shattered the air, they charged towards Lin Changsheng. The terrifying might approached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. The onlooking dragon clan members retreated in alarm. Die! Awakens roared with manic excitement. Lin Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. A medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, you say? If he were to unleash all his abilities, he would have no fear of Awakens. However, under the scrutiny of so many Deluo Golden Immortals, he was reluctant to reveal too many of his hidden cards. Very well, let me employ another force of the laws. With a thought, the Xianyuan sword appeared before him. Under the influence of the laws, the Xianyuan sword transformed wildly. In an instant, it morphed into a long sword several hundred zhang in size. The 1 yuan heavy water surged and evolved rapidly, manifesting dozens of droplets of 1 yuan heavy water. Each droplet weighed as much as an ancient divine mountain. To think a low-grade innate spiritual treasure would dare to contend with my dragon tiger Rui. It truly does not know the meaning of death. Once you perish, I shall gladly claim this low-grade innate spiritual treasure for myself. Awakens scoffed dismissively. Is that so? While spiritual treasures are indeed valuable, their efficacy also depends on the wielder. It is evident that you have not fully refined this medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, and thus cannot unleash its full potential. Lin Changsheng replied with a gentle smile, directing the Xian Yuan sword to cleave at the dragon tiger Rui. And so what? It cannot possibly withstand a mere low-grade innate spiritual treasure, Awakens stubbornly asserted. As the words left his lips, the two spiritual treasures finally collided. The Xian Yuan sword struck the dragon tiger Rui. The 1 yuan heavy water and the dragon tiger illusion battled fiercely, their powers annihilating one another. However, the dragon tiger illusion appeared to hold a slight advantage, as the 1 yuan heavy water was continuously shattered, unless an unforeseen event occurred. It seemed that the medium-grade dragon tiger Rui would indeed prove stronger. As expected, this outcome unfolded. Indeed, the power of a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure should not be underestimated. Rui's ability to fight to this extent is already commendable, the observing dragons murmured. There was nothing to be done. Spiritual treasures are indeed a component of combat strength. One could only say that Rui was simply unfortunate. Had he revealed his talents earlier, attracting the clan's attention, he would not have suffered in terms of spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, the elder of the Golden Dragon clan revealed a relieved smile, but he also secretly prepared to intervene, as he sensed that Xianxia was becoming restless. Look, the tide of battle is shifting. Is that the Sword Dao's laws? Rui has even mastered the laws of the Sword Dao. The Dragon Clan elder's words immediately caught Xianxia's attention, prompting him to gaze toward the illusory spectacle. He beheld the Xian Yuan sword, which was on the verge of losing its radiance, suddenly glowing brilliantly. Sword chi erupted violently, and combined with the 1 yuan heavy water, it pierced through the dragon tiger illusion. The Xian Yuan sword ultimately struck fiercely against the dragon tiger Rui. Buzz! The dragon tiger Rui trembled incessantly before letting out a mournful cry as it was sent flying back. Before Awakens could feel sorrow, a streak of light as swift as lightning streaked across the sky, like a resplendent rainbow. And this rainbow's target was none other than him. The laws of the Sword Dao, coupled with the sword technique, white rainbow piercing the sun. No, no, no. Elder, save me. In that moment, Awakens felt a profound fear of death. He could not comprehend why. Despite having the advantage, the situation had suddenly reversed. Stop! The elder of the Golden Dragon clan roared, preparing to intervene, but was blocked by Xianxia. Awakens, this is a battle between them. Xianxia stood in front of him, sneering. Get out of my way, Xianxia. If Awakens falls here, the Golden Dragon clan and your Black Dragon clan shall never coexist. Awakens bellowed in desperation. Your words are misguided. Since this is a battle, one must fight with full effort. If there are any missteps, it only reflects one's own inadequacy. Awakens deserves this calamity, Xianxia chuckled coldly, feeling a sense of immense satisfaction within. While the two dragons continued to argue, the battle had already concluded. Even with the Deluo Golden Immortal Elder urging him to halt, Lin Changsheng resolutely struck down Awakens. At this moment, Awakens was pierced through by the Xian Yuan sword. His primordial spirit shattered beyond repair, dead beyond any doubt. After completing this, Lin Changsheng's magical energy transformed into a colossal hand, directly seizing the dragon tiger Rui. This innate spiritual treasure buzzed incessantly in his grasp, attempting to escape. However, bereft of Awakens' magical infusion, it could not elude Lin Changsheng's hold. Ignoring everything else, Lin Changsheng began refining the dragon tiger Rui on the spot. He harbored no concerns about a potential ambush from other dragons. Having revealed his talents, the Dragon Clan elders would undoubtedly intervene. What audacity, Rui! The elder of the Golden Dragon clan, Awakens, was filled with fury upon witnessing this. Just then, a terrifying and ancient aura suddenly descended. In that moment, all the dragons trembled in fear. Was the Ancestor Dragon awakening? Chapter 18. The Ancestor Dragon personally confers the title. A divine blessing after 3,000 years. The Ancestor Dragon, the unequivocal powerhouse of the Dragon clan, typically indifferent to trivial matters, singularly focused on breaking through realms. Who would have anticipated that he would awaken at this moment? Could it be that Rui's reckless slaying of Awakens had disturbed him? If that were the case, the Black Dragon clan would be in grave peril. Regardless, at this moment, all the Dragon clan elders stood respectfully to the side. After 3,000 years, I shall confer Rui as the heir of the Dragon clan. I will personally grant him divine blessing within the Dragon Palace. A simple declaration sent shockwaves through the Dragon clan, akin to a deep water explosion. The Ancestor Dragon awakened to announce this news. Moreover, he was willing to expend his own power to personally bless our way. The act of conferring divine blessing is incredibly taxing on one's vitality, yet it can rapidly elevate the recipient's strength. The fact that the ancestor dragon would go to such lengths for a junior speaks volumes of our way's innate talent. Indeed, even Aojing, though reluctant, could only bow his head in acquiescence. When the ancestor dragon spoke, they dared not oppose, dare not to act in secrecy any longer. Otherwise, the wrath of the ancestor dragon is not something they can withstand. Upon the announcement of this news, the will of the ancestor dragon receded like a tide. Ao Shui, congratulations. The Black Dragon clan has produced an extraordinary genius. The other elders of the great Luo Golden Immortal level expressed their congratulations in succession. Even Ao Tsong, the elder of the Azure Dragon clan who was at odds with Ao Shui, managed to force a smile. Humph. Though Ao Jin is dead, the Dragon Tiger Rui is a spiritual treasure of my clan. I intend to reclaim it. Ao Ji, burning with internal fury, could only retract the spiritual treasure carelessly. However, I must caution you. Ao Rui is currently focused on refining the spiritual treasure. Should you disturb him and invoke his displeasure, it will be of no concern to me. After all, in 3,000 years, he will become the heir of the Dragon clan, and even I must pay my respects upon meeting him. This time, Ao Shui not only did not obstruct him, but even yielded his position. Ao Ji glared furiously, rendered speechless by the confrontation. Indeed, in 3,000 years, he will ascend to the role of heir. To provoke him now would only invite calamity upon the Golden Dragon clan. Alas, alas. Ultimately, Ao Ji sighed and reluctantly departed. The remaining elders of the Dragon clan also began to withdraw. Ao Shui assumed the role of a protector, vigilantly preventing any dragon from laying a hand on Ao Rui. At this moment, the entire Dragon Palace was in a frenzy. Who is Ao Rui? Why did the ancestor dragon personally designate him as the heir and bestow upon him enlightenment? I am at a loss. Could it be that Ao Rui is the illegitimate son of the ancestor dragon? At this moment, the entire Dragon Palace was fervently probing for information about Ao Rui. Fortunately, they soon discovered his lineage. He is unexpectedly the descendant of that Ao Shui. To have attained enlightenment twice within a dragon tomb and grasp both body-refining techniques and principles, he must have mastered at least 3 or more principles. The more they learned, the more astonished they became. A descendant of the Dragon clan, who evidently did not even merit residing in the Dragon Palace, had turned the tables dramatically. This is truly surreal. He is indeed a black dragon in every sense. Nevertheless, regardless of their astonishment, such formidable talent undoubtedly merits the title of heir. As for the matter of the heir, Lin Changsheng was oblivious for the time being, as he was wholeheartedly engaged in refining the Dragon Tiger Rui. This innate middle-grade spiritual treasure possesses between 13 and 24 prohibitions. This particular treasure contains 20 prohibitions, a commendable quality. After expending several centuries to erase Ao Jin's magical power, the Dragon Tiger Rui finally ceased its buzzing resistance. An additional 2 millennia were spent refining the prohibitions down to 17. Just 3 more prohibitions remain for the complete refinement of this innate middle-grade spiritual treasure. However, even with 17 prohibitions, he was already able to wield the treasure's might effectively. So swiftly accomplished, Ao Shui maintained a constant watch over Ao Rui. According to his estimates, it would take no less than 5,000 years for the preliminary refinement of this innate spiritual treasure. He never anticipated that the time would be halved. Such talent is indeed extraordinary. Ao Rui, I await you in the Dragon Palace. Were it not for my inability to enter the Dragon Transformation Pool, Ao Shui would have certainly sought out Ao Rui himself. Lin Changsheng was unaware of Ao Shui's intentions, but thought it best to remain humble within the stronghold of the Dragon clan. Exiting the Dragon Transformation Pool leads directly to the Dragon Palace. Upon seeing Ao Rui emerge, Ao Shui hurriedly approached, brimming with excitement. Finally, you have emerged. Lin Changsheng was taken aback by Ao Shui's fervent demeanor. What on earth is happening? Grandfather, what is this? Lin Changsheng inquired cautiously. Haha, Ao Rui. You are truly remarkable. You are the pride of our Black Dragon clan. No, you should be the pride of the entire Dragon clan. In another 1,000 years, you shall be the heir of the Dragon clan. After saying this, Ao Shui conveyed the will of the ancestor dragon. What? The ancestor dragon wishes to personally confer the title upon me and bestow enlightenment? Lin Changsheng was astounded. Is this serious? I am merely a pretender among dragons, and I have somehow risen to the status of heir? Would this not mean that the entire Dragon clan would be at my command? If I truly become the heir, would I not enjoy the resources of the Dragon clan? Moreover, with the ancestor dragon's enlightenment, my cultivation could ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal at the fastest pace. This would truly secure my position in the primordial realm. Just as this thought began to take root, Lin Changsheng swiftly quashed it. Although I possess the Immaculate Body, Becoming the heir of the Dragon Clan carries immense karmic weight. Should the heavenly Tao take notice during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, there is no guarantee that my true nature would remain concealed. The consequences would be dire. Furthermore, and most importantly, the ancestor dragon is unfathomable. What if something unusual is detected during my enlightenment? Although Lin Changsheng held great confidence in his talent, he was unwilling to take such a risk. No, I must make a hasty retreat. The sooner, the better. I must even flee with the Dragon Palace if necessary. Otherwise, if the ancestor dragon awakens and turns its gaze upon me, escape will be untenable. However, before fleeing, I cannot overlook my own benefits. Grandfather, rest assured, if I become the heir of the Dragon Clan, I will certainly prioritize the welfare of our Black Dragon Clan. Lin Changsheng declared with a facade of calm. Excellent. A true dragon must be named Ao Rue. Ao Shui responded with satisfaction. Grandfather, I am still in need of an innate spiritual treasure for alchemy. Lin Changsheng stated, cutting to the chase. I almost forgot about this matter. An innate spiritual treasure for alchemy? Ao Rue, you have mastered the principles of alchemy? Ao Shui inquired eagerly. Indeed. Therefore, I wish to attempt alchemy, but I lack a suitable alchemical furnace and some spiritual materials. Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. Chapter 19. Refining innate superior grade spiritual treasures, departing the Eastern Sea. Lin Changsheng had resolved that upon acquiring an alchemical furnace, he would leave the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, waiting for the ancestor dragon to emerge would not be so simple. Excellent, excellent. Truly worthy of our clan's prodigy. However, alchemy is an exceedingly time-consuming discipline. Merely grasping the principles of alchemy does not guarantee success. One must rely on continuous experimentation. Therefore, it is crucial not to expend too much time on it. Ao Shui cautioned. He spoke truly. Despite Lin Changsheng having comprehended the path of alchemy, this only established the preliminary conditions for practicing it. Successfully concocting elixirs requires relentless attempts, which indeed consumes both spiritual materials and time. However, once proficient in alchemy, alchemists become highly sought after. Having displayed his talent, Ao Shui felt it was inappropriate to say much more, and could only offer a brief reminder. Rest assured, grandfather, I understand. Lin Changsheng nodded. That is good. However, there are no alchemical furnaces among my treasures, so we must apply to the treasury. By the way, what other spiritual materials do you require? Please let me know all at once. Alchemical furnaces are relatively rare treasures. Moreover, Ao Shui had no intention of casually presenting a low-grade spiritual treasure to appease Ao Rui. As the adage goes, one must demonstrate their worth to receive corresponding resources. Lin Changsheng exhibited no reluctance, directly listing all the required materials for crafting the 4-turn elixir essential for attaining the golden immortal stage. He also disclosed the materials necessary for the 5-turn golden pill. The Dragon Clan, being immensely affluent, could afford to yield as much as possible. Ao Shui was taken aback upon hearing this. Ao Rui, the materials you seek are of exceptionally high age and rarity. Even my grandfather cannot guarantee their complete assembly. After all, you have yet to truly become the heir of the Dragon Clan. Resources within our clan are not distributed at will. Even as a great Luo golden immortal, I cannot freely claim them. Lin Changsheng understood. Ao Shui hastily departed, but soon returned. Ao Rui, this is the innate superior grade alchemical furnace, the purple furnace. It is the finest quality furnace I can provide. A furnace, entirely purple in hue, materialized in Ao Shui's hand. An innate superior grade artifact. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled. It would suffice for an extended period. Thank you, grandfather. He accepted the furnace without hesitation. Here are the spiritual materials you requested. I have secured thousands of common ones and a few hundred of the rare varieties, though some are still lacking. Ao Shui handed over a substantial pile of materials to Lin Changsheng. After a mental scan, Lin Changsheng confirmed he had gathered all the materials necessary for the 4-turn golden pill, enough to concoct several dozen pills. However, he still lacked a considerable amount of materials for the 5-turn golden pill. This was understandable, given that he was only receiving these resources due to his impending status as the Dragon Clan's heir. Ao Rui, there are merely 1,000 years until the ancestor dragon emerges. During this time, you should remain in the Dragon Palace, Ao Shui advised with a smile. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If I stay here, how can I escape? Lin Changsheng retorted. Enough of this nonsense, grandfather. In the remaining 1,000 years, I plan to return to my cave abode for seclusion. I will come back to the Dragon Palace when the ancestor dragon reawakens. Lin Changsheng asserted, resolute. Return to your own cave? Ao Rui, your current status is vastly different. Remaining in the Dragon Palace will not attract scrutiny. Moreover, only within the Dragon Palace can your safety be assured. Ao Shui could not fathom why Ao Rui insisted on retreating to his cave. Staying would indeed be far safer. Grandfather, there is no need for such concern. As I am the acknowledged heir of the ancestor dragon, the other dragon clans would not dare to act against me covertly. Furthermore, the East Sea is our domain, utterly secure. In my cave, I can focus on refining elixirs without distraction. Lin Changsheng maintained his stance. After a moment of silence, Ao Shui ultimately nodded in agreement. If you are so determined, then it shall be as you wish. I will ensure the expulsion of all sea tribes within 100,000 kilometers. And remember, do not forget to return to the Dragon Palace in 1,000 years. Ao Shui urged. He had many matters to attend to in that millennium and might not have the time to look after Lin Changsheng. Returning to his cave abode seemed beneficial. All right, Lin Changsheng acquiesced, subsequently departing from the Dragon Palace. Upon returning to his cave, Lin Changsheng began contemplating his next steps. For the time being, he could not remain in the East Sea. Thus, he decided to venture towards the eastern continent, having heard that Mount Buzhou was replete with resources, making it an appealing destination for exploration. However, as he was now the focal point of the dragon clan, although no dragon would dare to act against him, there was no telling who might be watching. For the time being, it was prudent to remain in seclusion within his cave. With a plan forming in his mind, Lin Changsheng relaxed and finally checked the talents he had unlocked. Fifth talent, Boundless Merit, unlocked. Boundless Merit. As long as you engage in actions beneficial to the operation of the heavenly Tao and the development of the primordial world, you will accrue merit. A friendly reminder, the act of acquiring merit tends to attract considerable attention. Be cautious not to be discovered. Boundless Merit. This is indeed a commendable talent. In the primordial realm, merit serves as a versatile asset akin to the essence of existence. Figures like Nuwa and the three pure ones attained enlightenment through merit. If Lin Changsheng could accumulate merit in advance, it would undoubtedly benefit his cultivation and future endeavors immensely. However, he would need to explore what actions were truly advantageous to the operation of the primordial realm. Having gained a general understanding of this talent, Lin Changsheng commenced the refinement of the Purple Furnace. As an innate superior grade spiritual treasure, it possessed between 25 and 36 prohibitions, yet this Purple Furnace astonishingly boasted 35 prohibitions. Its quality was exceptionally high among innate superior grade artifacts. Given Lin Changsheng's current cultivation, he could only perform a basic refinement, especially with limited time at his disposal. Before he knew it, 600 years had elapsed. Lin Changsheng remained secluded within his cave, causing the other dragons observing him to lose interest and shift their focus to the Dragon Palace. After all, the ancestor dragon was soon to reawaken, a significant event for the dragon clan. On that day, Lin Changsheng finally emerged from his seclusion, having refined 15 innate prohibitions, making it barely usable. It was time to leave. With a thought, Lin Changsheng withdrew the Purple Furnace into his being. Taking a moment to ascertain his direction, he activated the 5 elements escape technique and swiftly departed from the East Sea. After several decades, he finally beheld the shores of the East Sea. It was almost time to sever the karmic ties. However, it would be wise to devise a reasonable justification. Otherwise, it might raise the ancestor dragon's suspicions. With this in mind, Lin Changsheng activated his Eye of Insight to survey his surroundings. Hint: at a distance of 310,000 kilometers, there lies a ferocious beast, the golden-winged three-eyed eagle, at mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, currently resting. A ferocious beast at mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal. Lin Changsheng's eyes gleamed with excitement. This would do. Chapter 20. Slaying the mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal Beast, an unexpected turn of events. On the shores of the East Sea, within a valley, a colossal and fearsome beast lay at rest. Is this the ferocious beast? I believe I now comprehend the reason behind the calamity of ferocious beasts. Lin Changsheng had arrived at the lair of this ferocious creature. Thanks to the insights provided by Eye of Insight, he discerned that a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal Beast resided here. His plan was straightforward: to utilize this ferocious beast to eliminate himself, thereby severing Ao Rui's karmic line. Although there were many aspects that remained difficult to explain, the Dragon Clan would ultimately have to accept the reality of Ao Rui being consumed by a ferocious beast. However, before proceeding, it did not hinder Lin Changsheng from observing the fearsome creature before him. From the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle, he understood why the calamity of ferocious beasts had erupted, necessitating their reckoning. Under the gaze of Lin Changsheng's Eye of Insight, he noted that the beast was radiating a dark, malevolent aura. This sinister energy was formless and intangible, yet it polluted the surrounding innate spiritual energy. The longer it persisted, the more the innate spiritual energy became tainted, and the slower its restoration would be. The mere fact of this is sufficient for the heavenly Tao to reckon with these ferocious beasts. More importantly, however, is the origin of these creatures. It is well known that when the great Pangu split the heavens and the earth, 3,000 demonic deities came to obstruct him. ultimately shattered by the celestial axe in his grasp. The remnants of these divine beings fell into the primordial chaos, transforming into ferocious beasts that ravaged the land and terrorized living beings. Having discerned the true nature of these beasts, Lin Changsheng did not delay. Under his mental command, the Xianyuan sword transformed into a colossal blade, its essence of primordial heavy water wildly evolving. It then struck towards the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle. Chirp! The resting golden-winged, three-eyed eagle sensed impending danger and let out a piercing cry, subsequently shielding itself with its wings. The Xianyuan sword, imbued with primordial heavy water, relentlessly battered against the eagle's wings. Feathers plummeted, and blood flowed freely, yet it inflicted no substantial harm. After all, this beast was a mid-stage Tai golden immortal, renowned for its formidable physical prowess. Chirp! The golden-winged, three-eyed eagle emitted a long, mournful cry, its wings flapping vigorously, extinguishing the primordial heavy water enveloping the Xianyuan sword. The sword buzzed ominously and was sent hurtling back. In the realm of gravitational fields, Lin Changsheng continued his assault. The law of gravity manifested as a magnetic field, pressing down upon the eagle's corporeal form. Just as the eagle prepared to soar into the skies, it let out a lamenting shriek and plummeted to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Changsheng unleashed his swordsmanship. The Xianyuan sword transformed into a streak of white light, piercing through one of the eagle's wings with the swiftness of lightning. Blood rained down, further igniting the ferocity of the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle. Its wings flapped relentlessly, summoning a tempest. With the might of the innate mid-grade spiritual treasure, the dragon and tiger Rui, Lin Changsheng continued his onslaught, striking down upon the golden-winged, three-eyed eagle. The phantom of the dragon and tiger bit into the eagle, directly piercing its abdomen, causing blood to gush forth like a fountain. Chirp! The golden-winged, three-eyed eagle let out a heart-wrenching roar. Witnessing the eagle sustain heavy injuries, Lin Changsheng recognized that the moment had arrived. He swiftly severed the causal link with Ao Rui, reverting to his true form. Without lingering, he executed the 5 elements escape technique, racing frantically toward the eastern continent. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Palace, Ao Shui exclaimed, "Congratulations! Your Black Dragon clan is destined to rise. Indeed, you old fool have struck a tremendous fortune, having such a gifted descendant," another elder commented. "In contrast, my Water Dragon clan's offspring seem rather inadequate. I must return and thoroughly discipline them." Amidst the envy of the elders, Ao Shui beamed with pride. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically. "What has happened to Ao Rui? How could he have vanished?" "Ao Shui, what troubles you?" an elder of the Dragon clan inquired, sensing the disturbance. "The causal link with Ao Rui has disappeared," Ao Shui announced, astonished. "What? Disappeared? Could he be lost in comprehending the laws as before?" An elder suggested cautiously. "No, something is gravely amiss. It has completely vanished." "Damn it, what has transpired?" With that, Ao Shui hastily departed the Dragon Palace, racing toward Ao Rui's lair. What could have happened? Everything was fine just moments ago, and he had cleared the sea tribes within 1,000,000 kilometers. Ao Rui, sheltered in his lair, should have been safe from danger. How could the causal link simply vanish? Ao Rui, you must not come to harm." Ao Shui anxiously hurried toward Ao Rui's abode, followed closely by the other dragon elders, their expressions grave. Regardless of their envy or jealousy, since Ao Rui was acknowledged by the ancestral dragon as the heir, he was the core of the dragon clan and must not be lost. A multitude of great Luo golden immortals released their imposing pressure throughout the eastern sea, causing the entire region to tremble. Upon their arrival at Ao Rui's lair, Ao Shui had already reached there ahead of them. "What news, Ao Shui? Where is Ao Rui?" The expression on Ao Shui's face was as dark as a storm cloud. He slowly surveyed the gathered dragon elders before shaking his head. "He is not within the lair, and there are no signs of battle. It is as if he has vanished without a trace." Vanished into thin air? How can that be? Even if they attacked, it would be impossible to do so cleanly, leaving no evidence. "Ao Shui, this matter is of utmost importance. We must return to the Dragon Palace and seek the ancestral dragon's intervention," an elder declared decisively. Upon hearing this, Ao Shui nodded. It appeared there was no other option. The assembly of great Luo golden immortals returned to the Dragon Palace without delay, quickly arriving at the ancestral dragon's retreat. To their surprise, before they could speak, the ancestral dragon's voice resonated. "I am aware of your intentions. The last location where Ao Rui was seen was at the eastern sea shore. You must investigate swiftly." The eastern sea shore? Wasn't Ao Rui meditating in his lair? How did he end up there? Yet now was not the time to dwell on such questions. The priority was to uncover why the causal link had vanished. Ao Shui and the dragon elders hurried toward the eastern seashore, knowing that whoever dared to harm their clan's heir would pay dearly. At this moment, Lin Changsheng felt a twinge of anxiety. He had fled over several 100,000 kilometers. Yet the golden-winged three-eyed eagle bore an unforgiving grudge, relentlessly pursuing him. Even after sustaining severe injuries, it seemed to grow even more ferocious in its wrath. This was untenable. Ao Shui and the others would undoubtedly track the eagle down. It appeared that the only solution was to slay it. Yin and Yang inverting. Lin Changsheng bellowed. The previously bright day suddenly plunged into darkness. The golden-winged three-eyed eagle, caught off guard, became momentarily disoriented. With fingers like whips, Lin Changsheng unleashed a torrent of mountain rocks upon the eagle, as colossal stones transformed into peaks, crashing down upon it with ferocity. Chirp! The golden-winged three-eyed eagle plummeted swiftly. Unleashing his ultimate attack, Lin Changsheng summoned the Yin-Yang Dao, manifesting as a black and white grinding disc that enveloped the golden-winged three-eyed eagle. The dual energies incessantly ravaged the eagle, siphoning its life force. Before long, the eagle emitted a mournful cry, its form dissolving into a rain of blood upon the earth. The mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, the golden-winged three-eyed eagle, had perished. Just as Lin Changsheng exhaled a sigh of relief, his expression shifted once more. What is this? Chapter 21. Celestial Merit Descends. Completely free from the Dragon Clan, Lin Changsheng's original plan was to gravely injure the golden-winged three-eyed eagle and then utilize the 5 elements escape technique to flee. Thus, even if Ao Shui and the others arrived, they would only attribute the death to the eagle, directing their wrath solely upon the ferocious beast. He never anticipated that the beast would display such a lack of intelligence, relentlessly pursuing him even after sustaining heavy injuries. With no other choice, Lin Changsheng was compelled to unleash a series of divine powers to slay his adversary. Consequently, his plans were no longer as flawless as he had envisioned. However, possessing the flawless body, he harbored no concerns that the Dragon Clan could trace him. Yet, after vanquishing the golden-winged three-eyed eagle, Lin Changsheng abruptly sensed a tremor in the heavenly Tao. A wisp of merit golden cloud descended before him, illuminating a significant portion of Mount Buzhou. Countless mighty beings were stirred, each employing their unique abilities to investigate the phenomenon. At Yujing Mountain, was this truly the merit of the heavenly Tao? What transpired? Hongjun was taken aback and hastily began to deduce the events. Yet, he found himself bereft of any clues. The primordial land indeed harbored countless hidden powers. Furrowing his brow, Hongjun, despite having gleaned no information, made his way toward the source of the merit. Not only Hongjun, but other formidable beings also hurried to the scene. Did I merely slay a ferocious beast to warrant the descent of merit? Lin Changsheng swiftly gathered the merit before hastening his retreat. He understood that such a commotion would undoubtedly attract numerous powerful entities. Simultaneously, his mind raced, and he promptly discerned the truth. Limitless merit. It was the effect of this innate talent. As previously mentioned, ferocious beasts taint the primordial spiritual energy, detrimental to the functioning of the primordial realm. The acquisition of merit through actions that align with the heavenly Tao is achievable. Thus, slaying the ferocious beast was beneficial to the primordial land, resulting in the descent of merit. Although meager, it indeed validated the efficacy of this innate ability. Without this talent, acquiring merit from slaying a ferocious beast would have been impossible. If this were the case, could he replicate this feat during other calamities? This thought briefly surfaced before Lin Changsheng dismissed it. The subsequent calamity of the dragon and Han was driven by the machinations of Hongjun and Levu, representing the heavenly Tao's reckoning. It had not caused any disruption to the primordial realm's operations. Therefore, even if he were to annihilate the dragon and Phoenix Qilin, no merit would be bestowed. Having grasped the crux of the matter, Lin Changsheng accelerated his departure from the area. At the eastern sea's shore, Ao Shui and a group of elders, after several days of travel, finally located the site indicated by the ancestral dragon. The scent of ferocious beasts lingered, along with traces of Ao Rui's presence. He certainly vanished from here, Ao Shui remarked with a somber expression. Could it be that Ao Rui encountered a ferocious beast, fought valiantly, and was ultimately slain? A Dragon Clan elder speculated. Judging from the bloodstains of the ferocious beast, it appeared to be at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Impossible. Ao Rui possesses numerous spiritual treasures and divine abilities. He could not possibly be overpowered by a mere ferocious beast. The aura of the golden-winged three-eyed eagle had also disappeared, but not from this location. We must continue our search, Ao Shui insisted, unwilling to abandon the pursuit. Ao Rui represented hope for their Black Dragon Clan and the entire Dragon Clan. They were determined to uncover the truth. Following the trail of the golden-winged three-eyed eagle, Ao Shui and the other great Luo Golden Immortals continued their investigation. Ultimately, they lost all traces within a valley. At that moment, Hongjun and numerous other powerful beings arrived at the scene. Strange, it seems a ferocious beast has been slain. But why has merit descended? Despite their attempts at deduction, the mighty beings could not derive any useful information. Even when extending their divine consciousness, they could find no suspicious elements. Dragon friends, do you know what transpired here? Hongjun inquired, observing Ao Shui and the others seemingly searching for something. Unknown, Ao Shui replied, his mood exceedingly agitated. The trail had gone cold. The aura of the ferocious beast had vanished, and Ao Rue's causal thread had also been severed. This makes no sense. Why would Ao Rue venture to the eastern seashore? And what prompted him to provoke a ferocious beast? Even if he did provoke one, with his strength, he should not have fallen. It was all too bizarre, utterly inexplicable. Yet, that was the reality. Even if he racked his brain, unwilling to accept it, Ao Rue had indeed perished. A shadow flickered in Hongjun's eyes. Such arrogance from the dragon clan. Just wait, your misfortunes shall come. Ultimately, these powerful beings dispersed, concluding that the primordial realm was unfathomable, still harboring mighty entities beyond their comprehension. Ao Shui and his companions, having vented their frustrations by slaying a few ferocious beasts, returned to the eastern sea. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng, the instigator, had already discovered a small-scale innate restriction. Leveraging his understanding of formation laws, he effortlessly entered this concealed innate grand formation. In that moment, Lin Changsheng truly relaxed. He had finally shaken off the dragon clan, severing the karmic ties with them. Although he had derived considerable benefits from the dragon clan, he felt no remorse. This was merely the nature of karmic connections. Had Ao Rue not been intent on killing him, he would not have retaliated, nor infiltrated the dragon clan. Setting aside matters concerning the dragon clan, Lin Changsheng produced the small wisp of merit and began to study it. Indeed, it was pure in essence, and refining it would undoubtedly enhance his cultivation. Alas, it was regrettably scant. Furthermore, Lin Changsheng had no intention of utilizing this merit just yet, as he planned to wait until he ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm before refining it. Upon reaching the Tai Golden Immortal level, the 5 energies within his body would circulate, corresponding to the 5 organs: heart, liver, kidneys, spleen, and lungs. This was the 5 qi returning to origin. Only by cultivating these 5 organ energies to perfection could he gather the 3 flowers at the crown and advance to the great Luo Golden Immortal. The 3 flowers were crucial for his future cultivation foundation. Refining merit could elevate the grade of the 3 flowers. However, that was still a distant prospect, and the merit he possessed was far too limited. First, he would investigate the treasures within this small-scale innate restriction, and then commence alchemical endeavors, striving to elevate his magical power to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Lin Changsheng formulated his plan and began searching within this small-scale innate restriction. It must be said, as expected of the Eastern continent, resources were abundant. He effortlessly discovered a small-scale innate restriction and, within it, numerous rare spiritual materials, as well as a low-grade innate spiritual root. There's even an innate spiritual treasure? It appears to be a heavenly Tao anomaly. Chapter 22, Refining Elixirs. Achieving the Tai Golden Immortal. It is well known that spiritual treasures are classified into Chaos Supreme Treasures, Innate Supreme Treasures, Innate Spiritual Treasures, Merit Treasures, Post-Terrestrial Supreme Treasures, and Post-Terrestrial Treasures. However, within the category of innate spiritual treasures, there exists a further subdivision known as Heavenly Tao Anomalies. The most renowned among them is none other than the God-slaying spear, forged from the lotus stem of the primal green lotus, combined with the malevolent aura of the world. Its ferocious might and murderous intent are unparalleled. In the hands of Lahu, it has gained tremendous notoriety, its grade already comparable to that of innate supreme treasures. Even a saint would suffer injury from a strike. The auspicious clouds of the myriad heavens are also treasures of the heavenly Tao. Each of these treasures possesses its own unique characteristics. Lin Changsheng was taken aback to discover that within a mere small-scale innate confinement, he had stumbled upon a treasure of the heavenly Tao. Indeed, with his status elevated to that of a top-tier chaotic demon god, his fortune underwent a remarkable transformation. Lin Changsheng smiled gently, conjuring a colossal hand of mystical energy to grasp the treasure. It resembled neither a book nor a painting, yet it bore intricate engravings of flora and fauna. Within, it seemed to contain a world of its own. Lin Changsheng's divine consciousness penetrated it, and in an instant, he discerned the origin of this heavenly Tao treasure, the 100 Herbs Scroll. This treasure of the heavenly Tao, with its potential for growth, documented various spiritual herbs and materials from the Primordial Era. It housed a realm where spiritual roots and herbs could be cultivated. The more spiritual roots and herbs planted, the higher their grade, and thus, the greater the potential of the 100 Herbs Scroll. This was indeed a perfect fit for his needs. Filled with joy, Lin Changsheng was already intent on collecting countless spiritual roots and herbs to concoct elixirs. With the 100-herb scroll, it was as if he had acquired a portable herbal garden, greatly facilitating his future alchemical endeavors. With this thought, Lin Changsheng began to refine the heavenly Tao treasure. In the blink of an eye, millennia passed. Once he had thoroughly refined the 100-herb scroll, Lin Changsheng no longer had any concerns and immediately began to harvest the spiritual materials within the innate confinement. Regardless of their maturity, he transplanted them all into the inner world of the 100-herb scroll. After scouring the area, Lin Changsheng prepared to commence the refinement of the 4-turn golden elixir. Although he had already comprehended the path of alchemy to level 8, practical application was essential for advancing further in his understanding. He took out the purple furnace, which expanded to a size of 2 zhang upon the infusion of his mystical energy. With a thought, all the spiritual materials previously prepared by Ao Shui appeared before him. Flames erupted within the purple furnace, and under Lin Changsheng's command, each piece of spiritual material soared into the cauldron like a rainbow. As he continuously added materials, a peculiar fragrance of elixirs wafted through the air. However, just as the elixir was on the verge of taking shape, a faint explosion resonated from the purple furnace, followed by the acrid scent of burnt material. It had failed. High-quality elixirs demanded not only superior materials, but also a stringent refinement process. Any hint of carelessness could lead to failure. Lin Changsheng had long anticipated such an outcome. Undeterred, he pressed on to refine again. Failure, failure, failure. The incessant setbacks suddenly propelled Lin Changsheng into a state of enlightenment. The rhythm of the Tao of alchemy flickered incessantly in his mind, and he perceived a temporal river of elixir formation beginning to emerge. The rich aroma of elixirs continued to permeate the air. At this moment, Lin Changsheng's understanding of the Tao of alchemy deepened once more, yet his hands remained in motion. It was an extraordinarily wondrous state. Time slipped away, and eventually, Lin Changsheng awakened from his contemplative state. Unexpectedly, the continuous failures had induced a moment of profound realization. Reflecting on the events, he found it quite miraculous. Whether in cultivation or enlightenment, there seemed to be no obstacles. If there were, he would simply enter a state of realization. This sensation of cultivation was incredibly smooth. This latest enlightenment elevated his understanding of the Tao of alchemy to level 10. Although it was only a 2-point increase in the realm of the Tao, each incremental deepening was monumental. Excellent. The 4-turn golden elixir had been successfully refined. Observing the 4-turn golden elixir within the purple furnace, Lin Changsheng grasped it directly. The rich fragrance enveloped him, with 4 golden streaks adorning the elixir's surface. The 4-turn golden elixir was impressive. However, Lin Changsheng did not rush to consume it. Now at the late stage of the golden immortal realm, a single golden elixir was insufficient for him to reach a higher level. He continued to refine more. With the experience of his recent success, he encountered no further failures in the subsequent refinements. Soon, numerous 4-turn golden elixirs accumulated beside him. Only after depleting all the materials for the 4-turn golden elixirs did Lin Changsheng cease his efforts. At this point, he had amassed dozens of golden elixirs. It was time to enhance his cultivation. Lin Changsheng began to refine the elixirs. The pure medicinal energy transformed within his body into the most refined mystical energy, coursing through his limbs and bones. His divine consciousness grew stronger as well. However, a single golden elixir could not support his breakthrough. The remaining dozens of elixirs surged into him like a long rainbow, initiating their refinement. As the elixirs were continuously refined, 5 ethereal shadows began to materialize in his chest. These shadows gradually solidified. Simultaneously, the spirit chi transformation technique manifested as a miniature spiritual energy storm, assisting Lin Changsheng in his cultivation. Eons passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Lin Changsheng suddenly opened his eyes. The 5 energies within him circulated incessantly, particularly the innate wood energy, which had achieved perfect solidification. Above his head, auspicious clouds subtly gathered, casting down profound Tao rhythms around him. He had reached the early stage of the supreme golden immortal realm. At this moment, I have accumulated enough energy. Once the 5 energies are perfected, the auspicious clouds will bloom with 3 flowers. That will be the time I achieve the great Luo golden immortal, Lin Changsheng declared with satisfaction. In simpler terms, the supreme golden immortal represents a quantitative accumulation. Once the quantity is sufficient, a breakthrough is inevitable. A qualitative change arises from quantity. The qualitative change signifies the great Luo golden immortal. At that time, he would truly possess the foundation to stand firm in the primordial world. Now that he had advanced, Lin Changsheng did not waste time. He reconsecrated the spiritual treasures that had yet to be fully refined. The dragon tiger Rui and the purple furnace were completely refined by him. Consequently, his combat power was significantly enhanced. He then resumed his comprehension of the Tao laws. As his strength grew, his understanding of the Tao deepened once again. Though the improvement was modest, it was a gradual process. In the blink of an eye, another several 100,000 years had passed. It was time to venture forth. Chapter 23. Researching the outward slaughter elixir formula. The heavenly Tao bestows vast merits. Hint: 450,000 kilometers to your right, there exists a million-year-old undying grass. Though it is guarded by a ferocious beast of the mid-stage supreme golden immortal level. Truly, the eastern continent is abundant in resources compared to the East Sea. Lin Changsheng immediately changed course and flew toward the location of the undying grass. Upon exiting the innate confinement, he began to seek various resources, yielding considerable gains. Just then, the prompt from his eye of insight indicated another million-year-old spiritual material. He could hardly let this opportunity slip by. Before long, Lin Changsheng arrived at the indicated location. Indeed, he found a grayish-brown, undying grass. However, resting beside the undying grass was a fearsome beast, the size of a mountain peak, emanating a menacing aura that suggested it was a mid-stage supreme golden immortal. The malevolent aura emanating from the ferocious beast continuously taints the innate spiritual energy. If only this sinister energy could be eradicated. Lin Changsheng raised an eyebrow. This could indeed serve as an excellent means to accrue merit. After all, relying solely on the natural flow of the heavenly Tao would consume a considerable amount of time. If he could devise a solution, the merit gained would undoubtedly rival that obtained from slaying the beast. Perhaps he could explore the intricacies of formation techniques. A flash of inspiration struck Lin Changsheng, and a thought took root in his mind. However, this was not the moment for philosophical contemplation. He first needed to eliminate the beast. With this in mind, Lin Changsheng acted decisively. Gravity domain. White rainbow piercing the sun. He unleashed two formidable spells in swift succession. The beast was caught completely off guard. Its body pierced by the Xianyuan's sword, suffering a grievous injury in an instant. With a thunderous roar, the ferocious creature attempted to burrow into the ground to escape. But could it flee? Grounding the earth with steel. The technique known as grounding the earth with steel, one of the 36 celestial forms, could transform soft soil into rock-solid earth, preventing the execution of any ground-burrowing illusions. Seeing its escape thwarted, the beast lunged furiously at Lin Changsheng. The dragon and tiger's auspiciousness. Under the infusion of his spiritual power, this fully refined innate mid-grade spiritual treasure unleashed its true might. The spectral forms of the dragon and tiger roared skyward, morphing into a colossal beast that descended upon the ferocious creature. With a resounding crash, the beast, as large as a mountain peak, was struck down, blood raining down from its fallen form. As the beast perished, a golden aura of merit descended from the heavens once again. Countless powerful beings witnessed this astonishing phenomenon anew. More merit? What on earth transpired? In that moment, all the mighty figures were stirred once more, hastening towards the source of the disturbance. Lin Changsheng, aware of the commotion caused by the merit, collected the undying grass and the beast's remains before departing from the scene. By the time these powerful beings arrived, they were met with naught but emptiness, unable to glean any information. It seemed both occurrences were linked to the beast's demise. Could it be that slaying the beast granted a reward of merit? This question arose in the minds of the powerful beings. Yet, it was inconceivable. They had dispatched numerous beasts without accruing any merit. Was it possible that the manner in which they killed the beasts was flawed? Despite their ruminations, they could not fathom that Lin Changsheng possessed the innate talent of boundless merit. With his primordial spirit's powers elevated to the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, coupled with the complete refinement of the spiritual treasure, vanquishing a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal beast was a relatively effortless task. At this juncture, Lin Changsheng had located a secure haven. He planted the undying grass within the 100 herbs diagram and then retrieved the corpse of the ferocious beast. Although lifeless, its malevolent aura had not entirely dissipated, continuing to taint the innate spiritual energy under the scrutiny of his insightful eye. However, the sinister energy was gradually waning. Lin Changsheng estimated that if any corpse were to decompose naturally, it would take at least a decade for the malevolent aura to vanish entirely. The essence of this malevolent energy stemmed from the lingering resentments of the remnants of divine beings. If he could purify these resentments, the threat posed by the beast to the primordial realm would diminish significantly. Lin Changsheng pondered how to cleanse this malevolent aura. Initially, he considered employing formation techniques to lay out a formation capable of purifying the sinister energy. However, upon examining the beast's remains, he abandoned this notion. The formation setup was rather intricate, demanding considerable resources and proving cumbersome to transport. Perhaps he could explore the path of alchemy instead. By preemptively concocting pills designed to absorb or purify the malevolent aura, he could undoubtedly simplify the process. Moreover, he already possessed ample spiritual materials to forge these concoctions at any moment. After a brief contemplation, Lin Changsheng deemed this approach feasible. With resolve, he procured the purple furnace. This time, however, the alchemical endeavor lacked a pre-existing formula. He would need to navigate the process through experimentation. Could the frost grass, known for its ability to absorb spiritual energy, also absorb malevolent energy? Would the black blood fruit, with its potent toxicity, counteract the sinister aura? Thus began Lin Changsheng's relentless experimentation. Crafting a new alchemical formula was no simple feat. It required not only continual trials, but also exceptional insights. Fortunately, Lin Changsheng's insights were indeed formidable. As failures accumulated, the rhythm of the path of alchemy began to manifest, transforming into a fragrant river of alchemical essence that aided him in formulating the recipe. His supreme enlightenment once more enveloped Lin Changsheng, plunging him into a state of profound comprehension. The unparalleled chaotic demonic insights propelled him to dissect each new formula with increasing clarity. Time, unmeasured in the primordial realm, flowed without notice, and unbeknownst to him, hundreds of thousands of years passed. Lin Changsheng remained enmeshed in an unconscious state of enlightenment. At his feet lay a mountainous heap of failed pills, while within the purple furnace, a singular pill was on the verge of completion. This pill appeared unremarkable at first glance, yet it was this very concoction that prompted Lin Changsheng to open his eyes. After experimenting with over 100,000 formulas, he had finally succeeded. This pill would be dubbed the purging pill. Lin Changsheng lifted this creation from the furnace, a testament to his enlightenment over the millennia. Not only had he deepened his mastery of alchemy, but he had also successfully refined a pill. In that moment, the heavenly Tao trembled. What was amiss? What event had transpired? In an instant, countless powerful beings were roused from their reverie. They soon beheld a colossal surge of golden merit cascading from the heavens. Lin Changsheng also observed this spectacle, and to his astonishment, the vast golden merit was hurtling towards him. Could it be due to his creation of this pill? Lin Changsheng quickly deduced the connection. The successful formulation of the pill had undoubtedly attracted the heavenly Tao's favor, given that it would significantly mitigate the beast's pollution of the primordial innate spiritual energy. This development was exceedingly beneficial for the growth of the primordial realm. Yet, the commotion was far too grand. The magnitude of the merit was at least several tens of thousands of times greater than that acquired from his previous beast slayings. Surely, this would incite a tremendous uproar throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. He needed to depart swiftly. Lin Changsheng gathered the merit and executed the 5 elements escape technique to flee the vicinity. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao remained in a state of unrest, seemingly brewing something momentous. Chapter 24. The Refinement of the Body at Mount Buzhou, a reawakening of the body refinement techniques. Countless powerful beings were awakened by the tremors of the heavenly Tao, which had descended a vast bounty of merit. They all rushed towards the location of the merit's disappearance. Upon their arrival, they discovered a ground littered with failed alchemical creations. It appeared a master alchemist had been at work, yet why had so many pills been rendered defective? Although these pills had not fully formed, their attributes seemed remarkably similar. Were they perhaps experimenting with a new formula? Indeed, the tremors of the heavenly Tao and the descent of merit had originated from this place. Could it be that this powerful being had successfully crafted a new formula? One of the mighty figures picked up a failed pill for a closer examination. These pills bore a peculiar quality, lacking any trace of magical power. Their specific effects remained a mystery. Just then, the heavenly Tao responded, and the divine wheel of the Tao flickered into existence, seemingly imbued with a conscious intent to descend. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng, having fled at least several 100,000 kilometers, suddenly halted. The heavenly Tao had just transmitted its will to him. The heavenly Tao wishes to reveal the formula and refining techniques for the exorcising evil pill. Provided that Lin Changsheng consents, after the calamity of the ferocious beasts concludes, the heavenly Tao will bestow a substantial amount of merit as a reward. Lin Changsheng contemplated for a brief moment before granting his approval. Hunting the ferocious beasts alone yielded him meager merit. It stands to reason that once the calamity is resolved, the merit awarded by the heavenly Tao would be far greater. It is indeed a wise bargain. Furthermore, the exorcising evil pill specifically targets the malevolent aura of the ferocious beasts. Regardless of his agreement, the calamity would inevitably come to an end. Hence, from a pragmatic standpoint, disclosing the formula is undoubtedly more advantageous. After consenting to the heavenly Tao, Lin Changsheng promptly transmitted the complete formula and refining method to it. With Lin Changsheng's approval, the heavenly Tao publicly announced the formula for the exorcising evil pill to all beings of the primordial world, along with the refining techniques. The heavenly Tao was eager to expedite the conclusion of the ferocious beast's calamity, thoroughly purifying the malevolent aura to facilitate smoother operations. To their astonishment, this senior had actually developed a method to purify the malevolent aura. Truly, the primordial world is a hidden treasure trove of talents. Indeed, one longs to make the acquaintance of this esteemed figure. Could it be that the previous merits bestowed from the heavens were also connected to this senior? No wonder even the heavenly Tao was shaken. With the exorcising evil pill in hand, these ferocious beasts pose no threat. We can now hunt them without fear. The potent ferocious beasts exert their malevolent aura, influencing the minds of living beings and even their spiritual treasures. Thus, even if they are aware of the devastation wrought by the ferocious beasts upon the primordial world, it is exceedingly difficult to eradicate this peril entirely. Now, however, by refining the exorcising evil pill, the power of the ferocious beasts can be significantly diminished. Moreover, the heavenly Tao will also bestow merit rewards. How could these mighty beings remain idle? Your words hold merit. I wonder which of our companions excels in alchemy. Let us join forces. Haha, let us go. With the merit, perhaps I can finally advance from my stagnation. Countless powerful beings departed, preparing to embark on the hunt for ferocious beasts. Soon, a wave of hunting swept across the entire primordial continent. The merit poured forth incessantly, driving the beings of the primordial world into a frenzy. Meanwhile, the beast sovereign, Shani, was seething with rage. Damn it, who is targeting my ferocious beast clan? Do not let me discover your identity, or I shall make you suffer beyond death. Once, the ferocious beasts roamed freely in the primordial world. However, with the emergence of the exorcising evil pill and the collective efforts of all beings in the primordial world, the ferocious beasts were diminishing at an alarming rate each day. This not only infuriated the beast sovereign, but also compelled him to rally the ferocious beasts for a counterattack. At this moment, the instigator, Lin Changsheng, continued his quest for various spiritual materials within the primordial world. The calamity of the ferocious beasts was accelerating. It was evident that the calamity was soon to be concluded. Lin Changsheng felt a surge of inspiration. The end of the ferocious beast's calamity was a certainty. The exorcising evil pill he had developed merely expedited this process. Warning: 47,000 kilometers ahead lies the domain of Buzhou Mountain, where Panga's oppressive force resides. Host, be cautious not to be crushed. Have I finally arrived at Buzhou Mountain? Lin Changsheng's eyes gleamed. Buzhou Mountain, transformed from the spine of the great god Pangu, serves as the celestial pillar of the primordial world, vast and boundless. It is abundant in resources and imbued with Panga's overwhelming presence. Those lacking sufficient strength cannot ascend its heights. Yet, for Lin Changsheng, it presents an excellent opportunity for tempering his physique. As soon as Lin Changsheng reached the foot of Buzhou Mountain, he felt an almost imperceptible pressure. Truly, the great god Panga's might endures even after so many years. Lin Changsheng marveled. He then commenced his ascent. The pressure at the mountain's base was equivalent to that of the true immortal realm, posing no obstacle to Lin Changsheng. He gathered various spiritual materials and roots while climbing. 10 years later, Lin Changsheng sensed that the pressure in this area had reached the level of golden immortal. Yet, it still could not deter him. A century later, he found himself under the oppressive force of the Tai golden immortal level. This presented some pressure, yet it also initiated his body tempering process. His physique was steadily growing stronger, though the pace was quite slow. This won't do. My body tempering technique is proving insufficient against this pressure. Lin Changsheng's technique had been inspired by observing the physical prowess of the Dragon Clan, with improvements made during his time in the Dragon Tomb. However, in comparison to the pressure from Pangu's spine, the Dragon Clan's prowess was trivial. Thus, the technique he had derived seemed inadequate. At this moment, Lin Changsheng ceased his ascent. You have perceived the terrifying nature of Panga's physique and entered a state of enlightenment. As Lin Changsheng's enlightenment unfolded, his previously Tai golden immortal physique rapidly dwindled. Soon, it plummeted to the peak of the golden immortal realm, then into the later stages of golden immortal, and finally settled at the true immortal realm. Although his physique's realm had declined, his physical strength felt hardly diminished, a testament to the fruits of his renewed enlightenment. A millennium later, you have tempered your body through the pressure of Panga's physique, enhancing the Heavenly Dragon Tyrant Body technique, and comprehending a new technique, Heavenly Dragon 9 Transformations. At the moment of grasping the new body tempering technique, Lin Changsheng transformed into a colossal vortex, voraciously absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This energy surged into his flesh, veins, and cells, dramatically enhancing his physical strength. After 10,000 years, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes once more. At this moment, his body brimmed with power, as if a single punch could shatter space itself. The pressure from Pangu no longer oppressed him. Instead, it brought him comfort. Truly, The great god Pangu is remarkable. Although my physique has only advanced to the mid-level of Tai Golden Immortal, my physical strength has ascended to unprecedented heights. In terms of equal realms, I could obliterate thousands of my former self with a single punch. Lin Changsheng stretched his limbs, thoroughly satisfied with this round of cultivation. Not only had his physical strength undergone a profound transformation, but the newly acquired body tempering technique, Heavenly Dragon 9 transformations, would also support his cultivation to the Hongjun realm. He pressed on. Lin Changsheng resumed his ascent of Buzhou Mountain, determined not to halt until his physique reached the late stage of Tai Golden Immortal. Chapter 25. The Inherent Supreme Spiritual Treasure, Shattering Rahu's Conspiracy. With the emergence of the exorcising evil pill, the ferocious beasts were continuously retreating. After all, with the merit rewards at stake, how could these mighty beings possibly hold back? However, as the ferocious beasts dwindled and receded, the rate of merit acquisition began to slow. This also sparked numerous conflicts among fellow practitioners. Rahu, what are you up to? At this moment, a powerful being from the primordial world, intent on hunting the ferocious beasts, was slain by Rahu. With his black hair and eyes, clad in a black robe, Rahu merely sneered as he surveyed them. Merit is not meant for you weaklings. Those who wish to live, get out of my way. Rahu's arrogant words ignited the ire of these powerful beings, yet none dared to confront him. His strength was simply too formidable. Especially with the innate treasure in hand, they were hardly a match. Luo Ho, if you seek merit, you may slay the Beast Emperor. There is no need to turn against your fellow cultivators. At this moment, Hongjun stepped forward. Sooner or later, I will slay the Beast Emperor. But what of you, Hongjun? Are you prepared to engage me in battle? Hongjun and Luo Ho seem to be destined adversaries. Luo Ho, our confrontation is inevitable. But not at this moment. Slaying the Beast Emperor and ending the calamity will naturally determine our victor. Hongjun spoke with an air of calm. Haha. I look forward to seeing whether you can withstand my god-slaying spear after the calamity. Luo Ho laughed wildly before departing from the scene. Hongjun, this Luo Ho is insufferably arrogant, remarked the ancestor of Qianquan, furrowing his brow beside Hongjun. Indeed. I propose we join forces to eliminate him while we are together, added the ancestor of Yin Yang from the side. Hongjun appeared contemplative, but ultimately shook his head. He sensed a profound karmic connection with Luo Ho. He had an inkling that Luo Ho was the most formidable opponent on his path to enlightenment. It was not yet the time to confront such a rival. My fellow cultivators, do not concern yourselves with him. Let us continue hunting ferocious beasts and strive to conclude this calamity as soon as possible. At that time, the heavenly Tao will bestow even greater merit upon us. Hongjun declared with a smile. Indeed, what Hongjun says is most accurate. Let us not allow a madman to hinder our pursuit of merit. The assembly of mighty beings began to disperse. Meanwhile, Luo Ho departed with a glint of enigmatic light in his eyes. He shared the same sentiment as Hongjun. Their karmic ties ran deep, making them the fiercest rivals on their paths to enlightenment. Unlike Hongjun, who favored alliances, Luo Ho preferred solitude. The Beast Emperor would inevitably fall, and that would herald the time for his confrontation with Hongjun. Preparations must be made in advance. Despite his arrogance, Luo Ho was not reckless. He knew the importance of being adequately prepared for his path to enlightenment. Wuxin, come forth, he commanded, recalling his capable subordinate. The heavenly demon Wuxin emerged, responding to the summons of the great demon sovereign. A swirling mass of dark demonic energy materialized before Luo Ho. I command you to begin plotting within the Qilin clan. When the time comes, I shall notify you, Luo Ho instructed, gazing at the towering Unzao mountain. Understood, Wuxin replied before vanishing from sight. Having completed his tasks, Luo Ho resumed his hunt for ferocious beasts. Unbeknownst to the outside world, Lin Changsheng remained absorbed in his training at Unzao mountain. After several millennia, he had finally reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. I can no longer endure. Any further pressure would exceed my current capacity, he mused, realizing he had reached the limits of his physical refinement. Since he could no longer refine his body, he resolved to seek treasures instead. As he continued his endeavors, he received an alert. 37,000 kilometers away. A black Qilin and a heavenly demon are engaged in battle, seemingly over an innate supreme spirit treasure. The mention of an innate supreme spirit treasure made Lin Changsheng's eyes gleam with excitement. Such treasures bore 37 to 48 prohibitions. Their power magnitudes greater than that of innate upper-grade treasures, and were exceedingly rare. He could hardly believe his fortune in encountering one. However, the presence of a black Qilin and a heavenly demon fighting over it piqued his curiosity. Regardless of the circumstances, Lin Changsheng decided to investigate. His insightful eye revealed no imminent danger, indicating that he could handle the situation with his current cultivation. Within moments, he traversed the vast distance. concealing his aura. He extended his consciousness toward the battle. Before him, a swirl of black, demonic energy clashed with the black Qilin. The Qilin roared in agony, its body marred with numerous wounds. Not far from them, a small, apricot yellow flag radiated ethereal light. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be the central Wuji apricot yellow flag from the innate Five Directions flag, adorned with myriad golden lotuses, a remarkable phenomenon. Lin Changsheng's heart raced with astonishment. The reputation of the Five Directions flag was formidable. Once activated, it could manifest countless golden lotuses, rendering it impervious to all harm and repelling all evils. The defensive capabilities were exceptionally robust. Lin Changsheng gazed longingly but dared not act hastily. Both the Black Qilin and the Heavenly Demon possessed the late-stage Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Should he recklessly rush in to seize the treasure, he would surely face their combined wrath. As Lin Changsheng contemplated his next move, the Black Qilin let out a pained roar of fury. He looked over to see that a massive gash had been inflicted upon the Qilin's abdomen, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The creature's formidable aura began to wane rapidly. Despicable demon race. You dare to lure me with an innate supreme spirit treasure. This is the territory of my Qilin clan. If you dare to kill me, you shall never leave. The Black Qilin bellowed, attempting to intimidate the Heavenly Demon with its lineage. Haha, I am here on my master's orders, specifically to hunt your Qilin clan. Rest assured, you will die, but your clan will remain oblivious, for I shall live on in your stead, the Heavenly Demon Wuxin replied with a chilling smile. Before the Qilin could comprehend the implications of these words, Wuxin unleashed a surge of demonic energy, transforming into an intangible mist that invaded the Qilin's mouth and nostrils. The Qilin struggled in agony, but it was already gravely injured and powerless to resist. Its essence and consciousness would soon be devoured entirely by the Heavenly Demon Wuxin. In that moment, Lin Changsheng understood the situation. This Heavenly Demon had been dispatched by Luo Ho. His intent was to place a pawn within the Qilin clan. It was well known that Luo Ho had been the mastermind behind the chaos of the Longhan initial calamity. Unexpectedly, Lin Changsheng had stumbled upon this plot. However, the Longhan initial calamity was also a trial of the Heavenly Tao, and he had no desire to interfere. His sole objective had always been the innate supreme spirit treasure. Now was the opportune moment to act. Chapter 26, Slaying the Heavenly Demon Wuxin. At Unzao Mountain, having uncovered Luo Ho's scheme, Lin Changsheng had no intention of intervening. His focus remained fixed on the innate supreme spirit treasure, the central Wuji apricot yellow flag. Observing the Heavenly Demon Wuxin beginning to exert control over the Black Qilin, Lin Changsheng recognized that the perfect moment to strike had arrived. Without hesitation, he executed the five-element escape technique to its fullest extent, swiftly arriving before the central Wuji apricot yellow flag. Just as he reached out to seize the innate supreme spirit treasure, a surge of pitch-black demonic energy erupted from it, forming a colossal hand of demonic flame. Damn it, I didn't anticipate this Heavenly Demon to be so cautious, hiding an additional trick. Lin Changsheng cursed. Lin Changsheng directly invoked the 36 Heavenly Gang method. The quintessence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with the five thunders, surged forth, instantly crashing into the massive hand of demonic energy that had coalesced before him. A cacophony of crackling sounds erupted. Ultimately, this hand of demonic energy was shattered. After all, it was merely a backup plan of the heartless Heavenly Demon and lacked significant lethality. However, it was precisely this hand that delayed Lin Changsheng's opportunity to acquire the spiritual treasure. At this moment, the Ink Qilin had already locked onto him. Damn it! Who are you? Rasped the Ink Qilin, its voice hoarse and pained. The heartless Heavenly Demon had not yet fully subdued the Ink Qilin, and upon witnessing someone daring to act as the sixth wheel, was compelled to forcibly control the Ink Qilin to confront Lin Changsheng. I merely seek this spiritual treasure. As for your machinations, I can choose to overlook them, Lin Changsheng replied indifferently. He was not a savior. The near extinction of the Qilin clan had no bearing on him. The Ink Qilin's eyes flickered with a dangerous light, and it eventually uttered a few words. I hope you honor your promise. Lin Changsheng nodded slightly and turned to retrieve the central Wujixing Huang flag. Just then, a sound of something tearing through the air, imbued with lethal intent, surged toward the back of his head. Humph. It is said that the Heavenly Demon clan is cunning and treacherous, and that assessment is not without merit. If I had truly believed his words, I would undoubtedly be meeting my end here. A thought crossed Lin Changsheng's mind, and the five elements by Luo umbrella flew out from within him. Infused with his magical power, it spun rapidly, transforming into a colossal parasol that shielded Lin Changsheng's head. An endless stream of five elements, qi cascaded down, illuminating the void with the colors of blue, yellow, red, black, and white. With a resounding bang, the Ink Qilin's attack struck the five elements qi, continuously shattering it, yet failing to breach the defenses of this spiritual treasure. This outcome had been well within Lin Changsheng's expectations. The heavenly demon had not fully controlled the ink Qilin, and its potential was consequently limited. Seeking death, Lin Changsheng thought, unwilling to stir up trouble, yet the heartless heavenly demon sought to kill him. Then do not blame me. The dragon and tiger Rui emerged, golden radiance bursting forth, as the illusory forms of the dragon and tiger roared skyward, crashing toward the ink Qilin. Sensing the impending strike, the ink Qilin attempted to evade. Gravitational domain. The spell of gravitational laws enveloped the ink Qilin in an instant. The ink Qilin, which was about to teleport, stumbled unexpectedly. Realizing it could not avoid the attack, it expelled a dense cloud of demonic energy from its mouth. The demonic energy transformed into a black cloud, shielding it from harm. The golden radiance of the dragon and tiger Rui tore through the demonic energy, while the ink Qilin seized the opportunity to retreat. At that moment, Lin Changsheng moved. He appeared behind the ink Qilin and unleashed a mighty punch. The tremendous force created a vacuum that shattered even the innate spiritual energy, causing the injuries on the ink Qilin to split further open under the sonic boom. Not good. Under the control of the heartless heavenly demon, the ink Qilin had not anticipated Lin Changsheng's overwhelming strength. This level of physical prowess was utterly daunting. It quickly gathered a significant portion of demonic energy around itself. With a resounding thud, that demonic energy was dispersed, landing solidly upon the ink Qilin. The impact visibly caved in the area struck, sending the massive creature hurtling through the air like a cannonball. With that single blow, the ink Qilin was left severely wounded. This showcased the terrifying prowess of dual cultivation in both law and body. To withstand Lin Changsheng's strike, the heartless heavenly demon expended most of its strength, allowing the ink Qilin to regain control of its body. Get away from me, a pained voice cried out, as dense black demonic energy surged once more from the ink Qilin's mouth and nostrils, ultimately coalescing into a form resembling a demon that stood in the void. However, compared to before, the demonic energy had grown thin and dim, while the ink Qilin appeared exceedingly weak. Fellow cultivator, kill this heavenly demon, and I shall bestow upon you this innate supreme spiritual treasure. The ink Qilin, whether accustomed to its domineering nature or due to its spirit being largely consumed by the heartless, seemed somewhat muddled. Did this innate supreme spiritual treasure truly require its endorsement? It never belonged to the Qilin clan in the first place. This matter does not concern you. As long as you are willing to withdraw, I am willing to gift you this innate supreme spiritual treasure. What say you? At this moment, the heartless heavenly demon realized that the individual before him was formidable. Not a chance. Lin Changsheng retorted coldly. Having already engaged in battle, he intended to eradicate all threats to prevent any future complications. Before the heartless heavenly demon could utter another word, Lin Changsheng's assault resumed. A fist, imbued with overwhelming force, came crashing down once more. The heartless sought to flee. However, the gravitational domain severely hampered its speed, and it was directly struck by Lin Changsheng's fist. When it reappeared, the demonic energy surrounding it had dimmed again. I shall see how many punches you can endure, Lin Changsheng sneered, as he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes upon the heartless heavenly demon. The latter was left feeling utterly humiliated. As one of the 4 great generals under Luo Hu, it had never experienced such indignation. Yet, Lin Changsheng's dual cultivation in both law and body, coupled with the significant energy it had already expended, left it with no strength to resist. As it was on the verge of being obliterated, it hastily invoked the name of Luo Hu. Stop. I am under the command of the demon ancestor. If you kill me, you will ruin the plans of the demon ancestor. He will not spare you, either in heaven or on earth. The heartless heavenly demon roared in desperation. Lin Changsheng remained silent. In response, he unleashed yet another punch. The demon ancestor Luo Hu, you say? My sincerest apologies. But he poses no threat to me whatsoever. Moreover, after the Dragonhan cataclysm, Luo Hu will meet his demise. To use a dying man to threaten me is rather tedious. Ultimately, the heartless heavenly demon was reduced to nothingness by Lin Changsheng's fist. After accomplishing this, Lin Changsheng finally exhaled in relief. He stored away the central Wujixing Huang flag and was preparing to depart when the ink Qilin spoke up. I have yet to express my gratitude for your life-saving intervention. Might I trouble you to escort me back to the Qilin clan? The Qilin clan will undoubtedly reward you handsomely. Lin Changsheng glanced at the ink Qilin, his eyes narrowing slightly before breaking into a smile. Is that so? I had no intention of seeking trouble, yet it seems you are quite akin to that heavenly demon. Believing that with power backing you, I would refrain from taking action against you. Chapter 27. Infiltrating the ink Qilin clan. The ink Qilin was momentarily taken aback, then quickly forced a smile onto its face. What do you mean, esteemed sir? I merely extend a sincere invitation for you to visit the Qilin clan. If you have other matters to attend to, I shall not press further." Lin Changsheng's lips curled upward, revealing a hint of mockery. "Did you think I would fail to perceive that fleeting murderous intent? It is quite understandable. After all, an innate supreme spiritual treasure is beyond measure in value." The Qilin clan, like the Dragon clan, played a significant role during the Dragon Han initial calamity, with their numbers not being insignificant. The spiritual treasures are simply insufficient to go around. Thus, how could the Qilin tolerate witnessing me take away an innate supreme spiritual treasure before its eyes? It was only natural for it to attempt to deceive me into going to the Qilin clan, though I have no ties to this matter. I detest when others harbor thoughts against me, for that leaves me no choice but to resort to violence. Lin Changsheng slowly approached the injured Mo Qilin, whose combat prowess had been severely diminished, barely able to muster even a fraction of its former strength. "Have you given this serious thought? My Qilin lineage boasts countless great Luo golden immortals. I am a prodigy of the Mo Qilin clan, soon to wed the descendant of the Fire Qilin clan. Should you insist on taking my life, you would be inviting an immense calamity upon yourself. I acknowledge that I should not have been tempted by this innate supreme spiritual treasure. If you are willing to spare me, I shall offer compensation." At this moment, Mo Qilin began to show signs of capitulation. Lin Changsheng, looking down upon him, felt his mind racing. The identity of this Mo Qilin was indeed extraordinary. While he was not particularly concerned about exposing himself by killing him, it would undoubtedly hinder his search for resources in the Buzhou mountain. Instead, it would be more advantageous to leverage his status and utilize the Qilin clan to extract resources. This approach would undoubtedly be swifter than his own endeavors. As he contemplated this, Lin Changsheng could only remark on the whims of fate. Originally, a celestial demon sent by Luo who aimed to seize Mo Qilin's body and infiltrate the Qilin clan, yet it ultimately fell to him to impersonate him. The intricacies of causality were indeed profound. "No need," Mo Qilin retorted. "I do not trust you. As for the compensation, I shall retrieve it myself from the Qilin clan." "Retrieve it yourself? What do you mean?" Mo Qilin's mind struggled to comprehend. However, the next scene left him utterly shocked. The ethereal youth before him transformed into his own likeness, imperfectly identical, without a hint of flaw. His appearance and aura were indistinguishable. "Do you think this ruse can deceive the strong of my clan?" Mo Qilin warned, his heart trembling. At this moment, deceiving the Qilin clan was impossible. Yet, killing you would suffice. With that, Lin Changsheng unleashed a powerful punch upon Mo Qilin, already gravely injured. Mo Qilin had no hope of evading the blow and was instantly obliterated. In the very instant of his demise, Lin Changsheng executed the technique of causal grafting. Immediately, all causal threads belonging to Mo Qilin were seamlessly integrated into Lin Changsheng's being. The flawless body ensured that he need not worry about any disruption in the causal lines. Simultaneously, all information contained within those threads flooded into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. At that moment, he was Mo Qilin, and Mo Qilin was him. After completing this transformation, Lin Changsheng obliterated all evidence of the body and cast a glance at himself. There remained a slight flaw, his injuries. Lin Changsheng promptly reversed the operation of the spiritual qi creation technique, causing his internal energy to spiral into chaos. In no time, he was spitting blood, his aura disordered. Meanwhile, far away, the leader of the Mo Qilin clan furrowed his brow. Had the causal line of Qi Mo just vanished for an instant? "Come, quickly find Qi Mo." With the leader's command, numerous powerful figures from the Mo Qilin clan mobilized, swiftly locating the gravely injured Qi Mo. What transpired? The clan's experts inquired urgently. "We shall discuss this later," Qi Mo replied coldly. The Mo Qilin clan's experts nodded and escorted Qi Mo back to their territory. At the foot of a mountain in Buzhou, Luo, who impaled a fierce beast with his spear, subsequently using a demonic essence pill to absorb all of its malevolent energy. After receiving some merit from the heavenly Tao, he frowned. Wuxin has actually fallen? That fool could not manage such a trivial task. Luo, who was unaware of the specifics, but knew he had dispatched Wuxin to infiltrate the Qilin clan. Now that he had perished, it was assumed that he had been discovered by the Qilin clan. However, this did not disrupt his plans. He had already placed agents within the Dragon and Phoenix clans. Even without his personnel, the Qilin clan could not escape his machinations. In the Mo Qilin clan's dwelling, Lin Changsheng, now impersonating Qi Mo, returned to the clan under the protection of its powerful members. "Qi Mo, what just happened? Why does your aura seem so diminished? Even the causal line appears to have nearly vanished." The Mo Qilin clan inquired gravely. "Clan leader, I was ensnared by the demon clan," Qi Mo revealed candidly. Recounting the ordeal of the Mo Qilin, the celestial demon Wuxin had used the innate supreme spiritual treasure as bait to lure him out, subsequently attempting to seize his body. This celestial demon had been well prepared, and in a moment of carelessness, Mo had fallen into a disadvantageous position, nearly being devoured and having his essence occupied. In a desperate final act, he had burned his own origin to slay the demon. This explanation had already been meticulously crafted by Lin Changsheng and was entirely plausible. Burning one's origin could indeed unleash a greater fighting capacity. However, such an act would inevitably weaken one's power, and in severe cases, it could affect one's foundational path, making future cultivation exceedingly arduous. Given the difficulty in replenishing one's origin, unless through merit, the current rewards from slaying fierce beasts were insufficient. Furthermore, the clan would not expend merit to assist Mo. Consequently, it seemed that the clan's prodigy had been rendered ineffective. A flicker of anguish passed through the eyes of the Mo Qilin clan's leader. This was their talented member, poised to unite with the Fire Qilin clan. Sighing, Lin Changsheng noted the disappointment etched across the faces of the other elders. What of the innate supreme spiritual treasure? The clan leader inquired, seemingly forgetting to ask about the demon incident. This highlighted the immense value placed upon the innate supreme spiritual treasure. I have it, Mo replied expressionlessly, producing the innate 5 directions flag before retracting it. The disappointment in the eyes of the other elders was instantaneously replaced by fervent desire. An innate supreme spiritual treasure. It's worth immeasurable. Should they acquire it, their combat capabilities would see a tremendous enhancement. Mo, your origin is injured, and your cultivation has fallen to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. This innate supreme spiritual treasure cannot unleash its full might in your hands. It would be prudent to surrender it to the clan. The clan will safeguard your life henceforth. Immediately, an elder voiced intentions regarding the innate supreme spiritual treasure. Even the leader of the Mo Qilin clan subtly nodded in agreement. The loss of one prodigy would not cast them into deep sorrow. After all, the Qilin clan had an abundance of talent. The loss of one would soon be compensated by the emergence of another. Yet, the value of an innate supreme spiritual treasure was an entirely different matter. What is your stance, clan leader? Mo inquired calmly. Chapter 28. Establishing a firm foundation and acquiring abundant resources. In the Mo Qilin clan, Lin Changsheng, as Mo, upon hearing the suggestion to surrender the innate supreme spiritual treasure, did not exhibit anger. Instead, he inquired about the opinion of the clan leader, Hua. Do you still believe you are the prodigy of old? At this moment, the clan leader could not possibly protect him. The other elders of the Qilin clan were internally mocking him. Indeed, Hua has spoken. Qima, by all accounts. This innate supreme spiritual treasure was acquired by you through the sacrifice of your very essence. It rightfully belongs to you. However, you must understand that in our Qilin clan, strength is the ultimate authority. The value of an innate supreme spiritual treasure goes without saying. Yet, if you lack the requisite power to protect it, you will ultimately invite calamity upon yourself. As the clan leader, Hua could not directly command Qima to relinquish the treasure. Yet his meaning was unmistakably clear. He was urging Qima to surrender the artifact. In simple terms, an innocent man may suffer for possessing a priceless gem. Lin Changsheng smirked inwardly. Such a conclusion had long been anticipated. Nevertheless, he could not feign the burning of his essence. The disparity in their realms was insurmountable. However, this innate supreme spiritual treasure was his own, and he could not possibly part with it. Clan leader, this treasure was seized with my very life. Surely, the clan would not resort to outright theft. Otherwise, who would dare to serve the clan in the future? Qima exclaimed in indignation, his expression vividly portraying the pent-up frustration and rage that coursed through him, to the point where even Lin Changsheng felt inclined to award himself an Oscar for his performance. Qima, you should not be contemplating only your own interests at this moment. What formidable power can you wield to safeguard this innate supreme spiritual treasure? It would be far more beneficial to entrust it to those talented clan members who can put it to good use. Chimed in Kittim, the elder of the Qilin clan who had spoken earlier. The elder's implication was clear. He suggested that the treasure be given to the inept Qilan. Qima cast a derisive glance at the elder, for Qilan was the second most promising youth in the clan, perpetually overshadowed by Qima, and was also the elder's descendant. Preposterous. Elder Kittim roared in fury, unleashing the oppressive aura of a great Luo golden immortal towards Qima. Lin Changsheng, already in a weakened state, turned even paler, as if a monstrous ancient star from beyond the realms were pressing down upon him, suffocating him. Yet, despite this, his eyes still burned with an indomitable spirit. Enough. Finally, the clan leader Hua interjected. As he spoke, the oppressive force dissipated like melting ice and snow, allowing Lin Changsheng to take deep, labored breaths. This old fellow, just wait. Today's grievances will be repaid in due time. The innate supreme spiritual treasure was rightfully Qima's, obtained through life-threatening means. As clan leader, While he desired Qima to hand over the treasure, he was not willing to seize it by force. After all, as he stated, such actions would deter anyone from serving the clan in the future. The other elders' eyes flickered with reluctance, clearly unwilling to concede. But they had no choice but to acquiesce in light of the clan leader's decree. However, whether Qima could safeguard the treasure remained to be seen. We cannot intervene. It would be inappropriate for us to meddle in the affairs of the younger generation, the clan leader remarked. If you wish to surrender the innate spiritual treasure, I will not object, but on one condition. Qima smirked inwardly, recognizing that while they harbored intentions toward him, he too had devised a plan. Upon hearing Chima's willingness to part with the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the eyes of the other elders brightened with intrigue. Even clan leader Qihua could not help but commend Chima's altruism. Speak, Qima, Qihua said with a smile. First, I require a vast quantity of spiritual materials and spiritual roots. I shall provide a detailed list shortly. Although part of my essence has been consumed, I refuse to give up. I wish to make an attempt. Qima declared with unwavering determination. The elders exchanged glances, silently mocking him. Did he truly believe he could replenish what was lost? Was it so difficult to acknowledge that he had become a shell of his former self? The halo of genius that once surrounded him had long faded. Nevertheless, while his condition seemed ludicrous, it was not entirely unreasonable. After all, everyone harbored a sense of reluctance to surrender their ambitions. Very well, I consent, Qihua nodded. Awaiting Chima's second condition, I require a period of 100,000 years in seclusion. Upon my emergence, I shall accept challenges from the younger generation of the clan. Whoever defeats me shall inherit the innate supreme spiritual treasure, Qima proclaimed confidently. Qihua contemplated for a moment before agreeing, recognizing that entrusting the treasure to Qima for 100,000 years was a mere formality. If Qima were to regain his strength, it would be splendid for him to retain the treasure. If not, he would inevitably be defeated, and the treasure would change hands. This way, no objections would arise within the clan. Thus, Lin Changsheng, transformed into Qima, firmly established his position within the Immaculate clan. The subsequent matters became considerably simpler. Lin Changsheng compiled a list of the spiritual materials and roots required for the 5th-tier golden pill, not sparing even those for the 6th tier, and specified an extensive quantity. When the list reached Qihua's hands, even he, as clan leader, felt a pang of heartache. However, compared to the value of the innate supreme spiritual treasure, there was no question of its necessity. Lin Changsheng obtained what he sought and returned to Qima's abode. After some contemplation, he set up a formation to shield against mental probing. Subsequently, he established a rudimentary innate formation to ensure that all activities within remained undisclosed. Only then did he feel a sense of relief. Truly, the Qilan clan residing in the Buzhou mountain possessed resources beyond what I could uncover. With this, all the materials for the 5th-tier golden pill were finally complete, sufficient to concoct several hundred golden pills. Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Such powerful factions indeed possessed the most abundant resources. 100,000 years would suffice for him to refine golden pills and elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal. With that thought, Lin Changsheng commenced the refinement of the 5th-tier golden pill. Initially, he faced numerous failures, yet armed with experience from crafting the 4th-tier golden pill, he swiftly found his rhythm. The 5th-tier golden pill gradually took form within the purple furnace. Thus, Lin Changsheng entered a focused state of alchemical creation. Meanwhile, Elder Kidam of the Mo Qilan clan returned to his own residence. Qilan, your opportunity has arrived. He hastily conveyed the events that had transpired to his descendant. Upon hearing this, Qilan's expression shifted to one of exhilaration. He had long been overshadowed by Qima, feeling as though he had no prospects for advancement. To think that Qima had burned his essence, was he not effectively rendered a waste? I, Qilan, shall rise, he proclaimed. Rest assured, grandfather, that innate supreme spiritual treasure shall be mine. Furthermore, Qima is no longer worthy of an alliance with the Fire Qilan clan. Qilan had long coveted the Fire Qilan clan. Once he allied with them, his status would soar, and he might even become the leader of the Mo Qilan clan in the future. I share your sentiment. In due course, I shall disseminate this news to the Fire Qilan clan. They would never consider an alliance with a waste. During this period, Qilan, you must diligently cultivate, striving to advance further within 100,000 years. I shall impart my teachings to you. You must defeat Qima and claim the innate supreme spiritual treasure. Elder Kidam was resolute in his efforts to ensure Qilan's ascendance. Very well. Let us await the passage of 100,000 years to vanquish Qi-Mo and reclaim the supreme innate spiritual treasure. Chapter 29. Merely refining the spiritual treasure, yet unexpectedly gaining insight into the great Tao. In the wilderness, time is not recorded, and cultivation knows no bounds. In the blink of an eye, 7,000 years have elapsed since Lin Changsheng assumed the identity of Qi within the Mo clan. Those 7 millennia may seem extensive. It is but a fleeting moment, a mere opportunity for seclusion. During this span, however, the Mo clan has been bustling with activity. Each elder diligently nurtures their progeny, even expending 1,000,000 years of their own cultivation to impart wisdom to their descendants. All of this is in anticipation of the forthcoming 10,000-year agreement. An innate supreme spiritual treasure is worth any sacrifice. Moreover, the Fire clan has somehow learned of Qi compromised essence and his regression to the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal. And they are preparing to discuss the annulment of the marriage with the Mo clan. It can be said that the relationship between the two clans is fraught with tension due to Qi. Meanwhile, the very Qi himself has awakened from his alchemical pursuits. The spiritual materials provided by the Mo clan have all been refined, resulting in 137 pills. Lin Changsheng stowed away the purple furnace, his countenance bearing traces of fatigue, yet it could not conceal the elation within his heart. This is the fruit of his relentless alchemical endeavors over the past 70 millennia. During this time, there have been curious minds attempting to pry into his affairs. But upon encountering the defensive formation, they retreated. After all, they are not keen on revealing their true intentions just yet. Next, he intends to surprise these old codgers. He is genuinely curious about their expressions upon witnessing his enhanced cultivation. With a cold chuckle, Lin Changsheng mused, "You wish to seize my innate supreme spiritual treasure? Let us see how many of your descendants are sufficient to face my wrath." Once this matter is concluded, he will be ready to depart from the Qilin clan. With plans forming in his mind, Lin Changsheng began the refinement of the 5-turn golden pill. Over 100 golden pills flowed into his mouth like a great river. The spirit energy creation technique amplified his efforts exponentially, transforming into a vortex of spiritual energy that assisted Lin Changsheng in refining the medicinal essence. The innate spiritual energy of the Mo clan was significantly absorbed, causing a stir among the elders. What is happening? It seems to be Qi-Mo's secluded space. How could this be? His essence is damaged, and repairing it is exceedingly difficult. How can he be voraciously absorbing innate spiritual energy? They scoffed. Having consumed so many spiritual materials and roots, how could he possibly turn the tide? Indeed, with a damaged essence, even they found it challenging to recover. It was but a desperate struggle, a final display of stubbornness. Although the phenomenon was astonishing, they dismissed it as merely an act of absorbing innate spiritual energy. Doubting Qi could create any significant waves. Little did they know that the essence's damage was merely a fade created by Qi. This was, in fact, a portent of his impending advancement. Initially, they did not take it seriously, even mocking him incessantly. Yet as 10,000 years passed, this vortex of spiritual energy not only persisted but intensified in its consumption of innate spiritual energy, leaving the elders increasingly uneasy. Could Qi truly have devised a means to restore his essence? As 20,000 years slipped by, the vortex of spiritual energy finally dissipated, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the elders. Yet, simultaneously, a profound sense of doubt arose within them. Such a commotion could not signify success, could it? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. However, the reality was that Lin Changsheng had indeed succeeded in his ascension. At this moment, the 5 energies within him had reached perfection, with the red, white, black, blue, and yellow emanating profound Taoist resonance. The auspicious clouds above him had fully coalesced, revealing the ethereal manifestations of the 3 flowers. Should Lin Changsheng fully manifest these 3 flowers, he would ascend to the ranks of the Deluo Golden Immortal. Only then would true transformation commence. At long last, with the 5 energies perfected, he reached the consummate stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Lin Changsheng smiled as he opened his eyes. The next step was to bloom the 3 flowers, yet he felt no urgency. This was a process of accumulation. The 3 flowers represented the heavens, the earth, and humanity. Each flower could attain the 9th tier. The number 9 is the ultimate, and achieving 3 flowers above the 8th tier signifies the potential for saintliness. As for the 9th-tier 3 flowers, Lin Changsheng surmised that only Hongjun could claim such a status. However, the 9th-tier 3 flowers were not his ultimate pursuit. While 9 is indeed the utmost number, the operation of the wilderness, the numbers of the heavenly Tao, culminate in 12. With 10 top-tier talents at his disposal, his goal was to manifest the 12-tier perfect 3 flowers. Nevertheless, to manifest 12-tier 3 flowers, an immense amount of merit is required to transcend the limit of 9. Thus, Lin Changsheng's next objective is to amass further merit. With 10,000 years remaining, he can first refine this innate supreme spiritual treasure. Lin Changsheng produced the innate 5 directions flag. His consciousness enveloped the flag, revealing an astonishing 48 restrictions. establishing it as one of the pinnacle treasures among innate supreme spiritual artifacts. Truly, the illustrious Five Directions flag lives up to its reputation. It is said that gathering 5 such flags can form the great elemental array. The specifics of its might remain unknown, as no single being has ever possessed all 5 flags. Collecting the remaining 4 flags became another ambition for Lin Changsheng. Clearing his mind of distractions, Lin Changsheng commenced the refinement of the 5 Directions flag. As you refine the central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag, you attain enlightenment of the Golden Tao. Lin Changsheng did not anticipate that merely refining an innate supreme spiritual treasure would lead him to comprehend the great Tao. This path to enlightenment is rather capricious. Even if Hongjun were present, he would surely kneel and beseech Lin Changsheng, "Please, be a mere mortal." Attaining enlightenment is a rare occurrence. Yet Lin Changsheng effortlessly begins to grasp the great Tao once more through the refinement of a single treasure. Is it possible to be so nonchalant? Yet this is the overwhelming effect brought about by top-tier talents. There is no remedy. The disparities between them lie within their very systems. While refining the 5 Directions flag, Lin Changsheng simultaneously comprehended the Golden Tao. The synergy between these processes significantly accelerated the refinement speed of the innate 5 Directions flag, allowing for the absorption of even more restrictions. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had elapsed. You have comprehended the Golden Tao and gained insight into the divine power of the Gung Metal River. A delightful surprise. Lin Changsheng had not only attained enlightenment of the Golden Tao, but also acquired a divine power, enabling him to refine additional restrictions. The voice of the system jolted Lin Changsheng from his state of enlightenment. Originally, he had estimated he could refine a maximum of 20 restrictions. After all, this was an innate supreme spiritual treasure, and its internal restrictions were immensely intricate. However, with the Golden Tao, he managed to refine 30 restrictions, exceeding the anticipated count by 10. Do not underestimate this additional 10. It allows him to unleash several layers of might from the innate supreme spiritual treasure. At this moment, the central Wu Ji apricot yellow flag had absorbed its radiant essence. With a mere thought, this exquisite innate spiritual treasure flew into his being. Next, he turned to the Golden Tao. After such a lengthy period, Lin Changsheng had managed to comprehend this Tao to the 12th degree. This was already quite commendable. The great Tao had long since receded, making comprehension exceedingly arduous. Lin Changsheng's ability to comprehend such profound principles at the Tai Golden Immortal level, and to reach this remarkable stage, is indeed no small feat as he advances to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, transcending the river of time and space. The pace of his enlightenment will undoubtedly accelerate. By now, he has already mastered 7 distinct paths. However, the nature of these paths suggests that the more, the better. He possesses both the foundation and strength to delve into these grand principles. The essence of the path of gold penetrated Lin Changsheng's being. Just as he intended to experiment with this newly comprehended divine ability, the formation outside his cave was violently breached. At the same time, an audacious voice echoed from outside. "Chimo, you worthless fool. After hiding for 100,000 years, why don't you come out at once?" Chapter 30. Emerging from seclusion, shocking all. In the territory of the Mo Chilan clan, the clansmen who were supposed to be in seclusion were now emerging en masse. They gathered together, creating a scene that was nothing short of magnificent. It is important to note that unless a life and death crisis befalls the Chilan clan, these members typically remain in a state of seclusion. The clan leader, Chi Hua, stood suspended in the void, accompanied by 2 figures. One was clad in a crimson robe, exuding an air of authority. He was Chi Ho, the leader of the Fire Chilan clan. Beside him stood a female immortal, his descendant, Chi Hua, who was originally intended to be wed to Chi Mo Chi Hua. With Chi Mo's essence damaged, our Fire Chilan clan could never accept a worthless individual. Chi Ho stated expressionlessly. Chi Hua's countenance darkened, yet he felt powerless. How could a mere waste ever catch the eye of the Fire Chilan clan? Even though Chi Mo had created quite a stir in the last 20,000 years, Chi Hua remained unconvinced that Chi Mo could restore his essence, let alone advance further. How could my Chi Hua's partner be a waste? Chi Hua remarked disdainfully. As they spoke, a descendant of the Chilan clan had already forcefully breached Chi Mo's cave. To their astonishment, Chi Ming had actually reached the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm during these 100,000 years. It appears you've squandered considerable resources, old man. An elder recognized Chi Ming's identity and said with a grin, "Your descendants cannot compare to ours." The elder of the Chi Ming lineage chuckled. "This young lad is just too impatient. Even if he wishes to prove himself, he shouldn't be so rash. Old fox, is it his impatience or your covert instigation? Defeating Chi Mo will grant us the innate 5 Directions banner. We see your desire for that spiritual treasure is genuine. Nonetheless, let Qi Ming test Qi Mo's strength first. If Qi Mo has not recovered, our descendants will naturally intervene at a critical moment. However, should he have recovered, Qi Ming's involvement will allow us to glean some insights. Though the likelihood of this was almost negligible, Qi Ming, under the watchful gaze of numerous elders, felt a surge of pride. Finally, he experienced what it felt like to be regarded as a genius. He yearned to drag Qi Mo out and give him a thorough beating. Hoping to attract the clan leader's attention and Qi Mo's notice. "You are courting death." Qi Mo's icy voice emanated from the cave. "Intruding upon another's abode is a grave taboo. Just a mere waste. Do you truly consider yourself a genius of the clan?" Qi Ming laughed heartily, yet in response, he was met with a colossal fist forged from magical energy. "How dare you underestimate me?" Qi Ming's fury ignited, and he unleashed his divine ability in retaliation. Generally, it is only those who are either at a higher realm or dismissive of their foes who would strike with the simplest magical energy. Qi Mo's actions undoubtedly fueled Qi Ming's wrath. "When my divine ability shatters your final vestige of pride, that will be the moment I trample you beneath my feet." Yet the reality was harsh. While divine abilities are formidable, their efficacy depends on the wielder. A mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal's efforts against a perfected Tai Golden Immortal were clearly insufficient. Qi Ming's divine ability was shattered by the magical fist and subsequently collided with his chest. Boom. Qi Ming felt as if he had been struck by an ancient divine mountain. The terrifying force sent him hurtling through the air, blood spraying across the sky. When he finally landed, the only lingering thought in his mind was disbelief. How could he have become so powerful? Qi Ming fell. After dispatching him, a figure slowly emerged. It was Qi Mo. Yet now, Qi Mo bore no resemblance to the so-called waste they had spoken of. His vitality was reined in, his presence unparalleled. With calm eyes sweeping the surroundings, he exuded an aura of unrivaled dominance. "Who else wishes to test my strength?" At this moment, the entire Qilin clan was thrown into disarray. How is this possible? He has truly restored his lost essence. Not only that, but he has advanced further. How did he accomplish this? Could it be that he has been concealing his abilities? Reflecting on the vast amount of spiritual materials and roots he requested before his seclusion. Could he be an alchemist? Even if he were an alchemist, such mastery would be unexpected. Are we truly witnessing the return of a genius? As the crowd pondered, a piercing voice rang out. Qi Ming. It was the elder of the Qilin clan who had previously mocked him. Qi Ming was the most promising descendant of his lineage. And over the past 100,000 years, he had invested tremendous effort in cultivating Qi Ming. Now, to see him brutally slain filled the elder's eyes with rage. "Do you dare to lay a hand on me? I have fully restored my cultivation and remain a genius of the clan. Have you considered the consequences of attacking me?" Qi Mo remained unperturbed. With an innate treasure at his side, he could withstand any blow from this elder. Furthermore, with the clan leader present, the elder would not be able to act recklessly. Consequences? The elder hesitated. If Qi Mo truly regained his status as the former genius, he could not act against him. As the clan's foremost prodigy, his standing was not inferior to the elders. Should he forcefully intervene, it would not only anger the clan leader, but also subject his own lineage to suppression. Though Qi Ming had perished, he was merely one among many descendants. Not worth the risk. Then you must demonstrate your genius-level abilities. Finally, the elder snorted. "Whether or not you are indeed a genius, I shall prove it myself. Qi Lan, why do you not emerge? Your lineage's elder Qi Tong is certain you can defeat me. Let the clan leader witness today if you truly are the perennial second." Qi Mo turned his gaze toward a youth clad in a blue robe. "Qi Mo, do not be so arrogant." Qi Lan, publicly humiliated, could not endure the insult and stepped forward. He had intended to crush Qi Mo before the crowd, ascending to the pinnacle of the clan's genius hierarchy. Although Qi Mo seemed to have indeed regained his strength, what of it? For the past 100,000 years, the elders had spared no effort in nurturing him. The outcome was still uncertain. "Arrogant, my essence was once marred, and you all derided me as a worthless being, even daring to covet my spiritual treasures. Now that my essence has been restored and my power significantly enhanced, it is only fitting that you pay the price for your arrogance." Qi Ma coldly declared. "Let me see the extent of your strength." Qilan wasted no time, unleashing her full might. A circular spiritual treasure soared forth, swelling in size as it was infused with her magical energy, transforming into a colossal golden ring of several hundred zhang. Is that merely a postnatal top-tier spiritual treasure? Qima was momentarily taken aback. This caught him off guard. Since binding with the system, he had not encountered a postnatal spiritual treasure. To think that the Mo Qilin clan would resort to such meager means? This is quite pathetic. Lin Changsheng had been overly optimistic. While there are indeed many innate spiritual treasures, the number of ancient beings far surpasses them. It is improbable to encounter a being with an innate spiritual treasure at random. After all, He alone possesses 5 innate spiritual treasures, outstripping even the elders of the Qilin clan at the Deluo Jinxian level. With such limited capability, who dared to covet my treasures? What gave you the audacity? And the Fire Qilin clan, thinking to take advantage of my weakened essence? Today, I shall show you what true genius is and how foolish your decisions are. You shall regret your choices made today. Qima let out a hearty laugh as an innate top-tier spiritual treasure materialized before him. Thousands of golden lotuses, impervious to all harm, formed a canopy that enveloped Qima securely. At that moment, amidst the primordial void, it felt as though an ancient existence stirred, casting a fleeting gaze. Chapter 31. Once again under the gaze of the Tao. Within the territory of the Mo Qilin clan, the once underestimated Qima completely overturned their expectations. Not only had he fully healed, but he also decisively vanquished Qiming. Now, he directly challenged the clan's second prodigy, Qilan. Over the past 100,000 years, Qilan's cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Had Qima not regained his strength, Qilan would undoubtedly have earned the title of the foremost genius. However, the tide seemed to have turned. Facing Qilan's assault, Qima summoned forth his innate top-tier spiritual treasure. The manifestation of such a treasure was far beyond what a postnatal top-tier could compare. It was astonishing how, in such a brief period, Qima had refined this innate top-tier spiritual treasure to such a degree. Our Mo Qilin clan's genius is truly deserving of admiration. Indeed, he might also be a hidden master alchemist, elevating his status beyond compare. However, Qima seemed rather arrogant, with the Fire Qilin clan leader present. Did he not fear offending him with such declarations? Arrogant? If I possessed such talent, I would be even more audacious. Moreover, when has our Mo Qilin clan ever needed to regard the Fire Qilin clan's countenance? As they witnessed Qima fully restored, even surpassing his previous state, the elders were once again filled with awe. This is the primordial world. As long as you possess strength and talent, you will be respected. Otherwise, you are but an ant, easily crushed. Strength and talent are indeed commendable. But do you think that is enough for our Fire Qilin clan to regret? The Fire Qilin clan leader's expression clearly soured. Their clan has talent too, and the Qilin clan possesses even more. Few are as arrogant as he. Does he truly believe that an innate top-tier spiritual treasure will compel him to bow? Such naivety is laughable. As they spoke, the golden ring collided with the central Wu Ji apricot yellow banner. Yet, this seemingly formidable and destructive attack failed to breach even the protective light of the Five Directions banner. Qilan felt an immense frustration. Her finest treasure was merely a postnatal top-tier spiritual treasure, and how could it possibly overcome Qima's innate top-tier spiritual treasure at the same realm? If you have the capability, do not rely on innate top-tier treasures. Qilan could only utter this childish remark in her fury. Just as Qima was about to respond, he suddenly sensed something. Gazing into the void, it seemed as though an ancient existence had opened its eyes, casting a fleeting gaze upon him. This is the gaze of the Tao. Lin Changsheng was intimately familiar with this sensation. Fourth talent, the Tao rewards diligence. This talent, unlocked at the golden immortal realm, had previously resulted in the Tao bestowing upon him 5 seeds of the Tao. He had thought this talent was a one-time gift, that after reaching the golden immortal realm, he would no longer attract the Tao's attention. Yet, at this moment, the gaze returned once more. Lin Changsheng's heart soared with excitement. It seemed his rapid cultivation had once again captured the Tao's attention. He wondered how many seeds of the Tao would be bestowed upon him this time. The Tao's gaze ultimately transformed into countless glimmering points, flying into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. 2 types of Tao seeds emerged, the Tao of space and the Tao of destruction. Remarkable. Lin Changsheng felt no sense of scarcity. This was the Tao, after all. In this era of the Tao's retreat, where the heavenly laws govern, the myriad beings of the primordial world could only cultivate the laws. To comprehend any aspect of the Tao is an incredibly fortuitous opportunity, let alone receiving a direct gift from the Tao itself. As the Tao conferred its gifts upon Lin Changsheng, all present from the Qilin clan sensed the ancient and noble power. Is this his power? The leaders of the Mo Qilin and Fire Qilin clans exchanged shocked glances, though they had never grasped the power of the Tao. This sensation clearly transcended the strength of heavenly laws. It was inexplicable beyond the power of the Tao. But how could this be possible? How did he achieve this? Could it be that Qima is not merely a genius of the Mo Qilin clan, but of the entire primordial continent? While the elders and clan leaders were in awe, Lin Changsheng had already received the Tao seeds. However, this was not the moment for comprehension. He must first deal with the immediate threat. Though it seemed an eternity had passed, it was but a fleeting moment. With Qilan's strength, she remained oblivious to any anomaly, still taunting, without a spiritual treasure. You are no match for me. Qima regarded Qilan as if she were a simpleton, never before having witnessed such eagerness for demise. An elder from Qilan's line, Qitong, opened his mouth but chose silence upon meeting the clan leader's gaze. To quell Qima's wrath, Qilan must perish, though he felt a deep reluctance. In the face of such an extraordinary genius, Qilan's significance had diminished. Then let me fulfill your wish. The river of Gung metal. Qima summoned forth the golden Tao he had previously comprehended. The Tao of gold coalesced into a river of Tao rhythm. A golden river appeared, vast and unending. This river was composed of Gung metal energy, sharp and formidable. Once enveloped by the river of Gung metal, all laws would be obliterated, and the physical form would cease to exist. The Tao of gold. Qima, how many surprises will you unveil? The leader of the Mo Qilan clan could no longer remain composed. If the gaze he had just received was enough to warrant his utmost attention. The emergence of the golden path has rendered the present situation entirely sufficient for him, as the clan leader, to treat it with the utmost respect. In fact, from the perspective of the Qilan clan, Qimo's status has transcended that of the clan leader. The Fire Qilan clan's leader, unable to remain composed, recognized that this was not merely a prodigy. This was an unparalleled genius. A union with such an extraordinary talent would undoubtedly bestow unimaginable benefits upon the Fire Qilan clan. With this thought, he hastily communicated with Qi Hua beside him, urging that after the battle, regardless of the means employed, he must mend the relationship with Qi Mo. Having Qi Mo as your partner would yield unimaginable advantages in your future. Qi Hua nodded in agreement. The strong command respect. Their prior engagement was annulled due to Qi Mo's injury to his essence, resulting in a significant decline in strength. Now, the potential for re-engagement was once again predicated on his prowess and talent. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. It was Qilan, ensnared by the river of Gung metal, whose postnatal high-grade spiritual treasure could not withstand the pervasive Gung metal energy. His magical power was rapidly depleting. Soon, he could no longer sustain himself, and the postnatal spiritual treasure shattered with a resounding crash. Qilan himself was being relentlessly sliced by the Gung metal energy. Elders, save me. I do not wish to die. Qilan roared in agony. Yet, no one responded. Ever since Qi Mo had displayed his talent, Qilan had become a mere pawn. Shortly thereafter, the river of Gung metal obliterated Qilan's primordial spirit, dissipating it into the cosmos. Having concluded this grim act, Qi Mo turned his gaze towards the visibly distressed elder of the Qilan clan, Qitong. Qitong, will you not come forth and kneel before me, seeking my forgiveness? Chapter 32. The value exhibited by Qi Mo and the submission of the great Luo Golden Immortal. A mere junior, a complete Tai Golden Immortal, dared to command an elder of the clan, one in the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal, to approach him and request forgiveness. Anyone present would deem this Tai Golden Immortal to be utterly deranged. Was this not a blatant act of self-destruction? The great Luo Golden Immortal represented the pinnacle of strength during the current era of calamity. How could a lowly Tai Golden Immortal dare to insult such power? Yet, in the present circumstances, within the Mo Qilan clan, Qi Mo did just that, his tone resolute and unyielding. Previously, Qitong had wielded his status to oppress Qi Mo, employing the pressure of a great Luo Golden Immortal to force his submission. Now, having once again showcased his innate talent, Qi Mo was determined to reclaim his dignity. Qi Mo, Qilan has already fallen at your hands. It would be prudent to know when to retreat. Do not overstep your bounds. Addressed publicly by Qi Mo, Qitong suppressed the urge to strike him down and replied coldly, overstep? At the time when my essence was damaged and my cultivation diminished, you, as my elder, not only showed no concern but coveted my spiritual treasures, demanding that I surrender them. More egregious still was your use of the pressure of a great Luo Golden Immortal upon me. So, I must inquire, is my response truly excessive? Qi Mo's voice rang out, filled with conviction. As a genius of the Qilan clan, especially following the display of his talents, he possessed the leverage to question Qitong. You shall not succeed. Qitong, now akin to an erupting volcano, seemed poised to explode. However, at that moment, he noticed several divine senses had locked onto him. Should he dare to make any move, these individuals would undoubtedly act against him at once. One of which was the divine sense of clan leader Qi Hua. Clan leader, what do you think? Qi Mo turned his gaze towards him. Qi Mo, why not enlighten us on how you restored your essence? Was it not as we suspected, stemming from his gaze? Qi Hua did not directly address the question, but instead posed two queries he was eager to have answered. This was a moment for Qi Mo to unveil his worth. Should his merits prove sufficient, the clan leader would undoubtedly compel Qitong to bow his head in submission. If his merits fell short, the matter would inevitably diminish in significance. A cold smile crept across Qi Mo's heart. Indeed, he was a shrewd old fox. Very well, let me reveal some of my cards. It will also facilitate my forthcoming endeavors. Previously, I grasped the principles of the alchemical path and inadvertently acquired a formula capable of restoring my essence. Hence, my request for an abundance of spiritual roots and materials. As for the he you mentioned earlier, do you not already possess the answer in your heart? He cast a fleeting gaze upon me and bestowed upon me the seed of the alchemical path. Of course, Xianxiaaudiobooks could not utter the entire truth. Revealing his command of the alchemical path was sufficient. After all, on the surface, he had already mastered 2 paths, enough to garner Qihua's utmost regard. Upon receiving Qihua's response, Qihua silently marveled at its accuracy, his gaze shifting to one of intense eagerness. The alchemical path. With this path, the strength of the Qilin clan would be further augmented. Even the primordial Qilin would take notice. The Mo Qilin clan boasts such a talent. Let us celebrate. Excellent. Qitong, I trust you know what to do next? Qihua stated flatly. Clan leader you. Qitong's face flushed crimson. How could he, a great Luo golden immortal, publicly kneel and admit fault? Qihua, if you do not regard Mo with the respect he deserves, I would not hesitate to bring him into my clan. A genius with boundless potential, possessing mastery over the paths, should not be subjected to such indignities. Were I in your position, I would have slain him on the spot to prevent future troubles, mocked Qiho, the leader of the Fire Qilin clan. While Qiho reveled in the drama, his words underscored Qimo's current worth and status. Qihua shot a cold glance at Qitong, his eyes narrowing. The seeds of murderous intent brewing within him. Indeed, should Qitong submit today, he might well seek revenge in the future. The choice between an extraordinarily gifted genius and an elder at the end of his road, Qihua had already made his decision. Qitong's heart sank. The clan leader intended to eliminate him. For the sake of Qianxiaaudiobooks, he was willing to sacrifice him. I refused to accept this. No amount of inner turmoil could alter the reality. This was the Primordial Era. Strength would always dictate the prevailing voice. From another perspective, had Qianxiaaudiobooks not restored his strength, nor received his attention, what would today's outcome have been? It would have been a brutal slaughter at the hands of these descendants. And the hard-won innate supreme spiritual treasure would have been seized. The Fire Qilin clan would have annulled the engagement. And even death would see him nailed to the pillar of shame. Thus, weakness is the original sin. Qianxiaaudiobooks, I am sorry. I was wrong. I should not have bullied you nor coveted your treasures. Please forgive me. Qitong, being a decisive individual, recognized that to preserve his life, he must lower his stance. He directly knelt before Qianxiaaudiobooks, imploring for his pardon. Qianxiaaudiobooks remained silent, his expression impassive as he regarded him. Meanwhile, Qihua's murderous intent had yet to dissipate. I, Qitong, vow to the heavenly Tao that henceforth, wherever Qianxiaaudiobooks may be, I shall yield. Should I harbor any ill intentions towards him, I shall be obliterated by heavenly tribulation. In that moment, Qitong cast aside all dignity, solely focused on preserving his life. The oath to the heavenly Tao resonated, shaking the heavens, its power coming into effect. From this day forth, should Qitong dare to violate this vow, the heavenly Tao would enact its vengeance upon him. Qianxiaaudiobooks, since Qitong has acknowledged his mistakes, let us put this matter to rest for now. In that moment, the murderous intent within Qihua dissipated entirely. Qianxiaaudiobooks nodded, refraining from further inquiry. Yet, this old fellow still sought an opportunity to eliminate him. At present, his strength remained too feeble. Allow him to live a while longer for now. Qianxiaaudiobooks, today is a splendid day. Why not here and now, we forge a bond as Tao partners? What do you think? With the matter seemingly settled, Qihua approached Qianxiaaudiobooks with a smile. A primeval superior spiritual treasure, a master alchemist. Wielding 2 paths of Tao, becoming his Tao partner would not be a disservice to himself. Little did he know, Qianxiaaudiobooks merely cast a cold glance at her and retorted. Leave. My essence is damaged, my strength diminished, and you all were eager to annul our engagement. Now that my strength is on the mend and my potential boundless, you wish to curry favor? What a fanciful notion. Qianxiaaudiobooks, do not be so ungrateful. Forming a Tao partnership with me would only benefit you. Qihua's expression darkened as she struggled to suppress her anger. Do you think you are worthy? Qianxiaaudiobooks scoffed. Qianxiaaudiobooks, have you thought this through? Should you become my Tao partner, you may claim any resources from my Fire Qilin clan. Perhaps you ought to reconsider? Or you might consult your clan leader's opinion. At that moment, Qiho, the leader of the Fire Qilin clan, interjected. Chapter 33, The Status of the Alchemist. The most outstanding descendant of the Fire Qilin clan had proposed a union with Qianxiaaudiobooks, only to be met with outright rejection. The clan leader's intervention signified pressure. Though they were in the wrong to seek an annulment, Qihua's stance now reflected his attitude. He still hoped Qianxiaaudiobooks would tread carefully. He even worried that Qimo's arrogance might cloud his judgment regarding the situation. Thus he passed the burden to the leader of the Mo Qilin clan. Yet, to his surprise, this elder Qilin directly proclaimed, "Today, I declare that Qimo's status is equivalent to that of a clan leader. His decisions represent my stance. Furthermore, I shall report Qimo's talents to the Prime Qilin. This effectively passed the ball back to Qimo. There was little to deliberate. Since you came to annul the engagement, you ought to have anticipated the current circumstances. Continuing this discourse would be quite impolite, and I am afraid I might lose my temper. Qimo sighed deeply. He merely wished to conclude these troublesome matters swiftly. His purpose in the Qilin clan was not to entangle himself in such trivialities. Resources, he needed resources. Thus, even in the presence of the clan leader of the Fire Qilin, he offered no leniency. Qimo, do not be so ungrateful. Do you truly believe that a modicum of talent grants you the liberty to act as you please? Qihua glared at Qimo in fury. I apologize, but I genuinely believe I can. Qimo replied with a smile. Turning to Qiho, what do you think? Bang. Qiho, devoid of expression, swiftly eliminated Qihua with a single strike, rendering her entirely non-existent as though she had never been. Qimo, you are quite remarkable. The annulment was entirely Qihua's idea. We have now resolved this karmic entanglement. Should you have the time, feel free to visit my Fire Qilin clan. The leader of the Fire Qilin clan, Qiho, said with a smile. A Tai golden immortal and an immensely talented alchemist were hardly comparable. He had numerous descendants, and any one of them could reach such heights with proper training. Yet, among them, only one was an alchemist. As a clan leader, he naturally needed to assess the broader picture. Your humility is commendable. Should you require assistance with alchemy, feel free to send the materials my way, and I shall help. I hardly trust you. As a dignified great Luo golden immortal and a clan leader, can you truly be swayed by a junior? This was merely Qiho's way of providing an easy way out. Qimo chose not to expose him. He was quite satisfied with the clan leader's tactics and saw no need to pursue the matter further. His offer to assist with alchemy also had its own motives. Firstly, it would serve as practice for him. Secondly, he could discreetly procure a significant amount of spiritual roots and materials, achieving two goals with one endeavor. Excellent. Truly, we have birthed an extraordinary talent in our clan, Qimo. You must be well cared for. Given that, I shall return to my clan now, Qiho said, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Engaging with intelligent individuals was indeed a pleasure. The offering of a master alchemist in exchange for a Tai golden immortal's descendant was undoubtedly worth it. After the Fire Qilin clan departed, Qihua looked upon Qimo with satisfaction. Qimo, I was too indecisive before, causing you undue hardship. Yes, Qimo. We made that foolish decision under Qi Tong's influence. Qi Ming's desire to challenge you was his own decision. I am willing to offer some spiritual roots and materials as compensation. Qimo, should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to command me. I only hope you can assist me in refining a batch of elixirs, as my inept offspring have truly burdened me. With that, all the elders began to shift their allegiances. Even the elders from Qi Ming's faction greeted him with smiles. Qi Tong's face turned ashen. He cursed himself for having targeted Qimo. Now, he not only lost 1,000,000 years of cultivation due to Qi Lan's foolishness, but also squandered the opportunity to ally himself with a master alchemist. Regret consumed him. However, after just being humiliated by Qimo, he felt it inappropriate to linger, so he left. Those seeking alchemy must provide their own spiritual materials. My current success rate in refining elixirs is around 30%. Qimo evidently underestimated the status of an alchemist, as he was surprised to see the elders approaching him in nearly a sycophantic manner. Upon reflection, it made sense. We were currently in an era of dire beasts, a time of primordial ignorance. The path of cultivation was akin to traversing in darkness, reliant solely on exploration. Even divine abilities and techniques were exceedingly scarce, let alone alchemy. Simply absorbing innate spiritual energy for cultivation was far too slow. With the aid of elixirs, the pace would undoubtedly accelerate significantly. Nevertheless, this situation worked to Qimo's advantage, allowing him to leverage the name of alchemy to amass various spiritual materials. Of course, his success rate was not truly that low. After all, his diligent efforts in refining elixirs warranted some reward. Very well, truly worthy of our clan's genius, Qimo. I shall prepare the spiritual materials forthwith. Qimo, I wish to refine some elixirs that can enhance cultivation during the Golden Immortal stage. What materials do you require? At this moment, the elders exhibited none of the imposing demeanor typical of great Luo Golden Immortals, but rather displayed a demeanor akin to juniors addressing their elders, exuding utmost courtesy. Very well. Qimo had just emerged from seclusion and undergone 2 battles. It was prudent for him to rest for a while. When the time came to refine elixirs and ascertain what materials were needed, he would announce it. The clan leader, Qihua, interjected. With the clan leader's endorsement, though reluctant, the elders had no choice but to disperse. Qimo, why had I not heard of your mastery in the laws of alchemy before? Qihua inquired casually. During my travels, I happened upon an alchemical furnace and inadvertently grasped some insights. Initially, I lacked suitable formulas, and my attempts ended in failure. So I hesitated to inform you, clan leader. Now that I possess the seeds of the great Tao, I firmly believe that with a moment of contemplation, my alchemical prowess will ascend rapidly, Qima asserted with an air of quiet confidence. I see. In that case, you must prioritize your seclusion and cultivation. As for the materials you require for alchemy, please compile a list of the necessary ingredients and corresponding elixirs. I trust that you will have no shortage of requests for your alchemical services in the future. I will also inform the Shikalen of this matter. By the way, regarding the demon clan, how dare they lay hands on the genius of our lineage? Such audacity is tantamount to courting disaster. We, the Qilin clan, shall not let them escape unscathed, Qihua spoke coldly. Although the Qilin clan has yet to emerge as the principal force on this land, their strength and heritage are formidable. For a demon to dare attack their prodigy warrants a response. Very well. I shall inform the clan leader of the required spiritual materials and elixirs. Let those in need of alchemy prepare the necessary ingredients. During this time, I require another period of seclusion. Qima did not linger, promptly detailing the spiritual materials needed for refining the Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, and Deluo Golden Immortal realms. As for those below the Golden Immortal level, they offered little enhancement to his alchemical skills. Even the elixirs of the Golden Immortal realm were merely for practice. The truly valuable ones were those of the Tai Golden Immortal and Deluo Golden Immortal levels. He had never attempted to refine an elixir of the Deluo Golden Immortal level before, and given his current understanding of the Tao of Alchemy, the failure rate was alarmingly high. He made sure to communicate this to the clan leader to avoid any disputes with Deluo Golden Immortal experts later on. Having completed these tasks, Qima once again entered seclusion. Even with his elevated status, he did not forget to set up several formations to prevent prying eyes. Meanwhile, Qihua, the leader of the Mo Qilin clan, arrived at the place where Shikalen was in seclusion. Chapter 34. The importance placed by Shikalen. The location of Shikalen's seclusion is situated in the heart of the Qilin tribe. Here stands an immensely grand palace, accessible only to the leaders of the various Qilin clans. At this moment, Qihua, the leader of the Mo Qilin clan, stood respectfully outside the palace. Qihua seeks an audience with Shikalen, he proclaimed with reverence. What brings you here, Qihua? Came Shikalen's voice from within the palace. To report that our clan's prodigy, Qima, has garnered his attention and received the blessings of the great Tao. He has now become a master alchemist. Qihua responded with utmost respect. His attention? This news even startled Shikalen, who emerged from the palace as the doors swung open. Indeed, the Fire Qilin's Chiho was present at that time as well. The oppressive aura emanating from Shikalen was terrifying, even causing Qihua, a Deluo Golden Immortal, to take a step back. Shikalen, much like the ancestor dragon, was striving to break through a certain barrier but had remained stuck at the peak of the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Hearing that a descendant had attracted his attention was enough to unsettle him. Elaborate on this, Qima, Shikalen said, his expression devoid of any abnormality. Qihua promptly recounted the details surrounding Qima. Thus, I have come to inform you of this prodigy's rise, and to seek your insight on whether this Qima is still the same Qima. Recently, a master alchemist outside of the Buzhou mountain has refined the Qi Sha Dan, causing a stir even in the heavenly Tao. I am concerned that Qima may be the one behind this transformation. While he is indeed a genius of our clan, his rapid rise seems almost too swift. Given his potential, not only in the Mo Qilin clan, but even if all Qilin clans combined, none could surpass his talent. Therefore, I harbor a sliver of doubt. If that enigmatic master alchemist has infiltrated our Qilin clan, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. I have also heard of this mysterious master alchemist, one who can provoke the heavenly Tao and summon merit, yet remains unfathomable to many powerful beings, indeed embodies a formidable enigma. Your concerns are entirely valid. Very well. Let me divine the matter, Shikalen concluded, focusing his thoughts as a square seal appeared before him, engraved with the image of a colossal Qilin. Qihua's gaze ignited with fervor. The Qilin seal. This is the treasured artifact of our Qilin clan, encapsulating the fortune of our entire lineage. Its might is formidable, and its applications are boundless. It has always been wielded by Shikalen. Radiating profound Tao rhythms, Shikalen utilized the Qilin seal to explore all matters pertaining to Qima. After a considerable duration, he finally ceased his divination. The threads of fate appear entirely normal, devoid of any distortions or anomalies, Shikalen stated calmly. With this proclamation, it was established that Qima posed no issues. After all, in their understanding, even if there were any disguises or grafts in the causal threads, such mystical techniques would inevitably clash with the inherent causality, leading to alterations. Thus, these techniques could not withstand meticulous scrutiny. That is reassuring, Qihua nodded, harboring no further doubts. Your course of action, however, seems somewhat hesitant. that Qitong need not be spared. Very well, Shirkwa replied respectfully. Perhaps this Qima can aid me in taking the final step. Once he emerges from seclusion, let him devote himself entirely to alchemy. Should his alchemical abilities flourish, it would be an immense boon for our Qilin clan. If he performs commendably, I shall receive him here and bestow upon him the title of Qilin's son, Shikolin stated solemnly. Qilin's son. Qihua was taken aback. This news was shocking for the Qilin clan and even for the entirety of the primordial world. The establishment of a Qilin son would signify a successor to Shikolin, granting authority over all matters within the Qilin clan. Indeed, even Shikolin recognizes the talent of Qima. This is monumental news for the Mo Qilin clan. Yes, Shikolin. There is another matter. The demon clan previously assaulted Qima, causing damage to his essence and nearly leading to his demise. Qihua expressed with anger. The demon clan, you say? They have been making a fair number of moves in the west lately. Very well. Let us use this opportunity to show them that the Qilin clan is not to be trifled with, Shikolin declared before vanishing from sight. Qihua nodded and then departed from the location. Subsequently, the Qilin clan dispatched many powerful beings to the west. Luoho had long anticipated this situation. After sending out strong warriors for several confrontations, he retreated into hiding. The Qilin clan was merely venting their fury. There was no need to engage in serious conflict with them. His arrangements were not yet complete, and it would not be wise to clash with the Qilin clan at this time. Time in the primordial realm is immeasurable. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had passed. During this period, the calamity of fierce beasts had reached its zenith. The conflict between the fierce beasts and the beings of the primordial world had reached a fervent stage. However, it was evident that the fierce beasts were steadily retreating. With the existence of the Qi Sha Dan, coupled with the leadership of Hongjun and other great powers, the beings of the primordial world completely suppressed the fierce beasts. The conclusion of the calamity is merely a matter of time. At this moment, Lin Changsheng, transformed into the enigmatic Qima, has awakened from his seclusion. Indeed, the path of space, ranked among the top 3, wields formidable power that cannot be underestimated. After a century of closed-door cultivation, he has comprehended the utmost limits of 2 distinct paths. Only by transcending his current state can he continue to deepen his understanding. Naturally, under his exceptional insight, he has grasped divine abilities from both paths. From the path of space, he has mastered the divine technique of shattering space, which allows him to unexpectedly fracture the spatial realm of his adversaries during combat. Should they lack sufficient magical energy or protective treasures, they are easily rendered asunder, their corpses separated from their souls. This constitutes an extraordinarily potent divine ability. Next, he delves into the path of destruction, which ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 paths, its power beyond imagination. Lin Changsheng has similarly attained a divine technique known as the Holy Light of Annihilation. Wherever this sacred light traverses, all beings are obliterated, embodying unparalleled dominance. Together, these 2 paths have further enriched Lin Changsheng's arsenal of offensive techniques. The more divine abilities one possesses, the better. It is now time to exit seclusion and commence the alchemical process. I hope to successfully refine a 6 transmutation golden pill this time. Should I succeed, I can then embark upon the journey towards ascension to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Chapter 35. In comparison to Qima, I find myself lacking. The territory of the Mo Qilin clan has transformed into a bustling hub for the entire Qilin race. Countless leaders and elders from various branches of the Qilin clan continuously arrive for visits. Their intentions are well known. They seek to refine pills. Qihua welcomes all visitors without exception, as Qima had instructed before his retreat to accept any requests for pills above the golden immortal level. Once Master Qima emerges from his seclusion, I must personally pay him a visit. You cannot keep such an extraordinary talent hidden within your clan, Qihua. Look at our Earth Qilin, Qitu. He is quite handsome and possesses commendable talent. Perhaps you could play matchmaker? These are all requests I wish to convey to Master Qima, reassuring him to refine boldly. Even if no pill succeeds, I would bear no resentment. Recalling the words of those clan leaders, Qihua couldn't help but wear a proud expression. When have these old fellows ever treated him with such deference? It is all thanks to Qima that they now approach him with such courtesy, fearful of offending him. Choosing Qima was indeed the right decision. Initially, he felt a twinge of regret at eliminating Qitong, but now, rather than sorrow, he finds joy in his cultivation. Yet, he wonders when Qima will emerge from his seclusion. The materials here are nearly sufficient for the refinement of hundreds of thousands of pills. However, Qihua still finds himself troubled. The population of the Qilin clan is vast, and the daily influx of visitors is overwhelming. Eventually, he had to start turning people away. If this continues, he might as well abandon his own cultivation. Just as Qihua was mulling over his troubles, a sudden shift of thought transported him to the entrance of Qima's retreat. Qima, You have finally emerged from seclusion. Qihua exclaimed with joy. Though 10,000 years may seem but a fleeting moment to him, this particular duration felt excruciatingly long. Indeed. Qihua nodded. How has your understanding of the path progressed? Qihua inquired with a smile. The profundities of the path are intricate and deep. I've merely touched upon the surface. Qihua replied, unwilling to elaborate further. Who would foolishly reveal their trump cards to others? Comprehending the path is a lengthy endeavor, one that cannot be rushed. By the way, I have visited the Primordial Qilin. There are two pieces of news I must share with you. Though Qihua held the title of clan leader, he now treated Qihua with utmost respect. In certain respects, Qihua's status within the Qilin clan has surpassed his own. Several leaders from different branches have even warned him that should Master Qihua face any grievances, they would whisk him away. The pressure is immense. But what of the news regarding the demon clan? Qihua pondered briefly, surmising the implications. Given his current standing, the Qilin clan would undoubtedly take action against the demon clan. Indeed, we have dispatched numerous experts to confront the demon clan. After slaying several of their kind, they have retreated into hiding. To dare harm our kin, they must pay the price, Qihua coldly asserted. Qihua shook his head inwardly. It is not that the demon clan fears them. Rather, the likes of Luo Ho do not regard them as a threat. This is a being capable of obliterating even the ancestral veins of the West. Why would he fear the Qilin clan? Their retreat is merely a tactic to avoid prematurely revealing their schemes. From the outset, they have merely been pawns in his game. Yet, Qihua chose not to voice these thoughts. What of the second matter? Qihua inquired further, as he had little personal stake in the affairs of the demon clan. The second piece of news is monumental. I have met with the Primordial Qilin. He will summon you at a designated time in the ancestral palace and declare you as the Qilin son of our clan. Qihua exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Regardless of the context, this is an unparalleled honor. The ancestral palace has yet to see a Tai golden immortal tread its grounds apart from their clan leader. Qihua will be the first. As for the title of Qilin son, it symbolizes status and authority. To garner the attention of the Primordial Qilin and cultivate within the ancestral palace portends unimaginable future achievements. This is an extraordinary opportunity. On the surface, Qihua forced a smile. Yet internally, he felt a twinge of despair. A monumental piece of news? To me, it feels more like a burden. Why must it mirror the Dragon Clan's circumstances? I merely wish to maintain a low profile and gather some resources. Yet, I am thrust into the limelight as an heir, a Qilin's son. This pressure is overwhelming. It seems I must once again prepare to flee. If the elders of the Dragon Clan catch wind of this, they will surely rush from the Dragon Palace post-haste. Low profile? When have I ever been low-key? Every encounter leads to profound insights, mastering the path's laws. The same applies to Buzhou Mountain, where I restored my origins, grasped alchemy, and was observed by him, all while comprehending the great path. In none of these instances have I maintained a low profile. If I had ever truly acted discreetly, neither the Dragon Clan nor the Qilin clan would consider me a prodigy. Qihua could only self-deprecate with a resigned smile. I wish to remain low-key, but my strength simply does not permit it. Clan leader, have the materials required for pill refinement been delivered? Qihua deftly shifted the topic. Qihua, to cultivate alongside the Primordial Qilin is an immense opportunity. Qihua still seemed somewhat taken aback. Why did Qihua appear so composed, even somewhat indifferent? Opportunities require the manifestation of strength. Qihua shook his head, dismissing the significance. Qihua's perception of Qihua elevated further. This young man possesses remarkable composure. He truly has the temperament befitting a prodigy. In comparison, I find myself lacking against Qihua. Everything is here. The quantity this time is substantial. Moreover, this quantity continues to grow exponentially. Qihua directly produced these materials for spirit plants, which have accumulated into a small hill. Very well. I shall commence alchemy immediately. The elixirs I concoct will be delivered promptly. In the future, those in need of alchemical creations can simply place their materials at the entrance of my abode. Having said this, Qimo gathered the materials and retreated into his cave dwelling. Once inside, Qimo did not begin the alchemical process at once. Instead, he commenced sorting through these spiritual materials and roots. This batch of spiritual materials was remarkably abundant, primarily comprising ingredients required for elixirs at the golden immortal level, along with some suitable for the Tai golden immortal grade. Among them, Lin Changsheng had, of course, discreetly included his own personal stash, with several commonly used spirit materials for the 6-turn golden pill nestled among them. Truly, the Qilin clan, occupying the unraveling mountain, collected materials at a pace far surpassing my solitary efforts. Lin Changsheng, satisfied, planted all the excess spiritual materials and roots into the Baijiao diagram. The once mountain-like pile of materials was now reduced by at least half. Even a capitalist witnessing Lin Changsheng's actions would shed tears. The previously mentioned success rate of less than 30% was, of course, a fabrication intended to withhold more spiritual materials. Furthermore, it is only reasonable to charge a modest fee for the labor of alchemy. In these primordial times, few possess the skill to concoct elixirs, so a slightly higher fee is entirely justified. Thus, Lin Changsheng bore no qualms regarding this matter. He accepted a staggering number of spiritual materials, tens of thousands of varieties, and directly placed them into the Baichao diagram. Upon completing this task, a booming sound resonated from within the Baichao diagram. Is it about to upgrade? Chapter 36. The upgrade of the Baichao diagram and the concoction of the 6-turn golden pill. Lin Changsheng had already planted numerous high-quality spiritual materials into the Baichao diagram over the years. Although he had not counted them meticulously, there should be at least tens of thousands of plants. This time, the Qilin clans had sent an overwhelming amount of materials, of which Lin Changsheng appropriated a significant portion, planting them all into the Baichao diagram. Instantly, this heavenly treasure began its ascent. Lin Changsheng promptly focused his spirit on the Baichao diagram. He observed as it emitted a misty aura, and the internal space underwent rapid transformations. The world, which previously spanned merely hundreds of thousands of kilometers, expanded to an impressive 1,000,000 kilometers. The various medicinal gardens appeared orderly, and the innate spiritual energy within the realm began to thicken. The maturation time for various spiritual materials and plants was also significantly accelerated. To his surprise, this was an unexpected delight. The Baichao diagram possessed inherent growth potential as a heavenly treasure. As long as there were sufficient spiritual materials, it could continue to flourish, especially with high-grade innate roots, which greatly benefited its growth. If only he could find 9 heavens Earth, even a small fragment would undoubtedly enhance the Baichao diagram considerably. At that point, the maturation time for the spiritual materials and plants within would be substantially reduced. Lin Changsheng spoke with yearning about 9 heavens Earth, which contained rich innate earth essence, particularly conducive to the growth of spirit plants. He was aware that 9 heavens Earth lay beneath the innate gourd vine. Unfortunately, the unraveling mountain was vast, and he had yet to locate that particular innate restriction. Everything hinged on luck. Casting aside these distractions, Lin Changsheng initiated the alchemical process. One by one, the spiritual materials soared into the cauldron, transforming into medicinal liquid. Soon, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. With Lin Changsheng's current understanding of the path of elixirs and his extensive experience in alchemy, he was confident that the success rate for golden pill elixirs would be near flawless, while that for Tai golden immortal elixirs exceeded 80%. Of course, this was also due to the possession of a fine alchemical furnace. Thus, Lin Changsheng embarked on a fervent spree of alchemical creation, continuously producing elixirs that were promptly delivered. The members of the Qilin clan were ecstatic upon receiving the elixirs. Although the success rate was not high, these spiritual materials had little value in their hands. Rather than let them gather dust, it was far better to transform them into elixirs. Moreover, the quality of these elixirs was superb. Some younger members of the clan, who had poor aptitude, even began to advance after consuming the elixirs, driving the Qilin clan into a frenzy. The territory of the Mo Qilin clan became nearly trampled. Ultimately, Qihua had no choice but to restrict entry to only those at the Deluo Golden Immortal level. Even so, the commotion was incessant, with a constant stream of visitors. Some elders from the Qilin clan even found a random cave dwelling outside the Mo Qilin territory to cultivate, eager to invite Master Qi to concoct elixirs as soon as possible. Periodically, the mountain of spiritual materials at Qi Mo's cave entrance would vanish. After several millennia, Qi Mo conveyed a thought message to Qihua. He would no longer concoct golden pill elixirs, but would focus on those for the Tai Golden Immortal level. He would even begin attempting to create elixirs for the Deluo Golden Immortal level. This news sent the Deluo Golden Immortal elders into a frenzy. Reaching the Deluo Golden Immortal level, they knew that advancing even a minor realm was a monumental challenge, as the disparity in combat power between each small realm was immense. If Master Qi could concoct elixirs suitable for the Deluo Golden Immortal, it would be a monumental boon for their Qilin clan. An increasing number of elders and clan leaders of the Deluo Golden Immortal level flocked to the Mo Qilin territory. During this time, Master Qi's name resounded throughout the Qilin clan. With a mere word from Master Qi, he could rally half the powerful beings to fight for him. This is the strength of an alchemist. Another 30,000 years passed, and Master Qi's consciousness once again sent out a message. He would no longer concoct Tai Golden Immortal level elixirs, and would now devote himself fully to attempting to create Deluo Golden Immortal level elixirs. This announcement was met not with dissatisfaction from the Qilin clan, but with overwhelming support for his decision. As long as Master Qi could produce Deluo Golden Immortal level elixirs, even if all of Qi Meng's spiritual materials were to fail, they would willingly accept it. Indeed, if Master Qi could elevate his alchemical prowess, what value did these spiritual materials hold? At this moment, Qi Mo, of course, remained unaware of his burgeoning renown. Within his cave, the ground was strewn with various elixirs. A glance revealed at least tens of thousands. These were the surplus from his usual alchemical endeavors. Most were 4-turn elixirs suitable for the golden pill stage, with a considerable number of 5-turn elixirs, amounting to several thousand. After so many years of concocting elixirs, his understanding of the path of elixirs had deepened but slightly. It seemed time to begin crafting 6-turn golden pills. The 5-turn elixirs had become second nature to him, and there was no need for further production. From here on, his focus would shift to the 6-turn golden pill, as this would grant him the opportunity to advance to the De Luo golden immortal level. However, Qi Mo did not rush to begin the concoction. Instead, he gathered the elixirs from the ground and entered a period of seclusion for meditation. He needed to thoroughly digest the experiences accumulated during this time. After several millennia, Qi Mo finally opened his eyes. It was time to commence the concoction. The 6-turn golden pill is an elixir for the De Luo golden immortal level. And with his current understanding of the path of elixirs, he was still a tad short. But that was of no concern. As long as he continued to concoct elixirs, his comprehension of the path would deepen. Moreover, with a continuous influx of spiritual materials, he possessed unwavering confidence in successfully concocting the 6-turn golden elixir. One by one, the spiritual materials were cast into the purple furnace, initiating the refining process. However, as he anticipated, the initial attempts were fraught with failure. After hundreds of unsuccessful attempts, his expression and mindset remained entirely undisturbed. All of this was well within his expectations. If the 6-turn golden elixir were so easily crafted, would it not mean that the realm of Great Luo would be teeming with such beings? Fortunately, he was refining the elixir within the Qilin clan, where a steady supply of materials allowed him to persist in his endeavors. Unaware of how many failures had transpired, he once again entered a profound state of alchemical contemplation. The essence of the Tao of elixirs began to manifest, leading him toward enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of years had elapsed. On this particular day, the once tranquil skies above the territory of the Ink Qilin suddenly darkened, filled with ominous clouds and the sounds of thunder and lightning. Such a terrifying phenomenon inevitably stirred the Qilin clan. Was this a tribulation lightning? In this direction lay the domain of the Ink Qilin, but no. It was the direction of Master Qi's cave. Had he successfully refined a elixir of the Great Luo golden immortal level? Chapter 37. Success in refining the 6-turn golden elixir. The roar of thunder resonated across the territory of the Ink Qilin clan. At that moment, all Qilin gazes were filled with astonishment. Was this the Dan Thunder? The primordial continent lacked a comprehensive cultivation system. Thus, they possessed limited understanding of alchemy. Yet, the spectacle before them undoubtedly signified a tribulation lightning. The only explanation was that Qi Mo had refined the 6-turn golden elixir. Subsequently, their expressions shifted to one of exhilaration. He had finally succeeded. An elixir that could aid in breaking through to the Great Luo golden immortal, effective even for those at that level. With this, the Qilin clan was poised for a true resurgence. As the thunder rumbled, Qi Mo, deep in his state of enlightenment, opened his eyes. At that moment, his cave was suffused with a fragrant aroma of medicinal herbs. A rounded golden elixir radiated a soft golden light within the purple furnace, with 6 distinct elixir patterns clearly visible. Had he finally succeeded? Throughout these tens of thousands of years, Qi Mo had remained in this profound state of alchemical focus. The count of failures was incalculable, evidenced by the mountains of discarded elixirs surrounding him. Even the spiritual materials and roots continuously supplied by the Qilin clan were nearly exhausted. This illustrates the immense cost associated with refining the 6-turn golden elixir. However, this was to be expected. Each level of cultivation presents its own challenges. Moreover, the elixirs that assist in cultivation are inherently difficult to refine. If they were so easily crafted, would not everyone in the primordial realm attain sainthood? The higher the realm, the more arduous the process of refining the corresponding elixirs. Currently, only the 6-turn golden elixir had been achieved, and should he attempt to reach the 7 or 8 turns, it would likely require dozens of thousands, if not millions, of years, even with Qi Mo's supreme comprehension and mastery of the Tao of elixirs. Nevertheless, despite the formidable challenges faced in refining the 6-turn golden elixir, the outcomes were undeniably manifest. The most significant gain was the profound understanding of the Tao of elixirs, which had directly elevated to 23, far surpassing other paths. The process of alchemy itself serves as a verification and reflection of the Tao of elixirs. However, given his current grasp of the Tao, the likelihood of continuing to refine the 6-turn golden elixir remained exceedingly high. Only through relentless practice and deepening his comprehension could the success rate improve. If Qiemo were to rely solely on himself, the consumption of spiritual materials would be staggering. It could take tens of thousands of years merely to locate these spiritual materials and roots. In hindsight, integrating into the Qilin clan proved to be an exceedingly wise decision. As Qiemo pondered, the tribulation lightning had completed its accumulation. To achieve the final transformation of the elixir, he needed to endure the tribulation lightning. Should the quality be lacking or the efficacy insufficient, the elixir would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes under the strike. Yet, Qiemo was confident in his elixir. With a flick of his finger, guided by his magical power, the elixir soared from the cave, suspended in the void. Master Qi had indeed refined the six-turn golden elixir. The intoxicating aroma of the elixir wafted through the air, seemingly easing the bottleneck that had plagued the great Luo Golden Immortal for 1,000,000 years. With Master Qi's presence, the Qilin clan was destined for greatness. Truly, Master Qi was the unparalleled genius of the Qilin clan. However, could this golden elixir withstand the trials of Dan Thunder? Should it fail, the repercussions could be dire for Master Qi as well. What foolish Qilin would doubt him? If one cannot speak with conviction, it is better to remain silent. How could Master Qi possibly fail? As the golden elixir ascended, the onlooking Qilin elders expressed their admiration, though some remained apprehensive about the elixir's ability to endure the tribulation lightning. The elixir hovered in the void, and under the pull of fate, the tribulation lightning finally descended. With a crack, the thunder struck fiercely against the elixir. The elixir resonated with a continuous hum, and the 6 golden patterns shone even brighter. The first bolt of Dan Thunder caused no harm to the elixir whatsoever. The tribulation lightning, seemingly incensed, unleashed several more strikes. Yet, the elixir remained unscathed. Ultimately, the Dan Thunder gradually dissipated. Success. Truly, Master Qi had achieved the 6-turn golden elixir, an elixir that would benefit all of us. The hearts of the Qilin elders, once fraught with anxiety, finally eased, replaced by uncontainable excitement. They were nearly compelled to snatch the elixir, but ultimately, they restrained themselves. With Master Qi around, such a precious elixir would eventually be theirs. Should they act impulsively, dire consequences would surely follow. The 6-turn golden elixir spun gracefully before flying back to Qimeo's cave. The previously sealed cave door swung open. After a long absence, Qiemo emerged. Master Qi has emerged from seclusion. Master Qi, I am an elder of the Yinyang Qilin clan. May I inquire when you might grace our clan with your esteemed presence? Master Qi, come visit our 5 elements Qilin clan. We have many fair maidens who hold you in great admiration. Master Qi, could you craft another of the elixirs from earlier for me? I, the Wind Qilin, would offer ample rewards. Upon seeing Qimeo's emergence, the usually stern Qilin elders erupted in excitement, resembling a fervent fan gathering. Such a spectacle took Qiemo by surprise. Glancing around, he noticed that the territory of the Ink Qilin was encircled by layers of eager onlookers. Indeed, a single Qilin had ignited fervor throughout the entire domain. However, he had no time to indulge in visits to the other Qilin clans, as the elixir was crafted from materials provided by the Fire Qilin clan leader. Qiemo sought out the Fire Qilin clan leader and directly handed him the elixir. Excellent. Qiemo, I knew I made the right choice in you. Should you need anything in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. The Fire Qilin clan leader, Qiho, exclaimed excitedly. The elixir in his hand emanated a rich fragrance, and merely inhaling its aroma stirred the long-dormant bottleneck in his cultivation. The surrounding Qilin elders, witnessing this, turned red with envy, barely restraining themselves from seizing the elixir. Qiho hastily secured the elixir and departed from the scene, fearing that lingering would result in its theft. Everyone, from now on, I shall only refine the 6-turn golden elixir. However, the success rate of alchemy is less than 10%. So those who wish to concoct elixirs should hasten to prepare the necessary materials. Qiemo proclaimed in a resounding voice. Master Qi, I have gathered all the materials. An ample collection of over a dozen. You may oversee the refining process, and even if every attempt fails, I shall not hold you accountable. Master Qi, please wait for me. I shall return to my clan to gather more spiritual materials. The ingredients required for crafting the 6-turn golden elixir are exceedingly rare. Even the elders or clan leaders can scarcely produce many. Yet, the sheer number of the Qilin clan members is overwhelming. In a short span, Qiemo received tens of thousands of alchemical materials, and this number continued to surge uncontrollably. At this rate, Qiemo would be free from other duties, dedicating himself solely to the art of alchemy. At that moment, a formidable and undeniable aura began to awaken. A terrifying pressure enveloped the entire territory of the Qilin clan. Instantly, all clan leaders and elders fell silent. It was the oppressive presence of the primordial Qilin. Chapter 38. emergence from seclusion, preparing to depart the Qilin clan. Unexpectedly, a 6-turn golden elixir had stirred the primordial Qilin. Yet, upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable. The 6-turn golden elixir was already effective for the great Luo golden immortal. The primordial Qilin had long aspired to transcend to the great Luo perfection and attain the state of Hongjun. Unfortunately, success had eluded him. Now, witnessing Qi Mo's ability to refine the 6-turn golden elixir, he could not help but feel enticed. Although the elixir would yield minimal effects for him, it was nonetheless a viable option. Thus, the awakening of the primordial Qilin was entirely justified. Only the Qilin clan leader, Qi Hua, displayed an excited countenance. The primordial Qilin had declared that the time had come. Haha, my Qilin clan is about to soar. Yet, Qi Mo's expression grew somewhat grim. Was he to contemplate fleeing before fully mastering the intricacies of the 6-turn golden elixir? Alas, what a pity. 300,000 years hence, the ancestral palace shall open. I shall summon Qi Mo and declare him the Qilin child of our clan. Enter the ancestral palace and cultivate alongside me, seeking the great Tao. The voice of the primordial Qilin reverberated throughout the Qilin clan. The title of Qilin child. This is a status second only to that of the primordial Qilin. Who would have thought that even the primordial Qilin held Qi Mo in such high regard? Yet, it stands to reason, with such a prodigious talent. If he cannot become the Qilin child, what other talents could possibly merit such a title? Regrettably, it seems the elixirs cannot be refined by Master Qi any longer. Once the oppressive aura of the primordial Qilin dissipated, the elders of the Qilin clan began to extend their congratulations. Only Qi Mo returned silently to his cave dwelling, with a mere 300,000 years to refine the 6-turn golden elixir. He must strive to enhance its success rate within this time frame, and ensure he has sufficient spiritual materials left for himself. Qi Hua, do you sense that Master Qi appears somewhat discontent? Indeed, becoming the Qilin child entails immense privileges. Even we clan leaders must heed his summons. Yes, indeed. This is a grand opportunity. Some keen-eyed clan leaders noted that Master Qi's expression seemed rather unfavorable. You may not know, but Qi Mo had previously mentioned that opportunities must be seized through strength. The declaration of him becoming the Qilin child must surely place pressure upon him. Qi Hua maintained a calm demeanor as he spoke. Ah, I see. Truly, Master Qi is remarkable. Though we are great Luo golden immortals, our mindset pales in comparison to his. In the ensuing days, while the other elders and clan leaders of the Qilin clan sought to request Master Qi to refine elixirs, the primordial Qilin had already made it clear that only 300,000 years remained. Thus, they must control the quantity of requests. Should they fail to ensure Master Qi arrives at the ancestral grounds on time, they feared incurring the wrath of the primordial Qilin. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 270,000 years had elapsed. One day, Qi Mo suddenly awakened from his alchemical state. To his dismay, he discovered that the materials for refining had run out. Upon reflection, this was to be expected. With 3,000 years remaining, the clan leaders of the Qilin were likely hoping he would take the time to recuperate. So be it. It was indeed time to prepare for his departure from the Qilin clan. After dispatching the refined elixirs, Qi Mo began to contemplate the gains he had made during this period. Although his understanding of the Tao of elixirs had improved, the progress was modest. Nonetheless, this uninterrupted refinement over 270,000 years had elevated his success rate to an impressive 60%. This success rate was exceptionally high. Moreover, Qi Mo's compendium of herbs now contained sufficient materials to craft over 100 6-turn golden elixirs, alongside 8 already refined elixirs. This journey to the Qilin clan had yielded bountiful rewards. Not only had his strength ascended to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal, but he had also acquired a piece of innate supreme spiritual treasure. He had grasped the Tao of gold, and the gifts of the great Tao had bestowed upon him 2 additional avenues. Coupled with the abundance of alchemical materials, it would have taken Qi Mo an inordinate amount of time and effort to achieve this alone. He truly felt a twinge of reluctance to leave this place. Qi Mo sighed. This time, he resolved to depart from the Qilin clan directly. It was not solely because the primordial Qilin intended to bestow upon him the title of Qilin child, but more importantly, he was preparing for his ascension to the great Luo golden immortal. Now, all that remained was to accumulate merit. By hunting fierce beasts or bringing an end to their calamity, he could accrue immense merit. When the time came to manifest the 3 flowers, he would achieve the 12th grade perfection. As for the means of disappearance, it would naturally be attributed to the ferocious beasts. With the aid of the Qilin clan, the conclusion of the fierce beast calamity would be hastened significantly. With this thought in mind, Qi Mo emerged from seclusion. At that moment, the Mo Qilin clan had returned to its former tranquility. After all, Master Qi was preparing to journey to the ancestral palace, and the clan leaders dared not disturb him. Qi Mo, why have you emerged from seclusion? Shouldn't you take this opportunity to reflect on your recent insights? Chi Hua sensed Chi Mo's presence immediately and appeared before him in an instant. I must venture out for a time, Chi Mo stated plainly. Venture out? Chi Mo. There is little time remaining before we must proceed to the ancestral palace. If you require assistance, I can send someone to assist you. Chi Mo was now the most vital Qilin in the entire clan. How could they allow him to go out alone? It is precisely because I must go to the ancestral grounds that I need to venture out. I need to refine a pill for the primordial Qilin, but I require some inner organs from fierce beasts. Chi Mo had already devised his explanation. Inner organs from fierce beasts? That is easily arranged. Chi Mo. Simply specify which fierce beast organs you require, and I shall have our great Luo golden immortals search for them immediately. Upon hearing this, Chi Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Such matters could be easily delegated. I also need to seek out some other exceedingly rare spiritual materials. Chi Mo was taken aback by Chi Hua's tenacity. What Chi Mo did not realize was his esteemed position within the Qilin clan. Now, with a mere utterance, countless Qilins would rush to serve him with fervor. Not only was he a master alchemist, but he was also on the verge of becoming the Qilin child. Chi Mo. The calamity of fierce beasts has already reached its zenith and could conclude at any moment. It is perilous to venture out at such a time. While I am aware of your formidable prowess, caution is always prudent. Please feel free to give any directives, Chi Hua said earnestly. Clan leader. The elixir we are concocting this time is rather unique. It necessitates fresh inner organs from fierce beasts. Moreover, I have never attempted this before and must engage in continuous experimentation. Hence, remaining within the clan is simply unfeasible. Chi Mo sighed inwardly. Alas, as a mere impostor of a Qilin, my circumstances are quite lamentable. I find myself almost mingling with the ranks of the Qilin's son. This is exceedingly inconvenient. Should such a situation arise again, I must exercise greater discretion. Otherwise, extricating myself will prove truly challenging. Chi Hua furrowed his brow, troubled by Chi Mo's unwavering stance. How about this? I shall assign 5 elders of the great Luo Jingxian from our clan to accompany you. Chapter 39. The Means of Escape. Mount Buzhou. Qilin's son. Which type of fierce beast are you seeking? At this moment, Chi Mo had already ventured beyond the confines of the Mo Qilin clan's territory. Yet he could not find joy in his heart. The presence of 5 elders, all at the initial stage of great Luo Jingxian, shadowing him rendered his escape plans futile. Was he truly destined to return to the ancestral land and assume the role of Qilin's son? After all, once he arrived, leaving would become even more arduous. Along their journey, they had encountered several fierce beasts of the great Luo Jingxian caliber, but alas, their numbers were too scant. At most, only 2. Chi Mo swiftly dismissed these encounters with excuses, for he sought a den of fierce beasts, requiring at least 6 to effectively delay the 5 elders. Unfortunately, the higher the level of the fierce beasts, the stronger their territorial instincts. Locating a gathering of more than 6 great Luo Jingxian beasts proved exceedingly difficult. I have never concocted this elixir before. Continuous attempts are essential, Chi Mo offered as a casual excuse. The 5 elders exchanged glances, bemused. If you require any fierce beasts, simply instruct us. There is no need for you to take on this burden personally. Your dedication is truly commendable. The 6 proceeded, stopping intermittently, changing directions frequently. They did manage to find quite a few spirit roots and herbs. Let us rest here for a moment, Chi Mo suddenly remarked, as I have some thoughts that require validation through meditation. One day, Chi Mo halted. The 5 elders said nothing further. Such behavior was not uncommon among cultivators. Occasionally, one may experience insights, and whilst it may not guarantee any gain, meditative reflection was inherently beneficial. The 5 positioned themselves at the cardinal points, ensuring Chi Mo was safeguarded within their midst while granting him sufficient privacy. After they withdrew, Chi Mo turned his gaze toward the void before him. He was not genuinely experiencing an epiphany. Rather, he had discovered a primordial restriction in this area. One of considerable magnitude, arguably the largest primordial restriction he had encountered on Mount Buzhou. Of course, this was not the time for exploration, but rather a perfect opportunity to conceal himself from the 5 elders. During this interlude, he intended to decipher the primordial restriction formation and subsequently shed his companions, seeking refuge within the very restriction itself. Thus, time slipped away, and a millennium passed in the blink of an eye. Let us depart, Chi Mo announced, rising to summon the 5 elders to leave the area. He had mastered the primordial restriction formation and would be able to access it directly in the future. Several hundred years later, Chi Mo still found no suitable moment to escape. The 5 elders, though hesitant to voice their concerns, were beginning to feel perplexed. They had encountered hundreds of fierce beasts, yet Chi Mo had not even glanced at any of them before moving on. What sort of elixir was he attempting to concoct if none of these beasts were deemed suitable? Not only were the 5 elders bewildered, But Chiemo himself was growing anxious. Had he truly played himself into a corner, destined to return as the Qilin son of the Qilin clan? At that moment, a notification from the Eye of Insight arrived. Notification: 50,000 kilometers to your southwest, a group of primordial beings and fierce beasts are engaged in battle, with at least dozens of fierce beasts present. Should the host wish to proceed, utmost caution is advised, as they are all of the great Luo Jingxian level. An opportunity had arisen. Chiemo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Finally, we have found it. Let us head in this direction. He eagerly sped southwest, and the 5 elders, sensing the urgency, hurriedly followed. Was it possible that the Qilin son had finally identified the fierce beasts he sought? A short while later, the expressions of the 5 elders shifted dramatically. Qilin son, ahead lies a battle of great Luo Jingxian caliber, they warned, hastily gathering their magical energies. Prepared to safeguard the Qilin son. The fierce beasts I need are just ahead. Let us take a closer look. Chiemo responded, unperturbed as he pressed onward. The 5 elders had no choice but to trail behind him. As they drew nearer, the malevolent aura of the fierce beasts intensified, and the sound of battle reverberated more loudly. Upon arrival, the sight before them was striking. 13 fierce beasts had congregated, their murderous energy so potent that it tainted the surrounding primordial spiritual energy. At that moment, they were ruthlessly assaulting the 7 individuals present. Essentially, 2 fierce beasts were pitted against each person, leaving the 7 somewhat battered. Damn that Luo Hu. How dare he set a trap for us? If we can escape this time, I shall certainly seek vengeance in the west, ensuring that this arrogant Luo, who pays dearly, bellowed a powerful figure clad in black and white robes. Inyang, this time I have miscalculated, lamented another, an ethereal being in white robes. Friend Hongjun, this is not your fault. We can only blame Luo Hu. It is regrettable that we have exhausted our slaughter elixirs. Otherwise, we could still put up a fight. Another companion chimed in. Is that Hongjun and his companions? Chiemo listened intently to their exchange. It turned out that Hongjun had allied with several friends to hunt fierce beasts. During this period, they had continuously slain beasts and accrued significant merit. They initially planned to return for a period of recuperation after using up their slaughter elixirs, but they had not anticipated encountering a solitary, injured fierce beast, an opportunity for merit that was simply too tempting to miss. In their haste, they had pursued the beast and inadvertently stumbled into Luo Hu's trap, who had managed to provoke the wrath of over a dozen fierce beasts. Though they all possessed protective spiritual treasures, facing 2 fierce beasts each proved overwhelming. Chiemo observed the unfolding scenario. If I refrain from intervening or act against Hongjun and his companions, might this lead to Hongjun's demise? This thought flickered briefly before being dismissed. Hongjun was a figure of immense fate. Without him, the primordial world might not even witness the birth of saints. Even if he did not intervene, the heavenly Tao would not allow Hongjun to perish. He certainly had his own means of escape. As for allowing his 5 companions to act, it was likely that before they could inflict any harm on Hongjun, the heavenly Tao would impose its retribution upon them. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, my means of escape lay right before me. Just as Chiemo was lost in contemplation, Hongjun suddenly spotted a few individuals, his face lighting up with joy as he hastily called out, "Esteemed friends, I beseech your assistance in vanquishing this ferocious beast. Rest assured, we shall reward you handsomely afterward." Hongjun's words instantly drew the attention of the other formidable beings present. "Indeed, esteemed friends, I am the Inyang Taoist. Should you lend your strength, I am willing to offer a piece of a postnatal spiritual treasure as recompense. Esteemed friends, slaying this feral beast is our duty. I implore you to act." The sudden appearance of these 5 individuals was undoubtedly their lifeline, prompting them to make promises of benefits. As for the solitary Tai Golden Immortal, he was blatantly disregarded by them. A mere junior Tai Golden Immortal, merely accompanying his clan's elders for training, hardly warranted their attention. However, in response to the overtures from Hongjun and the others, the 5 remained silent, instead surrounding Chiemo. This arrangement was far from that of an elder guiding a junior. It was clearly akin to a protective detail. Moreover, Hongjun's call had evidently caught the attention of the ferocious beasts, with several already roaring and preparing to charge over. A swift decision was required, to engage in battle or to retreat immediately. "What rewards can you offer?" "Not later, but now," Chiemo interjected. "Ah, Hongjun, it appears you shall bear the blame for my demise." Chapter 40. The Fractured Chaos Spiritual Treasure, Extorting a Bargain. Who is this junior to speak here? Before the 5 great Luo Golden Immortals could respond, a mere Tai Golden Immortal audaciously demanded that they provide rewards immediately. This incited the annoyance of the Inyang Taoist. "Silence. This is the Qilin clan's Qilin son. His status is second only to the primordial Qilin. What are you to challenge him?" Upon witnessing the Yin-Yang Taoist reprimanding their Qilin son, the 5 great Luo golden immortals were instantly filled with indignation. Qilin son, a Tai golden immortal. Hongjun and the others found it hard to believe. When had the Qilin clan fallen to such depths? However, now was not the time for scrutiny. Hongjun quickly forced a smile. My apologies, esteemed Yin-Yang Taoist. I did not realize this was the Qilin son. Please forgive any offense. What reward does this esteemed friend seek? Hongjun feared that these individuals might take their leave, hastily inquiring. Innate spiritual roots or innate supreme spiritual treasures will suffice. Xianxiaaudiobooks did not bother to dwell on the matter. Innate spiritual roots are one thing, but to demand an innate supreme spiritual treasure? Your appetite is rather large. Do you truly believe such treasures are abundant? We do possess some innate spiritual roots, but as for innate supreme spiritual treasures, esteemed friend, you jest. Hongjun managed a strained smile. It seems the lives of you all are not worth much. We shall take our leave. Xianxiaaudiobooks scoffed coldly, feigning to depart. Esteemed friend, please wait. Hongjun interjected, producing a broken chaos spiritual treasure that had diminished to the level of an innate upper-grade item. If this esteemed friend finds it satisfactory, you may take it. Otherwise, we shall find our own means of escape. With that, Hongjun revealed a dimly glowing spiritual treasure resembling a handkerchief. At first glance, it appeared dreamlike, as if containing myriad worlds. Upon a second look, it resembled an ethereal palace, utterly illusory, existing like a dream. Xianxiaaudiobooks could not help but feel a surge of excitement upon merely glimpsing it. Is this the chaos spiritual treasure of the dream realm demon god? There could be no mistake. Ever since Hongjun produced this handkerchief, his dream path had begun to stir with anticipation. It undoubtedly contained the powers of the dream path. However, it was now in a broken state. Likely a consequence of Pangu's axe, having fallen to the level of an innate upper-grade treasure. Although it was classified as such, it had lost much of its spiritual essence. Even among innate upper-grade treasures, its value was considerably diminished. Esteemed friend, are you jesting? You expect us to act for merely a lifeless innate upper-grade treasure? Has the value of great Luo golden immortals truly plummeted to such a degree? I require more innate spiritual roots and materials. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I will not act against you. Xianxiaaudiobooks replied with unflinching composure. A skilled negotiator must learn to be resolute. You, the Yin-Yang Taoist, and the others immediately glared at Xianxiaaudiobooks with ire. Such audacity from a mere Tai golden immortal. Do you truly think the Qilin clan has dominion over the wilderness? Very well. Esteemed friend, please act swiftly. Hongjun intervened, hastily gathering more spiritual roots and materials from the remaining individuals and tossing them to Xianxiaaudiobooks. Although there were only 7 of them, all being great Luo golden immortals. The spiritual roots and materials they collected were certainly not lacking in quality and were abundant in quantity. Enough for Xianxiaaudiobooks to refine several batches of 6-turn golden pills. This unexpected windfall was truly delightful. Let us proceed. After accepting the items, Xianxiaaudiobooks honored his promise. However, the Qilin son, one of the great Luo golden immortals, voiced his concern. There are 13 ferocious beasts in total. Even if we each take one, that still leaves one unaccounted for. Are we truly expecting a Tai golden immortal to face off against a great Luo golden immortal's beast? Do not worry about me. While I may not be able to slay a great Luo golden immortal's ferocious beast, I can certainly hold it off for a while. Have you forgotten that I possess an innate supreme spiritual treasure? That yellowish ferocious beast is precisely the material I require for alchemy. Ensure you bring it back. Xianxiaaudiobooks declared confidently, hands clasped behind his back. The 5 exchanged glances, finding themselves in a quandary. The peril of a Tai golden immortal confronting a great Luo golden immortal's beast was self-evident. Should the Qilin son fall here, their lives would hardly matter. Yet, witnessing the Qilin son's unwavering confidence, they found it difficult to counter his assertion. Very well, let us strive for a swift resolution. Even if it meant expending some vital energy, they would quickly slay these ferocious beasts. With this resolve, the 5 engaged in fierce combat with the charging beasts. Their strikes brutal and decisive, aiming for a swift conclusion. Even so, a great Luo golden immortal's ferocious beast roared and lunged at Xianxiaaudiobooks. A mere beast dares to harm me? I am the Qilin son of the Qilin clan. Today, let me demonstrate my prowess. Xianxiaaudiobooks proclaimed flamboyantly. Hongjun and the others inwardly scoffed at the bravado of a Tai golden immortal who truly believed himself significant. The divide between a Tai golden immortal and a great Luo golden immortal was a vast chasm, not to mention slaying the beast. Even breaching its defenses would be a monumental task for a Tai golden immortal. The river of Gung metal. Xianxiaaudiobooks unleashed a grand divine ability. The river of Gung metal surging forth, sharp and unstoppable, obliterating all in its path. The path of metal? I never imagined a Tai golden immortal would master a grand path. It was no wonder he had risen to be the Qilin's son. A true expert reveals their prowess with a single move. Hongjun and the others promptly set aside their previous underestimations. It seemed this Qilin's son was not as foolishly ostentatious as he appeared. The Gongjin River enveloped this formidable beast of the Deluo Jingxian level. Immediately, a furious roar erupted from within the Gongjin River. Moments later, an enormous silhouette broke through the waters, charging towards Qima. Although the previous Dao-level divine ability had inflicted some damage upon the beast, as Hongjun and the others had anticipated, it was impossible to heavily wound a Deluo Jingxian-level beast with a single technique. Be careful, Kalinzi. The 5 Deluo Jingxian experts engaged in battle shouted in alarm and anger. Primordial 5 Directions flag, come forth. Qima appeared flustered as he summoned a small golden flag with a mere thought. The flag swelled in the wind, showering countless golden lotuses that encircled Qima in protection. While the primordial-grade spiritual treasure was indeed formidable, Qima's cultivation was insufficient to fully refine it. The myriad golden lotuses were relentlessly eroded by the beast's terrifying power. The Primordial 5 Directions flag trembled and buzzed incessantly, as Qima, his face flushed, channeled every ounce of his mana into it. However, the Deluo Jingxian-level beast was far too powerful. It shattered the Primordial 5 Directions flag and collided with Qima. Although the beast's force had been significantly diminished, it still sent Qima hurtling backward, blood spraying through the air. Cursed be my negligence. Quickly deal with the beast, and come to my aid. With that, Qima vanished from his original position. Chapter 41, A Successful Escape. Feigning assistance to Hongjun and the others, Qima led his 5 Deluo Jingxian followers into action while he faced the Deluo-level beast alone, pretending to be at a disadvantage, seizing the opportunity to escape. Indeed, he was at a disadvantage, but it was not as simple as being severely injured by a Deluo Jingxian-level beast. The 5 elder Deluo Jingxians of the Qilin clan, witnessing their Kalinzi being ravaged by the beast, were frantic with worry. Their actions turned ruthless and resolute, desperate to reach Qima in time. Meanwhile, Qima fled swiftly, soon distancing himself from the sight of Hongjun and the others. At last, he had temporarily shaken them off. However, he knew his time was limited. If these 5 were to risk everything, the beast might not be able to withstand them for long. Thus, Qima had to act swiftly to rid himself of this Deluo Jingxian-level beast. Drawing forth a 5-turn golden elixir, he swallowed it whole. The elixir transformed into pure mana, replenishing what he had just expended. His previously injured complexion began to recover. Yet no matter how Qima altered his course, the Deluo Jingxian-level beast relentlessly pursued him. Its frustration palpable at being unable to subdue a Tai Jingxian. With a cold demeanor, Qima continued his flight towards the primordial restriction he had previously discovered. In the chase, the beast's speed was undiminished, quickly closing in on Qima. How bothersome, he roared. Shatter space. Qima unleashed the divine ability of the space Dao, causing the space around the beast to warp, revealing cracks akin to a shattered mirror on the verge of collapse. The beast emitted a pained, wrathful roar, its massive form riddled with countless small wounds. Provoked by the scent of blood, it unleashed a savage fury, charging towards Qima despite its agony. What a beast! Why are these creatures so singularly minded? With a mental command, Qima summoned the Longhu Rui, which soared forth, transforming into a myriad of dragon and tiger apparitions that culminated in a resounding blast directed at the beast. The formidable primordial-grade spiritual treasure collided with the beast's body, tearing through flesh and causing blood to cascade in torrents. Truly, this was a Deluo Jingxian-level beast. The primordial-grade treasure had merely punctured a portion of its flesh without fully penetrating. Once more, Qima invoked the Gongjin River, which surged forth, enveloping the beast and incessantly slicing into its flesh. Ignoring the creature, Qima employed the 5 elements escape technique, hastening towards the primordial restriction array. While he felt he had a chance to slay the Deluo-level beast, he knew it would require all his resources, and time was not on his side. If the 5 elders caught up, he would never escape from the perilous Mount Buzhou. Thus, his sole objective was to stall the beast. Finally, through the 5 elements escape technique, he arrived again at the primordial restriction array. Just as he exhaled in relief, the Deluo-level beast reappeared, having sustained grievous injuries. Spotting the seemingly weak ant before it, the beast charged with frenzied desperation. Farewell. Qima smiled faintly, and his form shifted, transforming into an enigmatic youth clad in azure robes. Vanishing into the void, the Deluo-level beast collided with the air, disoriented and enraged, its enormous eyes filled with confusion and fury. Where has that ant gone? Was it crushed to nothingness? Meanwhile, the 5 elders of the Qilin clan were seething with rage. Damn it! The aura of Kalinzi has vanished. One elder roared, his voice laced with fury. The threads of fate connecting us have also disappeared. It's over. The remaining 4 elders looked despondent, their faces etched with despair. Kalinzi was their clan's future. How could they, 5 Deluo Jinxians, fail to protect him? Quickly slay these beasts. Another elder, regaining his composure, bellowed and unleashed his full power, burning his essence recklessly. He shattered the beast before him with a divine ability and, disregarding the remaining 4, hurried after the direction Kalinzi had fled. The other 4, unconcerned about their diminishing cultivation or the damage to their essence, unleashed their powers against the beast. The overwhelming force caused even Hongjun and the others to take several steps back. The beast was about to face the fury of the Qilin clan. Hongjun exchanged glances with the others. With the Qilin clan's involvement, the end of the beast's calamity was likely approaching. However, unbeknownst to Hongjun, the Qilin clan partially blamed him for Kalinzi's demise, believing that had he not spoken, their location would not have been revealed. But these were matters for another time. By the time the 5 elders arrived, there was nothing left of Kalinzi, only a void and a furious beast. The beast, seeing the 5 approach, roared and charged. You beast, die! Their anger peaked. The 5 struck simultaneously, swiftly slaying the beast. Its aura vanished from existence. Did Kalinzi become this beast's meal? One elder's face turned ashen. Something isn't right. We followed a trail of battle, yet here there are no traces at all. Even if Kalinzi was devoured by this beast, what of the spiritual treasure? Another elder, regaining his composure, posed the question. Are you suggesting that other powerful beings have intervened? As they reflected upon the recent tumultuous events, it became evident that the initial fury had clouded their judgment, and numerous suspicions began to arise. The likelihood of such a scenario seemed considerable. The severely injured Kirin's son, possessing an unparalleled innate spiritual treasure, would undoubtedly entice anyone. Moreover, let us not forget that prior to his ascendance, Kirin's son had fallen victim to the sinister machinations of the demon race. The 5 exchanged glances, recognizing the plausibility of this theory. Regardless, we must separate and scour the vicinity for any suspicious traces. We shall reconvene here afterward. The demise of Kirin's son is of paramount importance. Should we fail to manage this situation adeptly, we shall face repercussions upon returning to our clan. Nodding in agreement, the 5 set out from this location, unaware that Kirin's son was, in fact, right before their eyes. At that moment, Lin Changsheng had reverted to his true form. Yet he was awestruck by the imposing innate restriction array before him. The vitality here was astonishingly rich. Chapter 42. I am not a villain. Lin Changsheng had encountered numerous innate restriction arrays before, ranging from the grand expanse of Penglai Fairy Island, replete with dense innate spiritual essence, to humble patches housing mere spiritual herbs and roots. However, the innate restriction array before him exuded an exceptionally potent life force. The innate spiritual roots and materials flourished abundantly, lush and verdant, suggesting an ancient lineage. Could there be some treasure concealed here? Lin Changsheng pondered, thus commenced his scavenging endeavors. Millennia-old purple jade grapes? He transplanted them into his herbal compendium. Millennia-old ginseng kings? Transplanted, all of them. Oh, was that a dragon holding grass already aged for billions of years? Transplanted. It must be done. As he traversed, he continued his relentless foraging. The vast expanse of the innate restriction began to appear barren. Aside from the dense innate spiritual essence confirming its nature as an innate restriction array, such a place would hardly entice even a dog. Meanwhile, deep within the innate restriction array, 2 luminous orbs remained tightly intertwined, emitting intense waves of spiritual consciousness. Brother, who is this person? How could they possibly infiltrate our concealed innate restriction array? Inquired one orb in a melodious feminine voice. Sister Nuwa, this method is indeed unknown to me. From his aura, he appears to have attained the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, significantly surpassing our own powers. The other orb responded with a sigh. The identities of these 2 orbs became apparent. Nuwa and Fushi. As primordial deities, they had yet to reach the time of their emergence, existing in their primal states. Once the Dragon Han initial cataclysm passed, and the world was purified, they would manifest in form. However, this intruder's blatant pillaging was unacceptable. If he continued to ravage their treasures, what would remain for them upon their arrival? Nuwa expressed her irritation, gazing at Lin Changsheng, who was frantically uprooting spiritual roots in the distance. Sister, you speak wisely. We must put an end to his actions. All treasures within this innate restriction array rightfully belong to us. Had the timing for their transformation not been inappropriate, they would have demanded an explanation from him. Friend, please cease your actions. I am Fushi. This place is the domain of my sister Nuwa and myself. Fushi promptly interjected. Lin Changsheng, amidst his fervent foraging, abruptly halted. Ah, Fushi, esteemed friend, Nuwa, I hadn't realized that this was the sacred ground nurturing your existence. No wonder the life force is so abundant. Nuwa, who cultivated the laws of creation, was destined to become the future Saint Nuwa. However, despite his acknowledgement, Lin Changsheng's hands did not slow their pace. These primordial deities, cherished by heaven and earth, were cloaked in innate arrays and often accompanied by spiritual treasures. For a being like him, whose foundation was lacking, it was unbearable not to seize these resources. "Do you recognize my sister and me?" Fuxi inquired, surprised. They had yet to take form, let alone depart from this place. The audacity of this intruder to acknowledge them was astonishing. "Of course," Lin Changsheng replied succinctly, quickening his pace. "Since you recognize my siblings, might you consider halting your actions?" Nuwa urged, unable to restrain herself. In the brief exchange, yet another expanse of spiritual roots vanished from sight. "Very well, I shall comply shortly," Lin Changsheng nodded vigorously. "You." Nuwa's orb oscillated violently with indignation. "Sister, do not act rashly. It is not yet time for our transformation. Forcing it would jeopardize our essence. Although this individual is brazen, he has at least not harmed the roots of these spiritual materials. They may yet regrow," Fuxi reassured her. However, had he not harmed the roots? The higher-grade spiritual roots and materials had been uprooted entirely, while the lesser ones were disregarded. Time passed, and the once flourishing innate restriction array grew desolate. Should this innate restriction array dissipate, it would scarcely surpass an ordinary valley in Buzhou Mountain. After exhausting the spiritual roots and materials, Lin Changsheng approached the two luminous orbs. "Esteemed friends, you have already harvested the spiritual roots and materials. Why do you not take your leave?" Fuxi said warily. Should this intruder harbor ulterior motives, he would protect Nuwa at all costs, even if it meant risking his own essence, though he sensed that he may not stand a chance against him. "There is no need for alarm, esteemed friends. I am not a villain and harbor no ill intentions toward you." "Not a villain?" Nuwa retorted incredulously. "You invade another's domain, seize all valuable spiritual roots, and yet you claim not to be a villain? It appears your definition of a villain is somewhat skewed." Frustrated, Nuwa turned away, resuming her cultivation. Just as Fuxi was about to speak, he noticed the intruder fixated intently on his sister. "Friend, do not act recklessly. My sister is merely a luminous orb." Fuxi's words trailed off, as astonishment filled his gaze. An enigmatic aura emanated from Lin Changsheng, enveloping him in a profound resonance of the Tao. Was he beginning to comprehend the nature of existence? All this, merely from a glance at his sister? What extraordinary talent was this? Isn't it simply astonishing? Moreover, dear friend, could you not show a modicum of respect towards us siblings? To achieve enlightenment in our presence, are you truly unafraid of us interrupting your epiphany? Or do you presume we lack the courage? Fuxi inwardly scoffed at the absurdity of the situation. Interrupting an epiphany? They would never dare to do such a thing. Severing one's path to enlightenment is nearly equivalent to crippling their foundation. He certainly did not wish for this individual to go mad, as it would ultimately be they who would suffer the consequences. Indeed, Lin Changsheng had commenced another bout of enlightenment. "You have witnessed Nuwa practicing the laws of creation, and you have begun your own epiphany. What of this enlightenment? I refuse to believe he can truly comprehend anything of substance." Nuwa's heart simmered with indignation. A century later, you have grasped the path of creation, achieving comprehension level 1. To think that merely observing Nuwa's cultivation could lead Lin Changsheng to the understanding of the path of creation. At this moment, he was plunged into a profound state of cultivation, as the resonances of the path of creation gradually dissipated. Within the previously barren primordial restrictive formation, spiritual roots and materials began to flourish wildly. Is this the essence of the laws of creation? Fuxi hastily conveyed his thoughts to his younger sister. She, who cultivated the laws of creation, was undoubtedly the most qualified to comment. Nuwa, too, was taken aback. The earlier grievances had completely evaporated. It is not merely the laws of creation, it is the path of creation. Chapter 43, The Aftermath of Chima's Fall and the Actions of the Qilin Clan. Inside the primordial restrictive formation, Nuwa was utterly astonished. To achieve enlightenment simply by observing her cultivation method? What extraordinary talent must one possess to achieve such a feat? Although she herself had reached a profound level in the laws of creation, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of this path of creation. Even if this path was newly comprehended, it exemplified the might of the great Tao. How could it be so? Merely a glance, and one could attain the path of creation? Is there truly such a terrifying powerhouse in the primordial realm? Fuxi felt his scalp tingle with anxiety. Their sibling duo were innate divine beings, favored by heaven and earth. Yet, even their innate talents could not compare to this sudden appearance of brilliance. It was too terrifying. Elder brother, I, too, shall enter seclusion. The resonance of his path of creation has granted me some insights, Nuwa promptly declared. Very well, Fuxi nodded in agreement. Thus, within the primordial restrictive formation, resonances of the Tao flowed, the mysterious aura of creation enriching the life force within the formation. Although Fuxi did not cultivate the laws of creation, he too began to enter seclusion under its influence. The atmosphere within the primordial restrictive formation became serene. While the Qilin clan was on the verge of rebellion, the cause was none other than the fall of Qima. There was no need for the 5 elders to return with news. Qihua had already sensed the disappearance of Qima's causal thread. Enraged, he unleashed his fury throughout their territory, filled with boundless regret. How could he have allowed Qima to venture out? Not only Qihua, but the entire Qilin clan erupted in chaos upon hearing of Master Qima's demise. Countless powerful Qilin beings blocked the territory of the Mo Qilin clan, demanding to know why Qihua had permitted Master Qima to take such risks. Some hot-headed individuals had even begun to strike. The scene had descended into utter disorder. It should be noted that Qima was not merely a prodigy of the Mo Qilin clan. He was a scion of the entire Qilin clan. His status and identity second only to the primordial Qilin. Moreover, Qima's talent was widely acknowledged. Adding to this was his identity as a master alchemist, having produced elixirs for the Qilin clan for countless years. The impact of his loss was immense, especially for those powerful beings who were stuck at the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, who had viewed Qima as their beacon of hope. With that hope now extinguished, how could they not be furious? By the time the 5 elders returned to their territory, the remaining powerful beings could no longer restrain themselves and sought to strike down the 5. This incident directly alarmed the primordial Qilin, who manifested his supreme powers. Appearing in the territory of the Mo Qilin clan. Primordial Qilin, our clan's prodigy Qima has fallen, Qihua lamented, his heart bleeding with sorrow. What on earth had transpired? The primordial Qilin's fury darkened the skies. The entire Qilin clan trembled in fear. Even clan leaders of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm could hardly withstand such overwhelming pressure. Primordial Qilin, this matter was orchestrated by the demon clan's Luo who, the 5 elders spoke, their faces pale and spirits trembling, yet they forced the words out. Speak, commanded the primordial Qilin. His calm visage belied the raging inferno of anger within, ready to engulf the entire Mount Buzhou. The 5 recounted everything regarding Qima's descent from the mountain, including their final speculations. They had no choice. The primordial Qilin's oppressive might was too terrifying, and they dared not lie. Very well, Luo Hu. Very well, Hongjun. Your rivalry has resulted in the fall of our clan scion. Excellent. And as for you, Shin and I, do you truly believe your feral kin can act without restraint? The primordial Qilin repeated the word excellent thrice, and all knew his fury had reached its zenith. While there were many suspicious points, the complete disappearance of the causal thread meant that Qima had indeed perished. Even if Luo Hu was not directly responsible, he must bear the blame. Otherwise, how could the Qilin scion's fall be in vain? Issue my decree. The primordial Qilin commands that all powerful beings of the Qilin clan above the Tai Golden Immortal Realm begin to sweep through the feral beasts. The great Luo Golden Immortals shall divide into 2 groups, one to the west to eradicate the demon clan, ensuring they pay a heavy price. The other group shall seek out Hongjun. As this matter is of his doing, he too must pay a price. As for you 5, you shall bear the guilt, leading these Tai Golden Immortals to sweep through the feral beasts. Until the calamity is resolved, you 5 are forbidden from returning to the territory. With that, the primordial Qilin's power dissipated into the air. Such was the might of the Qilin clan. Though it may not be their era now, they still possessed the depth of their heritage. Following this, the entire Qilin clan mobilized. A portion of their powerful beings united, not bothering to conceal their presence, soaring westward. What has befallen the Qilin clan? Such murderous intent. They had already engaged in battle with the demon clan in the west. Surely they would not be heading out again to eradicate them? The beings of the primordial realm murmured among themselves. Upon arriving in the west, this group of powerful beings asked no questions regarding the past and mercilessly slaughtered any demon they encountered. They even advanced directly to Luo, Hu's demon ancestor palace. At that moment, Luo Hu was not in the west, but upon hearing of the events, he was consumed by rage. Damn the Qilin clan. What madness is this? Do you truly think I, Luo Hu, fear you? Luo Hu's killing intent radiated as his god-slaying spear hummed ominously. He yearned to ascend Mount Buzhou and challenge the primordial Qilin directly. Yet, he restrained himself, unwilling to reveal his trump card too soon, lest it benefit Hongjun ultimately. Luo Hu ordered the demon clan to find a new place to retreat and hide. On one side, Luo Hu remained in a state of retreat, while on the other, Hongjun found himself in a similarly precarious position. He was besieged by hundreds of powerful beings from the Qilin clan. The expressions of Yin Yang Daoist and the others were grave. Had the Qilin clan truly lost their senses? What was the meaning of such a grand display? The demise of your Qilin son is of no concern to us. What intentions do you harbor, esteemed comrades? Hongjun managed to maintain a semblance of composure. Should a conflict arise, he was confident in his ability to escape this predicament. Hence, he was not intimidated by the Qilin clan. The fall of our Qilin son, though not directly caused by you, nonetheless bears relevance to your kind. By the decree of the primordial Qilin, you are forbidden from stepping foot upon the Unzao mountain. Furthermore, you shall provide 10 innate supreme spiritual treasures as compensation. Otherwise, you will face the relentless pursuit of my Qilin clan for all eternity, stated Chi-Ho. The leader of the Fire Qilin clan, his countenance devoid of emotion. 10 innate supreme spiritual treasures were a mere pittance. Do not attempt to obfuscate matters. We have already rendered our services, and the karmic debt is settled. The demise of your Qilin son was due to your own inadequacies. What relevance do we have in this? Yin Yang Daoist retorted with indignation. It seems you are unwilling to cooperate. Very well. We shall unleash the fury that has been pent up within us, Chi-Ho sneered. The significance of the Qilin sun cannot merely be offset by such trivialities. Very well. I shall acquiesce to these terms, Hongjun interjected, halting Yin Yang Daoist. He shared the same sentiments as Luo who, a mere Qilin clan, posed no real threat. Now was not the time to reveal his trump cards. Although 10 innate supreme spiritual treasures were considerable, he was capable of producing them. Once Chi-Ho and the Qilin clan departed, Yin Yang Daoist and the others expressed their ire. Hongjun, we are not necessarily afraid of them. Indeed, Hongjun. The Qilin clan's tyranny must be curtailed, they asserted. Hongjun shook his head, gazing into the distance. The involvement of the Qilin clan would accelerate the conclusion of the impending calamity. Our focus must remain on this impending tribulation. Hongjun's words rang true. The fierce beasts had already begun to retreat, and with the Qilin clan's intervention, the battle had taken a decidedly one-sided turn. Lin Changsheng was unaware that the disappearance of his Qilin Mo identity would trigger such upheaval across the Hongwan continent. At this moment, he had just awakened from a state of enlightenment. Chapter 44, Continuous Comprehension of Laws and the Tao, astounded Fushi. You have comprehended the Tao of creation at level 16, and from it, you have grasped the boundless vitality of divine abilities. To his astonishment, after millennia of comprehension, he had elevated the Tao of creation to level 16. The depth of this realization was indeed remarkable. Upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable. Lin Changsheng's understanding of the Tao of creation stemmed from his insights into Nuwa's principles of creation. During his enlightenment, Nuwa was also in seclusion, contemplating the resonances of the Tao of creation emanating from Lin Changsheng. Both of them engaged in mutual understanding, akin to a philosophical discourse. Although Nuwa was merely cultivating principles, her insights were nonetheless profoundly beneficial. This symbiotic exchange allowed Lin Changsheng to cultivate the Tao of creation to such a degree. Of course, the benefits reaped by Nuwa were even greater, as her understanding of the Tao of creation would accelerate her mastery of her own principles. Moreover, Nuwa now possessed the potential to elevate her principles to the level of the Tao. Just as Lin Changsheng was on the verge of awakening from his state of enlightenment, a notification from the system resounded once more. The boundless vitality of divine abilities and the manipulation of creation within the 36 heavenly stalwarts share a remarkable similarity. The two divine abilities validate each other, and you begin to comprehend the laws of life. Remarkably, he had not anticipated that these two divine abilities would lead him to another moment of enlightenment. However, this was not unexpected. The manipulation of creation was the foremost divine ability among the 36 heavenly stalwarts. It encompassed the profound mysteries of creation, conjuring existence from non-existence, and deriving life from death. Meanwhile, the boundless vitality of divine abilities could seize the essence of creation, transforming pure creative energy into rich life force. Though these two divine abilities were not strictly the laws of life, they nonetheless bore a trace of life essence, thereby facilitating his understanding of the laws of life. It was a pity, however, that it was merely the laws of life, not the Tao of life itself. Just as Lin Changsheng was about to awaken, he found himself once again immersed in enlightenment. Meanwhile, Nuwa had already regained consciousness. Sister, have you completed your cultivation? Fushi, not being in a state of enlightenment, could awaken at will. Indeed, the gains from this endeavor have been extraordinary. My comprehension of the principles of creation has deepened significantly, and my principles now resonate with the Tao. With continued cultivation, I shall soon grasp the Tao, Nuwa exclaimed joyfully. This moment of enlightenment had spared her a million years of cultivation time. Moreover, with a bit more seclusion, she would elevate her cultivation. Currently, both she and Fushi were in the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortal. A further step would lead them to the late stage. That is splendid news. Congratulations, sister. Fushi echoed her delight. I owe this opportunity to our esteemed friend. This esteemed friend has begun to comprehend the Tao once more? Nuwa exclaimed in astonishment. They had anticipated awakening around the same time. only to find that their esteemed friend, having just grasped the Tao of creation, was now embarking on yet another enlightenment, exuding a profound life essence that clearly indicated an understanding of the laws of life. I find it difficult to articulate my admiration for this esteemed friend. Such a foundation undoubtedly surpasses that of any innate divine being. We strive tirelessly to attain enlightenment, yet this esteemed friend seems to do so with effortless ease. Fuxi suddenly felt a wave of intense frustration. Brother, even among innate divine beings, there are disparities. Nuwa sighed in agreement. In the ensuing time, the two of them resumed their seclusion. Millennia passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes. His comprehension of the laws of life had reached a certain level, rendering further understanding elusive, though he had not attained any divine abilities. The boundless vitality had integrated with the laws of life, making it considerably more practical. Why do you both regard me with such expressions? Lin Changsheng was taken aback to find Fuxi and Nuwa staring intently at him. Esteemed friend, I must inquire how long this ability to comprehend at any moment has persisted? Fuxi asked, tinged with envy. Since I was still a true immortal, I believe, Lin Changsheng replied with a sigh. Alas, it has become somewhat burdensome. This constant state of enlightenment can be quite taxing, often stretching for millennia. Esteemed friend, please, let this burden fall upon me. I fear no troubles. Fuxi nearly exploded with frustration. Is this even a reasonable statement? To be able to comprehend at the true immortal realm? It is one thing to possess a prodigious talent, but to boast of it before us is utterly disheartening. The talents of this esteemed friend surpass those of both my sister and I. Might I inquire as to your name? Nuwa inquired. The earlier displeasure stemming from Lin Changsheng's plundering of spiritual roots and materials had completely dissipated. Setting aside the immense benefits she herself had reaped during Lin Changsheng's enlightenment, the spiritual roots within this innate forbidden formation, nourished by the principles of creation and the laws of life, had begun to flourish anew. Although they were not as abundant as before, they now constituted a veritable paradise. You may address me as Taoist Changsheng, Lin Changsheng remarked with a smile. Taoist Changsheng, I humbly bow to you, came the reply. I have also garnered considerable insights from your exposition on the principles of creation. Might we continue our discussion? Who knows what further revelations could emerge? Nuwa gazed at Lin Changsheng with anticipation. Engaging in philosophical discourse is a customary practice among cultivators. By validating hypotheses and sharing insights, participants can attain deeper understandings. With your invitation, how could I possibly refuse? Lin Changsheng responded with a gentle smile. It was fortuitous that he had recently acquired numerous insights into the laws of divine powers. This opportunity would allow him to consolidate his understanding. Though termed a mutual discussion, it was primarily Lin Changsheng who expounded upon the doctrines, for his mastery of the great principles far surpassed that of Nuwa and Fuxi. Initially, both Fuxi and Nuwa could contest Lin Changsheng's teachings, yet they soon found themselves overwhelmed, ultimately becoming attentive listeners. Lin Changsheng's eloquence was dazzling, with manifestations of myriad wonders surrounding him. As Nuwa and Fuxi listened, their hearts were filled with astonishment. How many principles has Taoist Changsheng comprehended? At least 10, not to mention various laws and divine powers. This is truly formidable. Have the beings of the primordial world transcended to such heights? Unbeknownst to Lin Changsheng, their thoughts were far removed from his awareness. In the blink of an eye, their discussion had lasted for a staggering 10,000 years. During this time, Lin Changsheng meticulously reorganized all his acquired laws and gained numerous new insights. Although his cultivation had not ascended, he had reached the precipice of becoming a great Luo golden immortal, merely a step away from seclusion to break through. As for Nuwa and Fuxi, their progress was equally remarkable. Nuwa had advanced a minor realm, now nearing the late stage of the Tai golden immortal, while Fuxi, though not having leveled up, also reaped significant rewards. With further cultivation, he would undoubtedly catch up. My esteemed friends, our philosophical discourse is drawing to a close, and it is time for me to take my leave, Lin Changsheng said with a gentle smile. Nuwa and Fuxi, realizing the moment had come, felt a pang of reluctance. We are deeply grateful for your teachings during this time. Will we ever meet again? They sincerely expressed their thanks. If fate permits, we shall surely reunite, Lin Changsheng replied before departing. Chapter 45. Unleashing all techniques to vanquish the ferocious beast of early Great Luo Golden Immortal Stage. Upon exiting the innate forbidden formation, Lin Changsheng acutely sensed that the malevolent aura of the tribulation had reached its zenith. Furthermore, the heavenly Tao intermittently bestowed divine merits. It appeared that the tribulation would soon conclude. Initially intending to locate another innate forbidden formation to refine a damaged chaos spiritual treasure, he reconsidered. It was time to gather some spiritual roots and materials before returning to the Eastern Sea. The tribulation could end at any moment. and he needed to enter seclusion to break through to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage. The location for his breakthrough would naturally be the Penglai Immortal Island, which had become his stronghold. Moreover, the uproar caused by his 12th grade 3-flower manifestation would undoubtedly be considerable. He wished to avoid exposing himself due to such phenomena. With a plan in mind, Lin Changsheng purposefully began to search for celestial materials in the direction of the Eastern Sea. In the blink of an eye, several millennia had passed. Tip: a place with an innate forbidden formation exists 35,000 kilometers to your west. But it seems a ferocious beast of early Great Luo Golden Immortal stage is currently feeding there. An innate forbidden formation. Lin Changsheng's eyes brightened. He had thought that upon leaving the unyielding mountain, encountering another innate forbidden formation would be challenging. Yet here he was, faced with one. However, the presence of a ferocious beast of early Great Luo Golden Immortal stage complicates matters. Lin Changsheng began to ponder. At present, he was merely at the perfected Tai Golden Immortal stage and lacked absolute confidence against such a beast. Nonetheless, since the beast was feeding, he could observe it and look for an opportunity. Resolute, he decided to proceed. With a spiritual treasure at his side, retreating was always an option. Upon arrival, he discovered a lingering stench of blood and the remnants of a fierce battle, with ruins scattered about. In the distance, a ferocious beast was gnawing on something. Its body bore numerous grievous wounds, blood flowing incessantly. Despite this, the early Great Luo Golden Immortal stage beast emanated a fearsome aura. Clearly, it had turned the tables on the cultivators who sought to hunt it. Lin Changsheng quickly concluded that as long as he could slay the beast and use the exorcism pill to absorb its malevolence, he would gain merits. Many beings of the primordial world had succumbed to this temptation. However, it was not only cultivators who hunted ferocious beasts, the beasts would also prey on them. To attain merits, one must be prepared for the possibility of being counterattacked. Yet, this provided Lin Changsheng with an opportunity. Originally, his chances of confronting a ferocious beast of early Great Luo Golden Immortal stage were less than 30%. Now, facing an injured beast, his odds had risen to at least 60%. Moreover, with ample exorcism pills, he could absorb the beast's malevolence in advance, increasing his chances to 70%, sufficient. With this thought, Lin Changsheng hesitated no longer. With a flick of his fingers, dozens of exorcism pills flew into the air, absorbing the beast's malevolence. The beast, sensing danger, roared and attempted to shatter the pills. Gravity domain. Lin Changsheng decisively unleashed his power. The gravity within the space where the beast resided surged thousands of times. With a resounding crash, the ground beneath the beast collapsed several thousand meters deep. Yet, the beast merely struggled briefly before breaking free of the gravitational domain. Dragon Tiger Rui. As Lin Changsheng's cultivation advanced, the innate mid-grade spiritual treasure grew even more formidable. With a mighty roar, the Dragon Tiger Rui descended upon the beast with overwhelming force. White rainbow piercing the sun, Lin Changsheng did not cease his assault. The Xianyuan sword emitted a resonant hum as it morphed into a torrent of primordial waters. The enormous celestial sword, thousands of feet long, hurtled toward the beast. Boom! The Dragon Tiger Rui struck the beast, sending its massive form hurtling back several thousand kilometers, tearing flesh and armor to expose its stark white bones. To his surprise, the beast's physical defenses were unexpectedly robust. The innate mid-grade spiritual treasure had failed to penetrate. The beast, in pain, roared furiously, swatting the Dragon Tiger Rui away with a claw as large as a mountain. The treasure emitted a mournful cry as it was sent flying back, its spiritual light dimmed and partially damaged. Lin Changsheng swiftly recalled it, channeling his mana to nurture it. The fact that the Dragon and Tiger Rui did not slay the ferocious beast was well within Lin Changsheng's expectations. Simultaneously, the attack of the Xianyuan sword arrived, its terrifying momentum slicing through the air with unparalleled force, cleaving a substantial portion of the beast's flesh. A painful roar erupted from the creature as it retaliated, sending the Xianyuan sword hurtling away. Lin Changsheng's complexion turned pale. The bond he shared with both treasures meant that their damage resonated within him, inflicting some injury. Yet, he did not falter. With the yin-yang millstone, the shattered space, the river of metal, and the annihilating divine light, he summoned all his internal mana, unleashing every tactic at his disposal. Under the resonance of the yin-yang Tao, the dual energies transformed into the yin-yang millstone, relentlessly erasing the ferocious beast. The spatial Tao shattered the very fabric of the space the beast occupied, attempting to crush it. The river of metal, under the influence of the metal Tao, surged forth, an endless tide relentlessly severing the beast's corporeal form. The annihilating divine light descended like a celestial pillar, exuding a destructive aura that engulfed the beast wherever the light touched. Not a blade of grass could survive, and all existence withered away. The simultaneous release of these four formidable Tao techniques was immensely terrifying. Lin Changsheng felt his mana nearly depleted. This was the first time he had fully unleashed the entirety of his combat prowess without reservation. However, the results were evident. As the beast's agonizing wails gradually diminished until they faded into nothingness, the heavens trembled, and a surge of merit flew toward him. This time, Lin Changsheng did not hastily collect the merit and flee. Given that merit was now falling throughout the Hongjun continent, it had become a common occurrence. Having vanquished the beast, Lin Changsheng gained a clearer understanding of his combat capabilities. If he were to exert himself, he believed he could defeat a ferocious beast at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Yet, facing a practitioner of equal standing would be a different matter entirely, especially if that practitioner possessed a spiritual treasure. In such a case, his only option would be to flee. After resting for a brief moment, Lin Changsheng began to decipher the hidden innate grand formation. Time passed, and before he knew it, he had vanished from his original spot, entering the core of the innate grand formation. Meanwhile, several hundred kilometers away, a group of practitioners had banded together to slay a ferocious beast of the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Shortly after collecting their merit, they noticed another surge of merit descending from a different direction. Exchanging glances, they silently made their way toward the source of the newfound merit, recognizing that it too was a reward for slaying a beast of the same caliber. Approaching the location, however, they found no one in sight. Instead, they were awestruck by the remnants of the battle before them. Was that the aura of the Tao? And it seemed there was more than one. The existence of such a terrifying power in Hongjun was astonishing. They shared incredulous looks, their shock palpable. How could they have considered targeting such a mighty being? It was madness. They were truly courting disaster. Hastily, they reversed their course and fled the scene. Lin Changsheng, meanwhile, remained oblivious to all that transpired around him. Within the confines of the innate grand formation, he was indeed reaping some rewards. Chapter 46. The innate supreme spiritual root, the enlightenment tea tree, and the upgrade of the herbal diagram. Inside the innate grand formation, Lin Changsheng adhered to the principle that a child of poverty must learn responsibility early. He transplanted every spiritual root and material he could collect into the herbal diagram. During this time, the quantity of spiritual materials within the diagram increased significantly. However, since the last upgrade, it had not seen another enhancement. If he could transplant an innate supreme spiritual root, it might elevate the rank of the herbal diagram. As he continued to transplant these roots, he ventured deeper into the innate formation. Suddenly, he halted before a slender trunk crowned with a canopy. Its branches adorned with sharply defined leaves emanating a mysterious spiritual light. Even the fragrance wafting from this tree seemed to clarify his very soul. The spiritual energy here was incredibly dense, seemingly drawing in all the essence within the innate formation. Surrounding this spiritual root were rare materials of considerable age, some even being spiritual materials from the seven-turn golden core. Could this be the enlightenment tea tree? Lin Changsheng pondered uncertainly. It was said that the enlightenment tea tree contained the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, with each leaf capable of aiding one's comprehension of the Tao. Due to this very property, the tree struggled to develop complete spiritual intelligence. As if in response to Lin Changsheng, the branches of the enlightenment tea tree began to rustle. To his astonishment, it truly was the enlightenment tea tree. This was a monumental gain. Although he possessed a top-tier enlightenment, the tree could accelerate his understanding of the Tao and could also be transplanted into the herbal diagram, enhancing its rank. What a tremendous fortune. Before Lin Changsheng could take action, the branches of the enlightenment tea tree rustled again, and a small clump of soil emerged from its roots, presented to him. Though it was but a small fragment, Lin Changsheng felt an extraordinarily rich, earthy essence emanating from it. Was this Gen Earth? He wondered, somewhat perplexed. The branches rustled in affirmation, seemingly responding to his query. It was indeed Gen Earth. While less renowned than the Nine Heavens soil, Gen Earth was still a highly esteemed type of soil. Upon mentioning the ginseng fruit tree, everyone would recognize it. The great sage used Gen Earth to cultivate that very tree. No wonder the enlightenment tea tree thrived here. It was due to the presence of Gen Earth. With this single piece of Gen Earth, combined with the enlightenment tea tree, the potential for upgrading the herbal diagram was immense. Is this a gift for me? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. The tree rustled in response. However, something felt amiss. Such an innate supreme spiritual root would rarely develop spiritual intelligence. Yet he sensed it possessed a hint of consciousness. Could it be due to his own Tao of creation? Contemplating this, Lin Changsheng resolved to experiment. Surrounded by the resonance of the Tao of creation, he directed his energy toward the enlightenment tea tree, observing it closely. He noticed the patterns on its leaves becoming clearer, and a wave of joy radiated from the tree. It truly was influenced by the Tao of creation. Lin Changsheng realized that it was only natural. Nuwa had used the principles of creation to mold humanity. His own Tao of creation granting the Enlightenment Tea tree a semblance of consciousness was perfectly logical. Yet, merely having a hint of consciousness was far from sufficient for it to develop true intelligence or a primordial spirit. That would require Lin Changsheng to continuously nourish the tree with the Tao of creation. Dear little one, you shall accompany me for now. Perhaps in the future, I might aid you in achieving true intelligence, Lin Changsheng remarked with a smile, despite the fact that the Enlightenment Tea tree had existed far longer than he. However, this minuscule spirit was but newly acquired, scarcely surpassing that of an infant. Therefore, referring to it as a little fellow is not unwarranted. The branches of the Enlightenment Tea tree swayed incessantly, as if engaged in a dance, eager to depart from this place. Little one, you shall first enter my Taoist treasure. During this period, please tend to the spiritual roots and materials within the herbal diagram diligently. I shall release you once we reach my Penglai Island. Having spoken, Lin Changsheng directly stored the Enlightenment Tea tree and the Gen Earth into the herbal diagram. As anticipated, upon entering the herbal diagram, the Gen Earth and the Enlightenment Tea tree triggered the diagram's advancement once more. The internal space expanded infinitely, with the innate spiritual energy intensifying hundreds of times compared to before. Particularly, the Gen Earth and the Enlightenment Tea tree hastened the maturation of these spiritual roots and materials. Satisfied, Lin Changsheng withdrew his gaze, confirming the absence of valuable spiritual materials within this innate restriction formation before departing. He continued his journey towards the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, the calamity of fierce beasts was nearing its conclusion. At this moment, mighty beings such as Hongjun and Luo who had already confronted the Beast Emperor, Shani. Luo who? I shall not hold our past grievances against you. It is imperative to slay Shani to put an end to this calamity. Only then will our stage be set. If you wish to intervene with malicious intent, I suggest you retreat swiftly. Otherwise, I shall engage you in battle, even at the cost of my own essence. Hongjun declared gravely, wielding the Taiji diagram. The slaying of Shani would yield immense merit, and Hongjun was determined not to allow others to seize this opportunity. Our conflict is not for now, Luo who retorted coldly, gripping his god-slaying spear tightly. With that, he acknowledged Hongjun's stance. Kill. With Luo who's response. Hongjun led the charge against Shani. The innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, transformed into a vast canopy under the enhancement of his magical power. From the diagram extended a bridge of golden laws, with terrifying might capable of obliterating all but saints. Luo who, unwilling to yield, propelled the god-slaying spear, infused with inky malice, toward Shani. Roar. Damned Hongjun and Luo who, do not underestimate me. Shani, indignant, surged forward, filled with combat fervor, intent on defying the heavenly Tao and seizing the path to enlightenment. The fierce beast should not have fallen so swiftly. It was all due to the cursed Qilin clan. Shani, filled with resentment, launched himself into battle, wreaking havoc. The sounds of war reverberated across the lands. As the Beast Emperor, his prowess was unquestionable, initially overwhelming Hongjun and his allies into retreat. However, leveraging their numerical superiority and the advantage of innate treasures, they gradually seized the upper hand. This battle raged on for decades. On one fateful day, the entire eastern continent seemed to tremble. Lin Changsheng, now at the shores of the Eastern Sea, could not help but glance towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. Had a victor emerged? Chapter 47. The Calamity of Fierce Beasts concludes. Preparations for ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal commence. At this moment, the eastern continent captured the attention of the entire Honghuang realm. A deafening explosion echoed, and an immense blood pillar soared into the heavens, staining the sky crimson. In that instant, it felt as if the heavens themselves had been dyed red. Subsequently, the beings of Honghuang sensed a lightness in their primordial spirits. The once dense aura of calamity began to dissipate, and the innate spiritual energy gradually thickened. The world became clear, and the heavenly Tao resumed its normal flow. Had the Beast Emperor Shani fallen? Was the calamity of fierce beasts at an end? In that moment, all beings of Honghuang felt a surge of hope. With the calamity concluded, a new era was dawning. The present world was exceptionally conducive to cultivation. As the denizens of Honghuang engaged in fervent discussion, the blood pillar dispersed, followed by a tremor in the heavenly Tao, showering an abundance of merit upon them. The golden merit illuminated the horizon. Those who had slain Shani had reaped great rewards. Indeed, such a vast accumulation of merit, if refined, could certainly lead to instant ascension to the great Luo. Yet, despite the allure of merit, many formidable beings had perished in the process of slaying Shani. At Mount Buzhou, Hongjun and the other mighty beings felt their energies waning. Decades of relentless battle had nearly drained their powers, and several allies had fallen in the fray. This battle was nothing short of brutal. However, upon witnessing the merit descending from the heavens, all the mighty beings wore expressions of joy. Every hardship had been worth it. With this abundance of merit, we too may attempt to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, the Taoist of Yin and Yang remarked with a smile. Indeed, we can break through, Hongjun replied with a grin, casting a casual glance at Luo Hu. For them, the prospect of ascending to the great Luo golden immortal was not merely a possibility, but an inevitability, as their fortunes had seemingly shifted in the unseen realms. Luo Hu observed the merit without uttering a word, yet a fervent glimmer shone in his eyes. Would his time finally arrive? Were his plans at long last ready to unfold? This time, he was determined to succeed in his path to enlightenment. For he had no desire to tread the same path as Shani. Just as these mighty beings awaited the descent of merit with eager anticipation, they suddenly noticed that a substantial portion of the merit, at least 2/3, had been diverted, soaring towards another direction. What was the meaning of this? The Taoist of Yin and Yang inquired, his face pale. Could it be that esteemed senior? Someone suddenly suggested. It was inconceivable that anyone would dare to seize such heavenly merit. Even if they did, they would find it unattainable. Thus, the only conclusion was that the heavenly Tao had orchestrated the distribution. The slaying of the beast emperor had been accomplished by their own hands, with no other participants present. The sudden diversion of a significant portion of merit could only point to that esteemed senior, for it was he who had disclosed the recipe and methods for refining the slaughtering pill. The smooth conclusion of the calamity of fierce beasts was largely due to his contributions. It was only fitting that the heavenly Tao rewarded him with merit. Yet, why so much merit? They were consumed with envy. The prestige of this esteemed senior was truly formidable. They could glean no information about him whatsoever. Hongjun sighed. He had attempted to use the Book of Creation multiple times to discern the identity of this individual, but each attempt yielded only blankness. If only he could establish a connection with this esteemed senior, perhaps he could gain assistance against Luo Hu. Luo Hu's gaze flickered, his thoughts inscrutable. They remained oblivious to the fact that the esteemed senior they yearned to meet was merely a Tai golden immortal. This merit belongs to me, Lin Changsheng remarked with a smile as he beheld the merits soaring towards him. The heavenly Tao does not deceive me. Indeed, disclosing the recipe and methods for the slaughtering pill was a prudent decision. I need not lift a finger and yet have garnered more merit than Hongjun and the others. This outcome was, in truth, quite understandable. The calamity of the ferocious beasts will eventually come to an end. However, the tainted innate spiritual energy will require the Tao of heaven to expend countless eons to purify it. It is precisely due to Lin Changsheng's exorcism pill that the malevolent aura has not contaminated much of the innate spiritual energy. Thus, in the eyes of the Tao of heaven, the true objective is the purification of this malevolent energy. Hence, Lin Changsheng has been bestowed with such a significant amount of merit. After receiving the merit, Lin Changsheng cast a cursory glance. Such an abundance of merit would undoubtedly suffice for him to manifest the 12-petal 3 flowers. To avoid revealing his identity, he hastily employed the 5 elements escape technique to distance himself from the location. As expected, after a considerable time, numerous powerful beings arrived at the site, but alas, there was no trace of him to be found. After an indeterminate duration, Lin Changsheng finally returned to the Eastern Sea. At this juncture, he found himself devoid of the desire to seek spiritual roots and materials. The pressing matter at hand was to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal. Only then could he firmly establish his footing in this primordial realm. Relying on the resonance with the innate grand formation of Penglai Island, Lin Changsheng continuously adjusted his direction until, after several years, he came to a halt. Subsequently, he vanished into the void. When he reappeared, he was already upon Penglai Island. First, he meticulously sensed the previously arranged formation, finding it intact, which allowed him to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, he intended to reorganize Penglai Island, and then commence alchemical refinement. Once the elixirs were concocted, he could begin his ascension to the great Luo golden immortal. Although excitement coursed through him, Lin Changsheng quickly regained his composure. He first delineated a substantial area in a location on Penglai Island with a spiritual spring. He then transplanted the majority of the spiritual roots and materials from the herbal diagram. The spiritual energy on Penglai Island was considerably denser than that of the herbal diagram, enabling accelerated maturation in this environment. Of course, the herbal diagram would not suffer a decline in quality as a result. Then, Lin Changsheng produced the enlightenment tea tree. "Little one, this will be my home," he said. "Please tend to these spiritual roots and materials for me. Once I ascend to the great Luo golden immortal, I shall aid you with the path of creation." The enlightenment tea tree emitted a rustling sound, clearly elated. The innate spiritual energy here was richer than anywhere it had previously dwelled, and naturally, it took an immediate liking to this place. Coupled with Lin Changsheng's promise of assistance through the path of creation, it was utterly thrilled, continuously transmitting affectionate sentiments. Lin Changsheng smiled gently, and then retrieved the fragment of the chaotic spiritual treasure from his possession. At that moment, as he held it in his palm, the resonance of the dream realm's Tao spontaneously emanated, harmonizing with this innate top-grade spiritual treasure. Indeed, it was the treasure of the dream realm demon god. With just a slight infusion of his mana, Lin Changsheng paused. This treasure was known as the Dream Silk Handkerchief. Although its grade had diminished, it still possessed 36 restrictions, placing it among the finest of innate top-grade treasures. With the aid of this Dream Silk Handkerchief, he would be able to construct a dream world. When the dream world could also serve as a medium for cultivation, how incredibly formidable would that be? However, Lin Changsheng had never constructed a dream world before, so he would need to explore this on his own. Moreover, he did not intend to refine this innate top-grade treasure just yet. He would wait until he ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal before doing so. Stowing away the treasure, Lin Changsheng took out the purple furnace. It was time to begin refining the 6 transmutation elixirs. Although he still possessed several 6 transmutation golden pills, since he aimed to manifest the 12-petal 3 flowers, he needed to prepare thoroughly. Drawing on his previous alchemical experiences with the Qilin clan, Lin Changsheng achieved a high success rate in pill creation. Over the span of several millennia, he successfully refined over a dozen 6 transmutation golden pills. Together with his prior stock, he now had more than 26 transmutation golden pills, which was more than enough for his needs. Taking a deep breath, Lin Changsheng began to adjust his state. Once he had optimized his condition, he opened his eyes. It was time to commence the manifestation of the 3 flowers and ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Chapter 48. Manifesting the 12-petal perfect 3 flowers. The Tao of heaven emerges, and the eye of divine punishment appears. The great Luo Golden Immortal transcends the river of time and destiny. Immortal and undying, eternal and imperishable. At this moment, Lin Changsheng commenced his ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal upon Penglai Island. He sat cross-legged, as the 5 elemental energies of black, white, gold, red, and blue circulated within him, manifesting vividly. The 5 energies coalesced, and a celebratory cloud appeared above his head, upon which hovered the ethereal forms of the 3 flowers. With the 5 energies in his chest and the 3 flowers above, once the 3 flowers fully manifested, he would achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal. As previously mentioned, the 3 flowers represent heaven, earth, and humanity, corresponding to essence, chi, and spirit, respectively. To achieve the complete manifestation of the 3 flowers, one must possess an abundance of essence, chi, and spirit. Lin Changsheng was evidently prepared. He directly swallowed 9 6 transmutation golden pills. The pills transformed into a terrifying ocean of mana that surged into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit, converting into pure energy that rushed towards the human flower. With Lin Changsheng's unparalleled chaotic demon god lineage, the human flower began to blossom effortlessly. First petal, second petal, third petal. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Lin Changsheng's human flower gracefully reached the 9th petal, swaying amidst the celebratory clouds, scattering boundless Tao light. In the primordial realm, 9 is the ultimate number, yet it was still not complete. To achieve perfection, mere mana would not suffice. At this moment, Lin Changsheng was well prepared. 1/3 of the merit he had previously acquired flew forth, instantly absorbed and refined by the human flower. The human flower, which had previously ceased to blossom, once again radiated brilliance, erupting with resplendent Tao light. It resumed its blossoming. 10th petal, 11th petal, 12th petal. The 12th petal of the human flower was akin to the most exquisite treasure in existence, continuously exuding waves of Tao resonance. And immeasurable Tao light illuminated the entirety of Penglai Island. Even with Lin Changsheng's supreme chaotic demon god lineage, he felt his thoughts becoming clearer, and his cultivation speed had surged at least several thousandfold compared to before. This was merely the manifestation of the human flower. One could hardly imagine the heights to which the remaining 2 flowers would elevate him. Continuing on, armed with the experience of the human flower's manifestation, Lin Changsheng consumed another 9 6 transmutation golden pills. The pure medicinal energy once again stimulated the blossoming of the earth flower. First petal, second petal, third petal. After another 10 millennia, the earth flower smoothly blossomed to the 9th petal. Merit, come forth. Once again, 1/3 of the merit flew over, absorbed by the earth flower. The earth flower, which had previously stagnated, began to blossom anew. 10th petal, 11th petal, 12th petal. The earth flower reached completion, scattering boundless Tao light that resonated harmoniously with the human flower. At this moment, Lin Changsheng felt his comprehension of the Tao increase at least several thousandfold. Should he contemplate the Tao again now, he would undoubtedly reach a profound realm. However, now was not the time for enlightenment. It was essential to continue with the manifestation of the final celestial flower. As long as the celestial flower blossoms to perfection, Lin Changsheng shall attain the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Changsheng consumed the remaining 9 six-turn golden pills. The elixir transformed into potent medicinal energy, elevating his celestial flower to the 9th grade. Subsequently, the final third of his merit was also absorbed by the flower. 10th grade, 11th grade, 12th grade. The celestial flower has reached its zenith. In an instant, the 3 flowers bloomed simultaneously, radiating in harmonious splendor, coalescing into a magnificent golden lotus that spun incessantly. Concurrently, a colossal shadow of a serpent manifested above the golden lotus. This was Lin Changsheng's Dharma manifestation. The Dharma form pierced through the heavens, reaching into the primordial chaos, entwining the entire prehistoric realm like a monstrous beast of ancient times. Its emerald serpent eye surveyed the expanse of the prehistoric world. At that moment, it seemed that all the mighty beings of the prehistoric realm sensed this presence, raising their gazes towards the void. In the eastern sea, the ancestral dragon looked solemnly into the abyss. What a terrifying Dharma form! Has one just attained the great Luo golden immortal status? Who could possess such formidable foundation? In the southern immortal volcano, the phoenix of creation also gazed into the void, marveling at the perfect 3 flowers and the Dharma form encircling the prehistoric realm. What a grand display of power! On Mount Buzhou, the figure of this individual undoubtedly surpassed our imagination. If only I could engage in discourse with this great being, perhaps it would aid me in my own advancement. The primordial Qilin mused. In the west, within the demon ancestor hall, the demon ancestor Luo, who expressed disbelief. It is impossible. How could a perfect 3 flowers exist? The typically self-assured demon ancestor was taken aback. To have a Dharma form encircling the prehistoric realm, what kind of formidable foundation could achieve such a feat? On Jade Capital Mountain, even the alchemical master we regard as a senior has merely just ascended to the status of a great Luo golden immortal. Hongjun's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions as he gazed into the void. Although he could not glean any information, he could not fathom anyone but that senior being responsible. To attain the 3 flowers perfection, one must possess not only an extraordinary foundation, but also an immense reservoir of merit. Surely, only that senior meets these criteria, mastering the great Tao, refining supreme elixirs, and amassing boundless merit during the tribulations of fierce beasts. All these point to that senior. Yet, despite only just ascending to the great Luo golden immortal status, to uncover his secrets, one might need to reach an even higher realm. However, to achieve the perfection of the 3 flowers and transcend the river of fate, one must first navigate through this perilous calamity of 10 deaths without life. Hongjun stated calmly, his tone unassuming. As soon as his words fell, the heavenly Tao quivered. The wheel of heavenly Tao materialized, and the eye of divine punishment coalesced. A terrifying gaze formed entirely from the laws, blotting out the sun, as if scrutinizing all sentient beings of the prehistoric realm. In that instant, every living creature trembled, as if faced with the apocalypse. The eye of divine punishment resembled a dark yet resplendent abyss, within which gathered annihilative divine thunder. Indeed, the perfection of the 3 flowers could not be tolerated by the heavenly Tao, for such perfection signified the potential emergence of a being surpassing the heavenly Tao itself. How could the heavenly Tao allow this? Thus, the eye of divine punishment emerged, vowing to obliterate this perfect manifestation of the 3 flowers. Lin Changsheng was evidently unprepared for the calamity that the blooming of the perfect 3 flowers would incite. His very essence was locked onto by the eye of divine punishment. The annihilative thunder was brewing violently. Even the mere aura emanating from it informed Lin Changsheng that he could not withstand it. He had been too careless. Even if he summoned all his grand Tao powers and innate spiritual treasures, it would be impossible to withstand a single strike from the annihilative thunder. To be unable to resist would render all his efforts futile, dissipating into nothingness. Was he truly facing an inevitable demise? Chapter 49. The Tao rewards diligence. Successfully ascending to great Luo golden immortal. A tremendous crisis engulfed Lin Changsheng. This was the gravest life and death ordeal he had faced since his arrival. All beings of the prehistoric realm regarded the eye of divine punishment with reverence. They did not believe this mysterious power could withstand the annihilative divine thunder. Clearly, the heavenly Tao would not permit such an existence. Lin Changsheng gazed calmly at the eye of divine punishment, fully prepared to confront the annihilative thunder. Even if he could not withstand it, he would not resign himself to fate. Just as the annihilative divine thunder reached its peak, the dark thunder was poised to strike. At that moment, it seemed as though an ancient, noble deity awakened, penetrating through countless spaces to gaze upon Lin Changsheng. The great Tao? Lin Changsheng exclaimed in delight. He had not anticipated that at this moment, the talent the Tao rewards diligence would once again manifest. It was only fitting. After such diligent cultivation and the blossoming of 12 grade 3 flowers, he was indeed worthy of the great Tao's renewed attention. The great Tao abruptly revived, and its gaze swiftly unraveled the lock on the annihilative thunder. The myriad laws and truths within the eye of divine punishment began to dissolve rapidly. The wheel of heavenly Tao appeared startled, retreating instantly. In that moment, the will of the heavenly Tao was entirely dissipated. Though the great Tao receded, its power far surpassed that of the current heavenly Tao. Merely a single glance was sufficient to make the heavenly Tao tremble. What transpired? The eye of divine punishment seemed to have been shattered by an inexplicable force. Even the heavenly Tao retreated in fear. What origins and foundations does this mysterious being possess? At this moment, all beings in the prehistoric realm witnessed a spectacle that left them utterly astonished. It transcended their comprehension. They found it difficult to fathom what kind of power could instill such dread in the heavenly Tao. Could it be the great Tao? But how could that be? Hadn't the great Tao retreated? Why would it revive due to the ascension of a mysterious power to the great Luo Golden Immortal? Hongjun and Luo, who were frantically attempting to deduce the situation, yet found themselves devoid of any information. Only the primordial Qilin gazed into the void, somewhat puzzled. Another gaze from the great Tao? Just like the previous instance with Qimo. Could it be that Qimo is ascending to the great Luo Golden Immortal? The primordial Qilin found this conjecture somewhat ludicrous. Yet, upon further reflection, there was indeed a sliver of possibility. Firstly, Qimo had already garnered the great Tao's attention while still a Tai Golden Immortal. That alone was an extraordinary and inexplicable occurrence. Moreover, Qimo's fall coincided with the perfect realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. Considering the passage of time, several 100,000 years had elapsed. It was entirely plausible for an ascension to occur at this moment. Initially, the great Tao's retreat made it exceedingly rare to focus on a single being. Now, could it be that another being has drawn the great Tao's attention? If so, how could the great Tao still claim to be in retreat? But how could that be possible? The causal threads belonging to Qimo had completely vanished, signifying his demise. This was an unalterable truth. Could it be that Qimo possessed some treasure or divine ability to conceal his aura? The thought alone startled even the primordial Qilin. At that moment, the patriarch of the Mo Qilin clan, Qihua, arrived at the ancestral palace, sharing the same conjecture as the primordial Qilin. After all, he had witnessed Qimo receive the great Tao's attention and obtain the seed of the great Tao. Primordial Qilin, however, as Qihua began to speak, the primordial Qilin abruptly interrupted him. Indescribable, unfathomable. Qimo has already fallen. The unmistakable voice of the primordial Qilin reverberated through the air. Qihua opened his mouth, yet ultimately chose silence. Qimo, or perhaps a mysterious powerhouse. One can only hope that when our Qilin clan finds itself in peril, assistance will be granted. The primordial Qilin sighed inwardly. On the Isle of Penglai, Lin Changsheng remained oblivious to the fact that his identity was nearly unraveled by the primordial Qilin. At this moment, he was still in a state of shock. Fortunately, he had attracted the attention of the Tao. Otherwise, the outcome of this encounter would indeed be uncertain. He was immensely grateful for the top-tier talent of diligence is rewarded by the Tao. The emergence of the Tao alleviated the crisis, and simultaneously, a glimmer of insight imparted to Lin Changsheng several seeds of the Tao. Subsequently, the gaze of the Tao vanished once more, and the primordial wilderness returned to its normalcy. Yet, Lin Changsheng had no time to ascertain which Tao seeds he had received, for his primordial spirit was being irresistibly drawn into the void by an enigmatic force. He did not resist, for he understood this was the final step toward ascension. The great Luo Golden Immortal, transcending the river of fate, achieving immortality. What does it mean to transcend the river of fate? Past life, present life, future. Just as Lin Changsheng pondered this, his primordial spirit manifested in the void beyond realms. Before him flowed a vast and relentless river. Ethereal mists swirled, and the arcane energies of fate continuously surged forth. Was this the river of fate? Lin Changsheng murmured as he gazed upon the flowing waters. His eyes wandered into the river, observing countless beings rising and sinking within the currents of destiny. He witnessed the culmination of calamities wrought by ferocious beasts. He saw a feeble celestial being in seclusion, diligently cultivating. He observed several beings engaged in fierce combat over spiritual treasures. These creatures struggled to transcend the river of fate, yet their feeble strength rendered them mere pawns of destiny. Suddenly, the river of fate erupted with a wave. Lin Changsheng quickly turned his gaze. In that wave, he beheld himself from before his transmigration. spending his days in a rental apartment engrossed in novels. He saw himself transformed into a celestial Azure Fire Python, fighting for survival. This was his past life. The images of his former existence shattered like glass, dissolving into luminous points that fused into Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit. This signified the complete obliteration of his past from the river of fate. No supernatural power could ever retrace the footsteps of his former self within that river. Next came the visions of his present life. He beheld the moment he attained the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, filled with exhilaration and immense joy, which too vanished into the river of fate. Finally, there emerged scenes he had never experienced, evoking a sense of déjà vu yet remaining utterly unfamiliar. This, indeed, was his future. Past life, present life, future, all dissipated, leading to an everlasting existence. At this moment, Lin Changsheng finally achieved the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Immortal and eternal, liberated and unbound, free from all constraints. This was the formidable power of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. As he felt the terrifying power surging within his primordial spirit, Lin Changsheng nodded in delight. Casting a glance at the river of fate, he sensed his primordial spirit was on the verge of returning to his physical form. True to his expectations, the vitality of his corporeal body began to attract his spirit back. With one last look at the river of fate, Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit rejoined his body. Before he could savor the joy of his ascension to Great Luo Golden Immortal, another system prompt arrived. You have perceived the river of fate. Your heart has been moved, and you have begun to comprehend. Must you not let me catch my breath? Lin Changsheng muttered helplessly, retreating into seclusion once more to contemplate the river of fate. Just as he had confided to Fushi, he too found himself troubled. The sudden awakenings were excessively arduous. Chapter 50. Unlocking the Great Luo Golden Immortal Talent. Commencing secluded comprehension of the techniques. In the timeless expanse of the primordial wilderness, as time flowed onward, the legends of the mysterious powerhouse who attained the 12th grade of perfection, provoking the wrath of the heavenly Tao and ultimately dispersed by an unseen force, began to fade into obscurity. Now, the heavens and earth were clear, a perfect time for cultivation. Countless beings were blessed with enlightenment, breaking through their realms. If the era of calamity wrought by ferocious beasts saw the Great Luo Golden Immortal as the pinnacle of combat strength, then in this present moment, Great Luo exists in abundance. Yet, those observant would discover that the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans had intensified their activities across the primordial continent, with minor frictions arising between the three clans. Powerful figures such as Hongjun and Lu entered seclusion, striving to elevate their cultivation in preparation for the impending calamity. Since achieving the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, Lin Changsheng had remained in a state of isolation. On the Isle of Penglai, Lin Changsheng continued to contemplate the power of fate. This time, he delved into the Tao of Destiny, thus requiring an extended period for comprehension. The essence of the Tao of Destiny coalesced into an ethereal river, quietly flowing. You have comprehended the Tao of Destiny 42, from the Tao of Destiny. You have grasped the supernatural ability of Destiny traces. Millennia later, with the system notification, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes. Within his gaze, it seemed as if billions of beings struggled within the river of fate, only to dissolve into nothingness before returning to normalcy. He had not anticipated such a lengthy period of enlightenment. Nevertheless, the outcome was rewarding. Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. After ascending to the status of Great Luo Golden Immortal, his comprehension and cultivation accelerated exponentially compared to before. His understanding of the laws of the Tao could directly pierce the essence, allowing for profound insights. With the comprehension of the Tao of Destiny at 42, Lin Changsheng could wield nearly half the power of the Tao of Destiny, a truly formidable feat. Especially with the supernatural ability of Destiny traces, once invoked, it could summon the river of fate, forcibly drawing an enemy's primordial spirit into its depths, manifesting their past, present, and future to strike against them. It was a remarkably potent ability. Next, Lin Changsheng's consciousness enveloped the entirety of the Isle of Penglai. The innate spiritual energy was now denser than ever before. Many of the spiritual roots and materials he had planted had matured. The Enlightenment Tea Tree diligently assisted him in nurturing these spiritual roots. Excellent. Lin Changsheng nodded approvingly. If possible, he genuinely wished to aid the Enlightenment Tea Tree in attaining sentience. This way, he could alleviate much of the burden of tending to these spiritual roots. Just then, the system's voice echoed once more. I almost forgot about the talent. When I ascended to Great Luo Golden Immortal, the vision of the river of fate unexpectedly triggered my enlightenment. Hence, the unlocking of talents awaited my awakening. Sixth talent, Art of Awakening Spirits, unlocked. Art of Awakening Spirits enables the awakening of sentience in beings with spiritual essence, regardless of their origins, allowing for the birth of intelligence over time, ultimately leading to transformation. Friendly reminder: if the art of awakening spirits is used in conjunction with the Tao of creation, it can accelerate the birth of sentience. Truly, it seems that when one is drowsy, the system provides a pillow. Upon seeing this talent, Lin Changsheng nodded appreciatively. Do not underestimate this talent. Although it may not directly apply to oneself, its impact is nonetheless substantial. The primordial realm is home to numerous sentient beings endowed with spirit. What constitutes spirit? It is akin to the enlightenment tea tree, which, despite lacking intelligence, possesses a certain ethereal quality. If it could be enlightened, it would serve as his most formidable assistant. Lin Changsheng has long harbored plans in this regard. The innate talent of the Hongjun Golden Immortal encompasses establishing a sect and gathering fortune. Although the specifics remain elusive, it is undoubtedly intertwined with the creation of a sect. This talent aligns perfectly with his own aspirations. As his strength escalates, he finds himself needing to retreat more frequently to comprehend the great Tao, rendering it impossible to manage everything personally. Acquiring disciples to transmit the teachings would significantly alleviate his burdens. However, the most promising disciples in the primordial realm are often claimed by the three pure ones. Thus, this, pointing to spirit technique, adeptly addresses his need for disciples. For instance, should the enlightenment tea tree be assisted in attaining sentience and manifesting form, its inherent excellence would guarantee remarkable achievements in the future, making it a valuable ally. It is notoriously challenging for plant spirits to attain consciousness and form, not due to their inferior lineage, but rather because of the constraints imposed by the heavenly Tao. However, with the pointing to spirit technique, Lin Changsheng need not worry. As for the restrictions of the heavenly Tao, surely they cannot surpass the innate talents bestowed by the system. Little one, your opportunity has arrived. I shall revisit the cultivation of the creation Tao in 100,000 years and assist you in achieving sentience. Lin Changsheng conveyed this to the enlightenment tea tree. The reason for the 100,000-year wait is that he must first re-experience the cultivation technique, the spirit chi creation method. This particular method can only sustain him until he reaches the great Luo golden immortal realm. Now that his cultivation has advanced, it is indeed time to elevate its level. Upon hearing this, the enlightenment tea tree emitted a rustling sound, transmitting waves of joy and affection. Lin Changsheng smiled gently, and before entering seclusion, he first examined the gifts from the great Tao. At the culmination of his 12-petal perfection, the great Tao had cast its gaze upon him, aiding in the resolution of his crisis, while simultaneously bestowing several Tao seeds upon him. Previously, he had lacked the time to inspect them, but now he could take a moment to review the gifts, which included the seeds of the fire Tao, water Tao, and wind Tao. This was indeed a fortuitous boon. He could utilize this seclusion to contemplate these alongside several other Tao. Additionally, he needed to refine the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the Five Directions flag, and the innate superior spiritual treasure, the dream embroidery handkerchief. Thus, he would spend a significant period in seclusion. He began by contemplating the spirit chi creation method. Soon, Lin Changsheng entered a profound state of comprehension. The spirit chi creation method operated autonomously, transforming into a colossal vortex of spirit chi, voraciously absorbing the surrounding innate spirit chi. At the vortex's center stood Lin Changsheng. As his understanding deepened, the vortex expanded wildly, swiftly covering a substantial portion of Penglai Island. It relentlessly absorbed the innate spirit chi, creating a brief vacuum even in the rich atmosphere of Penglai Island. Time passed without measure, and while the vortex did not further enlarge, it began to absorb the chaotic energy from the innate great formation that had yet to be fully transformed. Any great Luo golden immortal present would surely exclaim in disbelief. Although the innate formation of Penglai Island continuously converted chaotic energy into innate spirit chi, the chaotic energy was still far from something a great Luo golden immortal could handle, especially when directly absorbed into the body. It is crucial to understand that even a mere wisp of chaotic energy possesses tremendous weight, capable of effortlessly severing the flesh of a great Luo golden immortal. Only a sage could approach chaotic energy unscathed, and even then, it was merely a matter of endurance. To absorb it, one would require the prowess of a chaotic demon god. Yet here was Lin Changsheng, a great Luo golden immortal, daring to attempt absorption. One must admit, his audacity is commendable, though one cannot ascertain whether he will succeed. Chapter 51. The Method of Hongjun Creation, Pointing to Spirit Technique. In the timeless expanse of the primordial realm, where cultivation knows no age, 100,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Changsheng remained engrossed in his contemplation of the new method. At this moment, the spirit chi vortex had inexplicably shrunk thousands of times, yet its absorption speed had increased by tens of thousands of times. Simultaneously, the chaotic energy outside the innate formation was also being drawn in by this vortex. The chaotic energy, potent enough to obliterate the flesh of a great Luo golden immortal, was transformed into pure spirit qi by the vortex and subsequently absorbed by Lin Changsheng. Suddenly, the vortex of spirit qi vanished, and Lin Changsheng opened his eyes. He had finally succeeded. His Hongjun creation method not only enhanced the absorption speed by tens of thousands of times, but also enabled the absorption of chaotic energy for cultivation. The notion of absorbing chaotic energy had dawned upon him, as the innate spirit qi of Penglai Island was itself a product of the innate formation's conversion of chaotic energy. Why then could he not do the same? It is worth noting that even a single wisp of chaotic energy could be transformed into an exceptionally rich innate spirit qi. Once this idea took root, he could not suppress the urge to experiment. Ultimately, he boldly attempted to absorb chaotic energy, albeit not blindly. Lin Changsheng was acutely aware of the terrifying nature of chaotic energy. Should he absorb too much into his body, it could lead to an explosive demise of his physical form and severe harm to his primordial spirit. Thus, he was judicious in his approach, absorbing only a minuscule amount of chaotic energy and directly altering the structure of the spirit qi vortex to incorporate the laws of formation. Indeed, he infused the absorption method of the spirit qi vortex with the operational principles of the innate formation. His understanding of the laws of formation stemmed from observing the operational patterns of the innate formation, coupled with his prior experiences dismantling innate prohibitions during his travels. His comprehension of the laws of formation and the innate formation far surpassed that of any being on the Hongjun continent. This was the foundation of Lin Changsheng's bold experimentation. Initially, he faced failure. However, despite this setback, the integration with the innate formation ensured that the chaotic energy did not pose any significant threat to Lin Changsheng, indirectly validating the feasibility of his idea. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng continued to experiment and refine the integration of the innate formation to suit his cultivation. Ultimately, he succeeded. Although the vortex for absorbing spirit qi had diminished in size, its absorption speed had dramatically increased. Furthermore, it could now absorb chaotic energy, transforming it into pure innate spirit qi through the vortex. The speed and quality of spirit qi absorption were now enhanced by tens of thousands of times compared to before. However, as Lin Changsheng remained a mere great Luo golden immortal, he could not absorb too much chaotic energy at once. Otherwise, the innate formation within the spirit qi vortex could not withstand the strain and would explode in backlash. He could only wait for his cultivation to gradually improve in order to absorb more of the chaotic energy. Of course, even without absorbing chaotic energy, the enhanced techniques were sufficient for Lin Changsheng to continue his cultivation. The level of this cultivation technique resonated with Lin Changsheng's understanding, reaching the realm of the primordial great Luo golden immortal. Let us name it the Primordial Transformation Sutra. The ability to comprehend such a technique brought great joy to Lin Changsheng. Calculating the time, it had been precisely 100,000 years. It was high time to employ the spirit awakening technique on the enlightenment tea tree, in conjunction with the path of transformation. He hoped to expedite the birth of its spiritual intelligence. With this thought, Lin Changsheng approached the enlightenment tea tree. "Little one, are you ready?" Lin Changsheng smiled gently. The tree rustled as the enlightenment tea tree began to sway its branches. "Then let us commence." Without further ado, Lin Changsheng executed the spirit awakening technique. Instantly, an inexplicable force descended upon the enlightenment tea tree, which had been rustling, now fell into silence. Simultaneously, a wave of spiritual awakening emanated from the tree. This process was exceedingly slow. Lin Changsheng estimated it would take at least several tens of millions of years. Fortunately, with the aid of the path of transformation, this duration could be significantly shortened. "Little one, from here on, it depends on your own transformation." With that, Lin Changsheng closed his eyes, beginning to comprehend the path of transformation. The profound essence of the path of transformation surged forth from Lin Changsheng's being, enveloping the entirety of Penglai Island. This was both a process of deepening his understanding of the path of transformation and an opportunity for the flora of Penglai Island to enhance their spiritual intelligence. Particularly for the enlightenment tea tree, the patterns on its leaves became increasingly vivid. A breath of enlightenment emanated from within the tree. As a natural treasure with innate supreme spiritual roots, its capacity for comprehension was exceptional. The little one fervently absorbed the essence of the path of transformation to awaken its spiritual intelligence. Thus, the entire Penglai Island once again fell into tranquility. As Lin Changsheng's understanding of the path of transformation deepened, the spiritual roots and plants on the island flourished even more abundantly. In the blink of an eye, several 100,000 years had passed. The rich essence of the path of transformation suddenly transformed into a resonance that Lin Changsheng entirely absorbed into his being. Lin Changsheng then opened his eyes. Indeed, his comprehension of the path of transformation had reached a level comparable to that of the path of fate. As his cultivation ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal, comprehending the laws of the avenues became much easier. Yet, constrained by his realm, he still encountered bottlenecks. After finishing his cultivation of the path of transformation, Lin Changsheng glanced at the Enlightenment tea tree. The little one was still engaged in absorbing and digesting the essence of the path of transformation. At this moment, the entire tree radiated an extraordinarily profound aura. A slight probe of his consciousness revealed everything to be normal. Moreover, the birth of the tree's spiritual intelligence was progressing smoothly. As for when it would be complete, that depended on the tree's own transformation. I nearly forgot about you. Lin Changsheng's consciousness spread across Penglai Island, revealing a look of astonishment. During these several 100,000 years of cultivating the path of transformation, even some of the spiritual roots and plants had attempted to awaken their spiritual intelligence. Fortunately, I can lend you a hand. Lin Changsheng vanished from his location, reappearing beside a half-human tall spiritual herb. This herb had only produced a single leaf, shaped like a sword, exuding a faint yet discernible sword aura. This was the 7-star sword herb, a natural supreme spiritual herb beneficial for the cultivation of sword laws, which Lin Changsheng had discovered within a primordial forbidden formation. Noticing that this herb was also absorbing the essence of the path of transformation, he decided to assist it. Once again, he utilized the spirit awakening technique, directing it towards the 7-star sword herb. Immediately, the herb's previously vague spiritual essence began to accelerate its metamorphosis towards spiritual intelligence. How long it would take depended on the herb's capacity for comprehension. After completing this, Lin Changsheng approached another primordial spiritual flower. This was a primordial supreme spiritual flower, a principal ingredient for refining the 7-turn golden pill, and unexpectedly, it too was in the process of awakening its spirit. Lin Changsheng similarly offered his assistance. Although only these 2 spiritual plants, aside from the Enlightenment tea tree, had begun to awaken their spiritual essence, Lin Changsheng was quite satisfied. In the time that followed, he re-engaged with all the other great laws and divine abilities. When cultivation became smooth and effortless, it ceased to be tedious. Having just exited his retreat, Lin Changsheng once more entered seclusion. Chapter 52. Recomprehending the Great Avenues. The Enlightenment tea tree awakens spiritual intelligence. Time flowed gently, and in the blink of an eye, millions of years passed. On Penglai Island, Lin Changsheng was still immersed in cultivation, surrounded by dozens of great avenues resonances. The manifestations of laws continually surged. Suddenly, all these resonances flew into Lin Changsheng's being, and he opened his eyes. After a million years of seclusion, he had finally recomprehended all these avenues. His mastery of each avenue had reached approximately level 42. Given his foundation and the assistance of supreme insight, achieving this level was entirely reasonable. Even other great Luo Golden Immortals, or even those of the Primordial Golden Immortal tier, would find it impossible to reach such a degree. Furthermore, Lin Changsheng had also derived entirely new divine abilities from several of the great avenues. The path of artifacts, which he had long mastered, had not previously yielded any divine abilities. However, this time he comprehended the divine ability of heavenly artifact refinement, allowing him to master artifact crafting and incorporate complex postnatal restrictions into postnatal spiritual treasures. He could even refine postnatal supreme spiritual treasures. Of course, he still could not forge innate spiritual treasures, as they contained the indestructible innate spiritual light. Only by acquiring the Qiankuan cauldron could Lin Changsheng reverse the refined postnatal treasures into innate treasures. Thus, he had no intention of utilizing heavenly artifact refinement for crafting spiritual treasures at this time, as he found postnatal treasures beneath his notice. Additionally, he had also gained divine abilities from the avenues of fire, water, and wind. With the support of the great avenues, any one of these divine abilities would be sufficient to contend with a great Luo Golden Immortal of the same realm. His comprehension of the laws had significantly deepened. After all, the heavenly Tao was currently in operation, and the world was clear. The laws were indeed easier to comprehend. Lin Changsheng glanced at himself, and immediately all his information was displayed. Name: Lin Changsheng. Foundation: Supreme Chaos Demon God. Cultivation: Early Stage Great Luo Golden Immortal. Unlocked talents: Eye of Insight, Supreme Insight. Flawless Body, Diligence rewarded by the avenues. Spirit Awakening Technique. Great Avenues: Path of Alchemy, 45. Path of Yin and Yang, 42. Path of Cause and Effect, 41. Path of Sword, 43. Path of Artifacts, 40. Path of Dreams, 43. Path of Gold, 40. Path of Space, 42. Path of Destruction, 43. Path of Transformation, 43. Path of Fate, 42. Path of Water, 43. Path of Fire, 42. Path of Wind, 41. Laws. The Law of Formation, 68. The Law of Gravity, 70. The Law of Life, 71. Divine Abilities, 5 Elements Escape Technique, Yin-Yang Grinding Disc, Causal Grafting, White Rainbow Penetrating the Sun, 36 Celestial Generals Technique, Gravity Domain. Metal River of Gung, Shattered Space, World Annihilation Holy Light, Infinite Vitality, Destiny Trajectory, Celestial Refining Treasure Technique, Sea of Fire Steaming, Wind Sweeping the Clouds, Water Waves Rippling. Spiritual Treasures, Primordial Low-Grade Spiritual Treasure, 5 Elements Azure Parasol, Primordial Low-Grade Xian Yuan Sword, Primal Middle Grade Dragon Tiger Rui, Primal Upper Grade Purple Furnace, Primal Upper Grade Dream Embroidery Handkerchief. Primal Supreme Central Wu Ji Apricot Yellow Banner. Techniques. Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal Level Hunyuan Transformation Technique. Hunyuan Golden Immortal Level Heavenly Dragon 9 turns. I never expected that I have already mastered 14 paths of the Tao. For other beings, even grasping a single path is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even Hongjun has only mastered 1 or 2 paths. If other beings were to discover this, they would surely be envious to the extreme. Moreover, these 14 paths are only temporary. Given Lin Changsheng's ability to attain enlightenment effortlessly, and considering the principle of the Tao rewards diligence, the paths he masters will continue to expand. Generally speaking, once one fully comprehends a single path, one can ascend to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level. However, it is evident that Lin Changsheng is not content with merely one path. The more paths he masters, the stronger his combat prowess becomes. Furthermore, he possesses the capability to command such numerous paths. As for the laws, he currently commands only 3. Once he reaches the Hunyuan Golden Immortal stage, he will fully comprehend these 3 laws, subsequently enabling him to understand the corresponding paths. Regarding divine abilities, he has a dozen or so at his disposal. Once he grasps the Tao, he can effortlessly evolve even more divine abilities. However, it is unnecessary, for those he currently commands are already sufficient. Next comes the spiritual treasures. He finds them somewhat lacking. It seems that after refining his spiritual treasures, he must embark on journeys to seek more. The renowned innate treasures of the primordial world and the supreme spiritual treasures make him quite envious. Lastly, concerning techniques. The Hunyuan transformation technique is sufficient to support his cultivation to the Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal level. As for the body refining technique, Heavenly Dragon 9 turns. He has only comprehended up to the 7th turn, which corresponds to the level of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Once his physical strength reaches the Hunyuan Golden Immortal tier, he must strive to comprehend the remaining 2 turns. The Tao, the Taoist Lord. Suddenly, a light-hearted female voice, tinged with a hint of youthfulness, echoed. Lin Changsheng quickly turned to look. To his astonishment, it was the Enlightenment Tea Tree speaking. Little one, you've awakened your spiritual intelligence? Lin Changsheng joyfully approached the Enlightenment Tea Tree. At this moment, the tree exhibited a newfound vitality. Indeed, thank you, Taoist Lord, for your enlightenment. I fully awakened my spiritual intelligence several 100,000 years ago. Seeing you immersed in cultivation, I dared not disturb you. And thus I inadvertently grasped the cultivation technique for myself. Now, I am able to cultivate. The Enlightenment Tea Tree cheerfully exclaimed. Little one, quite impressive indeed. From now on, I shall call you Wu Dao. Lin Changsheng said with a smile. Truly, the Enlightenment Tea Tree has done well to comprehend a cultivation technique on its own. How remarkable. Hee. Thank you, Taoist Lord. 2 other companions are also on the verge of fully awakening their spiritual intelligence. During this time, Wu Dao has been assisting them. The Enlightenment Tea Tree responded joyfully. Lin Changsheng was naturally aware of whom Wu Dao referred to, with a sweep of his divine sense. He confirmed that the 7-star sword grass and water spirit flower were indeed close to awakening their intelligence as well. This made his prior enlightenment efforts worthwhile. Little Wu Dao, you must cultivate diligently. When I establish a sect in the future, you shall be the senior sister. Lin Changsheng encouraged. Rest assured, Taoist Lord. Wu Dao will cultivate earnestly and strive for early transformation. Wu Dao said with understanding. Good. Lin Changsheng nodded. He too must strive to cultivate to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal level soon, thus enhancing his potential when establishing his sect. After conversing with little Wu Dao, Lin Changsheng once again entered seclusion. This time, he aimed to completely refine the central Wu Ji Apricot Yellow Banner. Previously, due to his limited realm, he had not fully refined this innate supreme spiritual treasure. This time, he would accomplish it in one go. After several tens of thousands of years, Lin Changsheng finally completely refined this innate supreme spiritual treasure. He infused his divine power. and immediately, the treasure radiated brilliant light. Golden lotuses bloomed, all evils retreated, and myriad laws could not invade. A protective golden light enveloped Lin Changsheng securely. Excellent. With this innate supreme spiritual treasure, even in the face of a late-stage great Luo golden immortal, I can withstand the onslaught. Lin Changsheng contentedly stored away the central Wu Ji apricot yellow banner. Next, he turned his attention to the final innate upper-grade spiritual treasure, the dream embroidery handkerchief, which he valued the most. With the assistance of the dream embroidery handkerchief, he could entirely construct a dream realm. Coupled with the support of the Tao of creation, he could create a convincingly realistic dream world. Should he fully master the Tao of dreams, he could envelop the entire primordial realm and construct a dream world. At that time, cultivation, comprehension of divine abilities, and battles could all transpire within the dream. Just as Lin Changsheng was about to refine this innate upper-grade spiritual treasure, he suddenly furrowed his brow, only to relax it moments later. Intriguing. Chapter 53. Life is but a dream, and dreams are but life. The dream embroidery handkerchief, before its grade fell, was a chaos spiritual treasure. It was the signature treasure of the dream demon god. After the great Pangu cleaved the 3,000 demon gods, the dream demon god perished. Consequently, this chaos spiritual treasure suffered damage to its essence, causing its grade to decline. It was obtained by Hongjun and subsequently acquired by Lin Changsheng from him. After obtaining this innate upper-grade spiritual treasure, he had never found the time to refine it until now. However, just as he prepared to begin the refinement, he inadvertently furrowed his brow, a hint of a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Quite intriguing. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng held his breath and focused, beginning the process of refining this innate upper-grade spiritual treasure. As he continued the refinement, a dazzling, multicolored light shield spontaneously emanated from the treasure, enveloping the entirety of Penglai Immortal Island within its embrace. Immersed in the refinement of the spiritual treasure, Lin Changsheng remained oblivious, instead sinking deeper into concentration. Bang, bang, bang. Urgent and forceful knocking resonated at the door. Lin Changsheng, are you in there? Your takeout has arrived. If you don't answer the door soon, I'll be having your dinner for myself tonight. A loud and impatient voice echoed from outside. Inside the room, a disheveled young man abruptly sat up. With bleary eyes, he instinctively grabbed his phone and pressed a few buttons, only to discover it was out of battery. Takeout. Did I order takeout? The young man's mind was forcibly rebooted. Still somewhat groggy. That's right. I did order takeout. I must have dozed off while reading my novel. Lin Changsheng suddenly recalled. He hurriedly slipped on his slippers and opened the door. Bro, if you had taken even one more second to open the door, I would have broken it down. The delivery man handed over the takeout, scrutinizing Lin Changsheng with keen interest. My apologies, I got so engrossed in a novel that I dozed off, Lin Changsheng quickly said, accepting the food with a hint of embarrassment. Ah, so you're also a fan of novels. I'm currently at a loss for good reads. Do you have any recommendations? The delivery man inquired with a smile. I'm following a book titled Primordial, 10 consecutive draws at the start. It's quite captivating. And I was just about to share it on the Book Lovers Square, Lin Changsheng replied, not forgetting to promote the book. Ah, so it's by that struggling author. It truly is well written. If he dares to stop updating again, perhaps he should be sent to work in a factory tightening screws. I'll make sure to reward him with a gift when I return home tonight to prevent that lazy author from slacking off, said the delivery man, eagerly taking off to deliver more orders. Lin Changsheng then closed the door behind him. Sigh. He had become so absorbed in reading that he even dreamt of traversing into another world himself. Shaking his head with a smile, he settled on the bed and began to indulge in his meal. Everything in the dream felt vividly real. Yet, it was still just a dream, and eventually, one must awaken. The flavors remained familiar. Lin Changsheng savored his meal with great delight, washing it down with a sip of the joy-inducing beverage he had from 3 days prior. After finishing his takeout, Lin Changsheng surprisingly did not retreat to his rented room, but instead took his power bank and phone and stepped outside. It was already well past 1 in the afternoon. Spring was in full bloom, breathing life into the world. The streets bustled with people hurrying about, all striving tirelessly for their livelihoods. Lin Changsheng hailed a taxi and soon arrived at Jisai Garden. Upon seeing the name, a sigh escaped his lips. His parents had tragically perished in a car accident while he was in college, and that was the moment his spirit began to dwindle. He lost the drive and ambition to progress, settling into a low-rent apartment and isolating himself within, drowning in the world of novels to numb his senses. However, today, a sudden shift in his mindset had occurred. Perhaps it was tied to the dream he had experienced. An old saying echoed in his mind. I passed away last night. When I departed, my heart was like still water. I was reborn this morning. When I arrived, my heart was filled with warmth, resurrected in the blink of an eye. Indeed, He felt as though he had transformed completely. Arriving at the spot where his parents' ashes were kept, he gazed at their photographs and reached out to touch them. A faint smile gracing his lips. Mom, Dad, I have moved on. Though I share this with you in such a manner, it signifies the resolution of a long-standing knot in my heart. Thank you for bringing my mind to peace. Lin Changsheng spoke unexpectedly. He took out his phone and generously rewarded the author with all the remaining funds he had, laughing heartily. Life is but a dream, and dreams are but life. Beautiful as dreams may be, they ultimately remain dreams. He let out a loud laugh, staring into the void. Haven't you had enough fun yet? Chapter 54. The Remnant of the Dream Realm Demon God. Lin Changsheng's dreamland version of Primordial. Haven't you had enough fun yet? As Lin Changsheng's words echoed, a peculiar force began to radiate outward. A terrifying incident unfolded. The once vibrant city was abruptly paused, and like a mirror, it started to shatter. Ultimately, the city vanished entirely, revealing Lin Changsheng clad in a cerulean robe. Before him, a dreamscape brocade exuded a radiant light, and upon it, a gray remnant of a spirit stared at Lin Changsheng in shock. How did you discover me? The remnant of the dream realm demon god inquired incredulously. Because you are far too feeble, Lin Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. I sensed your presence the moment I began to refine this innate grade spiritual treasure. Indeed, he had detected the remnant of the dream realm demon god from the very beginning of the refinement process. However, he chose not to expose it immediately, opting instead to experience the dream meticulously crafted by the demon god. It was undeniably realistic. Had it not been for Lin Changsheng's cultivation of the dream path, even a Deluo golden immortal might have struggled to extricate themselves from such a dream. As he had stated, life is akin to a dream, and dreams mirror life. How do you differentiate between dreams and reality? This is the profound power of the dream path. It was precisely because of this potential that Lin Changsheng valued it so highly. Such an arrogant insect. When I, the dream realm demon god, roamed the chaos, you were no more than a tadpole, it cackled. I shall claim your body. A dignified dream realm demon god reduced to being belittled by a mere Deluo golden immortal. It incensed it to the point of attack. Insect? Merely a remnant. Yet you dare to consider yourself a chaotic demon god. Lin Changsheng remained unfazed. Very well, refining you may elevate my dream path further. The essence of the dream path surged forth, enveloping the remnant of the dream realm demon god and drawing it into a dream world. Simultaneously, the path of destiny emerged, forcibly pulling the demon god into the river of fate. Although the dream realm demon god had transcended fate, it now found itself confronted with its own destiny, to be refined by Lin Changsheng and utterly dissipate from this world. No, I am the dream realm demon god. How dare you use my own path to refine me? The remnant howled in a frenzy. Yet, all was in vain. It was merely a remnant, with almost no power to wield the dream path. What could it use to resist Lin Changsheng? Before long, the remnant of the dream realm demon god was refined into a pure essence. Lin Changsheng, undistracted, began to cultivate this essence, and his understanding of the dream path deepened. At Yujing Mountain, Hongjun, who was in secluded cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. The remnant of the dream realm demon god has vanished? It seems the plan has failed. Without exhibiting any emotional disturbance, he returned to his meditation. Time passed unmeasured, and Lin Changsheng completely refined the essence of the dream realm demon god, achieving a 3-point enhancement, quite satisfactory. One should not underestimate this 3-point increase. Given Lin Changsheng's current cultivation level, achieving such an enhancement would typically require at least 1,000,000 years of seclusion. Just refining this small fragment of the dream realm demon god's essence had saved him a millennium of arduous training. One could speculate that the old fox, Hongjun, had likely already realized the remnant of the dream realm demon god was concealed within. Otherwise, why would he bestow upon Lin Changsheng such an innate spiritual treasure for free? It was highly probable that this was a contingency prepared by Hongjun, allowing the dream realm demon god to control him, which would effectively mean controlling a significant portion of the Qilin clan, potentially to be used against Luo Hu in the future. It must be said, Lin Changsheng had surmised this quite accurately. In the beginning, it was precisely because Hongjun observed the profound reverence displayed by the 5 great Luo golden immortals towards Lin Changsheng's transformed Qima, along with hearing from their lips that Qima was the child of the Qilin, that he willingly bestowed this innate top-grade spiritual treasure. Alas, his plans ultimately culminated in failure. However, for Hongjun, this bore little significance. He possessed many contingencies, and the loss of one was inconsequential. Lin Changsheng etched this karmic event into his heart, and subsequently commenced the refinement of this spiritual treasure. With the remnants of the dream realm demon god no longer present, the process of refinement proceeded with remarkable ease. In the span of a millennium, Lin Changsheng thoroughly refined this innate top-grade spiritual treasure. At this moment, the dream realm embroidery handkerchief's radiance was subdued, quietly suspended in the void. Allow me to construct the dream realm. Utilizing the dream realm embroidery handkerchief as a medium, the dream realm's great path erupted forth, instantly illuminating this innate top-grade spiritual treasure. Under the infusion of magical power, it continuously expanded, soon enveloping the entirety of Primordial Immortal Island. Subsequently, a dream realm was completed under Lin Changsheng's divine consciousness. However, this dream realm was merely a shell, requiring Lin Changsheng's patient construction. Let us begin by creating a dreamlike version of Primordial Immortal Island. Lin Changsheng meticulously shaped the contours, distribution, and spiritual roots of Primordial Immortal Island according to his vision within the dream realm. Time passed unmeasured, and a dreamlike version of Primordial Immortal Island took form unexpectedly smoothly. This was largely thanks to the remnants of the dream realm demon god and this innate top-grade spiritual treasure. Lin Changsheng gazed upon the dream realm, expressing his satisfaction. With the primordial essence of the dream realm demon god, his path could ascend further. The assistance of this innate top-grade spiritual treasure rendered the construction of the world considerably more manageable. He could not resist stepping into the dream realm himself. The innate spiritual energy, spiritual roots, and spiritual plants all felt strikingly authentic. Lin Changsheng even attempted to cultivate, and everything felt remarkably normal. He could hardly perceive that he was within a dream realm. Were any other great Luo golden immortals to tread here, they would undoubtedly be oblivious to the fact that this was merely a dream realm. Once my dream realm's path reaches completeness, the construction of a dreamlike version of the primordial age could also become a possibility, Lin Changsheng mused. A dreamlike version of the primordial age, where battles would not lead to death but could enhance experience, where failed alchemical attempts bore no cost, yet improved proficiency, where all beings of the primordial age could engage in discourse within the dream realm at any moment. What a magnificent event that would be. When that day arrives, Lin Changsheng would undoubtedly reap immense benefits from the dream realm. Yet, it was premature to discuss these matters. For now, Lin Changsheng could await the time when he had gathered a few disciples before constructing a dream realm to aid in their cultivation. With this thought, Lin Changsheng temporarily retracted the dream realm. His comprehension of the Great Path's divine abilities had reached completion, and he was prepared for another journey through the primordial age. However, before departing, there remained one task to accomplish. Chapter 55, The Large Innate Restrictive Array, Discovery of the Three Light Divine Water. Lin Changsheng was ready to leave Primordial Immortal Island. Firstly, he had successfully advanced to the realm of a great Luo golden immortal, arming himself with the means to venture forth once more. Secondly, he had comprehended all of his Great Path's divine abilities. Gaining insight into new paths while remaining on Primordial Immortal Island would prove challenging. Thirdly, he naturally sought to gather additional resources, primarily focusing on innate spiritual treasures. Fourthly, he aimed to seek out promising beings to take as disciples. Thus, his time away from Primordial Immortal Island would not be brief. Yet, before his departure, there was still one matter requiring his attention. Little Wu Dao, I am preparing to temporarily leave Primordial Immortal Island to explore the primordial continent. The time of my return is uncertain. If you can transform before I return, please take good care of Primordial Immortal Island, Lin Changsheng instructed. Daozuan, I too wish to journey through the primordial age alongside you. Ever since I gained my spirit, I have been trapped within the innate array and have yet to witness the primordial continent. Wu Dao Tea Tree lamented upon learning of Lin Changsheng's impending departure. Little Wu Dao, if you desire to venture out, you must first elevate your strength. Furthermore, I shall be seeking out promising disciples during this journey. As the senior sister, you cannot allow yourself to be surpassed by your junior brothers and sisters, Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. He understood Wu Dao Tea Tree's feelings. Yet she had yet to transform and was ill-suited for travel. Daozuan, rest assured, I will diligently cultivate. I will ensure all the spiritual roots and materials are well taken care of, Wu Dao Tea Tree assured, displaying her understanding. Indeed, with you here, I feel at ease. The spiritual intelligence of the seven-star sword grass and water spirit flower is also on the verge of awakening. However, they lack your level of comprehension. And without cultivation techniques, their progress will be sluggish. I shall first comprehend two sets of techniques. Lin Changsheng expressed his concerns for the two little ones. Wu Dao Tea Tree possessed commendable comprehension and could independently grasp concepts, but they could not. Consequently, Lin Changsheng resolved to first comprehend two sets of techniques to impart to them before his departure. Fortunately, with his top-tier comprehension, this was not a daunting task. By merging the sword intent of the seven-star sword grass with the path of the sword, Lin Changsheng comprehended the supreme ascendant sword technique. This was sufficient for the 7-star sword grass to cultivate to the realm of a great Luo golden immortal. The water spirit flower, inclined towards the water element, was also granted a great Luo level technique through Lin Changsheng's understanding of the water path. Little ones, you must hurry and awaken your spiritual intelligence. I shall impart the techniques to you now. Upon saying this, Lin Changsheng transformed the 2 techniques into seals and infused them into the 7-star sword grass and water spirit flower. Once they awakened their spiritual intelligence, they would be able to autonomously operate the techniques for cultivation. The 7-star sword grass and water spirit flower swayed continuously, transmitting affectionate and grateful emotions. Lin Changsheng smiled gently before stepping out of Penglai Immortal Island. Penglai Immortal Island has unexpectedly brought me to the Northern Sea. Lin Changsheng surveyed the surrounding scenery and quickly deduced his location. The Northern Sea held little of value in terms of treasures. He needed to venture to the mainland. Lin Changsheng glanced towards the direction and utilized the 5 elements escape technique to vanish from his location. The vast expanse of the Northern Sea was boundless, and seeking resources proved exceedingly challenging. Moreover, due to the Dragon Clan's recent expansion in the Eastern Sea, many beings had sought refuge in the Northern Sea, significantly hampering Lin Changsheng's speed. Suddenly, he came to a halt, having heard the system's notification. Notice, a large innate restrictive array is located 600,000 kilometers to your northwest. Is there truly a large innate restrictive array here? Lin Changsheng's eyes brightened. It appeared fortune had smiled upon him. Even in a barren place, opportunities existed. He promptly changed direction and soared towards the indicated location. Before long, he arrived at the specified site. Gazing around, he found nothing but the surging sea. Ordinary beings, even those as powerful as Hongjun, would be unable to perceive the innate restrictive array. Only Lin Changsheng, with the aid of the system, could see it. Under the gaze of the insightful eye, a large innate restrictive array materialized before Lin Changsheng. At a glance, the array seemed endless. The magnitude of this place surpasses that of the fabled Penglai Island, and the intricacy of the innate grand formation here is exponentially greater. Lin Changsheng harbored a vague conjecture regarding this primal restrictive formation, yet the specifics would only become clear once he deciphered it and ventured within. Despite its complexity, Lin Changsheng's mastery of formation laws had reached a remarkable level of 68, granting him profound insights. With the aid of his exceptional comprehension, he ultimately unraveled the primal restrictive formation after a millennium, successfully integrating himself into it. Upon entering the formation, Lin Changsheng was immediately struck by an overwhelming force of gravity. After a brief period of adjustment, he regained his composure. As he surveyed his surroundings, he found the entire primal formation shrouded in a dim haze. An immense quantity of chaotic essence filled a significant portion of the space, far denser than that found on Penglai Island. Streams of chaotic energy cascaded down like inverted waterfalls. And even with Lin Changsheng's formidable cultivation and physique, he dared not touch a single wisp. Even while employing the Hunyuan Zhao Huaju, he had to exercise utmost caution in absorbing and cultivating this energy. Nevertheless, the limited transformation of the chaotic essence resulted in a remarkably rich concentration of innate spiritual energy within the enveloped area. As Lin Changsheng strolled through this primal restrictive formation, he encountered a considerable abundance of innate spiritual roots and materials, all of which he collected. However, due to the overwhelming presence of chaotic energy, his mobility was severely restricted. Before long, he had traversed a significant portion of the area when his keen eyes suddenly spotted a pool of water. The interplay of 3 colors illuminated the surroundings: gold, silver, and violet, creating an ethereal mist. Could this be the legendary 3-light divine water? Lin Changsheng hastened towards it. Though situated within the same sun-moon pool, the 3 waters remained distinctly separate, each refusing to intermingle, reminiscent of the perfect celestial bodies. Indeed, it was the 3-light divine water. Despite having previously gathered numerous treasures, Lin Changsheng's eyes gleamed with excitement at this discovery. The 3-light divine water is renowned for its extraordinary properties. It is a fusion of the 3 primordial divine waters, sun, moon, and star, each a rarity in its own right. However, they also possess lethal toxicity. Even the most powerful beings, such as the Deluo Golden Immortal, would hesitate to come into contact with any of these divine waters alone. The golden sunlight divine water can erode flesh and bone with just a single drop, capable of obliterating a golden body. Even Lin Changsheng, having refined his physique to that of a Tai-E golden immortal, would not dare approach it recklessly. The silver moonlight divine water can corrode the primordial spirit, inflicting torment upon it. A mere touch could lead to excruciating agony, or, in worse cases, the shattering of one's soul. The violet starlight divine water can devour the essence of true spirit and consciousness. It is no wonder that Lin Changsheng failed to detect the three light divine water with his spiritual sense earlier, despite their individual lethal nature. When these three divine waters unite, they transform into the ultimate healing elixir, capable of counteracting all poisons across the realms and even restoring souls thought lost. Its efficacy is nothing short of miraculous. With the three light divine water at my disposal, as long as my primordial spirit and physical form are not annihilated in an instant, I stand a chance of recovery, Lin Changsheng exclaimed joyously. However, the potency of the three light divine water is truly formidable. Should I manage to comprehend its divine capabilities, it would become my formidable weapon in combat. You have observed the three light divine water, and with your thoughts, you have begun to experience enlightenment. Chapter 56, A Frenzied Epiphany, the convergence of three divine powers into the art of sun-moon star descent. Having beheld the three light divine water, Lin Changsheng, empowered by his exceptional comprehension, embarked on another journey of enlightenment. Even the Tao Te tree would bow in humility before him at this moment. 7,000 years passed. You have observed the sunlight divine water, and, from its ability to erode flesh and bone, you have comprehended the divine ability sunlight annihilation. Another 7 millennia elapsed. You have observed the moonlight divine water, and, from its corrosive properties upon the primordial spirit, you have grasped the divine ability moonlight erosion. Yet another 7,000 years passed. You have observed the starlight divine water, and, from its ability to consume true spirit and consciousness, you have attained the divine ability starlight devour. 3 divine waters, 3 divine abilities. Each ability harbors immense power and serves as a formidable offensive technique. Logically, Lin Changsheng should have awakened to his newfound insights upon grasping these 3 divine abilities. However, he did not. Instead, he delved deeper into the realm of understanding. This time, he sought to merge the 3 abilities, striving for a more potent form of divine power. Sunlight annihilation, moonlight erosion, starlight devour. These 3 abilities were unconsciously unleashed by Lin Changsheng. The attempt to merge 3 abilities of differing attributes inevitably resulted in a clash of energies, producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Even Lin Changsheng himself sustained minor injuries to his physique, yet he remained oblivious to the pain. With a golden, immortal level body, such wounds would heal on their own. There was no cause for concern. Only someone as audacious as Lin Changsheng would dare to attempt the fusion of divine powers during a moment of enlightenment. Had it been any other Deluo golden immortal, they would have emerged severely injured, if not dead. Furthermore, such enlightenment requires a solid foundation to support it. Fortunately, the presence of a supreme chaotic demon god allowed Lin Changsheng to pursue success without fear of failure. A millennium later, the explosive sounds continued to echo within the primal restrictive formation. After 3 millennia, the sounds became barely audible, and when they did occur, they were significantly less intense than before. By the time 5 millennia had passed, all noise had ceased entirely. You have persistently endeavored to merge the 3 divine abilities, and you have succeeded, attaining the divine power of sun-moon star descent. At long last, success was within reach. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes. Satisfied with having devoted 5 millennia to mastering a single divine ability, his longest endeavor to date, the art of sun-moon star descent. Gazing into the swirling chaotic essence ahead, Lin Changsheng immediately employed the divine ability he had just comprehended. A golden lotus radiating the hues of gold, silver, and violet materialized in the void, breathtakingly beautiful and resplendent. At a mere glance, it seemed as though one's very consciousness would be drawn into its depths. Even adversaries facing this divine ability would inevitably exclaim in admiration at its beauty, exquisite yet deadly. The 3-colored golden lotus surged into the chaotic essence, which had previously been overwhelmingly dense, yet now began to dissipate under the lotus's influence. The golden lotus erupted in a blinding display of brilliance. Contrary to expectations of a violent explosion, the surrounding chaotic essence was instantaneously vaporized, akin to snow melting under the sun. While this effect was confined to a small area, it was nonetheless a testament to the overwhelming power at play. Indeed, among the divine powers Lin Changsheng had comprehended, the art of sun-moon star descent undoubtedly ranked among the top 3. He nodded in satisfaction. The chaotic essence that had been dispelled soon began to replenish itself. Testing the chaotic energy, the effects remained elusive, yet Lin Changsheng had a sense of its formidable capabilities. Having completed his enlightenment, Lin Changsheng would not overlook the 3 light divine water, promptly storing it within the 100 herbs diagram. Upon a second, more discerning glance, Lin Changsheng altered his course in search of further revelations. At long last, he stumbled upon a clearing where a stone tablet stood prominently, inscribed with the characters for Yingzhou. Indeed, it was the fabled Yingzhou, renowned alongside the illustrious Penglai. Lin Changsheng had previously speculated about its existence, and upon encountering the tablet, the truth dawned upon him. The emergence of Yingzhou Island had occurred significantly later than that of Penglai. It was entirely reasonable that the innate grand array had not fully transmuted the chaotic essence. However, the whereabouts of the final island, Fengsuan, remained a mystery. Fengsuan Island had yet to materialize within the primordial realm, likely due to the overwhelming density of its chaotic essence, causing the grand array to falter in its ability to transmute the innate spiritual energy. Thus, Fengsuan Island remained concealed within the void. If anyone in the primordial realm could uncover Fengsuan, it would indeed be Lin Changsheng. Yet, for the present, he would rely on fortune. The vastness of the primordial seas rendered a comprehensive search a time-consuming endeavor. Once his mastery of the array principles ascended to the level of the Grand Tao, he could potentially connect Penglai and Yingzhou. Lin Changsheng cast another glance at the stone tablet and murmured to himself. Although Penglai Island was admirable, it was rather diminutive, especially considering his aspirations to establish a sect. That would have to wait for another time. Fortunately, like Penglai, Lin Changsheng could leave his mark upon this innate grand array, ensuring that he would not lose his way. As for the possibility of Penglai Island being sensed by the Eastern King in the future, Lin Changsheng chuckled softly. Should he prove discerning, there might be grounds for leniency. Continuing his exploration of Yingzhou Island, Lin Changsheng suddenly halted once more. Before him lay an overwhelming concentration of chaotic essence. Regardless of any treasures that may exist, acquiring them seemed implausible. Yet, the sight before him compelled him to pause. There, a tree stood, gnarled and robust, its crown sprawling like a celestial umbrella, casting a vast shadow. 5 branches shimmered with hues of black, white, gold, red, and blue. The pine needles glimmered with a myriad of colors, albeit slightly dimmed. Was this the legendary Chaos 5 Elements pine, one of the 10 innate spiritual roots? Lin Changsheng exclaimed in astonishment. The primordial world teemed with innate entities, yet to rank among the top 10 was a testament to its extraordinary nature. Innate gourd vines, Hongjun plums, fusang trees, and bitter bamboo were also listed among the 10 renowned spiritual roots. However, the Chaos 5 Elements pine, despite its illustrious name, had been elusive in the primordial realm. To discover it upon Yingzhou Island was indeed unexpected. It was said that the Chaos 5 Elements pine required 5 transformations to mature, ultimately bearing fruits that encapsulated the quintessence of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Consuming one of each would achieve perfect harmony of the 5 energies, thereby sparing countless eons of arduous cultivation. Should the beings of the primordial realm become aware of this Chaos 5 Elements pine, they would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. However, Lin Changsheng's brow furrowed with sudden realization. If the Chaos 5 Elements pine resided on Yingzhou Island, why was there no news of it in the primordial realm? Yingzhou Island was not akin to Fengsuan Island, which remained hidden from view. Logically, with Yingzhou Island's emergence, the Chaos 5 Elements pine should also reveal itself to the denizens of the primordial realm. As Lin Changsheng pondered this conundrum, his gaze descended. A gasp escaped his lips. No wonder. Chapter 57. Comprehending the New Path of Power, a gift from the Chaos 5 Elements pine. Just as Lin Changsheng grappled with the absence of news regarding the Chaos 5 Elements pine in the primordial realm, his eyes fell lower, and he finally understood the reason. A colossal axe mark marred the main trunk, nearly cleaving it in two. Ethereal strands of Tao light coiled around the scar. It was this very mark that was incessantly eroding the vitality of the Chaos 5 Elements pine. Even a mere glance was sufficient for Lin Changsheng to sense the terrifying destructive power contained within. This axe mark, having transcended time and endured countless epochs, showed no signs of fading. Such a formidable strike could only be attributed to the great Pango himself. It was no wonder that the Chaos 5 Elements pine had not appeared alongside Yingzhou Island. It was utterly devoid of life due to this devastating mark. Lin Changsheng finally grasped the situation. This Chaos 5 Elements pine had evidently perished during the primordial cataclysm. The axe mark, forged by Pangu, harbored profound and arcane principles. I might as well attempt to comprehend them, he thought, glancing at the axe mark and beginning his introspection. You have observed the axe mark left by the divine acts of creation and have entered a state of enlightenment. This moment of enlightenment persisted for an astonishing 300,000 years. At this juncture, the 14 resonances of the Tao that Lin Changsheng had mastered autonomously soared around him in a captivating dance. One resonance, radiating a vivid azure glow, flickered tantalizingly. This was a sign that he had grasped the essence of the Tao. Lin Changsheng remained oblivious to the subtle tremor of the Chaos 5 Elements pine amidst the chaotic essence as his Tao resonances took flight. His focus was solely on the pivotal moment of his enlightenment. Through the observation of the axe mark, he had inadvertently grasped the path of power, a hallmark of Pangu's enlightenment. This was indeed the most potent avenue of attack available to Lin Changsheng. At long last, the system's voice resonated in his ears. You have comprehended the path of power to level 10 from the axe mark. Truly, the path of power was formidable. It had consumed an extraordinary amount of time for him to reach this level. Lin Changsheng then opened his eyes. The path of power embodied the pursuit of ultimate strength, with unparalleled destructive potential. To comprehend such a path, even at the cost of time, was undeniably worthwhile. He resolved to continue his pursuit. With the axe mark present, it would facilitate Lin Changsheng's deeper understanding of the Tao. Having only recently awakened, he resumed his exploration of the path of power. This time, over a span of more than 100,000 years, Lin Changsheng emerged once again, having elevated his comprehension of the path of power to level 40. This was the pinnacle of his current capabilities. Although he had attained such mastery, Lin Changsheng did not rush to depart. He intended to seize the opportunity to develop new divine abilities. You have comprehended the path of power and resumed your observation of the axe mark, entering a state of enlightenment. The process of understanding the Tao remained seamless, devoid of barriers or constraints. This form of cultivation was exceedingly pleasurable. Unbeknownst to him, nearly 10,000 years elapsed. You have discerned the divine ability of creation from the axe mark. Indeed, the essence of creation represented Pangu's mightiest strike during the formation of heaven and earth. Although his path of power might not match that of Pangu, nor did he possess the divine acts of creation, even an ordinary great Luo golden immortal would be unable to withstand such a blow. Lin Changsheng emerged from his state of enlightenment. His time on Yingzhou Island had proven immensely fruitful. He had gleaned 5 divine abilities and a remarkably potent path of power, not to mention other innate spiritual roots such as the 3 light divine water. After concluding his cultivation, Lin Changsheng could not help but cast a lingering glance at the extraordinary chaos 5 elements pine, reminiscent of a dragon, and sighed. Each of these innate spiritual roots faced immense challenges on the path of growth. It is indeed a lament to see such brilliance dissipate into the void of existence. I wonder if my path of creation can erase this scar left by the axe. Suddenly, a thought struck Lin Changsheng. The essence of the path of creation surged forth. But before it could envelop the chaotic 5-element pine, it was shattered by the resplendent azure light emanating from the axe scar. It seems futile. Lin Changsheng shook his head. Just as he prepared to depart, the chaotic 5-element pine rustled softly. Is there still a trace of spirit remaining? Truly, it is worthy of being one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots. Even after sustaining such grievous wounds from the axe, it still retains a flicker of consciousness. Oh, chaotic 5-element pine, it is not that I do not wish to assist you. Rather, this axe scar is a result of a peak strike from the mighty Pangu himself. Even if I were to fully comprehend the path of creation, my current realm is insufficient to aid you. Lin Changsheng sighed. The chaotic 5-element pine continued to rustle, swaying as a branch strained to extend. Suddenly, a shaped artifact shot towards him. Lin Changsheng hastily extended his palm to catch it. Yet, as soon as it rested in his hand, an intensely sharp aura began to slice into his palm. Despite his cultivation at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, he felt a twinge of pain. What manner of treasure is this, that merely holding it evokes such an unyielding sharpness? Lin Changsheng focused his gaze, revealing an exceedingly ancient jade-colored ruler. Intricate engravings of the heavens and earth adorned its body, exuding a mysterious spiritual resonance. Is this? Lin Changsheng could scarcely believe it, and quickly enveloped the ruler with his primordial spirit power. To his astonishment, it was indeed this treasure of virtue, the Hongming Liangtian ruler, the foremost treasure of virtue among the innate, standing alongside the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda. It is the amalgamation of the essence of the great Tao's Xianhuang and the divine merit of Pangu's creation. In terms of offensive power, it ranks just below the Pangu banner, which is itself a primordial treasure formed from the remnants of the axe that split the chaos. Its position just after the Pangu banner speaks volumes of the Hongming Liangtian ruler's formidable might. Moreover, this ruler possesses the unique ability to kill without entangling with karma. However, for Lin Changsheng, this aspect seemed less significant, as he himself is a being of flawless physique, untouched by karmic ties. It is truly unexpected that this foremost innate treasure of virtue resides upon the Isle of Yingzhou, concealed within the chaotic energies. Without the chaotic 5-element pine, Lin Changsheng would never have discovered it. Are you offering this to me? Lin Changsheng inquired, perplexed. Although the chaotic 5-element pine had acquired a spirit, it was not within his power to aid it. As if to respond to Lin Changsheng, the chaotic 5-element pine rustled once more, and its branches slowly shifted, presenting another orb of light. Chapter 58. The essence of the chaotic 5-element pine, the fierce beast Tao Tai. Lin Changsheng uncovered the chaotic 5-element pine, one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots within the chaotic energies of the Isle of Yingzhou. From the axe scar on its trunk, he gleaned insights into the great way of strength and the divine ability to create the heavens. He thought the matter concluded there. Yet he was astonished to find that despite the grievous wounds, the chaotic 5-element pine still retained a final flicker of spirit. It bestowed upon Lin Changsheng the treasured artifact, the Hongming Liantian ruler. Just as Lin Changsheng was trying to comprehend why it would gift such a treasure, he noticed the orb of light being offered by the chaotic 5-element pine, and suddenly everything became clear. This orb evidently extracted the vast majority of the life force and essence from the chaotic 5-element pine. Lin Changsheng even discerned a faint cracking sound. The axe scar had penetrated deeper, nearing the point where the trunk would completely shatter. The branches, once shimmering with spiritual light, now dulled to a shadow of their former brilliance. You wish for me to take this thread of your essence to help you regrow? Indeed, the chaotic 5-element pine was offering its last remnant of essence. Should it lose this fragment, it would not survive until the end of the Dragon Han's initial calamity. Lin Changsheng estimated that, at best, within a few million years, this top-tier innate spiritual root would vanish completely from the primordial world. Yet even without losing this essence, the chaotic 5-element pine's demise was merely a matter of time. Could it be that you sense my path of creation? Lin Changsheng quickly considered the implications. Otherwise, the chaotic 5-element pine would never willingly partition its essence. The pine rustled again, responding to Lin Changsheng's thoughts. I see. Lin Changsheng nodded. Without the path of creation, even acquiring this essence would not suffice to facilitate the chaotic 5-element pine's regeneration. After all, being one of the top 10 innate spiritual roots, it requires more than just innate spiritual energy. With the cause and effect now clear, Lin Changsheng felt at ease. Death also heralds rebirth. Rest assured, I shall take this essence back to Penglai Island and utilize the path of creation to nurture its growth. I will ensure that it awakens its own intelligence. The chaotic 5-element pine seemed to express gratitude towards Lin Changsheng, shaking vigorously. Lin Changsheng glanced back before departing. Having thoroughly explored the traversable areas of Yingzhou Island and ensuring no treasures were overlooked, Lin Changsheng commenced the refinement of the treasured artifact, the Hongming Liantian ruler. This foremost treasure of virtue had long captivated his interest. With this innate treasure, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Offense would be fortified with the Hongming Liantian ruler, while defense would be bolstered by the central Wujixing Huang flag. Thus, he achieved a harmonious balance of offense and defense. Yet, Lin Changsheng was not content with just this spiritual treasure. Hongjun possessed a division of treasures. There were surely more spiritual artifacts to be found. He must seize the opportunity while Hongjun had yet to attain sanctification to gather more treasures. Collecting his thoughts, Lin Changsheng focused on the refinement process. This innate treasure already contained 49 innate prohibitions within it. Compared to other top-tier innate spiritual treasures, it not only possessed more innate prohibitions, but the internal restrictions were also exceedingly complex. However, this posed no challenge for Lin Changsheng. With his supreme comprehension, the formidable chaotic demon god lineage, and the laws of formation at his disposal, refinement was merely a matter of time. In the blink of an eye, 10,000 years had passed. Finally, the refinement was complete. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes. At that moment, the Hongming Liantian ruler radiated a subdued brilliance, exuding an ancient and pure aura. With a thought, he infused it with the laws of his primordial spirit. Instantly, the Hongming Liantian swelled, obscuring the sky and earth, shrouding the cosmos in mist. It truly seemed poised to measure the heavens. The phenomena of heaven, earth, sun, and moon continuously evolved. Go, Lin Changsheng willed. The Hongming Liantian ruler struck the ground nearby with a resounding crash. A tremendous boom echoed, as if the entire Isle of Yingzhou trembled. The forceful winds even disrupted the chaotic energies. Even the primordial soil of Yingzhou Island was blasted into a bottomless pit. Excellent. Lin Changsheng, satisfied, stored the Hongming Liantian ruler away. It was time to depart. Before leaving, he did not forget to set up a small formation here, similar to that of Penglai Island. As long as any living being stepped into this place, he would receive a response. Simultaneously, he inscribed a mark upon this primordial great formation, ensuring that he would not lose his way to the immortal Isle of Yingzhou. Having concluded all his tasks, Lin Changsheng departed from Yingzhou. Upon exiting the isle, his eye of insight scanned the surroundings. Hint: to your northeast, a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal beast is attacking a North Sea Xian turtle. A ferocious beast. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was indeed a manifestation of merit. With the fall of the Beast Emperor, the calamity of ferocious beasts had come to an end. Countless beasts had perished, leaving only a fraction alive. and those remaining dared not linger on the continent. To his surprise, one had taken refuge in the remote North Sea. His fortune was quite favorable. Although the beast was a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, Lin Changsheng felt no fear. It presented an excellent opportunity to test his spiritual treasures and divine abilities. Furthermore, the North Sea Xian turtle possessed its own remarkable origins. Rescuing it might yield unforeseen opportunities. Of course, Lin Changsheng understood that even if he refrained from intervening, the North Sea Xian turtle would remain unharmed, for all was within the calculations of the heavenly Tao. Even if the turtle were to attain quasi-saint strength in the future, it would forever be unable to transform outside the North Sea. A consequence of the calamity during the Wu and Yao conflict when the ancestral shaman Gonggong shattered Mount Buzhou, causing the heavenly pillar to collapse. The three pure ones had to sever its 4 limbs to support the heavens, leading to a rather tragic fate. Lost in thought, Lin Changsheng arrived at the location indicated by the Eye of Insight. Before him loomed a colossal ferocious beast, exuding an aura of malevolence. One of the beasts was as large as a mountain, yet curiously, it lacked a body, possessing only a massive head and gaping maw. A terrifying devouring force emanated from its mouth, capable of swallowing even seawater. Beneath the waves, a North Sea Xian turtle remained motionless, retracting into its shell, which radiated a faint glow, resisting the beast's consuming power. It was none other than Tao Tai, one of the 4 great ferocious beasts. Lin Changsheng instantly recognized the beast's identity. Tao Tai wielded the power of devouring, and perhaps he could comprehend the laws of devouring from it. Unfortunately, this was not an opportune moment for enlightenment, as Tao Tai had already noticed him and was evidently furious. With a fearsome roar, Tao Tai directed its maw towards Lin Changsheng, unleashing a surge of devouring power. An overwhelming pulling force erupted, akin to a black hole in space, consuming all in its path. Lin Changsheng distinctly felt the surrounding primordial spiritual energy being drawn into a void. If it relished devouring, then he would see if it could withstand his divine abilities. Chapter 59. Slaying the ferocious beast Tao Tai and revealing the future of the North Sea Xian turtle. Emerging from seclusion, he encountered a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal beast, perfectly allowing Lin Changsheng to test his current combat prowess. Sunlight annihilation, moonlight erosion, starry devouring. Lin Changsheng invoked the divine abilities he had comprehended from the 3 lights divine water. Each of the 3 abilities unleashed a radiant gold, silver, and violet light towards Tao Tai. Rather than a bombardment, it seemed as though they were consumed by Tao Tai itself. A hint of derision flickered in Tao Ye's bell-like eyes, clearly reveling in the consumption of Lin Changsheng's divine powers. Alas, it was premature in its arrogance. The might of these 3 divine abilities was not something ordinary forces could rival. Even as their power diminished within the beast's devouring might, they remained formidable. Sunlight annihilation, moonlight erosion, starry devouring. With the simultaneous eruption of these 3 powers, Tao Tai let out a heart-wrenching scream of agony. Countless pieces of flesh exploded from its body, cascading into the sea. Tao Tai struggled and roared in despair, yet this pain seemed to gnaw at its very bones, rendering it unable to escape. Indeed, the abilities cultivated over many years were not to be trifled with. It was fortunate that Tao Tai possessed a tenacious vitality and was a rank higher in cultivation. Otherwise, other ferocious beasts would have perished long ago. As Tao Tai suffered grievous injuries, fear began to flicker in its eyes. It no longer wished to remain in this location. Even though this cultivator was of a lower realm, it did not want to meet the same fate as the Beast Emperor. Good beast, you even know to flee. Lin Changsheng chuckled lightly. Although he had no immediate need for merit, who could ever have too much of such a universally applicable resource? Sun, moon, and starfall technique. Lin Changsheng directly unleashed the combined divine ability of the 3 powers. The intertwining golden, silver, and violet lights coalesced into a breathtaking golden lotus in the void, dreamlike and captivating. At that moment, even the North Sea Xian turtle, known for its defensive prowess, fully retracted its head, sensing the terror of this divine ability. The fleeing Tao Tai too felt a life-or-death crisis. It had been marked and escape was impossible. In response, Tao Tai unleashed its ferocious might, its maw expanding like an abyss. A terrifying devouring force surged forth, attempting to obliterate the golden lotus birth from the sun, moon, and starfall technique. Yet, even as the devouring power sought to annihilate it, remnants of its destructive energy surged into Tao Ye's mouth. Such audacity! While the devouring force could indeed erode divine laws, how could Lin Changsheng's painstakingly cultivated abilities, spanning hundreds of thousands of years, be easily thwarted? Lin Changsheng shook his head. Had Tao Tai mastered the laws of devouring, there might have been a glimmer of hope. But at this moment, it was merely overconfident. The ensuing scene would forever be etched in the mind of the North Sea Xian turtle. The once indomitable Taotai was utterly obliterated, reduced to nothingness as if it had never existed. This early-stage Deluo golden immortal cultivator was indeed terrifying. Having witnessed the might of the sun, moon, and starfall technique, Lin Changsheng felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Upon slaying the ferocious beast Taotai, the heavenly Tao trembled, and a large mass of merit flew towards him, which he promptly absorbed. This time, he did not rush to leave the area. With his current cultivation, he no longer needed to exercise excessive caution. "Thank you, fellow Taoist, for your timely rescue," rumbled the North Sea Xian turtle, its voice akin to distant thunder. To his surprise, this North Sea Xian turtle had developed sentience. Upon reflection, this was understandable. Without intelligence, how could it ultimately cultivate to the quasi-saint realm? "You are too courteous, my friend. My intervention was motivated by the pursuit of merit," Lin Changsheng replied candidly. Were it not for merit, he would have been disinclined to engage in the slaying of ferocious beasts. Nonetheless, the North Sea Xian turtle still expressed its gratitude. "I observe that you have attained the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal. Why have you not yet transformed?" Lin Changsheng inquired, feigning ignorance. "Alas, there are matters of which you are unaware. When it comes to the failure to transform, the North Sea Xian turtle evidently feels quite vexed. In the depths of the cosmos, it seems that I should have experienced the transformation thunder calamity. Yet, I have been unable to sense it. Perhaps my cultivation is simply too feeble." The North Sea Xian turtle sighed. "Transformation thunder calamity? That is indeed a perspective. Some innate deities possess such extraordinary roots that to achieve transformation, they must endure the thunder calamity. Even if the Xian turtle's cultivation were to elevate further, it would still be unable to perceive the transformation thunder calamity. My friend, forgive my candor, but it seems you may never sense your transformation thunder calamity," Lin Changsheng remarked nonchalantly. This Xian turtle is entwined with tremendous karmic ties. If any other cultivator were to convey such information to the Xian turtle, they would undoubtedly incur karmic repercussions, drawing the attention of the heavenly Tao, possibly even facing annihilation. However, Lin Changsheng, possessing the flawless body, is unaffected by karma and harbors no concerns about revealing to the Xian turtle the fate that awaits it. "What prompts such a statement?" the North Sea Xian turtle inquired. Filled with uncertainty, Lin Changsheng pondered for a moment before directly transmitting his thoughts to the Xian turtle. "During the calamity of the Wu and Yao, the ancestral shaman Gonggong will shatter the heavenly pillar of Mount Buzhou. The heavens will collapse, and to support the sky, the three pure ones will sever your limbs." Upon hearing Lin Changsheng's words, the North Sea Xian turtle fell into deep contemplation, remaining silent for an extended period. Lin Changsheng did not urge him. Anyone receiving such news would naturally find it hard to believe. After what felt like an eternity, the North Sea Xian turtle gazed at Lin Changsheng with reddened eyes and asked, "Is your statement true? Should you believe, it shall be true. Should you disbelieve, it shall be false." "The line between truth and falsehood is dictated by one's thoughts," Lin Changsheng replied with composure. "You are indeed a remarkable individual. If what you said holds true, then it entails monumental karmic implications, which the heavenly Tao would not permit, and thus, punishment would surely follow. Yet you remain unscathed. Either you are deceiving me, or your abilities transcend the heavens, able to outsmart even the heavenly Tao. If your words are false, I cannot fathom why I find myself inclined to believe them," the North Sea Xian turtle said with a bitter smile. "Do you not fear? Or feel a sense of unwillingness?" Lin Changsheng now found himself curious. Logically, any sentient being hearing of their own future demise would be driven to despair. Yet, the North Sea Xian turtle, existing for an exceedingly long time, had only ever sought transformation. Now, with that singular goal shattered, he appeared more composed, as if he had found a measure of relief. "What can fear or resentment achieve? Under the dictates of the heavenly Tao, this is my fate," the North Sea Xian turtle remarked, his gaze profound. After living for so many years, his heart had long since become as tranquil as still water. Lin Changsheng remained silent. Indeed, what could resentment accomplish? Under the laws of the heavenly Tao, one could not resist. Yet, should such a fate befall me, I would undoubtedly rebel, regardless of destiny. Ultimately, strength is the foundation of all. If he were to attain the status of a primordial golden immortal, the heavenly Tao would think twice before laying any claim upon him. "My friend, may I inquire what you hope to gain by sharing this news with me?" The North Sea Xian turtle interrupted Lin Changsheng's musings. Chapter 60. Acquiring the North Sea Xian turtle's essence, the arrival of the Ren water ancestor. Lin Changsheng, unafraid of karmic repercussions, disclosed to the North Sea Xian turtle his eventual fate. Rather than being distressed, the North Sea Xian turtle responded with remarkable equanimity. "What motivates you to share this with me?" Upon hearing the North Sea Xian turtle's inquiry, Lin Changsheng returned to his senses. His intentions were not born from a saintly heart. The North Sea Xian Turtle's fate was beyond his control. Even if he fearlessly revealed the Xian Turtle's ultimate outcome, he could not alter its destiny. Even if Lin Changsheng were to concoct a 7-turn golden pill for the North Sea Xian Turtle, it would still not assist in achieving transformation. His true motive was to obtain a fragment of the Xian Turtle's essence. As an innate deity, the North Sea Xian Turtle had birthed countless primordial gatherings, and its roots were undoubtedly extraordinary. If he could acquire a fragment of its essence and utilize the way of creation through the pointing spirit technique, he could cultivate another talented disciple. This was his underlying plan. My friend, to be candid, I have mastered the way of creation and thus seek to obtain a fragment of your essence to cultivate you as my disciple in the future, Lin Changsheng stated forthrightly. After hearing this, the North Sea Xian Turtle stared at Lin Changsheng for a long while before erupting into a resounding laughter. Could it be that your previous words were merely a ruse to obtain a fragment of my essence? The once calm sea roiled in response to the North Sea Xian Turtle's laughter. It is no wonder that the Xian Turtle would think this way. It was akin to a stranger entering one's home and proclaiming, "You will die in 10 years. May I inherit your estate now? Do you think I need to deceive you?" Lin Changsheng replied, his expression serene as he regarded the North Sea Xian Turtle. The laughter of the North Sea Xian Turtle came to an abrupt halt, and unexpectedly, he choked on a few mouthfuls of seawater. Indeed, given Lin Changsheng's earlier display of strength in slaying a mid-stage golden immortal beast, he had no reason to deceive the Xian Turtle. How can you prove it? The North Sea Xian Turtle asked. Lin Changsheng wasted no words and directly unleashed the way of creation. The aura of the way of creation enveloped him, and a surge of life-giving transformative power surged forth. The North Sea Xian Turtle sensed it and was taken aback. This was indeed the way of creation, and the depth of comprehension was undoubtedly impressive. Indeed, this cultivator before him was unfathomable. The earlier defeat of that ferocious beast must not have been his full strength. After a brief moment of contemplation, the North Sea Xian Turtle resolved to relinquish a fragment of its essence. After all, Lin Changsheng had no need to lie. The essence was akin to the essence of life. An excessive loss could lead to a drop in cultivation level. In severe cases, it could impair one's foundation, resulting in a lifetime of stagnant cultivation. Since the North Sea Xian Turtle believed Lin Changsheng's words, it was willing to part with its essence without hesitation. Continuously drawing from its own essence, a vibrant sphere of essence soon materialized. Yet, the North Sea Xian Turtle did not cease its efforts. Since death was inevitable, it might as well enhance this sphere of essence further. Moreover, the North Sea Xian Turtle harbored another thought. If Lin Changsheng's prediction were true, and if he were indeed to have his limbs severed to support the heavens, then his cultivation must keep pace. Otherwise, how could his limbs withstand the weight of the heavens? Thus, if his essence were to suffer significant loss, the heavenly Tao would surely intervene. At that time, he would have complete faith in Lin Changsheng's words. The North Sea Xian Turtle's considerations did not escape Lin Changsheng's notice, but he did not intervene. The stronger this essence became, the quicker it would awaken and gain sentience. After an indeterminate time, a sudden tremor shook the heavenly Tao. An inexplicable opportunity locked onto the North Sea Xian Turtle. Now, even if it wished to continue relinquishing essence, it was rendered incapable. Simultaneously, it fully believed in Lin Changsheng's words. I hope my friend can honor his promise. The North Sea Xian Turtle's voice conveyed both weariness and resignation. Although there had been some initial belief in Lin Changsheng's words, the confirmation of the truth left him feeling profoundly desolate within. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, Lin Changsheng remarked as he accepted the essence of origin. The heavenly Tao intervened just in time, ensuring that this essence did not harm the fundamental being of the North Sea Xian Turtle. After enduring countless eons of arduous cultivation, it could easily be replenished. The North Sea Xian Turtle nodded, its colossal form sinking into the depths of the sea, swiftly vanishing from sight. Just as Lin Changsheng was preparing to depart, an aura suddenly locked onto him. A cultivator is approaching? The initially departing Lin Changsheng halted in his tracks. It appeared that the recent manifestation of merit had drawn the attention of nearby cultivators. After all, the influence of merit was universally acknowledged. Given that ferocious beasts were now scarcely seen, even a mere manifestation of merit could incite envy among others. Before long, a burly cultivator clad in a cerulean robe appeared before him. Mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. The burly cultivator cast a glance at Lin Changsheng and then inquired with an icy tone, "Was it you who collected the merit just now?" His words carried an air of cold certainty. "Indeed," Lin Changsheng replied, his expression unyielding. "Hand it over. I may let you go," the burly cultivator asserted confidently. After all, he believed that as a mid-stage Deluo Golden Immortal, he could easily dominate a mere early-stage counterpart. And what if I refuse? Lin Changsheng remained unmoved. I am an incarnation of the innate Rin water, once a water demon god, known as the ancestor of Rin water. Considering your efforts in cultivation, I shall grant you one final chance. The ancestor of Rin water had already harbored murderous intentions. This was the world of the primordial chaos, where weakness was the original sin, devoid of right or wrong. There were no true villains. If it were Lin Changsheng, would he not also seize the opportunities of others? All beings in the primordial chaos were in competition. It was as simple as that. Ancestor of Rin water? Once a water demon god. Lin Changsheng sneered inwardly. Even if he refrained from intervening, during the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era, the heavenly Tao would eventually seek retribution against these remnants of demon gods. Little did he expect that before the heavenly Tao commenced its reckoning, this one would hastily seek his own demise. Just as well, I possess some insights into the path of water. Since you are a remnant of the water demon god, do enlighten me. With that, Lin Changsheng took the initiative to launch an attack. To dare to play with water before me, the ancestor of Rin water, you are truly courting death. The ancestor of Rin water burst into a hearty laugh, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. However, when he beheld the manifestation of Lin Changsheng's water path principles, the laughter ceased abruptly. As a remnant of a demon god, he instantly recognized the profound resonance of the water path. Moreover, its brilliance was strikingly clear and luminous, indicating a considerable depth of comprehension. But how could this be? In the current age, the great paths had receded. Even he, a remnant of a water demon god, could not sense such things and had to resort to cultivating the laws of the heavenly Tao. Yet before the ancestor of Rin water could ponder further, Lin Changsheng's divine attack had already arrived. Waves rippled forth, empowered by the water path, resembling a cascading waterfall suspended over the Milky Way, roaring forth in successive waves towards the ancestor of Rin water. Rin water divine pearl, respond. The ancestor of Rin water bellowed. A cerulean pearl soared into the air, spinning and radiating brilliance. An astonishing event unfolded. The cascading waterfall was effortlessly parted by the Rin water divine pearl. No force could harm the ancestor of Rin water, regardless of the onslaught. However, the pearl's light flickered erratically, clearly straining to withstand the barrage. Lin Changsheng did not harbor the arrogance to believe that one divine ability could vanquish a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal. Yet, this was merely his first divine ability. How could it be struggling so? He hoped the ancestor of Rin water had some hidden means, otherwise, it would be exceedingly dull. Chapter 61, Unexpected Joy. The plain flag of the Western Cloud Realm. North Sea. The once secluded and tranquil North Sea was now resonating with the thunderous sounds of battle. It was, of course, Lin Changsheng engaging in combat with the ancestor of Rin water. In a typical scenario, a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal would dominate an early-stage counterpart without the use of spiritual treasures. Yet, in this battle, the roles were entirely reversed, with Lin Changsheng, an early-stage Deluo golden immortal, overwhelming the ancestor of Rin water with an air of supremacy. Damn it, how can he be so powerful? I am the mid-stage Deluo golden immortal. At this moment, the ancestor of Rin water was utterly distraught. From the onset of the battle, he had been relentlessly pressured. The multitude of divine abilities wielded by this early-stage Deluo golden immortal was astounding, with no two attacks resembling one another. When had divine abilities proliferated to such an extent? Why did he possess only two? It was already astonishing that there were no repeated abilities. Even more remarkable was that this early-stage Deluo golden immortal displayed at least 5 distinct paths. A sea of flames. As the ancestor of Rin water lamented inwardly, Lin Changsheng's divine ability surged forth once more. Like the sun's fire, it manifested as an overwhelming sea of flames enveloping the ancestor of Rin water. Damn it! Another unfamiliar divine ability, and with a path. The ancestor of Rin water was on the verge of madness. He could only continue to channel his spiritual power into the Rin water divine pearl for defense. Even so, after enduring such a barrage, the pearl was nearing its limit. It trembled and vibrated incessantly. If this continued, the spiritual treasure would undoubtedly sustain damage. The searing heat compelled the ancestor of Rin water to contemplate an escape plan. Yes, forget about merit. He now only wished to flee far away. This individual before him was not merely an early-stage Deluo golden immortal. He was the progeny of the great path itself. With so many paths, who could contend against him? Without the cultivation of a late-stage Deluo golden immortal, he was merely inviting trouble. Did you not desire my merit? Why then are you still on the defensive? Lin Changsheng's figure had already appeared before him in this moment of distraction. This remark nearly caused the ancestor of Rin water to spit out a mouthful of ancient blood. Listen to this nonsense. But what does his appearance signify? Could it be that he has honed his physical body? Just as the ancestor of Rin water's thoughts settled, Lin Changsheng's fist shot forth. Open heaven. The power of the great path erupted simultaneously. What began as an ordinary punch transformed into a force of immense weight, sweeping away all in its path. Even the heavens would be compelled to part before it. The terrifying essence of the open heaven principle sent shivers through the ancestor of Rin Water's spirit. In the face of his terror-stricken gaze, a resounding thud echoed. The already beleaguered Rin Water divine pearl reached its breaking point at that instant. The sound of cracking resonated, and the protective spiritual light dissipated, leaving the pearl dimmed as it was sent flying back. With a sudden pull of energy, the ancestor of Rin Water was also inflicted with significant injuries. The power of the Great Path. The ancestor of Rin Water exclaimed in utter shock. This was indeed the power of the Great Path. The very path that Pangu had attained, and yet he too had mastered it. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of Pangu? Flee! I must escape immediately. A formidable mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, and yet he turns to flee without hesitation, executing his retreat with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness, devoid of any indecision. My physical cultivation is still too feeble. Otherwise, that punch would have inflicted far more than mere injury. Lin Changsheng shook his head. It seems I must expedite the enhancement of my physical cultivation. This must come to an end. Observing the fleeing Rin Shui old ancestor, Lin Changsheng had no intention of letting him go. With a mere thought, the dragon tiger Rui, a mid-grade innate treasure, soared into the air. The dragon tiger phenomenon continuously evolved, exuding an extraordinary aura that reverberated through the heavens and shook the earth. It descended upon Rin Shui old ancestor with terrifying force. Should the old ancestor lack any further means of defense, this strike would be sufficient to bring about his demise. The innate Five Directions banner, specifically the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag, emerged. In a life-or-death moment, Rin Shui old ancestor could no longer afford to conceal his capabilities. A simple plain flag flew forth, expanding and evolving under the infusion of his magical energy. A wondrous spectacle enveloped the surroundings, illuminating the world, rendering all laws ineffective. The light of the plain flag cascaded down, enveloping Rin Shui old ancestor within its protective embrace. With a resonant thud, the Western Cloud Realm plain flag merely trembled slightly, successfully blocking the lethal strike. The innate Five Directions banner, Lin Changsheng exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He had intended to gather all 5 of the 5 Directions banners, and finding one in the hands of Rin Shui old ancestor was an unexpected delight. Moreover, judging by the old ancestor's recent activation of the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag, it seemed he had not fully refined it yet. What a splendid surprise, Rin Shui old ancestor. I thought he had come to seize my merits, but it appears he has delivered an innate supreme spiritual treasure instead. Since you recognize this innate supreme spiritual treasure, you must understand that under my diligent defense, you cannot breach my barriers. I acknowledge my previous transgressions and am willing to offer some spiritual treasures and materials as recompense. Rin Shui old ancestor said with a darkened expression. He would only resort to using this innate supreme spiritual treasure when absolutely necessary, primarily because it remained unrefined. Furthermore, the news of such a treasure's existence would inevitably attract countless troubles. So now we are addressing each other as fellow Taoists? Surrender the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag, and I may consider letting you go, Lin Changsheng replied nonchalantly. Are you resolved to exhaust this matter to the bitter end? The expression on Rin Shui old ancestor's face shifted. How could he possibly part with an innate supreme spiritual treasure? No, it is not about exhausting this. Rather, it is about your demise, and this treasure will rightfully belong to me, Lin Changsheng asserted with unwavering confidence. Haha, I can see that you possess numerous grand techniques and abilities. However, as long as I focus solely on defending with the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag, you shall never breach my defenses, Rin Shui old ancestor retorted, his anger bubbling into laughter. Alas, the slap to his face came far too swiftly. Is that so? Perhaps it is time to test the might of the Hongming measuring ruler. As Lin Changsheng's words fell, an ancient ruler manifested in the void, which then began to undergo a frenzied transformation under the infusion of magical energy. Boundless worlds materialized, the essence of the Tao swirling within, emanating golden spiritual light. The heavens and earth trembled in response to this astonishing phenomenon. This is an innate supreme treasure, Rin Shui old ancestor gasped, shock and terror evident in his voice. Only an innate supreme treasure could produce such celestial wonders. It is over. If it is indeed an innate supreme treasure, then there is no way I can withstand it. Just as Rin Shui old ancestor's spirit faltered in sheer disbelief, the Hongming measuring ruler struck forth. The essence of the Tao sliced through the protective light of the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag with reckless abandon. The sharp intent caused this innate supreme spiritual treasure to tremble violently. Block it for me. Rin Shui old ancestor's eyes nearly bulged as he poured his magical energy into the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag with frenzied desperation. Break. Lin Changsheng observed the unfolding events with a stoic expression. Even if he were a mid-stage Deluo golden immortal, even if he possessed an innate supreme spiritual treasure, it would be futile against the power of an innate merit treasure. One must remember that Tai Yi had once battled 4 or 5 primordial ancestors using the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell, and was hailed as the strongest quasi-saint beneath the saints. This illustrates the tremendous power possessed by innate supreme treasures. Even though there is merely a single grade difference between them and innate supreme spiritual treasures, the disparity is monumental. In the eyes of the terrified Renshui old ancestor, the Hongmeng measuring ruler shattered the defenses of the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag. The innate supreme spiritual treasure emitted a mournful cry, its light extinguished, and it was sent hurtling away. In the gaze of Renshui old ancestor, filled with horror and despair, the Hongmeng measuring ruler engulfed him entirely. Chapter 62. The Ancestor Dragon begins the clan of Qilin and Yuanfeng, the prelude to the Dragon Han Cataclysm. By the Northern Sea. At last, I am departing from the Northern Sea. Lin Changsheng glanced back at the Northern Sea. That day, after vanquishing Renshui old ancestor, he naturally claimed the Western Cloud Realm Plane flag and the already damaged Renshui Divine Pearl. Following this, he had traversed the vast Northern Sea, encountering only a minor innate restriction along the way. Apart from acquiring some spiritual materials, there was little else of note. Thus, it is not unfounded to say that the Northern Sea is both remote and barren. Nonetheless, seizing this opportunity, Lin Changsheng managed to refine 2 spiritual treasures. The Western Cloud Realm Plane flag, being an innate 5 directions banner and an innate supreme spiritual treasure, required a significant investment of time for refinement. However, during his confrontation with Renshui old ancestor, the flag sustained some damage and is currently undergoing magical nourishment within his body, rendering it temporarily unusable. As for the Renshui Divine Pearl, it is merely an innate lower-grade spiritual treasure, and its damage is quite severe. Lin Changsheng only performed a brief refinement before setting off once more. After several hundred years, he finally reached the shores of the Northern Sea. Yet, unexpectedly, he found himself on the Western continent. At that moment, Lin Changsheng seemed to sense something. Turning his gaze towards the Eastern Sea, a massive 5-clawed golden dragon soared into the sky, letting out a resounding roar. The terrifying might was palpable even on the Western continent, which Lin Changsheng could distinctly feel. Has the Ancestor Dragon achieved the status of a Hongyuan Golden Immortal? Lin Changsheng murmured to himself. Today my Ancestor Dragon achieves the Hongyuan Golden Immortal, utilizing fortune to validate the Tao, establishing the Dragon Clan, and leading the Scales and Armor Clan. Indeed, it is as I suspected. The Dragon Han Cataclysm has commenced. Lin Changsheng's brow furrowed slightly. No wonder the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans are unable to attain the Hongyuan Deluo Golden Immortal status. It appears they are relying on fortune to validate the Tao. In the primordial chaos, there exist 3 pathways to achieve the Hongyuan Deluo Golden Immortal status. One path is as the Ancestor Dragon has taken, utilizing fortune to validate the Tao. However, fortune is ethereal and elusive. The hope of gathering the fortune of an entire clan to break through the confines of the Hongyuan Golden Immortal is almost non-existent. Behind this lies not only the scheming of Hongjun and Luo Hu, which obstructs the Dragon Clan's fortune from reaching its zenith, but also the machinations of the Heavenly Tao. The Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans have committed countless atrocities and are already entangled in the web of calamity. It is inconceivable that they would succeed in using fortune to validate the Tao. The second method involves the validation of the Tao through the great Tao itself. To discuss this method, one must first address why it is said that the Ancestor Dragon has achieved the status of a Hongyuan Golden Immortal rather than a quasi-saint. Upon attaining the pinnacle of the Tao, should one seek to transcend through the understanding of the laws, one would achieve the status of a Primordial Golden Immortal. It is only through the deepening of comprehension of these laws, until perfection is reached, that one can attain the complete state of a Primordial Golden Immortal. Alternatively, if one employs the method of Hongjun severing the 3 corpses to break through to a higher realm, this would lead to the quasi-saint realm. With each corpse severed, the realm would elevate by 1 tier, culminating in the unity of the 3 corpses, which signifies completeness. Following the calamity of the Longhan Era, the path of severing the 3 corpses to attain enlightenment has become prevalent. However, that is a matter for another time. Upon achieving the complete state of a Primordial Golden Immortal, to break through to the status of a Primordial Deluo Golden Immortal, one must grasp the Great Tao. Moreover, one must attain a certain level of mastery before this breakthrough can occur. This method is deemed the most arduous. After all, the Great Tao recedes, making its comprehension exceedingly challenging. The trials faced extend beyond mere foundations, encompassing enlightenment, fortune, and more. The third method, as previously mentioned, involves the severing of the three corpses. Upon completing this, the unity of the three corpses signifies the attainment of a complete quasi-saint state. To further transcend, one requires the primordial purple chi as a foundation for the Tao. However, the primordial purple chi is predetermined by fate, leading to the eventual emergence of only the three pure ones as saints. Each of these three methods possesses its own merits and shortcomings. Yet, the great Tao is inherently natural. All paths lead to the same ultimate goal of achieving the primordial de luo golden immortal. As Lin Changsheng contemplated these thoughts, a colossal golden Qilin manifestation obscured the sky, radiating brilliance from the direction of Mount Buzhou. Today, I, the Qilin, achieve the primordial golden immortal through the path of fortune, establishing the Qilin clan to lead the scaled and beastly tribes. This proclamation seemed to resonate with the two tribes. From the direction of the southern immortal volcano, a magnificent primordial phoenix silhouette soared and cried out to the heavens. Today, I, the primordial phoenix, attained the primordial golden immortal through the path of fortune, establishing the Phoenix clan to lead the avian tribes. The establishment of these three clans sent ripples through the heavens, invoking the bestowal of merit. All creatures of the primordial realm were left in awe as the clan leaders accepted the merit and resumed their secluded cultivation. In the western demon ancestor palace, the meditating Rahu opened his eyes. Is the calamity finally upon us? If I can acquire the 4 swords of immortal slaying and retrieve the immortal slaying formation map, I shall sweep away all adversaries obstructing my path to enlightenment. At that moment, Rahu's aura rivaled that of the ancestor dragon, the primordial Qilin, and the primordial phoenix. On Jade Capital Mountain, a figure remarkably similar to Hongjun sat before him. This was the good corpse that Hongjun had recently severed. The establishment of the three clans heralded the commencement of the calamity, a strategic contest between Rahu and himself. It remained to be seen which of the two could utilize the initial calamity of Longhan to achieve the supreme state of primordial. Having concluded his thoughts, Hongjun resumed his seclusion, determined to elevate his realm with all his might, striving to sever the other two corpses at the earliest opportunity. The initial calamity of Longhan had begun, and the clarity of the heavens and earth dissipated as the ominous aura of the calamity once again enveloped the primordial realm. Lin Changsheng, having taken notice, set foot upon the western continent. This affair bore no relevance to him. His sole purpose was to scour for resources to enhance his own cultivation. Upon his arrival on the western continent, Lin Changsheng immediately sensed a twinge of discomfort. This was the power of the demonic laws. The reason for Rahu's defeat in his struggle against Hongjun lay partly in the absence of demonic laws within the heavenly laws. Thus, apart from Rahu, no other beings practiced the demonic laws. The heavenly laws sought to amend this deficiency, necessitating Rahu's demise. However, this presented an opportunity to perceive the demonic laws, which might yield unforeseen benefits. Of course, for Lin Changsheng, the circumstances were distinctly different. He began to focus intently on comprehending the demonic energy of the western continent and soon fell into a state of enlightenment. You have sensed the dense demonic energy and commenced your enlightenment. Several millennia later, Lin Changsheng, who had been in seclusion, suddenly erupted with a surge of pitch-black demonic energy. Instantly, demonic flames roared forth, as fierce as a demon lord from the heavens. You have comprehended the demonic Tao laws 51 and have developed the magical technique, demonic flame spear kill. Indeed, the demonic Tao laws possess their own peculiar utility. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, having successfully grasped the demonic Tao laws after millennia of enlightenment. Consequently, traversing the western continent became considerably more convenient for him. Thus, Lin Changsheng embarked on a quest across the western continent in search of various resources. However, it paled in comparison to the riches found in the eastern continent's Mount Buzhou. One day, Lin Changsheng came to an abrupt halt. Before him lay a vast innate restrictive formation. To encounter such a grand innate formation on the western continent was exceedingly rare. A smile finally crept across Lin Changsheng's face, and without hesitation, he began to decode the formation. Millennia later, Lin Changsheng's figure vanished from its original location. When he reappeared, he found himself within the depths of the innate formation. As expected of a large innate restrictive formation, it contained numerous treasures. Lin Changsheng commenced a thorough search, transplanting spirit roots and spirit materials into the 100 herb diagram. This scene did not go unnoticed by 2 pairs of eyes deep within the formation. Chapter 63. Shifting blame to Hongjun, acquiring the essence of Jian and Zhuanti. Deep within the innate restrictive formation on the western continent, a towering Bodhi tree erupted from the ground. Beneath this Bodhi tree lay a pure essence of innate gung metal, the very essence of Jian and Zhuanti. At this time, during the initial calamity of Longhan, they had yet to reach the moment for their emergence into the world. Therefore, They had not yet taken on physical forms. Brother, we have not yet reached the time to manifest. The innate formation remains concealed in the void for protection. Why has a being intruded here? Moreover, they have audaciously stripped this place of its spirit roots and materials. Zhuanti spoke through clenched teeth, frustration evident in his voice. These resources are meant for us after we take form. If they are mercilessly plundered, will we not be left destitute upon our emergence? I know not. However, this individual radiates an intense demonic energy. Could they be a subordinate of Rahu? Jane struggled to comprehend how this being managed to penetrate the formation. Brother, I can no longer contain my fury. If this continues, what form shall we take? Zhuanti was on the verge of a breakdown. The devastation left in this being's wake was fittingly described as barren earth. Junior brother, do not act rashly. Judging by the fluctuations of this being's aura, they are exceedingly formidable. Furthermore, Rahu's position in the west is currently very secure and powerful. Should we provoke him, even if he cannot harm us, he may resort to other means. Jane hastily restrained Zhuanti. But brother, shall we simply watch as he pillages our spirit roots and materials? Zhuanti lamented. Silence. The being approaches. Junior brother, conceal your aura and mind. No matter the circumstances, we must not reveal ourselves, Jane instructed in a hushed tone. Immediately, he sealed his six senses, though reluctant. Zhuanti, sensing the overwhelming demonic flames emanating from Lin Changsheng, had no choice but to comply with Jane's advice. Before long, Lin Changsheng had plundered his way to the innermost depths of the innate restrictive formation. An innate top-grade spirit root, the Bodhi tree. In the realm of innate primordial gold, one finds a most precious treasure. This item resonates with my fate. A spark of brilliance ignited in Lin Changsheng's eyes. Yet his heart was filled with derisive laughter. I never anticipated that Jane and Zhuanti were adept performers. Did they believe that by closing their six senses, I would remain oblivious to their presence? From the moment Lin Changsheng stepped into this innate forbidden formation, he had sensed the gaze of others upon him, keeping his wits about him. Only now did he realize it was Jane and Zhuanti, though the content of their previous discourse eluded him. Their personalities suggested they were currently adopting an ostrich-like approach. Their most renowned proclamation, "This item is destined for me in the West," echoed in his mind. Yet, Lin Changsheng harbored no animosity towards the duo. Rather, a tinge of sympathy arose within him. The calamity of the Dragon Han era was, in essence, a conflict between Tao and demon. Ultimately, Hongjun had gathered the ancestors of the universe, the ancestors of Yin and Yang, and the great immortal Yang Mei to shatter the sword array of extermination. The cost was grievous. Both the ancestors of the universe and Yin and Yang perished in self-detonation, while Yang Mei sustained severe injuries. Rahu also met his end through self-explosion, thereby completing the heavenly Tao's demonic laws. In his mad explosion, Rahu ignited the very ley lines of the western lands, rendering them barren and devoid of spiritual essence. Consequently, these two unfortunate souls became scapegoats, burdened with the mission to rejuvenate the West. Little did they know that all of this was a means for Hongjun to repay the karmic debts lurking in the shadows. Yet, Hongjun regarded them with disdain, merely accepting them as nominal disciples. Despite their somewhat despicable actions, they indeed spared no effort in their endeavor to revive the West. However, Lin Changsheng had no connection to their plight. His journey was solely to seek resources. Upon discovering this treasure, he naturally sought to reap its benefits. Even if Jane and Zhuanti were under the protection of the heavenly Tao, if they chose to close their six senses and feign the absence of sentience, he would play along with their charade. Regrettably, he was tasked by Hongjun to infiltrate the Western Demon clan and obliterate the ley lines. Uncertain if he would survive to escape the West, he mused to himself that these two items would remain here for the time being. Once his mission was accomplished, provided he had not perished, he would return to retrieve them. Hongjun? Who is this? Infiltrating the Western Demon clan? Obliterating the ley lines? This Hongjun is a madman. Does he not fear the monumental karmic repercussions? Should the ley lines be destroyed, the West would be irreparably doomed. Jane and Zhuanti, upon overhearing this, could hardly suppress their fury, yet dared not act. Such a colossal secret had come to their ears. If discovered to have attained sentience, they would surely face dire consequences. Fortunately, this individual seemed disinclined to take action against them, which they deemed a fortuitous stroke of luck. However, the thought of leaving empty-handed stirred a sense of discontent within him. He resolved to take a branch and some primordial gold essence. Lin Changsheng continued his soliloquy. He was certain he could not take the innate Bodhi tree or the primordial gold essence. Even if Jane and Zhuanti were no match for him, under the heavenly Tao's mandates, they would respond to any danger. Thus, akin to the past, he merely intended to take some essence. This way, he could utilize the Tao of creation and the pointing spirit technique to foster their growth and reawakening of sentience. The vision of the newly birthed Jane and Junti trailing behind him, reverently calling him Taoist master, was exhilarating. Upon hearing this, Jane and Junti felt a tightening in their chests. The audacity to take a branch in essence was indeed injurious to them. It could take 1,000,000, or even billions, of years to recover from such a loss. Junti, incensed, nearly erupted, yet recalling her elder brother's words and the imposing aura of the individual before them, she ultimately suppressed her ire. Alas, which branch of the Bodhi tree would possess sufficient essence for me to refine? If it were insufficient, would I not need to chop several more? Where should I strike? Lin Changsheng's finger pointed like a sword, dark demonic energy swirling and pulsating at his fingertips. Jane was on the verge of losing control, urging him, "Brother, please aim carefully. Just specify which branch you desire." The indecision caused trepidation. At last, Lin Changsheng selected a branch, hoping it would contain enough essence. As he finally made his choice, Jane sighed in relief. Gritting his teeth, he condensed 1/10 of his essence onto this branch. One must not underestimate 1/10 of one's essence. It was a substantial amount. Any more would risk compromising his very foundation, affecting his path. Merely 1/10 required him to exhaust billions of years of cultivation to recover. Jane felt a pang of anguish, yet he deemed this outcome acceptable compared to facing another severing. With a decisive crack, Lin Changsheng severed the branch, assessing the essence within. Excellent. It would suffice for him to plant and sustain this branch. Jane displayed a measure of understanding. Now, only the primordial gold essence remained. With his elder brother as a model and fearing further loss, Junti, though reluctant, also contributed 1/10 of her essence. Quite satisfactory. Having concluded, Lin Changsheng surveyed the entire innate forbidden formation before departing. Chapter 64. Advancement in Cultivation, Restoration of the Dream-Embroidered Handkerchief. Within the innate forbidden formation, Jane and Junti, assured of their visitor's departure, dared to release their primordial spirits. "Brother, I have lost 1/10 of my essence," Jane lamented. "Our transformation may now be delayed." Junti spoke with tears in her eyes. "Alas, I share your plight. We must avenge this grievance once we transform. However, it is surprising that this individual was dispatched by Hongjun to infiltrate the demon clan." Jane pondered thoughtfully. Compared to the loss of essence, the ramifications of this revelation seemed far more significant. This Hongjun is truly insidious, plotting to obliterate our Western ley lines. Should they vanish, the West would become desolate, devoid of primal spiritual energy. "Brother, should we inform Rahu of this?" Junti's teeth ground in frustration. "Inform him? Have you lost your mind? Once that madman Rahu discovers our existence, do you think we will live to see our transformation?" Jane swiftly interjected. Although they had not yet emerged into the world, they had observed Rahu's considerable activities in the West. The entire region lay under the demon clan's dominion, mercilessly slaughtering any disobedient beings. "What shall we do then?" Junti queried anxiously. "Alas, what more can we do? We can only hope that Rahu discovers this infiltrating demon beforehand." Jane sighed heavily. Upon exiting the primordial prohibition array, Lin Changsheng's lips curled into a slight smile. The notion of attributing blame to Hongjun was indeed a whimsical thought. However, to speak candidly, it was not entirely an act of deflection. In the conflict between Tao and demon, it was undoubtedly Lihu who ignited the earth's spiritual veins, making him the primary culprit. Yet, he also transformed into the principle of demonic law to complete the heavenly Tao. Consequently, Hongjun would bear the burden of this karmic retribution. Nevertheless, his sole ambition was to achieve unity with the Tao, leaving him little time to atone for such karmic debts. Thus, he enlisted the aid of 2 scapegoats to assist him in repaying this debt. Otherwise, how could he possibly accept Jiajin and Junti as disciples? As for Lin Changsheng, he remained untouched by karma. Thus, even while casting blame upon Hongjun, he would not find himself entangled in any karmic complications. He was genuinely intrigued to witness the reactions of Jiajin and Junti during the discourse at the Zixiao Palace. He mused with a malicious sense of humor. Thus, Lin Changsheng continued to scour resources across the Western continent. One day, he paused, sensing an exceptionally rich concentration of primordial spiritual energy. Could it be that a spiritual vein lay hidden here? He abruptly halted his steps, acutely aware that the primordial spiritual energy had intensified 100-fold. Employing his divine abilities, he stealthily descended underground. Indeed, he discovered a spiritual vein, serpentine and buried deep within the earth. Though merely a branch of the earth's spiritual vein, its magnitude was still staggering, providing an opportunity for him to break through his current limits. Lin Changsheng discerned at a glance that this was but a tributary. Even as a mere branch, the density of primordial spiritual energy was beyond imagination. If he were to absorb it using the Hunyuan Zhao Huaju, it could indeed facilitate his breakthrough. With this thought, Lin Changsheng promptly set up a formation and began to operate the Hunyuan Zhao Huaju. entering a state of closed-door cultivation. At that moment, Lin Changsheng transformed into a terrifying vortex of spiritual energy, voraciously absorbing the primordial essence from the tributary into his being. Unperturbed by the prospect of being overwhelmed, time ceased to matter in his cultivation. Eventually, an overwhelming aura erupted from within him, dispersing the vortex of spiritual energy in its wake. He had ascended to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Lin Changsheng examined his cultivation with satisfaction. He was evidently several times stronger than in the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Should he encounter the previous Rin Shui Old Ancestor again, vanquishing him would pose far less of a challenge. The sole regret lay in his low physical cultivation. It seemed he would need to make another journey to the Buzhou Mountain. However, there was no urgency. After finishing his resource gathering in the Western continent, he intended to venture to the Southern continent and finally return to the Eastern continent. It was a pity, though, that these Earth's spiritual veins would be lost. Lin Changsheng gazed upon the still bounteous spiritual vein before him, sighing. Such treasures, nurtured by heaven and earth, held immeasurable value, and it was a lamentable fate to have them obliterated by Luohu. A thought struck him. Why not employ my dreamland Tao to establish a dream world here? This could serve to deceive Luohu, thereby preserving these Earth's spiritual veins. Once he completed the construction of his dream version of the primordial world, it would indeed become another realm suitable for cultivation. However, deceiving Luohu with his current cultivation level was insufficient. His comprehension of the Tao was adequate, but he needed to utilize the Dreamland Silk. Regrettably, the quality of the Dreamland Silk was merely of the upper-grade primordial category. Had it reached the pinnacle of the primordial grade, it would undoubtedly achieve a level of authenticity that could easily confuse anyone. An idea sparked in Lin Changsheng's mind. He retrieved a mass of merit, accrued from slaying ferocious beasts encountered along his journey. If he could refine this merit into the silk, it might elevate its grade. His mind raced as he rapidly assessed the feasibility of this endeavor. Although the Dreamland Silk was a treasure of the upper-grade primordial category, it was originally a chaotic treasure. Thus, it possessed the potential to be upgraded to the pinnacle primordial category. Furthermore, there were 36 prohibitions within this treasure, making it one of the finest among the upper-grade primordial treasures. With just one more prohibition, it could be elevated to the pinnacle primordial grade. Additionally, some prohibitions within were merely damaged. Therefore, enhancing the grade of this treasure was not an impossibility. Lin Changsheng had gleaned insights into the heavenly refinement treasure art from the Path of Tools. With the support of this Tao-level divine ability, coupled with the merit, he had a considerable chance of elevating this upper-grade primordial treasure to the pinnacle. Thus, he resolved to give it a try. Given the objective of constructing a dream world, preserving these Earth's spiritual veins was paramount. If all else failed, Lin Changsheng would have no choice but to relinquish the attempt. However, he did not hastily set to work. Instead, he immersed his primordial spirit into the Dreamland Silk, striving to familiarize himself with the already shattered prohibitions. In this manner, Lin Changsheng entered a wondrous state of being. With the aid of his top-tier comprehension, he swiftly unraveled the principles behind the fractured prohibitions. Next, he aimed to utilize his heavenly refinement treasure art, in conjunction with the merit, to mend these ruptured prohibitions. This endeavor was by no means trivial. Each prohibition required meticulous care. Should the energy of a prohibition become unstable, it could easily explode, potentially diminishing the grade of the treasure. Although restoring a single prohibition would elevate it to 37, the Dreamland Silk would still rank among the lowest of the pinnacle primordial treasures. Thus, Lin Changsheng's plan was to restore at least 5 prohibitions. Chapter 65. Constructing the Dream World of the Spiritual Vein Tributary, the Panic from Hongjun. In this moment, Lin Changsheng sat in a meditative pose, the Dreamland Silk. An upper-grade primordial treasure shimmered before him in myriad colors. The once massive accumulation of merit had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, the silk radiated a brilliant light, manifesting a series of wondrous phenomena. Soon, tranquility returned, and Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, feeling somewhat fatigued. After expending several millennia, he had successfully repaired 7 prohibitions, a feat that exceeded his expectations, primarily due to the efficacy of the heavenly refinement treasure art. As his proficiency increased, he was able to mend additional prohibitions. At present, the prohibitions within the Dreamland Silk had reached a total of 43, 5 short of the pinnacle's 48. Had he not run out of merit, Lin Changsheng would have been tempted to restore it to the highest grade of primordial treasure in one go. Moreover, with sufficient merit, achieving the status of a primordial supreme treasure was within reach. After taking a moment to recover, he resolved to attempt constructing the dream world. After countless millennia focused on repairing prohibitions, even with Lin Changsheng's formidable primordial spirit, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Thus, he sat in meditation for several hundred years, allowing his consumed mental energy to fully recuperate. It was time to commence. With a thought, the dreamland silk soared into the air, swelling in size under the infusion of his mana. It swiftly enveloped the entire tributary. Lin Changsheng's dreamland Tao erupted, merging with the essence of the Tao. At this moment, a profound connection has been established between this dreamlike realm and Lin Changsheng, intricately woven with the threads of his consciousness. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Changsheng meticulously crafted a replica of the Earth's spiritual vein. Even the formidable Luo Ho, several realms above Lin Changsheng, would remain oblivious to the anomalies present here. Previously, Luo Ho's detonation of the Western Earth's vein was reliant upon his primordial spirit's power. As long as his spirit enveloped the area, it would be exceedingly difficult to detect any irregularities. At that time, Luo Ho was nearing his demise, thus incapable of employing meticulous awareness. As soon as Lin Changsheng completed this endeavor, a tremor rippled through the heavens. A magnificent surge of merit descended from above, landing before Lin Changsheng, surpassing even the bounty obtained from slaying a formidable beast of the great Luo golden immortal caliber. Could it be that a reward of merit awaited him? Lin Changsheng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure and hastily collected the merit before departing the scene. In the Western Demon Ancestor's hall, Luo Ho, who had been in seclusion, opened his eyes in perplexity. How could merit descend upon the Western realm? He pondered. Could it be that a beast has been vanquished in my territory? After much contemplation, Luo Ho concluded that this was the most plausible explanation. Moreover, the sudden arrival of merit was not deemed a significant event. With this thought in mind, Luo Ho summoned his subordinate, the heavenly demon Wuxiang. Great demon ancestor, what is it that you wish of me? Wuxiang inquired respectfully. The Dragon Han calamity has commenced, Luo Ho replied. The endeavors of the Wu and Tian clans within the Dragon and Phoenix tribes have proceeded smoothly. It is imperative to ensure that the arrangement of the extermination sword array is in order. You are to investigate this matter for me. Remember, the extermination sword array is vital to my path to enlightenment. There must be no errors. Understood, Wuxiang affirmed. Upon concluding their conversation, Wuxiang departed the demon ancestors' hall, soaring towards Mount Shumi, the cradle of the Western Earth's ancestral vein, and the location where the Pangu sealed the 4 extermination swords. Aside from Luo Ho, few among the demon race dared approach Mount Shumi. In the eastern continent, at Yujing Mountain, the sudden descent of merit bewildered Hongjun. What trickery is Luo Ho up to now? Though he suspected the merit might stem from the slaying of a ferocious beast, the current era was fraught with uncertainty as both sought enlightenment. A slight misstep could determine their fates. Thus, Hongjun decisively employed fragments of the Creation Jade Tablet to calculate the origins of this merit. Yet, no matter how he attempted to discern it, he was met with nothing but blankness. Could it be that enigmatic alchemist once again? Ever since witnessing the extraordinary phenomenon caused by the alchemist's ascension to the great Luo golden immortal level, Hongjun had ceased to refer to him as a senior. In his eyes, no one in the primordial realm was worthy of such a title. It appeared to Hongjun that this individual must possess some treasure to conceal their aura. Why, at this moment, would they appear in the Western realm? Was it possible that they hailed from the Western continent? Hongjun furrowed his brow deeply. And regardless of his musings, he found no clarity, merely resolving to keep this matter close to his heart. Lin Changsheng, unaware that his merit reward had drawn Hongjun's attention, was astonished to learn that constructing a dreamlike world atop the Earth's spiritual vein could yield such rewards. By this time, he had already distanced himself from the spiritual vein. To avoid detection, he changed his direction multiple times before finally pausing. In this moment of stillness, a spark of inspiration illuminated the reason for the merit's descent. Luo Ho must indeed perish, yet the Western Earth's spiritual vein need not be obliterated. The destruction of the vein would represent a tremendous loss and setback for the heavenly order. Thus, by orchestrating the dreamlike realm in advance, Lin Changsheng circumvented the potential devastation of this particular branch. The talent known as boundless merit would grant him merit for actions beneficial to the operation of the primordial realm. Hence, the heavenly order trembled and bestowed merit upon him. Consequently, Lin Changsheng surmised that he could continuously construct dreamlike realms atop various spiritual branches, thereby accumulating even more merit rewards. Perhaps, in doing so, he could restore the dream-weaving silk to the status of a primordial treasure. His eyes gleamed with excitement at this prospect. As long as he could elevate the dream-weaving silk to the level of a primordial treasure, he would have confidence in establishing a dreamlike world upon the Earth's ancestral vein without Luo Ho's notice. The ancestral vein was the source of an abundance of merit. With this thought, Lin Changsheng's anticipation grew palpable. He commenced his relentless search for the Earth's spiritual branches. At each branch he visited, he would construct a dreamlike realm. invoking tremors in the heavenly order that would yield merit. Initially, the first descent of merit allowed Luo Ho and Hongjun to remain indifferent. Yet as the merits continued to rain down successively, both were thrown into a state of alarm. In the demon ancestors' hall, Luo Ho seethed with fury. Damn it! What on earth is happening? Why has there been a continuous downpour of merit upon the Western continent? His anger resonated through the hall, shaking its very foundations. The Western continent, his domain, was slipping from his grasp, and his inability to discern the cause only deepened his frustration. All demons, go forth and uncover the reason behind this merit, he roared, dispatching his subordinates into the fray. In contrast to Luo Ho's fury, Hongjun was even more unsettled. Luo Ho, what new trickery are you attempting? Continuous merit? I can hardly focus on my cultivation. If the heavenly order were indeed aiding Luo Ho, Hongjun's path to enlightenment would be utterly thwarted. What is happening? Who can enlighten me? The sense of losing control over events was driving him to despair. This cannot continue. I must take action. With a flicker of resolve, Hongjun decided to venture into the west to probe Luo Ho's intentions. However, he realized he could not undertake this alone. With this thought, he sought out the primordial ancestor of Qianquan and the primordial ancestor of Yin and Yang, relaying a summons through his consciousness for them to convene at Yujing Mountain. Chapter 66. The chain reaction triggered by the continuous descent of merit. At Yujing Mountain, Hongjun, my fellow Taoist, have you not been in seclusion striving to break through your realm? Why the sudden urgency in summoning us? Queried the Qianquan ancestor, perplexed. My dear friends, I must confess, there has been a persistent descent of merit upon the Western continent. My heart is in turmoil, rendering me incapable of continuing my seclusion. Hongjun replied with an ironic smile. Indeed, so it is for that matter, the Yin and Yang ancestor added. I too have pondered long and hard, yet gleaned no information. Now that the calamity of the ferocious beasts has concluded, with the beasts nearly extinct, encountering one is exceedingly rare. Thus, I suspect this merit cannot possibly stem from slaying such beasts, Hongjun asserted solemnly. The Qianquan ancestor nodded in agreement, aligning with Hongjun's reasoning. Do you suspect that enigmatic alchemist? He inquired. Indeed, that mysterious alchemist appears to materialize out of thin air, leaving no trace of useful information, yet consistently correlating with the descent of merit, Hongjun mused, gazing into the void with thoughtful contemplation. Reflecting upon the first descent of merit, they had all rushed to the scene to investigate. Although no useful information was obtained, it is indeed connected to the ferocious beasts. Subsequently, there were multiple instances of celestial merit descending, prompting the heavenly Tao to reveal the recipe and refining techniques for the exorcism pill. Is it possible that, prior to the announcement of the formula, this enigmatic alchemist had yet to concoct the exorcism pill? If the exorcism pill does not exist, and he has only slain the ferocious beasts, how could he have accrued such merit? This thought is chilling. The more Hongjun pondered, the more he found this individual terrifying. Your words carry truth, fellow Taoist Hongjun. Had it not been for the ascension of this mysterious alchemist to the great Luo Golden Immortal, which stirred the heavenly Tao, we would have remained oblivious to the fact that he had not yet reached the great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, he astonishingly manifested the 12 grade 3 flowers. His foundation must have surpassed even yours, dear Hongjun, remarked Ancestor Qianquan. Indeed, it is not merely his foundation. This individual has also gained the recognition of the Tao, which is the truly terrifying aspect. Even for us, comprehending the Tao is exceedingly arduous, added Ancestor Yin Yang. The three fell into deep contemplation and silence. The more they delved into it, the more apprehensive they became regarding this mysterious alchemist. What concerns me now is why this person has appeared in the Western continent, and what deeds have led to the continuous descent of celestial merit. If he is allied with Luo Hu, how can we ascertain our chances of victory against such an opponent? Hongjun spoke gravely. This uncertainty was what troubled him most. What do you imply, fellow Taoist? Ancestor Qianquan recognized that Hongjun would not summon them without a significant purpose. Ancestor Yin Yang also turned to Hongjun, awaiting his next words. Thus, I wish for both of you to accompany me on a journey to probe Luo Hu and uncover the truth of what has transpired. Only then can we formulate a comprehensive strategy, Hongjun declared. Then I shall accompany you, fellow Taoist Hongjun, Ancestor Qianquan affirmed directly. I am eager to see what schemes Luo Hu is up to. He was so arrogant before. It is high time we show him some consequences. Ancestor Yin Yang promptly expressed his stance. Excellent. Hongjun nodded with a smile. The three soared towards the Western continent. With their cultivation as primordial golden immortals, they swiftly arrived in the Western continent, their formidable presence unabashedly enveloping the entire land. Have Hongjun and the others arrived in the Western continent? Lin Changsheng, who was nestled within a small innate restrictive formation, glanced up at the void. The conflict between the Tao and the demons could not have escalated so swiftly. The dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans were merely experiencing minor frictions, and the calamity's malevolent energy had not yet reached its zenith. Thus, the outbreak of the calamity was still distant. However, Hongjun's appearance at this moment was rather unusual. Could it be related to the continuous descent of celestial merit? Lin Changsheng deduced the answer with a moment's thought. In recent times, the demonic race in the Western continent had been unusually active, seemingly in search of the reason behind the celestial merit's descent. Even Luo, who could not remain idle, let alone Hongjun, who resided far in the eastern continent. It appeared that the commotion he had stirred was rather significant. With these thoughts clarified, Lin Changsheng chose not to concern himself with how they would handle it. Having accrued considerable merit, he could continue to mend the dream tapestry. This time, he intended to restore the restrictions within to 49. Once he reached the level of a supreme innate treasure, he could confidently set up the dream world within Mount Shumi. In the demon ancestor palace, Luo, who suddenly opened his eyes, his black hair billowing. Hongjun, are you seeking to incite conflict? A murderous intent surged forth. The god-slaying spear beside him seemed to sense Luo, whose fury, humming incessantly, eager to join the fray and taste the blood of foes. Luo, who seized the god-slaying spear and vanished from the demon ancestor palace. When he reappeared, it was before Hongjun. Luo, who, do not be so arrogant. We have yet to settle the score for your previous schemes against us. Ancestor Yinyang and Ancestor Qianquan shouted in unison upon witnessing Luo, whose arrival. Settle the score? Huh? With your capabilities? Am I unable to wield the god-slaying spear? Or have you grown too arrogant? You three dare to dream of confronting me? What a grand joke, Luo, who laughed boisterously, exuding an air of untamed defiance. Ancestor Yinyang and Ancestor Qianquan's expressions darkened. Truth be told, facing such a madman as Luo, who left them feeling quite uncertain. This lunatic not only practiced the demonic laws, but also possessed numerous spiritual treasures, with the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, as his weapon of offense, and the 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus as his defense. Defeating him would indeed prove challenging. Luo, who, one must engage in battle to know their adversary. Since we have arrived, we naturally do not fear you. At this moment, Hongjun would not allow himself to falter. Then let us battle. There is no need for superfluous words. Luo, whose hair danced wildly, demonic energy soaring. He pointed the god-slaying spear at Hongjun. A confrontation between us is inevitable. Engaging now would be futile. Hongjun spoke with a calm demeanor. His reluctance to engage stemmed not from a lack of confidence, but from the current balance of power. There was no necessity for conflict. You dare to come to my western continent and exert pressure? Have you lost your mind, Hongjun? Luo, who sneered. I must ask you, what is the reason behind the recent continuous descent of celestial merit in the western continent? Hongjun inquired straightforwardly. Chapter 67. Hongjun alleviates doubts. Restoring the dream tapestry to the apex of innate supreme treasures. Hongjun, accompanied by Ancestor Qianquan and Ancestor Yinyang, confronted Luo, who regarding the matter of celestial merit. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng had already found a secure location to enter seclusion. Before him, the dream tapestry floated in the void, a grand mass of merit radiating a brilliant golden light nearby. This versatile substance proved remarkably useful. If Lin Changsheng were to accumulate sufficient merit, he might restore the dream tapestry to the level of a chaotic spiritual treasure. Of course, this remained a mere possibility. Even with ample merit, his current strength was insufficient. His realm was too low, and his comprehension of the Tao of artifacts was limited. Thus, mending this damaged chaotic treasure would remain a formidable challenge. It could only be said that in the future, when his strength grew, there might be a glimmer of hope. At this moment, he had gathered his thoughts and began to focus intently on repairing the restrictions within the dream tapestry. This time, even with the aid of the heavenly refinement technique, he needed to exercise utmost caution. As the restrictions became increasingly intricate, the difficulty of restoration escalated several levels compared to the earlier stages, allowing no room for even the slightest error. Outside the Demon Ancestor Palace, Hongjun inquired directly, Luo, who? What is the reason behind the recent continuous descent of celestial merit in the Western continent? So it was this matter, Luo, who mused inwardly. Initially, he had thought that Hongjun was the one creating disturbances behind the scenes. Now it seemed that Hongjun was unaware as well. In this case, I can indeed feel a slight sense of relief. As long as it is not of his making, it remains within my control. Why should I divulge this to you? Luo Ho sneered. Even if I were unaware, I would still refrain from sharing. Such a response from Luo Ho was anticipated by Hongjun long ago. Were he in the same position, he would undoubtedly not speak the truth. For you do not know either. To be candid, I have deduced a vague piece of information. Hence, I brought two fellow Taoists to seek that master alchemist. The display of my might was to convey this matter to you, hoping you would refrain from causing any disruption. Hongjun spoke calmly. A master alchemist? How could I have forgotten him? If it were indeed him, there exists a possibility. However, what could his purpose be in appearing in my western continent? It seems, however, that he is not aligned with Hongjun's faction. Humph. Do you think the western continent is your jade capital mountain? If you wish to search, you must first engage in battle. Luoho was resolute, unwilling to permit Hongjun to search freely. Hongjun regarded Luoho, his eyes narrowing slightly. The ancestor of Qinquan and the ancestor of Yinyang exchanged glances, each producing their formidable treasures. They were poised to launch an assault on this madman at Hongjun's command. Yet, Luoho remained unperturbed, not deigning to acknowledge them. This strange atmosphere persisted for a while until Hongjun finally spoke. Let us depart. The ancestors of Qinquan and Yinyang opened their mouths, but ultimately said nothing. Following Hongjun as they turned to leave, Luoho glanced after them before returning to the Demon Ancestor Hall. It now appeared that the Master Alchemist was indeed the one in question. With 12 petals of perfection and the descent of merit, what schemes or plans did he harbor? After pondering for a moment, Luoho felt at a loss and chose not to dwell on it further. Regardless of the perfection of the petals, as long as I can attain the Tao of Hongyuan Daluo during this tribulation, I shall be impervious to all calamities. At that point, even the heavenly Tao will be powerless against me. Luoho, with his flamboyant and unrefined nature, determined that as long as it was not a contingency of Hongjun's, he would not concern himself further. Meanwhile, Hongjun, silent, returned with the ancestors of Qinquan to Jade Capital Mountain. Friend Hongjun, was this not a fruitless endeavor? Upon their return, the ancestor of Qinquan eagerly inquired. The ancestor of Yinyang also regarded Hongjun with a questioning gaze. My objective has been achieved. Hongjun finally revealed a relieved smile. Objective achieved? The two ancestors exchanged puzzled glances. It was evident that they had made a futile trip. How could the objective be met? Surely, you are not one to suffer humiliation for the sake of appearances, are you? Fortunately, Hongjun discerned their confusion and promptly clarified. When I expressed my desire to seek the Master Alchemist in the Western continent, Luoho rejected it. If this Master Alchemist were truly connected to him, he would never have refused. For he knows that this Master Alchemist is beyond calculation, let alone locating. I have battled with Luoho for many years. I understand him well. Although it has been confirmed that Luoho has no ties to this mysterious Master Alchemist, I still harbor some concern. I worry that this individual may disrupt my plans. Since, as you say, friend Hongjun, there is no need for worry. This person has only ascended to the status of a Daluo Golden Immortal within the last few million years. With such cultivation, it is impossible for him to thwart our plans. It is merely a matter of possessing a treasure that conceals one's aura, the ancestor of Qinquan reassured him. Indeed, as long as we can pursue the path of the Hongyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, we shall eventually unearth him, the ancestor of Yinyang added with a smile. I have been narrow-minded, Hongjun admitted, smiling upon hearing their words. Yes, it is merely a treasure that conceals one's aura. With his cultivation, he cannot possibly obstruct our plans. However, Yinyang, you may have erred. It is I who pursues the great Tao, not we. Finally, Hongjun cast aside this matter and resumed his seclusion. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng, the very subject of this discourse, continued to repair the restrictions of the dream embroidery handkerchief. As he had anticipated, the further he progressed, the more arduous the repairs became. Merely restoring a single restriction took tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands of years. Fortunately, though time-consuming, he ultimately succeeded in repairing the restrictions. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. At last, he had repaired the restrictions of the dream embroidery handkerchief to 48. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, astonished that it had taken so long to restore just 5 restrictions. Only one restriction remained to reach the status of a congenital treasure. However, Lin Changsheng did not rush. The dedication to repairing the restrictions over these millions of years had left his primordial spirit exceedingly fatigued. Thus, he knew he must rejuvenate himself before attempting to repair the final restriction. For he estimated that the energy and time required for this last restriction would surpass all previous efforts. Although it was merely one restriction, it determined the grade of a spiritual treasure, especially the vast difference between a congenital supreme grade and a congenital treasure. To be honest, given Lin Changsheng's current comprehension of the laws of formations, success was not guaranteed. His understanding of the laws of formations had reached a level of 90. It would be prudent to first comprehend the great Tao from these laws of formations, and then refine the heavenly refining treasure technique anew. In Chapter 68, the laws of formations transcend to the great Tao of formations, and the dream embroidery handkerchief successfully ascends to the status of a congenital treasure. When Lin Changsheng departed from Penglai Immortal Island, his comprehension of the laws of formations was only at 68. However, throughout his westward journey, the continual unraveling of congenital restrictions deepened his understanding of the laws of formations, particularly in repairing the shattered restrictions of the dream embroidery handkerchief. This led to a significant increase in his comprehension. Coupled with his background and innate understanding, such progress was entirely reasonable. The laws of formations and the great Tao of alchemy require different practices and insights. A dual approach will yield swifter comprehension. The dream embroidery handkerchief was just one restriction away from ascending to the status of a congenital treasure. Yet, it was precisely this final restriction that Lin Changsheng did not fully grasp. After all, the powers of a congenital treasure and a congenital supreme grade are worlds apart. Thus, it was only logical that he sought to first elevate his understanding of the laws of formations to the great Tao of formations. He entered a remarkable state of realization. The heavens and earth were relatively clear at this time. The heavenly Tao was reviving, and understanding the laws was comparatively effortless. The symbols of the laws of formations enveloped Lin Changsheng, and his comprehension of the laws deepened continuously. Eons passed in the primordial realm, and Lin Changsheng remained in a profound state of enlightenment. At this moment, his understanding of the laws of formations had reached a staggering level of 99. He was but one step away from fully comprehending the laws of formations as the great Tao of formations. One day, the symbols of the laws of formations suddenly radiated brilliance, undergoing a qualitative transformation and leaping into the realm of the great Tao's resonance. At this moment, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes. He had ascended to the path of the formation Tao. A sigh of relief escaped him. The transition from laws to the grand path was indeed a formidable challenge. For most beings, the opportunity to comprehend the grand path was nearly non-existent. Only Lin Changsheng, favored by the grand path and endowed with his own innate understanding, could afford such audacity. Subsequently, he continued to delve deeper into the formation Tao. Time slipped by imperceptibly during his cultivation, particularly for Lin Changsheng, whose progress was as smooth as flowing water. In the blink of an eye, millions of years had passed. At last, he had grasped the formation Tao to the extent of 45. His divine ability, the heavenly refining treasure technique, had also been re-empowered. It was time to commence the repair of the final restriction. The enhancement of the formation Tao had significantly bolstered Lin Changsheng's confidence in addressing the last barrier. His consciousness began to analyze the 49th shattered restriction. As expected, it was exceedingly complex and had been thoroughly fragmented. It was akin to Lin Changsheng needing to refine a new restriction from scratch. Fortunately, he still had some merit left. Otherwise, he could not guarantee success. In the time that followed, Lin Changsheng immersed himself in the creation and restoration of the 49th restriction. Meanwhile, the primal continent had gradually succumbed to the ominous aura of calamity. The heavens and earth began to grow murky. After the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans consolidated their powers, they embarked on a frenzied expansion of their territories. This led to continuous friction and bloodshed among the three clans. Each day, countless beings fell in the primal realm. However, given the immense population of the three clans, these losses were but a drop in the bucket. This was still under the restraint of the clan leaders. Otherwise, a great war would have already erupted. Unbeknownst to Lin Changsheng, who was engrossed in his endeavors, he found himself at a critical juncture. The 49th restriction had reached its final step. Should he succeed, this spiritual treasure would ascend to the level of an innate supreme treasure. The essence of the formation Tao shimmered with brilliance. The dream-weaving silk began to emanate golden light, and various phenomena began to unfold. Ultimately, when the manifestations of the dream-weaving silk reached their zenith, Lin Changsheng opened his eyes once more. He had succeeded, though fatigue was etched on his face. His eyes sparkled with excitement. The dream-weaving silk had finally been restored to the level of an innate supreme treasure. At this moment, the silk was enveloped in a soft, ethereal glow. Once paired with Lin Changsheng's dream Tao, it could effortlessly draw enemies into the realm of dreams. As long as the dream realm remained intact, foes would be eternally suppressed within its confines. Such overwhelming dominance. After toying with it for a while, Lin Changsheng stowed away the dream-weaving silk and began to meditate for restoration. Next, he would construct the dream realm upon Mount Shumi. When that time came, the heavenly merits would undoubtedly be plentiful. It was highly likely to attract the attention of Rahu's primordial spirit. He would need to flee swiftly then. After several hundred years of meditation and recovery, Lin Changsheng set forth. Mount Shumi, though not as towering and expansive as the heavenly pillar, was still a renowned mountain on the western continent, breathtakingly beautiful and rich in spiritual energy. Warning: there is a ceiling formation 470,000 kilometers to your southeast. But a celestial demon is currently setting something up. It would be wise for the host to exercise caution to avoid detection. A ceiling formation? Lin Changsheng furrowed his brow, then his eyes brightened. Could it be the sword diagram of extermination and the sword formation of extermination? Indeed. These two treasures had long been sealed beneath Mount Shumi. Moreover, Rahu's instigation of conflict among the dragon, phoenix, and Qilan clans was to harness the calamity's ominous energy and the spiritual essence from beneath Mount Shumi to breach the Panga seal and obtain the 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation diagram. Should he acquire this paramount killing formation of the heavenly path, his power would undoubtedly surge. As for the celestial demon's activities, it was obvious it was sent by Rahu. Regardless, Lin Changsheng resolved to investigate. With the innate supreme treasure, the dream-weaving silk, in his possession, he should remain undetected. Even if discovered, he had confidence in handling a celestial demon at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. Of course, unless absolutely necessary. Lin Changsheng preferred to avoid conflict with this celestial demon. After all, this was a place of utmost importance to Rahu. With this thought, Lin Changsheng swiftly employed the Earth Escape technique and headed toward the location indicated by the Eye of Insight. Before long, he came to a halt. In his perception, the celestial demon was just ahead. At that moment, he restrained his aura, and the dream-weaving silk shimmered with an enchanting hue. While the essence of the dream, Tao, emanated forth, Lin Changsheng was constructing an illusory dream world. This realm allowed him to observe the extermination sword formation up close while deliberately avoiding the celestial demon. Evidently, the celestial demon had not detected anything amiss. After a considerable time, Lin Changsheng finally retracted the dream-weaving silk. The dream world was now fully integrated with this location. As long as he did not emit any aura, the celestial demon would remain oblivious to his presence. Lin Changsheng continued to advance. Chapter 69, Continuous Comprehension of Formations, successfully entering the Sealing Great Formation. Speaking of the 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation diagram, one must once again mention the great god Pangu. When the great god Pangu opened the heavens, the 3,000 chaos Tao demons forcibly obstructed him. Enraged, Pangu wielded the earth-splitting axe to slay the 3,000 chaos demons. The earth-splitting axe, as legend has it, was another innate supreme treasure of Pangu, absorbing the primordial essence and blood of the 3,000 chaos demons. It transformed into the first divine weapon of the heavenly path, the 4 extermination swords. The corpses of the 3,000 chaos demons then became the extermination formation diagram. Individually, the 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation diagram were merely innate supreme spiritual treasures. However, when combined, they formed an innate supreme treasure. They could set up the first killing formation of the heavenly path, the extermination sword formation. The 4 extermination swords are the extermination sword, the slaughter sword, the trapping sword, and the absolute sword. Each sword is imbued with boundless creation, profound mysteries, and myriad transformations. Once the sword formation is established, it cannot be broken except by the 4 saints. However, the 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation diagram do not enhance fortune. When Hongjun bestowed the 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation diagram to Tongtian, he attempted to use them to suppress the fortune of the Jia sect. Yet, due to the overwhelming killing aura, it could not be sustained for long. This ultimately sealed the fate of the Jia sect's demise. These pieces of information flashed through Lin Changsheng's mind. Regardless of how future generations might boast, the power of the 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation diagram was certainly not exaggerated. Before long, Lin Changsheng came to a halt. A dazzling formation barred his path. At the formation's base, a celestial demon was constantly setting up small formations, oblivious to Lin Changsheng lurking in the dream world, observing him. It was, in fact, a gathering spirit formation and a blood-gathering formation. With Lin Changsheng's comprehension of the formation Tao, he immediately discerned the purpose of these 2 formations. The gathering spirit formation was, of course, absorbing the innate spiritual energy from the underground ancestral veins, while the blood-gathering formation was siphoning the blood and killing aura from the heavens and earth. The dual formations served to erode the sealing formation that contained the 4 extermination swords. However, the malevolent aura is currently too sparse to breach the seal. The task assigned by Lord Rahu has been duly accomplished, and with his ethereal mark left in this place, there should be no oversight. The celestial demon glanced at the formation, murmuring to himself before departing. He still has other tasks commanded by Rahu to fulfill, and it is indeed time to leave this locale. Once the celestial demon had departed, Lin Changsheng finally felt a sense of relief. Nevertheless, he did not dissolve the dream realm, but chose to linger within it. Observing the formidable sealing formation before him, he found himself intrigued. Should he manage to unravel this seal, he might glean some profound insights. Moreover, if he could penetrate the sealing formation, he might observe the 4 swords of extermination up close. Of course, this was a seal set by the great Pangu, and completely deciphering it would be an arduous endeavor. At most, he might achieve a level of access akin to that of the primal formation, allowing him to enter and exit freely. The prospect of breaking the seal and gaining insight was not to be taken lightly. His supreme comprehension enabled him to swiftly enter a state of understanding regarding the sealing formation. You have observed the sealing formation and begun to experience enlightenment. Millennia later, you have comprehended the four symbols Wuji sealing formation from within the sealing formation. Although he had discerned a type of sealing formation, Lin Changsheng remained in a state of deep meditation. The intricacies of this formation were exceedingly profound, incorporating more than just a singular formation. Many millennia later, you have comprehended the heaven-obscuring formation from within the sealing formation. It is no surprise that this seal was personally established by the great Pangu. Even with his level of understanding of formation principles, complete unraveling seemed implausible. Having comprehended two such divine techniques, Lin Changsheng finally awoke. The complexity of this formation was staggering, ever-shifting and multifaceted. Without an exceptionally high comprehension of formation principles, fully deciphering it was a formidable challenge. Fortunately, the malevolent aura within the four swords of extermination continuously eroded the formation's power. Otherwise, it would have been nearly impossible for Rahu to breach the seal. Nonetheless, the ability to comprehend two formations filled Lin Changsheng with immense joy. The first, the four symbols Wuji sealing formation, could be established on the foundation of the four symbols, entrapping enemies within while sealing their six senses and severing their five senses. If one could not uncover the core of the formation, they would remain sealed within for eternity. It is indeed a formidable formation. As for the heaven-obscuring formation, it possesses neither offensive nor defensive capabilities. Its sole function is to obscure the heavenly Tao and conceal heavenly secrets. One should not underestimate the utility of this formation. It is exceedingly practical. Under the scrutiny of the heavenly Tao, many of Lin Changsheng's methods were rendered ineffective. However, with this formation, he need not worry about the heavenly Tao. A simple example would be that once the primal formation of Palai Island dissipates, it would be exposed to the heavenly Tao. Yet, with this formation, heavenly secrets remain obscured. Next, he would exert all his effort to unravel the sealing formation and see if he could gain entry. While it was termed unraveling, it was akin to the primal formation, merging his essence with that of the formation. Thus, Lin Changsheng resumed his comprehension of the sealing formation before him, and his understanding of formation principles rapidly ascended. Unbeknownst to him, millennia passed. At this moment, Lin Changsheng radiated vibrant light, his essence fused with the sealing formation. In no time, he vanished from his original location. Meanwhile, Rahu, deep in meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, puzzled. It seemed as though the sealing formation had experienced a slight fluctuation. Given the significance of the sealing formation to the extermination sword array, no mistakes could be afforded. Rahu promptly employed his divine consciousness to survey the entire formation, discovering that it continued to operate normally, devoid of any disturbances or damage. Only then did he fully relax and return to his cultivation. At this moment, Lin Changsheng had successfully entered the sealing formation. However, his expression turned grave. The primal Wuji apricot yellow banner immediately soared forth, hovering above his head, unleashing a cascade of golden lotuses that enveloped him within. With the naked eye, one could see countless sword energies furiously slicing through the golden lotuses. The malevolent aura was eroding this protective golden light. Fortunately, the defensive capability of this primal-grade spiritual treasure was indeed remarkable, firmly safeguarding Lin Changsheng within. Truly, the four swords of extermination were formidable. Lin Changsheng exhaled a sigh of relief. Upon entering this sealing formation, he immediately sensed danger, prompting him to activate the primal-grade spiritual treasure at the first instance. This was merely the sword intent intrinsic to the four swords of extermination, without anyone actively wielding them, yet it possessed such terrifying might. It was truly unfathomable to imagine the catastrophic power unleashed when the four swords of extermination were activated. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Changsheng gazed below the sealing formation. The four spiritual swords were sealed within grooves at four distinct positions. At the center lay a formation diagram. Merely casting a glance, Lin Changsheng could feel the malevolent aura emanating from it. It appeared that he could not take the four swords of extermination or the formation diagram with him. It was not that Lin Changsheng did not desire to do so. Rather, with his current strength, merely grasping the four swords would result in him being shredded by the sword energy above. Only a Hongjun golden immortal could retrieve them. Although he could not take them, he could still derive insights from the sword intent of the four swords. Furthermore, as long as he comprehended this sword diagram, he would be able to forge them himself in the future. Chapter 70. Continuous Enlightenment and Breaking Through Realms. The four swords of extermination, each possessing entirely unique sword intents. The extermination sword embodies the supreme extermination sword intent, capable of slaying even immortals. The slaughter sword harbors the supreme slaughter sword intent, able to massacre even immortals. The trap sword contains the supreme trap sword intent, ensnaring even immortals. The absolute sword encompasses the supreme absolute sword intent, leading even immortals to their demise. The convergence of these disparate sword intents, along with the formation diagram, creates the complete extermination sword array. At this moment, under the protection of the primal Wuji apricot yellow banner, Lin Changsheng was comprehending the sword intent of extermination. With his mastery of the sword principle, the process was remarkably smooth. A decade later, you have observed the sword intent emanating from the extermination sword and comprehended a sword technique of the sword Dao. The extermination style. The fierce sword intent of extermination erupted from Lin Changsheng involuntarily. Even a great Luo golden immortal would find themselves lamenting under this sword technique. Moreover, this was merely one of the techniques within this sword Dao. Continuing his enlightenment, another decade passed. You have observed the sword intent emanating from the slaughter sword and comprehended a sword technique of the sword Dao, the slaughter style. You have observed the sword intent emanating from the trap sword and comprehended a sword technique of the sword Dao, the trap style. You have observed the sword intent emanating from the absolute sword and comprehended a sword technique of the sword Dao, the absolute style. Logically, one would expect that reaching this point of comprehension would signal the end. However, Lin Changsheng exhibited no signs of awakening. Instead, he delved deeper into a profound state of enlightenment. The extermination style, the slaughter style, the trap style, and the absolute style, these four sword techniques began to operate subconsciously within Lin Changsheng. He was on the verge of unifying these four sword techniques into one. Originally, a singular sword technique, endowed by the path of the sword, was already formidable in its own right. Once the four sword techniques were unified, their might became utterly unimaginable. It would not be an exaggeration to describe them as the foremost in offensive power among sword techniques. Within the confines of the ceiling array, the four sword intents became increasingly fierce and chaotic under Lin Changsheng's unconscious sword intent. The array of exterminating immortals throbbed and vibrated ominously. The boundless sword energy surged in a frenzied evolution. The ceiling array transformed into a spectacle of radiant colors, striving to suppress this overwhelming sword intent. Throughout all of this, Lin Changsheng remained blissfully unaware. As the years drifted by like fleeting moments, one day, an overwhelming sword intent erupted from Lin Changsheng. The essence of sword Dao manifested wildly around him, and the four swords of exterminating immortals resonated in response to this formidable sword intent. After an extended period, the sword intent emanating from Lin Changsheng finally dissipated. You have continuously fused the four sword techniques and have at last comprehended the ultimate sword technique, no immortal. Success had finally been attained. Under the sword technique of no immortal, all beings are equal and no immortals can exist. Lin Changsheng felt immense satisfaction with this newfound understanding. The five sword techniques undoubtedly represented his most potent singular offensive capability. Should he wield a supreme innate spirit sword, its might would undoubtedly soar even higher. Not even a perfected great Luo golden immortal would stand a chance against him. However, the number of formidable spirit swords on the primordial continent was exceedingly scarce. Setting aside the four swords of exterminating immortals, the Qingping sword was a treasure of transcendent proof of the Dao. The dual swords of Yuan Tu, Ubi, were in the possession of the cunning king of the Nether River. Thus, Lin Changsheng resolved to forge a suitable spirit sword for himself. This could not be rushed. Without the appropriate materials, the quality of the sword forged would be greatly diminished. Having grasped the five sword techniques, his next step was to comprehend the diagram of exterminating immortals. The smooth process of understanding continued. Hundreds of thousands of years later, you have studied the diagram of exterminating immortals, continuously breaking it down and refining it, leading to the sudden enlightenment of the five elements sword diagram. Excellent. With this five elements sword diagram comprehended, he would be able to forge it as soon as suitable materials were acquired. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, initially intending to grasp a simplified version of the diagram of exterminating immortals. Suddenly inspired, he decided to replace it with the essence of the five elements. Once the five elements sword diagram was successfully created, he would be able to envelop his foes within its confines. Each sword of the five elements possessed distinct attributes, continuously cycling and inexhaustibly replenishing. Its capacity to ensnare and harm was undoubtedly formidable. This time in the ceiling array had yielded considerable gains. Five sword techniques and one sword diagram had significantly enhanced Lin Changsheng's offensive capabilities. It was time to depart. Casting one last glance at the four swords of exterminating immortals, Lin Changsheng exited the ceiling array. The dream world he had previously established still existed. But after a moment's contemplation, he decided to dismantle it. The next task was to seek out the ancestral vein of the earth. There was no need to search for long. The ancestral vein lay not far from the ceiling array, merely glimpsing a part of it. Lin Changsheng could not help but marvel at its vastness, resembling a dragon's spine hidden deep within the earth. The air was thick with an overwhelming presence of innate spiritual energy. Lin Changsheng even glimpsed spiritual liquid coalescing from the spiritual energy. What a veritable sanctuary for cultivation. His eyes gleamed with excitement. For other great Luo golden immortals, continuous comprehension of the laws was required for advancement. However, Lin Changsheng's understanding of the principles of the Tao was already sufficient for his ascent, particularly with his modified primordial creation technique, which absorbed spiritual energy with remarkable ferocity. He resolved to cultivate right there. With this thought, Lin Changsheng began to meditate beside a pool of spiritual liquid. The primordial creation technique manifested above him as a terrifying vortex, drawing the innate spiritual energy from the ancestral vein with wild intensity. Soon, a pillar of spiritual energy, rich to the point of materialization, surged into Lin Changsheng's body. Thus, he fell into a deep meditative state for cultivation. Time in the primordial realm is unmarked by years, and the cultivation process is timeless. Lin Changsheng sat in meditation upon the ancestral vein, and millions of years passed. The only constant was the vortex of spiritual energy tirelessly assisting him in absorbing the energy from the ancestral vein. Suddenly, the vortex of spiritual energy vanished from the world, and Lin Changsheng opened his eyes. He had finally reached the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal. These millions of years of cultivation had propelled his cultivation from the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal to its completion. Just one step remained before he could ascend to the realm of the primordial golden immortal. However, this final step could not simply be achieved through meditation and absorption of spiritual energy. Even so, feeling the abundant magical power coursing through his body, Lin Changsheng was quite content. With his current array of techniques and spiritual treasures, he possessed the strength to contend with even the early stages of a primordial golden immortal. It was time to begin establishing the dream world upon the ancestral vein. His significant advancement in cultivation had also bolstered Lin Changsheng's confidence immensely. Chapter 71. Constructing the dream world upon the ancestral vein, divine merits descend, and the true body of Luo Ho approaches. The western ancestral vein of the earth. The dream world embroidered handkerchief, now elevated to the level of an innate supreme treasure, overshadowed the heavens beneath Lin Changsheng's magical authority. The essence of the dream world resonated alongside the Tao, enveloped in ethereal mists, manifesting continuous anomalies. Before long, the area cloaked by the dream world handkerchief transformed into a dream realm. The ancestral vein of the earth was simply too vast. Even with Lin Changsheng's magical power, he could not fully encompass it. However, he did not intend to cover the entire ancestral vein. Enveloping a significant portion was already sufficient. Furthermore, once the dream world was successfully constructed, the heavenly Tao would tremble, resulting in abundant merits. This would undoubtedly attract the attention of Luo Ho. It would be exceedingly difficult to construct the dream world thereafter. Thus, rather than prolonging the process, it would be wiser to create a large-scale dream world all at once. With the assistance of an innate supreme treasure, the task became considerably easier. Soon, a segment of the dream world based on the ancestral vein was complete. As the essence of the dream world and the surrounding space merged into one, the heavenly Tao quaked. Lin Changsheng, witnessing this, hastily deployed his techniques to depart from the area. A vast expanse of merits manifested in the void, akin to a golden sun. In that moment, all beings of the primordial realm felt a stirring in their hearts and turned their gazes toward the heavens. In the Western Demon Ancestor Palace, Luo Ho, who had been deep in closed-door cultivation, opened his eyes once more, nearly driven to madness. Why were divine merits descending again? What on earth had this individual done in my Western domain? This was untenable. He felt too passive. It might disrupt his plans. Luo Ho was truly anxious. Just as the matter of divine merits had calmed down, this time it was even more intense than before. Such a massive influx of merits could not possibly be without reason. Undoubtedly, something had transpired in the Western continent that he was unaware of. At this moment, Luo Ho could no longer concern himself with his own depletion. He directly conjured a manifestation of his magical body, possessing half of his strength, capable of exhibiting the power of an early primordial golden immortal. After a moment's thought, to be prudent, Luo Ho decided to entrust the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus to his magical body as well. He must find this person and uncover what exactly had transpired. The embodiment of magical power, the 12th-grade Annihilation Black Lotus, nodded and subsequently departed from the Demon Ancestor Palace. in the southern immortal volcano. The western continent has been incessantly showered with merits. Could it be that Rahu has discovered a method to acquire such merits? Yuan Feng stood atop the immortal volcano, gazing towards the west. She distinctly sensed a deficiency in fortune. The path to enlightenment appeared exceedingly arduous. The crux of the matter is that she is burdened with an even greater concern. As the matriarch of the Phoenix clan, she is now being urged by the leaders of various clans within her lineage to bear the next generation. Regrettably, she finds none of these so-called prodigies within her clan worthy of her regard. During this time, she could only pass the hours in seclusion. In the Eastern Sea, the battles between my dragon clan and the other two clans have reached a stalemate. Should we manage to obtain these merits, it might propel me further. Perhaps I could dispatch some individuals to the Western continent to discern what transpires there. Such an abundance of merits is nearly rivaling the rewards bestowed upon our clan during its inception. How could one not be tempted? At Mount Buzhou, the situation remains unfathomable. Presently, fortune is divided into three, making it nearly impossible to achieve enlightenment. The forces of calamity propel our three clans forward, and it is too late to withdraw. If you could, out of past considerations, grant my Qilin clan the preservation of some bloodlines, the primordial Qilin mused calmly to himself. Indeed, he has sensed that the only way to attain enlightenment is to annihilate the other two clans. However, the three clans are currently united, their strengths nearly equal. The ultimate outcome can only lead to mutual destruction. Yet, it is evidently too late to retreat. Most of our clans have already succumbed to the corrosive forces of calamity. Even if we were to relocate from Mount Buzhou to hide, the driving force of calamity would still bring adversaries to our doorstep. Thus, the primordial Qilin's only desire now is to preserve some bloodlines, and this mysterious figure who cannot be calculated is his sole glimmer of hope. Alas, the inability to calculate also signifies an inability to seek. Everything now rests on fate. At Yujing Mountain, such an abundance of merits? What deed has he performed that has stirred the heavens themselves? If I could acquire such a method, I would surely gain the upper hand in my contest with Rahu. Hongjun felt a stir of intrigue, yet ultimately decided against pursuing the matter further. This individual is far too cunning. Each time he collects merits, he changes his location countless times. Coupled with the impossibility of calculation, seeking him out would indeed prove quite challenging. However, it is Rahu who should be the most anxious at present. Hongjun smiled faintly before returning to his seclusion. To possess such a wealth of merits, surpassing all I have previously acquired, Lin Changsheng jubilantly accepted the merits. This immense bounty would suffice to restore his dream embroidery handkerchief to the level of a chaos spiritual treasure. However, to elevate it to the status of a chaos spiritual treasure requires more than mere merits. It demands an enhancement of his own strength and a deeper comprehension of the Tao of confrontation for any chance to attempt such a feat currently. The timing is still premature for him. Having accepted the merits, Lin Changsheng naturally shifted through countless directions. Yet suddenly, he came to a halt. To his surprise, he had been discovered. Indeed, he felt a divine consciousness had already locked onto him. No matter how he attempted to flee, escape was futile. He resolved to remain still. As anticipated, a figure emerged from the void, clad in black hair and robes, exuding a chilling murderous intent. The aura of a primordial golden immortal radiated without restraint. To have drawn Rahu personally is indeed an honor. However, it soon dawned on Lin Changsheng that the figure before him was merely an embodiment of magical power. This realization brought him a sigh of relief. Had it been Rahu's true form, his only recourse would have been to flee. Not to mention, Rahu's cultivation is at least mid-stage primordial, and even his innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, is terrifying beyond measure. You are the enigmatic alchemist? Rahu's magical embodiment inquired, curiosity glinting in his eyes. You were the one who ascended to the 12th grade 3 flowers last time, weren't you? Not long had passed since his ascension to the great Luo Golden Immortal, yet he had already achieved full mastery. However, upon reflecting on Lin Changsheng's identity as an alchemist, he felt a sense of understanding. Alchemist? Lin Changsheng raised an eyebrow. It seems the recipe for the killing pill he previously submitted has left an impression on them. With this in mind, he saw no reason to deny it. Indeed, are you one of Hongjun's? Rahu pressed further, clearly unperturbed by the notion that this great Luo Golden Immortal could escape his grasp. Certainly not. Lin Changsheng shook his head. Would you be willing to join my demon clan? As long as Lin Changsheng was not affiliated with Hongjun, Rahu felt at ease to make his overture. I appreciate the demon ancestors' goodwill, but I am accustomed to my freedom and detest constraints. Lin Changsheng promptly declined without hesitation. Join your demon clan, only to be judged by the heavenly will. Don't be foolish, Rahu. The outside world is entirely under Hongjun's dominion. It would be wise to contemplate how to survive. Chapter 72. A display of tactics, battling Rahu. Witnessing Lin Changsheng's dismissal of his invitation, Raha's expression grew cold. As the demon ancestor, he was accustomed to having his will go unchallenged, and few dared to refuse him. This mysterious great Luo golden immortal truly exhibited an audacity that was remarkable. Lin Changsheng felt no fear. After all, it was merely an embodiment of magical power, and he would not yield. Are you not afraid I shall kill you? Raha's voice turned icy. That depends on whether you possess the capability, Lin Changsheng retorted, channeling his entire magical energy, readying himself for battle. He did not believe that Rahu had come solely for idle chit-chat. A confrontation was inevitable. Haha, you are confident and rather arrogant, which aligns with the demeanor of our demon clan. Allow me to inquire, why does the heavenly will continually bestow merits? Rahu's laughter boomed, reverberating through the air. Yet he posed a question of great concern to him. If he could uncover the means to attain such heavenly bestowals, he would undoubtedly gain an overwhelming advantage in this conflict. Such a method is beyond your grasp. Lin Changsheng shook his head. The chasm between you and me is akin to an entire system, tenfold the top-tier talents. I see you intend to remain tight-lipped. Very well, let me unveil your confidence. Rahu surmised that Lin Changsheng was unwilling to divulge the truth. A thick, dark magical law coalesced in his palm, morphing into a pure, demonic energy spear. The spear flickered with demonic flames, vanishing in the blink of an eye. When it reappeared, it loomed above Lin Changsheng's head. A sense of imminent peril gripped Lin Changsheng as he tensed. Truly, this was Rahu. Even as an embodiment of magical power, his combat prowess was fearsome. However, this also presented an opportunity to test the fruits of his recent endeavors. With a thought, the Xianyuan sword manifested in Lin Changsheng's grasp. With a surge of arcane energy, the primordial inferior spiritual treasure was propelled to its utmost limits. The boundless 1 yuan heavy water underwent a frenzied transformation, each droplet equivalent to the ancient divine mountains from beyond the realm. Upon a cursory glance, there were at least dozens of droplets. A sword was unleashed toward Luo Ho's demonic flame spear, and instantly, the 1 yuan heavy water and the spear clashed violently, annihilating each other. However, it was evident that Luo Ho's arcane essence and prowess surpassed Lin Changsheng's. The demonic flame laws incessantly eroded the 1 yuan heavy water. Gravity, Lin Changsheng bellowed, channeling gravitational magic directly onto the Xianyuan sword, causing it to unleash terrifying might once more, heavy as a mountain. Ah, you have indeed mastered the law of gravity, Luo Ho remarked nonchalantly. He then conjured dozens of demonic spears behind him. This time, let us see how you withstand my onslaught. The demonic energy surged forth as Luo Ho issued a low growl, and the spears, imbued with lethal intent, hurtled towards Lin Changsheng. Without hesitation, Lin Changsheng activated the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the primordial Wu Ji Xing Huang banner. A torrent of magical energy surged into the banner, which billowed in the wind, its flags fluttering majestically. Golden lotuses blossomed, impervious to myriad laws, showering Lin Changsheng with an endless cascade of golden light. Thud, thud, thud. The demonic spears rained down upon the Xing Huang banner, causing the primordial supreme spiritual treasure to tremble violently. Lin Changsheng felt his magical energy depleting rapidly. Now, taste my divine art, the Gung Metal River. To come without reciprocation is improper. Under the path of gold, the Gung Metal River surged forth, sharp and formidable, enveloping Luo Ho entirely. The path of gold. You have indeed mastered more than one path. Luo Ho's voice resonated from within the Gung Metal River. At that moment, he did not resort to using a spiritual treasure, but instead summoned protective spiritual light using his own magical essence, effortlessly deflecting Lin Changsheng's attack. The yin-yang grinding disc. All of this was within Lin Changsheng's expectations. Remaining calm and unhurried, he unleashed his divine art once more. Under the yin-yang path, the grinding disc transformed into 2 swirling black energies, rotating ceaselessly, attempting to ensnare Luo Ho. Adding your path of elixirs, that makes 3 paths. You truly surprise me. No wonder you have garnered the attention of the great Tao, Luo Ho observed, his gaze steady. With a flick of his finger, a pitch-black grinding disc of demonic energy coalesced, clashing with the yin-yang grinding disc. Luo Ho, having mastered the laws of demons, wielded formidable power, allowing him to withstand Lin Changsheng's onslaught with just this one law. It was evident how powerful Luo Ho truly was. Yet, this was not the extent of Lin Changsheng's capabilities. Sun, moon, and star falling technique. A divine art gleaned from the 3 light divine water, manifested as 3 colored golden lotuses, radiating an enchanting, lethal beauty as they spiraled toward Luo Ho. Even with Luo Ho's strength, the initial glimpse captivated his senses. However, he quickly regained his composure. Such formidable divine art, he could not help but exclaim, yet still refrained from employing a spiritual treasure. Instead, he maximized his protective spiritual light. For a primordial golden immortal to utilize a spiritual treasure against a perfected great Luo golden immortal would be somewhat disgraceful. While pride was significant, excessive concern for it could lead to grave missteps. The sun, moon, and star falling technique, a fusion of 3 divine arts derived from the 3 light divine water, possessed the characteristics of sunlight that obliterates flesh, moonlight that erodes bones, and starlight that devours spirits, all while harboring terrifying might. Upon striking Luo Ho's protective spiritual light, it swiftly began to consume it. The deadly, beautiful 3-colored golden lotus emitted a blinding radiance, culminating in a tremendous explosion, a mushroom cloud sword, rendering the surrounding primordial spiritual energy into a vacuum. Lin Changsheng narrowed his eyes. The power of the sun, moon, and star falling technique was indeed impressive. Were an adversary of the same realm to endure such an attack, they would likely be gravely injured, if not slain. However, Luo Ho, as a primordial golden immortal in the early stage, should not meet his demise. As expected, a shadow emerged from the explosion. It was Luo Ho. Yet, he no longer bore the earlier calm demeanor. His black robe lay in tatters, his hair was disheveled, and his aura fluctuated, indicating he had underestimated the previous strike and sustained injuries. A commendable divine art. Your arsenal is vast. No wonder you have attracted the attention of the great Tao. Alas, such an extraordinary genius is destined to perish by my hand. Having withstood that blow had already consumed a significant portion of his magical essence. Further exertion would indeed be quite impolite. However, before Luo Ho could launch a counterattack, Lin Changsheng's divine art struck once more. Chapter 73, The Frustrated Luo Ho and the Terrifying Might of the 4 Styles of Sword Tao. Luo Ho had never felt so constrained. As the illustrious demon ancestor, master of demonic laws, he was accustomed to overwhelming his foes with ferocious assaults, leaving them powerless to retaliate. Yet this time, he found himself unable to counterattack against a perfected great Luo golden immortal, especially since this golden immortal wielded a plethora of techniques, without a single duplicate, and commanded an astonishing array of paths. This caused Luo Ho to begin to question his existence. Was this truly the era for his enlightenment? As he pondered in a daze, Lin Changsheng's divine art sent him hurtling once more, though it only inflicted minor wounds. Your potential exceeds my expectations. Should you agree to join my demonic clan, you shall have access to our bountiful resources, enjoying privileges above all others. Luo Ho had witnessed the terrifying capabilities of Lin Changsheng. If such a being could ally with him, their chances against Hongjun would dramatically increase. The only reason he found himself unable to prevail was due to the disparity in their realms. Alas, why can't you comprehend? In the struggle between Tao and demon, where do you see your chances? Lin Changsheng sighed, shaking his head. Luo Ho raised an eyebrow. Did he possess some insight? I could never join the demonic clan. I shall not intervene in your battle with Hongjun. Should you fall one day and wish to preserve a trace of your bloodline, simply condense a fragment of your essence and summon me. Luo Ho's background was indeed commendable, were it not for the heavenly Tao deliberately positioning Hongjun as its representative. Luo Ho might not have lost. If he could obtain Lin Changsheng's essence and enlighten him, he would make for an excellent disciple. As for that battle, Lin Changsheng was determined to partake. Without discussing the 4 swords of extermination, he would certainly seek to acquire the Qiankuan cauldron. Nonsense. Fall. How could I, Luo Ho, possibly lose? Luo Ho was clearly provoked by Lin Changsheng's words, ready to explode with rage. Yet Lin Changsheng took the initiative and launched an attack. Sword, Tao Divine Art, Extermination of Immortals. The Xianyuan sword trembled violently, resonating with an incessant hum. Under the profound resonance of the path of the sword, the terrifying essence of the extermination sword erupted with a thunderous roar. A single stroke of light chilled the 19 continents, and the sword aura stretched across myriad miles. The dreadful extermination sword intent permeated the entire space. Even the innate spiritual energy was wildly severed beneath its overwhelming power. Extermination sword intent. Luo Ho exclaimed in astonishment. This sword intent was all too familiar to him. It was none other than the extermination sword intent sealed beneath Mount Sumeru. Who was this individual? How could they wield such power? Yet, there was no time for him to ponder further. This terrifying sword intent was something even he dared not underestimate. The laws of darkness surged, and his magical power gushed forth, manifesting a myriad of pitch-black spears that rained down upon this divine ability. Countless black spears were shredded by the extermination sword intent, only to be reconstituted anew. The skies were beset by a torrential downpour of dark demonic rain. Such formidable divine power. Although it could not compare to the true extermination sword, it undoubtedly stood as the pinnacle of sword techniques. Before Luo Ho could catch his breath, Lin Changsheng's assault recommenced. The second form of the sword Tao, slaughtering immortals, erupted once more. The slaughterous sword intent left Luo Ho trembling in shock. Slaughtering immortals, sword intent. Who on earth are you? Luo Ho could no longer maintain his composure. Was this truly just an ordinary great Luo golden immortal? The power displayed was utterly terrifying. Luo Ho had always prided himself on being invincible within his realm, yet standing before Lin Changsheng, that sense of invincibility was utterly shattered. If he were to be on the same level as this person, he would be no match at all. This realization sent the proud Luo Ho into a frenzy, exclaiming, "Impossible." However, the response he received was the slaughtering immortals, sword intent. Luo Ho hastily summoned his protective spiritual light for defense. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds echoed like relentless rain upon banana leaves, an unending barrage filled with lethal intent. The protective spiritual light surrounding Luo Ho trembled violently, his magical power depleting continuously. If this continued, his magical essence would inevitably be exhausted. How frustrating for Luo Ho. As the demon ancestor known for his formidable offense, he now found himself in a position of passive defense. Were he to admit this, even his old rival Hongjun would find it hard to believe. Fortunately, his magical body, bolstered by the protective spiritual light, managed to withstand the slaughtering immortals' sword intent. Yet, Luo Ho saw that Lin Changsheng did not relent. Could he possibly wield the entrapment sword intent as well? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a booming voice sounded. The third form of the sword Dao. Entrapment immortals. An endless torrent of entrapment sword intent surrounded Luo Ho. Enough. In that instant, Luo Ho erupted in fury. He could no longer care about the dignity of a primordial golden immortal and directly unleashed the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus of his true form. The pitch-black annihilation black lotus radiated a light of absolute destruction, spinning with relentless vigor like a divine artifact amidst the night. Luo Ho sat majestically upon the lotus platform, as steadfast as a mountain, impervious to Lin Changsheng's entrapment sword intent crashing against it, unable to breach the black light of annihilation. The outcome was clear. It was impossible to shatter the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus. Regaining his composure, Luo Ho assessed his situation. He had less than half of his magical power remaining. With the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus in place, he was in a position of invincibility. Meanwhile, this great Luo golden immortal would exhaust his power and fall into his grasp. This time, even if he resisted, he would be taken back to the demon ancestor palace. His secrets and abilities were far too numerous. Is that so? As I have said before, if your true form were to arrive, I would have no choice but to flee. But now, you are merely a magical avatar. Once your power is depleted, what can you do to me? Lin Changsheng laughed heartily, his battle spirit soaring. The fourth form of the sword Dao, absolute immortals. The Xianyuan sword trembled violently, cracks beginning to form. This inferior grade spiritual treasure could no longer withstand such terrifying sword intent. Under the absolute immortals' sword intent, even true immortals would face extinction and despair. The sword intent surged like a tidal wave, relentlessly battering against the defenses of the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus. In that moment, Luo Ho, seated upon the lotus platform, appeared as a fragile boat amidst a raging ocean, at risk of capsizing at any moment. However, the 12-petaled lotus, formed from a seed of the Chaos Supreme Treasure, the Chaos Green Lotus, boasted incredible defensive capabilities. Though the spiritual light flickered under the assault of the absolute immortal's sword intent, it remained steadfast. Luo Ho felt the depletion of his magical power by another third. With 2/3 remaining, he felt confident. Your abilities must be nearing their limit, yes? The magical power I have left is sufficient to overcome you. You might still consider my earlier suggestion. Luo Ho believed this to be the most patient moment of his life. Had it been anyone else, they would have crumbled long ago. He hoped this great Luo golden immortal would not be ungrateful. Limit? Haha, I truly do not know where my limit lies. Let us see if you can withstand my final strike. Chapter 74. The final form of the sword Dao, no immortals, severing Luo Ho's magical body. Limit? For Lin Changsheng. He had yet to reach it. At most, this was merely a warm-up. He had mastered a dozen great paths and nearly 30 divine abilities. If he were to employ each one, would Luo Ho still dare to speak such bravado? Of course, Lin Changsheng was still merely a perfected great Luo golden immortal. Using all these great paths and divine abilities at once would deplete his power. However, he still possessed one final trump card, the primordial measuring ruler. By utilizing this innate treasure of merit to evolve the open heaven divine ability, it could undoubtedly breach the protective black light of the annihilation black lotus. Yet, it was not time for that final step. For now, Lin Changsheng had one last sword technique left, no immortals. Under this divine ability, even if it could not dismantle the protective black light of the 12-petaled annihilation black lotus, Luo Ho's magical power would be entirely consumed. It was a pity for this inferior grade spiritual treasure. it would likely struggle to withstand such sword intent. Crafting a high-grade spiritual sword of his own was now an urgent necessity. Yet, Lin Changsheng's standards were high. He sought at least an innate supreme spiritual treasure. This would require considerable effort in terms of materials, and thus he could only search slowly. Use whatever means you have left. Upon hearing Lin Changsheng's words, Luo Ho's heart skipped a beat. Could it be? These four-sword techniques were already fearsome enough. Was there something even more terrifying? The final form of the sword Dao. No immortals. At this moment, Luo Ho felt an overwhelming pressure from the heavens and earth. In this cosmos, the existence of immortals was forbidden. An infinite sword intent descended from the skies. The surrounding spiritual plants and mineral veins could not endure such terrifying sword intent, instantly reducing to dust. One sword pierces the heavens. Who is an immortal? Under no immortals, all becomes void. Under the no immortals' sword intent, all beings were equal, and gods and immortals ceased to exist. The Xian sword trembled violently, its spiritual light reaching its zenith. It could no longer bear the sword intent and shattered into two pieces. The terrifying sword intent, like a searing light, consumed the annihilation Black Lotus entirely. Even amidst the cataclysmic Black Lotus platform, Luo Ho could perceive the chilling intent of strangulation emanating from the primordial spirit. Block it for me, he implored, pouring every ounce of his magical power into the 12th rank Black Lotus with reckless abandon. Yet, the lotus trembled violently, and the annihilative black light quaked and shattered incessantly. Ultimately, under Luo Ho's terrified gaze, the protective black light vanished without a trace. The world-ending Black Lotus emitted a low hum and soared into the distance, while his corporeal manifestation of magical power was devoured by an overwhelming sword intent. My swordsmanship. As long as I do not encounter a primal golden immortal equipped with numerous supreme spiritual treasures, holds the promise of victory. At this moment, Lin Changsheng had effectively tested the prowess of the mystical abilities he had comprehended within the confines of the ceiling formation. He had gained a clear understanding of his combat strength. With all his might unleashed, he could slay a primal golden immortal in their early stages. Given his understanding of the great Tao, it was not surprising that he could triumph over a primal golden immortal, who only held an advantage in magical power but lacked his grasp of the fundamental principles. With a tinge of regret, he stowed away the broken Xian sword, knowing it would remain unusable for a while. He could only nurture it within his body with magical energy. Fortunately, the Xian sword contained the innate, indestructible spiritual light. Given sufficient time, it would restore to its former glory. Withdraw. Having completed all of this, Lin Changsheng employed the 5 elements escape technique and began to soar towards the southern continent. With Luo Ho's corporeal manifestation extinguished, his true form would soon sense the disturbance. Remaining here would be a sign of disrespect towards Luo Ho. Now, under Lin Changsheng's cultivation level, the 5 elements escape technique allowed him to traverse millions of kilometers with each use. In no time, he had vanished from the vicinity. Meanwhile, the secluded Luo Ho was abruptly awakened. The 12th rank world-ending Black Lotus hovered before him, its spiritual light somewhat dimmed, clearly having been overdrawn. His corporeal manifestation was actually obliterated. Luo Ho retracted the world-ending Black Lotus into his body and began to nurture it with his magical energy. His brow furrowed tightly as he commenced a calculation. The events surrounding the demise of his corporeal manifestation, including the battle, unfolded vividly in his mind. He had at least mastered 8 great Daos and dozens of mystical abilities. Moreover, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Luo Ho was taken aback. Could such a terrifying being truly exist in this primordial world? This entity's foundation surpassed even those of the chaotic demon gods by a considerable margin. With the revival of the heavenly Tao, how could such a being be allowed to exist? It was utterly terrifying. This individual was undoubtedly the greatest anomaly beneath the heavenly Tao. Will I fall in this conflict between Tao and demon? Luo Ho's mind was consumed by Lin Changsheng's words. Did he possess knowledge beyond what he should? Or perhaps he was aware of the methods Hongjun had to counter him. As these thoughts swirled, Luo Ho found himself in turmoil, with inner demons surfacing upon his primordial spirit. If left unchecked, this demon path sovereign might very well lose himself. However, who was Luo Ho, a tyrant of an era? How could he be consumed by such trivial inner demons? I am the progenitor of the demon path, possessing an indomitable heart for enlightenment. Even if I were to perish, the entire Western realm shall accompany me in my demise. Luo Ho once again embraced his audacious nature. In that moment, he wholly consumed the inner demons, advancing his cultivation and mental state. His primordial spirit expanded, sweeping across the battlefield where he had fought. Indeed, the figure had vanished. As long as you do not interfere in my conflict with Hongjun, it matters not. Luo Ho refrained from pursuing Lin Changsheng's trail further. Even if he wished to, he would undoubtedly fail to catch up. Nevertheless, his primordial spirit began meticulously scanning the Western continent, ensuring that Lin Changsheng had not laid any hidden traps unbeknownst to him. Unfortunately, he discovered nothing at all. Lin Changsheng had already amassed ample gains during his journey through the Western continent. As he continued his travels, he soon arrived at the juncture between the southern and western continents. Tip: 37,000 kilometers to your southwest lies the habitat of the Xianxiao nine-tailed fox clan. Lin Changsheng, while en route, came to a halt. The Xianxiao fox clan? This clan is quite renowned in later generations, especially with Su Daji of the Su family playing a significant role in the investiture of the gods. He had not anticipated their tribe would be located here. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Changsheng resolved to take a look. Before long, he spied numerous foxes frolicking across the grassland. To his astonishment, these little foxes had already attained the cultivation of celestial beings. "Wait for me," a sweet, childlike voice called from behind the little foxes. It was a pure white fox. However, compared to the others, this little white fox's speed was exceedingly slow, making it impossible to catch up with the group. "Susu, the big fool, can't run fast. Susu cannot cultivate." The other little foxes not only ignored her, but laughed even more joyously, scampering away faster. The little white fox, referred to as Susu, suddenly halted, tears welling up in her eyes. Suddenly, the little white fox Susu gazed up into the void. Oh, this little white fox actually seemed capable of sensing him. It appeared there was a connection between them. Lin Changsheng smiled gently and descended. Chapter 75. An Unusual Fate, Little Susu's Unique Constitution. Within the territory of the Xianxiao fox clan, Lin Changsheng was taken aback that a little white fox could sense his presence. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that this little white fox had yet to reach the celestial realm, a rather impolite situation in the current primordial context. Nevertheless, her ability to detect him was a sign of fate, prompting Lin Changsheng to land. "Little one, how did you discover me?" Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. I heard that when one wishes to cry, if they look up at a 45-degree angle, the tears won't fall," the timid little white fox Susu replied. "Oh, what a coincidence. So, you simply happened to be standing at my 45-degree angle, huh? What a grand misunderstanding." Just as Lin Changsheng was about to speak further, a sudden surge of aura erupted nearby, rapidly approaching him. It was a stunning woman clad in a white Taoist robe. Indeed, once the Xianxiao fox clan takes on human form, the males are extraordinarily handsome, while the females are strikingly beautiful. Furthermore, this enchanting woman seemed to have cultivated the principles of allure, drawing one in irresistibly at first glance, compelling them to willingly become her subordinate. Even the flow of magical energy became sluggish in her presence. However, Lin Changsheng, being who he was, merely cast a glance before averting his gaze. "May I inquire as to your identity?" "I am Su Luo, the clan leader of the Xianxiao tribe." The beautiful woman Su Luo cradled the little white fox Susu protectively, regarding Lin Changsheng with wariness. As a fellow great Luo golden immortal, she sensed an overwhelming pressure emanating from Lin Changsheng, akin to that felt only in the presence of a primal golden immortal. This revelation left Su Luo utterly astonished. How could this be possible? Is there such a vast disparity among great Luo golden immortals? "You may refer to me as Dao friend Changsheng, dear fellow cultivator. There is no need for concern. I merely happened upon this place by chance. It was fortuitous that I encountered this little creature, prompting me to come down and extend my greetings," Lin Changsheng said with a cheerful smile. "I have had the pleasure of meeting you, Changsheng. It is indeed a blessing for Susu to cross paths with you," Su Luo replied, also smiling, though her heart remained vigilant. How could a mere mortal like little Susu possibly encounter a grand Luo Jinxian? If this individual possessed no peculiar inclinations, Su Luo would find it hard to believe. "Indeed. Since we are fated, allow me to present this golden elixir to little Susu," Lin Changsheng declared. It seemed that the fates were intertwined. The little one appeared on the verge of tears, yet she refrained from letting them fall, gazing skyward instead. It was a unique form of destiny. Lin Changsheng promptly produced a fourth-order golden elixir and gifted it to little Susu. Although aware that the little creature had yet to reach the celestial realm, this was the least potent elixir Lin Changsheng had to offer. Su Luo's pupils contracted in surprise. He was indeed a formidable alchemist, casually providing a fourth-order elixir, quite a generous gesture. "I shall express my gratitude on behalf of Susu," Su Luo said, accepting the fourth-order golden elixir with an impassive demeanor. Little did she expect Susu to swallow it whole in one gulp. "Susu, spit it out. That is a fourth-order golden elixir," Su Luo exclaimed, taken aback by the little one's audacity. By the time she realized what had happened, it was too late. The little creature's brow furrowed tightly, her expression one of great agony. Blood-red droplets began to seep from her once snow-white fur, staining it crimson. This was hardly surprising. A fourth-order golden elixir was intended for those at the golden core stage. Moreover, Lin Changsheng's concoction was of the highest quality among fourth-order elixirs, containing an overwhelming amount of energy. For a creature that had yet to reach even the celestial stage, simply surviving the experience was fortunate enough. However, Lin Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly, activating his eye of insight. Remarkably, the abundant energy of the elixir was not being absorbed by her primordial spirit, but was instead being completely drawn into her flesh and skin. Intrigued, Lin Changsheng focused intently. Little Susu's flesh was feverishly absorbing the magical essence of the elixir, yet her physical form showed little sign of enhancement. What a peculiar constitution. Even Lin Changsheng, with his extensive experience, could not help but marvel. Just then, Su Luo, who had been poised to act, halted as she noticed that little Susu had fallen asleep. Her crimson-stained fur reverted to its pristine white. Sighing, Su Luo gently stroked the soft fur of the little one, eliciting a sense of longing in Lin Changsheng. Who would not wish to caress such an extraordinary creature? Are you sighing due to Susu? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile, sensing the waste of his good intentions. Su Luo shook her head, a look of apology crossing her face as she continued. Susu's foundation is clearly of innate excellence, yet she cannot absorb the innate spiritual energy. Initially, I believed her to possess a unique constitution, and I have given her numerous heavenly treasures. However, the outcome has been as you witnessed. After a brief slumber, all is well, yet her cultivation remains stagnant. I see, Lin Changsheng mused, gaining insight. It was not that she could not absorb innate spiritual energy, but rather that she lacked a proper cultivation method. The spiritual energy she absorbed would take tens of thousands of years to support her breakthrough. Fellow cultivator, I observed little Susu's condition as well. Her constitution is indeed extraordinary. If she were to pursue cultivation, I must candidly state that success within the Qingxiu clan would be impossible. Lin Changsheng contemplated, already contemplating the possibility of taking her as a disciple. Susu's unique constitution was remarkably compatible with a cultivation method he had encountered in his past life, known as divine elephant suppressing the abyss. The essence of the method involved cultivating the 800 million particles within the human body, continually breaking through to condense the Tao fetus. Susu's condition was perfectly suited for this technique. Her primordial spirit, for reasons unknown, had fragmented into countless pieces, absorbed by each of her cells. Akin to a spirit undergoing fission, the innate spiritual energy she absorbed was utilized to nourish her cells. However, with so many cells, relying solely on this innate energy or some heavenly treasures would be insufficient. To facilitate her growth, a significant investment of resources would be necessary. Furthermore, she was on a purely physical cultivation path. If she were to become his disciple, she could inherit his lineage of physical cultivation. And with slight modifications to the divine elephant suppressing the abyss, it would become exceedingly suitable for Susu to cultivate. Speaking of disciples, I wonder how little Wu Dao and her companions are faring. Have the 7-star sword grass and water spirit flower successfully birthed their consciousness and begun their cultivation? Chapter 76. The Dilemma of the Qingxiu Clan. On Penglai Immortal Island, the primordial array continued to transform chaotic energy. The once serene and quiet island was now filled with the innocent laughter of children. I never expected I would one day gain sentience. All thanks to the esteemed Taoist. A voice emerged from the water spirit flower. Congratulations, little Shui. Now you can cultivate as well. Soon, we shall be able to transform and explore the vast wilderness. Little Wu Dao exclaimed, ceasing her own cultivation in her excitement. Indeed, Sister Wu Dao. Before the esteemed Taoist departed, he left me a cultivation method that is perfect for me. I long to transform right now. The water spirit flower said dreamily. Best to focus on your cultivation. Let us aim to surprise the esteemed Taoist upon his return. Wu Dao Tea Tree reminded. By the way, why is little 7-star so quiet? Wu Dao turned to glance at the 7-star sword grass. I was just listening to you speak, 7-star sword grass replied, giving a gentle shake. To her surprise, little 7-star was rather shy. From now on, you can stick with me, little 7-star, the water spirit flower chimed in, her voice lively. Okay, 7-star sword grass replied, clearly of a bashful disposition. All right. Let us not tease little 7-star anymore. The esteemed Taoist has declared that he will be establishing a sect. I am the senior sister now, little Wu Dao said, her wisdom and composure momentarily giving way to a hint of pride, which was quite natural given her recent awakening of consciousness. Wow, then I shall be the second sister. And little 7-star, you shall be the third junior brother. Hurry and address your senior sister. The water spirit flower joyfully declared. Why yes, senior sister, second sister. Came the subdued voice of 7-star sword grass. Let us return to our cultivation. The esteemed Taoist will have more and more disciples, and if our cultivation lags behind, we would bring shame upon him, Wu Dao Tea Tree asserted, her position as senior sister lending weight to her words. 7-star sword grass and water spirit flower fell silent, focusing intently on their cultivation. As for the Xianxiafox clan leader Su Luo observed that Lin Changsheng bore no ill intent and seemed to possess a different perspective on little Susu's cultivation issues. Thus, she invited him to the Xianxiafox clan sanctuary. Are there still individuals in your clan who are proficient in formations? Lin Changsheng inquired with a hint of curiosity. Ever since he set foot in this place, he had sensed a subtle fluctuation of formations. Though exceedingly faint, it was not lost on Lin Changsheng. Do you, Dao friend Changsheng, possess knowledge of formations as well? Su Luo casually asked. I possess a modicum of understanding. However, this grand formation seems somewhat incomplete. It could merely withstand a casual strike from a Hongjun golden immortal, Lin Changsheng replied nonchalantly. The art of formations and the art of alchemy, indeed. Dao friend Changsheng is truly profound. This is likely but the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities, Su Luo thought to herself, taking heed of her surroundings. You have a discerning eye, Dao friend. This grand formation was indeed laid out by my kin, but alas, it suffered damage during the calamity of fierce beasts. Currently, there are no members of my clan who are adept in this art, and it must remain as it is, Su Luo continued, artfully shifting the topic. Indeed, little Su's primordial spirit has undergone a split. This phenomenon has endowed her cells with the ability to absorb magical power. Hence, the celestial treasures you previously provided are insufficient for her needs. If I surmise correctly, little Su's physical form should surpass that of her peers in the same realm. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. A split of the primordial spirit? Such a thing can occur? Su Luo felt a tinge of despondency. The members of her Xianxiao clan were already few in number, and with the current strife between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, their situation had grown dire. Most troubling was that a formidable practitioner from a nearby dojo had set their sights on her clan. Were it not for the lack of a suitable refuge, Su Luo would have considered relocating her entire clan. Nevertheless, she steeled herself and nodded. You speak truthfully, Dao friend. Little Su's physique is indeed somewhat formidable. When confronted by lesser celestial beings, they may inflict a few wounds, but she recovers swiftly. Dao friend Changsheng, do you possess a means to assist little Su in her cultivation? Su Luo's hopeful gaze turned towards Lin Changsheng. Lin Changsheng nodded, indeed. I can assert that. Apart from myself, no one else in the vast wilderness can facilitate little Su's cultivation. Therefore, I wish to take her as my disciple. I wonder how you feel about this proposition. Are you suggesting that no one in the entire wilderness can assist little Su in her cultivation, except you? Such audacity. Su Luo thought, mentally branding Lin Changsheng as arrogant. Even if you possess unparalleled strength as a fully realized Hongjun golden immortal, you are still merely a Hongjun golden immortal. Even beings as powerful as the primordial dragon, Qilin, and Phoenix would not dare to make such claims. Just as Su Luo prepared her polite refusal, her expression suddenly shifted. Ignoring Lin Changsheng, she released little Su and rushed outside the grand formation. At that moment, all members of the Xianxiafox clan seemed to sense a disturbance and hastily brought their offspring back into the formation. They all turned their gazes towards the void above. A figure materialized above the grand formation, clad in a striking red robe, with small, piercing eyes that suggested he was not to be trifled with. His aura was exponentially more potent than Su Luo's. Upon spotting her, he shamelessly licked his lips. Clan leader Su, have you reached a decision? If you align with me, the Xianxiafox clan shall receive the protection of my ancestor, the Fire Flame Elder. Otherwise, I believe you are well aware of the consequences. The Fire Flame Elder gazed greedily at Su Luo, his intentions towards the Xianxiafox clan having lingered for quite some time. Today marked the final deadline for her. Fire Flame Elder, why must you impose such difficulties upon my Xianxiao clan? The heavenly path is reviving. This is the time for pursuit of the Grand Dao. If one can attain the Grand Dao, would that not bring great freedom? Su Luo, though filled with indignation, found herself utterly helpless. The Fire Flame Elder had previously set his sights on her, determined to force her into becoming his Dao partner. Had it not been for her threat of self-detonation, she would have already fallen into his grasp. Having fought for a bit of time, the current atmosphere of calamity left her wondering where they could possibly escape. This was the lament of her Xianxiao clan. All of them bore striking appearances after transformation, yet lacked formidable cultivation and combat prowess, rendering them vulnerable to the whims of stronger beings. They had narrowly escaped extinction multiple times. After finally establishing a semblance of peace, they were now targeted by the Fire Flame Elder. Was it truly so difficult for the Xianxiao clan to simply live in peace? Great freedom? Huh. Such freedom pales in comparison to the joy of exploring the mysteries of the vast plains. It seems you have no intention of complying with me. Very well. Then you shall accompany me. The Fire Flame Elder laughed heartily. decisively launching an attack on Su Luo. Chapter 77. How strong is a Hongjun Golden Immortal? The Fire Flame Elder was a remnant of the Chaos Demon God of Fire, with his essence injured. Reaching the early stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal was already the extent of his talent. Advancing further would require an immense stroke of fortune, which was unlikely. Thus, he had abandoned the pursuit of the Grand Tao and turned his attention to these matters. Creatures like the Fire Flame Elder were not uncommon in the wilderness. This time, during the initial calamity of the dragon and Han, many would also face reckoning. As Su Luo hesitated, the Fire Flame Elder, seeing her reluctance, directly attempted to abduct her. Fiery red magical energy coalesced into crimson ropes that shot towards Su Luo, the searing heat threatening to ignite the very air. This is dire. All clansmen, retreat back into the formation. Su Luo called urgently, beckoning her kin to return to the grand formation. In truth, they had already retreated without her command. Clan leader, what shall we do now? All members of the Xianxiao Fox clan turned their eyes to Su Luo. What can I do? Su Luo gazed at them, despair filling her heart. She could not withstand a Hongjun Golden Immortal at the early stage, and this formation, already damaged, could not withstand the Fire Flame Elder's successive assaults. Once the formation fell, where would the Xianxiao Fox clan go? Su Luo sorrowfully realized that, aside from submitting to the Fire Flame Elder, there appeared to be no other recourse. The fiery red magical ropes slammed against the formation, further destabilizing the already crumbling structure. Flames began to seep into the formation from outside. Some of the higher-ranked Fox clansmen swiftly shielded their weaker offspring. With this broken formation, I shall see if it can withstand me. The Fire Flame Elder laughed heartily, once more channeling his magical energy to strike the formation. The already fragile formation could not endure the terrifying might of his assault, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. The entire Xianxiao clan found themselves exposed beneath the watchful eye of the Fire Flame Elder. To be chosen by me is a blessing. Yet you still refuse? Very well. I find these little foxes quite appealing, the Fire Flame Elder exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the young foxes sheltered behind their elders. What fun could cultivation possibly compare to these foxes? The little foxes, sensing the Fire Flame Elder's gaze upon them, recoiled in fear. Fire Ancestor, I have acquiesced to your demands. I implore you, spare my kin. Su Luo inhaled deeply, stepping forward. As the clan leader, it was her solemn duty to safeguard her people. Sacrificing herself to preserve their lives was the only recourse available at this desperate moment. Leader, you mustn't. Leader, we would rather perish than see you compromise your integrity. Is the fate of our Xianxiao tribe to be so bleak? Esteemed leader, we cannot bear to lose you. Even the tribe's elders and the smallest of foxes gathered their courage, pleading for Su Luo to remain with them. Their lineage had endured far too many trials. As Su Luo gazed upon her people, an inexplicable surge of emotion stirred within her. Surely, this was the essence of being touched. It's too late. You are mine, and so are they. Ha ha. The Fire Ancestor's booming laughter echoed, as his magical prowess coalesced into ropes, binding Su Luo tightly. The searing flames relentlessly drained her power. Clearly unsatisfied, the Fire Ancestor's gaze shifted towards the remaining Fox tribe. Just as he prepared to strike, a figure emerged slowly. Friend, you have yet to agree to my taking Su Su as my disciple. The unexpected voice captured everyone's attention, and in her heart, Su Luo cursed her oversight. She had forgotten about Taoist Changsheng. Lin Changsheng emerged, cradling little Su Su in his arms. Not to mention, this little fox is quite delightful to hold. Unlike the beings of my previous life, who were all about rebellion, he mused, as little Su Su nestled comfortably in his embrace. Senior, could you assist our leader? I dislike that wicked man. I wish for the leader to stay here with us. Little Su Su implored, her large eyes shimmering with innocence. That will depend on whether your leader consents to let me take you as my disciple. Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. He was not one to be overly merciful. If Su Luo refused to relinquish little Su Su to him, he would not hesitate to depart, having no inclination to engage in the vanquishing of evil. Taoist friend, you must leave. Take Su Su as far away as possible. I do not wish for her to become your disciple. I only wish for her to continue the bloodline of our Xianxiao Fox tribe. In that moment, there was no room for negotiation. Su Luo hastily acquiesced, her urgency palpable. Friend, do you not see the perilous situation we are in? Hurry and flee instead of entangling yourself in these matters. Who are you? The Fire Ancestor inquired coldly, looking down with disdain. I am conversing with clan leader Su. Do not interrupt, Lin Changsheng stated, not even glancing at the Fire Ancestor. Do not interrupt. Those words left the Fire Ancestor and the Xianxiao Foxes in stunned silence. Could this truly be a great Luo Golden Immortal, daring to speak thusly to the Fire Ancestor? Those unfamiliar with the situation might even believe him to be a formidable Hongjun Golden Immortal. Even Su Luo was taken aback. She was aware of Lin Changsheng's strength, but she never expected him to possess the audacity to disregard a Hongyuan golden immortal. Was he truly a valiant soul? Seeking death, the fire ancestor's fury surged as he pressed a hand down into the void. A colossal handprint of magical energy materialized above Lin Changsheng's head. The wrathful strike of a Hongyuan golden immortal caused the very heavens to tremble, a tempest sweeping through. The entire Qingxiu tribe felt the weight of impending doom. Their souls quivered, their magic seemingly sealed, rendering them powerless. With despair mingled with a sense of release, they closed their eyes. Perhaps believing this outcome was the most merciful for their tribe. No longer would they be subjugated or exploited by other factions. I am so sorry, Taoist Changsheng. You shall be buried alongside us, my Qingxiu clan, Su Luo said, her heart heavy with guilt. Senior, will we perish? Su Su is yet to begin her training. She does not wish to die. Little Su Su curled tighter in Lin Changsheng's arms, seeking warmth amidst the overwhelming aura of death. Ha! A mere Hongyuan golden immortal. Is that truly formidable? Lin Changsheng laughed heartily, his azure robe fluttering in the wind, his demeanor resolute. Having faced the formidable power of the Luo Hua, he was acutely aware of his own strength. Faced with a demon god on the brink of reckoning, what fear could he possibly harbor? Is it possible you are simply too powerful? The words reverberated within Su Luo, igniting a glimmer of hope and anticipation in her eyes. Could this enigmatic Taoist Changsheng possess the means to confront the fire ancestor? I, fire ancestor, have never encountered such audacity from a great Luo golden immortal, he scoffed, a cold disdain in his tone. This strike would undoubtedly annihilate the great Luo golden immortal before him. Is that so? Then consider this your first encounter. With a thunderous declaration, Lin Changsheng invoked the Yin-Yang millstone. The radiant essence of the Yin-Yang Dao manifested, coalescing into a great millstone above his head. Its black and white energies swirling with ferocity. Yin-Yang Dao. The fire ancestor gasped, bewildered. What is happening? This great Luo golden immortal has cultivated the Dao. A top 10 Dao from the 3,000 Daos. Even my past incarnation, the fire demon god, would flee before the Yin-Yang demon god. Could this great Luo golden immortal be a descendant of the Yin-Yang demon god, the Dao? As the leader of the Qingxiu tribe, Su Luo understood the significance of the Dao. With the Dao in retreat and the heavenly Dao reviving, cultivating the Dao seemed impossible. Yet, this Taoist Changsheng had harnessed it to such an astonishing degree. What was his true identity? Upon hearing the astonishment from the Hongyuan golden immortal fire ancestor, the members of the Qingxiu tribe reopened their eyes, witnessing a scene of sheer disbelief. A massive millstone of black and white energies was colliding head-on with the fire ancestor's magical handprint, mercilessly shredding it to nothingness in mere moments. Is that all? Could this Hongyuan golden immortal be a fraud? How could he be so incapable of withstanding a mere great Luo golden immortal spell? Are we not capable of such feats ourselves? Senior, how impressive. Little Su Su nestled closer, her admiration evident. Indeed, you have withstood it. With the fire ancestor forced to retreat, the crisis facing the Qingxiu tribe was temporarily alleviated. Su Luo exhaled in relief. Who exactly are you? In stark contrast to the exhilaration of the Qingxiu tribe, the fire ancestor's expression darkened considerably. Lin Changsheng, however, paid him no heed. With a finger pointed like a sword, the Yin-Yang Dao transformed into black and white sword energies, severing the ropes that bound Su Luo. Thank you, Taoist Changsheng. Su Luo hurriedly expressed her gratitude as she stepped behind him. Lin Changsheng nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards the fire flame ancestor. What did you just say? The fire flame ancestor narrowed his eyes, his inner fury continuing to ignite. Damn it, he was undoubtedly doing this on purpose. To master the path of Yin and Yang is indeed impressive. However, to dare to challenge me with just one path, you are overly confident. That was merely a casual strike of mine. The fire flame ancestor suppressed his rage, his face darkening as he spoke. Your words are too verbose. Let us resolve this battle quickly. I have other matters to attend to. With that, Lin Changsheng unleashed his swordsmanship. Although he lacked the assistance of the Xianyuan sword, the fire flame ancestor was no Luo Ho. The path of the sword was sufficient. The first sword technique, Slay Immortals, unleashed a fierce sword intent that obscured the sky, directly locking onto the fire flame ancestor. The path of the sword. The fire flame ancestor exclaimed in astonishment. Another path. This time he had encountered a formidable obstacle. Without a moment to think, he summoned a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. With the infusion of his magical power, it transformed into a vast, fiery net. Yet under the onslaught of the Slay Immortal's sword intent, the spiritual light emitted by the mid-grade treasure trembled incessantly. Block it for me. The fire flame ancestor gritted his teeth, his internal power surging into the treasure. He pushed it to its limits, barely managing to withstand the attack. However, Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, Lin Changsheng's second attack arrived. The second sword technique, Slaughter Immortals, reignited the murderous intent. Boundless sword energy annihilated everything in its path. Under the Slaughter Immortals, immortals ceased to exist. How many techniques do you command? The Fire Flame Ancestor lamented, overwhelmed. Could this truly be a great Luo Golden Immortal? The Slaughter Immortals' sword intent surged endlessly, its killing intent infinite. The mid-grade spiritual treasure could not bear the terrifying power it was subjected to, and countless cracks appeared upon it. Su Luo gazed at Lin Changsheng's silhouette, unconsciously swallowing hard. This enigmatic Taoist friend was as formidable as a war god, even against the Hongjun Golden Immortal Fire Flame Ancestor, who dominated their Xianxiao clan. He could only struggle to withstand his abilities. If such a mysterious and powerful man could become my partner. In the world of Hongjun, strength reigned supreme. There were no unnecessary complications. Although her time with this Taoist friend had been brief, compared to other powerful beings, his eyes were pure, his heart untainted, treating others with kindness while possessing immense power. Thus, Su Luo felt her heart stir. Just as she was lost in thought, a heart-wrenching sound drew her attention, and she quickly looked up. It turned out that the Fire Flame Ancestor's spiritual treasure could no longer withstand the Slaughter Immortal's sword intent. It emitted a hum, its spiritual light fading, and was sent flying. The Fire Flame Ancestor had no choice but to summon his protective spiritual light to resist the sword intent. By the time this wave of sword energy dissipated, the Fire Flame Ancestor was no longer the arrogant figure he had been, reduced to a state of utter disarray. His magical power was nearly depleted, and his robe was tattered. His aura was chaotic, clearly indicating he had sustained considerable injuries. Too weak, Lin Changsheng remarked, shaking his head. Compared to Luo Ho's true form, this Fire Flame Ancestor fell significantly short. This was merely the second sword technique. Could it be that you were too strong? All the Xianxiao clansmen thought in their hearts. They had not anticipated that their Taoist friend's power was so astonishing. This time, I, the Fire Flame Ancestor, concede. As long as you spare me, I am willing to offer a vein of innate fire divine ore. At this moment, the Fire Flame Ancestor could no longer care about his dignity. He simply wished to leave as quickly as possible. Innate fire divine ore? Lin Changsheng's eyebrows twitched. This was indeed a prized possession. He needed such a mineral vein to refine the 5 elements sword diagram. The innate fire divine ore was excellent. Lin Changsheng nodded. The Fire Flame Ancestor sighed in relief. As long as he could leave this place, he could later invite some friends over, and at worst, the Xianxiao clan would share it. Su Luo opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. If we do not eliminate the root of the problem, after Taoist Changsheng departs, will our Xianxiao clan not fall into his hands again? However, killing him seemed to yield benefits. Lin Changsheng revealed his pearly white teeth. Third sword technique, Trap Immortals. The Trap Immortals' sword intent surged forth, enveloping the Fire Flame Ancestor entirely. The sounds of wails and cries echoed, eventually fading into silence. When the Trap Immortals' sword intent dissipated, nothing remained in the void. The initial stage of Hongjun Golden Immortal, the Fire Flame Ancestor, was slain. Merely 3 sword techniques had utterly annihilated him. Chapter 79. Obtaining the innate premium fire or vein, preparing to head to the southern continent. Xianxiao. At this moment, the entire Xianxiao clan was petrified. From the moment Lin Changsheng dared to strike, they began to believe he would prevail. However, they never expected him to win so decisively. With merely 3 techniques, without even employing a spiritual treasure, he had directly slain a formidable initial stage Hongjun Golden Immortal capable of annihilating their clan. Had it not been for the dim spiritual net in the void, they would have been unable to believe it until now. The Taoist had triumphed. The Tao Ancestor had vanquished the villain. It was a pity that little Su Su could not cultivate. Otherwise, she would also fight villains like the Taoist. Little Su Su was indifferent to such matters, cheerfully leaping in Lin Changsheng's embrace. However, soon she was filled with disappointment. Su Luo's eyes sparkled with brilliance. This mysterious Taoist friend was incredibly strong, and he appeared so relaxed. He undoubtedly had even more powerful trump cards yet to be revealed. A great Luo Golden Immortal in full bloom possesses such battle prowess. It is truly terrifying. Little Su Su, who says you cannot cultivate? It is merely that your constitution is somewhat special. Once you follow the Taoist back to the Taoist temple, he will provide you with a customized cultivation method. Lin Changsheng smiled as he put away the net-like treasure. Taoist, is it true? You are not deceiving little Su Su, are you? Little Su Su's disappointment was instantly replaced with excitement. Of course, Lin Changsheng began unconsciously ruffling little Su Su's hair. That's wonderful. Clan leader, did you hear that? The Tao Ancestor said, I just have a special constitution. I can cultivate. Little Su Su looked eagerly at Su Luo. Taoist Changsheng's understanding of the Tao is profound and unfathomable. If he says you can cultivate, then you certainly can. However, little Su Su, you must diligently practice under Taoist Changsheng. Su Luo felt genuinely happy for little Su Su. This was a fortunate opportunity for her to be able to enter the tutelage of the venerable Changsheng. Indeed, it is also a blessing for my Fox clan. Without the venerable Changsheng, we would likely have vanished from Hongjun by now. Little Su Su, I am sorry. We should not have bullied you before. In that moment, the members of the Qingqiu Fox clan expressed their gratitude. Little Su Su, you go talk with the clan members first. I will go find that innate fire or vein. Lin Changsheng set little Su Su down and then vanished from the spot. Clan leader, we must seize the opportunity when it arises. Indeed, Elder Changsheng possesses formidable strength and an untainted gaze, making him the most suitable companion for the clan leader. It is evident that the clan leader harbors feelings for Elder Changsheng, as reflected in their countenance. Once Lin Changsheng departed, the members of the Qingqiu clan began to murmur amongst themselves, having discerned their leader's intentions. They unanimously supported Elder Changsheng, recognizing his immense power and the strikingly handsome appearance he would assume after transformation. Rest assured, I am well aware of the situation, Lin Changsheng assured them. However, little Su Su was on the verge of departure and felt a pang of reluctance. Su Luo cradled little Su Su in her arms, expressing her reluctance to part ways. The other members of the clan approached to congratulate Su Su, understanding that her path alongside Elder Changsheng would undoubtedly be promising. Unbeknownst to Lin Changsheng, who had already arrived at the lair of the fire ancestor, his thoughts were occupied with the matter at hand. With his divine sense, he discovered a small section of innate fire or vein, and to his delight, it was of the highest quality. This would enable the creation of a 5-element sword diagram capable of unleashing unparalleled might. He employed his supreme powers to extract this precious or vein. Once this task was accomplished, Lin Changsheng surveyed the fire ancestor's abode, only to find it lacking in wealth. He could scarcely comprehend how the fire ancestor had achieved the status of a primordial golden immortal without any resources to his name. Should the fire ancestor hear this, he would surely be aghast. Do you think everyone possesses the eye of insight to plunder at will? The fire ancestor had exhausted all his resources in his pursuit of becoming a primordial golden immortal. Who would speak for those who are remnants of vanquished demonic beings? Having confirmed the absence of valuable items, Lin Changsheng returned to the Qingqiu Fox clan. Little Su Su, are you ready? He inquired directly, realizing he had lingered longer than intended, and it was time to embark once more. Taoist, I find it hard to part from the clan leader and the others. Little Su Su admitted, her youth rendering her heart still tender. In her mind, cultivation paled in comparison to the importance of family. Little Su Su, your clan leader and kin feel the same for you. Yet, only by following Taoist Changsheng in your cultivation can you attain your path. Once your strength grows, you may return to visit us. Su Luo, being the clan leader, recognized the gravity of the situation. If little Su Su remained with them, she might never achieve her potential. Very well, little Su Su acquiesced, leaping onto Lin Changsheng's shoulder, her pure white head lifting slightly. Lin Changsheng found her demeanor amusing, sensing her reluctance to shed tears. Initially intent on departing without further ado, Lin Changsheng paused to address Su Luo. Taoist, what lies ahead for your clan? What lies ahead? Su Luo pondered, uncertain. She wished to leave this place and find a new sanctuary for her people, yet with calamities looming, where could they find refuge? Should they remain, another fire ancestor might arise, and without Lin Changsheng's protection, what would become of them? Sensing their plight, Lin Changsheng remarked, I share a bond with little Su Su and would not want her to discover her clan has vanished after her cultivation succeeds. Allow me to arrange a formation for you. Upon hearing this, Su Luo's eyes lit up. Taoist Changsheng, you truly can set formations? Lin Changsheng nodded. Gather some materials from your clan. I shall establish a 4 symbols infinite ceiling formation and teach you the methods for entry and exit. This way, your kin may remain secure within. He elucidated the details of the formation to Su Luo, leaving the decision to proceed in her hands. The Qingqiu Fox clan seeks only a tranquil existence for cultivation. Even isolation would be acceptable, she replied, offering no objections. Although it was a ceiling formation, as long as there was a means of entry and exit, it sufficed. Very well, Lin Changsheng said, and proceeded to weave the threads of the formation, enveloping the entire Qingqiu realm in a translucent barrier akin to an eggshell. To breach this 4 symbols infinite ceiling formation would require at least the strength of a mid-stage primordial immortal. After contemplating, Lin Changsheng added a sky-blocking formation to conceal it from the scrutiny of powerful beings. With these measures in place, he felt assured in his journey to the southern continent. Taoist Changsheng, wait. Su Luo called out, halting him. As he prepared to depart for the southern continent, Lin Changsheng turned, puzzled. What is it, Taoist? Pray tell. Does Taoist Changsheng have a companion in the path? Su Luo inquired directly. Being practitioners of the Tao, there was no need for circumspection. Lin Changsheng was taken aback by her question. Upon closer inspection, Su Luo radiated an ethereal beauty reminiscent of a celestial being, exuding an aura that was both alluring and pure. Yet, his focus was solely on his cultivation. Women only serve to impede my progress, he replied earnestly. If one cannot pursue the great Tao, they are destined to vanish into the ether. I understand your sentiments, Taoist, he continued. Only by attaining the eternal path can one achieve transcendence and immortality. Otherwise, we are but fleeting visitors in this world. With a gentle smile, Lin Changsheng bid farewell and vanished from the Qingxiu realm. Su Luo gazed after him, admiring his lofty aspirations. I cannot measure up to him. To aspire to be his companion is but a foolish dream. Yet, his image would likely linger in her heart. Upon exiting the Qingxiu domain, Lin Changsheng soon felt the oppressive heat in the air. He had arrived at the southern continent. Little Susu had been safely tucked away within the herb diagram. Gaining insight into a cultivation method would not be an overnight endeavor, and he could only wait until they returned to Punglai Island to discuss it further. Utilizing the hints provided by the Eye of Insight, Lin Changsheng commenced his search for various spiritual materials on the southern continent. Now at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, he needed to refine a 7-turn golden pill to significantly enhance his chances of breaking through to the primordial golden immortal level. The southern continent was known for a unique spiritual material called fire phoenix grass, a key ingredient for the 7-turn golden pill. With this in mind, Lin Changsheng set off to seek resources. Compared to the western continent, the southern continent boasted a wealth of resources. Hint: a medicinal garden lies 450,000 kilometers ahead, abundant in fire phoenix grass and other spiritual materials. A medicinal garden, Lin Changsheng mused as he halted. It was likely a place cultivated by human hands. After a moment of consideration, he resolved to investigate further. If I could exchange some items for a return, I would be quite amenable to the idea. With such thoughts in mind, Lin Changsheng soared forward. Before long, he caught a whiff of the enchanting fragrance of spiritual materials and herbs. Before his eyes lay an expansive and meticulously organized medicinal garden, brimming with a variety of spiritual flora. Thanks to diligent care, many of the well-aged plants thrived splendidly. Lin Changsheng even spotted several specimens required for the 7th transformation golden elixir. However, he refrained from plucking them, for as he had surmised, this garden was cultivated by human hands. At that moment, upon his entrance, a divine consciousness locked onto him and swiftly approached. Soon, a composed man clad in blue appeared before him. Greetings, fellow cultivator, the blue-clad man said, bowing politely upon seeing Lin Changsheng. This unexpected courtesy momentarily took Lin Changsheng aback, but he promptly returned the gesture. Greetings to you as well. In the desolate wilderness of the primordial world, encounters often devolved into violent skirmishes, where mere words could lead to death. Hence, finding someone so courteous upon intruding into another's medicinal garden was indeed a rarity. May I inquire whence you hail and to where you journey? The blue-clad man asked with a smile. I come from the western continent, passing through the southern continent, ultimately aiming for the eastern continent. There is nothing particularly secretive about it. After exploring the eastern continent, I plan to visit the Sun Star and the Moon Star, where the Fusong Divine Tree and the Laurel Divine Tree reside. Should I acquire some primordial essence there, I could gain 2 disciples with exceptional potential. Furthermore, I cannot overlook Dijuan and Tai. If all goes well, my Punglai Island would soon resemble a miniature version of the primordial world. Just imagine the scene when my disciples encounter Tai and Dijuan, only to recognize each other as long-lost brothers. The mere thought brings a mischievous delight. Such musings were but fleeting thoughts for Lin Changsheng. Although the essence he sought might originate from them, there existed no causal connection between them. Just then, the blue-clad man, his voice tinged with envy, remarked, I truly envy your unfettered freedom. Following this, he could not help but sigh. As cultivators, we are taught to pursue our heart's desires. What grounds do you have to envy? Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. You speak wisely. Yet, the ties of cause and effect in this world often make it challenging to pursue one's true desires, the blue-clad man said with a wry smile, shaking his head. Lin Changsheng merely smiled in silence. After a brief pause, the blue-clad man turned his gaze back to Lin Changsheng. I observe that you seem interested in these spiritual materials. Indeed, I have come for that purpose. If you would be willing to part with the fire phoenix grass, I would be happy to exchange it for spiritual treasures or other spiritual materials, Lin Changsheng stated directly. Fire phoenix grass? Are you perhaps a master alchemist? The blue-clad man asked, suddenly excited. Not quite a master, merely someone who occasionally concocts elixirs, Lin Changsheng replied modestly. If he could not be called a master of alchemy, then in the current primordial realm, few could dare to claim such a title. Upon hearing Lin Changsheng's words, the blue-clad man's eyes brightened with surprise. I did not expect to encounter a kindred spirit today. My passion lies in the art of alchemy, yet I have struggled to grasp its essence. Might you consider visiting my cave for a discussion? Of course, the fire phoenix grass shall be a token of my gratitude, the blue-clad man said eagerly. Then with a swift motion, summoned all the fire phoenix grass from the garden to float before Lin Changsheng. Are you not concerned that I might simply take the fire phoenix grass and flee? Lin Changsheng mused, considering the blue-clad man's navet. After just a brief conversation, he was so generous as to offer the fire phoenix grass, displaying remarkable hospitality. I see in you a noble demeanor and an innate grace that is certainly not befitting that of a petty rogue, the blue-clad man replied with a smile. All right, your flattery is making me blush. Let these few fire phoenix grass serve as tuition. Lin Changsheng accepted with ease, recognizing that to refuse further would be impolite. Please, after you. Chapter 81, Guidance in Alchemy. Lin Changsheng followed the blue-clad man into his cave abode. Aside from the occasional sighting of failed elixirs, the interior was clean and unpretentious. My cave is rather humble. I hope you will not find it lacking, the blue-clad man said with a smile. What you say is misguided. As cultivators, we do not concern ourselves with such trivialities, Lin Changsheng remarked, reflecting on the fact that he himself did not possess a formal cave residence. He practiced wherever he found himself, even on Penglai Island, where he trained in any available space. Once he unlocked the talents befitting a Hongjun golden immortal, it would be time to establish a proper abode. Haha, I knew I had not misjudged you. How remiss of me not to introduce myself earlier. I am Lin Changsheng of the Ice Phoenix clan. Oh, so you are Lin Changsheng. You may refer to me as Changsheng, Lin Changsheng replied, also introducing himself. He was not surprised that Lin Changsheng belonged to the Ice Phoenix clan. Who else could cultivate such a vast medicinal garden in the southern continent, but the Phoenix clan? Changsheng, what do you think of this elixir I have crafted? Lin Changsheng asked, eagerly presenting a dragon eye-sized pill. This is a calm heart pill, made from a recipe I fortuitously obtained. I would value your opinion. Lin Changsheng smiled gently as he accepted the pill, enveloping it with his divine sense. He began to analyze its components. With his current understanding of the alchemical path, he quickly discerned the purpose of the calm heart pill. It served as an aid for cultivation, promoting tranquility and focus when taken in advance. If the user possessed keen insight, there was a certain probability of entering a state of sudden enlightenment. Lin Changsheng's words instantly invigorated Lin Changsheng. I am truly impressed. I did not expect you to grasp the function of the calm heart pill with just a glance and a sniff. Lin Changsheng had relied solely on his own explorations in alchemy, as there were no clan members adept in this field to share insights with him. Thus, witnessing Lin Changsheng's expertise sparked immense interest within him. Seeing this, Lin Changsheng smiled softly. The ingredients for the calm heart pill should include ice, fire soulflower, and water. He listed over a dozen spiritual materials essential for crafting the calm heart pill, not out of vanity, but as a reflection of his commitment to the task at hand. This was Lin Changsheng's principle. One must strive when the time calls for it. If someone sought to take his life, they must be prepared to meet their end. Yet, should one treat him with respect, he would reciprocate in kind. Impressive. Your mastery of alchemy undoubtedly surpasses mine, Lin Changsheng exclaimed. What do you think of the elixir I have crafted? An expert can discern the quality of a product with but a single glance. And Lin Changsheng's previous observations had confirmed all of Lin Changsheng's ingredients were indeed accurate. This completely won over Lin Changsheng's heart and mind. The Taoist Lin Changsheng, capable of independently exploring and concocting such elixirs, must possess the caliber of a third-tier alchemist. A third-tier alchemist corresponds to the realm of xianxia. The grade of elixirs one can refine is indicative of their alchemical tier. Lin Changsheng is currently able to concoct elixirs of the great Luo golden immortal realm, thus placing him at the 6th tier. However, I must speak candidly. This particular elixir ranks at the bottom among third-tier elixirs. Lin Changsheng shifted his tone, speaking plainly. Oh, I would be grateful if you could impart your wisdom, Changsheng Taoist. Upon hearing Lin Changsheng's remarks about his most prized elixir, Lin Changsheng exhibited no trace of indignation. Instead, he bowed sincerely. There is no need for such formalities, my friend. Since I have accepted your fire phoenix grass, I am naturally obliged to contribute my share. Lin Changsheng was quite pleased with Lin Changsheng's demeanor. Subsequently, he elaborated on the critical aspects to consider when refining the tranquility pill. With his extensive knowledge of alchemy and experience, even without prior practice, the crafting of a third-tier elixir, which is scarcely worthy of the golden core classification, came effortlessly to him. Insufficient alchemical fire, improper timing for the fusion of medicinal liquids. After listening, Lin Changsheng unexpectedly seated himself on the ground and began to meditate. Before long, he astonishingly produced an alchemical furnace and commenced the refinement. Truly befitting of the Phoenix clan, this furnace was an innate mid-grade spiritual treasure. Lin Changsheng, not in a hurry to urge him, opted to enter a meditative state himself. After an indeterminate period, Lin Changsheng's hearty laughter roused him from his contemplation. Under Lin Changsheng's guidance, Lin Changsheng had finally succeeded in refining the tranquility pill. The current iteration gleamed more brightly than the previous one, and merely placing it near his nose brought a sense of tranquility to his primordial spirit and clarity of thought. While it may not induce a state of sudden enlightenment, it certainly aids in focus cultivation. I did it. I have finally succeeded. Changsheng Daoist, I have achieved it. Lin Changsheng exclaimed joyfully. Congratulations, my friend. Lin Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. Lin Changsheng indeed possessed a certain innate talent for alchemy. Otherwise, he would not have grasped the subtleties so swiftly. After the initial excitement, Lin Changsheng gazed earnestly at Lin Changsheng and bowed, expressing his gratitude for the guidance he had received. Though we share no master-disciple bond, the assistance you provided today shall not be forgotten. Lin Changsheng accepted this with grace, remaining silent. The earlier fire phoenix grass was no longer sufficient to repay the favor. Daoist, tell me, what other spiritual materials do you require? I cannot speak for other matters, but I can certainly procure the spiritual materials for you, Lin Changsheng assured, patting his chest. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony, Lin Changsheng replied without pretense, listing the remaining spiritual materials he needed. After a moment's thought, he also mentioned the other 4 divine ores required for the refinement of the 5 elements sword diagram. The spiritual materials you seek are exceedingly rare. Finding them will not be an easy task, Lin Changsheng stated. Fear not. Grant me some time, and I shall certainly procure them for you. As for the superior 5-element divine ores you mentioned, I am afraid I cannot assist with that. However, I have heard that Lord Yuanfeng possesses a fragment of innate supreme grade Jimu divine ore. Alas, I cannot meet with Lord Yuanfeng, Lin Changsheng lamented, shaking his head. That is of no consequence. The fact that you can help me find those spiritual materials is already commendable, Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. Innate divine ores are plentiful in the primordial continent. It merely requires a bit of time to locate them. By the way, Lin Changsheng suddenly recalled something and hurriedly continued. Changsheng Daoist, I have a method that could help you acquire that supreme grade divine ore. There is even a plant of the undying divine phoenix grass. Undying divine phoenix grass. Lin Changsheng was taken aback. While it was one thing to locate an innate supreme grade Jimu divine ore, as he previously thought, it merely required some time. However, the undying divine phoenix grass was an entirely different matter. This was a plant of innate supreme grade spiritual herb, known for its extraordinary effects. How could Lin Changsheng possibly possess such a treasure? Lin Changsheng found it hard to believe. Pray, enlighten me further, he urged. Chapter 82. Yuanfeng's Machinations. Deciding to participate in the battle of magic. The undying divine phoenix grass is an innate supreme grade spiritual herb, said to possess immortal properties. Even consuming it raw can render one undying and imperishable. Of course, this is merely a rumor, and while it may be somewhat exaggerated, it indeed possesses such efficacy. Regardless of the severity of one's injuries, consuming just one can lead to a rebirth from the ashes. It is said to grow in the deepest recesses of the undying volcano. To obtain it, one must first endure the extreme temperatures of the magma beneath the volcano. Such scorching heat would incinerate anyone below the Great Luo realm. This is merely one of the conditions for the growth of the undying divine phoenix grass. Additionally, there exists an even more stringent requirement, the absorption of the Taoist rhythm during the phoenix's rebirth. Only through the continuous absorption of this Taoist rhythm, over the span of countless eons, can the undying divine phoenix grass possibly flourish. Furthermore, this singular herb is nurtured by the heavens and earth. Once harvested, it ceases to exist. This is the reason for Lin Changsheng's skepticism regarding Lin Changsheng's claim to possess it. Lin Changsheng, discerning the doubt in Lin Changsheng's expression, reassured him. My friend, do not be hasty. Allow me to elaborate. Currently, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Xilan clans are collaborating vigorously, each tribe amassing strength. Notably, the beginning Xilan and Ancestral Dragon are already in the process of nurturing their offspring. Meanwhile, our Lord Yuanfeng has remained in seclusion, making no mention of matters concerning a partner. This has caused considerable anxiety among the clan leaders, who have united to apply pressure on Lord Yuanfeng. Despite her formidable prowess, even Lord Yuanfeng cannot withstand the pressure from the clan leaders and ultimately conceded, agreeing to select a suitable candidate from the younger generation to accompany her in the pursuit of the Tao. Lin Changsheng spoke with a hint of longing. What Lin Changsheng said was not without merit. The beginning Xilan and Ancestral Dragon were indeed in the midst of nurturing their young. This served both to enhance the fortunes of their clans and as a contingency plan. For instance, the 4 non-attributes nurtured by the beginning Xilan were ultimately entrusted to the Primordial Heavenly Venerable. While they may merely serve as the steed of the Primordial Heavenly Venerable, they nonetheless ensure the continuation of the Qilin clan's bloodline. Lin Changsheng, opting not to interject, patiently awaited Lan Qing's continuation. The rules set forth by Lord Yuanfeng this time surprised the clan leaders. Each participant from the younger generation must enlist a helper, who cannot be from the Phoenix clan. The two must form a pair, and only victorious pairs may advance. The ultimate victor will become Lord Yuanfeng's partner, with the undying divine phoenix grass offered as a reward for those who successfully recruit a helper. Lan Qing sighed in resignation. He had long preferred to seclude himself within his cave, engrossed in alchemy, and thus had not cultivated many acquaintances. If he were to count, he could only name 2 or 3, including the recently met Lin Changsheng. Moreover, none of them were particularly strong. Now it makes sense, Lin Changsheng finally comprehended. Lord Yuanfeng truly exhibited great magnanimity by offering the undying divine phoenix grass as a reward. Or perhaps this is a trap laid by Yuanfeng. Lin Changsheng furrowed his brow slightly. Assisting the younger generation of the Phoenix clan in battle, with the ultimate victor obtaining the undying divine phoenix grass, such a price is exorbitant. The Phoenix clan, ruling over the southern continent and commanding the avian races, undoubtedly possesses considerable resources. Casually presenting a few treasures would suffice. However, the emergence of the undying divine phoenix herb is particularly intriguing. Could it be that Yuanfeng is engaging in a ruse? A bold thought took root in Lin Changsheng's mind. Indeed, the ominous atmosphere of calamity has been gradually intensifying. Yuanfeng must have sensed the arduousness of cultivating fate and thus began to prepare contingency measures. The undying divine phoenix herb, when consumed raw, can merely heal one on the brink of death, failing to maximize its inherent value. To truly harness its worth, it must be refined into elixirs. And who, if not myself, is the most renowned alchemist in the vast wilderness at present? Since they are unable to trace my whereabouts, could it be that Yuanfeng intends to lure me out with the undying divine phoenix herb? She must have taken note of the recent surge of merit descending upon the western continent. She is wagering that I would journey to the southern continent, banking on my discovery of this information. This is indeed a clever stratagem. Such is the advantage of a solid foundation, with a clear mind. Any conspiracy can be unraveled with a modicum of contemplation. Dear friend Changsheng, there is no need for concern. Should the undying divine phoenix herb elude us, it is of little consequence. As long as you join me in this endeavor, I shall certainly enlist the clan leader's assistance to procure that segment of the innate premium wood mine, Lan Qing stated with a smile. He had no intention of participating in this contest, for his passion lies in the study of alchemy, rendering his cultivation level rather modest. Only at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, with combat prowess that is merely mediocre, rather than endure a beating in the contest. He would find solace in refining elixirs here. Were it not for Lin Changsheng's desire for the innate premium mine, he would not have broached the subject. Has not Yuanfeng's stipulation thus deprived us of the chance for fair combat? The stronger the allies summoned, the better. Surely, you need not even lift a finger? Lin Changsheng inquired, somewhat perplexed. This seemed overly transparent. It appears that even in the vast wilderness, the pressures of marriage remain a significant burden for Yuanfeng. The esteemed Lady Yuanfeng has stated that forming connections with formidable individuals is also a matter of personal fortune. Thus fairness is moot. Naturally, there are limitations on the strength of summoned allies. The strongest cannot exceed the early stage of the primordial golden immortal. I see, Lin Changsheng nodded, falling into contemplation. He indeed coveted the undying divine phoenix herb and the innate premium Bing would mine. Particularly, the undying divine phoenix herb holds immense potential for awakening sentience. By that time, I could acquire a disciple of extraordinary potential. However, such actions may undoubtedly draw Yuanfeng's attention, based on the current trajectory of the vast wilderness. With the 3 clans not yet at the brink of decisive battle, their strength should hover around the mid-stage of the primordial golden immortal. Even if Yuanfeng were to see through my intentions, I would surely be able to extricate myself using my abilities. With that in mind, I shall play the role of the fish this time. I am curious to see what contingencies Yuanfeng has prepared. After all, as one with a flawless body, even if I am entangled with the Phoenix clan, I shall not be subject to karmic repercussions. Having resolved these thoughts, Lin Changsheng turned to Lan Qing. Since you have extended the invitation, I am eager to witness the prowess of the Phoenix clan. Should the outcome be unexpected, do prepare yourself psychologically. Upon hearing this, Lan Qing chuckled heartily. Dear friend Changsheng, we shall at most be the underdogs. Your notion of an unexpected outcome cannot possibly entail defeating all adversaries, can it? I can only say you are woefully unaware of my combat capabilities. Moreover, it is said that many clan members have secured the assistance of formidable primordial golden immortal allies. Lin Changsheng smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Having decided to participate, he was indeed aiming for the undying divine phoenix herb. Oh no, I nearly forgot. Today is the day of the contest. Dear friend Changsheng, let us hasten to the Undying Fire Mountain. Chapter 83. The contest commences, arriving just in time. The Undying Fire Mountain has always been Yuan Feng's retreat. Yet today, she remarkably refrained from secluding herself. It was not due to a lack of desire, but rather the incessant prodding from the clan's leaders and elders had become unbearable. What of bearing offspring? Without the path to enlightenment, under the weight of calamity, one would still be reduced to ashes, repaying karmic debts. Yuan Feng gazed at the figures at the foothills of the Undying Fire Mountain, unable to suppress a sigh. Overwhelmed by the persistent urging from the elders and clan leaders, she reluctantly acquiesced to the so-called selection of a partner. However, it merely served as an opportunity for Yuan Feng to remain vigilant. If she could encounter that enigmatic alchemist, perhaps the Phoenix clan would yet find a glimmer of hope. This individual is shrouded in mystery, with no information available for divination. Although he has just ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal, his current cultivation should not exceed the primordial level. Yet, the disturbances he caused in the Western continent were far from trivial. Initially, Yuan Feng assumed it was merit accrued from slaying ferocious beasts. However, after several instances of merit descending upon the Western continent, the situation has become quite intriguing. Furthermore, Yuan Feng was also aware of Hongjun's journey to the west with the Yinyang ancestor and others. If it were indeed the machinations of Luo Hu, then Hongjun and his companions would certainly not have departed unscathed. Hence, correlating these occurrences with the calamity of ferocious beasts, Yuan Feng has ample reason to suspect that this mysterious alchemist may very well arrive in the Western continent. It is for this reason that she announced the Undying Divine Phoenix herb as a reward for the victor. After all, for an alchemist, the Undying Divine Phoenix herb is an irresistible innate premium spiritual herb, especially since this particular herb has absorbed her own Tao rhythm from several instances of rebirth. Now possessing a degree of sentience, were it not for the need to retain a true ace up her sleeve, she would not have presented the Undying Divine Phoenix herb. I hope this mysterious alchemist will decide to participate. Lady Yuan Feng, preparations below are nearly complete. We ought to descend, Qing Wan whispered beside her. Yuan Feng nodded and, with a single step, vanished from her location. When she reappeared, she was already at the foot of the Undying Fire Mountain. Upon her arrival, the clan leaders and the younger generation of various clans all bowed in respect, including those summoned from outside. Let us commence, Yuan Feng's icy voice resonated. Her phoenix eyes scanned the surroundings, searching for the figure of the mysterious alchemist. The younger generation of the Phoenix clan, unaware of Yuan Feng's intent gaze, stood tall and proud. After a cursory glance, a flicker of disappointment crossed Yuan Feng's eyes. Although the summoned allies were decent, with a few being at the early stage of the primordial golden immortal, they were not the individuals she sought. I am Huoguang of the Fire Phoenix clan, and this is my companion, Daoist Xinyu, a fully realized great Luo golden immortal. Which clansman shall step forth to engage in the contest? Huoguang, along with a stern-faced, fully realized great Luo golden immortal, soared into the void. I have heard of this Daoist Xinyu. Though he is a great Luo golden immortal, his strength is formidable, particularly with his innate treasure, the black feather Dharma circle, which can corrupt the treasures of others and taint their primordial spirits, a truly formidable force. Indeed, one must wonder what Lady Yuan Feng is contemplating. Does this not guarantee victory by inviting allies of the primordial golden immortal level? The younger generation of the Phoenix clan, most of whom are merely at the great Luo golden immortal level, mused. Even if they were to emerge victorious, the outcome would still depend on the combat abilities of their summoned allies. However, against any formidable early-stage Hongyuan Golden Immortal, they found themselves utterly at a loss. Lord Yuan Feng was not concerned with the contest of martial prowess or the selection of a companion. Her sole desire was to avoid further insistence from us, the elder generation. Upon overhearing the discussions of these younger individuals, an elder from the older generation could not help but interject. During their exchange, the younger generation of the Golden Phoenix clan had already surged forward. Both he and Huoguang possessed the consummate cultivation of the great Luo Golden Immortal. In an instant, they unleashed their magical duels. Though their strikes were measured, each aspired to become Yuan Feng's companion. Thus, they employed their most formidable techniques right from the outset. As for the invited aides, they too were at the pinnacle of the great Luo Golden Immortal. While there had been some Hongyuan Golden Immortals invited to assist, they were indeed a minority. Given the profound entanglements among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, those who could not bear the weight of such karma would find it detrimental to their path. Thus, those who dared to participate were either facing a deadly tribulation or were drawn by the allure of resources. Yuan Feng merely cast a glance before retracting her gaze. Despite the fervor of their combat, Her keen insight immediately discerned that Huoguang's team was poised to emerge victorious, particularly due to the impressive artifact wielded by Taoist Xinyu. With the opponent stripped of the advantage of their spiritual treasure, compounded by the taint upon their primordial spirit, their magical powers were difficult to wield. The outcome was merely a matter of time. Indeed, reality unfolded as Yuan Feng had surmised, and soon a victor was declared. Huoguang and Taoist Xinyu claimed triumph. Although the younger generation of the Golden Phoenix clan was reluctant to accept this outcome, they had no choice but to acquiesce. Subsequently, other young members of the Phoenix clan stepped forward to duel, yet they too fell to Huoguang's team. After consecutively engaging in battle with 3 clans, Huoguang and his companions began to feel the strain and opted to meditate and recover. This was permissible under the rules, otherwise, even the mightiest of warriors would be worn down in a relentless succession of battles. Once rested, Huoguang and Taoist Xinyu resumed their duel. Armed with Taoist Xinyu's artifact, they continued to triumph over 3 more challengers, leaving only 3 groups remaining. However, each of these groups contained a formidable Hongyuan Golden Immortal. Thus, despite their numerous victories, Huoguang's countenance remained grave. Taoist Xinyu, the next opponents are those 3 early-stage Hongyuan Golden Immortals. Do you feel confident? Huoguang transmitted telepathically. With my Black Feather Law Circle, I can barely hold them at bay, Taoist Xinyu responded. Huoguang, you must seek a swift resolution, and then we shall combine our strengths to vanquish them. Has your clan lent you the innate supreme spiritual treasure for this endeavor? Taoist Xinyu inquired. His choice to assist Huoguang was undoubtedly motivated by the prospect of acquiring the undying divine phoenix grass. Should he obtain it, he believed he could ascend to the next level and achieve the Hongyuan state. Were it not for Huoguang's promise that his clan would provide him with the use of innate supreme spiritual treasures, Taoist Xinyu would not dare take such a risk. Rest assured, the spiritual treasure is in my possession. In an unexpected move, we shall undoubtedly achieve swift success, Huoguang replied, brimming with confidence. Good. Taoist Xinyu felt a renewed sense of assurance. Which other clansmen wished to engage in battle? Huoguang called out boldly, though his gaze was fixed on the remaining 3 opponents. Defeating them would secure his place as Lord Yuanfeng's companion, allowing him not only to embrace a beauty, but also to jointly comprehend the great Tao, promising a bright future. Yet, Yuanfeng's delicate brows furrowed in discontent. She had just scrutinized the remaining 3 early-stage Hongyuan Golden Immortals with her divine sense, and found none of them to be her desired candidates. Could it be that the enigmatic alchemist had not arrived in the southern continent? Or perhaps he had seen through her ploy and dared not participate in the duel. Yuan Feng felt a profound disappointment wash over her, and she turned to leave the scene. Waiting here for someone who would not arrive felt like a waste of time. Just then, a voice echoed from afar. The Ice Phoenix clan's Lin Changsheng, accompanied by Taoist Changsheng, comes forth to challenge in combat. Chapter 84 Apologies, Taoist Changsheng. Our voices were too loud just now. Lin Changsheng of the Ice Phoenix clan? All the Phoenix clan members present turned their attention toward the Ice Phoenix clan. If memory serves, someone from the Ice Phoenix clan had already engaged in battle. It was not that a single clan was permitted only one participant. Rather, the mightiest among them, Lin Bing, had already faced defeat, and now Lin Changsheng sought to enter the fray. Lin Changsheng was known to be somewhat lackadaisical about cultivation. Having barely attained the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, spending his days holed up in his cave studying alchemy. While alchemists were highly respected, only those of great renown were truly valued. To dare to engage in battle at the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal was audacious. Did he perhaps invite an early-stage Hongyuan Golden Immortal as a helper? If that were the case, it would be comprehensible. Yuan Feng, who had initially intended to depart, paused. Gazing into the void, she noted something peculiar about this individual. Yet whether they were indeed different would require careful observation. Lord Yuan Feng, are you surprised by Lin Changsheng's participation in the duel? Qing Luan, who stood nearby, could not resist asking upon witnessing Yuanfeng's halt. Indeed, I am quite curious about the audacity that propels Lin Changsheng to come here. Soon, Lin Changsheng and Lin Changsheng appeared before them. However, upon realizing Lin Changsheng's cultivation level, they could not help but frown. Just a consummate great Luo Golden Immortal? It was not that a consummate great Luo Golden Immortal was weak, but at this moment, one at that level could not even contend with Huoguang and his companions. Was this not merely inviting discomfort for the Ice Phoenix clan? Lin Changsheng, what chaos are you trying to stir? Lin Bing's expression had already soured after losing the duel, and now Lin Changsheng's intent to continue fighting was tantamount to slapping his face. Perhaps this consummate great Luo Golden Immortal possessed exceptional strength, enough to dominate both of us? The Taoist who had been invited by Lin Bing scoffed. Given that both of their consummate great Luo Golden Immortals had faced defeat, it was indeed a farce for a late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal and a consummate one to dare engage in combat. Lin Changsheng, do not act rashly. This sort of duel is not one you can partake in, the clan leader of the Ice Phoenix admonished sternly. Leader, let me give it a try. If I am no match, I will withdraw, Lin Changsheng assured, fully aware of his own limitations. However, in a bid to assist Lin Changsheng in speaking favorably before the clan leader, he steeled himself for the challenge. Do you truly think I am oblivious to your capabilities? One Huoguang alone could handle the two of you. Do not go forth and humiliate yourself. The Ice Phoenix clan leader shook his head. Lin Changsheng remained silent, casting a glance at Lin Changsheng before soaring into the void. What a truly unique individual, Lin Changsheng sighed inwardly. Although their acquaintance was brief, Lin Changsheng was aware of his own combat prowess, yet still chose to step forward to duel. In this vast wilderness, such a courageous spirit was undoubtedly rare. Putting aside his scattered thoughts, Lin Changsheng also ascended into the void. Lin Changsheng, even you cannot resist the allure of becoming Lord Yuanfeng's companion? Huoguang chuckled. In the present tumultuous era, the Phoenix clan remains remarkably united internally. Although occasional skirmishes arise, they are invariably restrained. Brother Huoguang, please refrain from mocking me. This time, I intend to seize the opportunity afforded by the duel to petition Lord Yuanfeng for a mining vein. Lin Changsheng responded with a knowing smile. Then you must perform exceptionally well. However, I shall show no mercy. With a hearty laugh, Huoguang initiated the assault. It must be said that Huoguang's ability to endure until now is indeed commendable. His opening move unleashed a formidable fire-based divine technique, meteoric fire rain. The sky blazed with crimson flames, raining down with terrifying force upon Huoguang and Lin Changsheng. Huoguang audaciously sought to vanquish Lin Changsheng and Lin Changsheng single-handedly. Facing a late-stage Deluo Golden Immortal and a perfected Deluo Golden Immortal, as if he were battling alone. Indeed, this divine technique of Huoguang's had previously defeated numerous clansmen. Perhaps Lin Changsheng felt that a loss would bring shame upon us, hence his presence to support us. Can it be understood in such a way? If so, I would surely be moved to tears. The spectators from the Phoenix clan had already concluded that Lin Changsheng's group would be defeated, and preparations for the subsequent duel among the clan were underway. Changsheng, allow me to take the lead. Lin Changsheng inhaled deeply and subsequently invoked his divine technique, Soaring Ice Phoenix. He unleashed an ice-based divine art, summoning a magnificent ice-blue phoenix that soared into the void, leaving a trail of icy crystals in its wake. However, with Lin Changsheng's keen eyesight, it was evident that this ice phoenix could not halt the oncoming meteor fire. Its power was simply too feeble. Nonetheless, Lin Changsheng refrained from intervening. Lin Changsheng possessed the right to act on his own. Even if he were to lose, it would be a failure within the context of the duel. The same could be said for the other Taoist, Xinyu, who also refrained from engaging, believing Huoguang alone was sufficient to handle both of them. Indeed, as anticipated by Lin Changsheng and all present, Lin Changsheng's combat prowess was inadequate. The Ice Phoenix, though formidable in appearance, was gradually melted away by the meteoric fire rain, ultimately evaporating into steam within the void. As his divine technique was dispelled, Lin Changsheng sustained some injuries under the pressure. Meanwhile, a significant portion of the meteor fire continued its relentless descent towards the two of them. Lin Changsheng, retreat. Lin Changsheng's calm voice resonated. Be cautious, Changsheng. If you find yourself outmatched, do not hesitate to withdraw. Lin Changsheng understood that this was not a time for bravado and fell back. The sea of flames surged. Lin Changsheng directly invoked the divine technique of the Fire Great Tao. However, rather than unleashing the full resonance of the Great Tao, he wielded the power of the fire laws to confront his adversary. Even so, Huoguang's comprehension of the fire laws was no match for Lin Changsheng's mastery. The searing sea of flames erupted with ferocity, utterly consuming Huoguang's meteoric fire rain. Following this, a fiery tongue lashed out towards Huoguang, swiftly engulfing him. The power of the fire laws was astonishing. Indeed, though both were perfected Deluo Golden Immortals, it appeared that Lin Changsheng's companion possessed a far deeper understanding of the fire laws, placing him on an entirely different echelon. Earlier, what was it that Lin Changsheng referred to him as? Changsheng, I apologize, my voice was too loud. Among those present, the weakest cultivators were late-stage Deluo Golden Immortals, and upon witnessing Lin Changsheng's display, they immediately recognized his combat strength was undoubtedly superior, at least stronger than Huoguang. Taoist Xinyu, act swiftly. Huoguang's urgent voice broke through the chaos of the fire sea. Despite his mastery over the fire laws, he remained unable to break free from this divine technique. It was not yet time to reveal his trump card. Thus he hastily urged Taoist Xinyu to take action. Chapter 85. Is Taoist Changsheng truly determined to forge ahead with my aid? With a single divine technique, Lin Changsheng had shattered Huoguang's meteoric fire rain. Furthermore, Huoguang was ensnared within the fire sea, unable to extricate himself, compelled to summon the assistance of the Taoist he had invited. Xinyu, no longer dismissive, summoned his life treasure, the Black Feather Law Circle. With this artifact, he had triumphed over numerous adversaries in duels. Should one be struck by his treasure, their primordial spirit would become muddled, and their mana would falter. The Black Feather Law Circle transformed into a massive black ring, hurtling towards Lin Changsheng. Although its powers remained unknown, Lin Changsheng could already sense the disorienting effects on his primordial spirit. Without a doubt, he understood that he must avoid being struck by this artifact, even if it was merely a treasure. Open the heavens, Lin Changsheng exclaimed. The power of the great Tao manifested as terrifying strength, causing his seemingly frail body to erupt with unparalleled might. Were it not for his insufficient body refinement, he would not have needed to rely on the strength of the great Tao. Nevertheless, bolstered by the power of the great Tao, he unleashed an ancient punch. Taoist Changsheng intends to withstand it with sheer physical strength? Could it be he has refined his body? The Black Feather Law Circle was at least a mid-grade innate spirit treasure. Should he fail to withstand it, he would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. However, this punch seemed to morph in myriad ways, imbued with profound mysteries, rendering even my keen perception unable to decipher its true nature. The brows of several primordial golden immortal clan leaders furrowed in concern. The profound mysteries at play, occurring within a perfected Deluo golden immortal, were indeed terrifying. The expressions of the remaining three observing factions grew gravely serious. They had initially anticipated that the victor would emerge from among their three groups, only to be confronted by the unexpected emergence of such a formidable perfected Deluo golden immortal. Yet, they were merely concerned. In terms of his current combat prowess, he was still insufficient to instill fear in these primordial golden immortals. Yuanfeng's beautiful eyes observed the punch with astonishment. Despite her mid-stage primordial golden immortal strength, she found this punch to be unfathomably profound, as if it contained boundless mysteries. Merely gazing upon it felt as though the very rules of the universe were unfolding, yet simultaneously being obliterated. Such contradictions led to an increasing discomfort within her heart. How could it be? He was merely a perfected Deluo golden immortal. How could he wield such terrifying divine techniques? Could he truly be the person she had been searching for? Yuanfeng's previously tranquil heart began to waver. Her captivating gaze remained fixed upon the battle unfolding in the void. Though the heavens mystery was powerful, Lin Changsheng's lower realm limited the full extent of its might to less than a tenth. Yet, this was more than sufficient to contend with a mid-grade innate spirit treasure. With a resounding crash, akin to two primordial divine mountains colliding, an ear-splitting sound erupted. Lan Qing, suspended in the void, felt a buzzing in his ears, a wave of nausea overwhelming him, prompting him to retreat continuously until the sensation eased. Upon regaining his focus, he was astounded to see the Black Feather Law Circle dimming, having been struck and sent flying by a single punch, accompanied by a faint sound of shattering. He quickly summoned back his spiritual treasure, gazing at the minuscule crack upon it, feeling an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Hastily retracting it into his body, he began to nurture it with his magical essence. Could it be that he had truly sent a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure flying with a mere punch? How terrifying! To what extent had his physical strength ascended? Surely it was not far off from that of the dragon race. At that moment, Huoguang finally burst forth from the sea of flames, a spiritual treasure hovering above his head, emanating supreme spiritual radiance. It was none other than the innate supreme spiritual treasure, the fire cloud banner of the Phoenix clan. The onlooking members of the Phoenix tribe gasped in astonishment. No wonder Huoguang showed no sign of retreat when faced with a Hongjun golden immortal. He possessed such a trump card. Unexpectedly, this suddenly appeared friend, Changsheng, had forced his hidden ace into the open. A commendable display of prowess, indeed. However, with the fire cloud banner in hand, no matter how formidable your abilities, they would not breach my defenses. Thus, it would be prudent for you to withdraw now. The early revelation of his trump card caught Huoguang off guard. Friend Changsheng, your objective has already been accomplished. With your recent display, securing a vein of, or should pose no challenge. Perhaps we should Lan Qing interjected. He was well aware of the fire cloud banner's might. It was capable of both offense and defense, being an innate supreme treasure. He worried that Lin Changsheng might sustain injuries during this contest of power. Lan Qing, one must seize the moment without hesitation. Prepare yourself to become the consort of the primordial phoenix, he proclaimed. The undying divine phoenix grass was a prize Lin Changsheng was determined to obtain. It was merely an innate supreme treasure. Moreover, judging by Huoguang's control over the spiritual treasure, it had yet to be fully refined. Even without employing the treasure, he had ways to breach its defenses. At that moment, Lan Qing felt overwhelmed, contemplating the prospect of becoming the consort of the primordial phoenix. I merely accompanied friend Changsheng for a brief visit. He actually intends to drag me along? Be cautious, Huoguang. Since Huaguang had offered a warning, Lin Changsheng had no desire to hold back. In that instant, he unleashed the technique of the celestial body's descent. Golden, silver, and purple lotuses took shape in the void, breathtakingly beautiful, as if they could absorb the very essence of all present. What is this divine ability? Why has my consciousness been drawn in so effortlessly? Indeed, this technique was fearsome. He could sense that should he be struck, his flesh and blood would be consumed, leaving no trace behind. All spectators marveled at the terrifying nature of this divine ability. Even the god-feather Taoist retreated to the sidelines, feeling the overwhelming dread it inspired. In the blink of an eye, the tricolored lotuses enveloped Huaguang within their grasp. The terrifying force wrapped around him, as if the void had erupted in a stunning display of fireworks. The infinite spiritual radiance and phenomena emanating from the fire cloud banner continuously shattered and reformed. Yet, it was evident to all that Huaguang could not withstand it any longer. I concede. A voice, pained and desperate, emerged from the center of the explosion. The agony of annihilation, the torment of soul corrosion, and the anguish of mental dissolution became unbearable for Huaguang. Lin Changsheng smiled lightly, retracting his divine ability, revealing the disheveled Huaguang, whose skeletal remains were now visible. Huaguang disregarded everything else and began to disperse the remnants of the divine ability within him. Lin Changsheng turned to the god-feather Taoist, who ultimately shook his head in surrender, conceding defeat. As Chapter 86 unfolded, the undying divine phoenix grass and the innate supreme, or vein, became apparent. Qing Ling, a formidable member of the Qing Feng clan, also a consummate Daoyuo Golden Immortal, appeared alongside the early-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal, the drywood Taoist, reputed to have attained enlightenment from a piece of withered wood. Upon their arrival, Lin Changsheng wasted no time. He unleashed the intent of the Sword of Extermination. A chilling sword light swept across 19 continents, its sword aura stretching across vast distances like an endless galaxy, enveloping Qing Ling and the drywood Taoist. This Changsheng is exceptionally powerful. He possesses such terrifying sword techniques. Indeed, even from a distance, one could feel that should they fall under this formidable sword intent, resistance would be futile. The reality was as the crowd anticipated. Qing Ling found it nearly impossible to withstand this terrifying sword intent and soon fell. As for the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, he managed to endure with the aid of his spiritual treasure. Yet, Lin Changsheng swiftly employed the second sword technique, the Slaughter Immortal, compelling the drywood Taoist, who had held on to a glimmer of hope, to concede as well. It was merely a contest of skill, not a life-and-death struggle. Moreover, it appeared Lin Changsheng had yet to exert his full strength, rendering further resistance unnecessary. Lan Qing had indeed befriended a powerful ally. It seemed that this time, friend Changsheng would carry the burden forward for Lan Qing. In the following rounds, although the remaining two groups were reluctant to concede, they only managed to endure until Lin Changsheng's fourth sword technique. No one had anticipated that what should have been a fiercely contested battle would turn into a one-sided affair, with a Daoyuo Golden Immortal emerging victorious over those they had never deemed formidable. Even the Hunyuan Golden Immortal was crushed by this consummate Daoyuo Golden Immortal. It was utterly inconceivable. Was there truly such power concealed within the primordial wilderness? Had Changsheng really triumphed? Lan Qing still found it hard to believe. A mere alchemist I casually befriended possesses such immense combat prowess? Am I truly to become the consort of the primordial phoenix? Lan Qing felt as if she were in a dream. At that moment, the aura of the primordial phoenix descended. Very well. Lan Qing shall enter the undying volcano with me to contemplate the great Tao. The rest may withdraw. Even the clan leaders dared not disobey the command of the primordial phoenix. Soon, all had retreated, leaving only Lan Qing and Lin Changsheng. The primordial phoenix, accompanied by the Qing Luan, appeared before them. I have met the primordial phoenix. Lan Qing hurriedly bowed in respect. Indeed, Lan Qing, you have performed admirably. The primordial phoenix regarded her before shifting her focus to Lin Changsheng. Even in close proximity, she sensed his extraordinary nature. Despite the calamities of the current era, it seemed they had left no mark upon him. Even while assisting Lan Qing in the Phoenix clan's contest, he had remained untouched. She felt assured of her judgment. Moreover, the primordial phoenix sensed a distinct aura of danger emanating from Lin Changsheng. It was notable that she was a mid-stage Hunyuan Golden Immortal, exponentially more powerful than those of the early stage. For a consummate Daoyuo Golden Immortal, to evoke such feelings was nothing short of astonishing. Thank you for your kind words, Primordial Phoenix. This success is largely due to friend Changsheng, Lan Qing replied, her cheeks flushed. Throughout the encounter, she had only executed one technique, easily countered by Huaguang, and had played little role in the victory, which Lin Changsheng had single-handedly secured. Qing Luan, please escort Lan Qing to the undying volcano. Yuan Feng nodded and instructed. Qing Yuan cast one last glance at Lin Changsheng before departing with Lan Qing. Farewell, Taoist Yuan Feng. Shouldn't you first bestow upon me my reward? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. You truly possess remarkable audacity, Yuan Feng replied with a light chuckle, producing the undying divine phoenix herb without hesitation and tossing it to Lin Changsheng. How refreshing. Lin Changsheng accepted the undying divine phoenix herb and scrutinized it closely. Within this innate superior spiritual herb, a shadow of a divine phoenix continuously manifested. A sense of affection emanated from the undying divine phoenix herb. It has actually awakened a spirit. Lin Changsheng's heart leapt with joy. This meant that the awakening of intelligence within the undying divine phoenix herb would occur significantly sooner. Yuan Feng's pupils involuntarily contracted at this revelation. The herb had only just been given to him, yet it exuded such familiarity. It undoubtedly harbored other secrets. Could you perhaps share your insights? Yuan Feng asked, observing Lin Changsheng accept the herb. What do you wish for me to disclose? The undying divine phoenix herb is merely my reward. However, if you truly desire knowledge from me, it is not impossible. I have heard you possess a segment of innate superior Jiamu divine mind. Lin Changsheng responded. This is hardly the time for pleasantries. If you wish to glean something from me, you must offer something in return. Without hesitation, Yuan Feng presented the segment of the mind and tossed it to Lin Changsheng. Upon inspection, Lin Changsheng confirmed it was indeed an innate superior mind. With this, he had now gathered 2 types of divine minds necessary for refining the 5 elements sword diagram. Only 3 more were needed to complete the diagram. Truth be told, you already possess the answer in your heart. Why inquire of me? After receiving the item, Lin Changsheng remarked casually. What Yuan Feng truly wished to know was merely the matter of fate and the path to enlightenment. The notion of achieving success through fate was utterly impossible. The 3 clans had divided the fortunes, and with Luo Ho and Hongjun covertly instigating calamities, how could success be attainable? It was evident that Shiqilin, Yuan Feng, and Zulong had already sensed this. Yet now, they had no avenue for retreat. They could only march forward into the abyss. Breaking through to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal and achieving enlightenment was their only glimmer of hope. Yuan Feng sighed inwardly upon hearing this. Yet, as Lin Changsheng surmised, she had no option for retreat. Even knowing the outcome, she had to press on with determination. Taoist, your capabilities are extraordinary. Calamities cannot befall you. And under the heavenly Tao, one cannot predict the future. Might you illuminate a path for my Phoenix clan? Yuan Feng inquired. She did not refute Lin Changsheng's words. A person capable of concocting pills and formulas that even the heavenly Tao would bestow merit upon, and who could achieve the 12th grade of the 3 flowers perfection, was no longer to be measured merely by realm. The heavenly Tao has awakened, and under the operation of its rules, I am powerless, Lin Changsheng replied coolly. Given his current strength, he indeed could not intervene. However, as you know, I am an alchemist. If I could obtain some spiritual materials or roots, I would be willing to assist you in preserving some bloodlines of the Phoenix clan during their final moments. Lin Changsheng shifted his tone. The Phoenix clan's ability to contend for supremacy in the Honghuang realm certainly required no elaboration. By the time the calamity concluded, preserving a portion of Yuan Feng's Phoenix bloodline would not pose much trouble. Of course, with Lin Changsheng having taken on disciples and acquired materials for a 7th turn golden pill, it was a profitable arrangement for him. I hope you will honor your promise. Grateful for Lin Changsheng's commitment, Yuan Feng produced some spiritual roots and materials to present to him. Even the meager offerings from the Phoenix clan's collection were substantial enough for Lin Changsheng's needs. After some idle chatter, Yuan Feng and Lin Changsheng found no useful information to extract. With matters concluded, I take my leave. Please extend my regards to Taoist Lan Qing. Lin Changsheng stated, untroubled by any hindrance from Yuan Feng, and departed the undying volcano. Chapter 87. Constructing a dream world on Shouyang Mountain. A small space for Taiji Laozu would suffice. Since Lin Changsheng's departure from the Phoenix clan, Yuan Feng announced an indefinite retreat for cultivation. As for Lan Qing, she was directly placed in the undying volcano for her training. She had no intention of choosing a partner. Rather than nurturing offspring as a contingency, she found greater meaning in diligent cultivation. Lan Qing shared this sentiment, appreciating the peace the undying volcano afforded for her studies in alchemy. Yet, Lin Changsheng had no mind to concern himself with such matters. He had once again arrived at the eastern continent. Utilizing the Eye of Insight, he commenced his search for various resources anew. Unbeknownst to him, decades slipped by in the blink of an eye. So this is Shouyang Mountain? Lin Changsheng halted, gazing up at the towering peak before him, unable to restrain his admiration. Shouyang Mountain was indeed an exceptional paradise, destined to be the sacred ground of Taiji Laozu and the origin of humankind. However, this Taiji Laozu was somewhat lacking in propriety, reaping the fortunes of humanity while neglecting their welfare. He imparted the golden pill Tao and then washed his hands of the matter. Even during humanity's most prosperous era, no Hongjun power emerged. Moreover, during the Wuzhu clan's ruthless slaughter of humanity to forge the Slaughter Wu sword, he even barred Nuwa from intervening. Thus, the thought of this premier paradise increasingly irritated Lin Changsheng. Do not let me discover your current whereabouts, else you shall face my wrath. Somewhere within Kunlun Mountain, amidst a grand innate restrictive array, 3 luminous orbs were positioned in a trinity formation. One of the orbs bore a mysterious yellow pagoda atop it, exuding an extraordinary aura. This was the 3 pure ones, and they were also caught in the throes of the Longhan primordial calamity, waiting for the opportune moment to emerge. The mysterious yellow pagoda was none other than the treasured pagoda of merit, the Linglong pagoda of heaven and earth. The identity of this luminous orb was unmistakable, Taiji Laozu. Suddenly, Taiji Laozu's orb contracted sharply. Dao brother, what has transpired? Yuan Shi sensed Taiji Laozu's unease and inquired hastily. Tong Tian also looked at Taiji Laozu with confusion. Strange. Just now, I experienced a foreboding sensation, as if a great terror were imminent. It was this very premonition that had caused a tremor in his primordial spirit. Great terror? Dao brother, we have yet to manifest, untouched by any karma. How could such terror arise? Yuan Shi questioned in bewilderment. Indeed. Furthermore, we are shielded by the innate restrictive array. There should be no danger. Tong Tian echoed, doubting the existence of any great terror. I cannot say for certain. Taiji Laozu sighed. Perhaps there is indeed some issue with my cultivation. What Taiji Laozu did not realize was that he had already caught Lin Changsheng's attention. At this moment, Lin Changsheng regarded Shouyang Mountain with a plan forming in his mind to construct a dream world atop this mountain. After all, Taiji Laozu had only taken in a single Xuandu Grandmaster. The dojo of 2 individuals need not encompass an entire mountain. Lin Changsheng smiled gently, and with a mere thought, summoned the innate treasure, the dream silk handkerchief, which unfolded to shower the surroundings with boundless spiritual light, creating a myriad of wondrous phenomena. Under the infusion of Lin Changsheng's formidable powers, the handkerchief swelled and expanded in the wind. However, Shouyang Mountain was indeed vast and majestic. And at his current level of cultivation, Lin Changsheng could not completely envelop the entire mountain. Fortunately, he had his own plans. If one dream realm was insufficient, he would construct multiple dream realms. In due time, when his cultivation reached a sufficient height, he could connect these realms together seamlessly. Soon, a considerable area of Shouyang Mountain was shrouded under his influence. Subsequently, the dream path began to manifest within the encompassed region. This time, Lin Changsheng deliberately created a version of Shouyang Mountain with sparse spiritual energy. As long as Taiji Laozu could not perceive his dream realm, he would be led to believe that the area was lacking in spiritual energy, unsuitable for establishing a dojo. Thus, Lin Changsheng busied himself searching for resources on Shouyang Mountain while simultaneously constructing his dream realm. His motivations were not solely for the sake of humanity. Rather, Shouyang Mountain was not a place of celestial destiny. Even if Taiji Laozu refrained from establishing a dojo there, it would not alter the trajectory of the primordial chaos. Therefore, as long as he left a small portion of land for Taiji Laozu, the latter should be content. Suddenly, the alert from the Eye of Insight brought joy to Lin Changsheng's countenance. He had finally discovered a large innate restriction. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurried towards the site of the innate restriction. Upon arrival, he beheld an exquisite, resplendent, innate formation inverted atop the mountains. What a formidable restriction! It is said that the human treasure, the Kongtong seal, was born amidst Shouyang Mountain. He wondered if it resided within this grand formation. Lin Changsheng's expression shifted as he commenced the process of deciphering the intricate formation. The Kongtong seal is an innate supreme spiritual treasure, the foremost treasure of humanity. Imbued with the laws of humanity, capable of suppressing the fortunes of the human race. Should he succeed in obtaining the Kongtong seal, Lin Changsheng could orchestrate the fate of humanity after Nuwa created mankind. Being one who traversed from the postnatal human realm, he held a profound sentiment for humanity. Thus, within the bounds of his capabilities, he naturally wished for the flourishing fortunes of the human race. With such thoughts, centuries passed, and Lin Changsheng finally succeeded in entering the innate restriction formation. The dense innate spiritual energy compelled him to inhale deeply. Various spiritual roots and materials were abundant all around. This is an innate medium-grade spiritual root, the grape tree. I'll take it. An innate superior-grade spiritual herb, the Tai dragon ginseng. I'll take that as well. As Lin Changsheng traversed the area, he gathered everything into the 100-herb diagram. He continued until he stumbled upon a mine vein towering above him. Is this Shouyang copper? Feeling the purest essence of the utmost yang energy, Lin Changsheng could not help but be moved. Shoyang copper is an exceedingly precious material for crafting in the primordial chaos. A mere hint of it can enhance the quality of a spiritual treasure. To his astonishment, before Lin Changsheng lay a complete vein of Shoyang copper. I shall take it. I shall take it. Henceforth, I shall never fear a lack of superior materials for crafting. After collecting the Shoyang copper, Lin Changsheng pressed further into the depths. Before long, he halted once more. Before him was a spiritual treasure radiating a misty, ethereal light. Could it be? Lin Changsheng gazed at the treasure in astonishment. Chapter 88. Obtaining the Kongtong Seal, Comprehending the Laws of Humanity. Within the vast confines of the innate restriction formation on Shoyang Mountain, Lin Changsheng halted, having gathered resources, and could not help but exclaim in awe at the sight before him. Is this the Kongtong Seal? Before him, a golden seal, perfectly square, floated in the void, emanating boundless primordial spiritual light. Intertwined dragons adorned the seal, while the four corners displayed the divine visages of the five sovereigns. Beneath the seal lay the symbols of the Tao, inscribed with the characters Kongtong. My fortunes have reversed. Lin Changsheng had not anticipated that his casual remark about deciphering the formation would lead him to the actual Kongtong seal. Initially belonging to the primordial heavenly venerable, it was passed down to the three sovereigns and 5 emperors in ancient times. However, the 3 clear ones later grew apprehensive of unworthy human emperors exploiting the power of the Kongtong seal to disrupt the world. Thus, they took turns safeguarding it. At this moment, Lin Changsheng seized it effortlessly with a wave of his spiritual power. Upon inspection, he discerned that it was an innate supreme spiritual treasure, bound by 48 restrictions, ranking among the finest of its kind. Without hesitation, Lin Changsheng commenced the process of refining the Kongtong seal. You are refining the Kongtong seal and have begun to comprehend the profound laws of humanity, initiating a moment of enlightenment. To his astonishment, merely refining the Kongtong seal triggered Lin Changsheng's understanding of the power of the laws. This time, it was the laws of humanity. It seemed that the notion of humanity's decline could not be dismissed lightly. Meanwhile, in a certain location within Kunlun Mountain, the radiant orb housing the 3 clear ones reopened its eyes. Brother, do you feel it too? A chance that belongs to me is being seized by someone else. The primordial heavenly venerable lamented. Indeed, it feels utterly unpleasant. Who could it be? Who dares to seize our chance? Tong Tian roared in fury. It appeared that the last time he sensed a great terror was not due to a flaw in his cultivation. Surely, some being was targeting them. Taiji Laozu's expression darkened. The previous incident could be attributed to a minor issue in cultivation, but now that all 3 clear ones sensed it, it was no longer a personal matter. The Kongtong seal was an essential treasure for the 3 clear ones to usurp humanity and absorb its fortunes. Thus, Lin Changsheng refining it would naturally evoke a sense of discomfort in them. However, as they had yet to take form, they could not ascertain precisely what had been lost. We, the 3 clear ones, are the true lineage of Pangu, bestowed with the creation of heaven and earth. Who would dare target us? Especially the primordial heavenly venerable, who felt it acutely, for the Kongtong seal was a crucial artifact allowing him to dominate humanity and elevate the Chan school above all others. His sense of discomfort was more profound than that of the other 2. What my second brother says is correct. Moreover, we have an innate formation shielding our aura. There should be no cause and effect between us and the world. I truly cannot fathom who possesses such formidable power, Tong Tian said, now composed. Regardless, let us combine our strengths to attempt to deduce the cause and effect. Since someone has seized our opportunity, there must be a trace left behind. Taiji Laozu stated with calm assurance. The primordial heavenly venerable and Tong Tian nodded in agreement. At that moment, all 3 were early-stage Deluo golden immortals, and together they unleashed a mystical aura. Amidst the swirling mists, it was as if deities had descended. After a considerable time, the 3 clear ones gradually opened their eyes. Nothing was found. How could this be possible? Shock was all that remained in their eyes. United in their efforts, the 3 of them found themselves unable to glean even the slightest fragment of information. It was indeed a most peculiar situation. Elder brother, we have yet to emerge into the world, yet we are already being targeted from behind. This cannot bode well, expressed Yuan Shi Tianzun with a hint of concern. What is there to fear, my 2 fellow Taoists? As long as our strength continues to grow, what do we have to dread? With the combined might of our 3 pure ones, along with your meritorious treasures, we stand invincible within the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal, replied Tong Tian in a straightforward manner. Tai Ching Lao Zi let out a heavy sigh, acknowledging, indeed, what the third brother says is true. Since we cannot predict the situation, let us focus on our cultivation. In due time, the truth will inevitably surface. With that, the 3 pure ones resumed their training. Lin Changsheng was acutely aware that his refining of the Kongtong seal would elicit a reaction from the 3 pure ones. for this was intrinsically tied to their destiny. Any opportunity belonging to oneself would resonate when the innate grand formation emerged, and conversely, if it were to be taken away, one would feel the loss. Nevertheless, Lin Changsheng harbored no worries about this sensation. After all, he bore no karmic ties to them. He was not extracting the essence of the three pure ones. Thus, the heavenly Tao would not intervene. A century later, you have refined 10 prohibitions of the Kongtong Seal, understanding the human Tao laws to the extent of 13. A millennium later, you have refined 20 prohibitions of the Kongtong Seal, understanding the human Tao laws to the extent of 30. A myriad of years later, you have refined 30 prohibitions of the Kongtong Seal, understanding the human Tao laws to the extent of 50. 100,000 years later, you have completely refined the Kongtong Seal, understanding the human Tao laws to the extent of 69. At this moment, Lin Changsheng radiated a profound aura of the human Tao laws, reminiscent of an emperor reigning above the 9 heavens, exuding an imperial presence of remarkable intensity. Indeed, within a mere 100,000 years, he had grasped the human Tao laws to the level of 69. The Kongtong Seal had proven to be of significant assistance to him. Lin Changsheng then opened his eyes. Given his current foundation and cultivation, it was unnecessary to take such an extended period to refine an innate supreme spiritual treasure. The delay had stemmed from his simultaneous comprehension of the human Tao laws while refining the seal. However, it was precisely this refining process that had substantially expedited his understanding of the human Tao laws. At this moment, the Kongtong Seal emanated an aura of righteousness beside Lin Changsheng, embodying the very essence of integrity. This characteristic was the reason it was hailed as the seal of the right path. Any demon or malevolent spirit that dared to approach would find themselves utterly obliterated. With a gentle smile, Lin Changsheng stowed the Kongtong Seal away. The seal contained the copper of Shouyang, renowned for its hardness, making it an exceptionally fitting tool for striking foes. After securing the Kongtong Seal, Lin Changsheng felt elated. Having thoroughly scavenged the entirety of the innate prohibitions, he initially intended to enter seclusion to refine the 7-turn golden elixir. However, a sudden epiphany struck him. This was not the optimal moment for him to achieve the Hongyuan golden immortal status. As previously mentioned, there are 3 methods for a great Luo golden immortal to attain Hongyuan. The other 2 methods need not be elaborated upon here. Lin Changsheng was currently treading the path of law comprehension. Merely grasping the laws would suffice for his ascension to Hongyuan golden immortal. Logically, most beings would consider it a remarkable feat to comprehend 1 or 2 laws, thus enabling them to attain Hongyuan golden immortal status. Yet, Lin Changsheng's circumstances were unique. Chapter 89. The Road of the Tao once more under scrutiny. Comprehension failure? Lin Changsheng's exceptional situation lay in the fact that he was not like others. He possessed the foundation of the Chaos Demon God, coupled with supreme comprehension. He could effortlessly comprehend the Tao at any moment, unless his realm was insufficient. There existed no bottleneck in understanding. This led to him comprehending an ever-increasing number of laws and avenues. If he were to rely solely on a singular law or avenue to reach Hongyuan, Lin Changsheng would undoubtedly be discontented. Yet, if he were to pursue the path of multiple avenues and laws, it would be an arduous endeavor, consuming considerable time. Moreover, what if he were to further comprehend the avenue laws afterward? Thus, as he prepared to refine the 7-turn golden elixir to achieve Hongyuan golden immortal status, an epiphany struck, prompting him to halt. Once again, Lin Changsheng found himself immersed in the quest for understanding. However, this time, his pursuit lacked direction, for he was uncertain of how to resolve his attainment of Hongyuan in a manner that would allow him to master multiple avenues and laws without excessive time expenditure. This path, not to say it was unprecedented, certainly lacked a guiding precedent, requiring him to achieve enlightenment independently. And so, Lin Changsheng, with dignified grace, sat in the void. His Tao harmonies and laws unconsciously emanated from him, as his primordial spirit traversed through these avenues and laws in search of their commonalities. This was an entirely new path, replete with mystery and uncertainty. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years passed. Lin Changsheng still had not discovered a new method. Yet, his primordial spirit remained diligently analyzing and seeking a solution. As 600,000 years elapsed, Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit continued its desperate search for a method. Yet to no avail. He felt akin to a rat trapped in a dead end, anxious and helpless. If this persisted, his heart's demons would likely seize the opportunity to invade. Fortunately, his foundation and comprehension allowed him to adjust his course in time. Realizing that relentless pursuit yielded no results, he decided to let things unfold naturally. The Tao unfolds naturally. 1,000,000 years passed. Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit soared freely amidst the Tao laws, casting aside all confusion and uncertainty. Your diligent cultivation and the heart of comprehending the natural Tao have attracted the attention of the Tao, which has cast a glance upon you. The attention of the Tao, Lin Changsheng's primordial spirit, which had been soaring freely, suddenly became acutely aware. He never anticipated that his unconscious state of comprehension could attract the Tao's gaze. Indeed, there are gains and losses in every circumstance. However, he wondered what new avenues the Tao would bestow upon him this time. The Tao's gaze has generously granted you the seeds of the avenues of flora and fauna, the seed of the wood Tao, and the seed of the earth Tao. 3 new avenue seeds. Lin Changsheng's heart brimmed with joy. The talent of the Tao rewards diligence was indeed extraordinarily useful. To date, the Tao had bestowed upon him over a dozen avenue seeds. Had he relied solely on his comprehension, he would have needed several epochs to achieve the same. This had effectively saved him considerable time. Moreover, this talent triggered from time to time, ensuring that the avenues he mastered would only continue to multiply. Suddenly, Lin Changsheng's eyes brightened as he experienced a moment of enlightenment. Realizing he had found a direction forward, the heavenly Tao encompasses thousands of laws, each perfected. How is this achievable? It can only be attributed to the heavenly Tao's realm being superior to the laws. Similarly, how can the Tao govern the 3,000 avenues? Even powerful beings like Pangu and the 3,000 chaos demon gods, who wield the power of the Tao, cannot surpass it, for the realm of the Tao is higher. Now, the confusion that plagued him was how to concurrently cultivate and certify these avenues and laws. Could one potentially comprehend a novel system of grand principles that transcends their own understanding? If so, these grand principles could be seamlessly integrated within oneself. Henceforth, even upon grasping new grand principles, one would harbor no trepidation, as they could be assimilated into this entirely new framework. The more Lin Changsheng contemplated this notion, the brighter his eyes gleamed. This approach was undeniably feasible. However, the endeavor to conceive a novel system would undoubtedly be an arduous journey, requiring the amalgamation of various grand principles and laws, a task of immense difficulty. Nevertheless, despite the formidable challenges and the countless hours it would demand, Lin Changsheng resolutely commenced his seclusion once more, scarcely pausing to contemplate the grand seeds recently bestowed upon him. If he could successfully develop this new system, his future cultivation would yield unparalleled efficiency. The primordial chaos knows no time, and cultivation transcends the passage of years. Countless eons merely flicker by in the blink of an eye. During this interval, the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era intensified under the influence of the catastrophic aura, leading to increasingly frequent conflicts among the 3 clans, resulting in the demise of countless beings daily. On Mount Yuqing, Hongjun continued his cultivation beneath the fragmented remnants of the Jade Tablet of Creation. Before him sat 3 Taoists who bore a striking resemblance to him, though their auras varied distinctly. The method of severing the 3 corpses. To his astonishment, Hongjun had successfully executed the severance. His cultivation had now reached the late stage of quasi-saint, merely awaiting the unification of the 3 corpses to attain complete quasi-sainthood. At that juncture, he would emerge from his seclusion, heralding the inevitable climax of the Dragon Han calamity and the commencement of his contest with Liu for the opportunity to witness the Tao. In the Western Demon Ancestor Hall, the Demon Ancestor observed that the sealing array beneath Mount Sumeru had begun to weaken under the combined onslaught of innate spiritual energy and the malevolent aura of the 3 clans. In due course, the sealing array would entirely lose its efficacy. The celestial demon Wuxiang spoke respectfully. Luahu, with his raven hair and obsidian eyes, opened his gaze. His aura swelling mightily, suffused with demonic energy. Excellent. As long as we can obtain the 4 swords of extermination and the extermination array diagram, our chances against Hongjun will dramatically improve. Once I achieve enlightenment, this primordial realm shall belong to my demon clan. Luhu too. Since the impending conflict between Tao and demon was nigh, thus he devoted this period to intensifying his cultivation, reaching the late stage of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Once the sealing array faltered, acquiring the extermination swords and the array diagram would set him on the path to complete Hunyuan Golden Immortalhood. During this time, Lin Changsheng remained blissfully unaware of the happenings outside. He was wholly absorbed in his pursuit of enlightenment. Over 20 grand principles and laws encircled him, their ethereal resonance casting an otherworldly glow upon him, akin to a transcendent immortal. Suddenly, these myriad grand principles began to tremble violently, shattering into crystalline fragments. Losing all semblance of resonance, including the 3 grand seeds recently gifted to him, the laws met a similar fate, disintegrating like fine dust. Had Lin Changsheng's pursuit of enlightenment culminated in failure? Were all his grand principles obliterated, his cultivation rendered void, his foundational understanding annihilated? Chapter 90. Successful Comprehension of Hongmeng. The Great Innate Restrictions of Kunlun Mountain. Lin Changsheng's predicament was indeed fearsome. The resonance of the grand principles had shattered, and the laws followed suit. Could it be that billions of years of enlightenment had led to the obliteration of his foundational understanding, resulting in utter failure? Strangely, Lin Changsheng remained in a trance, his aura still radiating the completeness of the great Luo golden immortal. Such a paradox re-emerged within Lin Changsheng. Fortunately, it was not long before the 12 petals of the perfected 3 flowers manifested above his head. The 12 petals radiated boundless spiritual light as the golden perfect lotus reappeared. In that moment, the shattered resonance of the grand principles and laws was absorbed by the golden lotus, beginning a gradual process of integration. Time passed, and a novel sigil emerged atop the golden lotus. Even a mere glance at this sigil evoked a profound sense of wonder, ensnaring the beholder within its depths. It seemed to encapsulate countless grand principles, ever in flux, yet it bore an air of simplicity and antiquity. The sigil emitted a crystalline radiance of primordial spiritual light before soaring into Lin Changsheng's brow. The 12 petals of the perfected 3 flowers vanished once more, and at last, he opened his eyes. In that instant, his gaze appeared to contain the collapse of countless cosmic mysteries, akin to an all-consuming black hole. After a prolonged period, his eyes returned to normalcy. Time flowed on, and he had finally succeeded. Lin Changsheng gazed into the void with a look of profound weariness. Indeed, he had triumphed. The duration of this enlightenment process had been anticipated. Although he had drawn inspiration from the seeds bestowed by the grand principles, determining the method remained an exceedingly perplexing endeavor. Ultimately, Lin Changsheng conceived the notion of destruction leading to creation. The resonance of these grand principles had deeply influenced his progression. Thus, with audacity born of skill, Lin Changsheng shattered the grand principles and laws. To his astonishment, this audacity bore fruit. The mystery of the 12 petals of the 3 flowers lay in their defiance of the heavenly order. It was precisely this 12-petal phenomenon that enabled the fusion of the shattered grand principles and laws into a novel sigil. Lin Changsheng named it Hongmeng. Hongmeng was not a mere fabrication of his imagination, it was an inherent force. This supreme power permitted the integration of his grand principles and laws. Henceforth, he would need only to persistently cultivate the Hongmeng laws, resulting in continuous enhancement of his cultivation. The Hongmeng laws served as a seed, with the grand principles acting as its sustenance. Moreover, the more grand principles he integrated, the swifter his cultivation became. While he still remained a complete great Luo golden immortal, his combat prowess had grown exponentially. Lin Changsheng was now fully capable of refining the 7-turn golden pill to transcend his current realm. However, upon calculating the time, he realized that the Dragonhan calamity was approaching its zenith. If he did not seize the moment to seek out resources, he would soon find it too late, particularly regarding the origins of Dijuan and Tai, which lingered in his memory. On the sun star, the scorching flames of the sun blazed relentlessly. Such fierce solar fires could only be approached by those of great Luo golden immortal strength. Deep within the sun star lay an enormous innate sealing array. At the heart of this array stood a colossal Fusang divine tree, its stature imposing. Amidst the branches of the Fusang, 2 luminous orbs stood facing each other. Within these orbs, golden crows could be seen soaring. In one orb resided a mystical tome, a treasure of arcane nature, inscribed with various innate numbers. This was the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the He-Tu and Luo Shu. Thus, the identity of this orb became evident. It was Dijuan. Within the opposing orb, an ancient and enigmatic bell enveloped the other sphere, its complexity seemingly boundless, brimming with the potential for creation. Various phenomena continuously evolve, far surpassing the river diagram and the Luo book in terms of power. It is indeed the innate supreme treasure, the Chaos Bell. Within this radiant sphere resides Tai. Oddly, just a moment ago, I felt a chill emanating from my primordial spirit, remarked Dijuan suddenly, opening his eyes. Fellow Taoist, I too sensed it. Is it possible that some entity is scheming against us from the shadows? Tai inquired with a sinister tone. With the presence of an innate supreme treasure, Tai harbored no fear of anyone's schemes or conspiracies. Strange. We have yet to emerge into the world, and with the innate great formation isolating us, how could any being mention us? Do not panic, my second brother. Allow me to calculate first. Upon concluding, Dijuan began to deduce using the river diagram and the Luo book. The river diagram and the Luo book possess the numbers of the innate, and with their assistance, they greatly enhance deductive capabilities. Yet, even when Dijuan activated this innate supreme spiritual treasure to its fullest extent, he could glean nothing from it. Perhaps we are overthinking it. Dijuan ultimately concluded. Fellow Taoist, since you two were unable to discern anything, it seems we have indeed overthought it. Let us continue our cultivation. The moment for our emergence and transformation is drawing near, Tai fervently declared. Indeed, Dijun mused, setting the matter aside. At this moment, Lin Changsheng had already exited the innate barrier formation, simultaneously searching for various resources on Shouyang Mountain while constructing a dreamlike world. This parcel of land should suffice for the Grandmaster Taiji to establish his sanctuary. Time slipped away unnoticed, and Lin Changsheng finally came to a halt. Over half of Shouyang Mountain had successfully transformed into a dreamlike realm, revealing a desolate and barren land with scant spiritual energy. In contrast, the area left for the Grandmaster Taiji could be considered a paradise. After all, it was just he and Xuandu. That was sufficient. Upon leaving Shouyang Mountain, Lin Changsheng continued his wanderings. Time elapsed without notice, and once again, the prompt from the Eye of Insight resonated. Notification: you have entered the region of Kunlun Mountain, and there exists a small innate barrier 300,000 kilometers ahead of you. Indeed, it is Kunlun Mountain. Upon arriving here, I immediately encountered a small innate barrier. Lin Changsheng felt a surge of joy. Kunlun Mountain is also a renowned mountain of the primordial chaos, and later became the sanctuary of the primordial heavenly venerable. Swiftly locating the site of this innate formation, Lin Changsheng began to decipher it. Since all the paths and laws have merged into the Hongmeng laws, Lin Changsheng's speed in unraveling the innate formation had significantly increased. In just a few decades, he successfully entered the innate barrier. Although the innate formation was small, the innate spiritual roots within were still of commendable quality, including some upper-grade innate spiritual roots. All were transplanted into the 100 Herbs diagram. After plundering this innate barrier, Lin Changsheng resumed his quest for resources in Kunlun Mountain. Time passed, and once again, the prompt from the Eye of Insight reverberated. Notification: there is a large innate barrier formation located 480,000 kilometers to your south. A large innate formation. Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that fate has smiled upon me? If memory serves me right, the three purities took form here in Kunlun Mountain, did they not? I had just mentioned wanting to pay a visit to the Grandmaster Taiji, and now I have inadvertently traced them to Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 91 Grandmaster Taiji, Tongtian. If you can speak, say less. Within a certain innate barrier formation on Kunlun Mountain, the three purities had been deeply affected by a prior incident of lost opportunity. Awakening from their slumber, unbeknownst to them, an eternity had passed. On this day, the three purities astonishingly opened their eyes simultaneously once more. Fellow Taoist, I sense that a significant event is about to unfold, spoke the primordial heavenly venerable, his expression somewhat somber. I feel it too. Furthermore, it seems this innate barrier formation is fluctuating, Tongtian remarked, his gaze drawn to the innate formation. This formation had always shielded them from the heavenly Tao and remained concealed within the void, providing ample security. To their surprise, it was now exhibiting signs of reaction. Indeed, I too feel a sense of trepidation. Reflecting on the last time, it seems eerily familiar, Grandmaster Taiji said, his countenance darkening. Previously, they had failed to deduce anything and assumed it was merely a matter of their cultivation. Yet now, that sensation had intensified considerably. Brothers, could it be possible that some being is attempting to breach the innate barrier? Tongtian speculated, possessing a stronger perception of formations than Tai and Yuanshi. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Yuanshi interjected first. Though he was uncertain of the origin of this feeling, he firmly believed that breaching the innate formation was utterly unfeasible, let alone entering it. Grandmaster Taiji's confidence stemmed from his trust in the innate barrier, as well as in their own understanding. After all, as innate deities, they were uniquely favored, safeguarded by the heavens. If even an innate formation could be tampered with, how could they await their destined era in safety? Just as Grandmaster Taiji's words fell, the innate formation trembled once more. Suddenly, a being materialized within their consciousness, appearing within the innate barrier formation. What is this? What is happening? Grandmaster Taiji was taken aback. Since when could the innate formation be deciphered? Fellow Taoist, has a being truly entered? Yuanshi hastily conveyed through divine thought. Yuanshi, do not be alarmed. This individual may possess a unique understanding of formations, inadvertently stumbling in. The three purities still maintain a small innate barrier protection. He should not be able to perceive us. Tongtian reassured. This small innate barrier formation is even more intricate and profound. He should not be able to breach it. Do you think my primordial spirit's tremor the first time and the previous loss of opportunity could be linked to this individual? Grandmaster Taiji's gaze fixated intently on the being that had intruded. Given your words, the likelihood is substantial, Tongtian replied promptly. To decipher the innate barrier formation and find a means of entry indicates a high probability that this individual is the one. Unbeknownst to them, the one who breached the innate formation was none other than Lin Changsheng. However, upon entering, he had cleverly disguised himself using the laws of humanity. If he were to truly encounter the three purities, he would undoubtedly impart a lesson to Grandmaster Taiji, while simultaneously utilizing his own human laws as a warning. With humanity in my grasp, prosperity is inevitable. Hence, you should be cautious when orchestrating your plans against the human race. Truly, what a magnificent large innate barrier formation. It harbors an abundance of innate spiritual roots. Lin Changsheng inhaled the dense innate spiritual energy, unable to suppress his admiration. Ah, there lies an upper-grade innate spiritual root. The jade coral, I shall take it. An upper-grade innate spiritual fruit, the earth fruit, I shall collect it. An innate middle-grade spiritual herb, the serene four-leaf clover. I must take it. As Lin Changsheng walked, he transplanted these spiritual roots and herbs into the 100 herbs diagram. The path he traversed could be described as barren and desolate. Observing Lin Changsheng, the three purities could no longer remain passive. Scoundrel, is this truly his own dojo? With such plundering, what resources and foundations shall remain for us after we take form? The exquisite Taiji pagoda, imbued with the essence of the cosmos, trembles incessantly. Brother Dao, I can no longer restrain myself. Let us immediately take form and deal with this individual. He is but a perfected Deluo Jingxian. By uniting the strength of our three pure ones, coupled with the treasures of virtue, we can undoubtedly capture him. Tong Tian, seething with rage, yearned to manifest on the spot. Second brother, regain your composure. The time for our transformation has not yet arrived. Should we forcibly take form, not only would we risk injuring our origins and shattering our Tao, but we would also attract the ominous energies of calamity, incurring significant peril. Yuan Tian Zun hastily suppressed his fury and counseled restraint. Yet, could we simply allow him to continue his plunder? Tong Tian, with eyes ablaze, inquired. Third brother, Yuan speaks wisely. The time has not yet come. It is merely a matter of spirit roots and materials. Once we take form, we may indeed discover something far superior. Taiji Laozi could only comfort himself and Yuan with these thoughts, ultimately sealing his consciousness to avert further sight. Though Yuan and Tong Tian felt a pang of dissatisfaction, they too feared that continued observation might provoke their transformation, and thus they sealed their minds as well. Time passed, and the commotion outside finally subsided. Had that individual departed? The three pure ones simultaneously extended their consciousness to investigate. What they beheld nearly sent them reeling, for the figure now stood before the small restriction they inhabited. Coincidence, it must be mere coincidence. He should have no means to discover our presence. The previously assured Tong Tian now hesitated. How could he not discover us, with Lin Changsheng possessing the eye of insight? Within the primal restriction, Lin Changsheng had already begun to unravel its mysteries. He appears to be deciphering the restriction, Yuan exclaimed in alarm. And what of it? This restriction is incredibly intricate. Far beyond the complexity of any external primal formation, Tong Tian retorted, his composure still intact. Third brother, it would be prudent to speak less, Taiji Laozi chided with displeasure. Previously, Tong Tian had claimed that the primal restrictions array was fluctuating, indicating an intruder. Then he asserted that their primal restriction would provide protection, and now, here was the intruder standing before it. Taiji Laozi feared that if Tong Tian continued to speak, their very existence might be jeopardized. Brother Dao, perhaps we should prepare in advance. Once this person enters the restriction, we could launch a surprise attack, Yuan suggested decisively. Tong Tian opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. Taiji Laozi found the proposal somewhat appealing, yet upon further reflection, he rejected it. If they proceeded in such a manner, they would be irrevocably at odds with this individual. His ability to perceive the primal restriction in the array indicated that he possessed formidable skills. Engaging in conflict now would be ill-advised. They would do well to observe the situation and, should he harbor malicious intent, unite their strength to demonstrate their might. Chapter 92, Shattering the Pride of the Three Pure Ones, Call Me Changxing Dao Zun. The primal restriction guarding the three pure ones was ultimately unraveled before their astonished gazes. A figure clad in a green Taoist robe strode forth, exuding an aura of humanity's laws that rendered him akin to an emperor descending from the heavens. The three pure ones silently gathered their power, with Taiji Laozi being the first to inquire, "Who might you be, Dao friend?" The newcomer was none other than Lin Changsheng. "Indeed, it is you three pure ones here. These fellows are truly blessed, possessing a layer of protective restriction, especially the Taiji pagoda above Taiji Laozi's head, which piqued Lin Changsheng's interest. He recognizes us?" The three pure ones were struck with astonishment, their understanding of reality utterly upended. They had intended to question the improbability of this occurrence, yet with the individual now before them, what could possibly be deemed impossible? However, why did he gaze so intently at my Taiji pagoda? According to his prior demeanor, he must be coveting my accompanying treasure. Dao friend, you have yet to respond to our inquiry, Taiji Laozi pressed on, steeling himself. Simultaneously, he conveyed a message to Yuan Shi and Tong Tian, preparing for an imminent strike. "I am the Lord of Humanity. You may call me Changsheng Dao Zun," Lin Changsheng proclaimed with an air of mystery. Given his command over the laws of humanity, he indeed warranted such a title, even though Nuwa later attained sainthood through her merits and established the human race. She could not rightfully claim the title of Lord of Humanity, for under the designs of the heavenly Tao and Hongjun, humanity had been significantly diminished. Lin Changsheng's assertion aimed to convey to Nuwa that after her creation of the human race, the three pure ones, upon achieving their own sanctification, would no longer dare to regard humanity with disdain. "You speak with grandiosity, yet you are merely a perfected Deluo Jingxian, daring to refer to yourself as Daozun? Are you not concerned about incurring immense karmic consequences?" Taiji Laozi could not help but scoff. Such titles should not be flung about lightly, as they come with the weight of karma. Even someone as formidable as Hongjun was only referred to as Daozu after achieving the status of a heavenly Dao saint. Furthermore, we share the same realm. It is customary for us to address one another as Dao friends. To directly label yourself as Changsheng Daozun is to look down upon us three pure ones, which is the root of their displeasure. The three pure ones, manifestations of the primordial spirit of Pangu, were immensely proud. How could they consider themselves beneath anyone? What they did not realize was that whether Lin Changsheng could withstand the karma was irrelevant. The mere fact that he had mastered the primordial laws was sufficient for him to be called Daozun. "Taiji, you are overly concerned. To refer to oneself as the Lord of Humanity is not without merit," Lin Changsheng gently countered. "Why do you not chastise Luo Hu, who claims to be the demon ancestor, having mastered the laws of the demonic path?" Taiji Laozi found himself momentarily speechless, realizing the disparity between their positions. However, this was not the time for such debates. Taiji Laozi pressed on. "I wonder how you were able to detect this primal array?" Lin Changsheng regarded Taiji Laozi with a knowing smile, sensing the disdain he held for him. "Very well, allow me to demonstrate why I dare to call myself Daozun." As the words fell, the Kongtong seal soared from his being, magnifying under the infusion of his power, resembling a terrifying divine peak. The 9 dragons engraved upon the seal sprang to life, roaring toward the heavens as they frolicked upon its surface. The brilliant light of humanity illuminated the entire primal restriction array. "Brother Dao, the discomfort we once endured seems intrinsically linked to this spiritual treasure," Yuan Shi remarked, a subtle sense of loss washing over him upon seeing the Kongtong seal. "Second brother speaks true. Though the connection has faded, the sight of this treasure stirs a sense of melancholy within me." It appeared their conjectures had not been in vain. It was indeed this individual who had seized their opportunity. Who would have anticipated it to be a primal supreme spiritual treasure? Tong Tian too fixated on the Kongtong seal, acknowledging its significance. "Do you too believe he is merely showcasing treasures? Enough of the idle chatter. Quickly, infuse your powers into the celestial mystical tower of earth and heaven." A stern voice echoed from Ta-Ching Laozi. Only then did Yuan Shi and Tong Tian regain their senses, hastily channeling their powers into this cherished artifact of Ta-Ching. As the might of the three pure ones coalesced, the celestial mystical tower began to swell, rapidly transforming into a towering edifice that reached for the heavens. The surface of the tower shimmered with luminous orbs, radiating a dazzling brilliance. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a staggering 49 layers, harmonizing with the cosmic principles. This treasure, too, was a manifestation of the profound essence of the Tao and the merits of Pangu's creation. Its defensive capabilities were formidable, ranking among the finest of spiritual treasures. Now, summoned by the united efforts of the three pure ones, it unleashed boundless cosmic energy, each strand rich and potent. A single glance revealed an abundance of over 100 million strands of this energy. Truly, a treasure renowned for its unparalleled defense. Seeing this, the three pure ones breathed a sigh of relief. With the celestial mystical tower present, even if this individual harbored ulterior motives, they could never come to fruition. "What a magnificent treasure," Lin Changsheng remarked with a gentle smile. Having mastered the primordial laws, he had integrated numerous great principles. Even if he were to drive the Kongtong seal solely with the principles of humanity, it would be beyond the capacity of this meritorious treasure to withstand. The dignified Kongtong seal surged forward with immense force. A resounding crash echoed, as if the entire innate formation trembled violently. Countless strands of cosmic energy were swiftly obliterated. Even the celestial mystical tower quivered and hummed. The three pure ones, who had previously felt assured, were now struck with alarm. "Quickly, pour in your powers." They urgently continued to channel their energies, and the celestial mystical tower responded as if it had consumed a potent elixir. The vast expanse of shattered cosmic energy was replenished once more. Yet, before they could find solace, the Kongtong seal erupted with renewed brilliance, its might augmented. The power of the human principles was righteous and resplendent, capable of shattering anything in its path. The once revitalized cosmic energy was instantaneously crushed and dissolved, akin to melting ice and snow. In the incredulous gaze of the three pure ones, the celestial mystical tower, boasting extraordinary defensive capabilities, was struck by the Kongtong seal. With a resonating hum, it trembled incessantly before being sent flying. The three pure ones, drawn into this unforeseen turn of events, felt their vigor suddenly wane. Ta Ching Lao Zi, disregarding all else, swiftly retrieved the celestial mystical tower with a heavy heart. Is it not time to show me, the sovereign of humanity, a measure of respect? Lin Changsheng smiled softly. This was precisely the effect he sought. To instill a profound understanding of the terror of the principles of humanity within the three pure ones. After a moment of silence, it was ultimately Ta Ching Lao Zi who spoke. Could it be that the Tao sovereign shattered the constraints solely to impart a lesson upon us three pure ones? The utterance of Ta Ching Lao Zi signified the complete shattering of the three pure ones' pride. The Kongtong seal, driven by the principles of humanity, had breached the defenses of their meritorious treasure. No longer could they maintain their haughty demeanor, as they feared truly inciting the wrath of this enigmatic Tao sovereign. Yes and no, Lin Changsheng replied nonchalantly. A lesson must indeed be imparted, lest you grow indifferent to the affairs of humanity in the future. However, this is merely one of my objectives. Tao sovereign Changsheng, you have claimed our opportunity. What more do you desire? Tong Tian, known for his fiery temperament, could not restrain himself from demanding an answer. Incorrect. An opportunity that can be seized is not truly yours. I have come with two intentions. First, I require some essence from you three. Secondly, I had initially planned to take the celestial mystical tower, but observing it now, it is rather unremarkable. Thus, I have altered my intention. Once you manifest in the world, I shall require each of you to provide me with a primordial treasure. Lin Changsheng flashed a brilliant smile. Certainly, he coveted the celestial mystical tower, yet as it was a cherished artifact of Ta Ching, protected by the Tao, he chose to avoid that entanglement. Therefore, he amended his request to one primordial treasure each, which was hardly excessive. After listening to Hongjun's teachings in the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun would distribute the treasures from the Rock of the Divided Treasures, with the three pure ones receiving the most. Treasures such as the Tai Chi diagram, Panga banner, celebratory clouds of the heavens, the array of the extermination of immortals, and the diagram of the extermination of immortals, all of which Lin Changsheng found exceedingly tempting. After all, these three would undoubtedly attain sanctity, their primordial spirits entrusted to the Tao, immortal and indestructible. Wouldn't it be wasteful to hoard such treasures? It would be far better to bestow them upon those who genuinely needed them. Upon hearing this, the three pure ones were nearly driven to transform in fury. Each condition was utterly unacceptable to them. Tao sovereign Changsheng, do you presume to have us at your mercy? Ta Ching Lao Zi seethed, struggling to contain his rage. Indeed, if you believe you possess any means to counter this, feel free to unleash them. I, too, wish to stretch my limbs, Lin Changsheng declared with arrogance. We three pure ones are favored by heaven and earth, destined to become the protagonists of an era. Should you dare to lay hands upon us, the Tao will be the first to intervene. Yuan Shi Tianzun remained relatively calm, noting, there may be some truth to that. Lin Changsheng feigned contemplation. Seeing this, the three pure ones finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yuan Shi Tianzun's words rang true. With the protection of the Tao, regardless of how mysterious and powerful this Tao sovereign Changsheng was, he could not harm them. But what if the Tao fails to perceive everything here? Lin Changsheng's smile sent another shiver down the spines of the three pure ones. Just as they were about to speak, Lin Changsheng made his move. A series of arcane formations and runes began to manifest upon their innate barrier. In no time, he had woven a new formation that enveloped their constraints. Now, what do you say? Lin Changsheng asked, a knowing smile gracing his lips. He had just set up a shroud formation that concealed the will of the Tao, rendering it incapable of observing their presence. The three pure ones sensed this and were nearly compelled to uproot Kunlun Mountain in their panic to flee. In their primordial spirit's perception, they could distinctly feel the will of the Tao being deceived, unable to focus on the three pure ones. How on earth is this possible? Can someone enlighten us about the origins of this Tao sovereign Changsheng? The overwhelming combat prowess and enigmatic methods left the three pure ones devoid of any final glimmer of hope. What remarkable tactics, Tao sovereign. However, your conditions are indeed excessive. Firstly, regarding the essence, if we were to part with it, it would jeopardize our foundational Tao. Even in the future, should we take form, we would be unable to attain enlightenment. Should the Tao sovereign persist in this course, we three pure ones would rather risk our current forms than yield. Ta Ching Lao Zi spoke solemnly. To extract the essence and compromise our future foundation would be akin to severing our path. It is better to take form now. You three can jointly provide me with a fragment of your essence without jeopardizing your foundations. At worst, it would merely take you countless eons to replenish it. Lin Changsheng replied nonchalantly. He understood the depth of the three pure one's karmic ties and had no intention of harming their foundational Tao. Much like the previous Beihai Xinggui, a single essence is sufficient. Upon hearing Lin Changsheng's proclamation, the Sanqing, though reluctant, found it acceptable. The second condition proposed by the Dao Zun remains uncertain for us to fulfill, as the innate treasures are exceedingly rare, and the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness rely solely on fortune. With the first condition resolved, Taiching Laozu elucidated the second stipulation. You need not worry about this. In the days to come, each of you shall possess it, Lin Changsheng assured them. Shall possess it in the future? They had already transcended the river of fate, rendering the past, present, and future obsolete. How could this Dao Zun foresee their acquisition of innate treasures? If they were indeed destined to obtain such treasures, it would be impossible for them to relinquish 3 items, 2 at most. Regardless of what the future holds, 3 innate treasures are far too many. Very well. Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. The conditions were successfully negotiated, and the Sanqing, without hesitation, each offered a sliver of essence, which they gathered and presented to Lin Changsheng. He accepted it without delay. At this moment, his Baichao diagram already contained the essence of the Chaos 5 Elements Pine, the essence of the Beihai Xinggui, the essence of the innate Bodhi, and the essence of the innate Gung Metal, along with the undying divine Phoenix Grass, and a disciple named Susu. With the addition of the Sanqing's essence, it was equivalent to having 7 disciples. Including the 3 from Penglai Island, he had a total of 10. Yet, it still felt somewhat insufficient. However, there was no need for haste. He had many more places yet to explore. Shall the Dao Zun take his leave now? The Sanqing felt somewhat weakened after parting with some essence. However, they dared not enter seclusion while this Dao Zun remained. Of course, Lin Changsheng reassured them. As the Lord of Humanity, I remain true to my word. With that, he retracted the great array of heaven and departed from the location. Only after Lin Changsheng exited the innate grand array did the Sanqing finally relax. My fellow Taoists, we have suffered a substantial loss this time. The essence, as well as the promised 2 innate treasures for the future, each is a source of immense regret. Tong Tian expressed his frustration. Should we indeed obtain the innate treasures in the future, we, the Sanqing, shall certainly seek retribution for today's grievances. This Lord of Humanity is formidable. Should he not fall in the future, the path of humanity will surely flourish. We must remain vigilant. Now, let us hasten into seclusion. We must take the time to recover the lost essence, Taiching Laozu advised. Consequently, the Sanqing resumed their closed-door cultivation. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng continued his journey, unknowingly leaving Kunlun Mountain and arriving at Buzhou Mountain. Hint: a large innate prohibitive array lies 400,000 kilometers ahead of you. Another large innate array? What delightful surprises await me this time. Chapter 94, Pangu Divine Hall, Refining the Body to Achieve the Great Luo Physique. Among the large innate prohibitive arrays on Buzhou Mountain, only a few could be classified as such. First, we can exclude Fuxi and Yuhua. As Lin Changsheng had already visited their innate arrays and even discussed the Tao with them, they were still quite far from here. Could it be the innate gourd vine? Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with excitement. If it truly were the innate gourd vine, it would be splendid. The innate gourd vine is indeed one of the top 10 supreme spiritual roots. A single vine bears 7 innate gourds, each renowned in its own right. If Lin Changsheng were to discover it, he might be able to extract the essence and cultivate 7 small gourds. Nevertheless, that would have to wait until he deciphered this innate prohibitive array. With this thought, Lin Changsheng hastily made his way towards the innate prohibitive array. In a mere moment, he arrived at its location. This innate array was larger than any he had encountered before. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately commenced the process of unraveling it. Time slipped away, and at last, Lin Changsheng vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he felt a sudden weight pressing down upon him, nearly causing him to tumble to the ground. He quickly summoned all his magical power to form a protective shield, barely stabilizing himself before raising his gaze. Before him stood an ancient, majestic hall, its grandeur and splendor beyond description. Even Lin Changsheng's discerning eye was overwhelmed by its unmatched magnificence. It towered silently, like the heart of a giant, each subtle pulse unleashing a force capable of shaking the very heavens and earth. The Pangu Divine Hall. Lin Changsheng exclaimed in awe. Only the Pangu Divine Hall could exude such terrifying pressure and astonishment. The Pangu Divine Hall is the heart of the great Pangu himself. The future protagonists of the Wu and Yao calamity, including the ancestor witches and the countless witch clans, were conceived within this sacred hall. If it is indeed the Pangu Divine Hall, the rewards from this venture should be substantial. The pressure here is no less than that of Buzhou Mountain. I can take this opportunity to enhance my physical cultivation. Lin Changsheng did not rush to enter the Panga Divine Hall. Instead, he planned to utilize the pressure emanating from it to refine his body. With that in mind, he retracted all his magical power. In that moment, he felt as if an immense weight, akin to countless ancient divine mountains, bore down upon him, an unparalleled heaviness. His body was soon riddled with cracks, blood flowing incessantly from the fissures. Even his bones creaked ominously, on the verge of breaking. It is worth noting that his body refinement level was merely at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal. To withstand the pressure of the Panga Divine Hall, his physical strength would need to reach at least the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. This explains why, aside from the ancestor witches, no other beings dared to intrude upon the Panga Divine Hall. Nevertheless, Lin Changsheng remained undeterred. He possessed the law of life, and as long as he was not instantaneously crushed, he had ways to recover from his injuries. The body refinement technique, Heavenly Dragon 9 Turns, began to operate at that moment. A faint azure glow enveloped Lin Changsheng's body as the Heavenly Dragon 9 Turns absorbed the pressure from the Panga Divine Hall, continuously refining his physique. Body refinement and the cultivation of the primordial spirit are akin. They are gradual processes that cannot be rushed. Thus, Lin Changsheng began his body refinement within the Panga Divine Hall. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years passed. One day, Lin Changsheng's body erupted with a brilliant azure light, nearly illuminating the entirety of the Panga Divine Hall. At that moment, his physique became pure and radiant, harboring an immense power within. Finally, he achieved the Great Luo physique. With that, Lin Changsheng opened his eyes. Sensing the terrifying strength his body now possessed, he nodded in satisfaction. Now, his physical strength could rival that of an innate spiritual treasure. With a single punch, he could shatter a divine peak. Each drop of his blood contained formidable, unparalleled power. Not only did it brim with boundless vitality, but it was also as heavy as a mountain. Beings below the Great Luo Golden Immortal would find it impossible to withstand even a drop of his blood's pressure. Such is the terrifying nature of a body refinement expert. Lin Changsheng, pleased, began to stretch his limbs. The pressure at the entrance of the Panga Divine Hall no longer posed any challenge to him. It is time to delve deeper. With this thought, Lin Changsheng strolled leisurely into the depths. The further he ventured, the more formidable the oppressive aura of the Pangu Temple became, as if it could shatter his physical form at any moment. After traversing a considerable distance, Lin Changsheng paused once more. Here, the pressure emanated with the potency of a mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal, perfectly suitable for his continued physical refinement. Thus, he proceeded to cultivate while advancing deeper. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years had slipped by. One day, he ceased his cultivation. Under the weight of the Panga Temple's oppressive aura, his physical cultivation had reached the late stage of Great Luo. A further step would lead him to the pinnacle of Great Luo. At this moment, he had truly penetrated the innermost sanctum of the Panga Temple. Before him lay an immensely vast blood pool, so expansive that its end was indiscernible. Within the pool resided an extraordinarily rich essence of blood. However, what truly captured attention were the 12 colossal blood-colored cocoons hovering above the pool. Each cocoon was as immense as a mountain, exuding an overwhelming aura of power. These were the 12 ancestral witches. With his eye of insight, Lin Changsheng naturally discerned the figures within the blood-colored cocoons. The 12 ancestral witches, devoid of their primordial spirits, remained in slumber until the moment of their emergence. This, in fact, facilitated Lin Changsheng's endeavors. Casting a glance at the blood pool, a plan began to form in his mind. This pool had nurtured the 12 ancestral witches, as well as countless members of the witch clan. It contained an exceedingly concentrated essence of blood. The lineage of the witch clan, being naturally gifted physical cultivators, would undoubtedly make for excellent disciples. Thus, Lin Changsheng decisively employed his supreme magical powers to extract a small portion of blood essence from the pool. He intended to collect but a single disciple, not to extinguish the witch clan's lineage. Therefore, his actions were measured and prudent. Although it was merely a small portion of blood essence, its richness was remarkable. With Lin Changsheng's careful nurturing, it would rival that of the 12 ancestral witches. Of course, even if he wished to extract more blood essence, it would be impossible. The future conflict between the witches and the demons would be the centerpiece of a cataclysm, closely observed by the heavenly Tao. He could not act wantonly, even if he remained unentangled by causal threads. However, as Lin Changsheng gazed at the small portion of blood essence in his hand, his brows furrowed involuntarily. How could this be? He looked up at the 12 blood-colored cocoons, hastily scanning each one with his spiritual sense. After an indeterminate period, his tightly drawn brows finally relaxed. So that is how it is. No wonder the witch clan lacks primordial spirits. Chapter 95. the purification and transformation array, the might of the primordial laws. In front of the blood pool within the Panga temple, Lin Changsheng had originally intended to take a small portion of blood essence back for his cultivation. Unexpectedly, this very portion caused his brow to crease. Subsequently, he began to scan the blood-colored cocoons with his spiritual sense. Within his perception, the ancestral witches within the cocoons grimaced in pain, their primordial spirits continuously eroded by the malevolent and corrupting energies. Their primordial spirits, under this relentless assault, weakened progressively. Only in this manner could they shield themselves from the agony inflicted by the malevolent energies. Indeed, this was Lin Changsheng's revelation. After acquiring the small portion of blood essence, he sensed the presence of malevolent and corrupting energies within. This prompted him to examine the 12 blood-colored cocoons. The reality confirmed his suspicions. It was said that the ancestral witches did not cultivate their primordial spirits, focusing solely on their physical forms. It appeared that it was not a matter of desire, but rather that their primordial spirits had been completely eroded at the moment of their inception. Lin Changsheng pondered thoughtfully. This was a significant discovery. Yet, how could the blood pool, which contained Pangu's blood essence, be tainted with malevolent and corrupting energies? Suddenly, an epiphany struck Lin Changsheng. He formed a bold hypothesis in his mind. Could it be possible that the blood pool was connected to the sea of blood in the underworld? The sea of blood was said to be formed from Pangu's navel, filled with the tainted blood of the great Pangu. Rife with malevolent and corrupting energies, a foul place in the primordial realm. If the bottom of the blood pool were indeed linked to the sea of blood, it would certainly provide a plausible explanation. Naturally, this was merely Lin Changsheng's conjecture. However, the presence of malevolent and corrupting energies within the blood pool was irrefutable. If these energies were not eradicated, the disciple he would cultivate would also lack a primordial spirit. It seemed imperative to purify these malevolent and corrupting energies. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Changsheng resolved to eliminate these energies before proceeding. Very well. I will take the blood essence, and in doing so, lend you a hand as well. Lin Changsheng initially planned to use a malevolent energy-dispelling pill. However, the pill was only effective against malevolent energies. Thus, the most prudent course of action was to set up an array. Since he was arranging an array, it would be but a simple task to encompass the 12 ancestral witches within its bounds. Simultaneously, this would serve as a contingency plan for Lin Changsheng. The eventual outcome of the conflict between the witches and the demons appeared rather grim. Not to mention the near annihilation of the two clans. But the very land of the primordial realm would be shattered, split into 4 great continents. Such a fate was unacceptable to Lin Changsheng. In the end, he sought the path of the great Tao within the primordial realm. Regardless of how Hongjun orchestrated his schemes or how the calamity unfolded, as long as the primordial realm remained unaffected, he would be satisfied. Yet, the devastation wrought by the two clans' battle would even obliterate the place where he sought to attain enlightenment. This simply could not be allowed. Thus, preemptive arrangements could be considered a safeguard on his part. With this thought in mind, Lin Changsheng began to set up the array. Drawing from his prior experience in formulating the malevolent energy-dispelling pill, combined with the assistance of the primordial laws, he completed the purification and transformation array in a matter of mere thousands of years. This array could absorb the malevolent and corrupting energies within the blood, purifying them into pure energy to strengthen the primordial spirit. The principle behind it was quite similar to that of the innate grand array. This was also why Lin Changsheng could set up the array so swiftly. Moreover, the array he established was connected to the innate grand array. Consequently, the purification and transformation array was endowed with a source of power. Of course, this array did not encompass the entire blood pool. It merely enveloped the 12 ancestral witches and the small portion of blood essence he had collected. To encompass the blood pool would consume far too much energy from the innate grand array, risking detection by the heavenly Tao. All he could do was assist the 12 ancestral witches. As his spiritual sense began to focus on the portion of blood essence he had gathered, the purification and transformation array worked diligently, continuously cleansing the malevolent and corrupting energies from the blood, which were subsequently absorbed. Only after confirming that the malevolent and corrupting energies within his blood essence were diminishing did Lin Changsheng finally relax. He then redirected his spiritual sense to the blood-colored cocoons. Under his perception, the previously tormented ancestral witches now appeared to find relief, their brows unfurling. Although their primordial spirits had been significantly eroded, at the very least, this grand array alleviated their suffering to some extent, while also converting the malevolent and corrupting energies to strengthen their primordial spirits. A thread of joy emanated from their beings. You observed the blood-colored cocoon of the 12th ancestor witch, the ancestor of thunder, Xiangliang, and began your enlightenment. Although the 12 ancestor witches could not cultivate their primordial spirits, they possessed the power of the laws from the moment of their birth. Xiangliang wielded the law of thunder. Thus, under Lin Changsheng's observation, he too embarked on a path of enlightenment. Several millennia later, you have comprehended the law of thunder, 1. And your understanding of the law of thunder has been absorbed by the primordial law, beginning its self-reflective evolution. Truly, the primordial law is formidable. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, realizing the advantages of comprehending the primordial law. All newly understood great laws would serve as nourishment for the primordial law, which would autonomously reflect and evolve, aiding Lin Changsheng in conserving countless hours of cultivation. All he needed to do was to cultivate the primordial law and continue his enlightenment. You observed the blood-colored cocoon of the 12th ancestor which, the ancestor of time, Zhu Jiuyin, and began your enlightenment. Several millennia later, you have grasped the law of time, 1, and your understanding of the law of time has been absorbed by the primordial law, beginning its self-reflective evolution. The law of time, likewise, ranks among the top 10 laws. Once fully comprehended, it would transform into the great path of time, wielding immense power. At that point, Lin Changsheng would be able to establish a grand time formation to assist his disciples in their cultivation. Excellent. Continue with the enlightenment. You observed the blood-colored cocoon of the 12th ancestor which, the ancestor of electricity, Shizi, and began your enlightenment. You have comprehended the law of electricity, 1. And your understanding of the law of electricity has been absorbed by the primordial law, beginning its self-reflective evolution. You observed the blood-colored cocoon of the 12th ancestor which, the ancestor of poison, Shebi Shur, and began your enlightenment. You have grasped the law of poison, 1. And your understanding of the law of poison has been absorbed by the primordial law, beginning its self-reflective evolution. You observed the blood-colored cocoon of the 12th ancestor which, the ancestor of ice, Xianming, and began your enlightenment. You have comprehended the law of ice, 1. And your understanding of the law of ice has been absorbed by the primordial law, beginning its self-reflective evolution. In Chapter 96, Lin Changsheng prepared to meet Nuwa once more before heading to the Sun Star. He had comprehended 5 laws in rapid succession, taking less than 10,000 years. This exemplified the might of the primordial law. However, ascending the primordial law was no simple endeavor. It depended on Lin Changsheng's cultivation level and required the absorption of more great laws for its growth. Yet, Lin Changsheng felt no anxiety about this. With his superior comprehension and the unparalleled support of the chaos demon god, enlightenment was remarkably smooth and effortless. After completing his cultivation, Lin Changsheng's divine consciousness glanced at a small sphere of blood he had collected. It contained potent life force, with the malevolent and tainted energies having been nearly entirely purified. It was nearly time to depart. Lin Changsheng directly stored this essence of blood, then cast a glance at the 12 blood-colored cocoons, wishing them luck. We shall meet again in the future. With that, Lin Changsheng strode out of the Panga Temple. Upon leaving the Panga Temple, Lin Changsheng contemplated and ultimately decided against continuing his exploration of Mount Buzhou. The calamity's malevolent energy had thickened to nearly its peak. Further searching would yield little reward. It would be wiser to visit the Sun Star and the Moon Star sooner, then return to Penlai Island for seclusion and a breakthrough in his realm. However, since he was already at Mount Buzhou, he might as well see how Fuxi and Nuwa were faring. Sensing the mark he had left, Lin Changsheng began to travel at full speed. In just a few years, he arrived once more at the entrance of the innate forbidden formation where Nuwa and Fuxi resided. He easily entered the formation. Inside, the surroundings had once again become lush and vibrant with life force. It seemed that Nuwa's laws of creation had yielded significant results during this time. Is it the friend Changsheng who has arrived? Lin Changsheng's entrance quickly roused Fuxi and Nuwa from their seclusion. The two awakened with expressions of warm anticipation, contrasting their demeanor from their first meeting. Dear friends, it is a pleasure to see you again, Lin Changsheng said with a smile as he approached. Since our last parting, we have both greatly benefited, Fuxi said, his heart filled with joy. We were initially pleased with our progress, but upon seeing you today, we are suddenly filled with humility. Upon discerning Lin Changsheng's cultivation, Fuxi could not help but let out a bitter smile. The last time they met, Lin Changsheng had merely been a consummate Tai Golden Immortal, while they were at the mid-stage of Tai Golden Immortals. Now, upon their reunion, they had only reached the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortals, while Lin Changsheng had achieved the consummate stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Truly, it was disheartening to compare oneself to another. Yet, on reflection, it was not surprising. Given Lin Changsheng's effortless understanding of the Tao and his insights into the great laws, such rapid advancement was indeed reasonable. Fuxi thought to himself that if he possessed such talent, he too could achieve similar heights. Friend Changsheng, the last time the 12 grades of 3 flowers reached perfection and caused the Tao to tremble, was it not you who created such an uproar? Nuwa inquired tentatively. At that time, Both Shi and Fuxi had been startled by the commotion. After considering the great powers of Hongjun, they felt Lin Changsheng was the most likely candidate. Indeed, Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. There is nothing to deny. Even if I were to share the method with you, you would be unable to replicate it. Firstly, your foundations would only allow you to reach the 8th grade of 3 flowers at most. Secondly, there is the matter of merit. Now that you are confined within the innate forbidden formation, from where would you acquire merit? Truly, it is friend Changsheng. I admire you greatly. May I ask what brings you here this time? Fuxi, having recovered from his astonishment, inquired. I happen to be traveling through Mount Buzhou and thought to visit you both. After our parting, I may enter seclusion for a breakthrough. When we meet again, I expect you will have transformed, Lin Changsheng said with a smile. Another seclusion? Does this mean you will be breaking through to an even higher realm? Your talent truly is fearfully formidable, Nuwa said, both curious and yearning. What realm lies beyond Deluo? She asked, intrigued. Now that they had reached the early stage of Deluo Golden Immortals, they were uncertain about the path ahead. Hence their ignorance of the realms beyond Deluo. This ignorance was shared by Nuwa, Fuxi, and even the 3 pure ones. As many innate deities transformed after the initial calamity of Longhan, all unaware of what lay above Deluo. This lack of knowledge had prompted Hongjun to lecture thrice at the Zixiao Palace. The first lecture addressed the great Tao of Deluo. The second discussed the method of Xuanxing's 3 corpses, and the third elucidated the path of saints. Beyond Deluo, I have attained the realm of Hunyuan Golden Immortal, which is also divided into 4 minor stages, early, middle, late, and consummate, Lin Changsheng stated nonchalantly. What is Hunyuan Golden Immortal? Nuwa and Fuxi inquired simultaneously. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal, strictly speaking, is not a singular realm. After reaching the consummate stage of Deluo Golden Immortal, one must comprehend the laws to attain the Tao. The Hunyuan Golden Immortal involves the continual understanding of the great Tao. If one can fully grasp this and utilize it to attain the Tao, then one can achieve the Hunyuan Deluo Golden Immortal. This is the true essence of enduring countless tribulations without perishing, fully transcending beyond the Hongjun, unbound by the shackles of heaven and earth, and enjoying true freedom and ease. Fuxi and Nuwa listened intently as Lin Changsheng expounded upon the Tao. In the present day, the great path has receded, and the heavenly Tao has begun to resurge. The aspiration to fully comprehend the principles is deceptively simple. Yet to elevate them to the level of the great path and grasp their essence is an arduous endeavor. One must possess fate, fortune, and understanding, each indispensable. After listening, Fuxi sighed deeply and remarked, is it truly so difficult? Just as Lin Changsheng was about to respond, Fuxi hastily continued, of course, my friend Changsheng is the exception. You have mastered not one but multiple great paths, and your attainments are exceedingly profound. For you, this is a smooth and unobstructed path. This statement rang true. The admiration that Fuxi and Nuwa held for Lin Changsheng's understanding was palpable. Were every being endowed with the same insight as Changsheng, the great path would be within reach. Does your statement imply that beyond the great Tao, there exist other methods of enlightenment? Nuwa inquired. Indeed, Fuxi affirmed. It is precisely because the great path has receded that the road to enlightenment has become exceedingly arduous. Following Hongjun, a new path will be forged. It is significantly simpler compared to the chaotic enlightenment of the primordial chaos, a kind of shortcut, if you will, Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. Hongjun? Fuxi and Nuwa exchanged glances. Although they had yet to emerge into the world, they were somewhat aware of external affairs. Hongjun had played an exceedingly pivotal role during the calamity of the fierce beasts and was known for his extensive connections. He must be an incredibly formidable figure. Who would have thought he could carve out a new path? It is indeed impressive. What kind of path has he created? If even Changsheng considers it a shortcut, it must be significantly easier. I do not recommend that you pursue such shortcuts. Should you take form and emerge, I shall reveal more. At that time, you may choose your path of cultivation, Lin Changsheng declared. Nuwa was also a part of Lin Changsheng's design. The reason for sharing this information with her was to dissuade her from the path of severing the 3 corpses and merging with the primordial purple energy. This way, during the impending calamity faced by humanity, she would unwaveringly stand with her kin. Of course, with my presence, humanity is destined to flourish. However, having an additional ally is always beneficial. Following this, Lin Changsheng offered some guidance on the cultivation issues of the two. He then prepared to take his leave. My friend Changsheng, are you preparing to retreat into seclusion? Fuxi and Nuwa inquired, somewhat reluctant to part. I am first heading to the Sunstar. There lies a chance that belongs to me, Lin Changsheng replied, raising his gaze toward the direction of the Sunstar. Dijuan and Tai, are you prepared? I have come to collect what is rightfully mine. Chapter 97, Body Forging on the Sunstar. The Sunstar. The blazing true fire of the sun surged like a furious dragon, ferociously intense. Just a wisp of this true fire could effortlessly obliterate the physical form of a great Luo golden immortal. At this moment, a man clad in a green robe, exuding an uncanny aura, strolled leisurely within. Remarkably, this individual did not employ any magical powers. He merely relied on the strength of his physical body to withstand the searing true fire. It was evident that the true fire was being absorbed by his flesh, subsequently transforming into a faint azure light that continuously tempered his body. The true fire of the sun for body forging is quite commendable. However, the intensity of the fire here is somewhat lacking. I shall delve deeper, this individual mused, revealing himself to be Lin Changsheng. After departing from Fuxi and Niwa, he had directly arrived at the Sun Star. Upon discovering the body-forging effects of the true fire to be satisfactory, he did not rush to seek resources. Nevertheless, the outer layers of this true fire were still somewhat feeble. As Lin Changsheng ventured deeper, the potency of the sun's true fire steadily escalated. The originally red flames gradually morphed into black. The scorching heat began to dissipate, replaced by an eerie chill, a chill emanating from the primordial spirit. Alert! A large innate restrictive formation lies 380,000 kilometers to your front right. Halting his body forging, Lin Changsheng turned his gaze to the right. Indeed, he could discern a resplendent innate formation. Could this be his target, Dijuan and Tai? Indeed, it is the innate formation where Dijuan and Tai reside, he confirmed. At this moment, the two golden crows were thoroughly awakened. No being had ever set foot on the Sun Star, and it was Lin Changsheng's entrance that roused them. This being possesses a terrifying physique, absorbing the true fire of the sun for body forging. Tai observed Lin Changsheng's process intently. Only the golden crows knew the true terror of this sun's fire, especially in the region he was approaching, which was perilously close to the sun's core. The flames there were exceedingly fearsome. Once one stepped in, both body and spirit would suffer relentless incineration. Even the two brothers dared not enter. Humph. The Sun Star is our dojo. This being dares to intrude simply due to a modicum of physical strength. If he continues to delve deeper, he shall be reduced to ashes, Dijuan remarked with malice. Wait, he has stopped, and it seems he is looking this way. Could he have discovered us? Tai felt a sense of tension. Impossible. With the innate formation shielding us, he could not possibly perceive us. I suspect he is merely retreating, seeking another route to exit the Sun Star, Dijuan replied, shaking his head. Discovering the innate formation? Such an absurdity. Tai concurred, finding this reasoning plausible. Upon a second glance, he noticed the figure had indeed averted his gaze. It appeared that it was indeed a coincidence. However, the next scene left both Dijuan and Tai wide-eyed. This individual had indeed stepped into the region of the sun's core. Endless black flames, like tongues of fire, enveloped him completely. What sheer folly! Dijuan and Tai exchanged glances before averting their eyes. They would not believe this being could survive. However, just because it was beyond their comprehension did not mean Lin Changsheng was incapable. At that moment, the black flames of the sun's core were relentlessly scorching his body and spirit. This place was perfectly suited for body forging. The faint azure light continuously absorbed the black flames for tempering. His primordial spirit was naturally safeguarded by spiritual treasures, leaving no cause for concern. Once his body forging reached perfection, he would delve deeper, striving to break through to the great Luo on the Sun Star. As for Dijuan and Tai, let them enjoy their comfort for a while. Once he completed his cultivation, he would seek them out for their misdeeds. They dared to slaughter humanity to forge the slaughter witch sword. They had yet to encounter him. When they did, a profound lesson awaited them. Thus, Lin Changsheng commenced his body forging with the flames of the sun's core. Time passed, though Lin Changsheng was unaware of its passage. Suddenly, an intense azure light erupted from his physical form, dispersing even the black flames that clung to him. An overwhelming sense of physical dominance surged forth. His body had achieved great Luo perfection. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, and could not resist delivering a powerful punch against the surface of the Sun Star. With a resounding boom, the impact echoed, a thunderous sound, reminiscent of ancient deities brewing divine thunder high above the heavens, reverberated through the cosmos. The entire solar star seemed to tremble in response. In the next moment, a vacuum zone, formed by sheer physical might, materialized around Lin Changsheng. The terrifying flames of the solar core were instantaneously extinguished. After what felt like an eternity, the solar star finally settled into tranquility, albeit the solar fire had become wildly ferocious. Countless tongues of solar flames erupted with fervor. Lin Changsheng felt a sense of satisfaction with his own punch. He pressed deeper. As he ventured further, the flames of the solar core grew increasingly terrifying, transforming from black to a blinding white. This shall suffice. Lin Changsheng sensed he had reached the limit of his physical form and refrained from pressing on recklessly. He began to quietly temper his body. Meanwhile, Dejuan and Tai reopened their eyes. Strange. Why has the solar fire become so volatile? Dejuan pondered, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, my friend. I felt the solar star tremble just moments ago, Tai added promptly. Such an occurrence had never transpired before. What could be the cause? Suddenly, a bold thought surged within Tai's mind. Could it be that the disturbance was caused by that being who entered for body tempering? He speculated. It would certainly provide an explanation. Perhaps we underestimated him. Dejuan concurred, sensing the plausibility of this notion. Otherwise, the solar star would not erupt without reason. During my body tempering in the solar star, a causal link was established between us, which will eventually necessitate repayment. Dejuan scoffed, then returned to his meditation. In the timeless wilderness, the passage of time was irrelevant to cultivation. The solar star gradually regained its calm, until millions of years had elapsed. One fateful day, Dejuan and Tai were once again roused from their meditation. An infinite torrent of solar fire surged forth from the depths of the solar core like a tempest. The surrounding solar fire ignited as if set ablaze, burning with a frenetic intensity. Even ensconced within the innate great formation, they could feel the terror and searing heat of the solar fire. What could possibly be happening? Dejuan and Tai exchanged alarmed glances toward the depths of the solar star. Such a commotion could not possibly be caused by that being again. If so, to what extent had his physical form ascended? Chapter 98. The body achieves the primordial golden immortal, unlocking new talents. At the deepest recesses of the solar star, the radiant white solar fire pervaded every corner of the core. Even a mere wisp of this flame could effortlessly incinerate a great luo golden immortal. Yet at this moment, a figure strolled leisurely within its embrace. The physical form of the primordial golden immortal had finally been attained. This figure was none other than Lin Changsheng. After millions of years of relentless tempering with the solar fire, he had successfully broken through. He contemplated testing the strength of his primordial golden immortal body, but decided against it, reasoning that the solar star should not endure such torment. Perhaps he would experiment with Tai later, as he had the innate treasure, the chaos bell. One punch should not be lethal. At that moment, the system provided a notification. 7th talent. Establishing a sect, gathering fortune, unlocked. Establishing a sect. Gathering fortune. Should you create a sect, you shall enjoy the fortune of the sect. Both you and your disciples will be endowed with sectal fortune, resonating with the Tao, thereby accelerating your comprehension of the Tao. A friendly reminder. The more disciples you have, the better their backgrounds, the more robust the fortune, and the stronger the resonance with the Tao experienced by the host. Indeed, as I anticipated, this talent pertains to establishing a sect. Upon reading the system's explanation, Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with clarity. Establishing a sect would forge a connection with the Tao, and the greater the number of disciples, the stronger the resonance. This implies that the Tao would be serving my sect directly. Furthermore, all disciples under my tutelage could comprehend and cultivate the Tao, with opportunities to attain the status of primordial great luo golden immortal. Such strength. This talent is extraordinarily potent. In this era of Tao's retreat and the resurgence of heavenly Tao, even beings as formidable as the three pure ones must cultivate the principles of the heavenly Tao to achieve sanctity through the primordial purple energy. Just imagine if all of the wilderness knew that joining Lin Changsheng's sect would grant them insight into the Tao. The Primordial Fairy Island would undoubtedly be overwhelmed with seekers. What of the Tao ancestor Hongjun or the lectures at the Xiao Palace? To attend any of those would be a profound disrespect to the Tao. However, even if the more disciples one gathers, and the better their backgrounds, and the stronger the sect's fortune, Lin Changsheng would not indiscriminately accept disciples. He possessed his own criteria for accepting students. If, when the Primordial Fairy Island emerged, any disciple from his sect could be a primordial great luo golden immortal, the spectacle would be nothing short of astonishing. Lin Changsheng could not help but envision that scene. The thought was so exhilarating that he yearned to return to Primordial Fairy Island immediately. Moreover, the most significant beneficiary would be himself as the sect leader. The stronger the sect's fortune, the more intimate his connection with the Tao, and the swifter his cultivation would progress. This would be akin to delivering a critical strike to the rewarding diligence of the Tao, talent. Consequently, the seeds bestowed by the Tao would undoubtedly be plentiful. The concerns he had regarding the principles of the primordial chaos would also be alleviated. With the Tao continually nourishing the principles of primordial chaos, his ascension would indeed become a seamless and delightful experience. It is said that the primordial great luo golden immortal encompasses 9 levels. Reputedly, 1 level of realm equates to 1 level of heaven. Now, all that remained for Lin Changsheng was to invest some time. Resisting the impulse to return to Primordial Fairy Island, he turned and soared toward the innate great formation where Dejuan and Tai resided. A few more disciples, and then he could return. He was not overly concerned about the passage of a moment. Before long, Lin Changsheng arrived at the forefront of the innate great formation. Inside the formation, Tao Brother, the being that entered earlier, has emerged. The recent upheaval of the solar star was undoubtedly caused by him. What does he intend to do now? Tai exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at the figure beyond the formation. Could he have discovered us? Tai, remain calm. Even if he were to notice the innate great formation, what of it? You and I are equipped with spiritual treasures. If he could enter, it would surely result in his demise, Dijun asserted coldly. Truly, he was worthy of being the future master of the demon court, decisive in action. Understood. Tai discreetly gathered his power, ready to activate the chaos bell at any moment. As time passed, Dijun and Tai observed that this figure not only pierced through the innate great formation, but was also in the process of unraveling it. Judging by the speed of his dismantling, it was alarmingly rapid. While this left Dijun and Tai perplexed, they braced themselves for a powerful strike. After approximately several decades, the figure outside their sight vanished entirely. When he reappeared, it was already within the confines of the innate great formation. Attack! Dijun bellowed. Under his mental command, his power surged into the He Tu and Luo Shu. This innate supreme spiritual treasure instantly radiated dazzling starlight. Soaring into the void, the celestial bodies of the cosmos underwent a profound evolution. At this moment, the entire celestial sphere was summoned forth, continually transforming and showering down an immeasurable cascade of starlight. Wherever the starlight touched, it reduced to ash and dust. Ding! The sound of an ancient bell resonated, as if penetrating the very soul. Looking up, one beheld a grand bell, adorned with intricate carvings, swaying with a mystical luminescence in the void. Its enigmatic essence was boundless, brimming with the power of creation. It suppressed the chaotic forces, inverted the flow of time and space, refined the duality of yin and yang, and wielded the might to alter the very fabric of existence. It imprisoned time and subdued space, exerting unparalleled authority capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. This was a primordial supreme spiritual treasure, a treasure of utmost origin. Dijun was filled with unwavering confidence. Under the accumulation of their combined might, even the most perfected Deluo golden immortal would be instantly reduced to naught. Those above the Deluo would have to retreat in trepidation. Haha, Dijun, Tai, is this truly how you welcome me? The booming laughter of a battle god echoed from the heavens. Confusion and anger stirred within Dijun and Tai. They were perplexed as to how this individual recognized them, and incensed that he dared to refer to them as little feathered birds, even adding the diminutive little. Since ancient times, such diminutive terms have been most hurtful to a man's pride. Yet, amidst their fury, their spirits were shaken. They observed this figure being gradually diminished by the celestial force of the cosmos, yet his corporeal form remained unscathed. In fact, a faint azure glow emanated from him, absorbing the power of the celestial bodies to temper his physique. Dijun, little bird, is this celestial force merely tickling me? His laughter rang out once more. Do not grow complacent. Taste my strike. Tai, seeing the audacity of this individual, commanded the chaotic bell to charge forward. Even amidst a sea of chaos, Tai held confidence in dispersing it. The primordial treasure, the chaotic bell, was indeed a fine artifact, yet it seemed a waste for it to be utilized by him. Before Tai could retort, the sight before him nearly caused him to transform in shock. The individual unleashed a punch with sheer physical might. This fist changed form endlessly, containing unparalleled power. Even a mere glance revealed the overwhelming pressure of this force. Ding, ding, ding. The fist struck the chaotic bell without adornment, and instantly, the entire primordial formation reverberated with a terrifying clang. The potent shockwave sent the entire formation into a frenzy. In Tai Yi's incredulous and fearful gaze, the chaotic bell was unexpectedly sent flying backward. What tremendous physical strength! Tai Yi felt a pang of distress as the chaotic bell flew back above his head, continuing to hum and tremble. As his companion treasure, the bond they shared made the sensation all the more unbearable. Reciprocate my strike, you little birds. A commanding voice resounded. A colossal fist, shimmering with azure light, tore through the air. Chapter 99. Effortlessly overwhelming Dijun and Tai Yi. Within the confines of the primordial restrictive formation of the sun star, Dijun and Tai Yi were now gripped by terror. They had anticipated that their charged attack, even if it could not annihilate the intruder, would at least severely injure him. They never imagined that this individual could withstand the assault of the primordial supreme spiritual treasure. The He Tu and Luo Shu, merely with his physical power, sending the primordial treasure, the chaotic bell, flying with a single punch. It is worth noting that this treasure was Tai Yi's companion artifact. Since its birth of sentience, it had been refined day and night, completely assimilated into his being. Now, to be struck aside with a mere punch was truly unfathomable. However, They had no time for astonishment. The individual's fist came crashing once more. The terrifying might rippled through the very fabric of this space. The primordial formation began to tremble violently, akin to ripples on a water surface. This is bad. Quickly, let us unite our strength to wield the chaotic bell. Dijun shouted in panic, hastily channeling all his power into the chaotic bell. Without needing Dijun's prompting, Tai Yi dared not hold back in the slightest. Together, they infused the chaotic bell with overwhelming radiance, transforming it into an ancient bell that shielded them. Ding! The sound of a dreadful collision resonated once more. At this moment, the primordial spiritual energy within the formation was instantaneously depleted. The overwhelming force caused both Dijun and Tai Yi's primordial spirits to sway, rendering them weakened. Although they barely managed to stave off this attack, they were already injured. And the chaotic bell was again sent flying. Return to me. A low growl echoed. A massive handprint, conjured from mystical powers, appeared out of thin air, directly suppressing the chaotic bell. No matter how the chaotic bell struggled, it could not break free from the grasp of the handprint. Who was this person? So terrifyingly powerful. They could not withstand him. Moreover, that previous strike had clearly been a mere casual blow. Should he genuinely desire to annihilate both themselves and Tai Yi, even the chaotic bell would be unable to provide any defense. This individual was none other than Lin Changsheng. Little did he expect that upon entering the formation, he would not even need to seek trouble with Dijun and Tai Yi, as they had already initiated hostilities. Lin Changsheng had originally intended to test the strength of his current physique. This was an opportune moment. The celestial force from the He Tu and Luo Shu could not damage his body, and the primordial treasure, the chaotic bell, was sent flying by a single punch. His physical power was indeed formidable, yet still insufficient. Is my casual strike truly beyond your capacity to withstand? Lin Changsheng remarked nonchalantly. Reciprocation is only fair. Since you dared to strike first, a lesson must be imparted. However, Lin Changsheng exercised restraint in his actions, ensuring he did not inflict severe harm upon them. Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would surely take notice. Yet, his objectives had already been achieved. After all, it was they who sought to target the human race. Aspiring to forge the slaughter-witch sword, today he would sow seeds of doubt within their hearts. The strength of humanity is invincible. The fortune of the human race is unassailable. Having subdued the chaotic bell, Lin Changsheng seized the primordial treasure. The chaotic bell continued to resist vigorously. Truly, it was a primordial treasure forged from the heavenly opening divine axe. Its might was indeed impressive. Were it not for the immense karmic ties associated with this primordial treasure, Lin Changsheng would have considered taking it with him. Who are you? Release my chaotic bell at once. Tai Yi exclaimed in a fit of rage, his temper flaring. You two little birds possess no sense of propriety. The moment I entered, you assaulted me with your spiritual treasures. And now you deny me the right to subdue this treasure? Do you truly believe that the Lord of Humanity is so easily trifled with? Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. Dijun and Tai Yi found themselves momentarily speechless. His words bore a semblance of reason. Had he not been able to breach the primordial formation, they might have almost believed him. Had he not sent the chaotic bell flying with a single punch, they would have been more inclined to trust him. Yet, what incredible power this individual possessed. From whence did this Lord of Humanity emerge? We are merely within the primordial formation. How did we suddenly attract such calamity? Is there anyone who can speak on behalf of us, the Golden Crow? Fellow Taoist, we were in the wrong earlier. The chaotic bell pertains to Tai Yi's path to enlightenment. We implore you to show mercy. As long as my fellow cultivators can temper their anger, the spiritual roots and materials within the great formation are yours to claim. Dijun truly embodies the qualities of a future sovereign of the demon court, possessing the ability to endure and adapt. In this moment, he can only suppress his ire to convey his stance. Brother Dao, Tai Yi exclaimed in urgent protest. These spiritual roots and materials are their capital post-transformation. Without resources, how can one establish a faction? The chaos clock is of utmost importance. Dijun's voice dropped to a low growl. Resources can be sought anew. But if the chaos clock were to be taken by the individual before them, the combat prowess of the two brothers would be diminished by at least half. Although reprimanded by Dijun, Tai Yi chose not to retort, his heart nevertheless swelling with gratitude. Truly, Dijun exemplifies remarkable courage and resolve. However, it seems you have misunderstood. These resources are not contingent upon your permission for me to claim. Lin Changsheng smiled lightly, channeling his supreme powers to gather all the spiritual roots and materials into the Baichao diagram. First-rate spiritual roots, first-rate spiritual fruits, and mid-grade innate spiritual roots were all seized in the midst of Dijun and Tai Yi's astonished and furious gazes. Furthermore, you lack the right to refer to me as Dao friend. Address me as Taoist Master Changsheng. As Lin Changsheng continued to gather the resources, he spoke with a calm demeanor. Jun and Tai Yi felt their anger surging, nearly rivaling the sun's true fire outside. How utterly stifling. Yet, they dared not unleash their wrath. Oh, there is also a premium innate Wutum mineral vein. Excellent. This discovery filled Lin Changsheng with delight. With this vein, the 5-element sword diagram has now amassed 3 types of mineral veins, only 2 short of completion for forging. At that point, any excess veins could be mixed with a touch of Shoyan copper to craft 5 swords of the 5 elements. If the quality of the 5-element swords and the 5 elements formation can be elevated, Lin Changsheng would have confidence in contending against the extermination sword formation. Yet, this remains a daunting challenge. The 4 extermination swords and the extermination formation are all innate supreme spiritual treasures. To elevate his 5 elements sword and formation to that tier is an arduous task, one that must be deferred to the future. As Jun and Tai Yi watched Lin Changsheng indiscriminately plunder the resources within the formation, their expressions darkened, almost capable of dripping water. The humiliation they suffered today was insufferable. Why is this individual so enigmatic and powerful? With such a formidable being present, can they truly dominate the Hongjun after their transformation? Lin Changsheng paid no heed to the murderous glances from Jun and Tai Yi, completely depleting the resources within the great formation before turning his attention back to them. Taoist Master Changsheng, you have taken the resources. My brother and I have also learned our lesson. May we now reclaim the chaos clock for Tai Yi? Jun asked, suppressing his simmering anger. Chapter 100, Gaining the Source, preparing to return to Penglai Island. Jun and Tai Yi were utterly vexed. Had they not offended this lord of humanity? Even if their actions were premature, it was within reason. Moreover, they had already sustained injuries at his hands, and he had stripped them of all the spiritual roots and materials. Surely, the chaos clock could be returned to them? There is no rush. I still require some of your foundational essence, Lin Changsheng replied, his smile unwavering. Is it not a bit tyrannical of Taoist master to demand our essence? It is the foundation of our cultivation. Once given to you, our paths will be severely limited. To sever one's path is a great enmity, a matter of life and death. Are you certain you wish to forge a lasting vendetta against us? Upon hearing the mention of their essence, Jun and Tai Yi immediately grew anxious. They could tolerate the loss of spiritual roots and materials, but their essence was non-negotiable. Have we not already become enemies? Lin Changsheng said with a light shake of his head. Given Jun and Tai Yi's temperament, they were likely already scheming their revenge. However, there was no need for such agitation. As long as it does not harm your foundational essence, merely provide me with a portion. It may only cost you a few billion years of arduous cultivation, Lin Changsheng continued, his tone shifting. With the protection of the heavenly Tao, even if he wished to eliminate these brothers, it would not be feasible. Upon hearing this, Jun finally felt a measure of relief. He hoped that the Taoist master would honor his word. After a moment's thought, Jun decisively relinquished a portion of his essence. Seeing this, Tai Yi had no choice but to comply. Soon, 2 spheres of essence appeared before Lin Changsheng, who directly absorbed them into the Baichao diagram. Yet, he did not depart immediately. Instead, he cast his gaze upon the Fusang Divine Tree, which was also one of his objectives for this journey. Taoist Master Changsheng. The Fusang Divine Tree is the core of the Sun Star. You cannot possibly take this innate supreme spiritual root, Jun coldly declared. The Fusang Divine Tree had existed since their inception, having long since merged with the Sun Star, rendering it impossible to extract. Are you not powerful? A pity. The Fusang Divine Tree shall forever elude your grasp. What if I told you it would willingly offer its essence? Lin Changsheng merely smiled faintly. He then directed the Tao of creation towards the Fusang Divine Tree. Fusang Divine Tree, I know you have birthed a spirit, although you cannot leave this place. If you can condense some essence, I can allow you to regrow, gain sentience, and transform. You should understand that at my level, there is no need for deceit. Lin Changsheng's thoughts resonated with the Fusang Divine Tree. He chose to keep the matter of the tree gaining sentience and transforming a secret, hence the mental communication. Jun and Tai Yi wore expressions of disdainful scorn. We concede that we are not as powerful as you. However, when it comes to knowledge of the Fusang Divine Tree, not even 10 of you could match our understanding. Since its gestation, we have been intimately acquainted with the Fusang Divine Tree. It would not be an exaggeration to say we are aware of every single line upon its bark. Yet, their derision and mockery quickly froze on their faces. The scene before them was so astonishing that they began to question whether Lin Changsheng was employing illusions. Suddenly, a branch of the Fusang Divine Tree snapped cleanly, exuding a rich aura of essence. Lin Changsheng nodded gently in approval. No plant spirit could resist the allure of evolving into sentience. With this essence in hand, his journey to the Sun Star could be deemed complete. He then turned his gaze towards the still shocked Jun and Tai Yi. Before departing, he would impart one final, profound lesson upon them. The overwhelming pressure of a Hongjun Golden Immortal's formidable physique enveloped them. Taoist Master Changsheng, what is the meaning of this? Dijun exclaimed, a mixture of anger and fear in his voice. The oppressive sensation was terrifying. They had just sustained injuries, and now this pressure felt as though it could crush them at any moment. Did this Lord of Humanity intend to kill them? How dare he? Did he not fear the enormous karmic repercussions? This is merely a warning. I am the Lord of Humanity, Taoist Master Changsheng. In the future, it would be prudent for you to contemplate thoroughly before taking action, whether you possess the fortitude to withstand my wrath. With those words, Lin Changsheng hurled the chaos bell. He retracted his corporeal form and departed from the primordial great array. Only then did Dijun and Tai exhale with relief, recalling the terror they had just experienced. A mixture of fear and anger flooding their minds. What is the intention of this Taoist of longevity? Dijun remarked with a grim countenance. I am uncertain as well. Tai replied, shaking his head. At this moment, the retrieval of the chaos bell provided him with the greatest solace. Lord of Humanity, the two of us shall remember you. In the future, when we take form, this karmic entanglement will reach its conclusion. Dijun mused for a long while, yet found himself at a loss. Undoubtedly, their Taoist hearts had now developed fissures. From this point forward, any intent to harm humanity would conjure the formidable figure of Lin Changsheng. Should they fail to overcome him, they would never dare to strike against the human race. Upon exiting the solar star, Lin Changsheng made his way directly to the lunar star. The primordial cosmos was rather desolate, with few sentient beings visible aside from the celestial bodies. After a considerable duration, a colossal star appeared within Lin Changsheng's line of sight. The lunar star had finally arrived. In stark contrast to the solar star, the lunar star exuded an extreme chill, appearing utterly barren at first glance. Lin Changsheng strolled upon its surface, searching for the primordial forbidden array. After an indeterminate period, a grand primordial forbidden array materialized before him. It must be here, he murmured to himself before commencing the unraveling of the primordial array. Before long, he vanished from his original position. When he reappeared, he had entered the confines of the primordial array. Though it belonged to the lunar goddess Xianxia and Xiha, Lin Changsheng did not hold back. He collected all the primordial spiritual roots and materials. Eventually, he halted before a laurel tree. Two luminous orbs were meditating atop the laurel tree, evidently engrossed in their training to the extent that they failed to notice Lin Changsheng's entrance. He merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, for he would never engage in actions that would disrupt another's path to enlightenment. Subsequently, he focused on the laurel tree before him, employing the same method as before. He unleashed the Tao of creation and retrieved a branch from the Fusang divine tree. Without hesitation, the laurel tree offered a branch in return. Thus, both the Fusang divine tree and the laurel tree's essence were acquired. Lin Changsheng's journey through the primordial realm could be deemed a splendid conclusion. It was finally time to return to Penglai. Reflecting on his innate talent as a Hongjun Golden Immortal, Lin Changsheng felt a surge of excitement within. There were indeed numerous tasks awaiting him upon his return. Chapter 101. Returning to Penglai Immortal Island. The transformation of the Enlightenment Tea Tree. On Penglai Immortal Island, which would typically embody tranquility, three figures were soaring about exuberantly. The leader radiated an ethereal and serene aura, flanked closely by a man and a woman. Master of Enlightenment. We have finally taken form. Without a doubt, the trio consisted of the Enlightenment Tea Tree, the Seven-Star Sword Grass, and the Water Spirit Flower. Having successfully transformed after enduring countless epochs under the guidance of Lin Changsheng's Tao of creation and the techniques imparted to them, unable to contain their excitement, they frolicked across Penglai Immortal Island. For them, it had once seemed impossible to achieve such a transformation in this lifetime. It was solely due to Lin Changsheng that they had reached this day. After a period of playful revelry, the three paused. Alas, when will the Taoist return? He would surely be delighted to witness our transformation, lamented the vivacious Water Spirit Flower, her lips pouting. Fear not, the Taoist will undoubtedly return, the Enlightenment Tea Tree reassured. Gazing wistfully towards the array, though the Seven-Star Sword Grass remained silent, anticipation flickered in its eyes. The joy of their transformation was most fervently desired to be shared with Lin Changsheng, yet uncertainty loomed regarding his return. Just as the three little ones were engulfed in gloom, the primordial array trembled, and a figure materialized upon Penglai Immortal Island. Taoist! It is the Taoist! Exclaimed Water Spirit Flower, the first to dash forward. Indeed, the Taoist has returned. Taoist, we have all successfully transformed. The Enlightenment Tea Tree chimed in, equally eager to rush forward. Noticing the Seven-Star Sword Grass still rooted in place, it seized him as they both lunged towards Lin Changsheng. Upon returning to Penglai Immortal Island, Lin Changsheng was immediately enveloped by the three little ones. I never expected you all to have succeeded in your transformations. Lin Changsheng beamed at the trio. Truly, my efforts have not been in vain. A quick glance revealed that the Enlightenment Tea Tree had advanced to the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, while the Water Spirit Flower and Seven-Star Sword Grass had achieved the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, a commendable feat. Their rapid progress within such a brief span attested to their remarkable potential. Were it not for the Taoist, we would have never transformed in this lifetime. The Enlightenment Tea Tree gazed at Lin Changsheng with admiration. Taoist, I am the Water Spirit Flower transformed. Since you named the Master Sister, will you not bestow upon me a name as well? You cannot show favoritism. The spirited Water Spirit Flower, unafraid, boldly addressed Lin Changsheng. Of course. You are all my disciples, nurtured through my own efforts. How could I possibly show favoritism? Lin Changsheng chuckled, gently patting her head. Given your lively and spirited nature, I shall name you Waterling. Water Spirit Flower's eyes sparkled with joy as she exclaimed, Master Sister, did you hear? I have a name now. I am Waterling. The exuberance in her voice was palpable, her eyes nearly crescent-shaped. That name truly suits you, the Enlightenment Tea Tree concurred with a smile. Meanwhile, the Seven-Star Sword Grass had opened its mouth but struggled to articulate a single word, its face flushed. Seven-Star Sword Grass, you too come forth. Lin Changsheng beckoned with a gentle smile. Though you have transformed, your demeanor is rather somber and reticent. Henceforth, you shall be known as Seven Yin. Upon hearing this, Seven Yin bowed respectfully to Lin Changsheng, expressing gratitude. The three little ones erupted in jubilation once more, only to regain composure under the Enlightenment Tea Tree's admonition. Lin Changsheng observed with a nod, recognizing the Enlightenment Tea Tree's wisdom and steadiness, truly fitting for a master sister. It appeared that the two little ones were somewhat intimidated by her. Taoist, will you leave again after this return? The Enlightenment Tea Tree inquired, with the other two little ones gazing expectantly at Lin Changsheng. I shall not be departing from Penglai Immortal Island for the time being. There are many matters that require my attention, he replied. I nearly forgot. I have brought back quite a number of junior disciples for you all, Lin Changsheng announced, promptly retrieving his harvest from the 100 Herbs diagram. The first to emerge was a little white fox named Susu, who, upon surveying her surroundings, timidly leapt onto Lin Changsheng's shoulder. Taoist, where is this place? Susu timidly gazed at the trio of Wudao and inquired, Little Susu, this is the sacred ground of Daozuan, my sanctuary. Lin Changsheng affectionately ruffled Susu's pristine fur and smiled. Ah, what a beautiful little white fox. Come here and embrace the second senior sister. Shui Ling's eyes sparkled with excitement as she looked at little Susu. Greetings, second senior sister. Susu initially appeared apprehensive. However, it wasn't long before she mingled joyfully with Wudao and the others, all of whom were transformed from flora and possessed a remarkably innocent disposition. Daozuan, are these primordial essences our junior brothers and sisters as well? Wudao quickly regained his composure and asked. Indeed, this is the essence of the chaotic 5 elements pine. This is the essence of the primal Bodhi tree, and this is the undying divine phoenix grass. Lin Changsheng introduced each of the 4 little beings in succession. In total, there were 11 primordial essences. Wudao, please take these 11 essences to the herbal garden. I shall soon employ the Tao of creation to expedite their awakening of consciousness. Lin Changsheng instructed. Yes, Daozuan. Wudao took the 11 essences and headed towards the herbal garden. Daozuan, what shall we do? Shui Ling eagerly inquired. I will assign you tasks shortly. For now, proceed to the herbal garden. Lin Changsheng gently patted Shui Ling's head and followed suit towards the garden. Under Wudao's diligent care, the herbal garden had flourished remarkably during this period. It seemed that some spiritual roots had also begun to awaken. Lin Changsheng extracted all the spiritual materials from the 100 Herbs diagram and planted them. The garden expanded significantly once more. Wudao promptly settled the 11 primordial essences as instructed. Lin Changsheng nodded in approval. I shall lecture on the Tao of creation for 100,000 years. Whether you can awaken your consciousness depends entirely on your own fortune. With that, Lin Changsheng sat cross-legged in the void. With his current mastery of the Hongming principles, his understanding of the Tao of creation transcended mere creation and encompassed the principles of life. Instantly, his eloquence flourished and wondrous phenomena unfolded. Boundless rhythms of creation and the light of life showered upon Penglai Immortal Island. Even Wudao and his companions, who had already taken form, found themselves greatly enriched. In the blink of an eye, 100,000 years passed. Under Lin Changsheng's teachings, Penglai Immortal Island teemed with vitality. One day, Lin Changsheng opened his eyes. Wudao and the others remained immersed in their epiphanies. However, judging by their state, they would require additional time to awaken. Little Susu, on the other hand, was curled up asleep on the ground. Aside from her slightly enlarged stature, she had not changed much. It was easy to overlook this little creature. Soon, I shall create a body refinement technique for her. With the foundation of divine elephant suppressing the abyss, her comprehension should be swift. Lin Changsheng then turned his attention to the 11 primordial essences he had brought back. The primal Bodhi tree had regrown into a robust trunk, and the spiritual essence within was now incredibly rich, just a step away from awakening consciousness. Allow me to assist you. Lin Changsheng smiled gently and directly employed the spirit awakening technique. Instantly, the primal Bodhi tree seemed to undergo a metamorphosis. A surge of vibrant life erupted forth, exhibiting much more vitality than before. Thank you immensely, Daozuan, the primal Bodhi tree expressed joyfully. Lin Changsheng nodded in acknowledgement. As expected of a supreme innate spiritual root, its foundation was remarkable. Merely by imparting a hint of enlightenment, it had already gained consciousness. If it continued to cultivate, its awareness would only grow more profound. With the successful awakening of the Bodhi tree, Lin Changsheng shifted his gaze to the remaining primordial essences. All had awakened their spirits and were on the verge of gaining consciousness. Naturally, Lin Changsheng lent them a helping hand, particularly the undying divine phoenix grass, which was already complete when it was brought back and had possessed spirit. Under Lin Changsheng's spirit awakening technique, its consciousness became remarkably complete, and it was likely the first among these essences to take form. After completing these tasks, Lin Changsheng scanned the spiritual roots and materials with his divine sense. To his delight, several more spiritual roots had awakened their spirits. These would serve as the foundation of his future sect. Unreservedly, he assisted them further. From now on, they merely needed to await the awakening of their consciousness and engage in cultivation. I will first impart to you the spirit chi creation technique for your cultivation. When you take form, we shall then devise suitable cultivation methods for you. Lin Changsheng transmitted the spirit chi creation technique to those primordial essences that had awakened consciousness. Now it is your turn. Lin Changsheng called for little Susu, recalling the divine elephant suppressing the abyss technique in his mind. Soon, he entered a state of enlightenment. Although the technique was exceptional, it required slight modifications to better suit little Susu's cultivation. As Susu's primordial spirit had fragmented into countless pieces, hidden within her cells, the effectiveness of absorbing innate spiritual energy through her own cells and the diminutive primordial spirit was nearly negligible. Thus, Lin Changsheng focused his comprehension on this aspect. The body refinement technique he envisioned not only aimed to strengthen her physical form continuously, but also to nurture the diminutive primordial spirit within her cells. Once the body refinement realm reached a certain level, all the primordial spirits within her cells would awaken. At that time, each cell would be fervently absorbing innate spiritual energy, ensuring her body refinement realm would not be lacking. Unbeknownst to him, tens of thousands of years slipped by. One day, Lin Changsheng finally opened his eyes. I have succeeded, he exclaimed. Let it be named Divine Prison Spirit Body Technique. This technique assimilated the commonalities of Spirit Chi Creation Technique and Divine Elephant Suppressing the Abyss. And with slight modifications, it became a technique perfectly suited for little Susu's cultivation. Little Susu, come here. Lin Changsheng called to the still, slumbering Susu. Daozuan, my senior brothers and sisters are all cultivating, but I cannot seem to cultivate. Little Susu whimpered, her big eyes brimming with tears. Her characteristic head lifted in distress. Do not fret, little Susu. Daozuan has created a technique tailored for your cultivation, Lin Changsheng reassured, gently stroking her snowy white fox head. Really? That's wonderful. I can finally begin my cultivation. Little Susu exclaimed in excitement. Now, focus your mind. Daozuan will impart the technique to you, Lin Changsheng instructed. Upon hearing this, little Susu obediently closed her eyes. Lin Changsheng placed his finger on her forehead, and instantly, the entire cultivation method of Divine Prison Spirit Body Technique was transmitted into little Susu's mind. After a moment, he withdrew his finger. Daozuan, this is such a marvelous technique. I feel as though my entire body is absorbing innate spiritual energy. It tickles, exclaimed the little fox, Susu, her eyes wide open. Indeed, this is a good sign. It indicates that the technique is beneficial for you. Remember to cultivate diligently, Lin Changsheng advised, observing the vitality within little Susu's body. All her cells seemed to spring to life, fervently absorbing the innate spiritual energy. Rest assured, Daozuan, I shall surely catch up with my senior brothers and sisters. Young Susu declared with spirited determination. At that moment, Wu Dao and the other two disciples awoke from their state of enlightenment. You're all awake. Just in time. For I have an important announcement to make. It is now the moment to establish our sect. Lin Changsheng cast a glance at his disciples, realizing he now had 15 of them, marking the nascent formation of a sect. Moreover, the backgrounds of these 15 disciples were commendable, with the least among them being of innate upper-grade caliber. Once the sect was established, the amassed fortune would undoubtedly be considerable. At that time, whether for their own cultivation or for Lin Changsheng's advancement as the sect leader, the benefits would multiply exponentially. The four disciples of Wu Dao gazed at Dao Zun with eager anticipation. The establishment of the sect would indeed render them true senior brothers and sisters. Today, I shall found the Changxing Xian sect on the Penglai Immortal Island, and my Dao title shall be Dao Zun. I accept 15 direct disciples. First disciple Wu Dao. Second disciple Shui Ling. Third disciple Qi Yan. Fourth disciple Wu Xing. Fifth disciple Bei Xian. Sixth disciple Pu Jing. Seventh disciple Geng Sheng. Eighth disciple Su Su. Ninth disciple Shen Huang. 10th disciple Qin Xian. 11th disciple Pan Shi. 12th disciple Jin Di. 13th disciple Jin Tai. 14th disciple Fu Sang. And 15th disciple Tai Yin. All who enter my sect shall partake in the sect's fortune. You must diligently cultivate and uphold the name of the Changxing Xian sect. Let the Tao witness this and walk alongside us. As Lin Changsheng's voice fell, a surge of fortuitous power converged above Penglai Island, swiftly coalescing into a budding golden lotus of fortune, radiating a kaleidoscope of brilliance. Simultaneously, in the depths of the void, it awakened once more. Chapter 103. The blooming golden lotus of fortune, achieving the Yuanshan divine power of the Hongjun Golden Immortal. Upon the formal establishment of the Changxing Xian sect by Lin Changsheng, this talent activated promptly. A massive golden lotus of fortune appeared above Penglai Island. As disciples were continually gathered, this budding lotus would bloom, and its grade would rise with the increase of fortune. Moreover, every disciple within the sect would benefit from the blessings of the golden lotus of fortune, enhancing their cultivation and prowess in combat. The greatest beneficiary would undeniably be Lin Changsheng. Whenever he desired, he could draw upon this fortune to aid his breakthroughs and comprehend the Tao. Originally, Lin Changsheng intended to enter seclusion to refine a 7-turn golden elixir to expedite his ascension, but now it was entirely unnecessary. With the golden lotus of fortune present, his rate of breakthrough would significantly accelerate. However, this was merely one aspect of the benefits. The founding of the Changxing Xian sect once again drew the attention of the Tao. This time, it was not a mere glance, but rather a beam of light that seemed to infuse directly into the golden lotus of fortune. In that moment, Wu Dao and the other disciples distinctly sensed the presence of the Tao. Whenever they wished, they could choose to cultivate one of the Tao's paths. This was the true terror. Joining the Changxing Xian sect granted them the ability to cultivate the Tao. The Hongyuan Golden Immortal and the Hongyuan Wajidian de Luo Golden Immortal were no longer beyond reach. The greatest advantage remained with Lin Changsheng. At that moment, he seemed to walk hand in hand with the Tao. This state, in which he could perceive the Tao at any time, caused his Hongming laws to operate involuntarily. You have established a sect, condensed the golden lotus of fortune, and connected with the Tao. The Tao has bestowed upon you 5 seeds of the Tao. Excellent. The talent unlocked by the Hongyuan Golden Immortal was indeed formidable. Lin Changsheng happily accepted the 5 Tao seeds, but refrained from immediate comprehension. He still had one final task to undertake. Wu Dao, Shui Ling, Qi Yan, Lin Changsheng addressed his 3 disciples. Their rankings were purely based on the order of acceptance, not on strength or background. Dao Zun, your disciples are present, they responded in unison. In that moment, it felt as though they had truly united through the creation of the sect. I shall now enter seclusion to break through my realm. The construction of the sect's dojo will be entrusted to the 3 of you. The expanse of Penglai Island is vast, providing ample space for the sect's establishment. Once my cultivation improves, I can draw the Yingzhou Immortal Island closer and connect it with Penglai Island. At that point, we can construct a dream world on Penglai Island, incorporating areas for combat, alchemy, and comprehension of divine abilities. This will greatly enhance the combat capabilities of the disciples of the Changxing Xian sect. However, that is a matter for later consideration. Dao Zun, do not worry. We will ensure the task is completed. The 3 disciples vowed earnestly. Lin Changsheng nodded, reassured by their commitment. These are the mineral veins for constructing the sect. Do not be frugal. Our Changxing Xian sect will undoubtedly attract more disciples in the future. He presented to Wu Dao various precious ores and celestial metals he had gathered during his travels in the primordial chaos. After a moment's thought, Lin Changsheng produced the copper of Shouyang. With a flick of his thought, sword energy manifested in the void, swiftly carving out a massive, smooth stone block. Keep the remaining Shouyang copper vein. Watch closely. How much you comprehend depends on your own destiny, he declared. With that, Lin Changsheng activated the Hongming laws, swiftly sketching in the air. Each stroke contained profound mysteries and the principles of the Tao. The minds of Wu Dao and her companions gradually became captivated by Lin Changsheng's actions. At that moment, they began to comprehend the Tao anew. It continued until the final character of the word sect was inscribed. The 3 disciples remained in a state of enlightenment. Lin Changsheng smiled gently. The 4 characters of Changsheng Xian sect fused dozens of Dao laws. As long as their comprehension was sufficient, they could observe this stone to grasp divine abilities. Having completed these tasks, Lin Changsheng soared into the depths of Penglai Island. First, he would comprehend the 5 Dao seeds bestowed by the Dao, and then he would seek to breach his realm. The once bustling Penglai Island fell silent once more. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years passed. Wu Dao and Shui Ling gradually awakened from their state of enlightenment. Dao Zun is truly formidable. Just 4 characters encapsulate dozens of Dao principles. Even now, I still cannot fully comprehend them. Wu Dao marveled at the 4 robust characters imbued with profound mysteries. Dao Zun's cultivation is transcendent, reaching the heavens. Is that not to be expected? Shui Ling remarked, finding it entirely reasonable. If Dao Zun lacked such prowess, how could he possibly aid us in our transformation? Moreover, to gather the Dao within our sect is a supreme ability that only our Dao Zun possesses. Though Qi Yin remained silent, she nodded in agreement. I merely commend Dao Zun's profound cultivation. Very well. Now, let us begin constructing the sect. According to Dao Zun's wishes, the sect should primarily be grand and magnificent, without excessive opulence. The trio then engaged in a discussion regarding the layout of their sect before commencing its construction. Each of them possessed considerable cultivation, making the establishment of the sect a task of little difficulty. Years passed, and a magnificent and awe-inspiring sect rose from the ground, adorned with intricately carved beams and a rustic yet grand atmosphere. Particularly striking was the colossal Shouyang stone at the entrance, which imbued the Changsheng Xianzong with an air of profound Taoist essence. At last, the sect was completed, awaiting the Taoist master's emergence from seclusion. The 3 enlightened ones exchanged satisfied glances at their new sect before returning to their cultivation. Their sense of urgency was heightened. With so many direct disciples of the Taoist master, they could easily be pursued if they let their guard down. Another 100,000 years drifted by. On this day, the auspicious golden lotus above the Changsheng Xianzong erupted with boundless spiritual radiance, its vitality intensifying. Suddenly, the golden lotus blossomed into the second tier of blooms. All disciples in seclusion sensed this change and turned their gazes toward the flourishing lotus. With the enhancement of fortune, the Taoist master had successfully broken through. In that moment, they felt the richness of fortune, and their cultivation dilemmas became crystal clear, accelerating their progress significantly. They congratulated the Taoist master on achieving the realm of Hunyuan Jingxian with fervent cheers. Over the years, although the remaining 11 original sources had yet to take form, they had all successfully awakened their intelligence. Indeed, Lin Changsheng had successfully advanced to the early stage of Hunyuan Jingxian, far quicker than he had anticipated. This was the benefit of the auspicious golden lotus, which provided support for cultivation and enlightenment at any moment. Furthermore, his breakthrough had caused the lotus to bloom at the second tier. If it continued to flourish, it might even reach the 36th tier. With the blessing of fortune, it would be effortless for an ordinary being to attain the Deluo realm. You have all worked hard, Lin Changsheng said as he appeared before the enlightened ones. He was quite pleased with the sect they had constructed. Taoist master, it is our duty, they replied promptly. Lin Changsheng nodded with a smile. But just as he intended to check on the cultivation status of the undying divine phoenix grass and others, a sudden intuition struck him. He turned his gaze towards the direction of Buzhou Mountain, where 3 towering figures were engaged in a fierce battle. The calamity's malevolence had intensified to its peak, and the 3 clans were nearing their final moments. It seems the calamity is about to conclude, Lin Changsheng murmured. The end of the Dragonhan calamity marked the commencement of the conflict between the Dao and the demons. This was indeed an opportune moment for him to navigate the chaos. The remaining descendants of the 3 clans were quite promising. Given that his own disciples were still few in number, the more disciples he could gather, the better the golden lotus would flourish. It was time for him to take action. Luo Ho and Hongjun possessed elements that piqued his interest. Chapter 104. Collecting the offspring of the 3 clans, the ancestral dragon's dissolution. In the vast wilderness, the malevolence of the calamity had reached an unprecedented level. The conflicts among the 3 clans had escalated beyond mere skirmishes, erupting into a full-scale war. While Luo Ho's covert machinations and Hongjun's indifference played a role, it was primarily the clan leaders' profound understanding of the challenges of achieving Dao through fortune that propelled them to this inevitable conclusion. To attain Dao through fortune, one must gather the fortunes of the entire wilderness to take that final step towards becoming a supreme Hunyuan de Luo Jingxian. The outcome was that the 3 clans could only determine a victor. The heavens and earth had turned murky, engulfing the entire wilderness in a brutal struggle. Countless beings were forced to partake, and with each passing day, innumerable lives were lost. Mountains and rivers were shattered, and lakes evaporated within moments. Earth, water, wind, and fire erupted incessantly. Yet, the most captivating sight was the three enormous figures above Buzhou Mountain: the primordial Qilin, the original phoenix, and the ancestral dragon. The battles of these Hunyuan Jingxian powerhouses were increasingly savage, with each clash sending tremors through the earth, dimming the sun and moon. At this moment, a figure appeared in the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. After the conclusion of the Dragon Han calamity, the descendants of the three clans would be afflicted by the erosion of karmic retribution, causing their foundations to regress and their cultivation to stagnate. This act also serves to repay the previous karma of the Dragon clan, Lin Changsheng mused. Though he had come to collect disciples, he was simultaneously preserving a portion of the Dragon clan's bloodline. Otherwise, once the calamity subsided, the Dragon clan would be eternally trapped in the four seas, perpetually subjected to the corrosion of karmic retribution. By then, it would be too late to rescue any more of the Dragon clan. When the calamity of the journey to the west led to dragon liver and phoenix gall becoming a dish, one could see how tragic the Dragon clan's fate had become. Soon, Lin Changsheng arrived within the Dragon Palace. All the formidable beings of the Dragon clan had departed with the ancestral dragon, leaving no powerful guardians behind. To save time, his divine consciousness swept through the entire palace without restraint. Before long, Lin Changsheng discovered the location of the Dragon clan's offspring. They were nestled within the ancestral Dragon Palace. A swift spatial traversal brought him to their vicinity, where dozens of young dragon cubs were peacefully asleep. A glance revealed that their potential was remarkable, predominantly at the intermediate to advanced levels of innate quality. Although they were merely cubs, Lin Changsheng, with his eye of insight, discerned the heavy threads of karma entwining them, along with the encroaching karmic retribution. If Lin Changsheng did not intervene, these little ones would perpetually suffer from the afflictions of karmic retribution, making it exceedingly difficult for them to surpass the realm of Jingxian in the future. With a decisive resolve, Lin Changsheng severed the karmic ties. Under the primal laws, the path of karma transformed into a sword aimed at the threads of fate binding these younglings. Though numerous, severing them was not a challenge for Lin Changsheng's prowess. With a swift motion, all the threads were cut. Henceforth, these dragon cubs would no longer have any ties to the Dragon clan. Lin Changsheng directly collected them into the 100 Herbs diagram before departing the Eastern Sea and heading towards the southern continent. Meanwhile, at Buzhou Mountain, the ancestral dragon, engaged in battle with the primordial Qilin, felt a stirring within. The originally chaotic state of his primordial spirit suddenly awakened. The karmic threads binding the dragon offspring within the ancestral Dragon Palace had vanished. Observing the ongoing battle between the primordial Qilin and the original phoenix, he realized that neither clan was responsible for this occurrence. Could it be Ao Rui? The ancestral dragon had always found Ao Rui's demise suspicious. It was only when a mysterious alchemy master emerged in the wilderness that the ancestral dragon began to harbor doubts. Ao Rui might very well have transformed into that alchemy master, yet it remained mere speculation. Therefore, to safeguard the Dragon clan's legacy, he had placed several promising descendants within the ancestral Dragon Palace. Now, with the disappearance of the karmic threads, it was highly likely that the mysterious alchemy master was behind it. The ancestral dragon breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if a great burden had been lifted. Preserving these descendants was already the best possible outcome. His gaze turned towards the Dragon clan, still engaged in fierce combat. The phrase "only a fraction remains" aptly encapsulates the current predicament. Once the sovereign of the primordial realm, the Dragon clan now finds itself reduced to fewer than 100,000 members, teetering on the brink of extinction. Even the remaining dragons are tainted by the ominous aura of calamity, evoking a profound sense of desolation within the ancestral dragon. His sole aspiration is to utilize the essence of fate to forge a new path for his kin, yet he never anticipated the dire consequences that would unfold. With this realization, the ancestral dragon offers a melancholic smile, having resolved to take action. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng, with remarkable swiftness, arrives at the immortal volcano in mere moments. The situation of the Phoenix clan mirrors that of the dragons. However, Yuan Feng, having previously encountered Lin Changsheng and received his assurances, left several hundred descendants of the Phoenix clan at the immortal volcano. In a similar vein, Lin Changsheng severed their karmic ties and subsequently gathered them into the herbal diagram. Though he did not encounter Lan Qing, reflecting on the sincerity of Lan Qing, Lin Changsheng could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. Lan Qing, a powerful figure of the great Luo Golden Immortal, bore heavy karmic burdens and undoubtedly participated in the conflict among the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans. The outcome of such battles is all too predictable. This is the essence of calamity. Without attaining the Tao of Hunyuan Great Luo, one is destined to fall. After a moment of introspection, Lin Changsheng set his sights on the direction of Mount Buzhou. With his current cultivation and mastery of spatial principles, he swiftly returned to the domain of the Qilin clan. Under the cover of his divine consciousness, Lin Changsheng raised an eyebrow in surprise upon discovering that the descendants of the Qilin clan were situated within the territory of the Dark Qilin. It seemed his earlier disappearance had aroused the suspicions of the Primordial Qilin. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Today, by rescuing these Qilin descendants, he would repay the karmic debt incurred long ago. Employing the same method, he severed their karmic ties and gathered them into the herbal diagram. Simultaneously, Yuan Feng and the Primordial Qilin sensed a shift within themselves, becoming acutely aware of the reason behind the vanishing of their karmic threads. Ultimately, they had arrived at this juncture, witnessing the continuous demise of their kin on the desolate expanse of the primordial land. A profound sorrow welled up within them, akin to that felt by the ancestral dragon. The leaders of the three clans exchanged glances, each having reached a silent consensus. It was time to bring an end to the calamity. Prolonging the conflict would surely spell doom for their clans. With the heavens bearing witness, the ancestral dragon declared, I, the ancestral dragon, am beset by the calamity of slaughter. My sins profound. I willingly offer my dragon form to fill the eastern sea's eye, ensuring eternal peace for the dragon clan across the four seas and dissipating the burden of karma. As his words resonated, the heavens trembled, bestowing boundless merit to alleviate the remaining dragon's karmic load. The elemental forces of earth, water, wind, and fire began to calm beneath this merit. However, the gravity of the slaughter and sins incurred by the dragon clan was too great. Even with the merit dispensed, only a fraction of their karmic debt was repaid. Thus, it was foreseeable that the dragon clan would be burdened by the weight of karmic repercussions for generations to come. Yet, this sacrifice was the only means by which the dragon lineage could persist and continue to thrive in the four seas. As the remaining dragons beheld the ancestral dragon's dissolution, they could not restrain their tears. Though some among them were still great Luo golden immortals, their injuries compounded by karma would soon lead to their demise. Thus, the curtain fell on Chapter 105, marking the conclusion of the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era and the commencement of the conflict between Tao and Demon. The dissolution of the ancestral dragon signified the dragon clan's complete withdrawal from the stage of primordial history. The remaining primordial Qilin understood the course of action they must take. With the heavens as witness, I, the primordial Qilin, am beset by the calamity of slaughter, my sins profound. I shall transform into the Qilin cliff, eternally anchoring the primordial land, ensuring that whenever Qilin appear, auspiciousness shall follow. The heavens trembled once more, showering immeasurable merit upon the Qilin clan to alleviate their karmic burden. The ravaged mountains and rivers began to mend under this merit. Unlike the dragon clan, the Qilin clan's karma was temporarily subdued, requiring them to repay their remaining karmic debt through continued auspicious manifestations. Witnessing this, the primordial Qilin transformed into the immense Qilin cliff, effectively exiting the primordial stage. Finally, only the Phoenix clan remained. With the heavens as witness, I, Yuan Feng, am beset by the calamity of slaughter, my sins profound. I shall eternally anchor the immortal volcano, withdrawing from the primordial stage until the calamity ceases. The heavens responded with a tremor, bestowing boundless merit to assist the Phoenix clan in alleviating part of their karmic burden, revitalizing countless rivers and lakes. However, unlike the primordial Qilin and the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng did not dissolve into nothingness. Instead, her injuries, exacerbated by the weight of karma, became increasingly severe. The Phoenix clan retreated to the immortal volcano. Upon concluding her declaration, Yuan Feng transformed into her colossal form and soared toward the southern continent. Yet, her wounds were grievous. Halfway through her journey, she unexpectedly encountered the infusion of 5 elemental energies. In the intertwining of origins, Yuan Feng birthed a fledgling egg. As the egg separated, Yuan Feng's essence was severely wounded, leaving her powerless to reverse her fate, unable to ascend the clouds or be reborn through fire. Unexpectedly, Yuan Feng, who had not sought a partner, gave birth to an egg in her final moments. So be it, let me infuse my last vestiges of life into you. In her final hour, Yuan Feng radiated maternal brilliance, pouring all her remaining life essence into the egg. Time passed, and Yuan Feng lingered on the brink of death. At that moment, the egg hatched, revealing a small peacock. A celestial phenomenon ensued, with 5 elemental rays illuminating the surrounding area for miles, exuding an extraordinary aura. In my final moments, I am able to behold my progeny. This brings me a sense of fulfillment. Henceforth, you shall be named Kongxian. With that, Yuan Feng could no longer contain her injuries and coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was fortuitously swallowed by a passing eagle. Just as Yuan Feng's essence was on the verge of complete dissolution, Her blurred vision caught sight of a figure clad in a cerulean Taoist robe approaching. He has arrived. Now I can rest easy. Yuan Feng smiled as she departed from this world. Thus, with the demise and dissolution of the three clan leaders, the initial calamity of the Dragon Han era came to a definitive close. The visitor was none other than Lin Changsheng. Observing the small peacock, Lin Changsheng pondered momentarily before collecting it into the herbal diagram. Although Kong Xian bore significant karmic ties, destined to become the peacock Great Ming Wang, his lineage was remarkably auspicious, hailed as the foremost among those below the saints of the same era. Lin Changsheng certainly could not overlook such a promising disciple. As for the Western teachings Great Ming Wang, it was not obligatory for it to be the peacock Great Ming Wang. Other formidable beings could also fit the bill, such as the Great Eagle or the Great Bird. After gathering Kong Xian into the herbal diagram, Lin Changsheng did not linger but hastened toward the west. For the conflict between Tao and demon had begun. Only with the resolution of this struggle would the heavens and earth regain their clarity. This journey to the western continent was not merely to mediate, but to reap the benefits of others' toil. First and foremost was the Qiankuanding, a preeminent innate spiritual treasure that Lin Changsheng had long coveted. This time, he was determined to reclaim it. Furthermore, there was the essence of Luo Ho. It was certain that Luo Ho would meet his demise. The question remained whether this madman would relinquish his essence. Lastly, and of paramount importance, were the god-slaying spear and the world-destruction Black Lotus, one a supreme innate treasure, the other a preeminent innate spiritual treasure, both of which had vanished following Luo Ho's self-detonation. This time, he was resolute in acquiring these two treasures before Luo Ho's inevitable explosion. Thus, the materials required to forge his own spiritual sword were now at hand. Only by utilizing the god-slaying spear and the annihilating Black Lotus could the spiritual sword attain the rank of a primordial supreme treasure. This was a notion that Lin Changsheng had contemplated long before. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the western continent. However, he did not rush. Instead, he took a moment to sense the dream realm he had constructed. Yes, it was quite satisfactory. None had been disturbed, indicating that Luo Hu had not discovered it. By the time he did, he would only be able to detonate a portion of the ancestral veins of the earth. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng sought refuge in a dream world. Enveloped by the laws of chaos, he closed his eyes. Simultaneously, his primordial spirit established a connection with all the flora of the West. This was the divine ability bestowed upon him by the way of flora, allowing his primordial spirit to communicate with these plants and transform them into his eyes. Soon, the scene of the demon ancestor hall appeared within his primordial spirit. At that moment, Luo Hu stood in the void, clad in a black robe. His aura stirred without the need for wind. He had achieved the consummate state of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, just a step away from attaining the Hunyuan de Luo Dao. He gazed calmly ahead. Hongjun, you still dare not face me alone, he remarked coolly. With such temperament, do you truly believe you are worthy to contend for a sliver of the Dao? Opposite him stood Hongjun, donned in a white Taoist robe, his demeanor equally composed. His aura had also reached its zenith, the peak of quasi-sainthood. Beside him stood three equally formidable companions, Yin Yang, Qian Kuan, and Yang Mei. Luo Hu, this is fate. You are bound to lose, Hongjun declared coldly. Bound to lose? Luo Hu retorted. I am the master of the demonic path, unyielding to fate. I shall seize the last vestige of destiny with the god-slaying spear in my grasp. He bellowed. The primordial supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, soared into his hand. Its intent to kill causing the heavens and earth to change color. The expressions of Hongjun and the others turned grave. Despite their numerical advantage, Luo Hu's combat prowess was not to be underestimated. My friends, let us strike together to eliminate Luo Hu. Hongjun shouted, unleashing the primordial supreme treasure, the Panga Banner. The Panga Banner, forged from the axe that created the heavens, was second only to the axe itself in terms of single-target attack power. Faced with Luo Hu's god-slaying spear, Hongjun was determined not to falter. As the primordial supreme treasure was unleashed, Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Qian Kuan were all invigorated, summoning their spiritual treasures to engage in battle with Luo Hu. The momentum of their confrontation surpassed that of the previous clash with the ancestor dragon, the sacred unicorn, and the phoenix. The winds howled, the heavens and earth shifted hues. The entire primordial realm resonated with the deafening roar of battle. Although Luo Hu faced four adversaries, he remained undaunted. The laws of the demonic path and the principles of slaughter rendered him exceedingly ferocious, momentarily forcing the four into a retreat. Do not hold back. Hongjun, fully aware of Luo Hu's terrifying nature, summoned the primordial supreme treasure, the Taiji diagram. The Taiji diagram expanded, swiftly extending a bridge of laws towards Luo Hu. Luo Hu dared not confront it head-on and hastily summoned the annihilating Black Lotus for defense. Yet, The annihilating Black Lotus was merely a superior primordial spiritual treasure. How could it withstand this strike? Instantly, the black light flickered as Luo, who was forced to retreat. Seeing this, the other three erupted with their utmost strength, quickly suppressing Luo Hu. The tumultuous airflow shattered the demon ancestor hall below into fragments. The beings of the Western continent were akin to those facing the apocalypse, crumbling to dust in the aftermath of this battle. Damn it, you have forced my hand. Luo Hu roared. Rise, Extermination Sword Array. Chapter 106. Hongjun's Scheme. Luo Hu's desperation. The Western continent, initially thought to be facing its doom due to the calamity instigated by the Dragon, Phoenix, and Xilan clans, was now truly facing utter destruction due to the conflict between Dao and Demon. Countless divine peaks and rivers were shattered, and many spiritual veins were instantaneously obliterated. The once abundant primordial spiritual energy of the continent gradually diminished. Numerous beings yet to assume form were reduced to dust amidst this cataclysmic struggle. Lin Changsheng, sensing the ripples of battle impacting his dream realm, felt relieved that it remained unscathed. Luo Hu is indeed formidable. Yet, how unfortunate that he seeks to solidify his path through slaughter. The heavenly Dao will not permit it. His loss will stem from the machinations of the heavenly Dao. The contention between Luo Hu and Hongjun for the opportunity to attain the Dao is merely another facet of the heavenly Dao's design, all for the purpose of restoring balance. As Lin Changsheng pondered, Luo Hu finally revealed his trump card, the 4 extermination swords and the extermination array diagram. As the 4 extermination swords emerged, a surging intent cleaved through the clouds, transforming into a realm of sword energy that isolated the 4 from the world. The boundless sword intent caused Hongjun's countenance to change dramatically. Yet, before he could act, the extermination array diagram radiated blinding light, obscuring the sky and earth, stretching across countless miles, rendering it impossible to perceive its entirety. The original realm of sword energy morphed into a haze. Meanwhile, Yang Mei, Xianxiaaudiobooks, and Yin Yang were completely severed from each other. Exterminate the immortals, slay the celestials, ensnare the immortals in crimson light. The transformation of the absolved immortals is endlessly marvelous, their blood staining the robes of the great Luo gods. The first killing formation beneath the heavenly Dao was instantly established. Even from thousands of miles away, Lin Changsheng could sense the terrifying sword intent. Truly, the extermination sword array lived up to its reputation. An inexhaustible aura of destruction enveloped the entire Western continent, and the color of endless slaughter blanketed the primordial realm. Luo Hu, with his long hair billowing and madness etched upon his face, bellowed, "Die, all of you." The sword array activated, unleashing an explosion of boundless sword energy. Within the array, Yang Mei, Yin Yang, and Xianxiaaudiobooks cried out in despair. The sword energy here was infinite and razor-sharp. No matter what divine abilities they employed, escape was impossible. Even their protective spiritual treasures began to dim under the relentless onslaught of the all-pervading sword energy. If this continued, it would not be long before they were completely consumed. Facing utter annihilation, Luo Hu, you have forced my hand. The ancestor of Yin Yang, unable to endure any longer, unleashed the power of his primordial spirit and initiated self-detonation. The explosion of a Hongyuan golden immortal's self-detonation reverberated throughout the primordial realm. The previously omnipresent sword energy was instantaneously dispersed, creating a vacuum. The ensnared immortal sword gate, where the ancestor of Yin Yang resided, was breached, its potency greatly diminished. Luo Hu, connected to the opportunity, spat out a mouthful of blood. You are the ones who will die. All of you perish. Luo Hu had completely succumbed to madness, exerting all his might to activate the extermination sword array to obliterate the remaining 3. Luo Hu, die with me. Another voice of self-detonation echoed as the ancestor of Xianxiaaudiobooks, unable to withstand the sword energy, also self-detonated. His absolved immortal sword gate suffered a breach as well, prompting Luo Hu to cough up blood once more. However, as he gazed at the 2 individuals within the formation, a flicker of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He channeled all the remaining magical energy within him into the 2 remaining sword gates. Instantly, Yang Mei felt an overwhelming pressure. He was akin to a hollow willow tree, mastering the path of space. Yet, this realm of sword chi utterly severed his connection to space, rendering him incapable of withstanding its force. At that moment, he was also grievously injured. If he continued to endure, his fate was sealed in demise. Hongjun, I shall take my leave first, Yang Mei roared, igniting his essence and forcibly opening a spatial rift with the scant magical energy he had left. He swiftly darted through it. The 3 aides brought by Hongjun witnessed 2 self-destruct while 1, severely wounded, retreated in haste. Only he remained. Meanwhile, on the other side of the sword formation, Hongjun maintained an air of calm. Before him lay a celestial cloud of celebration. Upon closer inspection, 5-colored radiance illuminated the heavens, and the harmonious melodies of celestial music reverberated throughout the cosmos. Countless golden lanterns, golden lotuses, and beads cascaded from above like a continuous stream of water dripping from an eave. The boundless sword Qi astonishingly could not breach the defense of the celestial cloud. The celestial cloud of celebration, an unparalleled treasure of the heavenly Tao, equivalent in rank to innate supreme treasures. It was transformed from the righteous spirit within the heart of the great Pangu. With this treasure at hand, he had secured his position in an invincible stance. Luo Ho, do you still cling to your delusions? Even though he stood alone, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any turmoil. Haha, I shall see what cards you have left. Luo Ho bellowed with laughter. With 2 dead and 1 fled, his chances of victory had significantly increased, although the might of the extermination sword formation had diminished. How could Hongjun alone break through? Thus, Luo Ho believed victory was assured. Little did he know, Hongjun had long been prepared. Come forth. Hongjun transformed, and 3 more versions of himself emerged. These were the 3 corpses he had severed. Hongjun presented the Qian Kuan Ding to the benevolent corpse, saying, "Friend, please proceed to the extermination sword." The benevolent corpse accepted the innate supreme treasure Qian Kuan Ding, nodding in agreement. "Friend, I implore you to go to the immortal sword gate." Subsequently, Hongjun handed the Taiji diagram to the wicked corpse. "Friend, I beseech you to go to the absolute immortal sword gate." Hongjun then gave the fragments of the creation jade tablet to the self-corpse. Meanwhile, he held the celestial cloud of celebration, taking his station at the extermination sword gate. Thus, the 4 once more established their positions within the extermination sword formation. However, unlike before, all 4 now possessed spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, the extermination sword formation controlled by Luo Ho had already suffered a significant decline in power due to the self-destruction of the Yinyang ancestor and the Qiankuan ancestor. The extermination sword formation was on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand much longer. Luo Ho, overseeing the extermination sword formation, clearly perceived everything. The confident expression on his face suddenly morphed into one of madness. Haha, Hongjun, you truly are the master of schemes. Who would have thought we would be ensnared by your machinations in the end? With the 3 corpses joining, Luo Ho understood that the breach of his extermination sword formation was merely a matter of time, and he would suffer severe injuries, unable to turn the tide. All of this had been orchestrated by Hongjun. The Yinyang ancestor, the Qiankuan ancestor, and the great immortal Yang Mei had all been ensnared in his plans. Had he entrusted these spiritual treasures to the 3, the current scenario of 2 dead and 1 fleeing would never have arisen. Luo Ho's laughter was filled with desolation and resentment. Once the sword formation was breached, he would be no match for Hongjun suddenly. He recalled the words of the mysterious alchemist, when at the end of his rope, he merely needed to concentrate his essence and loudly call out to that person. Had he truly arrived at this juncture? Luo Ho glanced at Hongjun, who was about to break the formation, and began to mentally call out. Is there a friend present? Does my essence still hold value? Chapter 107. Engage, battle Hongjun's benevolent corpse. With the conclusion of the Dragon Han's initial calamity, the conflict between Dao and Demon reached its most critical juncture. Luo Ho initially believed that with the self-destruction of the Yinyang ancestor and the Qiankuan ancestor, along with the grievous escape of the great immortal Yang Mei, this battle would culminate in his victory. However, he had not anticipated that Hongjun was actually well prepared. He had already severed the 3 corpses, each possessing the combat prowess of late-stage quasi-saints, coupled with the assistance of supreme innate spiritual treasures and innate supreme treasures. Breaking the formation was merely a matter of time. Realizing his inability to turn the tide, Luo Ho had descended into a frenzy. He planned to invoke the ancestral veins of the Western lands alongside his own treasures. Even in death, he wished to take the entire West down with him. However, before doing so, he recalled Lin Changsheng's previous words and mentally called out, "Is there a friend present? Do you still desire my essence?" Yet, as his voice faded, no one responded. Was it possible that the mysterious alchemist had not arrived at this location? Confusion swirled within Luo Ho's mind, and just then, his brow furrowed. Under his mental perception, the Sword Chi realm formed by the extermination sword formation was unexpectedly breached by an external being. This revelation astonished him, prompting him to quickly focus his mental energy. To his surprise, it was the immortal sword gate. As he scrutinized with his mind, realization dawned upon him. It was indeed the mysterious alchemist. How had he infiltrated the sword formation? It was known to be the foremost killing formation under the heavenly Tao, already at the level of innate supreme treasures. Moreover, it had never been present in the Hongwang. Even if he wished to decipher the sword formation, could he have done so this quickly? Did he study the 4 extermination swords while they were still sealed by Pangu? This thought sent a jolt through Luo Ho's heart. Considering this, there had indeed been anomalies during the sealing period. The 4 extermination swords within the seal had inexplicably erupted. He had even scanned the area with his mental energy, but found no irregularities. It was clear, during that period, the Western continent had continuously received merits, indicating that the mysterious alchemist had been present there all along. It seemed he had begun his preparations long ago. Hongjun's scheming prowess appeared trivial in comparison to his layout. Nevertheless, why would he choose to enter the extermination sword formation at this moment? Was he intending to assist me in defeating Hongjun? This thought, however, was swiftly dismissed by Luo Ho. If he wished to aid him, he would have agreed to his earlier proposal. It appeared he had his own designs. Regardless, as long as it pertained to dealing with Hongjun, he would not concern himself with the details. Covering his mental energy, he too wished to discern the intentions of this mysterious alchemist. Indeed, Lin Changsheng had breached the immortal sword gate. He had set off immediately after the self-destruction of the Yinyang and Qiankuan ancestors. He aimed to seize the Qiankuan Ding before Hongjun could break the formation. The extermination sword formation was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he had previously comprehended the 4 extermination swords and acquired their 4-sword intents. This enabled him to enter the formation with relative ease. Upon entering the sword formation, even with its diminished power, Lin Changsheng still sensed its terrifying essence. It was an omnipresent sword qi, boundless and inexhaustible. In the span of a single breath, trillions of sword qi assaulted him. No wonder the Yinyang ancestor and the others could not withstand it. Without supreme innate treasures and formidable strength, breaking the formation was exceedingly difficult. He also comprehended why 4 individuals were required to breach the formation simultaneously. Otherwise, the 4 formations would incessantly transform, and even a sage would perish within. However, with the current incomplete might of the extermination sword array, his physical body could withstand it directly. A faint azure light began to glow, as the body forging technique autonomously activated at that moment. Lin Changsheng, disregarding all else, hastily sought the benevolent corpse of Hongjun. The reason he neglected even Luo Ho was due to his apprehension that once Hongjun broke the formation and unified the 3 corpses, seizing the cauldron of the universe would become exceedingly difficult. As it stood, the benevolent corpse possessed only the strength of a late-stage quasi-saint, coupled with merely one supreme innate spiritual treasure. Thus, a swift resolution would undoubtedly yield a facile victory. Soon, Lin Changsheng discovered the benevolent corpse seated in the void. The cauldron of the universe emanated unparalleled spiritual radiance, steadfastly eroding the sword qi among the extermination swords. This was indeed the target. A swift resolution was imperative. Without further ado, Lin Changsheng instantly teleported to the benevolent corpse's side. The opening of heaven. The essence of the opening of heaven erupted forth. Primordial laws. The path of power. Primordial laws. The path of destruction. Primordial laws. The path of gold. To ensure absolute certainty, Lin Changsheng directly infused these 3 paths into his fist. Fortunately, with the primordial laws in play, otherwise, the 3 paths would inevitably clash. Now, they merged into a singular, more potent strike. This punch, ever-changing, concealed profound truths of the great Tao. It embodied supreme power, as if it could pierce through the primordial universe itself. The benevolent corpse of Hongjun was utterly unprepared for the sudden ambush. In a fit of shock and rage, it had no choice but to channel all its magical energy into the cauldron of the universe. Instantly, this supreme innate spiritual treasure, derived from the chaotic azure lotus, erupted with boundless spiritual radiance, the patterns upon the cauldron seemingly coming to life. Boom! A resounding thud echoed, centered around the cauldron of the universe. A terrifying wave of energy swept away the sword qi of the entire extermination sword gate. The dreadful collision reverberated, causing the benevolent corpse of Hongjun to be inundated with magical energy, leaving it in utter discomfort. This defensive treasure also emitted a frenzied buzzing before being forcefully repelled. In the face of Lin Changsheng's punch, empowered by the opening of heaven and 3 paths, this defensive treasure was sent flying. Far away at the extermination sword gate, Hongjun's countenance suddenly shifted. This was alarming. Someone was indeed launching a surprise attack. Accelerate the formation's breach. Through their mental connection, Hongjun's true self comprehended the unfolding situation and hastened the dismantling of the formation. The already trembling extermination sword array became precariously unstable, on the verge of shattering at any moment. Haha, today, you too shall know despair, Hongjun. Outside the great formation, Luo Ho instantly grasped the entirety of the situation. It turned out that this enigmatic alchemist had set his sights on that supreme, innate spiritual treasure. Very well, as long as I can vex Hongjun, I shall lend you a hand. With this thought, Luo Ho gathered the remnants of his magical energy, wielded the god-slaying spear, and stepped upon the annihilation Black Lotus. Plunging into the extermination sword array, he aimed to impede Hongjun's true self. Even though he sensed that he would likely fail in his path to enlightenment, he was determined to make one final stand. Luo Ho, you seek death. Hongjun was now in a state of extreme anxiety. The cauldron of the universe was an exceedingly crucial, supreme, innate spiritual treasure for him, intricately tied to his future plans. It simply could not be lost. Witnessing Luo Ho daring to obstruct him incited an inferno of rage within him. He instantly commanded the Panga banner to strike, to swiftly resolve the conflict. Hongjun also summoned the supreme, innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball. This treasure, later acquired by Nuwa from the dividing treasure rock, unleashed a terrifying prowess. No matter how vast your magical energy, there was no escape, and to be struck meant certain death, with neither body nor soul remaining intact. Chapter 108, A Great Harvest. Luo Ho's self-detonation. Within the extermination sword gate, Luo Ho was no longer the valiant figure he once was. His hair was disheveled, and he appeared utterly disheveled. His internal magical energy was nearly exhausted. The Annihilation Golden Lotus had suffered severe damage under the attacks of the innate treasure Panga banner and the supreme, innate spiritual treasure red embroidery ball. The god-slaying spear, also an innate treasure, had been reduced by half. Luo Ho had reached a point of complete desperation. Luo Ho, get away from me. Hongjun's true self bellowed in fury. Ha ha ha. Hongjun, we have schemed against each other our entire lives. Who would have thought I would witness you in such a state of agitation today? How does it feel, knowing that everything you thought was under control has suddenly spiraled into chaos? Luo Ho's laughter echoed like thunder. At this moment, he had completely lost his sanity. His aura abruptly turned violent. Hongjun's face changed dramatically. This madman was actually planning to self-detonate. Just then, the battle at the extermination sword gate concluded. Lin Changsheng had decisively subdued Hongjun's benevolent corpse, grasping the constantly humming and struggling supreme innate spiritual treasure, the cauldron of the universe. Are you intending to make an enemy of me, Hongjun? Do you comprehend the consequences of such actions? Hongjun glared furiously at Lin Changsheng. Hongjun, do not attempt to intimidate me. Previously, you ensnared me with the Dream Demon's treasure. This is merely the retribution of karma, Lin Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. Sensing the frenzied aura of the extermination sword gate, he understood it was time to depart. You are the Qilin child of the Qilin clan? Hongjun's pupils reflected a mixture of suspicion and disbelief. How could this be? How did he deceive the primordial Qilin? Yet, before he could ponder further, Lin Changsheng vanished from the extermination sword gate. Hongjun's benevolent corpse similarly sensed the call of its true self and began hastening towards the extermination sword gate. There was no need for communication. Hongjun's true self understood what had transpired. The unification of the three corpses was imperative, and they needed to leave this place swiftly. Otherwise, even he would not withstand the madness of Luo Ho's self-detonation. Great Earth's veins, explode with me. Luo Ho roared, his eyes turning blood red. His consciousness swiftly enveloped the veins of the earth. At that moment, a wave of cataclysmic energy engulfed the entire Western continent. Hongjun had long retreated from the territories of the Western continent. He gazed indifferently at the impending destruction of the Western continent, his divine consciousness rapidly calculating. The cauldron of the universe remained within the Western continent. I shall observe whether you can survive under Luo Ho's self-detonation. Even if you do survive, this time, you shall not escape. Although Lin Changsheng could not calculate, his divine consciousness was embedded within the cauldron of the universe, allowing him to make calculations at any moment. Just as Luo Ho was on the verge of self-detonation, Lin Changsheng appeared beside him. He glanced at the damaged innate treasure, the god-slaying spear, and the annihilation Black Lotus, and directly collected them. Fellow Taoist, a fragment of my essence resides within the annihilation Black Lotus. I hope you will honor your promise. Luo Ho took this all in, not obstructing Lin Changsheng. Rest assured, I shall take him as my disciple, and he will attain enlightenment through the great Tao, achieving the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. The path you failed to traverse, my disciple shall succeed, Lin Changsheng said calmly. He then crossed over the spatial divide and departed from the location. What he needed to do now was to refine the cauldron of the universe. Otherwise, Hongjun could ascertain his location at any moment. Fortunately, he was well prepared. Within the dream world he had constructed, he had previously set up a vast covering formation. Even the heavenly Tao could not ascertain his location. Despite the presence of Hongjun's divine consciousness within this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, he was unable to deduce his whereabouts. Shortly after Lin Changsheng departed, a series of terrifying explosions reverberated through the air, causing the entire Western continent to tremble. Luo Ho's self-detonation, combined with the detonation of the Earth's ancestral vein, unleashed unimaginable power, transforming the once vibrant Western world into a desolate wasteland. Describing it as pockmarked and barren would be an understatement. Lin Changsheng, sheltered within his dream realm, distinctly felt the aftershocks of these eruptions bypassing his world. It seemed that the heavenly Tao had no desire for his dream realm, established upon the Earth's ancestral vein, to be obliterated. With the self-destruction of the demon ancestor Luo Ho, the dark laws of the heavenly Tao were once again completed. In that instant, the world regained its clarity, the calamity of the tribulation dissipating completely. The primordial spirit became ethereal, heralding a new era conducive to enlightenment. However, Hongjun found no joy in this transformation. The repercussions of Luo Ho's self-detonation had already manifested as karmic retribution descending upon him. Although the destruction of the Western continent was instigated by Luo Ho's actions, he too bore a portion of the karmic burden. It appeared he would have to devise a means of reparation in due course. Yet, this was not the moment for such considerations. He needed to uncover the identity of the one who dared to act against him. However, as soon as Hongjun attempted to deduce the truth, his expression darkened. How could this be? Why had the divine consciousness connection between myself and the Qiankuan cauldron vanished completely? Even if that mysterious alchemist sought to refine the Qiankuan cauldron, it could not happen so swiftly. Could it be that both he and the cauldron perished in Luo Ho's explosion? This notion flickered through his mind, only to be swiftly dismissed by Hongjun. Even if the Qiankuan cauldron were destroyed, he would still sense its demise. It must be that he had shrouded his connection to the cauldron. Damn it! Where did he acquire such formidable means? This unforeseen variable drove Hongjun to the brink of madness. Despite his divine consciousness sweeping across the Western continent inch by inch, he found nothing. Ultimately, he could do naught but depart the Western continent with a grim countenance. Now that the world was clear once more, he sensed an opportunity for advancement and needed to retreat for immediate seclusion. Once I attain the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao, harnessing its power, I shall see whether you will still remain beyond my reach. After Hongjun's departure, only the charred remnants of the Western world remained. Within a vast innate prohibitive formation, a somber Zhuan-Ti lamented, "Brother, it is gone. The Western continent has been utterly annihilated." They had witnessed the battle between Hongjun and Luo Ho, observing the latter's self-detonation that devastated the Earth's ancestral vein. At this moment, the Western world had indeed become a wasteland. Only their innate formation provided protection. Otherwise, they too would have met a similar fate. That accursed Luo Ho, even in death, sought to drag the entire West down with him. It was truly despicable. And Hongjun, who could have intervened, stood idly by, equally contemptible. "Brother," Zhuan-Ti seethed through clenched teeth. "Do you recall that person who intruded before?" With a grim countenance, Zhuan-Ti inquired. They reminisced about the intruder's words, who had yet to return, likely having perished. However, his words echoed in their minds. It seemed that this individual was indeed likely sent by Hongjun. Not only did he fail to prevent Luo Ho, but he also appeared to have intentions of assisting him. This Hongjun was truly malevolent to the core, Zhuan-Ti fumed. "Sigh, junior brother. The die is cast. We are on the verge of transformation. We must focus on our cultivation," he continued. Given the circumstances, they felt powerless to alter the outcome and could only prepare for their own transformation in due course. Chapter 109. The innate saints begin to transform. The conflict between the Tao and the demon reached its conclusion with Luo Ho's self-detonation, igniting the fall of the Western ancestral vein. With the world now clear, the laws of the heavenly Tao flowed with remarkable ease, ushering in a new era. The three pure ones and the multitude of innate saints had now arrived at the moment of their transformation. Although part of their essence had been taken by the Taoist Lord of Longevity, they had replenished it over the course of billions of years of diligent cultivation. On Kunlun Mountain, an immense innate prohibitive formation gradually faded away. What should have been a paradise now appeared desolate, with only a few scattered spiritual roots struggling to grow, their quality remarkably low. 3 luminous orbs emitted a blinding azure light, subsequently transforming into 3 humanoid figures. The aura of the great Luo Golden Immortal surged into the heavens. "I Taiji Laozi transform. I Yuanshi transform. I Tongtian transform." As the radiance dispersed, the visages of the 3 pure ones were revealed. Yet, at this moment, their expressions were far from joyful. They bore no trace of elation at their transformation. Gazing at the barren paradise, memories of the humiliations inflicted upon them by the Taoist Lord of Longevity flooded their minds. "Tao brothers, now that we have transformed, it is time to seek out the Taoist Lord of Longevity. The humiliation of that day still lingers in my heart," Tongtian declared, his temper flaring as he prepared to confront Lin Changsheng. "You must not act impulsively, second brother," Yuanshi admonished sternly. "You speak wisely. The world is now clear, and countless innate beings are emerging. This is indeed our moment to seek opportunities. Vengeance is essential, but not at this juncture. Taiji Laozi recalled the battle of that day. Even in their transformed state, he remained uncertain of his ability to contend with Lin Changsheng. Thus, their immediate priority should be to enhance their strength. On Mount Buzhou, another innate formation gradually dissipated. Two luminous orbs sensed the heavenly mechanisms and instantly transformed, revealing Fuxi and Enhua. At last, we have transformed. Fuxi exclaimed as he breathed in the vitality of the primordial land, unable to contain his exhilaration. Indeed, with the revival of the heavenly Tao, the clarity of the laws is evident. Yet, I still struggle to grasp the great Tao. I wonder when I shall reunite with my friend of longevity. I yearn to learn the method of severing the three corpses. The first thought that crossed Enhua's mind upon her transformation was to seek out Lin Changsheng. Having now achieved the status of Great Luo Golden Immortals, the next realm, as Lin Changsheng had indicated, was the Mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, a state requiring comprehension of the Great Tao. Yet, with the Great Tao now retreating, the path to understanding became exceedingly arduous, leaving them at a loss. Thus, she wished to hear Lin Changsheng's teachings on the method of severing the three corpses before determining her future cultivation path. The Taoist Lord of Longevity is elusive, impossible to predict. We can only hope for a fateful reunion, she mused. Sister, why not seize this moment of clarity in the world and explore the primordial realm together? Fuxi suggested, embodying the eagerness of a child confined at home, yearning to venture outside. Enhua smiled gently. That sounds wonderful. Beneath Mount Buzhou, as the innate formation vanished, the ancient Panga temple was revealed. 12 blood-red cocoons seemed to respond to a call, bursting forth simultaneously. 12 colossal figures loomed, akin to demonic deities, landing before the Panga temple. At last, we, the 12 ancestors of Wu, have transformed, boomed the space ancestor, Di Jiang, his voice resonating like thunder. Indeed, this time has truly confined us, added the wood ancestor, Zhu Meng. Had it not been for the assistance of that esteemed Taoist, it remains uncertain whether they could have endured until the moment of transformation. The words of the primordial ancestor of fire plunged the 12 ancestors into a reverie. Although they had succumbed to slumber due to the corruption of their primordial spirits by malevolent energies, this did not imply their ignorance of the external world. The mysterious Taoist had intruded upon the innate grand formation and, with his physical form, had withstood the overwhelming pressure of the Pangu Divine Palace, thus earning their profound respect. Moreover, Lin Changsheng employed extraordinary means to assist them in purifying the malevolent and corrupting energies, rejuvenating their primordial spirits. While it is true that their physical strength had reached the level of De Luo Golden Immortal, their primordial spirits remained at the realm of Xian Immortal. However, with diligent cultivation, their primordial spirits could continue to grow stronger. Had Lin Changsheng not intervened, their primordial spirits would have faced complete obliteration. Hence, every action taken by Lin Changsheng is revered by them as that of a Taoist. The Taoist's methods are celestial, and should our ancestor witches encounter him again, they shall extend their heartfelt gratitude. However, the primordial spirit is a closely guarded secret of our witch clan and should not be revealed lightly, remarked Hutu after a moment of contemplation. Dear Sister Hutu, what is there to fear? We ancestor witches are born of the divine blood of the Pangu Father God. The vast expanse of the Hongjun continent rightfully belongs to our witch clan. Why must we tread so cautiously? Muttered the ancestor of water, Gonggong. Fool, what can your waterlogged brain comprehend? Now that the innate deities are transforming and countless mighty beings are emerging, having an additional trump card is undoubtedly advantageous. Besides, does your primordial spirit at only the Xian immortal realm warrant pride? Di Jiang scolded, slapping the back of Gonggong's head in exasperation. We all concur with Sister Hutu. The other ancestors chimed in unison. In the realm of the sun star, the blazing solar flames erupted continuously, and two figures materialized in the void. One wielded the river diagram and the Luo book, while the other held the chaos bell. It was Di Jun and Tai Yi. Brother, we have finally transformed. Should we not seek out that master of humanity for retribution? Tai Yi, who had not forgotten the humiliation of that day, inquired. There is no rush. We have just transformed. It is prudent to traverse the Hongjun and forge connections with like-minded individuals. This will facilitate our future endeavors, Di Jun replied, preferring to expand their influence rather than confront Lin Changsheng immediately. Tai Yi, though reluctant, had no choice but to agree. In the west, Jane and Zhuanti had also transformed, yet gazed upon the barren land with tears unshed. Senior brother, what shall we do next? Zhuanti asked, devoid of joy. We must first journey to the eastern continent. It is abundant in resources and treasures, and it is well aligned with our western aspirations, Jane suggested, glancing towards the eastern continent. Countless innate deities were transforming, heralding a new era in Hongjun. Most of these beings were in search of the esteemed Lin Changsheng. Meanwhile, Lin Changsheng, the very subject of their quest, was counting his gains within the dream world he had crafted. The god-slaying spear, the world-ending black lotus, the Qianqian cauldron, the essence of Rahu. Along with the offspring of the three clans, this bounty was indeed considerable. Lin Changsheng gazed with satisfaction at the three treasures and the pitch-black essence. Although the god-slaying spear and the world-ending black lotus had sustained damage, losing much of their spiritual essence, it posed no concern. Lin Changsheng did not intend to nourish them with his powers. Instead, he resolved to forge them into a personal spiritual sword. With the god-slaying spear as a foundation, the least he could create would be an exquisite innate spiritual treasure. If combined with the merits he had previously accrued, he could undoubtedly forge an innate treasure. However, now was not the time for haste. He would first refine the Qianqian cauldron, and then return to Panlai Island to commence the crafting of the spiritual sword. Upon returning to Panlai Island, he prepared to draw upon the Izhou Fairy Island. At that moment, Wu Dao, rare in her absence of cultivation, had reached the consummate stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, just a step away from blooming the three flowers atop her head and attaining the Deluo realm. She faced a bottleneck that was not easily surmountable. Fortunately, she had refrained from cultivation during this period, allowing her primordial spirit to attain greater clarity. Sensing the presence of Shui Ling and Qi Yin still in seclusion, both striving for the Tai Golden Immortal realm, she smiled gently and decided to visit the herb garden. Previously, she had sensed that the undying phoenix grass was on the verge of transformation, and she was curious to see its progress. Upon arriving at the herb garden, the vibrant life force invigorated Wu Dao. Soon, she beheld the undying phoenix grass, which radiated a rich golden immortal aura. The essence of immortality grew increasingly potent, signaling its impending transformation. Just as Wu Dao's thoughts settled, the undying phoenix grass erupted in a blaze of crimson light. Wu Dao beheld a fiery red phoenix soaring in the void. And shortly thereafter, the phoenix dove into the red light, emerging as a stunning figure adorned in a flowing, fire-red gown. Senior sister, the phoenix greeted with a serene smile. Congratulations, junior sister, on your successful transformation. Wu Dao exclaimed with joy. It is all due to the Taoist's enlightening grace, the phoenix expressed gratefully. With the transformation of the undying phoenix grass, the auspicious golden lotus of fortune above the Changsheng immortal sect deepened in richness. As long as beings continued to transform or enhance their strength, the auspicious golden lotus would flourish even more. At this moment, the innate grand formation rippled with energy as Lin Changsheng entered. It is the Taoist. The Taoist has returned. The two women exchanged glances and hurried forward. Phoenix, you two have finally transformed. Upon returning to Panlai Island, Lin Changsheng's gaze immediately fell upon the phoenix. He had anticipated that among the essences he had brought back, the undying phoenix grass would be the first to achieve transformation. Indeed, I have met the Taoist, the phoenix respectfully replied. Wonderful, you are all my disciples, and it brings me joy to see you transform. However, I currently possess nothing to offer you. Once I conclude my recent endeavors, I shall forge some innate spiritual treasures for you, Lin Changsheng reassured them. While Lin Changsheng was relatively affluent in terms of personal wealth, possessing innate treasures and exquisite innate spiritual treasures, as the sect leader of the Changsheng immortal sect, he seemed somewhat lacking. Nevertheless, this was of no concern, for he would thoroughly refine the Qianqian cauldron. By crafting some spiritual treasures and nurturing them within, he could acquire innate treasures, ensuring that each disciple would receive one. Oh, I have also brought back some junior brothers and sisters for you, Lin Changsheng announced, releasing all the offspring of the three clans from the 100 Herbs diagram, along with the essences of Kong Xian and Rahu. The phoenix gazed at the Feng clan and could not help but narrow her pupils. Having already developed a spirit while in the undying fire mountain, she held a deep connection to her kin. Upon witnessing the presence of the Phoenix clan, one cannot help but reflect on the outcome they faced during this cataclysmic tribulation. A twinge of melancholy stirs within. Awakening. The progeny of the three clans remain ensconced in slumber, safeguarded by the arcane powers of their respective lineages. At that moment, as Lin Changsheng calls out, they gradually open their eyes, albeit with a glimmer of confusion evident within them. Their threads of causality have all been severed, rendering them akin to newborns, utterly bewildered by their surroundings. This includes Kong Xian, who, upon his birth, witnessed the fall of the Yuan Phoenix, resulting in a minimal connection to the threads of fate. Welcome, little ones, to the Changsheng immortal sect. This esteemed individual is our sect master, whom we reverently address as Daozuan. The elder sister, Wu Dao, smiles warmly at them. Though the descendants of the three clans may be naive, they sense both familiarity and immense strength emanating from Lin Changsheng. Greetings, Daozuan, a chorus of innocent voices rings out. prompting Lin Changsheng to nod with a smile. Excellent. Henceforth, you shall be the second-generation disciples of the Changsheng immortal sect. Having accepted 15 direct disciples, Lin Changsheng would not take on any more, lest he be unable to devote the necessary attention to their education. Thus, it is fitting to enroll them as inner disciples of the second generation. Thank you, Daozuan. The younglings from the 3 clans and Kong Xian respond in unison. Wu Dao, please see to the arrangements for these junior brothers and sisters. As for this source of power, I have already employed the point spirit technique. Kindly place it in the medicinal garden, Lin Changsheng instructs. Junior brothers and sisters, I am Wu Dao, your elder sister. Allow me to guide you into the Taoist Hall. Wu Dao cheerfully announces. The Taoist Hall is sufficiently vast to accommodate these second-generation inner disciples. As Wu Dao and the Divine Phoenix depart, Lin Changsheng casts a glance at the Fortune Golden Lotus, sensing a significant enhancement in its power. Excellent, everything is evolving positively. However, with the increase in disciples, the sect's development has begun to lag behind. The foremost concern is the system of rewards and punishments. Without rules, chaos ensues. He does not desire his disciples from the Changsheng immortal sect to be idle benefactors. In the primordial world, one must strive for success through their own abilities, even those who are disciples of the Daozuan. Yet, given the current emergence of various innate divine beings, allowing them to roam freely poses a considerable risk. Just then, Lin Changsheng's eyes light up. With his current strength, he can effortlessly draw the Yingzhou Immortal Island closer. By setting up formations at both Penglai Immortal Island and Yingzhou Immortal Island, he can merge the 2 islands through the power of the formations. At that moment, Lin Changsheng resolves to commence the arrangement of formations atop Penglai Immortal Island. With the support of the Fortune Golden Lotus, the task proceeds with remarkable swiftness. Having settled the second-generation inner disciples, Wu Dao and the Divine Phoenix gaze at Lin Changsheng, perplexed by his busy demeanor. Is Daozuan arranging formations? Our Penglai Immortal Island is safeguarded by an innate grand formation and should be perfectly safe. Fortunately, their confusion is short-lived as Lin Changsheng's voice reaches them. I shall step out for a moment. Shortly, another Yingzhou Immortal Island will be drawn here. There is no need for alarm. With that, Lin Changsheng departs from Penglai Immortal Island. Fortunately, he had previously left a mark on the innate grand formation of Yingzhou Immortal Island. Otherwise, it would have been quite arduous to locate it amidst the vast seas. However, unlike the last encounter, this time Yingzhou Immortal Island has appeared in the Southern Sea, considerably closer to Penglai Immortal Island. Chapter 111. The fortune enhances once more. The Dream Realm trial is complete. Yingzhou Immortal Island. This marks Lin Changsheng's second visit to this celestial isle. Compared to his first journey, the chaotic energy here has diminished significantly, while the innate spiritual energy has grown increasingly abundant. Yet, at least half of the island remains shrouded in chaotic mists. The areas enveloped in chaotic energy will serve as a foundation for my physical cultivation, Lin Changsheng contemplates, devising a training regimen. Although his physical form cannot fully withstand the chaotic energy, he can gradually draw forth portions of it for controlled absorption. This approach will not only aid in body refinement, but also facilitate magical cultivation through the primordial transformation technique, achieving dual benefits. Scanning the Penglai Immortal Island with his divine sense, he finds no particularly noteworthy treasures, but unexpectedly discovers a supreme innate Ren water vein, which he promptly extracts using his formidable powers. With this acquisition, he is now only one vein short of commencing the forging of the 5 elements sword diagram. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng begins to set up formations on Yingzhou Immortal Island. This formation is a time-space submother array, embodying the principles of space and array techniques. The subarray is being arranged at Yingzhou Immortal Island. Once completed, activating the mother array will draw the subarray closer, allowing for temporal and spatial traversal and connection with the mother array. After establishing the formation, Lin Changsheng returns to Penglai Immortal Island, where Wu Dao and the Divine Phoenix have refrained from their own cultivation, eager to witness the prowess of their Daozuan. Grand array arise. Lin Changsheng smiles gently. As he channels his power, the mother array of Penglai Immortal Island radiates brilliant light. Soon after, the array on Yingzhou Immortal Island in the distant Southern Sea also ignites. Both grand arrays are activated, and Yingzhou Immortal Island is summoned, beginning its journey towards Penglai Immortal Island. In no time, Yingzhou Immortal Island appears in proximity to Penglai Immortal Island, and with a thunderous crash, the 2 celestial islands collide and merge into one. With the integration of Yingzhou Immortal Island, the Fortune Golden Lotus once again flourishes, blooming into a first-grade golden lotus. At this moment, it has blossomed into a third-grade lotus. Feeling the surge of enhanced fortune, Lin Changsheng smiles softly. If only I could locate the Fengsuan Immortal Island, the fortune could potentially amplify further. Daozuan, may we visit Yingzhou Immortal Island? Wu Dao and the Divine Phoenix inquire eagerly. Certainly. However, the innate grand array on Yingzhou Immortal Island differs from that of Penglai Immortal Island. I will establish a passageway between the two innate grand arrays, allowing you to traverse through. Each innate grand array is unique, and their structures vary. Thus, Wu Dao and her companions cannot enter on their own. Given Lin Changsheng's comprehension of array techniques, creating a passageway is quite effortless. Before long, a passageway connecting the two innate grand arrays is established. At that moment, Wu Dao and the others distinctly perceive the rich, innate spiritual energy emanating from the passageway. Daozuan, may we proceed? Wu Dao and the Divine Phoenix express their impatience. Go ahead. The areas containing chaotic energy have been sealed off by my powers. Please do your utmost to avoid those regions, Lin Changsheng advises. With Lin Changsheng's permission, the two disciples swiftly vanish from sight. Lin Changsheng smiles gently. Now that Yingzhou Immortal Island has been established, the time has come to commence the arrangement of the dream world. With this thought in mind, Lin Changsheng directly summoned his supreme mystical powers. Utilizing the primordial laws governing the dream path, he began to construct the dream world upon Yingzhou Immortal Island. This endeavor was executed with great care, as this realm was intended for the cultivation of his disciples. First and foremost, he erected a magnificent pavilion of techniques. Under Lin Changsheng's mental command, a grand and imposing building materialized within the dream world. However, within this pavilion, he refrained from placing any specific techniques. Primarily, he lacked the time to assist each disciple individually in comprehending the methods. Furthermore, since the purpose of creating this dream world was to provide a training ground for his disciples, he would not prepare everything for them in advance. The pavilion of techniques was devoid of established methods, yet it was imbued with the primordial laws. As long as they engaged in careful contemplation, they would ultimately discover techniques that resonated with their own essence. Moreover, the techniques they uncovered would leave imprints within the pavilion, continuously providing assistance to those who entered thereafter. The more individuals who entered the pavilion, the greater the wealth of techniques it would contain. This was a virtuous cycle. Eventually, when Lin Changsheng could encompass the entire dream world with the primordial essence, an influx of formidable beings from the primordial realm would eagerly seek entry into the pavilion. After establishing the pavilion of techniques, Lin Changsheng contemplated further and subsequently constructed a combat pavilion. Within this venue, he infused the laws of the demonic path. Every challenger who entered would awaken corresponding inner demons. These inner demons, aided by the laws of the demonic path, would manifest as alternate selves, possessing all the means of the challenger. This mechanism would undoubtedly enhance their practical combat experience. Following the combat pavilion, Lin Changsheng set up a gravity pressure pavilion, which served as a location for body tempering. Next, he established a pavilion of divine powers, wherein he housed several divine abilities he had previously comprehended. Those who entered could also engage in their own understanding of these powers. Finally, drawing upon his past experiences, Lin Changsheng simulated a small modern metropolis, primarily designed to refine one's state of mind. A relentless pursuit of cultivation alone could not lead directly to the ultimate path. Upon completing these constructions, Lin Changsheng's dream world was deemed finished. Should new inspirations arise, they could be incorporated into the realm later. Techniques comprehended within the dream world could indeed be brought back to the reality outside, drawing parallels to the subsequent dream-based path of enlightenment introduced by Jian and Zhuanti. Lin Changsheng gazed upon this dream world with satisfaction. The method of entering the dream world was simple. One merely needed to project a portion of their primordial spirit to connect with it. Naturally, all of this required Lin Changsheng's approval. For his disciples, he directly wielded his supreme mystical powers, inscribing their auras into the dream world, allowing them free access. Lastly, Lin Changsheng infused the dream world with the laws of time. Consequently, the passage of time within this realm would differ from that of the outside world. Although the flow rate was not significantly high at present, it would still save them considerable cultivation time. After completing all these arrangements, Wu Dao and Shen Huang returned from Yingzhou Immortal Island. With their level of cultivation, they did not sense the emergence of the dream world. Your timing is impeccable. I have some sect regulations to announce. Lin Changsheng transmitted a series of rules into the minds of the disciples of Penglai Immortal Island through his divine consciousness. To acquire resources, they must strive for them independently. He also revealed the existence of the dream world to them. Henceforth, these disciples must continuously cultivate, surpassing their own limitations and contributing to the sect to earn greater rewards. Such a framework would undoubtedly lead to the flourishing of the entire Changsheng Immortal sect. Leaving no one idle, the Fortune Lotus would blossom rapidly as well. After announcing these regulations, Wu Dao and Shen Huang eagerly ventured into the dream world for training, while Lin Changsheng prepared to enter seclusion. Chapter 112, Refining Spiritual Treasures, the innate ultimate treasure, the Primordial Sword. On Penglai Immortal Island, the dream world training ground of the sect, Wu Dao was currently immersed in the combat pavilion, diligently honing her strength. Although she had previously closed herself off to meditate and elevated her realm, she lacked profound combat experience and a keen awareness of her own shortcomings. Engaging in battle with her inner demons undoubtedly revealed numerous flaws within her, solidifying her realm further. If she continued to challenge herself for a while longer, she could emerge and attempt to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal stage. The methods of the Tao Sovereign were truly beyond comprehension. Transcending the heavens and the earth, Wu Dao was again defeated by the inner demon before her, yet instead of feeling disheartened, her spirit soared, and she charged forward once more. Her admiration for Lin Changsheng, the Tao Sovereign, deepening anew. Meanwhile, Shen Huang was seated within the pavilion of techniques, contemplating the methods suitable for her. Although the spirit chi transformation technique passed down by the Tao Sovereign was commendable, it did not quite align with her unique constitution. Within this pavilion, Shen Huang distinctly felt her enlightenment sharpening significantly. In the past, achieving sudden comprehension was a formidable challenge, yet not long after, she found herself immersed in a profound understanding. She believed that once she emerged, she would surely grasp a technique that suited her. As for the other disciples, upon learning of the dream world's existence, they fervently engaged in their cultivation, striving to enter and train as soon as possible. A fervor for cultivation surged throughout Penglai Immortal Island. On Yingzhou Immortal Island, Lin Changsheng sat cross-legged at the edge of the chaotic essence, utilizing the thin chaotic energy to continuously temper his body. Although merely a trace of chaotic energy, it instilled a terrifying sense of slicing within his flesh. A faint azure light radiated from his form as he steadily absorbed the chaotic essence for body refinement. I must refine some spiritual treasures, otherwise my disciples will be too impoverished. Now that he had established a sect, and with his sect benefiting from the fortune of the realm, it was only natural that he would consider the well-being of his disciples. Fortunately, through his extensive travels across the primordial expanse, he had gathered a wealth of materials, top-tier celestial gold, various divine ores, and more. Crafting thousands of spiritual treasures was well within his capabilities. Although Lin Changsheng had never refined spiritual treasures before, he possessed the Tao of artifacts. After a few initial failures, he soon grasped the essential techniques. In no time, chunks of celestial gold and divine ores transformed under his meticulous refinement into the raw forms of spiritual treasures. By infusing them with rare materials such as primordial heavy water, solar divine stone, and starlight essence, he could enhance the potency of these treasures. As time passed unnoticed, Lin Changsheng swiftly amassed thousands of postnatal spiritual treasures before him. These treasures included swords, spears, halberds, mirrors, and various magical artifacts. Yet, they were merely postnatal treasures. Human refinement could only yield postnatal artifacts, for without the innate indestructible spiritual light, these treasures would be irreparably damaged if harmed. Fortunately, Lin Changsheng had seized the primordial cauldron from Hongjun. With a mere thought, the Qian Ding emerged, radiating an unparalleled brilliance under the infusion of magical energy. The innate treasures scattered upon the ground seemed irresistibly drawn to it, all soaring into the Qian Ding. Lin Changsheng's divine consciousness began to examine the interior of the Ding, revealing that the treasures within were beginning to gestate with the primordial, indestructible spiritual light. Truly, it was a supreme innate treasure. The efficacy of this Qian Ding was immense. After observing for a while, Lin Changsheng confirmed that the Ding could indeed reverse the innate nature, nodding in satisfaction. Any treasure that passed through the Ding could become an innate treasure, a fact that was undeniably true, albeit requiring some time. This realization allowed him the freedom to engage in other endeavors. With this in mind, Lin Changsheng retrieved the innate supreme treasure, the god-slaying spear, and the exquisite innate treasure, the world-extinguishing Black Lotus. Both treasures had suffered significant damage during the clash between Luo Hu and Hongjun, although the primordial, indestructible spiritual light was slowly mending them. The repair process was exceedingly sluggish without the nourishment of magical energy. The god-slaying spear, crafted from the petals of the chaos blue lotus, was made from top-tier materials. Thus, if reconstituted, its grade would remain untroubled. Furthermore, it possessed the potential to eventually ascend to the realm of chaos treasures. To elevate it to a chaos treasure, the quality of materials was crucial. If the materials did not meet the threshold for chaos treasures, no amount of merit would suffice. The world-extinguishing Black Lotus, being formed from the seeds of the chaos blue lotus, would not clash with the reconstitution of the two treasures. Despite their damage, there would certainly be surplus materials, allowing for the creation of another innate supreme treasure to inspire his disciples. With this thought, Lin Changsheng set to work. He commenced by dissolving the god-slaying spear. The quality of this innate supreme treasure was unquestionable, and the process of dissolution was no trivial task. However, Lin Changsheng remained unfazed. Fortune, come forth. At that moment, he directly harnessed the power of fortune. Instantly, he absorbed this power, causing his cultivation to surge dramatically. He swiftly broke through to the mid-stage of the Hongjun Golden Immortal Realm, then to the late stage, and finally reached perfection within the Hongjun Golden Immortal Realm. What a formidable sensation! Lin Changsheng savored the moment. Indeed, this was another significant benefit of consolidating fortune. As the sect leader, he could draw upon the power of fortune at will to augment his combat prowess. Naturally, this would consume some of his fortune, but with the fortune Golden Lotus present, the power would gradually restore itself, leaving him unconcerned. Now endowed with the formidable strength of a perfected Hongjun Golden Immortal, Lin Changsheng's pace in dissolving the god-slaying spear quickened significantly. In the blink of an eye, millennia passed, and he finally completed the dissolution of the shattered spear. Next came the world-extinguishing Black Lotus. Armed with prior experience, the dissolution process was considerably swifter this time, taking less than a millennium to complete. Now came the time for forging the treasures. Having previously crafted thousands of treasures, Lin Changsheng was well-versed in the process. He began to forge according to the vision of the spiritual sword in his mind, merging the essence extracted from the world-extinguishing Black Lotus and the god-slaying spear. Under Lin Changsheng's meticulous control, the materials gradually transformed into the shape of a spiritual sword. He infused it with primordial, indestructible spiritual light, fully dedicating himself to the forging of this spiritual sword. Once again, nearly a millennium passed in the blink of an eye, and a spiritual sword took form before Lin Changsheng. It was adorned with markings reminiscent of primordial talismans, its entire body gleaming white, exuding an unmistakable aura of sharpness at a mere glance. It seemed to embody myriad paths while appearing as an ordinary spiritual sword. At that moment, Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, for it was time for the final step, the infusion of merit. He retrieved the merit awarded by the heavenly Tao and infused it into the spiritual sword. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng employed the heavenly refinement technique to add prohibitions within the sword. With the prior prohibitions serving as a foundation, this process progressed swiftly. 13 prohibitions elevated the sword to the mid-grade innate level, enhancing its spiritual light. 25 prohibitions raised it to the upper-grade innate level. 37 prohibitions propelled the sword to the highest grade of innate treasures. The spiritual light, now richer than before, manifested countless extraordinary phenomena. Upon reaching 49 prohibitions, the sword attained the status of an innate supreme treasure. It hummed incessantly, as if yearning to soar away. At that moment, Lin Changsheng opened his eyes once more. With 49 prohibitions complete, only one final step remained, the thunder tribulation. Lin Changsheng gazed into the void. Due to the obstruction of the innate formation, the thunder tribulation had not yet sensed the sword. This was also the reason for the sword's restless humming. Eager to break free, go forth, heavenly thunder, temper and forge an unparalleled treasure. From henceforth, you shall be my spiritual treasure, the Hongmeng sword. Chapter 113. The chain reaction caused by the heavenly tribulation of the innate supreme treasure. Lin Changsheng had dissolved the god-slaying spear and the world-extinguishing Black Lotus. And after infusing the merit, he had finally crafted his own spiritual sword, the innate supreme treasure, named the Hongmeng sword. The god-slaying spear originally contained the principles of destruction and slaughter. However, during Lin Changsheng's forging process, all traces of these were eradicated. His spiritual sword did not require such principles to enhance its might. Instead, it was infused directly with the principles of Hongmeng. The principles of Hongmeng embrace all paths and laws, representing the true essence of an unparalleled treasure, ever-changing and encompassing everything. As Lin Changsheng continued to comprehend and elevate his understanding of the Hongmeng principles, the Hongmeng sword, too, held the potential for boundless advancement. However, although the Hongmeng sword had been forged, it still required the final step, the tempering by heavenly thunder. Only through this process could it undergo a complete transformation. Yet, with the innate formation of Penglai Island obstructing the sensing of the thunder tribulation, Lin Changsheng decisively opened a breach in the formation. The Hongmeng sword soared forth on its own. At that moment, the disciples of Penglai Island felt a stirring in their hearts, turning their gazes toward the space beyond the formation. Is this the spiritual treasure forged by the Tao Sovereign? How terrifying! Wu Dao contemplated the sword, sensing the profound essence of the supreme path. Indeed, the sword intent within me seems to be boiling over. This must be a sword of slaughter. Qi Yan, formed from the seven-star sword grass, was comprehending the path of the sword, thus perceiving the essence of swordsmanship emanating from the Hongmeng sword. No, that's incorrect. I feel the essence of the water path, water spirit interjected, shaking her head. I sense the essence of the path of destruction. I perceive the essence of the path of gold. Each disciple drew different insights from the Hongmeng sword. Stop making wild guesses. This is related to the Tao Sovereign's cultivation techniques. Ever-changing and encompassing all, Lin Changsheng explained. It is no longer confined to a singular principle or path. With a yearning heart, Wu Dao remarked, "This is the Taoist supreme, a force so formidable that it defies comprehension." Such a tremendous commotion not only stirred the disciples upon the Isle of Penglai, but resonated throughout the entirety of the primordial world. The Hongmeng sword soared into the heavens, instantly shrouding the sky in a dense blanket of dark clouds, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. The celestial storm was brewing. The three pure ones, who were wandering at that moment, gazed skyward in trepidation. What a terrifying spiritual treasure, they mused, recognizing it as at least a congenital supreme treasure. Laozi of Taiji discerned the grade of this spiritual sword with a single glance. Indeed, it was also undergoing the tribulation of thunder, indicating it had been forged by a being of immense power. The sheer terror was palpable. The ability to forge a congenital supreme treasure was nothing short of astonishing. Within this sword seemed to lie the principles of the Tao, embodying boundless transformations. Yuan Shi was utterly captivated at first sight of the sword. Fellow Taoists, do you not sense a familiar aura emanating from this congenital supreme treasure? Tong Tian spoke gravely. Despite the myriad transformations and principles radiating from the treasure, he still perceived a profound influence of the human Tao's laws. Upon hearing Tong Tian's words, Laozi and Yuan Shi both took a moment to attune their senses, their expressions darkening as they too recognized the potent essence of the human Tao within. Should we intervene? Tong Tian could barely contain his urge to act. Patience. This congenital supreme treasure is currently undergoing the thunder tribulation. If we rashly intervene, we too may be swept into the maelstrom. Once the treasure has weathered the tribulation, we shall strike. Securing this treasure will allow us to recoup our prior losses, reasoned Laozi, swiftly assessing the likelihood of their success. Previously, they had not assumed physical forms, and thus their strength was curtailed. Now, having manifested, their power had improved, and in this brief span, the Lord of Humanity should still be at the peak of the great Luo. Confronting him once more would yield significant odds in their favor. You speak wisely. Yuan Shi concurred, clearly in agreement with the notion of waiting to act. With this, the three pure ones began to gather their strength, poised to strike as soon as the tribulation concluded. Not only the three pure ones, but also Di Jun and Tai Yi had taken note of this congenital supreme treasure. Elder brother, this treasure is highly likely to belong to the Lord of Humanity. Should we act, we could undoubtedly redress our previous losses. Acquiring this treasure would immensely benefit our future plans, Tai Yi remarked, already prepared to act with the chaos bell atop his head. Di Jun felt a stirring within. Naturally, he coveted the congenital supreme treasure, yet the memory of the Lord of Humanity's overwhelming prowess that day made his primordial spirit tremble involuntarily. Even if he and Tai Yi had manifested, could they truly contend with the Lord of Humanity? Ultimately, however, greed triumphed over fear. Very well. Once the congenital supreme treasure has weathered the thunder tribulation, we shall strike. Meanwhile, Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti, who were traversing the east, gazed fervently at the congenital supreme treasure. Brother, this treasure seems to have a connection to our western domain, Zhuan Ti remarked, fixated on the Hongmeng sword. Jia Yin furrowed his brow. The treasure was replete with countless transformations, encompassing all. It even harbored a rich essence of demonic Tao laws. After Luo Hu's self-detonation, even if someone trained in demonic Tao laws, they could not have reached such a profound level. The owner of this spiritual treasure was likely the individual who had intruded into their grand formation that day. Upon hearing this, Zhuan Ti began to deeply attune himself and confirm the truth. He did not perish? We assumed he had perished since he did not return to our congenital grand formation. To their astonishment, he had now forged a congenital supreme treasure. This treasure contains a portion of our materials. It seems destined to be connected with our western domain. After the thunder tribulation, we shall act, Jia Yin decisively stated. Meanwhile, Nu Hua and Fu Shi, also wandering, halted, sensing that the aura within the congenital supreme treasure might very well belong to their friend, Changsheng. Their eyes brightened at the realization that their fates intertwined here. Perhaps once the thunder tribulation concluded, they could reunite with their friend. Hutu, having bid farewell to the 11 ancestor witches, traveled alone through the primordial realm. Unlike her combative brothers, she preferred to pursue the Tao. Oh, what a remarkable congenital supreme treasure. Yet, this aura feels so familiar. Hutu furrowed her brow. Then her eyes lit up with recognition. It was the aura of the Taoist Supreme. I cannot believe I have finally found the Taoist Supreme. Without a moment's hesitation, Huta flew towards the congenital supreme treasure, determined to follow it to find the Taoist supreme once the thunder tribulation had passed. Grateful for his assistance to the 12 ancestor witches that day, Lin Changsheng, unbeknownst to him, merely forging a congenital supreme treasure to weather a thunder tribulation was inadvertently attracting the attention of these primordial saints, whose significance would resonate throughout the entirety of the primordial realm. The ensuing chain reaction appeared to be rather monumental. Chapter 114. The Three Pure Ones and Others Take Action. Without delving into the chain reaction triggered by the Hongmeng sword, beneath the thunder of the heavens, dark as ink, bolts of lightning descended, each embodying the power of a great Luo golden immortal. However, the Hongmeng sword was forged from the disassembled god-slaying spear and the annihilation black lotus, utilizing the finest materials, augmented with merit to establish innate prohibitions, and nurtured with the essence of its own Hongmeng principles. Such formidable lightning was hardly capable of destruction. The Hongmeng sword emanated continuous phenomena, its radiance illuminating the surroundings, as boundless chaos unfolded upon it. The profound truths of the Tao were unfathomable. Though the thunder tribulation was terrifying, it became nourishment for the Hongmeng sword, refining its former roughness into a more polished and sentient form. When the thunder tribulation dissipated, the Hongmeng sword erupted in resplendent golden light, officially becoming a congenital supreme treasure. However, before the sword could return, a figure appeared above it, an imposing great Luo golden immortal. His eyes were filled with intense greed. Suppress it. This great Luo golden immortal, clearly unable to resist the allure of the congenital supreme treasure, made his move to seize it. Lin Changsheng, situated on Penglai Island, merely shook his head and smiled. A mere great Luo golden immortal dared to seize the treasure he had forged. He wondered who had granted him such audacity. There was no need for Lin Changsheng to act. The Tao rhythms emanating from the Hongmeng sword alone were sufficient to annihilate him. Indeed, the sword hummed, and with a flash of its spiritual light, the great Luo golden immortal before him was reduced to mere fragments. Instantly, all the hidden great Luo golden immortals, poised to strike from the shadows, halted. How terrifying! Merely the might of the treasure itself can so effortlessly obliterate a great Luo golden immortal. What would happen if its master were to act? While treasures are indeed desirable, one must also have the means to claim them. The great Luo golden immortals retreated. Yet this did not mean others would forfeit such an opportunity. Lord of humanity, on that day, you bestowed humiliation upon the Three Pure Ones. Today, let us take this congenital supreme treasure as recompense. A thunderous voice echoed. A resplendent and opulent pagoda of precious gems materialized in midair, continually evolving to an astonishing height of 49 tiers. It obscured the sky, exuding a formidable power. The primordial yellow essence cascaded down, enveloping the scene in a weighty aura, seemingly intent on suppressing the primordial sword. Lord of humanity, did you ever envision this day would come? The river diagram and the Luo book ascend. The river diagram and the Luo book soared into the void, establishing a connection with the celestial bodies beyond, showering the surroundings with an abundance of starlight, illuminating the emptiness. With a resonant chime echoing from the depths of the primordial spirit, the innate treasure of chaos underwent a transformation at that moment. It danced with the wind, subduing chaos, distorting time and space, refining the duality of yin and yang. The sheer terror of its might caused ripples in the void. This treasure is fated to be with us in the West. On that day, you resorted to unscrupulous means to seize our resources. It is only fitting that you repay with this treasure. Banners fluttered and billowed. The boundless azure lotus evolved continuously, casting forth a treasure-like, mysterious light. The radiance of the relics calmed the mind and spirit, repelling all evil, impervious to myriad laws. It was indeed the finest spiritual treasure currently possessed by the guiding figure. The exquisite innate spiritual treasure, the Eastern Azure Lotus Treasure Banner. Two pieces of supreme innate treasures, one innate treasure of utmost significance, and one treasure of merit. What unspeakable deeds did the master of this spiritual sword commit to provoke such wrath? The remaining great Luo golden immortals hidden in the shadows were all taken aback. It seemed this was not merely about the spiritual treasure. There were personal grievances intertwined as well. Lord of humanity? Is this the title of the master of this spiritual sword? My dear sister, it appears that our friend Changqing has quite an extensive circle, Fuxi remarked with a wry smile as he observed the unfolding scene. Had it not been for our discussions with Changsheng, perhaps we too would have found ourselves within the ambit of these assailants. Niuhua chuckled softly. Do you think we should intervene? After all, Lin Changsheng has a commendable rapport with them. Their mutual discussions have greatly benefited him. It seems somewhat unjustifiable to remain aloof at this moment. Yet intervening may also be overreaching. Dear brother, why fret? Changsheng has mastered an abundance of grand principles. His combat prowess is beyond our imagination. Moreover, have you forgotten what Changsheng mentioned before? There is no necessity to intervene. Indeed, I nearly overlooked it. Changsheng did say he was preparing to retreat into seclusion. Considering he is in the midst of refining an innate treasure, I believe he has successfully transcended his previous limits. It appeared that those who dared to act would soon meet their misfortune. Fuxi suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for the assailants. However, Hutu, unaware of Lin Changsheng's true nature, only knew that someone had dared to strike against the Taoist master. Without hesitation, she plunged into the void, drawing upon the earth's power to thwart these individuals. Suddenly, a gentle force pushed her aside. Hutu was taken aback, preparing to resist, only to sense an oddly familiar aura. It soon dawned on her that it was the Taoist master intervening. Clearly, the Taoist master had been well prepared. Thus, Hutu refrained from any further actions. Yet she committed the identities of the assailants to memory. Once her journey concluded, she would certainly rally Di Jiang and the others to seek retribution against them. On Penglai Island, the audacity of those who dared to strike against the Taoist master ignited fury among Wu Dao and the other disciples. They longed to rush out and confront the adversaries on behalf of their master. Yet, they were acutely aware of their own limitations and could only watch helplessly. In the vast wilderness, countless powerful beings existed. One must never be arrogant or complacent, but rather strive for relentless improvement and breakthroughs. At that moment, Lin Changsheng's words resonated in the hearts of these disciples. Heed the Taoist master's teachings, they all chorused respectfully. Sitting cross-legged on Yingzhou Island, Lin Changsheng nodded slightly. Indeed, this has become quite the spectacle. It's merely a matter of taking some of your resources. It shouldn't escalate to this. Yet, Hutu's willingness to intervene was a testament to the assistance he had once rendered to them. All of this was perceived by Lin Changsheng's divine awareness, prompting him to gently push Hutu aside. She was not a match for these assailants. Once he dealt with this turmoil, he would indeed check on her recovery. With that thought, Lin Changsheng decisively acted, infusing a trace of magical power into the primordial sword. Instantly, this innate treasure, previously suppressed by numerous spiritual treasures, erupted in a magnificent blaze of light. At that moment, even the innate treasure, the chaos bell, began to resonate ominously. Though the innate treasure was formidable, its effectiveness depended upon its wielder. The primordial sword, like a sovereign, transformed into an invincible entity. With a single swing, the sword's chill permeated the heavens and earth, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that surged across millions of miles. The entire wilderness seemed suffused with boundless sword energy. Even the great Luo golden immortals, who were covertly observing, felt the sheer terror of the sword's might. It was unimaginable how formidable the assailant's cultivation must be. Changsheng truly has transcended the realm of the great Luo golden immortal, Fuxi and Nuwa remarked, their expressions filled with longing. In the face of the combined assault from the three pure ones, Jane and Zhuanti, Lin Changsheng merely employed a flicker of magical power. Instantly, the sword energy from the primordial sword swept away the attackers. Beyond their superior cultivation, they could hardly fathom the depths of his strength. This opportunity must be seized to seek guidance from Changsheng on the path ahead. The starry essence of the river diagram and Luo book was obliterated by the sword energy in an instant. The river diagram and Luo book suffered severe damage, ricocheting away with a resonant hum. Under the pull of fate, Di Jun spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura waning, gravely injured. He was indeed insurmountable. In that moment, the demon in Di Jun's heart solidified. As long as Lin Changsheng remained, he would dare not oppose humanity. A thunderous sound echoed. The innate treasure, the chaos bell, was also rattled by the sword energy, shaking violently before ultimately flying back into Tai's grasp. The terrifying sword energy inflicted heavy wounds upon Tai as well. The two brothers exchanged glances, each reflecting shock within their eyes. How terrifying! Even with the combined efforts of so many, we cannot withstand this. The treasure of merit. The heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda, renowned for rendering its wielder invincible once summoned, was once again struck, its brilliance dimming and spirit waning. The three pure ones collectively suffered injuries. Laozi, disregarding his own wounds, hurriedly retracted the heavenly yellow Linglong pagoda. Curse it! This time, even with our combined might and the aid of other treasures, we couldn't fend off such a casual strike. The three pure ones, manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, were exceedingly proud. Yet their arrogance was repeatedly crushed effortlessly before Lin Changsheng. In stark contrast to Di Jun, Tai, and the three pure ones, Jane and Zhuanti faced a far more tragic fate. The Eastern Azure Lotus treasure banner similarly failed to withstand the onslaught of the sword energy. The radiance dimmed, and the power waned significantly. Just as the precious Qinglian flag was about to be hurled back into the hands of the Jiejin, an enormous hand, conjured by magical prowess, suddenly manifested and seized the flag from thin air. Such audacity! Jiajin spat out a mouthful of blood. This supreme, innate spiritual treasure was a rare opportunity he had painstakingly acquired. The flag, now unceremoniously taken away, filled him with a profound mix of sorrow and fury. Yet, no matter how he calculated, he could not discern the flag's whereabouts. Others may have forsaken their innate treasures, but to covet his exceptional innate spiritual treasure was sheer bullying. Brother, we cannot let this matter rest. I observed that the person who intervened earlier possessed considerable strength, wielding formidable spiritual treasures. Moreover, their demeanor indicated a deep-seated enmity toward this individual. If we ally with them, we still have hope. Zhuan Ti spoke with a hint of reluctance. You speak true, brother. This indignity must not go unchallenged. Let us proceed. Jiajin and Zhuan Ti took a moment to recuperate from their injuries before setting out to locate the individuals who had just acted. Meanwhile, the Hongmeng sword cut through the vast sky, swiftly vanishing from all sight. No matter how they endeavored to deduce, they could not trace its path. On Penglai Island, the disciples of Wu Dao clenched their fists, their faces alight with excitement. Such strength! Is this the Taoist Lord? With a single strike, he rendered these individuals utterly defenseless. Fellow disciples, the Taoist Lord's prowess transcends creation and looks down upon the vast wilderness. As disciples of the Changsheng immortal sect, we must not bring shame upon the Taoist Lord. Henceforth, I shall oversee your cultivation. At this moment, Wu Dao exhibited the poise of a senior sister. Lin Changsheng observed this scene with satisfaction, storing it in his consciousness. As long as these disciples diligently cultivate, the fortune of the Changsheng immortal sect will flourish. When the time comes, his ascension to a higher realm will become exceedingly effortless. He then turned his attention to the Hongmeng sword before him. It was worth the considerable time and resources expended in its refinement. Content, Lin Changsheng absorbed the Hongmeng sword into his being, commencing its nurturing with magical energy. His gaze then fell upon the still humming Qinglian flag. To his surprise, it presented yet another unexpected gain. Thus, only the southern Li Di Yanguang flag and the northern Xian Yuan Kong Shui flag remained to be collected among the 5 directions flags. If my conjecture holds true, the southern Li Di Yanguang flag should be in Hongjun's possession, while the northern Xian Yuan Kong Shui flag lies with Mingyi. A visit to the Blood Sea could be warranted. Lin Changsheng temporarily set aside his plans to refine the Qinglian flag, as other matters required his attention. Hutu, you may locate me based on the mark I provided. Lin Changsheng communicated directly with Hutu through his consciousness. Having encountered Hutu, it was only fitting to inquire about the current state of the ancestral Witch clan. Simultaneously, his mind began to ponder the trajectory of the Wu and Yao calamity. According to the conventional narrative, the two clans ultimately faced mutual destruction, leaving only Hutu among the 12 ancestral witches. She would eventually make a profound vow to the heavenly Tao, opening the path to the underworld, yet becoming a saint of the underworld. Forever unable to depart from the realm of the dead, the Yao court would likewise fragment, with the remnants of the Yao clan retreating to the frigid north or becoming mounts for other powerful beings. However, this was not Lin Changsheng's primary concern. His focus lay on the vast wilderness. The great upheaval between these two clans had led to its disintegration, transforming into 4 major continents. This marked the onset of the wilderness's decline. Now that he had traversed into this realm, he was determined to attain the Tao of the primordial great Luo golden immortal, or even ascend to greater heights. The wilderness must flourish further to provide him with greater support. After all, Pangu had merely cleaved a fragment of chaos. Who could guarantee that no other cultivators existed within that chaos? Previously, Lin Changsheng's low cultivation level had hindered his ability to alter the course of the wilderness. But now, the situation had changed. He had attained the status of a primordial golden immortal. Excluding Hongjun, he was among the strongest. Even in the face of Hongjun, Lin Changsheng felt no fear. Who could say who would achieve the Tao first? At present, the Wu clan had already birthed their primordial spirits. If Hutu were to expedite the opening of the path to the underworld, it might offer an alternative resolution to the calamity. The worst-case scenario would be that the entire Wu clan entered the underworld. Yet, the prerequisite remained that the underworld must stand on equal footing with the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, if suppressed by the heavenly Tao, altering the calamity would be exceedingly difficult. Every detail required careful planning. As Lin Changsheng deliberated, Hutu had already arrived above Penglai Island. The mark given by the Taoist Lord clearly pointed to this location. Why is it devoid of anything? Surely, the Taoist's abode isn't submerged in this fathomless sea? If so, it would be better for the Taoist to seek a cave on Mount Buzhou. That would certainly be preferable. Hutu gazed at the vast, unending sea. A hint of lamentation in her heart. Just as her thoughts settled, it seemed as if a tear had formed in space itself. An immense paradise appeared before her eyes. suffused with an overwhelming amount of innate spiritual energy, almost coalescing into droplets of spiritual rain upon her skin. Chapter 116, Hutu's Astonishment. At this moment, Huta felt a slight sting on her face. Moments ago, she had been muttering about the Taoist's humble abode. To her astonishment, the opening below left her utterly astounded. The sheer density of the innate spiritual energy alone was enough to classify it as a premier paradise. However, this was merely the beginning of Hutu's amazement. A figure shot forth from the opening. "Senior Hutu, the Taoist Lord instructed me to await your arrival. Please, follow me down." It was none other than Wu Dao who emerged. Upon seeing him, Hutu was utterly taken aback. With her discerning eye, she could not perceive Wu Dao's following, indicating a top-tier backing. Furthermore, there seemed to be a faint resonance of the Dao emanating from her. Could it be that she was cultivating the Dao? Hutu forcibly suppressed her astonishment and nodded. "Thank you for your trouble." She then followed Wu Dao downward. Once the two entered Penglai Island, the innate grand formation sealed once more. Before Huta's eyes, a massive island materialized. Seemingly endless, countless spiritual roots and materials converged, generating so much spiritual energy and vitality that she felt an overwhelming urge to cultivate right then and there. Soon, she beheld an ancient and stately Taoist temple, its exquisite towers and intricately carved beams constructed from the finest celestial gold. What extravagant craftsmanship from the Taoist Lord! Hutu silently absorbed all of this into her memory. As the two landed on the ground, Hutu looked up to see the 4 characters Changsheng Xianzong inscribed upon a piece of Shouyang copper. At first glance, Hutu felt as though she were enveloped by myriad paths of the Tao. Although merely 4 characters, they conveyed an essence of dozens of Tao. Wu Dao observed this scene with a gentle smile, choosing not to disturb Hutu. This situation was likely within her anticipation. Finding a spot nearby, he began to cultivate. Once Hutu regained her composure, he would take her to meet the Taoist Lord. In the blink of an eye, several millennia had passed. On this particular day, Hutu suddenly awoke with a start. Upon glancing at the 4 characters before her, they appeared rather ordinary. Feeling the significant enhancement in her own cultivation, she realized that this time, she had truly struck gold. "Senior Hutu, you are awake?" At that moment, Wu Dao made his appearance. "I apologize for the delay," Hutu said, a hint of contrition in her voice. "No harm done." These 4 characters were inscribed by the Taoist sovereign using the principles of the Great Way. "It is indeed a blessing that you, Senior Hutu, have been able to comprehend them," he replied. "Come, I shall take you to meet the Taoist sovereign." With that, Wu Dao led Hutu toward the immortal island of Yingzhou. Hutu nodded, following closely behind. As her gaze fell upon the disciples of the longevity sect engaged in their training, her pupils involuntarily contracted. These disciples possess such formidable foundations and seem to radiate an extraordinarily rich aura of fortune. The Taoist sovereign's longevity sect is truly awe-inspiring. Given enough time, any one of these disciples could easily stir the primordial chaos, she mused. Wu Dao, is the longevity sect comprised of so few disciples? Through her conversation with Wu Dao, she had learned his name. This is merely a portion. Some disciples are currently honing their skills in the dream realm, Wu Dao replied candidly. The dream realm? Hutu's interest was piqued. Indeed, it is a world created by the Taoist sovereign through supreme means. Within it, we can comprehend techniques and divine powers, enhance our practical experience, and temper our state of mind, among other things, Wu Dao stated with a hint of pride. It was precisely due to the existence of the dream realm that her cultivation had advanced to the point where she could achieve the status of a great Luo golden immortal at any moment. Such a wondrous world exists? Hutu was once again taken aback. The Taoist sovereign's capabilities are indeed formidable. I must visit the dream realm as well, she resolved. Before long, Wu Dao brought Hutu to the training grounds of Lin Changsheng. Taoist sovereign, I have brought Senior Hutu, Wu Dao said respectfully, filled with admiration. Indeed. Thank you for your efforts, Wu Dao. I perceive that you are on the verge of a breakthrough. Here, take this 6-turn golden pill. May it assist you on your path. A smooth, rounded pill flew forth, landing in Wu Dao's palm. The 6 Dao patterns were clearly visible, and the rich fragrance of the elixir prompted Hutu to take a deep breath. Thank you, Taoist sovereign, Wu Dao exclaimed joyously before departing. Hutu, how fare the 12 ancestors of the Wu? Lin Changsheng's voice resonated. Once again, Hutu's pupils contracted. The Taoist sovereign was indeed using chaotic energy to refine his body. The ancestors were renowned for their formidable physical prowess, yet witnessing this scene made her ponder the extent of the Taoist sovereign's physical strength. Fortunately, Hutu quickly regained her composure and respectfully replied, Thank you, Taoist sovereign, for your intervention on that day. The 12 ancestors now possess their primordial spirits. Although their strength is currently modest, they have the capacity to cultivate their spirits. This revelation was not something she felt the need to conceal, without Lin Changsheng's arrangement. How could they have acquired their primordial spirits? That is good to hear. However, it would be unwise to disclose the secret of your retained primordial spirits, Lin Changsheng cautioned. Rest assured, Taoist sovereign. Our eldest brother, Di Jiang, has instructed us on this matter. It is a contingency for our ancestors, Ho Tu responded. Your primordial spirit realm should be superior to Di Jiang's, correct? Lin Changsheng inquired suddenly. Indeed, Taoist sovereign. My primordial spirit's power has reached the level of a Tai golden immortal. Ho Tu did not hold back. Excellent. Shortly, I will guide you to a place for cultivation that will greatly aid in your rapid advancement, Lin Changsheng stated. He was referring to the ancestral veins of the earth. Ho Tu, who mastered the laws of the earth, would find it exceptionally suitable to train there. Moreover, the ancestral veins would enable her to comprehend the laws of reincarnation, thus allowing her to prepare ahead of time. Reflecting on it now, it seemed that Hongjun's passive observation of the ancestral veins being destroyed by Luo Ho's self-detonation was a calculated move. As a result, the strength of the underground pathways that Ho Tu opened would be severely diminished, and even if she achieved the status of an Earth Saint, she would be entirely suppressed by the heavenly Tao. Thankfully, she had previously prepared and retained a portion of the ancestral veins. Thank you, Taoist sovereign. Although Ho Tu was uncertain of the reasons behind the Taoist sovereign's assistance, she understood that his silence indicated a deeper intention. I am aware you harbor doubts. There is no rush. I will visit the Panga Divine Hall in due course. The outcome of the impending calamity among the Wu and the demons was not yet the time to disclose to Ho Tu, and there was still ample time before the calamity erupted, allowing for careful plotting. Yes, Taoist sovereign. Before you depart, I wish to take a look at the dream realm. Ho Tu expressed. That is permissible. I will inscribe your mark within the dream realm. When the time comes, you need only to partition a sliver of your primordial spirit to enter, Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. Thank you, Taoist sovereign, Ho Tu replied respectfully. With Ho Tu's matters settled, the focus would soon shift to Nuwa and Fuxi. Chapter 117, The Avengers Alliance. In the primordial continent, the three pure ones and a host of innate deities sought to suppress the Hongmeng sword, but were instead mercilessly crushed. They wore expressions of gloom and dejection. Just then, several figures flew toward them from afar. Three friends, I am Jane, and this is my junior brother Junie. These two are Di Jun and Tai Yi. We are the ones who acted earlier, Jane introduced. Ever since they had been subdued by a single sword strike and had their spiritual treasures confiscated, Jane and Junti sought out Di Jun and Tai Yi to recount their tragic experiences. This resonated with Di Jun and Tai Yi, prompting the four to swiftly reach an agreement to form an Avengers Alliance. Esteemed friends, I fear our combined strength may not suffice. We must also rally the allies who wielded the treasures of virtue during the previous confrontation, Jane suggested. With his words, they would proceed to seek out the three pure ones. The three pure ones nodded, merely providing their Tao titles in response. They were inherently proud and looked down upon other deities, especially when they sensed a hint of disdain in the eyes of Taiching Laozu and Yuanshi toward Di Jun and Tai Yi, three pure one friends. That master of humanity is truly despicable. While we have yet to take form, he brazenly plunders our spiritual treasures and seizes our essence. Such behavior is unforgivable, Jane declared furiously. Then you are entirely free to seek revenge against him, Taiching Laozu remarked dismissively. Jane nearly choked on this response. If I had the ability to do so, why would I ally with you? The arrogance of the three pure ones, looking down upon others, was indeed infuriating. Nevertheless, Jane swallowed his indignation to vent his frustrations. Taiching Taoist, you jest. We have all witnessed his battle prowess. In a one-on-one confrontation, none among us could match him. But what if we unite our strengths? Jane articulated the purpose of their gathering. The three pure ones held a certain disdain for such alliances. Taiching Laozu scoffed coldly and subsequently departed from the scene. Yuanshi Tianzun and Tong Tian, upon witnessing this, also chose to leave, even if they were not adversaries. A collaboration was out of the question. It was a mark of their final pride as the three pure ones. However, should you discover the location of his cave abode, do inform us, echoed the final words of the three pure ones. It was evident that their abilities were not particularly remarkable, yet their tempers were quite formidable. Brother, what shall we do now? Questioned Zhuan Ti with evident dissatisfaction. We may either relinquish our quest for vengeance and continue to wander the vast wilderness, or we may seek allies and bide our time for retribution, replied Jia, casting a glance at Di Jun and Tai Yi. This affront cannot be tolerated any longer. After being defeated by Lin Changsheng twice, Tai Yi's patience had worn thin. He was acutely aware that this lord of humanity had become his inner demon, and thus, he must be vanquished. Why not join forces with my brother and me? We are on the cusp of uniting with the demon race of the wilderness. Surely, Dealing with a single Lord of Humanity would be a trivial endeavor, Di Jun observed, noting the capabilities of the two individuals before him, who were also innate sanctities. He was inclined to recruit them for his own purposes, seeing them as a substantial asset. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged knowing glances, both revealing a smirk of derision. Do you truly believe you can entice us? Yet they considered it advantageous to feign an alliance, intending to exploit the opportunity to gather resources and treasures. Thus the four, each with ulterior motives, began their journey together. Meanwhile, Niuhua and Fuxi, guided by Lin Changsheng, arrived at the Penglai Immortal Island. Their astonishment surpassed even that of Hutu. Upon seeing the four characters Changxing Xianzong, they felt a sense of accomplishment. Ultimately, under the guidance of Wu Dao, they encountered Lin Changsheng once more. Changsheng, my friend, I had no inkling that your sect possessed such profound foundations. I observe that each of your disciples is quite impressive. I believe that it won't be long before they astonish the entire wilderness through their experiences in the Hongjun continent, Fuxi remarked with admiration. Changsheng, my friend, I perceive that these disciples seem to be endowed with fortune. Niuhua, having scrutinized closely, voiced her curiosity. Fortune is an enigmatic force, entirely elusive. Even the mighty dragons, phoenixes, and qilins have succumbed to calamity due to insufficient fortune. Why then do these disciples possess such fortuitous power? Indeed, please observe, my esteemed friends. Lin Changsheng replied with a gentle smile, gesturing towards the void. Instantly, the golden lotus of fortune belonging to Changxing Xianzong materialized before their eyes. This. Fuxi and Niuhua were utterly astounded, their mouths agape, struggling to articulate their astonishment. The sheer magnitude of fortune concentrated within a single sect was overwhelming. How had he accomplished such a feat? All disciples under my banner may partake in the blessings of fortune. Furthermore, the golden lotus of fortune is already connected to the great Tao, allowing for insights into the Tao at any moment, Lin Changsheng proclaimed, delivering a revelation that was nothing short of astonishing. His rationale for sharing this secret with Fuxi and Niuhua was strategic. Leaving aside Fuxi, who had reincarnated as the human emperor after the fall of the witch demon calamity, Niuhua held immense significance as the creator of the primordial human race. It was through her that Laozi could establish his teachings among humanity and attain sainthood. The potential of the primordial human race was self-evident. Had it not been for Taiching Laozu's reckless appropriation of human fortune and the demon race's rampant slaughter of the primordial humans to forge the slaughter which soared, the spiritual essence of the primordial humans would undoubtedly have made them the most promising race in the wilderness. As a being of the postnatal human race, Lin Changsheng harbored a certain affinity for humanity. Though he had transcended karma through reincarnation, he could not erase his emotional ties to his human lineage. The Hongjun continent ought to flourish in diversity and strength, rather than weaken under the scheming of Hongjun and the heavenly Tao until spiritual essence faded away. Thus, by confiding his secret to Niuhua, Lin Changsheng aimed to draw her into his fold, enabling her to attain enlightenment through the great Tao, free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao, and to establish a complete human realm that could rival the heavenly Tao. However, that time had yet to come. Changsheng, my friend, are you jesting? All disciples under your banner can directly cultivate the great Tao? Fuxi, a great Luo golden immortal, found himself questioning his own hearing. Lin Changsheng merely smiled in silence. Such shocking news indeed required ample time for digestion. After a considerable interval, Niuhua and Fuxi finally regained their composure. With a wave of his hand, Lin Changsheng concealed the golden lotus of fortune once more within the void. Changsheng, my friend, you have divulged such a significant secret to us. Are you not concerned that we might disclose it? Niuhua and Fuxi gazed at Lin Changsheng with grave expressions. Why should I be afraid? Lin Changsheng chuckled, shaking his head. He was no longer the mere celestial immortal he once was. Chapter 118. Niuhua and Fuxi seek to join Changxing Xianzong. Even if the entire wilderness were to learn of his secret, what reason would Lin Changsheng have to fear? The Penglai Immortal Island was protected by a primordial formation and fortified by his own grand concealment array. Even if they hovered above the island, they would be unable to find it. And even if they did, what could they accomplish? With Lin Changsheng's current combat prowess, no one beneath the level of the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal could match him. Thus, revealing the secret to Fuxi and Niuhua posed no threat to him. Of course, Fuxi and Niuhua merely spoke in jest. They would not reveal it. Changsheng, my friend, your methods are profound, and your confidence is entirely justified. However, why have you chosen to share this secret with us? Niuhua inquired. This brings us to the subject of the realm beyond the Great Luo that I previously mentioned to you. The first is the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, which requires comprehension of the Great Tao, a matter I need not elaborate on further. The second is the method of severing the three corpses, a sort of shortcut. It does not require comprehension of the Great Tao. Rather, one must utilize primordial substances to bear the weight, and then sever the good corpse, the evil corpse, and the self-corpse. With each severed corpse, one ascends a minor realm. This realm is known as the quasi-saint. The unity of the three corpses culminates in the perfection of the quasi-saint. After reaching the quasi-saint, should one wish to attain the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao, one would require the primordial purple qi. Lin Changsheng elucidated in detail. A saint of the heavenly Tao? How does that differ from the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal? Nuwa's inquiry seemed to unveil a new understanding for her, prompting her to ask eagerly. There is indeed a distinction. A saint of the heavenly Tao must have a fragment of their primordial spirit anchored within the heavenly Tao, rendering them essentially immortal. Should they perish, they can be resurrected with the aid of the heavenly Tao, though at the cost of their essence. In contrast, the mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal attains their status through the path of the Great Tao, Lin Changsheng explained with a smile. Then, does it not follow that a saint of the heavenly Tao is superior to a mixed Yuan Great Luo Golden Immortal? Fuxi voiced his confusion. Ah, Fuxi, my friend. You know but one side of the coin and not the other. The saint of the heavenly Tao entrusted a fragment of his primordial spirit, ostensibly rendering him immortal and transcendent. Yet, if the primordial spirit is under control, how can one truly savor freedom? Moreover, the saint of the heavenly Tao has not cultivated the great Tao. Despite the blessings of the heavenly Tao, he remains inferior to the Hongjun de Luo Jingxian. Were it not for Nuwa's primordial spirit being entrusted to the heavenly Tao, why would she have failed to intervene during the rampant slaughter of humanity by the demon race? All so-called heavenly intentions merely reflect the desire of the heavenly Tao to guide events according to its own design. In this light, while the path of the quasi-saint and even the saint of the heavenly Tao may seem a shortcut, it is fraught with considerable drawbacks. Furthermore, once the primordial spirit is entrusted to the heavenly Tao, the prospect of achieving the great Tao in this lifetime becomes bleak, does it not? Upon hearing this, Nuwa furrowed her brow. This shortcut is indeed tempting. One might even argue that, regardless of the flaws acknowledged by all beings in the Honglong, countless creatures would still flock to it. For the great Tao has receded, rendering cultivation nearly impossible. Of course, Nuwa was referring to the beings of Honglong. The unique Changsheng Taoist need not be counted among them. Naturally, entrusting the primordial spirit to the heavenly Tao entails being bound by it. How could the heavenly Tao permit the emergence of entities that surpass it, including Hongjun, who attempted to merge with the Tao, vainly seeking to replace the heavenly Tao with himself? The ultimate outcome was invariably failure. Changsheng Taoist, I wish to join the Changsheng Immortal Sect, Nuwa stated directly. She had grasped the pros and cons. While the method of severing the three corpses is a shortcut, its disadvantages are too great. Though the understanding of the great Tao may be slow, it offers limitless potential for the future. If there were no choice, Nuwa might have had to accept the method of severing the three corpses. However, now that a path lay before her, how could she let it slip away? And Fuxi interjected. As long as they could join the sect, they would absorb fortune and comprehend the great Tao. How could they not be enticed? From their perspective, Lin Changsheng's extensive discourse was an invitation for them to join the Changsheng Immortal Sect. Little did they know, Lin Changsheng smiled and shook his head, declaring that the time was not yet ripe. Please, Changsheng Taoist, teach us, Nuwa and Fuxi implored eagerly. In the ensuing years, Hongjun would attain sainthood. At that time, he would deliver 3 teachings in the Zixiao Palace. Nuwa, you shall be accepted as his personal disciple and granted the Hongmeng Purple Qi, Lin Changsheng announced. Foreseeing the future, Nuwa and Fuxi were taken aback. These events had not yet transpired, and yet the Changsheng Taoist had already foreseen them. It is known that the De Luo Jingxian has transcended the river of fate. At best, their predictions consist merely of fragments of events that have occurred or are about to occur. Yet, the Changsheng Taoist spoke with such conviction, and they found themselves believing him wholeheartedly. Does this mean I will be bound by the heavenly Tao? Nuwa queried, perplexed. Since Lin Changsheng had already elucidated the differences between the saint of the heavenly Tao and the Hongyuan de Luo Jingxian, why would he still encourage her to accept the Hongmeng Purple Qi? One must reap the benefits of Hongjun. He possesses numerous spiritual treasures. As for the Hongmeng Purple Qi, you need not choose to assimilate it. In due time, I will assist you in deciphering the profound meanings of severing the 3 corpses, reversing the 3 corpses, and returning them to your essence. That will equally benefit you, Lin Changsheng replied, already prepared. In that case, I shall heed the counsel of the Changsheng Taoist. Nuwan nodded in agreement. And what of me? Fuxi inquired, regarding Lin Changsheng. Fuxi Taoist, you may opt to continue your wanderings through the Honglong. You will encounter a golden crow named Dijuan, who will become the heavenly emperor of the future demon court, currently unifying the demon race. Your task is to refuse his invitation and relinquish your identity as a demon, Lin Changsheng instructed. Fuxi, upon joining the demon court and being conferred the title of Shi Huang, ultimately fell during the calamity between the witch and demon races. By renouncing his identity as a demon, he could sever this karmic bond. Thus, Fuxi would be able to join the Changsheng immortal sect. Understood, I shall remember this. Fuxi did not press further. Having chosen to join the Changsheng immortal sect, there was no need for excessive doubt. Subsequently, the three engaged in a discussion of their cultivation insights, primarily with Lin Changsheng imparting knowledge while the other two listened. Once their discourse concluded, Fuxi and Nuwa departed from Penglai Island. The arrangements for Nuwa and Fuxi had reached a temporary conclusion. At last, Lin Changsheng found himself with some leisure. First, he would forge the remaining essence of the Annihilation Black Lotus into a congenital supreme treasure. Then he could enter seclusion for cultivation. Lin Changsheng contemplated his next steps. Just then, he suddenly gasped in astonishment. Chapter 119. The Manifestation of the Fortune Golden Lotus. The Enlightenment Tea Tree blossoms with 9 products and 3 flowers. The Deluo Thunder Tribulation. On Penglai Island, the once tranquil and abundant primordial spiritual energy suddenly became tumultuous and violent. All primordial spiritual energy surged wildly toward a single direction. At that moment, all disciples of the Changsheng immortal sect engaged in cultivation were abruptly awakened. What has transpired? Why has the spiritual energy turned so wild? They wondered. That direction appeared to be where the senior sister Wu Dao was cultivating. Could she be undergoing a breakthrough? If it were indeed the senior sister, she must be on the verge of becoming a Deluo Jinxian, truly worthy of her title. While I am but at the golden immortal stage, no need to panic. We have only just taken form. Sooner or later, we too shall achieve the Deluo Jinxian. Another remarked. Enough chatter, let us proceed quickly. We must witness her achievement. Observing the senior sister's ascendance to Deluo will greatly benefit our future cultivation. In that moment, the disciples of the Changsheng immortal sect hurried toward the secluded area of Wu Dao's breakthrough. Naturally, they would not disturb her, they merely wished to observe. To their surprise, Wu Dao had advanced so swiftly. Lin Changsheng, who had been preparing to forge a congenital supreme treasure, was also drawn to Wu Dao's breakthrough. Above Penglai Island, a massive Wu Dao tea tree materialized. With the 5 energies within her complete, 3 flowers gathered at her crown. First, the human flower among the 3 flowers blossomed. 1 product, 2 products. The blooming occurred with remarkable speed. All of this was anticipated by Lin Changsheng. Wu Dao possessed an exquisite innate spiritual root with an excellent foundation. It was reasonable to expect her to blossom to 8 products and 3 flowers. However, regarding the 9 products and 3 flowers, she fell just short. When considering Hongjun's foundation, it could be inferred that it was derived from the chaos demon god, which allowed for the blossoming of 9 products and 3 flowers. Even the 3 pure ones, among the innate divine beings, merely reached 8 products and 3 flowers. As Lin Changsheng had surmised, once Wu Dao's human flower blossomed to 8 products and 3 flowers, it could no longer progress further. Just as she was about to give up on the blooming of the earth flower, the fortune golden lotus above the Changsheng immortal sect abruptly manifested. The rich power of fortune surged directly toward the human flower. To everyone's astonishment, the already maxed out 8 products human flower began to bloom anew. Ultimately, it transformed into 9 products and 3 flowers. Who would have thought that Wu Dao's breakthrough would invoke the power of fortune? Truly, she is a splendid innate spiritual root. Witnessing this scene, Lin Changsheng nodded with satisfaction. Secretly pleased. Fortune, enigmatic and profound, possesses boundless applications. Its ability to assist Wu Dao in blossoming 9 products and 3 flowers was beyond his expectations. Fortune, it turns out, was indeed manifested by the fortune golden lotus. The master disciple of enlightenment possesses an extraordinary affinity, having summoned the auspicious golden lotus of fate. One can only wonder if we, too, shall invoke the golden lotus during our own breakthroughs. The Taoist sovereign has proclaimed that through diligent cultivation, the golden lotus of fate will continually blossom, perhaps granting us opportunities in due course. The ability to summon the golden lotus of fate has evoked considerable envy among the other disciples, yet this has only fortified their resolve to train earnestly. For the golden lotus is intrinsically connected to them all. Everyone has a chance. Having successfully manifested the 9th grade human flower, enlightenment, with the aid of the golden lotus of fate, has now also succeeded in blooming the 9th grade earth flower and heaven flower. Despite the immense consumption of fate, rather than weakening the golden lotus, it has become even more resplendent, poised to unfurl the 4th grade golden lotus at any moment. However, the golden lotus has yet to blossom, suggesting that enlightenment's breakthrough still requires one final push. Lin Changsheng gazed at enlightenment, whose true form is the enlightenment tea tree, an exceptional innate spiritual root that the heavenly Tao forbids from taking shape. although currently isolated by the innate grand formation, rendering it undetectable to the heavenly Tao. Adherence to its rules remains imperative. Should those rules be broken, one would face the wrath of heavenly retribution. As long as enlightenment can endure the great Luo thunder calamity, the heavenly Tao must permit the existence of the enlightenment tea tree. Above enlightenment, the ninth grade, 3 flowers radiated boundless spiritual light. Yet, a cursory glance revealed an imperfection, as if lacking a certain vivacity. Enlightenment, clearly aware of this, soared into the air. Observing this, Lin Changsheng promptly activated the innate grand formation. Without hesitation, enlightenment ascended into the vastness of the primordial void, preparing to confront the great Luo thunder calamity. The disciples of the Changsheng immortal sect looked on with concern for their master disciple. Rather than fret over her, perhaps they should contemplate their own impending tribulations. After all, the master disciple, being the enlightenment tea tree, possesses exceptional comprehension abilities. Her mastery of divine powers suffices for her to navigate the thunder calamity. Shui Ling remarked with yearning, acknowledging that the great Luo thunder calamity was indeed approaching for her. Shui Ling spoke truthfully. It could be said that aside from Lin Changsheng, the enlightenment tea tree's comprehension ability is unrivaled on Penglai, Immortal Island. She has mastered no fewer than 5 divine powers and has been engaged in a battle against her own inner demons within the dream realm, solidifying her foundation and achieving a perfect state of mind. Thus, facing the great Luo thunder calamity posed little danger. Fortunately, the innate spiritual treasures within the Qianxiaaudiobooks cauldron have successfully reversed their innate properties. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing for his top disciple to ascend to the great Luo golden immortal without any spiritual treasure reward. At this moment, Lin Changsheng withdrew his gaze, confident that enlightenment would successfully overcome the thunder calamity. Through his spiritual perception, he discerned that all the thousands of spiritual treasures within the Qianxiaaudiobooks cauldron had reversed their innate properties, transforming from postnatal to innate treasures. Moreover, since he had utilized only top-tier materials during their refinement, the least among these thousands of innate treasures were of medium quality, while the rest predominantly comprised superior innate treasures, with several being of exceptional quality. Indeed, reclaiming the Qianxiaaudiobooks cauldron was a judicious choice. Meanwhile, enlightenment commenced her passage through the great Luo thunder calamity. What? Is that the great Luo thunder calamity of the enlightenment tea tree? When did the enlightenment tea tree become capable of shape-shifting for cultivation? The 3 pure ones and other mighty beings looked on in astonishment at enlightenment enduring the thunderstorm, a phenomenon that defied their understanding. The enlightenment tea tree is not a primordial saint, merely an innate spiritual root, one that should not even possess consciousness. How could she have ascended to the great Luo golden immortal? Moreover, her mastery of divine powers during the calamity indicated a profound depth. Could it be that she has joined a certain faction? Brother, the enlightenment tea tree has a connection to our Western realm, remarked Jane, his eyes gleaming with interest. Indeed, regardless of the circumstances, we must endeavor to bring the enlightenment tea tree to our Western lands. As a shape-shifted innate Bodhi tree, I believe Jane could surely resonate with her. The addition of such a formidable being with exceptional roots to our Western realm would undoubtedly expedite its revitalization. Jane and Zhuanti prepared to invite enlightenment once she completed her thunder calamity. Meanwhile, Nuwa and Fuxi, well aware of enlightenment's true identity, felt a swell of happiness for her. Indeed, as Lin Changsheng had anticipated, the thunder calamity, though ferocious in its intent to extinguish such a unique anomaly of the heavenly Tao, is governed by the principles of the great Tao. Enlightenment successfully traversed the thunder calamity, her primordial spirit transcending the river of fate, thereby completing her metamorphosis into a great Luo golden immortal. Just as enlightenment prepared to return to Penglai Immortal Island, 2 figures swiftly approached, calling out, "Fellow Taoist, please hold." Chapter 120. Fuxi refuses to join the demon clan. Having just surpassed the thunder calamity, enlightenment was unexpectedly intercepted by these 2 figures. "Fellow Taoist, please wait." The individuals were none other than Jane and Zhuanti. "What is it?" Enlightenment inquired, sensing a familiar aura emanating from them, akin to that of her fellow disciples, Boang and Gongxing. It seems they are indeed the Jane and Zhuanti spoken of by her master. I am the shape-shifted innate Bodhi tree and, as a fellow entity of nature, feel a kinship with you. Thus, I wish to invite you to the Western realm for a discussion on the Tao. What do you think? Jane began, appealing to their emotional connection. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I have many junior brothers and sisters, so I must decline the invitation to discuss the Tao." Enlightenment replied without hesitation. "By the way, regarding your sense of kinship, I believe when you meet my 2 junior brothers in the future, you will truly feel a profound connection." With that, enlightenment departed from the scene, the innate grand formation opening and then closing behind her. A multitude of junior brothers and sisters? Jane and Juanti exchanged glances, pondering whether the Enlightenment tea tree had indeed joined a significant faction. In that case, her refusal was entirely reasonable. However, what did her last remark mean? That meeting her junior brothers would evoke a sense of familiarity? They regarded one another, dismissing it as mere evasion on Enlightenment's part, unaware that in the future, they would indeed feel both familiarity and astonishment. Upon returning to Penglai Immortal Island, the disciples of the Changsheng Immortal sect erupted in cheers, gathering around Master-Disciple Enlightenment to congratulate her on successfully overcoming the Thunder Calamity. Enlightenment, congratulations on achieving the Great Luo. Lin Changsheng's voice rang out. This exceptional innate spiritual treasure is a token of my esteem. A colorful floating garment emerged, gracefully landing before Enlightenment, shimmering with opalescent brilliance. Thank you, Taoist sovereign. Enlightenment joyfully accepted the exceptional innate spiritual treasure before her fellow disciples. Each of you must also cultivate diligently. Once you surpass the Great Luo, you may collect rewards from the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion. Lin Changsheng's voice resounded once more as he summoned his unparalleled magical power, causing a Spiritual Treasure Pavilion to rise from the ground. Thousands of treasures soared into the pavilion like a radiant rainbow. Furthermore, a pill pavilion also ascended, solidifying the flourishing of their sect. Previously, Lin Changsheng had sent all his surplus elixirs soaring into the air. Spiritual treasures and elixirs served as rewards for their diligent cultivation in the future. The disciples were thus infused with renewed vigor, promptly turning back to enter secluded cultivation. Observing this, Lin Changsheng smiled gently. Next, he was to commence the refinement of a congenital treasure. However, the remaining primordial essence was scarce. Crafting a bracelet-like spiritual treasure would suffice. With this thought, he set to work. In the blink of an eye, several millennia had passed. As Lin Changsheng infused the remaining merits, an ancient, jade-hued bracelet materialized before him. Upon this bracelet, the boundless peaks of ancient deities and celestial bodies from beyond the realm continuously manifested. When cast forth, it could effortlessly shatter a great Luo golden immortal. He named it the Unpeaked Bracelet. After uttering this, the innate treasure soared away from Penglai Island to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Having learned from the previous experience, even if a great Luo golden immortal coveted it, they would not dare to act. Once the tribulation was completed, the unpeaked bracelet flew into the Spiritual Treasure Pavilion, designated as the treasure to guard the building. With these matters settled, Lin Changsheng could finally turn his attention to cultivation. Utilizing the auspicious golden lotus, he began to comprehend the great Tao. With his innate talent, he swiftly entered a state of enlightenment. His objective was to grasp the great Tao and nourish the primordial principles. The primordial chaos was timeless. During this period, the primordial continent transformed into a realm of tranquility. The heavens and earth were clear, and countless beings ascended to the realm of great Luo golden immortals. Speaking of recent significant events, it was none other than Emperor Jun gathering a multitude of demon clans under his command. Tao brother, our demon clan is flourishing, and I believe it is time to establish the demon court, Tai declared, his ambitions rekindled. With the heavens and earth now serene, numerous powerful beings were advancing and breaking through. Our focus should be on expanding our influence. However, the timing for establishing the demon court is not yet ripe. By the way, what of Jane and Junie? Upon mentioning these two individuals, Emperor Jun could not help but furrow his brow. Tao brother, do not mention them. I now regret having invited them to join us. They incessantly flaunt our demon clan's banner while plundering various resources. I believe it might be best to expel them. Tai retorted, somewhat irked. These two indeed displayed a lack of shame. However, there would still be future opportunities to utilize them. For now, it was best to disregard them. Emperor Jun shook his head. The two brothers continued to traverse the primordial continent, consolidating their power. One day, they stumbled upon two powerful demon beings, with human heads and serpentine bodies, soaring through the skies. Compared to the two brothers, they were notably stronger, which filled them with delight. Moreover, Emperor Jun sensed a profound karmic connection with one of them. Esteemed friends, please pause. Emperor Jun and Tai promptly intercepted them. These two were none other than Fushi and Nuwa. What business do you have, esteemed friends? Fushi inquired, perplexed. Esteemed friends, I am Emperor Jun, and this is my brother Tai. We have established the demon clan and are gathering numerous demon beings to prepare for the formation of the demon court. Noticing your formidable auras, I wish to invite you to join us. Emperor Jun replied with a smile. If these two could join the demon court, it would undoubtedly be a significant boon. Emperor Jun Tai? The once smiling Fushi's countenance grew cold. So it is you. Tao friend, Changsheng mentioned a deep karmic connection between us. I did not expect you to come seeking us. We appreciate the offer, but my sister and I have long since allied with another force, Fuxi coldly stated. Why such a drastic change in demeanor? Emperor Jun and Tai were perplexed. They believed this was their first encounter. Esteemed friends may not be aware, but our demon kin now number in the millions, and this number continues to grow. Should you choose to join our demon clan, treasures and status will certainly not be lacking for you both. Once the demon court is established, you shall be treated as demon sovereigns. What say you? Emperor Jun believed the terms he proposed were exceedingly generous. Allied with another force? Is there a power greater than our demon clan? However, upon hearing this, Fuxi immediately shook his head in refusal, showing no interest. Have you considered this carefully? If you join our demon clan, I can lend you the river diagram and Luo book for your comprehension. The river diagram and Luo book are supreme innate treasures, containing the mysteries of the stars and capable of countless transformations. This is indeed a rare opportunity for you, Emperor Jun insisted, unwilling to relent. Chapter 121. The response of the great Tao, Fuxi as vice master of Changsheng immortal sect. The river diagram and Luo book, a supreme innate treasure, capable of revealing the primal numbers. From the river diagram and Luo book, Emperor Jun comprehended the great array of the stars, which could contend with the 12 capital heavenly gods array of the witch clan. Later, he conferred it upon the Shihuang Fuxi. This aligns with the usual narrative of the witch demon calamity. This also explains why Emperor Jun sensed a profound karmic connection with Fuxi upon encountering him. In truth, not only Emperor Jun, but Fuxi also felt a resonance. Especially when Emperor Jun mentioned the river diagram and Luo book, Fuxi felt an intense urge to join, as if a voice within was swaying his will. Should he not join the demon clan, a great calamity would ensue. Had Lin Changsheng not previously pointed this out, Fuxi might have joined by now. I will not join the demon clan. Fuxi managed to utter these words with great difficulty. At this, Emperor Jun's expression darkened considerably, and before he could speak further, a thunderous sound erupted. The heavenly Tao trembled. The phantom of the eye of divine retribution coalesced above them. Tao friend Fuxi, you and our demon clan share deep karmic ties. Why must you act against the heavens? If you join the demon clan, my previous offer still stands. Observing the heavenly Tao's disturbance, Emperor Jun immediately understood the depth of his karmic ties with Fuxi. At the same time, he felt immense confusion. This was a matter recognized by the heavenly Tao. In other words, it was something that should transpire under the operation of the heavenly Tao. Yet it had suddenly changed. Why was this so? Otherwise, the heavenly Tao would not have been stirred. On Penglai Island, Lin Changsheng, who was in seclusion, opened his eyes. The heavenly Tao? He merely glanced at it before closing his eyes once more. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, Fuxi would either succumb to the will of the heavenly Tao or perish beneath the eye of divine retribution. Tao friend Fuxi, you and our demon clan have a profound karmic connection. If you refuse once more, the heavenly Tao will enact divine punishment, Tai continued. The will of the heavens cannot be defied. Feeling this unparalleled pressure, Fuxi's will seemed on the brink of submission. He gritted his teeth, recalling Lin Changsheng's final instructions, praying that Tao friend Changsheng had not deceived him. I, Fuxi, vow to the great Tao, I shall never join the demon clan and shall forsake my identity as a demon. The karma of the demon clan has no bearing on me. Fuxi, I wish to join the Changsheng immortal sect. Upon hearing Fuxi's solemn oath to the great Tao, both Emperor Jun and Tai were struck with expressions of astonishment and ire. How utterly oblivious Fuxi was to the gravity of the situation. The heavenly Tao itself was stirred, yet he dared to utter an oath, and directed it towards the great Tao no less. Was he not courting disaster? Fuxi, you are courting your own demise. As the great Tao recedes, the heavenly Tao continues its celestial course. Do you truly believe that by swearing an oath to the great Tao, it will respond favorably? For the sake of an obscure sect, you would defy even the will of the heavenly Tao. Emperor Jun's voice erupted in fury. Indeed, the eye of divine retribution within the heavenly Tao became exceedingly tangible, brimming with countless runes of celestial laws. Within it resided the ever-shifting mysteries of the cosmos. The pitch-black annihilative thunder had completely locked onto Fuxi. It is no wonder the heavenly Tao was so enraged. This was akin to the great Tao having once been a sovereign, now abdicated, while the heavenly Tao reigns supreme over all. Yet, Fuxi not only disregarded the will of this sovereign, but also swore an oath to the already abdicated great Tao. Such an act was a gross insult to the heavenly Tao. Feeling the profound fear deep within his primordial spirit, Fuxi could not help but let out a bitter smile. My friend Changsheng, you must be more reliable, he mused. Just then, a voice resonated across the heavens. Fuxi, you are welcome to join my Changsheng immortal sect, to share in the fortunes of the sect and serve as vice sect master. The voice of Lin Changsheng rang out. At that moment, both Emperor Jun and Tai's countenances shifted dramatically. Could it be that this Changsheng immortal sect belonged to the master of humanity? Yet, Soon their hearts filled with derision. What of it? Even if it were the sect of the Master of Humanity, could it possibly contend with the heavenly Tao? You are inviting calamity upon yourself. In that instant, both Emperor Jun and Tai roared in their hearts. Heavenly Tao, strike Fuxi down, obliterate the Changsheng immortal sect, annihilate the Master of Humanity. At Kunlun Mountain, the three pure ones, having returned to their own sanctum, also beheld the eye of divine retribution from the heavenly Tao. Brother Tao, is this Master of Humanity not seeking his own demise by provoking such grand karma? It appears we need not intervene, Yuan Shi chuckled. Feeling a weight lift from his heart, I sense this matter cannot be so straightforward. Such significant karma has even shaken the heavenly Tao. On what grounds does a sect founded by a mere Master of Humanity dare to challenge the heavenly Tao? Is he truly unprepared? Tong Tian's gaze sharpened, sensing the complexity of the situation. Indeed, while the Changsheng immortal sect has yet to emerge, we have witnessed the measures employed by the Master of Humanity. Have you forgotten the event of the 12th grade, three flowers uniting? It was likely his doing, said Tai Ching. I cannot believe that this Master of Humanity would truly invite trouble upon himself. He must have some contingency plan. Could it be that his sect has caught the attention of the great Tao? Yuan Shi speculated, feeling that the matter could not be so intricate. Yet, the reality unfolded as such. With Lin Changsheng's proclamation, the auspicious golden lotus blossomed anew, ascending from the 3rd grade to the 4th. Simultaneously, an ancient presence from a primordial void seemed to awaken, casting its gaze. In that moment, an ancient will seem to transmit a decree, confirmed. The great Tao has accepted Fuxi's oath. An irresistible force, transcending the heavenly Tao, severed all ties between Fuxi and the demon race. The heavenly Tao's eye of divine retribution, once brimming with annihilative thunder, fell silent, gradually dissipating into the heavens. Fuxi, whose will and primordial spirit had been oppressed, suddenly felt a lightness envelop him. It has succeeded. My friend Changsheng. No, now I should call you sect master. You have not deceived me, Fuxi exclaimed with ease. At that moment, Emperor Jun felt an overwhelming discomfort in his heart. What on earth was happening? The great Tao had re-emerged, seemingly solely for the Changsheng immortal sect. How had this sect achieved such a feat? I hope my friend does not come to regret today's choice. Emperor Jun could only utter this phrase before making a hasty retreat with Tai. As for Nuwa, they would not extend further invitations. In truth, even if they did, Nuwa's refusal of the heavenly Tao would elicit no response, not due to the appearance of the great Tao, but rather because all of this lay within the scheming of the heavenly Tao. Nuwa had never been part of the demon race. Otherwise, the conflict between the Wu and the demon clans would have seen the latter overpowering the former, a result the heavenly Tao would not wish to witness. Congratulations, brother Tao, Nuwa remarked with a hint of envy. Her elder brother's joining of the Changsheng immortal sect signified a path to comprehend the great Tao and cultivate. Dear sister, it shan't be long before you two join the Changsheng immortal sect, Fuxi replied with a smile. At this moment, he could faintly sense the great Tao. All that remained was to return to Panglai Island and devote himself to cultivation to realize a pathway to the great Tao. Nuwa nodded, acknowledging that her karmic burdens were too great and the timing was not yet right. She was in no hurry. Chapter 122. The Perfection of Hongjun Golden Immortal. Connecting to the dream world. Time in the primordial chaos is not measured. Cultivation knows no years. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of thousands of years passed on the Hongjun continent. Relative to its history, Hongjun was relatively tranquil. However, under Emperor Jun's machinations, the demon race had emerged as a formidable force within Hongjun. Simultaneously, another power was also rising with vigor, the Wu clan. The Wu clan, feeding off the demon race, ensured that conflict between the two factions was inevitable. For now, however, their skirmishes were merely trivial, scarcely warranting concern. One day on Panglai Island, the once tranquil Ingzhou Island began to stir. The chaotic energy and innate spiritual essence exhibited a wild turbulence. The disciples of the Changsheng immortal sect ceased their cultivation. Was the Taoist master finally emerging from seclusion? At that moment, the auspicious golden lotus, which had remained concealed in the void, finally re-emerged. Due to the transformations and breakthroughs of the Changsheng immortal sect's disciples, the auspicious golden lotus had blossomed to the 5th grade. The auspicious energy had intensified exponentially compared to before, allowing their cultivation speed to accelerate significantly, and the great Tao they comprehended grew increasingly vivid. Suddenly, the auspicious golden lotus erupted with boundless spiritual radiance, blooming once more, now at the 2nd grade, reaching the 7th grade. A powerful aura swept across the entire immortal island and then vanished in a flash. Lin Changsheng's figure appeared before the disciples. I have seen the Taoist master. The disciples reverently and fervently bowed to Lin Changsheng. Good. It seems you have not slacked during this time. Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. Over these hundreds of thousands of years, he had comprehended dozens of great Daos, all transformed into the nourishment of the Hongmeng laws. This had considerably accelerated his cultivation speed while he enjoyed the fortunes. At this moment, he had attained the perfection of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal, not only in terms of his primordial spirit and magical power, but also in the perfection of his physical body. Under the dual culmination, the erupted combat power is indeed exceedingly formidable. The next step forward leads to the realm of the Hunyuan Deluo Jingxian, a stage of considerable significance. As the saying goes, beneath the sage, all are but ants. This phrase does not belittle the realms below the sage. Rather, it signifies that upon attaining the sage's status, one achieves immortality and transcendence, mastering supreme power. With a mere gesture, they can effortlessly annihilate countless beings. Therefore, Lin Changsheng's aspiration to break through this realm is not a trivial endeavor. It is prudent to first emerge from seclusion. Under the influence of his divine consciousness, all 15 of his direct disciples have already manifested their forms. Moreover, the lowest among them has reached the early stage of the Tai Jingxian, while the highest has attained the pinnacle of Tai Jingxian, merely a step away from blooming the 3 flowers atop their heads. As for the descendants of the 3 clans, they are equally impressive, with the more formidable among them already having reached the Jingxian realm. However, what astonishes Lin Changsheng the most is Kongxian. This resplendent peacock has surprisingly reached the realm of Tai Jingxian, demonstrating no inferiority compared to his 15 direct disciples. Yet, upon reflection, this is quite reasonable. After all, Kongxian is the offspring of the primordial phoenix, born from the mingling of the 5 elemental essences, and naturally possesses extraordinary lineage. It is no wonder that he is regarded as the foremost quasi-saint beneath the contemporaneous sages. Master, with senior sister supervising our cultivation, we cannot afford to be lazy. Shui Ling exclaimed with a lively spirit. Although she held the same respect for the master, she exhibited less trepidation, emboldening her to voice such sentiments. Haha. It seems you all harbor a great fear of enlightenment. Lin Changsheng chuckled lightly. Wu Dao's cheeks flushed as she shot a glare at Shui Ling. It is as it is, she retorted. Shui Ling cast a fearful glance at Wu Dao before turning back to Lin Changsheng, asking, Master, when shall we embark on a journey to the Honghuang continent? At the mention of travel, all disciples' eyes sparkled with anticipation. Their existence had become rather monotonous, consisting solely of the dream realm and cultivation. If you all can reach the late stage of Deluo, I might consider allowing you to venture out. Lin Changsheng replied with a smile. He fully comprehended his disciples' desires. However, given that the Honghuang was subtly shrouded in calamity, he would not permit them to leave without adequate strength. Yet, this prompted him to think. This time out, he must arrange for a more extensive dream realm. By establishing nodes, he could connect them all, forming a cohesive dream world. This way, his disciples would have ample opportunities for experience. Late stage of Deluo? I still have quite the distance to traverse before confronting the Deluo Thunder Tribulation, Shui Ling lamented. You often hear me urging you to cultivate diligently. Yet you can hardly remain still. Now you regret it? Wu Dao assumed a senior sister's authoritative demeanor. All right, do not be disheartened. This time when I emerge from seclusion, I shall impart the Dao for a full 10,000 years. How much you gain depends on your own fortunes, Lin Changsheng assured them. As he prepared to expound the Dao, all disciples of the sect ceased their cultivation. Finding a suitable spot, Lin Changsheng began to elucidate the profound principles of the Dao. With his pinnacle of Hunyuan Jingxian cultivation, his words flowed like a radiant lotus, transforming various profound truths into comprehensible melodies absorbed by the disciples. They swiftly entered a state of enlightenment, resolving their daily cultivation dilemmas with ease. Unbeknownst to them, 10,000 years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Lin Changsheng opened his eyes, observing that his disciples remained entrenched in their state of enlightenment. Following this lecture, it is believed that numerous disciples are on the verge of a breakthrough. A knowing smile graced Lin Changsheng's lips as he turned to depart from Penglai Island. Casting a glance in the direction, he soared towards the western continent. With his current realm, he reached the western continent in no time. This visit to the western continent serves 2 purposes. The first is to connect the various dream realms he had previously established. With his current cultivation and the assistance of the innate treasure, the dreaming silk, this task is entirely feasible. The second task is to ascertain the current state of Ho Tu's cultivation. Soon, Lin Changsheng located the first dream realm, still intact and unblemished. Upon discovering the second dream realm, he summoned his supreme powers. Using the dreaming silk as a bridge, the 2 realms resonated with each other, continually expanding until they merged into a singular new dream realm. Thus, Lin Changsheng commenced the connection of the dream realms. His dream realm rapidly enveloped half of the western continent. Ultimately, he paused near Mount Shumi, a dream realm of paramount importance. as it covered a crucial segment of the Earth's ancestral vein, rich in spiritual energy and abundant in the laws of the Earth. This was also where Lin Changsheng had instructed Ho-Tu to cultivate. Chapter 123. The Scheme of the Dream Realm, Shattering the Ancestral Witch. Beneath Mount Shumi, at the ancestral vein of the Earth, Ho-Tu sat with closed eyes, immersed in her cultivation. A closer look reveals that with each breath, she establishes a connection with the ancestral vein of the Earth. The dense laws of Earth permeate the entire dream realm. Suddenly, Ho-Tu opened her eyes, and before her stood a figure, Lin Changsheng. Ho-Tu, how fares your cultivation here? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. Master, this place aligns perfectly with my laws of Earth. If I continue to cultivate here, I might even elevate the laws of Earth to the great Tao of Earth, Ho-Tu responded confidently. Excellent. Should you successfully cultivate the great Tao of Earth, you will be able to establish reincarnation. In that case, the crisis facing the witch clan will resolve itself. Lin Changsheng remarked with a grin. Master, my witch clan is born from the blood of Pangu, the progenitor of the heavens and the earth. What dangers could we possibly face? Ho-Tu asked, puzzled. It is premature to discuss this now. Your current task is to focus on your cultivation, Lin Changsheng replied, choosing not to elaborate further. A calamity is bound to occur. It is merely a matter of how it concludes. But I worry for Dao brothers and the others. Ho-Tu expressed hesitantly. Rest assured, I am on my way to Buzhou Mountain this time, and I will offer them some guidance. The witch clan is combative and unruly. This visit will allow me to stretch my limbs a bit and encourage them to temper their ways. With the master intervening, I have nothing to fear. Ho-Tu finally felt reassured. Lin Changsheng nodded before departing from the area. Subsequently, he continued to construct and connect the dream realms. The western continent, southern continent. And soon he arrived at the eastern continent. At this juncture, the dream realm had effectively covered a third of the Hongjun, its expanse now remarkably vast. As long as he returns to the Isle of Penglai, a complete dream world will be formed. At that time, he will proclaim to the entire primordial realm that all beings who meet the criteria can enter. Similarly, there will be establishments such as the Tower of Divine Abilities, the Tower of Practical Combat, and the Tower of Techniques. However, Lin Changsheng will not place any divine abilities or techniques within them. At most, they will merely expedite the comprehension of those who enter. Consequently, the techniques and divine abilities they grasp will be interconnected with the Isle of Penglai. In the future, the disciples of the Isle of Penglai will effectively have the myriad beings of the primordial realm laboring for them. This is Lin Changsheng's ultimate ambition. As the sovereign of the dream world, he can also absorb their experiences, thereby sparing himself countless years of arduous cultivation. This is his grand scheme. He believes no one can resist the allure of the dream world. Before long, Lin Changsheng arrived at Mount Buzhou. Mount Buzhou is one of the most significant divine mountains of the primordial realm, and it certainly cannot be overlooked. He directly enveloped it with the dream world, projecting an authentic dream version of Mount Buzhou. Right in front of him was the Pangu Temple. Lin Changsheng paused, his divine consciousness sweeping across the area, discovering that the number of the witch clan had already soared to several hundred billion, and this number was continually increasing. Truly worthy of the Pangu blood pool, which could nurture such an abundance of witches. The 11 ancestral witches had gathered within the Pangu Temple. Dao brother, those 2 golden crows are currently rallying the demon clan. It seems they intend to compete with us witches for dominance over the primordial realm. Why not lead our clan to strike them down now? With their demon clan, they dare to challenge the true lineage of Pangu, exclaimed Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, with a fiery temperament. I concur with Zhu Rong's sentiments. The demon clan has united, and tensions between them and our witch clan have escalated. Many of our warriors have already fallen. This grudge must be avenged, followed Tian Wu, the ancestral witch of wind. Di Jiang remained silent, glancing at Xian Ming. What do you think? Dao brother, given our witch clan's current strength, we need not fear anyone. We have already birthed our primordial spirits, and the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation we arranged together possesses the absolute power to easily crush any enemy. Recently, the great witches of our tribe have been filled with a fervent desire for battle, replied the ancestral witch of ice. Each ancestral witch commands numerous tribes, and sometimes, the sentiments of these tribes must also be taken into account. Di Jiang pondered for a moment. Very well. Mere demons dare to wage war against us witches. Let us utterly crush them. Observing everything with his divine consciousness, Lin Changsheng shook his head. The witches were warlike. The more they slaughtered, the more they became tainted by the calamity's malevolence. It seemed he needed to teach them a lesson, lest they truly believe themselves invincible. With that thought, Lin Changsheng directly employed the technique of transformation, altering his appearance and aura. He then walked directly into the Pangu Temple. The sudden intruder immediately attracted the attention of Di Jiang and the others. Who are you? They demanded. The Pangu Temple is the sacred ground of their witch clan. How could one enter casually? I have heard of the formidable physical prowess of the ancestral witches, and I have come to test it, Lin Changsheng replied calmly. Quite bold. But I wonder how many punches you can withstand, Zhu Rong, the fiery ancestral witch, declared, charging forward. With a single punch, the laws of fire manifested, emanating immense heat and power. Just one strike was sufficient to easily annihilate a mid-stage de Luo Jin Xian. Too weak, Lin Changsheng shook his head. For his current level of physical cultivation, this was akin to a dimensional strike. However, the witches were obstinate. Without knocking them down, it would be exceedingly difficult to engage in meaningful dialogue. In other words, they were the type who invited suffering. Lin Changsheng simply extended a finger. You are far too arrogant. Zhu Rong roared in fury. As one of the 12 ancestral witches, being so underestimated ignited his wrath. Yet, no matter how furious he became, the disparity in strength erupted instantaneously. With just a single finger, Zhu Rong felt an unparalleled force shatter his physical form, sending him hurtling backward at a speed swifter than his arrival, crashing violently into the Pangu temple, causing it to tremble. Altogether, Di Jiang, witnessing Zhu Rong being sent flying, understood that their current foe was far too formidable. He immediately summoned the remaining ancestral witches to join the fray. Instantly, the Pangu temple was filled with explosive sounds of power and the brilliance of various laws. However, Lin Changsheng effortlessly countered every attack. Before long, all 11 ancestral witches lay defeated upon the ground, utterly overwhelmed. Who exactly are you? Di Jiang shouted in frustration. Despite mastering the laws of space, he could not gain any advantage, having been struck numerous times. Now you realize that you are not invincible, Lin Changsheng said with a gentle smile, subsequently restoring his true appearance. Chapter 124, A Warning to the Witch Clan. The Xian Yuan water-controlling banner acquired the once proud ancestral witches, having been thoroughly subdued by Lin Changsheng, felt utterly humiliated. However, when Lin Changsheng revealed his true form, excitement flickered in the eyes of Di Jiang and the others. Daozun, it's you. You have come, yet why resort to such bullying? Earlier, Daozun struck me several times in the stomach, and now I can hardly stand. You are fortunate. Did you not notice that Dao brother's face has puffed up several times? Upon realizing it was Lin Changsheng, the 11 ancestral witches immediately changed their expressions. Yet, they still felt the lingering pain in their bodies. I heard you were planning to wage war against the demon clan, so I wish to gauge your strength. To my surprise, you were far too weak. I hadn't even started warming up before the battle ended. Lin Changsheng chuckled, shaking his head. Could it be that you are simply too strong, Daozun? Di Jiang muttered quietly. Daozun, you didn't come to the Pangu temple merely to teach us a lesson, did you? Xianming inquired, rubbing his arm. That is only one of my objectives. The second is to ascertain the current level of your primordial spirit cultivation. Lin Changsheng stated. Daozun, the ancestral witches began. We have yet to express our gratitude for your earlier assistance. Our primordial spirit powers have now reached the level of Tai Yi Jin Xian. We wonder how our younger sister, Ho Tu, is faring in her cultivation. Given that their primordial spirits could be preserved, coupled with the lineage of the witch clan, their cultivation progressed swiftly. Although the Tai Yi Jin Xian realm may not be considered high in the current primordial realm, each advancement in realm for the witch clan represents a significant leap forward. Do not worry about Ho Tuesday. She is currently in seclusion, comprehending the Tao of Earth. Lin Changsheng nodded. That is splendid news. Once Ho Tu emerges from her retreat, the demon clan will be nothing but a mere plaything for us. The 11 ancestral witches expressed their exhilaration upon hearing that Ho Tu was comprehending the Tao. The demon clan is not your ultimate enemy. Now that you have commenced your cultivation of the primordial spirit, it is imperative that you dedicate yourselves to seclusion and rigorous training. As for the conflict between the witch and demon clans, it is best to disregard it. Lin Changsheng instructed. Daozun, does our witch clan truly have other formidable adversaries? Di Jiang discerned the underlying implications of Lin Changsheng's words. The forthcoming era shall belong to the saints. Beneath the saints, all are but mere insects. No matter how powerful you may be, you cannot rival a saint. As protagonists in the realm of heaven and earth, a confrontation with the demon clan is indeed unavoidable. Should you mishandle this, the witch clan may very well face obliteration from the Hongjun continent. Upon hearing Lin Changsheng's statement, Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches were visibly taken aback, their eyes reflecting profound disbelief. Yet, they found no grounds to doubt the words of the Daozun. Daozun, what exactly is the situation? Is there truly no other avenue for our witch clan? Di Jiang inquired urgently. Indeed, there is a way. As long as Hutu can attain enlightenment, the witch clan shall have a chance at survival. Therefore, your task is not to incite war, but to secure ample time for Hutu, Lin Changsheng replied. Daozun, what should we do? Upon hearing there was hope, Di Jiang's expression shifted to one of earnest inquiry, focused primarily on gathering resources in the time to come. The 11 ancestral witches should refrain from leaving the Pangu temple lightly. Additionally, try to restrain the witches and demons below. The enemies we will face in the future will only grow stronger. As long as the 11 ancestral witches remain sheltered within the Pangu temple, the heavenly Tao will have no means to contend with them. After all, the Pangu temple is a manifestation of the heart of the great Pangu, capable of obscuring the mechanisms of fate. We understand. Dao Zun, rest assured, we shall not leave the Pangu temple during this period. Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches harbored no doubts about Lin Changsheng. Firstly, he had previously aided them, and secondly, his strength far surpassed theirs. Leaving no room for deception, Lin Changsheng then imparted a few more instructions before departing from the Pangu temple. He resumed his endeavor to construct the dream world. Unbeknownst to him, on this day, he arrived at the blood sea of the underworld. A thick, foul atmosphere assaulted his senses as the vast expanse of the underworld blood sea came into view. This was the sacred ground of the Ming He, and later became the site of Hutu's establishment of the underworld reincarnation. Just as Lin Changsheng was deep in contemplation, the blood sea surged, and a figure emerged. May I inquire who the esteemed elder is? The individual was none other than Ming He. Lin Changsheng, not concealing his aura, inadvertently drew his attention. However, Ming He, at present, possessed only the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, and upon seeing Lin Changsheng, he was naturally courteous. I am merely passing through. Lin Changsheng replied with a smile, alleviating Ming He's tension. The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward as Lin Changsheng observed Ming He lost in thought. Not much was known of Ming He's deeds in the Honglong, being one of the 3,000 guests of Zixiao. Yet he had mostly lingered in the blood sea of the underworld. Nevertheless, his obsession with attaining sainthood was remarkably strong. After witnessing In Hua's ascension to sainthood, he began to emulate her, creating the Azure clan. Although he received heavenly merit, it was insufficient to support his own ascension. Observing Taiching Laozi establishing the human sect and achieving sainthood, he attempted to imitate him as well, founding the killing sect, but still failed to attain the status of a saint. One could say he was the progenitor of imitation. If utilized effectively, Ming He could serve as a strategic asset. His own strength was commendable, having been nurtured within the womb of the underworld blood sea, accompanied by the innate treasures of Yuan Tu and Abi. He had also mastered the 12th grade karmic fire red lotus birth from the placenta, which boasted substantial depth. With this in mind, Lin Changsheng turned to the somewhat anxious ancestral figure. Ming He, I have heard that you possess the supreme innate treasure, the Xian Yuan water controlling banner? Ming He's gaze flickered. It seemed Lin Changsheng was eyeing his treasure. Am I courting disaster by merely sitting in the blood sea? What have I done to provoke such interest? Yet, he dared not lie. Indeed, esteemed elder, given your formidable prowess, you would surely not stoop to covet the treasures of a younger generation. Lin Changsheng, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head. There is no need for such testing. This treasure holds some significance for me, yet I shall not take it without recompense. In return, I can offer you a fortuitous event in the future. What do you think? You must understand, at my level, I do not make promises lightly. A fortuitous event? Ming He's heart stirred. Naturally, he would not doubt Lin Changsheng's words. At this level, every action and word bore significant karmic weight. Since he dared to make such a statement, he would undoubtedly fulfill it. Since the esteemed elder has spoken so, I shall say no more. Ming He decisively produced the Xian Yuan water controlling banner, erasing his own consciousness from it before handing it over to Lin Changsheng. Upon receiving the 5 directions banner, Lin Changsheng's heart rejoiced. With this, he needed only the Southern Firelight banner to arrange the 5 elements grand formation. It was said that the 5 elements grand formation constructed from the 5 directions banners possessed power rivaling the renowned formations of the Honglong. Having secured the 5 directions banner, the construction of the dream world was nearing completion. It was time to connect the entire dream world. Esteemed elder, how shall I find you when the time comes? Ming He inquired hastily. Changsheng Xianzong, Changsheng Dao Zun. Chapter 125. The dream world completed, proclaiming Honglong. At this moment, Lin Changsheng had returned to his sect, the Plunglai Immortal Island. Following the grand sermon held a millennium ago, the cultivation of his disciples had progressed significantly. Particularly, the 15 direct disciples were on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. With just a little more time, they would succeed in succession. Lin Changsheng observed this scene with satisfaction, recognizing that these individuals would become the pillars of the Changsheng Xianzong in the future. He then turned his gaze to the dream world above the Yingzhou Immortal Island. Now was the time to connect the entire dream world. The dream tapestry unfurled, radiating a potent force of the dream Tao. Lin Changsheng immediately wielded his unparalleled magical prowess, continually expanding the previously constructed dream world. Once merged, it would become a complete realm. However, Even covering just a third of the Hongjun continent was an immense undertaking. Fortunately, during his recent excursion, he had also constructed several dream worlds, significantly shortening the time required. The disciples, including Wu Dao, were stirred by this monumental commotion. What is Dao Zun attempting to accomplish? The dream world of Yingzhou Immortal Island is already sufficient for our training. In their spiritual perception, the dream world of Yingzhou Immortal Island was rapidly expanding outward. Dao Zun intends to envelop a substantial portion of the Hongjun with the dream world. Wu Dao quickly grasped the Dao Zun's intention, covering a significant expanse of the Hongjun. Such grand ambition. Truly, the Dao Zun is omnipotent. Does this mean we need not leave Penglai Immortal Island to undergo our trials in the Hongjun? The disciples ceased their training, captivated by the astonishing might of their Dao Zun. Uncertain how much time had passed, a resounding voice akin to the tolling of a great bell echoed throughout the dream realm. Has it been accomplished? The disciples of Wu Dao hastily entered the dream world with their primordial spirits. The innate spiritual energy here is astonishingly dense, at least 100-fold more potent than before. Indeed, not only that, but the dream world has expanded by millions of times, stretching infinitely. The curious disciples began to explore this newly transformed realm. This dream world was constructed by Lin Changsheng, enveloping a significant portion of the primordial chaos. Should a living being be placed within it, they might spend their entire life oblivious to the fact that they resided in a dream world. When all that exists within the dream realm can manifest, what distinguishes it from the real world? This is the formidable essence of the dream path. Once the exploration by the disciples reached its conclusion, returning to the dream world of Yingzhou Island, Lin Changsheng's voice resonated forth. I shall employ my magical prowess to isolate the dream realm of Yingzhou Island. Only those disciples who attain the level of Deluo Jin Xian shall have the privilege to explore the remaining expanse of the dream world. As Lin Changsheng's words fell, a barrier emerged, segregating the dream realm of Yingzhou Island. This is their core sanctum, not to be exposed to outsiders. The disciples of Wu Dao understood the significance of the Yingzhou Island dream realm and had no objections. Having completed these arrangements, Lin Changsheng directly utilized his powers to begin constructing various training facilities within the dream world, such as the Dharma Building, the Divine Powers Pavilion, the Combat Hall, and the Heart Tempering Chamber. After some contemplation, he also established a treasure light pavilion at the center of the dream realm, dedicated to the trade of various spiritual treasures and materials, as well as the auctioning of rare artifacts. Moreover, Lin Changsheng delineated several perilous zones, intended for the experimentation of new divine powers and formations. This way, he would no longer need to fear that his techniques and formations would go untested, as the myriad beings of the primordial chaos would likely relish the opportunity to push the limits of their own power. Contemplating further, Lin Changsheng retrieved the dream embroidery handkerchief. With a flick of his finger, the dream handkerchief melded into this dream world. It is impossible for him to monitor the dream realm constantly. Thus, he could only rely on the handkerchief to oversee it. Within it, he left a fragment of his primordial spirit, enabling him to keep watch over the dream world. If only the dream handkerchief could awaken sentience. Alas, his pointing spirit technique has no effect on innate spiritual treasures. Thus, the dream world was wholly established. The Changsheng Xian sect, declared to the primordial chaos, I am mindful of the tedium faced by its myriad beings in their cultivation, lacking spaces for practical training. Therefore, I have deliberately opened the dream world for their empowerment. By merely partitioning a fragment of primordial spirit, one may enter the dream realm. Remember, entry into the dream realm requires a stamped mark. Anyone daring to cause chaos therein shall be cast out by this master, never to re-enter. Lin Changsheng summoned his power, and his resonant voice reverberated throughout the entirety of the primordial chaos. Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, the three pure ones were roused from their reverie by Lin Changsheng's voice. A dream world? What scheme does this Changsheng Daozuan intend to unfold? The Taiji Laozi furrowed his brow and spoke. A dream realm capable of encompassing the primordial chaos? That surely requires a perfect understanding of the laws or the power of the great Tao. To what stage has his realm ascended? The Yuanshi Tianzuan expressed his astonishment. Brothers, why not simply enter and see for ourselves? He suggested, though he pondered whether this Changsheng Daozuan would harbor resentment. It was made quite clear that entry requires a mark of primordial spirit. The relationship between the three pure ones and Lin Changsheng was not particularly amicable. What if they were denied entry? However, upon further reflection, one of such stature would likely not be so petty. Third brother, do not. This is undoubtedly a scheme of the Changsheng Daozuan. He must have ulterior motives at play, Taiji Laozi urgently interjected. Indeed, what you say holds merit. We, the three pure ones, possess sound foundations and can cultivate on our own merits. There is no need to venture into his dream realm, Yuanshi added. Both were proud in spirit, perceiving entry into the dream world as a concession to Lin Changsheng. They would certainly refrain from entering, regardless of spiritual treasures or strength. The Changsheng Daozuan utterly eclipsed them. If he truly wished to plot against them, he need not go to such lengths. Tong Tian, however, did not dwell on such matters. This time, the three pure ones did not reach a consensus. Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, their brows knitted, yet they chose not to elaborate further. Very well. Let Tong Tian investigate what this dream world entails. Tong Tian split off a fragment of his primordial spirit and swiftly located the dream realm. However, upon attempting to breach it, he encountered a barrier that obstructed his entry. This necessitated the mark. Just as Tong Tian contemplated abandoning the endeavor, in an instant, his primordial spirit successfully entered the dream world. What a vividly authentic realm. Upon entering the dream world, Tong Tian's primordial spirit metamorphosed back into his true form. Gazing upon the dreamlike yet profoundly tangible miniature version of the primordial chaos, he began to wander in awe. Not only Tong Tian, but all beings of the primordial chaos who heard the voice were intrigued. Some, like Tong Tian, chose to enter directly, while others adopted a more observant stance. A few deemed it a ploy and resolved not to enter. Regardless, when considering the vast population of the primordial chaos, the number of those who ventured into the dream realm was indeed substantial. Chapter 126, The Enigmatic Dream World. Disregarding the protests of Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi, Tong Tian resolutely entered the dream realm. In his mind, if Lin Changsheng intended to conspire against them, he would not need to employ such convoluted methods. Moreover, it was merely a fragment of primordial spirit. Even if he were to suffer a loss, it would only require some time to cultivate back to strength. Thus, he ventured forth without trepidation, embarking on his exploration of the dream world. What is dreamlike? What is reality? As Tong Tian roamed this dream realm, everything felt astonishingly genuine. The reality of his existence led him to question whether the primordial chaos he had previously inhabited was, in fact, the dream. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of a combat hall, already surrounded by a considerable number of individuals, though few had entered, as doing so required the offering of a spiritual material or a spiritual treasure. In essence, any valuable item could serve as entry. This was part of Lin Changsheng's scheme. The dream world he had painstakingly crafted was not merely for free exploration and cultivation. Naturally, he sought compensation, though this fee seemed modest. When considering the multitude of beings from the primordial chaos entering, the cumulative total would be staggering. As the dream realm matured, Lin Changsheng would not need to leave Penglai Island to gather countless materials. Since I am here, let me discern the profundities within. Tong Tian casually produced a low-grade spiritual root and placed it within the combat hall. With a flash of brilliance, Tong Tian vanished from outside and entered the hall. Before he could even take in his surroundings, a dark figure of Tong Tian appeared before him. How intriguing. It appears to be a reflection of myself. Uncertain of the capabilities of this impostor, Tong Tian smiled lightly and unleashed his magical prowess. To his surprise, the counterfeit also manifested a similar display of power. Upon their initial clash, both were evenly matched. Frowning, Tong Tian continued to employ various divine techniques, only to be astonished that no matter what he conjured, the impostor could replicate it flawlessly. His previously disdainful demeanor was swiftly replaced with earnestness. Before long, they were locked in an intense battle. Yet Tong Tian could not gain any advantage over himself, for defeating one's own reflection is a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, the formidable beings gathered outside the practical combat tower adopted a watchful stance. Was that Tong Tian who just entered? It seemed so. I recall witnessing the three pure ones utilizing the spirit treasures refined by the longevity Taoist that day. Do you think the longevity Taoist will seize this opportunity to eliminate Tong Tian? To voice such a thought, one must have been rather foolish during their transformation. Even united, the three pure ones are no match for the longevity Taoist, let alone tricking Tong Tian into a sliver of his primordial spirit for slaughter. The individual who spoke was left red-faced, unable to refute the argument. Humph, even so, the true nature of this practical combat tower remains unknown. I suspect it seeks to plunder our resources. This person stubbornly insisted. However, not long after, a disheveled figure emerged from within, the very Tong Tian they had been discussing. Tong Tian, my friend, do enlighten us about what transpired inside. A curious onlooker promptly inquired. Upon entering, one encounters an exact replica of oneself, regardless of divine abilities or spirit treasures. Whatever you possess, they possess too. Whatever you can do, they can do as well. It appears to be a manifestation of the heart demon, reflecting the laws of magic. Should one conquer their heart demon, their strength will undoubtedly see substantial improvement, Tong Tian remarked with admiration. Such a technique is truly exquisite. Once we exit, I must persuade my fellow Taoists to enter as well. Just as Tong Tian finished speaking, before others could enter, a surge of magical energy rippled from the practical combat tower, revealing a message to all present. Those who successfully confront their heart demons shall earn points. Ample points may be exchanged for spirit treasures, spirit roots, and more within the Treasure Light Pavilion. The Treasure Light Pavilion? What sort of place is that? The mysteries of this dream realm are indeed vast. With Tong Tian's experience, many more began to venture into the practical combat tower to take on the challenge. Tong Tian glanced around and chose to further explore this dream world, his astonishment growing with each discovery. To his surprise, there existed buildings dedicated to divine techniques and cultivation methods. Though devoid of any actual techniques or methods, the ambience was rich with the essence of enlightenment tea, and the laws within these structures were overwhelmingly dense. The insights gained here far surpassed solitary contemplation during seclusion, yielding results hundreds of times more effective, a truly terrifying realization. Similarly, these two edifices required the offering of rare treasures such as spirit roots, albeit at a slightly higher cost than the practical combat tower. The minimum entry requirement was at least a low-grade spirit root. Armed with the knowledge from the practical combat tower, Tong Tian had no doubts about the authenticity of these two buildings. Yet, he was in no haste to comprehend divine techniques. He sought to uncover more of the dream world. At last, he arrived at the previously mentioned Treasure Light Pavilion. Before entering, he witnessed the powerful Deluo Golden Immortal unleash supreme magical energy upon the entrance. All these spirit treasures are mine, the Deluo Golden Immortal roared, frantically attempting to seize the treasures. Yet, no matter how fiercely he struck, the treasures remained securely protected within a barrier. Suddenly, the dream world trembled as a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, obliterating the would-be thief without even a shred of resistance. This spectacle extinguished the ambitions of other onlookers who had contemplated intervening. Only then did Tong Tian step inside. His eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the sight before him. It was no wonder the intruder had acted. Numerous innate spirit treasures lay safeguarded within the barrier, the lowest grade being low-grade innate treasures. A glance revealed at least several dozen such items, each marked with the requisite points for exchange, at least several 100,000 points for a single item. It seemed that points held significant importance within this dream realm, a fact Tong Tian mentally noted. Through his explorations, he also discerned another function of the Treasure Light Pavilion. It offered spirit treasures for sale, custom orders, and periodically hosted auctions. Naturally, for custom orders, one must provide materials. As for the auctions, a novel concept to him, they were barter events open to all beings of the primordial realm, with the pavilion occasionally contributing items for auction as well. It was all extraordinarily wondrous. Tong Tian found the entirety of this dream realm to be a profound departure from his previous understanding. Compared to the monotonous practice of cultivation, everything here was imbued with novelty. The methods of the longevity Taoist were boundless, and his imagination truly soared. Not only was Tong Tian captivated, but all beings who entered this dream world expressed similar sentiments, utterly enchanted by this extraordinary realm. Chapter 127, Forging the Five Elements Sword Diagram. With Qi Yin overseeing the practical combat tower, on Penglai Island, Lin Changsheng was fully aware of all aspects of the dream world. These were merely initial concepts he had slightly refined from various fantastical novels. He chuckled and shook his head, realizing how novel they appeared to the denizens of the primordial realm, who had known only to cultivate, entirely ignorant of the joys beyond. Once his strength reached new heights, he planned to envelop the entire primordial realm in the dream world. At that point, it wouldn't merely allow for the separation of primordial spirits, but rather, both spirit and body could enter together. He even contemplated establishing a household registration pavilion, allowing those wishing to settle permanently in the dream world to do so by registering their household. Of course, these were merely his current ideas. All must wait until his power grew, lest the mighty beings of the primordial realm fear the collapse of the dream world. For now, he would forge the Five Elements Sword and the Five Elements Sword Diagram. Lin Changsheng had gathered 5 veins of premium attribute ores. It was time to commence the forging. He retrieved the 5 veins, each brimming with the essence of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, emanating a 5-colored radiance. Drawing on his prior experience in forging spirit treasures, this time, Lin Changsheng found the task effortless. Unbeknownst to him, 6,000 years swiftly elapsed. The 5 Elements swords were finally nearing completion. These swords were to serve as a formidable offensive tool for Lin Changsheng, prompting him to invest considerable effort in adding protective enchantments. Although he could not forge a complete set of 5 Elements swords into innate treasures due to the lack of merits, he knew that once he amassed sufficient merits, he could enhance them further. Moreover, this sword array was crafted from premium ores, ensuring the materials were of the highest caliber. Once one defies the innate principles within the Qianquan cauldron, one transcends into the realm of supreme, innate spiritual treasures. Each sword, imbued with its respective attributes, has been infused with corresponding sword intent. When these elements coalesce, the 5 elemental sword intents interact in a cycle of mutual creation and destruction, perpetually renewing. The sword intent of the extermination of a mortal's sword array is cataclysmic, capable of annihilating foes in an instant. In contrast, the sword intent of the 5-element sword array is characterized by continual fusion and relentless circulation, regardless of the enemy's might or the number of spiritual treasures they possess. They will be gradually eroded by this cyclical sword intent. Upon the completion of the 5-element sword, Lin Changsheng commenced the forging of the 5 elements sword diagram. Having previously comprehended the extermination of a mortal's sword diagram and deciphered the extermination of a mortal's sword array, he invested considerable thought into the intricacies of the sword diagram. The extermination of a mortal's sword diagram, when paired with its corresponding sword array, is delineated into 4 sword gates, each resonating with a distinct sword intent. To breach these gates is to dismantle the array itself. In contrast, the 5 elements sword diagram comprises 5 sword gates. Within these gates, the 5 elemental sword intents continually amalgamate, creating an endless cycle. To dismantle the array, one must obliterate all 5 gates, but the sword intents within have long since merged, losing their individual properties. Thus, breaching the array necessitates the collaboration of 5 exceptionally skilled practitioners of the 5 elements sword intent, each wielding a spiritual treasure. Otherwise, they would be inexorably ground down within the confines of the array by its relentless cyclical sword intent. After an indeterminate passage of time, the 5 elements sword diagram was finally completed, and the 5 veins of or before him were nearly exhausted. The next step was to reverse the innate principles within the Qianquan cauldron. Lin Changsheng placed both the 5 elements sword and the 5 elements sword diagram into the cauldron. Once the reversal was complete, he could position them within the dream world, establishing a stronghold in one of its perilous locales to entice formidable beings from the Primordial Era to test the might of the sword array. With such labor at his disposal, his tasks would undoubtedly become simpler. Contemplating this, Lin Changsheng glanced at the dream world. Over nearly 10 millennia, the influx of primordial beings into this realm had surged exponentially. Deities such as Emperor Jun, Tai, and the sages of the West, as well as figures like Laozi and Yuan Shi, could no longer resist entering this world. The practical combat pavilion had become the most sought-after venue, as it provided an opportunity for self-improvement and enhancement of combat prowess, an enticing prospect. Furthermore, defeating one's inner demons yielded points, making it a win-win situation. The practical combat pavilion alone had brought Lin Changsheng resources amounting to millions. Spiritual roots, materials, and celestial ores were nearing their limits. Lin Changsheng collected them directly and summoned Wu Dao to plant these within the Penglai, Immortal Island. Suddenly, a novel idea sparked within Lin Changsheng's mind. He could assign his disciples to oversee the practical combat pavilion. His disciples had previously faced challenges in the practical combat pavilion of Ingzhou Immortal Island and had reached a bottleneck in their combat abilities. If they could engage with these primordial powerhouses as practice partners, their combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. With this thought in mind, Lin Changsheng summoned Qian, his disciple who had transformed from the 7-star sword grass and now radiated with the 3 flowers, currently at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm. He had also comprehended several sword intents and possessed a supreme innate spiritual treasure long sword, making him exceptionally formidable, ideal for overseeing the practical combat pavilion. He would first observe the results. If successful, he could arrange for other disciples to join. Daozuan, even in the early stages of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, Qian remained reticent. However, Lin Changsheng could still discern the respect in his eyes. Qian, how has your cultivation been of late? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. Replying to Daozuan, this disciple's talent pales in comparison to my 2 elder sisters. I have now reached a bottleneck, Qian replied honestly. Do not underestimate yourself. Though your prowess may only be at the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, your combat strength should be capable of challenging an average late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal, correct? Lin Changsheng chuckled, shaking his head. This disciple was commendable in many aspects, yet overly somber. Daozuan, I have a task for you. The dream world has now found its rhythm. It is time for them to recognize our Changsheng immortal sect. You shall oversee the practical combat pavilion. Various formidable opponents will come to challenge you, serving as both a trial and an opportunity for growth, Lin Changsheng instructed. Yes, Daozuan. This disciple shall uphold the honor of the Changsheng immortal sect, Qian responded, his excitement palpable. He was not only afforded the chance to venture forth, but also entrusted with such an important task by his master. Naturally, he intended to perform admirably. Do not feel pressured. There are countless hidden powerhouses in the primordial realm, and losing is a natural occurrence. However, should you falter, deductions will be made from your usual treatment as a direct disciple. Now, go forth, Lin Changsheng said with a smile. Qian soon found himself within the practical combat pavilion of the dream world. Concurrently, Lin Changsheng's voice resonated throughout the entire dream world. Practical combat pavilion, overseen by Qian, a direct disciple of Changsheng immortal sect. Anyone who can emerge victorious shall be awarded 10,000 points. Chapter 128. The Allure of Points for the Primordial Powerhouses. Lin Changsheng appointed Qian to preside over the practical combat pavilion in the dream world. On one hand, this was to allow primordial beings to serve as practice partners, facilitating a swift breakthrough for him. On the other, it was to stimulate these primordial powerhouses. After all, 10,000 points constitute a considerable sum. Within the dream world, points can procure anything: innate spiritual treasures, spiritual materials, celestial ores, and elixirs alike. However, avenues to earn points are currently limited. One can gain points through the practical combat pavilion by successfully confronting their inner demons, earning 10 points. The Divine Powers Pavilion grants 100 points for comprehending a divine power, while the Techniques Pavilion awards 1,000 points for mastering a technique. The Treasure Light Pavilion sells spiritual roots and treasures, yielding corresponding points. The Task Pavilion, however, remains unopened. The Formation Pavilion offers 300 points for understanding a new formation, while the Alchemy Pavilion grants 400 points for unveiling a new recipe. Lastly, the Free Trading Zone serves as a venue for primordial beings to trade and communicate, currently the most populated area in the dream world. After dispatching several audacious great Luo golden immortals, all others became exceedingly compliant. Just then, Lin Changsheng's voice reverberated throughout the dream world. Practical Combat Pavilion, overseen by Qian, a direct disciple of Changsheng immortal sect. Anyone who can achieve victory shall earn 10,000 points. 10,000 points. Instantly, this announcement ignited fervor across the dream world. 10,000 points. What a tremendous fortune. Quick! To the Practical Combat Pavilion. With my mid-stage Great Luo Golden Immortal cultivation, I should have a solid chance of overcoming my inner demons. Yet this Qian is a direct disciple of the Changsheng immortal sect, under Daozuan himself. His strength is surely formidable. What is there to fear? At worst, I'll lose a spiritual root. The myriad beings of the primordial world buzzed with fervent discussions. Whether inclined to challenge or not, they all flocked to the combat tower. Brother Dao, we must go, Tai exclaimed with palpable excitement. During this period, their demon clan had collectively ventured into the realm of dreams, reaping substantial benefits. For them, 10,000 points constituted a significant fortune. Furthermore, Tai harbored immense confidence in his own strength. Although he was merely at the nascent stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, with the possession of a congenital treasure, he feared no adversary. We must go. It is imperative. Di Jun cast a glance at Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, who were in the free trading zone, and departed with Tai Yi and the demon clan. These two fellows, since the inception of the dream realm, had completely abandoned pretense. They roamed the nooks and crannies of the dream world, employing all manner of deceitful tactics. Almost everyone in the dream realm was aware of the existence of this shameless duo. Hence, Di Jun and Tai Yi swiftly expelled them. The notion of an Avengers alliance seemed trivial now. Securing resources was far more advantageous. Moreover, the dream realm was a creation of the longevity Taoist. Seeking revenge? The risk of being expelled from the dream realm was far too great. Brother, Di Jun and the others have left. Should we not also venture to the combat tower? That is a staggering 10,000 points, Zhuan Ti whispered. Humph, all the better. The points earned this way will belong to us, my dear brother. Do you think such points are easily acquired? To become a direct disciple of the longevity Taoist, one can only imagine the caliber and combat prowess required. Even if we went, we would likely be no more than a mere pawn. It would be wiser to devise ways to accumulate more points. Jane, now fixated on points, contemplated that as long as they amassed enough, they could procure various spiritual treasures. Revitalizing the West was merely a matter of time. Brother's words resonate deeply. However, what benefit does the longevity Taoist derive from creating this dream realm? Even though entering these combat towers requires the expenditure of spiritual roots and materials, their quantity is merely of low quality and holds little significance, Zhuan Ti queried, bewildered. With his cultivation level, this dream realm should offer him scant assistance. Surely, he could not have gone to such lengths solely for the sake of the myriad beings of the primordial world. Perhaps it is merely to train his disciples. Why fret over it? For us, there is no cost incurred. Jie Yin replied nonchalantly. Not only were they pondering, But the rest of the primordial beings were also speculating about the intentions of the longevity Taoist in constructing the dream realm. Yet, after much contemplation, they could not discern any clear motive. For the time being, they faced no losses and instead gained much. They certainly could not grasp Lin Changsheng's true intentions. The insights they gleaned from these techniques and divine abilities could also manifest in the Divine Abilities Tower on Panlai Island. With these, his disciples would significantly accelerate their comprehension. As the strength of his disciples increased, so too would the fortunes of their sect, yielding considerable benefits for him as the sect leader. Moreover, one must not underestimate these low-grade spiritual roots and herbs. With the avenues of creation and life intertwined, these roots might one day give rise to sentient beings. Most importantly, Lin Changsheng's primordial laws could directly transform their techniques and divine abilities into nourishment, expediting his understanding of the laws. Thus, the construction of the dream realm bore considerable advantages for him. As he pondered, Qian welcomed his first challenger. It was a formidable figure at the nascent stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, known as Xianmu Daoren. He was well connected socially. With just a low-grade spiritual root, one could vie for 10,000 points, and this prospect drew many to him. Upon their encounter, there was no exchange of pleasantries. They commenced battle immediately. However, Xianmu Daoren could not even conquer the inner demons of the combat tower, let alone stand against Qi Yan. After just a few exchanges, he was sent flying by Qi Yan's sword intent. Had Qi Yan not held back, Xianmu Daoren's primordial spirit would have been obliterated. It is Xianmu Daoren. How could you fall so swiftly? Speak. What is the actual strength of that direct disciple, Qi Yan? Instantly, a crowd surrounded him, eagerly inquiring. Though Qi Yan possesses only the nascent stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, his foundation is exceptionally solid. He appears to be adept in the sword path. Without utilizing any spiritual treasures, I managed to withstand merely 3 strikes, Xianmu Daoren replied with a bitter smile. Only at the nascent stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal? The onlooker's eyes sparkled with intrigue. In that case, the prospect of securing those 10,000 points seems quite promising. Challengers continued to pour in one after another. Yet, despite the allure of the points, Qi Yan was a direct disciple of Lin Changsheng. Mastering the path of the sword and wielding several sword techniques, coupled with a top-tier congenital spiritual treasure, his combat prowess rivaled that of an ordinary late-stage great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, despite the multitude of challengers, he remained undefeated. This drew even more innate beings eager to challenge him. Lin Changsheng observed for a brief moment before retracting his gaze. Qi Yan's presence in the combat tower was solely advantageous for him, and there was no cause for concern. Are these little fellows also preparing to undergo the Thunder Tribulation? Chapter 129. 9 direct disciples converge for the Great Luo Thunder Tribulation. The 15 direct disciples, each with differing backgrounds, were primarily sourced from Lin Changsheng's collection, utilizing the avenues of creation alongside the pointing spirit technique. They had attained sentience and were now able to cultivate normally. All 15 disciples had successfully transformed, with early transformers like Wu Dao and Qi Yan already having traversed the Thunder Tribulation and achieved the Great Luo status. However, some disciples remained at the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Nevertheless, recent training had prompted several disciples to begin their tribulation, and not just one. Hu Jing, Geng Sheng, Bei Xian, Qing Xian, Pan Shi, Jin Di, Jin Tai, Fu Sang, and Tai Yin. Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction. These disciples were those he had brought back to Panlai Island for enlightenment. Given their relatively similar backgrounds, coupled with the auspicious Golden Lotus and the experiences within the dream realm of Yingzhou Island, it was entirely reasonable for them to ascend to the Great Luo Golden Immortal stage simultaneously. However, the magnitude of this occurrence was rather remarkable, and he was curious to see how Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti, these innate beings, would react upon witnessing it. With such thoughts, Lin Changsheng activated the innate grand formation. 9 disciples simultaneously soared into the sky, positioning themselves at 9 distinct points. The originally clear sky abruptly darkened, shrouded in ominous clouds. The sound of thunder echoed ominously. At that moment, countless primordial powers stirred, their gazes drawn skyward. Upon witnessing this, they were immediately unsettled. In the northern sea, a colossal Xian turtle lay motionless on the ocean floor. Suddenly, it felt a stirring within and gazed toward the void. Upon seeing a figure standing defiantly against the impending thunder tribulation, it became exhilarated. The longevity Taoist truly did not deceive me. The resonance emanating from the primordial source filled the ancient tortoise with unparalleled joy. Its lifelong aspiration had been to manifest a physical form. Although it had gleaned its fate from the eternal life Taoist, the presence of this primordial essence left it feeling content. On Kunlun Mountain, Both the grand purity Laozi and the primordial beginning turned their gazes skyward at a solitary figure, their hearts ablaze with fury. "Cursed be it," muttered primordial beginning. "That is the essence extracted from us by the eternal life Taoist." This essence symbolized their disgrace, forcibly surrendered under the relentless pressure of the eternal life Taoist. They had never anticipated that it would not only assume a corporeal form, but would also dare to undergo the great Luo Thunder Tribulation. The methods of the eternal life Taoist were indeed numerous and formidable. It is astonishing that a mere essence could attain sentience and cultivate in such a brief span of time, Laozi remarked, his countenance shrouded in solemnity. Primarily out of trepidation towards Lin Changsheng's capabilities. "Brother Dao, we must not allow this essence to successfully weather the Thunder Tribulation. Otherwise, the Pangu Orthodox, 3 pure ones, shall be ridiculed," declared the proud primordial beginning, his resolve unwavering. "What say you, second brother? This is a disciple of the eternal life Taoist. Do you believe he will remain passive should we intervene?" Laozi's heart was equally reluctant. However, the repeated failures had made him acutely aware of the chasm that lay between them and the eternal life Taoist. That scoundrel Tontian has been sequestered in the combat tower during this tumultuous period, remaining utterly indifferent to such significant events. Primordial beginning seethed through clenched teeth. Laozi understood the sentiment behind his words, yet the emergence of this Pangu essence was a dilemma. Who truly embodied the Pangu Orthodox? Let us confront the eternal life Taoist only after the Thunder Tribulation has passed. Among his disciples, it seems they are all manifestations of primordial essence, Laozi contemplated. The only viable course of action being a united inquiry. In the west, on Mount Shumi, after parting ways with Emperor Jun and Tai, they returned to Shumi Mountain, redirecting their focus towards the dream world. Senior brother, look at those two figures," exclaimed Xuanti, her gaze fixed intently on the two silhouettes suspended in midair. "These two, they seem to resonate with our essence. Could it be that this vast primordial realm harbors a second innate Bodhi tree and a second innate Gung metal essence?" Jane echoed her astonishment. The origins of these two figures bore an uncanny resemblance to their own. "This is impossible," Xuanti shook her head vehemently. "They are innate divine beings, each possessing uniqueness. There cannot possibly be two innate Bodhi trees. Is it conceivable that these two are manifestations of our essence?" Xuanti suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. Only this could elucidate matters. The eternal life Taoist has extracted a small portion of our essence, granting them not only sentience, but also allowing them to cultivate to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Jane's mind struggled to process the revelation. He realized Xuanti's assertion was indeed accurate, yet how had this been accomplished? The methods of the eternal life Taoist transcended their comprehension. Regardless, these two must return to our western domain, Xuanti asserted resolutely. They share our roots and have ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. In the future, they will undoubtedly be a tremendous asset to the West. Your words ring true, junior brother. In truth, we are the progenitors of these two. For both emotional and logical reasons, they must return to the West, Jane concurred. On the Sun Star, the previously tranquil solar flames suddenly flared to an intense heat, roaring like a fire dragon. The sacred Fusang tree at the center quivered with a lively spirit, for this figure was a fragment of its branch, now fully manifested. While the Fusang tree rejoiced, Emperor Jun and Tai furrowed their brows in concern. What a formidable eternal life Taoist. Capable of nurturing our small fragment of essence to such an extent, Tai remarked with a grim expression. These two essences share our lineage and should possess profound karmic ties. Yet, I sense no connection with them. The eternal life Taoist evidently intends to sever their ties with us. Emperor Jun's eyes flickered with contemplation, pondering his next move. Brother Dao, since they are manifestations of our essence, they are indeed connected to us. Once they have traversed the Thunder Tribulation, we must reveal the truth to them. The resonance from the primordial source will surely compel them to believe us. If these two can return to their demon kin, then all that the eternal life Taoist has done to them can be forgiven, he declared. On the Taiyin star, the Taiyin sacred tree swayed gently in the wind, exuding a sense of joy. The greatest aspiration of the grass and wood spirits was to manifest a physical form. Although they had not achieved this, the fragment of essence represented their very being, and that was sufficient. Sister, that figure seems to be connected to the Taiyin sacred tree, Shiha remarked, observing the figure poised to undergo tribulation. During our period of cultivation and slumber, other beings intruded upon our domain, plundering our resources and seizing a fragment of the Taiyin sacred tree's essence. It appears that this was orchestrated by the eternal life Taoist, Changshi's cool voice interjected. But sister, we seem to be no match for him, she added, recalling their earlier attempts to seize the innate treasure. Who says we must intervene? The mere fact that he can help a fragment of the Taiyin sacred tree to manifest is sufficient, she concluded. Chapter 130, A Grand Reunion, A Bold Idea. The 9 direct disciples collectively faced the Great Luo Thunder Tribulation, prompting awe from the myriad beings of the primordial realm. This sect, relatively obscure in the annals of the primordial world, seemed to astonish everyone each time it made an appearance. Even the Thunder Tribulation appeared momentarily befuddled. Haven't they already manifested? It seemed to question as they faced yet another Great Luo Thunder Tribulation. Thus, this Thunder Tribulation was particularly fierce, causing even some Great Luo powerhouses to feel trepidation. Yet, these were Lin Changsheng's direct disciples, their foundations solid and their heritage profound. Regardless of how ferocious the Thunder Tribulation raged, they effortlessly dispelled it. As the last bolt of thunder dissipated and the heavens regained their clarity, the 9 disciples prepared to return to their sect, but were intercepted by several approaching figures. Qingxian found himself confronted by Laozi and Primordial Beginning, while Pujing and Gengsheng were halted by Jian and Juandi. Jin Di and Jin Tai were similarly blocked by Emperor Jun and Tai. Eternal Life Taoist, will you provide us with an explanation? Laozi and the others demanded. How audacious! How dare you question the Taoist? The 9 direct disciples glared back, their swords drawn. Must I provide you with an explanation for my actions? They are all disciples of my Eternal Life Immortal sect. What concern is that of yours? Lin Changsheng's voice resonated calmly. Dao Zun. They are but a fragment of the primordial essence you extracted from us. We share the same lineage. Thus, how can there be any notion of disconnection? Jie Yin retorted. Given this, why not inquire how my disciples truly feel? Lin Changsheng replied with a gentle smile. Indeed, we are of the same origin, yet these disciples possess independent thoughts. Should they choose to follow these individuals, I shall not impede their decision. Do you harbor a significant animosity towards me? Qingxian remarked, gazing at Tai Qing and Yuan Shi with a hint of detachment. We, the Sanqing, are the true disciples of Pangu. You are merely a manifestation forcibly drawn from us by the Dao Zun of longevity, Yuan Shi coldly scoffed. Ah, how haughty you Sanqing are. Yet your vision is lamentably short-sighted. I pursue the great Dao and the Dao Zun, while you remain shackled by the doctrines of Pangu. The chasm between us is as vast as the heavens and the earth. I, Qingxian, hereby pledge that I shall never claim to be a disciple of Pangu. With a hearty laugh, Qingxian departed, leaving Tai Qing and Yuan Shi with darkened expressions as they watched his retreating figure. A sense of suppressed anger simmered within them, for they were infuriated that Qingxian so easily severed ties with the Pangu lineage, which they regarded as the pinnacle of honor, yet he deemed it insignificant. Even beneath contention, were they to question their own steadfast pride in the Pangu tradition? Lin Changsheng nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that a lifetime spent shackled by the Pangu doctrine would yield no confidence in surpassing him. The Changsheng Xian sect was destined to reach the great Tao, and one day, they would attain or even exceed the realms of Pangu. Why do you impede my fellow disciples? Pu Jing inquired, regarding Jie Yin with an air of calm. He was acutely aware that Jie Yin's previous assertion held merit. Strictly speaking, we are the true progenitors of your essence. You are both manifestations of the primordial essence belonging to my fellow disciples. Thus, we hope you will return with us to the West, Jie Yin stated directly. Indeed, regardless of what benefits the Dao Zun of longevity has bestowed upon you, your roots lie in the West. Zhuan Ti nodded in agreement. The ties of causation between us were severed the moment your essence was divided. We are disciples of the Changsheng Xian sect, direct disciples of the Dao Zun. And we share no connection with you or the West, Pu Jing stated calmly. Brother Pu Jing speaks the truth, Gengsheng affirmed with a nod. After their declarations, the two departed from the scene. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti exchanged glances, contemplating a pursuit, yet suddenly, a figure appeared before them. Why engage in such entanglements? The newcomer was Wu Dao, stepping forth as the esteemed senior sister. Sensing the aura emanating from Wu Dao, Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti felt a jolt of surprise. Wu Dao had matured at an astonishing pace. If a confrontation were to arise, they might find themselves at a disadvantage without the aid of spiritual treasures. Are you also here to acknowledge your origins? Jin Di inquired of Di Jun. You are all manifestations of our essence and belong to the Jin Wu clan. Naturally, you should return to our demon tribe. Rest assured, upon your return, your status will be no less than ours, Di Jun proclaimed, extending such promises to entice them back. What does it matter for the demon tribe or status when compared to being a direct disciple of the Dao Zun? You may leave, they were told. In 100,000 years, if you remain unswayed, feel free to challenge us for a duel. Should you prevail, we may accompany you back. With that, Jin Di and Jin Tai turned their backs and departed without a glance. Please relay a message to the Fusang Divine Tree. I shall inherit his wishes. Fusang addressed Di Jun before following suit. The grand recognition event proved to be a great disappointment. Regardless of threats or temptations, these disciples remained impervious. Through their exchanges, the Sanqing and others discerned that only the identity of direct disciples brought them true honor. Lin Changsheng withdrew his gaze, having anticipated the outcome. Now, only Xiao Susu remained, yet to endure the great Luo Thunder Tribulation. With her unique constitution, her initial cultivation pace was slow. However, once she overcame the great Luo Thunder Tribulation, her progress would soar. Subsequently, Lin Changsheng's attention shifted to the Fortune Golden Lotus. With numerous disciples having passed the great Luo Thunder Tribulation, the Fortune Golden Lotus bloomed anew, now reaching the 10th grade. The rich power of fortune was sufficient for Lin Changsheng to transcend his current. Yet, he remained unhurried, preferring to finalize certain matters before retreating into seclusion once more. The mission hall in the Dream Realm should soon open, attracting more formidable beings from the Primordial Era to serve him. Suddenly, Lin Changsheng's eyes sparkled with realization. Almost forgetting about the limitless virtue talent, he pondered. As long as I engage in actions beneficial to the operation of the Great Tao and the development of the Primordial Realm, I can accrue merit. If I publish tasks for others to fulfill, will I also receive merit? Should this indeed be feasible, he could amass vast amounts of merit without stepping outside his domain. It was an audacious concept, and its viability could be tested soon enough. Chapter 131, Publishing Tasks. The fifth talent, Limitless Virtue, unlocked. Limitless Virtue. As long as you engage in activities that benefit the operation of the Heavenly Tao and the development of the Primordial Realm, you can earn merit. Initially intending to open the mission hall, Lin Changsheng recalled this talent unlocked during his Tai Golden Immortal phase. If he could gain merit through task publications completed by others, it would mean an endless stream of merit available to him. Merit, after all, was an invaluable asset. With this in mind, Lin Changsheng summoned Wu Dao. Dao Zun, Wu Dao greeted with respect. How fare the disciples under your guidance? Lin Changsheng inquired. Reporting to the Dao Zun, my fellow disciples are diligently cultivating. However, due to the presence of Brother Qi Yin overseeing the practical training hall, many wish to venture out for experience, Wu Dao responded. Given that they were now largely at the great Luo Golden Immortal level, such aspirations were entirely understandable. I shall arrange for them to manage other halls shortly. I called you here to oversee the mission hall, Lin Changsheng smiled. Recognizing the significance of this role for his merit accumulation, he trusted Wu Dao implicitly with this responsibility. Thank you, Dao Zun, Wu Dao expressed, visibly excited. The mission hall's existence was to publish tasks, and upon their completion, corresponding points could be earned. It was likely that many formidable beings from the Primordial Era would seek to undertake these tasks, so you may find yourself quite busy. Lin Changsheng nodded affirmatively. Rest assured, my disciples shall not fail in their mission. Wu Dao responded earnestly. Indeed, the first task is to issue a mission to rectify the chaos of the primordial elements. If we can quell the forces of wind, water, fire, and earth, we shall earn points. Additionally, there is the task of slaying ferocious beasts. You may release any other tasks that you deem beneficial to the advancement of our sect, Lin Changsheng proclaimed. Understood, Taoist master. With that, Wu Dao departed from Penglai Island. His next appearance was within the task tower. The task tower was now open, and Wu Dao's voice resonated throughout the entire dream realm. In an instant, all beings of the primordial world surged toward the task tower. At present, opportunities to earn points in the dream realm were exceedingly scarce. Points were the sole currency for exchanging various divine abilities and spiritual treasures at the Baoguang Pavilion. Thus their allure was undeniable. Dao brother, this dream realm seems to be a means for us primordial beings to labor for the benefits of the longevity Taoist. The advantages he reaps are unimaginable. How splendid it would be if we could establish a similar world ourselves. At this moment, Yuan Shi and Tai Ching mingled among the crowd, diligently studying the dream realm. To claim that they were not envious of such a vast dream realm would be a lie. Moreover, the daily influx of abundant resources left Tai Ching and Yuan Shi utterly envious. Not only they, but other mighty beings of the primordial world felt the same. However, it was evident that this dream realm had been constructed by the forces of the great Tao. Even if they wished to replicate it, it would be beyond their capabilities. Simply employing the power of basic laws would render the world unstable, easily shattered by the eruption of a single Luo Golden Immortal. How I long to create such a realm. Yet, relying solely on you and me is utterly insufficient to orchestrate such an undertaking, Tai Ching Laozi lamented. They desired to emulate it, yet found the endeavor impossible. Soon, Tai Ching Laozi and Yuan Shi followed the throng to the task pavilion. At that moment, the task pavilion displayed dozens of tasks. Among them were quests for locating spiritual roots and celestial mines, with points awarded based on the grade of the spiritual root or celestial mine. However, the most enticing were the two tasks prominently displayed at the top. Slay a ferocious beast. A Deluo Golden Immortal level beast yields a reward of 100,000 points, unlimited participants. The point reward was astonishing. Upon seeing this task, the mighty beings of the primordial world could not contain their exclamations. Compared to the rewards offered by the Divine Ability Pavilion or the Technique Pavilion, this point reward was irresistibly enticing. Completing just a few of these tasks would allow one to exchange for a low-grade innate spiritual treasure at the Baoguang Pavilion. While the points were high, finding a ferocious beast was no simple task. Ever since the calamity of the ferocious beasts, their numbers have dwindled significantly, someone sighed. Moreover, after the initial calamity of the Dragon Han, the Heavenly Dao has eliminated many remaining ferocious beasts. One could say that the odds of encountering a ferocious beast are exceedingly slim. I am curious as to why the Longevity Taoist would issue such a task. During the calamity of the ferocious beasts, slaying them could earn merit, but now, the remaining few would hardly yield any rewards. Someone voiced their confusion. Tai Ching Laozi and Yuan Shi exchanged glances, both equally perplexed. This sort of thankless endeavor hardly aligned with the character of the Longevity Taoist. Surely, he could not be seeking to collect the corpses of these ferocious beasts? That was utterly inconceivable. Lin Changsheng had amassed resources in quantities unparalleled in the primordial realm. After pondering for a while, they could not arrive at a satisfactory conclusion. Their eyes then shifted to the second task. Quell the forces of wind, water, fire, and earth. Restore the landscape, with points determined by the size and extent of the damage, roughly ranging between 30,000 to 200,000 points, tentatively limited to 100,000 participants. To quell the forces of wind, water, fire, and earth? This task appears somewhat perplexing, one remarked. You are still attempting to comprehend this task? The astute individuals have already accepted it, and there are only 100,000 slots available. In that brief moment of distraction, those 100,000 slots vanished in an instant. Lin Changsheng was still uncertain whether issuing tasks in this manner would yield merit, hence the temporary limitation on slots. Once it was confirmed, the restrictions would be lifted. This task required both mana and time. Possessing spiritual treasures would expedite the process even further. My esteemed colleagues, I shall take my leave first. The primordial beings who accepted the task hurriedly departed. As they mentioned, by merely investing time and mana, the task could be accomplished. Earning points in this manner was relatively straightforward. Zhu Yuan and Zhuanti also left in haste, having both secured this task. It was all too familiar to them. The Western continent, ravaged by the self-detonation of Rahu, was now riddled with wounds. Although the Heavenly Dao had bestowed merit to quell some of the elemental chaos, numerous areas still required restoration. They did not have the luxury of time to undertake repairs, as, with the passage of time, the landscapes would naturally recover without any effort on their part. However, the circumstance had changed. With the promise of point rewards, it would accelerate the restoration of the Western landscapes. What was there to lose? Zhu Yuan even entertained a frenzied notion of earning points. Brother, when it comes to restoring the forces of wind, water, fire, and earth, the Western continent undoubtedly has the most to offer. Imagine the influx of primordial powers into our Western realm. What if we refuse them entry? Zhu Yuan said, his eyes gleaming with ambition. They might retaliate, Zhuanti mused. That possibility cannot be dismissed. However, I believe they will flock to our Western realm. Yet, the West is our domain. To restore the forces of wind, water, fire, and earth, they must expend points to enter. In this way, the points we accumulate would be unimaginable. The more Zhu Yuan contemplated, the more feasible he found the idea. Not only would they garner more points, but they would also have a multitude of helpers to restore the Western continent. It was a win-win situation. Zhuanti's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Brother, this scheme is undoubtedly viable. However, with only the current limit of 100,000 slots, it does not guarantee that all will flood into the West. Once the task is opened further, we could certainly attempt it. Yet, if we proceed in this manner, relying solely on the two of us, we may struggle to fend off such a multitude of primordial beings. This method of earning points was indeed promising, but relying solely on their strength would likely prove insufficient. Dijun and Tai, both Zhu Yuan and Zhuanti simultaneously thought of these two figures. The demon race was currently numerous and powerful. If they could enlist Dijun and his cohorts, it would provide a safeguard. Even if those primordial beings were reluctant, they would have no choice but to part with some of their points. With this thought, Zhu Yuan and Zhuanti hastily contacted Dijun. Upon hearing their plan, Dijun's eyes lit up. What a clever maneuver. With millions of primordial beings, each contributing 10,000 points, how many points would that amount to? The treasures at the Baoguang Pavilion would scarcely suffice for their exchange. How shall we divide it? Dijun inquired eagerly. 3 to 7, Zhu Yuan replied swiftly. This plan originated with us, and the West is also our territory. That is not acceptable. To put it bluntly, our demon clan shall fully enter the West. leaving you two with no alternatives. A division of 40 to 60. You shall receive 4, while we take 6, Dijun remarked with a hint of indifference. It's settled. Jieyin replied without a moment's thought. Without Dijun and Tai Yi, their plans were utterly unfeasible. The tarnishing of reputations was solely the doing of Dijun and his cohort. Yet they would reap a substantial 4 portions of points without lifting a finger, truly a lucrative arrangement. Dijun, clearly taken aback by the shamelessness of the duo's swift agreement, couldn't help but smirk internally. We'll see if you can amass such points when the time comes. After finalizing the transaction, both parties set off to pacify the elemental forces of wind, water, earth, and fire. At this moment, Lin Changsheng called upon Shui Ling, Taoist master. Is it time for me to venture out for some training? Shui Ling's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Lin Changsheng. Hee, you are quite perceptive. Considering the passage of time, the dream realm has existed for several millennia. It is indeed time for Baoguang Pavilion to commence its auction. I entrust you with the responsibility. Lin Changsheng said with a smile. Shui Ling, lively and sociable by nature, along with her commendable abilities, was well suited to host the auction at Baoguang Pavilion. Wonderful. Thank you, Taoist master, she exclaimed, brimming with excitement. Do not rejoice too prematurely. The upcoming auction requires extensive preparations. Initial publicity is crucial, not only to facilitate exchanges among the formidable beings of the wilderness, but also to gather the resources we need. Most importantly, you must address the security concerns, Lin Changsheng instructed. The auction is not a trivial matter. Security is paramount. Though these individuals may refrain from taking action within the dream realm, once outside, they will be wary of their treasures being coveted. After all, based on certain information, some powerful beings can still deduce their origins. If this hidden danger remains unresolved, the auction could ultimately fall flat, becoming a mere farce. This will also serve as a test for you, allowing you to refine your temperament. Initially exhilarated, Shui Ling quickly regained her composure. This was her first foray into practical experience, and it pertained to the Changsheng immortal sect. Failure was not an option. Rest assured, Taoist master, I will successfully organize the auction, Shui Ling replied earnestly. Good. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek out Wu Dao, Lin Changsheng nodded. Once Shui Ling departed, Lin Changsheng summoned Wuxing and Beixian. Wuxing was an emanation of the primordial 5 elements, possessing a steady disposition and an innate affinity for flora. Along with remarkable talent in alchemy, Beixian, an embodiment of the Northern Sea's mysterious tortoise, also demonstrated substantial prowess in formations. Greetings, Taoist master, the two greeted respectfully. Oh, one of you excels in alchemy while the other in formations, yet it seems both have encountered a bottleneck? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Taoist master. That is indeed the case, they responded, touched to know the master was attentive to their progress. I summoned you to oversee the alchemy tower and the formation tower respectively. This will facilitate your interactions with fellow practitioners and enable you to concoct more elixirs and formation plates, hastening your breakthroughs. What say you? Lin Changsheng proposed. Thank you, Taoist master, they both replied in unison. Go forth, Lin Changsheng said with a gentle smile. Subsequently, he called upon Pujing and Gengxing, both adept in the art of crafting artifacts. They were perfectly suited to wield the Qian Kuan Ding, with the spiritual treasures they forged contributing to Baoguang Pavilion's inventory. Greetings, Taoist master, Pujing and Gengxing bowed respectfully. This is the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding. You shall take charge of it and oversee Baoguang Pavilion. The materials required for crafting can be requisitioned from within the sect, Lin Changsheng instructed. Thank you, Taoist master, they replied promptly. Indeed, the craft of artifact forging is profound and intricate. I shall impart the celestial refinement technique to you both. Once comprehended, you may commence your journey, Lin Changsheng smiled, pointing at them. Instantly, the essence of this artifact forging technique imbued their minds. After expressing their gratitude, they returned to seclusion to master the technique before setting forth. At that moment, the 5 elements sword array and the 5 elements sword diagram within the Qian Kuan Ding would also have completed their innate reversal. Lin Changsheng then summoned Shen Huang, Qing Xian, Jin Di, and Jin Tai, his 4 direct disciples. Greetings, Taoist master, they quickly appeared before Lin Changsheng. I intend to establish a realm of absolute trials within the dream realm. You 4 may collaborate in this endeavor. This will allow the formidable beings of the wilderness to undergo trials, thereby assessing your cultivation shortcomings. This realm would enhance the strength of other powerful beings, while simultaneously enabling the 4 disciples to identify their own deficiencies, truly a win-win proposition. We shall obey the Taoist master's command, they replied, filled with excitement as they proceeded to the dream realm. Next, he summoned Fusong and Taiyin. The two possessed an innate affinity for flora and shunned conflict, making them well-suited to oversee the spiritual roots and materials of Penglai, Immortal Island. As for Pan Shi, Lin Changsheng directly dispatched him to the Unyielding Mountain, where he would hone his physical prowess through encounters with the Wu clan, providing a means to challenge them as well. Thus, with the exception of Xiao Susu, who remained in seclusion, all 15 direct disciples were assigned tasks. Chapter 133, Task Mode, Successfully Acquiring Merits. With 1,000,000 powerful beings of the wilderness laboring for Lin Changsheng. Lin Changsheng's arrangements for his disciples aim not only to hone their skills, but also to maximize the development of the dream realm. This endeavor would not only yield tremendous benefits for the myriad beings of the wilderness, but also greatly advantage his disciples, the Changsheng Immortal Sect, and himself as the sect leader. After completing these arrangements, Lin Changsheng's consciousness began to search the wilderness continent, with his current pinnacle of the Hongjun Golden Immortal Realm. This was a task easily accomplished. Soon, his consciousness locked onto a certain powerful being of the wilderness. If memory served correctly, this individual was the Huangta Taoist, known for attaining enlightenment through the first handful of earth. His prowess had reached the early stages of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, bolstered by a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, rendering his combat capability quite formidable. Lin Changsheng's attention was drawn to the Huangta Taoist, for he had indeed discovered a fierce beast. Although fierce beasts had nearly become extinct after 2 rounds of calamities, a few remnants still lingered. Given their scarcity, they bore little impact on the current heavenly Tao, which had grown indifferent to their existence. At this moment, the Huangta Taoist had encountered a fierce beast at the early stages of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. 100,000 points. The Yellow Earth Taoist gazed with exhilaration at the fearsome beast before him. He had scarcely anticipated discovering such a creature. It was a veritable embodiment of points. Without hesitation, he launched an assault against the formidable foe. One must concede that the beast's hide was thick and tough, imbued with a menacing aura. Vanquishing it without the aid of spiritual treasures proved to be quite a challenge. Nevertheless, the Yellow Earth Taoist, employing a range of tactics, ultimately succeeded in slaying the beast. Lin Changsheng observed this spectacle with unwavering focus, for it pertained to his potential acquisition of merit. As the beast fell, the heavens trembled, and a strand of merit descended. There was a merit reward? The Yellow Earth Taoist was taken aback. Could such fortune truly exist? Yet, this strand of merit swiftly soared in another direction, disappearing from sight. What was the meaning of this? Why had merit descended from the heavens once again? Was it due to a powerful being from the primordial realm slaying the beast? At that moment, the primordial powers were stirred, having not witnessed such heavenly merit in quite some time. What could be the cause? After much contemplation, they could only suspect that it was linked to the beast's demise, as this time coincided with the issuance of tasks from the Dream World's task board. Moreover, the restoration of the elemental energies could not occur so swiftly. Thus, the slaying of the beast seemed the only plausible explanation. Yet, now that the beast had been overlooked by the heavenly path, how could merit possibly manifest? On Kunlun Mountain, the reason for the task issuance finally became evident. How had this Changsheng Taoist achieved such a feat? Laozi of Taiji furrowed his brows. No benefit comes without effort. It appeared that substantial points were awarded, yet in truth, it was merely an opportunity for the myriad beings of the primordial realm to toil for him. Yuan Shi let out a cold snort. Ironically, even though they recognized this reality, they were left powerless. The Changsheng Immortal Sect did not compel them to undertake the tasks. Until the Yellow Earth Taoist returned with the beast's carcass to the task board, a staggering 100,000 points were credited to him, and he was soon surrounded. Yellow Earth Taoist, is that strand of merit related to you? Indeed, if slaying the beast yields merit, why should we assist the Changsheng Taoist? The crowd began to murmur excitedly. Compared to points, the allure of merit was undoubtedly far greater for them. That strand of merit did indeed descend after I vanquished the beast. However, I am unsure where it flew off to. It should have been claimed by the Changsheng Taoist. The Yellow Earth Taoist replied candidly. Sure enough, upon hearing this, some primordial beings' eyes began to glimmer with intrigue. If this were true, it would be more advantageous for them to slay the beast themselves. If they did not receive a merit reward, they could simply undertake the task and deliver the beast's corpse to the task board. Either way, they would profit. With this thought, countless primordial beings departed the scene. Subsequently, merits indeed trickled down, but they ultimately vanished in another direction, until a certain great Luo Golden Immortal encountered a fearsome beast. The winless Taoist chose not to accept the task. His plan was to first slay the beast, claim the merit for himself, and then submit the beast's carcass to the task board. This way, he would secure both merit and points, an undeniable windfall. Unfortunately, after the winless Taoist, at great cost to his essence, managed to slay the beast, no merit descended. As previously mentioned, The beast's numbers had dwindled to the point of being overlooked by the heavenly path. Thus, how could merit possibly manifest? Though somewhat disheartened, the windless Taoist recalled the 100,000 points, which he could still grudgingly accept. However, when he approached the task board to undertake the task and submitted the beast's carcass to Wu Dao, it was directly deemed a task failure. On what grounds? Is the Changsheng immortal sect bullying customers? He bellowed. I risked injury to my essence to slay this beast. Why am I not rewarded now? His outburst immediately drew the attention of numerous primordial beings who gathered before the task board. If the Changsheng immortal sect behaved in such a manner, they would indeed hesitate to accept the tasks. Why? Wu Dao sneered, then displayed a formidable aura. The pressure of a mid-stage great Luo golden immortal bore down upon the windless Taoist, pinning him to the ground. Would our Changsheng immortal sect engage in such base acts of killing the goose that lays the golden eggs? Your envy of the Taoist's ability to earn merit through private slayings without receiving any merit is misplaced. Now you wish to undertake the task to exchange for points? Is the world so benevolent? Let me be clear. Only by accepting our task and then slaying the beast will merit be awarded. You gain points, we acquire merit. It is a fair exchange. Or do you truly believe our task board exists for charitable purposes? Wu Dao spoke plainly. Acquiring merit was no secret. Instead of being furtive, it was better to acknowledge it openly. Thus, it became evident that this was a mutually beneficial arrangement. The windless Taoist was indeed overly greedy, desiring to claim both advantages for himself. Alas, having slain a fearsome beast, he found himself with no rewards, having also sustained injuries to his essence, a truly dismal fate. Upon hearing Wu Dao's explanation, the other primordial beings felt a wave of relief wash over them. The motivations of all parties were now clear, and otherwise, the Changsheng immortal sect's apparent altruism would have left them wary. The windless Taoist, feeling the weight of those scrutinizing gazes, yearned to flee from that place. Humph! Dare to slander my Changsheng immortal sect, and your essence shall have no place in the dream world henceforth. From this day forth, your mark shall be expunged from the dream world, Wu Dao scoffed. With a swift, decisive hand, he suppressed the windless Taoist. Despite the latter's resistance, he was immediately annihilated along with his essence under Wu Dao's overwhelming pressure. This display of power inspired a measure of respect among the primordial beings toward Wu Dao. Lin Changsheng observed the scene with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. This method indeed allowed for the accumulation of merit. However, the merit garnered was rather scant. Perhaps it was due to not being personally earned or the diminishing merit associated with the fearsome beasts. Compared to before, it was substantially reduced. Yet, with so many primordial beings laboring for him, the merit would accumulate swiftly. There was no need for concern. He merely had to focus on whether another task would yield merit. Suddenly, Lin Changsheng felt a stirring within, directing his gaze toward Penglai, Immortal Island. Chapter 134. Susu achieves the Great Luo Golden Immortal, attending to the 9 immortals. Through the task issuance method, slaying fearsome beasts could indeed yield merit, alleviating a substantial burden from his heart. Next, he merely needed to monitor whether the restoration of the landscape would yield merit. If it did, he could fully unleash the tasks. Although the merit gained was limited, the sheer number of participants would compensate. Just as Lin Changsheng withdrew his gaze, he noticed that the primordial spiritual energy atop Penglai Immortal Island had become chaotic and violent. A colossal white fox illusion manifested in the void. It was Susu. Due to little Susu's soul fragmentation, she had yet to take form in the realm of golden immortals. Only after transcending the great Luo thunder tribulation can one truly transform. At this moment, judging by the fluctuations of innate spiritual energy, this little creature seems to be on the verge of breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal. The innate spiritual energy swiftly coalesced into a colossal vortex, gushing into the secluded area where Susu was meditating. Time passed unmeasured, and then a pure white little fox appeared in the sky. Although her size remained unchanged, a terrifying aura of power emanated from her diminutive form. The fluctuations belonging to a great Luo golden immortal radiated from her being. It was Sister Susu. Was Sister Susu also ascending to become a great Luo golden immortal? The inner disciples gazed at the figure suspended in midair, their voices tinged with envy. Susu was gentle by nature, often playing with the inner disciples when she was not immersed in her cultivation, thus earning their affection. Witnessing her imminent ascension to the great Luo golden immortal was naturally a cause for joy. The innate grand formation opened, and Susu soared into the sky. Thunder rumbled. The heavens darkened with ominous clouds, crackling with lightning. The thunder tribulation was imminent. This time, the mighty beings of the primordial wilderness merely cast a glance before averting their eyes. Another disciple of the eternal life immortal sect was facing the tribulation. They had grown numb to such occurrences. The prowess of the eternal life immortal sect was renowned, Yet even they had to endure the thunder tribulation, successfully navigating it each time. What was there to be concerned about? It was merely a bit of arduous cultivation. Although Su's thunder tribulation did not cause a significant stir, many primordial beings remained vigilant. After all, it was noteworthy that this white fox was about to face the great Luo thunder tribulation in her true form, particularly for the Qingxiu clan, who were now all agog. Watching the sky, it was little Su. The eternal life Taoist truly did not deceive us. Su is indeed capable of cultivation. Indeed, little Su has remarkably ascended to the great Luo golden immortal. The once incapable of cultivation little Su was now on the brink of achieving the great Luo golden immortal status, which left them all exhilarated. Especially Su Luo, the leader of the Qingxiu clan, who found herself lost in memories as she gazed at Su. The figure from her past rippled through her heart once more. Had it not been for him, the Qingxiu clan would not be living so peacefully today, even if they had not faced annihilation. Soon, the first bolt of thunder roared towards little Su. Yet, instead of defending herself, she charged directly toward the thunder tribulation. Was she out of her mind? Was she truly going to withstand the tribulation with her physical form? The primordial beings observing little Su in the sky gasped in astonishment. The great Luo thunder tribulation was fraught with peril. A single misstep could lead to obliteration. And this pure white fox boldly rushed toward the lightning. Did disciples of the eternal life immortal sect possess such confidence? However, what transpired next left them utterly flabbergasted. As the thunder struck little Su's body, countless tiny bolts of lightning ravaged her fur, yet she remained unscathed. Instead, the brilliance of the lightning flickered, and she absorbed it all into her being. She actually absorbed the tribulation? Was she truly a body-refining expert? The primordial beings were no longer composed. Body refinement was exceedingly rare compared to the cultivation of primordial spirit and magical power. The witch tribe, born from the Panga blood pool, was an exception that needed no elaboration. But this little white fox had managed to reach the great Luo golden immortal realm purely through body refinement? When did the Qingxiu fox clan commence body-refining cultivation? What they were unaware of was that Lin Changsheng had imparted a technique to little Su that allowed her to absorb any form of energy for body refining. The thunder tribulation was indeed a type of energy, thus its absorption for body refinement was entirely plausible. In this manner, what should have easily annihilated a great Luo golden immortal, the thunder tribulation, was withstood by Su with her physical form. Truly, the disciples of the eternal life immortal sect were remarkable. After successfully enduring the thunder tribulation, Su transformed. A stunningly beautiful fairy clad in white robes appeared before the eyes of the primordial beings. Once the Qingxiu fox clan underwent transformation, they were always breathtakingly beautiful. After transforming, Su cast a glance in the direction of the Qingxiu fox clan before soaring back to Ponlai Island. Sister Su, you have finally transcended the great Luo thunder tribulation and transformed. Sister Su, you look so beautiful in your transformed state. Upon her return to Ponlai Island, Su was met with an enthusiastic welcome from the inner disciples. The other 14 direct disciples also extended their congratulations to Su. Su, as a reward for your ascension to the great Luo golden immortal, feel free to select a spiritual treasure of your choice. Lin Changsheng's voice resonated. Thank you, Taoist master. Su replied, her heart brimming with joy. Lin Changsheng then withdrew his gaze. With this, all 15 of his direct disciples had attained the status of great Luo golden immortal. From this point onward, the focus would shift to steadily comprehending the power of the Tao to elevate to the Hongjun golden immortal. The sect's attention would also need to pivot towards these inner disciples, to fully blossom the auspicious golden lotus of fortune. Relying solely on the 15 direct disciples would undoubtedly be insufficient. Henceforth, the inner disciples would also be subject to sect assessments. All resources would require points for exchange. Additionally, I shall establish the 9 celestial attendants, all of whom shall be selected from the inner disciples. Kong Xian and Luo Mo have diligently cultivated, achieving the status of Tai Golden Immortal, thus entering the ranks of the 9 celestial attendants. As a reward, they shall each receive a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. I expect you all to cultivate diligently. As Lin Changsheng's voice faded, 2 mid-grade innate spiritual treasures flew before Kong Xian and Luo Mo. The two, brimming with excitement, accepted the treasures and bowed in the direction of Lin Changsheng's retreat, expressing their gratitude. With the implementation of the assessment system and the allure of the 9 celestial attendants, the inner disciples began to fervently devote themselves to their cultivation. Having completed all of this, Lin Changsheng focused his mind. The 5 elements sword array and the 5 elements sword diagram appeared to have successfully reversed the innate. He retrieved these 2 spiritual treasures, the 5 colors of black, white, blue, red, and yellow shimmered in the void, and countless phenomena unfolded. It was not in vain that I expended so many rare materials in their crafting. They had reached the level of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Lin Changsheng remarked with satisfaction. However, it was a pity that these two treasures, when used in conjunction, could not attain the level of a congenital supreme treasure like the extermination sword array. Nevertheless, they were certainly more powerful than an average top-grade innate spiritual treasure. There was no need to rush, as once sufficient merit was accumulated, these two treasures could be elevated to the rank of congenital supreme treasures. By that time, when both congenital supreme treasures were utilized together, their might would undoubtedly surpass that of the extermination sword array. It was worth testing the potency of this 5 elements sword diagram first. Chapter 135, The Forceful Collection of Points by Jian and Zhuandi. The 5 elements sword array and the 5 elements sword diagram had all successfully reversed the innate within the Qian Kuinding. Their grade had also reached that of top-grade innate spiritual treasures. Just as Lin Changsheng was about to test the power of the 5 elements sword diagram, the heavenly Tao once again bestowed merit. Could the restoration of the terrain have yielded results? Lin Changsheng momentarily set aside the testing of the 5 elements sword diagram and swiftly extended his consciousness to observe the primordial wilderness. In the southern continent, 3 great Luo golden immortal experts stood joyfully before the restored landscape, their expressions brimming with excitement. Although the points earned would need to be divided among them, their speed was commendable. They were unsure just how many points they would acquire from this restoration task. Let us go? Let us head to the mission hall to submit our task. It was no wonder they had completed it so quickly. It turned out that these 3 great Luo golden immortals had teamed up for the restoration. Lin Changsheng cast a glance at the merits before him, which were comparable to those obtained from slaying ferocious beasts. With a clear understanding in his heart, he directly conveyed to Wu Dao how to determine the points for the restoration of the landforms. The 3 great Luo golden immortals, brimming with excitement, reported their tasks at the mission tower, and Wu Dao, following Lin Changsheng's instructions, granted them 100,000 points. The trio joyfully divided the points among themselves, but regrettably, they could no longer accept this task. The other great Luo golden immortals, who had not secured this mission, were filled with envy. Even if divided equally, each would receive over 30,000 points, sufficient to exchange for some elixirs and divine abilities. Suddenly, one of them exclaimed, "Wait! Look, the task has been updated. The mission to restore the feng shui and the landforms is no longer limited in the number of participants." This exclamation immediately drew the attention of the great Luo golden immortals. Upon witnessing the opportunity to gain merits through the restoration of landforms, Lin Changsheng decisively opened up the task. It was undoubtedly because he could acquire merits from the restoration that he fully released the task. Those with keen insight quickly deduced the reason. They had indeed seen the merits descending from the heavens. Although they were unaware of Lin Changsheng's methods, he was earning merits while they were accumulating points, fulfilling their respective needs without clinging to the merits. Indeed, if we go to restore the landforms, we would gain nothing. Now at least we have point rewards, which is quite commendable. Without further ado, they hastily accepted the task. It was said that the Western continent had been left in tatters due to the self-detonation of Rahu, and venturing there would undoubtedly yield ample points. Let us go? Fellow Taoist, let us join forces. The comprehensive opening of the tasks led to a surge in the number of participants. After all, compared to slaying ferocious beasts, restoring the landforms of water, wind, and fire was considerably simpler. Most of those heading to the Western continent were aware that, although Rahu had mended the demonic laws and restored some landforms, it remained the continent with the most severely damaged geography in the primordial realm. Under Lin Changsheng's divine sense, millions of primordial powerhouses surged toward the Western continent. However, before they could set foot on the territory of the Western continent, they were intercepted by a vast army of demon clans. A glance revealed at least hundreds of millions of demons united, their presence formidable and filled with malevolence. Leading the charge were Dijuan and Tai, along with Jian and Zhuandi, standing proudly in the void. "You are forbidden from passing into the Western continent," Jian bellowed. The millions of primordial powerhouses immediately halted. "On what grounds do you prevent our entry? The Western continent is part of the primordial realm, not your private domain," they protested. "Indeed, what is the meaning of your obstruction?" they questioned, their dissatisfaction palpable. "It's quite simple. Your entry into the Western continent is solely for the purpose of restoring the feng shui and landforms. However, with so many primordial powerhouses, if we allowed all of you in, how many points could we earn? Therefore, those wishing to enter must pay 10,000 points, Jane stated calmly. Truly shameless. The duo from the West. We assist you in restoring your land, yet you seek to profit from our points. What a clever scheme you have devised. The great Luo golden immortals were indignant. Do you not fear the retribution of the Changsheng immortal sect? They exclaimed. 10,000 points. We have not even begun to earn points, yet you demand we pay 10,000 first. This is sheer bullying. Although the Changsheng immortal sect held immense authority in the dream realm, they could not forget that this was the West, the primordial realm. Jane and Junie sneered. To invoke the Changsheng immortal sect as a threat at this moment, you truly must be dreaming. Dijuan, Tai, have you joined forces with them, thinking you have us at your mercy? As the Changsheng immortal sect failed to instill fear in them, the millions of primordial powerhouses turned their gazes toward Dijuan and Tai. For the demon clans were their greatest concern. We demons had no desire to engage in such matters. We are merely employed by these two friends. And since we indeed require points, we hope for your understanding, Dijuan replied with a smile. This statement nearly infuriated Jane and Juanti. Goodness, while we are branded as shameless, you, Dijuan, surpass us by far. You take the benefits while shifting all the blame onto us. And what if we refuse to pay the 10,000 points? Facing the countless demons, the millions of primordial powerhouses softened their tone. Then you shall not enter the Western continent. I trust there will be others willing to pay the 10,000 points. After all, the restoration of feng shui and landforms is something only we in the West possess, albeit in limited quantity, insufficient to satisfy the vast number of primordial powerhouses. Jane feigned a sigh. His words effectively sowed discord among the millions of primordial powerhouses. Although they recognized Jane's provocation, the reality remained that the primordial realm was currently tranquil, with no cataclysms occurring. Even if remnants of the last calamity's feng shui remained to be repaired, they were indeed scarce. All of this was keenly observed by Lin Changsheng. They dare to take advantage of the Changsheng immortal sect. It seems our influence is insufficient. With a wry smile, Lin Changsheng shook his head. He would not allow Jane and Junie's actions to go unchecked. This was a blatant provocation against the Changsheng immortal sect. With this thought, he sent a message to Fushi. Fushi, please return for a discussion. Chapter 136. Fushi confronts Dijuan with the 5 elements sword diagram. Since Fushi had severed ties with the demon clans through his great vow, he had been comprehending the Tao on Penglai Island. As a being of innate sanctity, his foundation was naturally exceptional. After several tens of thousands of days in seclusion, he successfully grasped the principles of the Tao. Just then, Lin Changsheng's divine sense interrupted his meditation. Why does the sect master summon me at this time? Although puzzled, Fushi made his way to Lin Changsheng's secluded chamber. Sect master, he greeted with a smile. Now serving as the vice master of the Changsheng immortal sect, he could no longer address Lin Changsheng as a fellow Taoist. How has your cultivation been lately? Lin Changsheng inquired with a smile. I have fully realized the terrifying power of the fortune golden lotus. Compared to my own cultivation, it has elevated me several dozen times. Moreover, the Tao is exceptionally clear, making my practice remarkably smooth. It is a pity that my sister cannot share in this fortune, Fushi lamented. Taoist Nua's future achievements are boundless. You should worry more about yourself. One day, you may find yourself unexpectedly surpassed, Lin Changsheng replied with a chuckle. You speak true, sect master. May I ask why you summoned me? Fushi laughed along. His sister's potential needed no further elaboration. Given the right timing, she would undoubtedly join the Changsheng immortal sect. To establish authority, Lin Changsheng succinctly stated, before recounting the events that had transpired. These 4 truly are the epitome of shamelessness. Clearly, the task assigned to my Longxing Xian sect has been twisted into a means for them to accumulate points. This is a blatant disregard for our sect. Master, please instruct me on how to proceed. Upon hearing this, Fushi was filled with indignation. Such behavior is an overt provocation against our Longxing Xian sect. As the sect leader, Lin Changsheng cannot personally intervene in every matter. Thus, he must entrust this task to his disciples. Here are the 5 elements sword formation and the 5 elements sword diagram. Take them with you, Lin Changsheng said with a gentle smile. The 2 sets of exquisite innate spiritual treasures floated before Fushi. 2 sets of supreme innate spiritual treasures? Fushi exclaimed in astonishment. He was aware of the abundance of valuable items possessed by this sect leader, yet he did not expect such a generous offering right away. Indeed, these were crafted by me not long ago, perfect for testing their might, Lin Changsheng replied. With these 2 spiritual treasures aiding you, success is assured. Fushi let out a hearty laugh, stowing away the treasures as he soared from Penglai Island. Soon, Fushi arrived at the Western continent. His presence naturally attracted the attention of the opposing factions. It is Taoist Fushi. As the deputy sect leader of the Longxing Xian sect, he must have come bearing the decree of the Longxing Taoist. I am eager to see how these individuals will resolve this situation. Millions of primordial beings beheld Fushi and immediately displayed expressions of joy. However, the countenance of Emperor Jun and his faction grew grim. The last time Fushi forcibly issued a vow of the Great Tao, renouncing his identity as a member of the demon race, had already fostered resentment within them. To their surprise, he now dared to come and stir trouble. Fushi, what brings you here? Emperor Jun scoffed coldly. I come at the behest of the sect leader. The restoration of the geomantic landscape is a task from the task pavilion, and no one may obstruct it, Fushi replied impassively. Emperor Jun, you should swiftly step aside and allow those who have accepted the task to enter the Western continent. Taoist Fushi. The Western continent is the domain of my brothers and me. We possess the right to deny entry to others, Jane interjected. The dream realm belongs to our Longxingxian sect. We have every right to prevent your entry. Fushi sneered, immediately retorting. This left Jane and the others momentarily speechless. Indeed, if the dream realm barred their entry, no amount of points would be of any use. Nevertheless, Emperor Jun and Tai did not yield. The countless demon race stood watching. Retreating now would diminish their prestige. And what if we refuse? Emperor Jun replied nonchalantly. Refusal would be a provocation against our Longxingxian sect. Are you prepared to face the consequences? Fushi directed his gaze at Emperor Jun. I am curious to know what those consequences might be. Emperor Jun huffed in anger. The river map and the Luo book emerged, scattering immeasurable starlight. Tai also summoned the chaos bell directly. Stubborn and unyielding. 5 elements sword formation, 5 elements sword diagram, arise. Fushi wasted no words and summoned the 2 exquisite innate spiritual treasures given to him by Lin Changsheng. The 5 elements sword diagram expanded in the wind, becoming boundless. Soon, it enveloped the entire Western continent. All the demon race under Emperor Jun were ensnared within. The 5 sword gates separated them. Within the gates, the 5 elements sword chi began to surge violently. 5 elements sword formation manifest. Fushi then infused the 5 elements sword into the formation. Instantly, the sword chi began to merge seamlessly, an unending torrent. Countless sword energies erupted from the 5 gates, launching an assault on Emperor Jun, Tai, and the other demons. Fushi, you are exceedingly arrogant. Do you truly believe you can trap us with a mere sword formation? Tai could no longer contain himself and directly infused his magical power into the chaos bell. Immediately, the innate treasure radiated supreme spiritual light, wielding the might of chaos as it clashed against one of the sword gates. As the chaos bell passed, immeasurable sword chi was shredded apart, unable to withstand the onslaught. Excellent. As expected of Tai, with this innate treasure in hand, what do we have to fear? If the Longxingxian sect seeks to establish their authority over us, the demon race shall rise above them. Tai's first strike was met with thunderous applause from the demon race. Emperor Jun nodded in satisfaction, having anticipated such a devastating effect. Fushi stood outside the 5-element sword formation, a cold smile gracing his lips. This sword diagram was personally crafted by the sect leader. If it were so easily shattered, it would indeed be a grand joke. At that moment, millions of primordial beings felt a wave of trepidation. They could not discern the happenings within the formation. However, had the Longxing Taoist truly been so hasty as to send only Fushi and a sword diagram to thwart Emperor Jun and his faction? Suddenly, a tremendous explosion reverberated from within the sword formation. Merely a sword diagram, and you dare to presume it is the ultimate killing formation, the extermination sword formation? The Longxingxian sect has truly overstepped this time. Once we escape, we shall capture Fushi and force Longxing Taoist to intervene. This is utterly gratifying. What are these so-called supreme innate spiritual treasures against Tai's innate treasure? The derisive laughter of the demon race echoed from within the sword formation. One of the 5 gates was effortlessly shattered. Would the remaining 4 pose any challenge? The sword formation has collapsed. The primordial beings exchanged glances, disbelief etched upon their faces. Could it truly be so swift? If so, the Longxingxian sect would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule. Chapter 137. The Might of the 5 Elements Sword Formation. Fushi, acting on the command of sect leader Lin Changsheng, brought the 5 elements sword diagram to thwart Emperor Jun and his faction from accumulating points. This marked the first demonstration of the sword diagram's might. Yet, scarcely had it been deployed when a loud crash echoed from within, revealing that one of the gates had been obliterated by Tai's innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Naturally, the demon faction's morale surged, filled with confidence. The primordial beings observing were increasingly anxious. Should Fushi falter, they might indeed have to pay a toll of 10,000 points to pass. However, Fushi remained unperturbed. If the 5 elements sword diagram were so easily broken, the sect leader would not have expended such effort to forge it. Within the realm of the sword gates, the morale of Tai and the demon race soared. Just as he prepared to shatter the next gate, a keen-eyed demon suddenly noted something amiss. Wait, that sword gate has not been destroyed, it has reappeared. Tai quickly turned to look. Indeed, the sword gate he had just shattered had resurfaced. The boundless sword chi continued to mercilessly assail them. How is this possible? Tai exclaimed, summoning protective spiritual light, incredulous. The five elements sword formation. With its 5 gates of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, each corresponding to the 5 elements sword intent, generates an endless stream of sword chi. Even if 4 gates are destroyed, the formation cannot be broken. Fushi replied calmly. The sect leader's methods are inscrutable. While this sword formation may not match the lethality of the extermination sword formation, however, when it comes to the complexity of breaking formations, it undeniably surpasses the Zhuxian sword formation by a significant margin. The Zhuxian sword formation can be dismantled through its 4 gates, while the 5 elements sword formation necessitates the simultaneous dismantling of all 5 sword arrays to truly overcome it. Yet, achieving such synchrony is no simple feat. The 5 gates can shift their positions at will, and coupled with the relentless assault of the boundless sword energy that continuously erodes their magical artifacts, only the 5 saints can hope to breach this formation. Nevertheless, with Fushi's current magical prowess, he does not require the 5 saints. However, 5 fully realized Deluo golden immortals wielding supreme innate treasures would still be essential to dismantle the array. Just as Fushi marveled at the intricate nature of the sword formation, the true might of the 5 elements sword formation erupted forth. The 5 types of sword intent intertwined, manifesting as formless, colorless sword energy that permeated every corner of the 5 gates. Each strand of sword energy could inflict harm upon even the mightiest of Deluo golden immortals. Tai and the other members of the demon race, trapped within the formation, continuously endeavored to devise various strategies, yet none proved effective in breaking free. Under the incessant onslaught of sword intent, numerous demons succumbed to the overwhelming energy, torn to shreds. Jane and Juenti, concealed amidst the demon ranks, could not help but let out a heavy sigh. It appeared that their hopes of reaping points from this endeavor had been dashed. This 5 elements sword formation was ever-changing and relentless. Among them, none had mastered the art of formations, making the task of dismantling it exceedingly difficult. What shall we do, Dao brother? This cannot continue. Tai, bearing the weight of the chaotic bell atop his head, found himself immune to the sword energy's harm. Yet, as he sensed the continuous drain of his magical power, he realized that if this persisted, even with his innate treasures, he would eventually be ground to dust within the formation. I have gleaned a formation from the Hichu Luoshu, but I have yet to fully comprehend it. It is called the Great Formation of the Heavenly Stars. It can connect with celestial bodies beyond the realm, summoning the cosmic star power of the universe, the might of billions of stars, strong enough to annihilate heaven and earth, declared Emperor Jun solemnly. Dao brother, although it is an incomplete formation, we have no choice but to give it a try. Otherwise, the losses for our demon race will be catastrophic, Tai urged hastily. Emperor Jun nodded, confident that if he could grasp the complete great formation of the heavenly stars, he could indeed unravel the 5 elements sword formation. However, as it stood, it was merely a remnant, its power limited. Yet given the current situation, there was no choice but to attempt it. Demons, heed my command, Emperor Jun bellowed, swiftly restoring order among the panicked demons. Following his instructions, they rapidly positioned themselves. Soon, the Hichu Luoshu above Emperor Jun radiated with brilliance. The boundless power of the stars was summoned, showering down like silver pillars from the heavens. Just a mere glance revealed the terrifying might contained within. It was unexpected that Emperor Jun possessed such a card up his sleeve. However, it seemed the formation was not yet fully realized. Jane observed the formation with a grave expression, hoping Emperor Jun could withstand the pressure. Otherwise, their plans would be in vain. Junie sighed deeply. Far away on Penglai Island, Lin Changsheng was keenly observing the unfolding events. Had it been the complete great formation of the heavenly stars, it might have stood a chance. But as it was merely a futile struggle. The complete formation could rival the 12 capital heavenly god-slaying formation. Indeed, as Lin Changsheng had anticipated, the boundless brilliance of the stars extinguished countless strands of sword energy, yet under the incessant barrage of sword energy, it barely held its ground. And soon the remnant formation lost its potency. Without the protection of the formation, numerous powerful demons perished under the relentless sword energy assault. Although Emperor Jun and Tai intended to use their treasures to shield them, such actions would only hasten the depletion of their magical power, ultimately placing themselves in peril. Countless demons continued to fall beneath the sword formation, and at that moment, the faces of Emperor Jun and Tai turned ashen with despair. Dao brother, Tai managed to utter. If we do not compromise soon, our demon race will suffer severe losses. Emperor Jun's expression was grim. Once again, they had been crushed by the methods of the Taoist Zun of Changsheng. Though reluctant, he had no choice but to concede. Fushi, this time, we concede defeat, he declared. Upon hearing this, Fushi smiled faintly and promptly withdrew the 5 elements sword diagram and the 5 elements sword formation. when the formation dissipated. All the powerful beings of the Hongjun saw the scene before them and could not refrain from gasping in astonishment. The once mighty demon horde had lost at least 1/5 of its numbers. Even the surviving demons were visibly shaken, their energies clearly depleted. Let us depart. Emperor Jun and Tai led the remaining demons away from this place. Given that they could no longer reap points from this endeavor, remaining here would only bring further humiliation. They would fare better by seeking out more tasks. Observing this, Fushi retracted the 5 elements sword formation and left the area, inwardly praising this set of treasures. It was he who had activated the 5 elements sword diagram. Had the sect master been present, they might have been annihilated in mere moments. Increasingly, the powerful beings of Hongjun regarded Fushi with a newfound respect as they witnessed him single-handedly dismantle the demon forces. With this episode, even those with ulterior motives dared not act recklessly. Fushi returned to Penglai Island. Chapter 138. Entering seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough, the dream world flourishes. On Penglai Island. Sect Master, the 5 elements sword diagram you crafted surpasses the Zhuxian sword formation in certain aspects, Fushi remarked as he returned the 5 elements sword diagram to Lin Changsheng. This 5 elements sword formation was inspired by my insights into the Zhuxian sword formation. Once I accumulate sufficient merit, I can elevate them to the level of innate treasures. At that point, their power will undoubtedly eclipse that of the Zhuxian sword formation. Lin Changsheng smiled. What are your plans moving forward, Sect Master? Fushi inquired. Now that everything is on the right track, I shall begin my seclusion to strive for a breakthrough. Only then can I contend with Hongjun once he attains sainthood. Lin Changsheng replied. Is the Sect Master finally prepared to take that step? If so, our dream world will become even more stable, Fushi said, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Once the Sect Master takes this step, the golden lotus of fortune will surely blossom once more, enabling swifter cultivation for them all. I will leave the dream world in your capable hands. Additionally, the internal assessment systems must be thoroughly refined, Lin Changsheng instructed. Rest assured, Sect Master. I am also at a bottleneck in my cultivation and will focus on the construction of the sect henceforth, Fushi replied. After a brief conversation, Fushi took his leave. After some contemplation, Lin Changsheng called for Kong Xian. I pay my respects to the Taoist Zun, Kong Xian exclaimed excitedly as he bowed deeply. Yes, I will be entering seclusion for a period. As for when I shall awaken, that remains uncertain. As your role as the attendant of the 9 immortals, you must oversee the inner disciples' cultivation diligently, Lin Changsheng said with a smile. Rest assured, Taoist Zun, my fellow disciples are all working hard in their cultivation. Kong Xian assured him hastily. Good. Here is the Hongmeng sword, a supreme innate treasure. I have left a thread of magical power within it. In the event of a crisis that the deputy sect leader cannot resolve, you may unleash the inherent magical power within. Although it is true that the highest cultivation level in the Hongjun continent is merely that of the great Luo Golden Immortal, Lin Changsheng has nevertheless kept a contingency plan. Yes, Dao Zun, Kong Xian solemnly accepted the Hongmeng sword. After Kong Xian departed, Lin Changsheng began his seclusion, preparing to make a breakthrough to the realm of Hunyuan Great Luo Golden Immortal. Time flows differently in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, thousands of years have passed. Under the stewardship of Lin Changsheng's direct disciples, the dream realm has become increasingly refined. The combat tower continues to attract a considerable number of challengers, having become a pivotal venue for the great powers of Hongjun to hone their skills. However, the challenges faced by Qian have diminished significantly, as even the likes of Tongtian and Tai, who are primordial deities, were no match for Qian. Thus, acquiring the coveted 10,000 points has proven to be quite a challenge. Yet, during this period, Tongtian has caused some dissatisfaction among Taiqing Laozu and Yuanshi due to his frequent visits to the combat tower after being defeated by Qian. The fact that he was bested in the sword path has ignited his competitive spirit, and his relationship with Qian has gradually thawed, evolving into that of friends who can sit together and engage in philosophical discourse. The alchemy tower is also bustling with activity, filled with numerous seekers. Master Wuxing, I wish to concoct a pill to calm the mind. Here are the materials. Master Wuxing, I want to create a potion to enhance magical power. These are the ingredients. Initially, after taking charge of the alchemy tower, Wuxing did not attract many patrons, owing to the tower's lack of renown and his own capabilities, which barely reached the level of a second-tier alchemist. The success rate was regrettably low. Fortunately, with the resources provided by the Changsheng Immortal Sect and the guidance of Dao Zun Lin Changsheng, his alchemical skills have seen a marked improvement, and he has now barely achieved the level of a 6th-tier alchemist. Consequently, the number of great powers seeking his services has increased significantly. Not far from the alchemy tower, the formation tower is equally lively. Is Master Beixian once again in seclusion, researching new formations? The last small protective array he developed was quite effective. I want to purchase another set. I bought that set as well. It can withstand attacks from anyone below the Great Luo Golden Immortal. And it is very practical as well as reasonably priced, costing just over 10,000 points. Truly, he is a direct disciple of Lin Changsheng. Indeed. Speaking of Lin Changsheng, his 5 elements sword diagram is remarkable. I heard that on that fateful day, Deputy Sect Leader Fushi single-handedly wielded the 5 elements sword diagram to slay hundreds of thousands of demon tribes and drove back Dijuan and his kin. It's true. I was among the crowd of onlookers that day. Enough idle chatter. Since Master Beixian is in seclusion, is there anyone willing to join me in challenging the Undying Abyss? The Undying Abyss is another perilous domain crafted by several of Lin Changsheng's direct disciples. The combined efforts of Shen Huang, Qingxian, Jindi, and Jintai have established this formidable realm. Within this abyss lie the insights of their respective divine abilities. Anyone who can traverse this domain will be able to identify and refine their own shortcomings in their divine arts. This current iteration of the Undying Abyss is the 3rd revamped version. Successfully conquering it yields points and enhances 1's power, making it a mutually beneficial endeavor for both the challengers and Shen Huang and her companions. Occasionally, the Task Tower assists Shen Huang by posting missions to seek out teams willing to brave the Undying Abyss. Presently, the Task Tower is the busiest place in the Dream Realm, with countless individuals accepting missions daily, and many completing them as well. Among these, Wu Dao has introduced numerous tasks, primarily for resources needed within the sect, alongside some of her own initiatives. Before entering seclusion, Dao Zun had instructed her to post any missions suitable for the operation of Honghuang, allowing those with merit rewards to be fully open. During this time, Wu Dao has attempted several missions, achieving a few successes. While the merit gained is modest, the sheer number of participants makes up for it. For instance, Wu Dao recently posted a mission to repair spatial rifts in the Northern Sea. The Northern Sea's terminus is near the Earth's amniotic membrane, where numerous small spatial rifts exist. These rifts absorb primordial spiritual energy, rendering the Northern Sea exceedingly barren. Thus, mending these rifts is beneficial for the operation of Honghuang. This time, Dijuan and Tai, along with their demon kin, have become considerably more compliant, no longer daring to exploit the situation for points. At present, the Dream Realm is flourishing, having become an indispensable part of the lives of the beings in Honghuang. However, if one were to speak of the most bustling place, it would undoubtedly be the Baoguang Pavilion, which has witnessed the highest foot traffic lately. Chapter 139, Celestial Phenomenon. The Tao of Heaven offers congratulations. The Baoguang Pavilion is a treasure trove for exchanging spiritual treasures and roots. As long as one possesses points, anything can be purchased here, even supreme innate spiritual treasures. Although countless great powers have amassed sufficient points to exchange for innate treasures during this period, the quantity has not diminished. This is primarily due to the oversight of Pujinggingxing. With the supreme innate treasure, the Qian Kuan Ding, and an abundance of refining materials at their disposal, their crafting skills have soared. Especially since Dao Zun has imparted the heavenly refinement treasure technique to them, they have become increasingly adept at constructing treasure prohibitions. Consequently, they now possess considerable experience in refining medium and even high-grade post-heaven spiritual treasures. However, the Baoguang Pavilion recently announced its intention to host the first-ever auction in the Honghuang world, open to all beings. Anyone can participate, and items put up for auction can either be temporarily provided by the beings of Honghuang or entrusted to the Baoguang Pavilion for sale. Moreover, the Changsheng Immortal Sect will also contribute some items for the auction. The auction can be conducted through barter or by purchasing with points. Upon hearing this news, a tremendous stir swept through Honghuang. Before the advent of the Dream Realm, the concept of barter was virtually non-existent. When encountering treasures, the usual recourse was either theft or violent confrontation. Regardless of whether the item was useful to oneself or not, no one dared to engage in barter. Even among close friends, there was always a sense of caution. This has led to a significant waste of resources. With this upcoming auction, the beings of Honghuang can offer their surplus resources in exchange for materials they desire, presenting them with a remarkable opportunity. However, the majority of the beings of Honghuang are adopting a wait-and-see approach. They are not concerned about the credibility of the Baoguang Pavilion, which is also a property of the Changsheng Immortal Sect and overseen by the direct disciple, Shui Ling, thus ensuring its reliability. Their primary concern is the potential exposure of their information. While they can restrain themselves within the Dream Realm, they inevitably return to the real world. Should the information about treasures they acquire leak or be tampered with, it would undoubtedly lead to dire consequences. After all, the Honghuang continent lacks regulatory constraints, which is the crux of their apprehension. Fortunately, Lin Changsheng had preemptively clarified this for Shui Ling. Although she possesses a playful demeanor, Her character is relatively steady. In the midst of discussions with the esteemed senior sister and consultations with several junior disciples, a plan was already in place. Anyone who entered the Baoguang Pavilion would have their presence concealed. All items participating in the auction underwent rigorous inspection. The Baoguang Pavilion generously provided a space for the refining of spiritual treasures. Every individual auctioning within the pavilion was assured of absolute safety. Any individual attempting to cause harm would not only face annihilation, but would also have their soul imprint erased from the dream realm. Once the 4 rules of the Baoguang Pavilion were announced, those with ulterior motives were compelled to abandon their intentions. The profound heritage of the Changsheng sect deterred any challengers. Consequently, the number of powerful beings from the Primordial Era participating in the auction surged dramatically. With the presence of the water spirit to maintain order and other direct disciples overseeing, the auction concluded successfully. The primordial beings in attendance acquired the resources they desired, while the Changsheng sect also presented some unpublished elixirs and arrays for auction, which were highly sought after. Remarkably, the water spirit even secured a chaotic spiritual treasure, a folding fan, though it was damaged and of significantly reduced grade, only ranking as a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Due to the severe damage to its internal restrictions, the fan would be exceedingly difficult to restore, which explained why someone was willing to part with it for auction. The Changsheng sect was not lacking in spiritual treasures and exchanged this chaotic treasure through barter. The water spirit promptly entrusted it to Pujing and Gengxing for further study. Should they succeed in restoring this treasure, it would greatly enhance their capabilities in artifact crafting. Alas, lacking merits, they could only ponder whether it could be restored to the level of a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. News from Vice Sect Master Fushi indicated that in the future, merits could also be exchanged for points, though this was exclusively for disciples of the Changsheng sect. In summary, the Dream Realm was progressing toward a favorable direction. The existence of the Dream Realm even diminished the conflicts between the witch and demon clans, as they became preoccupied with tasks and treasure exchanges. This marked a period of relative stability in the Primordial Realm, lasting until several millennia later. On this day, a wave of purple energy surged from the east, painting the skies of the Primordial Realm in resplendent hues. A golden bridge of laws manifested in the void, accompanied by vast clouds of merit that surged endlessly. The harmonious cries of dragons and phoenixes heralded auspicious omens. Countless phenomena evolved in the void, and an unparalleled pressure seemed to be awakening. Merely the nascent pressure was enough to induce trembling in all beings of the Primordial Realm. At Kunlun Mountain, Yuanshi and Taiji stared in astonishment at the void. What force could this be, that a mere thread of pressure extinguished any thought of resistance? Yuanshi exclaimed in fear. I do not know, but it should not be the Changsheng sect's doing, Taiji responded gravely. Why are you so confident, brother? Yuanshi inquired promptly. The location of the Changsheng sect remains elusive, and its calculations cannot be discerned. Given that Taoist Changsheng was able to enter the innate Great Formation, it must be established within a yet-to-emerge innate formation. Previously, his crafted treasures or disciples undergoing tribulations were primarily directed towards the seas. However, today's purple energy converges in the outer void, leading me to this conclusion, Taiji explained. Your reasoning is sound. Nonetheless, we remain unaware of who has broken through to provoke such astonishing phenomena. Even the heavenly Tao is offering congratulations, Yuanshi Tianzuan remarked enviously. In due time, we shall know, Taiji said, withdrawing his gaze after a moment. Not only the 3 pure ones, but also the innate deities such as Dijuan and Tai, along with the likes of Jane and Juanti, sensed the extraordinary occurrence and turned their attention toward the void. The magnitude of this breakthrough was unprecedented. The heavenly Tao's congratulations signified a realm beyond their comprehension. On Penglai Island, the Vice Sect Master and the disciples of wisdom eagerly inquired, who is breaking through? It must be Hongjun. According to the Sect Master, this should be the realm of a saint of the heavenly Tao, naturally eliciting the heavenly Tao's congratulations, Fushi speculated. Gazing into the outer void, the breakthrough of Hongjun to the saint of the heavenly Tao was uncertain in its implications for them. Although the Sect Master had not elaborated on Hongjun, it was evident that he was skilled in strategies. The disruptions caused by the Changsheng sect had thwarted many of his plans, and there was fear that once he attained his breakthrough, his first act would be to target the Changsheng sect. It remained uncertain when the Sect Master would emerge from seclusion. The remarkable phenomena continued for nearly a millennium. On this day, the occurrence reached its zenith. Chapter 140. Hongjun becomes a saint and begins to scheme. Celestial phenomena descended, and the heavenly Tao extended its congratulations. The entire primordial realm was enveloped in an aura of auspiciousness. On this day, the manifestation culminated. Time and space appeared to be momentarily frozen. A bridge of brilliance connected heaven and earth, and golden lotuses surged. The resonance of laws flowed. A figure clad in a white Taoist robe, exuding an ethereal aura, appeared upon the golden bridge. In an instant, the might of the saint radiated like the Milky Way, enveloping the entire primordial realm. An unmatched regal presence emanated from him. At that moment, this Taoist seemed to embody the most exalted deity in existence. The symbols of laws danced within his eyes, as if he could perceive all truths of the world. All beings of the primordial realm bowed their heads in trepidation. I am the Tao ancestor Hongjun. I have now attained sainthood. I shall establish the Xixiao palace beyond the 33 heavens. 3,000 years hence, I shall expound on the Tao. Those with affinity may come to listen to the profound truths. As the words of Taoist Hongjun resonated, he cast his gaze upon the continent of the primordial realm. Subsequently, his brow slightly furrowed before he vanished from the sight of all beings. At Kunlun Mountain, a saintly realm, such power could easily annihilate that Taoist Changsheng, could it not? Yuanshi Tianzuan exclaimed with excitement. Though we have not made direct comparisons, the pressure from the Tao ancestor is utterly insurmountable. That Taoist Changsheng should not be his match. Taiji reflected. We find ourselves hindered at the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, unable to make any progress. We must attend the Tao ancestor's teachings at the Xixiao Palace. It will be a great opportunity. Presently, we are not his adversaries, but that does not preclude us from becoming his equals in the future, Yuanshi declared with fervor. What you say is indeed true, brother. I can distinctly sense the benevolence in the Taoist's gaze. Taiji also noted the Tao ancestor's look. There seemed to be a profound karmic connection between them. On the western Shumi Mountain, the western continent, once riddled with wounds, had undergone significant restoration over this period and was notably more complete than before. The innate spiritual energy had begun to thicken, although it did not rival the eastern continent. It was at least several times stronger than the previous state of the western continent. However, few remained in the western continent now. With the geomorphic restoration of wind, water, and fire, and the lack of resources, it had once again grown desolate. Brother, is that Hongjun? Zhuan Ti inquired with uncertainty. Tao ancestor, Dao Zun? Could there truly be a connection between them? Jia Yin was also uncertain. He recalled the words spoken by the longevity Dao Zun when he had intruded upon their innate grand formation that day. Were those words deliberately meant for their ears? Or was there indeed a correlation between the longevity Dao Zun and the Tao ancestor Hongjun? As it stands, we know nothing of the Tao ancestor Hongjun. We can only observe the unfolding events. Let us hope that the relationship between the Tao ancestor and the longevity Dao Zun is not as we fear, Zhuan Ti sighed. There was a certain unpleasantness between them and the longevity Dao Zun. If they were indeed allied, this opportunity might not pertain to them at all. Beneath Mount Buzhou, Hongjun had ultimately attained sainthood. What my friend in longevity foretold was indeed true, he mused. I am finally close to the day when I can join the longevity immortal sect. At this moment, Niwa opened her eyes, murmuring softly. Her elder brother Fuxi had joined the longevity immortal sect, enjoying the fortunes of cultivation and the Tao, which had filled her with envy. Now, her own karmic destiny was approaching. Once she grasped this fate, she would be able to join the longevity immortal sect. On Penglai Island, the fact that Hongjun had attained sainthood confirmed what the sect master had said, that he was indeed walking the path of the heavenly Tao saint. Although he could wield some authority of the heavenly Tao, Penglai Island remained relatively safe for now. A flicker of concern passed through Fuxi's eyes. The energy of the innate grand formation had been gradually weakening. If the sect master did not emerge from seclusion in time, Penglai Island would be laid bare to the myriad beings of the primordial world. At that point, new crises might very well emerge. Beyond the 33 heavens, Hongjun wielded the power of the Supreme Saint, creating this world beyond the heavens. He directly constructed the Purple Cloud Palace with his magical prowess. Having accomplished this, Hongjun began to deduce the events that had transpired in the primordial continent during his seclusion. The three pure ones, Jia Yin and Zhuan Ti, had united to seize innate treasures, only to be suppressed by a single sword. The Tao Enlightenment Tea Tree, a supreme innate spiritual root, not only took form, but also withstood the great Luo Thunder Tribulation. Fuxi had actually refused to join the demon race, swearing an oath to the Tao to renounce his identity as a demon, causing even the heavenly Tao to retreat. The dream world enveloped the primordial realm, with countless beings vying for points. The conflicts between the Wu and the two tribes had recently diminished. Fuxi, wielding the 5 elements sword array, suppressed countless demons. Completing the task of slaying fierce beasts and restoring the landscape would bestow him with celestial merit. As Hongjun continued his deductions, even with his current saintly mindset, he could not help but be astonished. Why had so many events unfolded during his seclusion? Each event surpassed his expectations. After a considerable time, Hongjun finally paused. The longevity Dao Zun must be that mysterious alchemical master. How many secrets do you yet hold? Hongjun's gaze fell upon the primordial continent. In his eyes, boundless runes of the laws illuminated, allowing him to penetrate the mysteries of worldly principles. A vibrant world, woven from the resonance of the great Tao, appeared before his vision. Such profound mastery of the dream Tao. No wonder others were unable to disrupt or perceive it. Although Hongjun had not cultivated the dream Tao, he had now attained the status of a heavenly Tao saint, possessing a fraction of the heavenly Tao's authority, which enabled him to discern the enigmas of the dream world. However, just as he sought to penetrate the dream world, the innate treasure, the dream-embroidered handkerchief, erupted with a rich resonance of the dream Tao, further enhancing the entire dream world and obscuring Hongjun's sight. Should Hongjun attempt to continue his scrutiny, it would incite turmoil within the dream world, potentially causing damage. After a brief contemplation, Hongjun withdrew his gaze. This dream world had now become a force to be reckoned with. Any reckless disruption could provoke the ire of the beings in the primordial realm, resulting in a loss outweighing the gain. To forcibly seize control of the dream world, he must first locate that longevity Dao Zun. Yet, even after achieving the saintly realm, he could not deduce any information regarding this longevity Dao Zun, let alone the location of their dojo. Nevertheless, Hongjun felt no urgency. His cultivation had reached the heavenly Tao saint realm. Confronting a mysterious alchemical master should not pose a challenge. Soon, the dream world would be under his control. However, for the time being, he could not allow the dream world to expand so smoothly, nor permit the longevity immortal sect to dominate alone. To seize the dream world, he might first breach it from within. In due time, he would compel that longevity Dao Zun to submit, merging both internal and external forces, thus preserving the majesty of a saint. With this thought, Hongjun devised a strategy. Chapter 141. Hongjun bestows treasures. On Kunlun Mountain, Taiji Laozi was in seclusion, immersed in cultivation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, an uncontrollable joy flickering within them. Dao brother, what has transpired? Yuan Shi, who had been startled awake, inquired eagerly. The Dao ancestor just transmitted a message to me, summoning us to the Purple Cloud Palace, Taiji Laozi exclaimed with excitement. If they could win the favor of the heavenly Dao saint ancestor, how could the three pure ones fear being overshadowed by the longevity Dao Zun? What are we waiting for? Let us hasten, Yuan Shi replied, his impatience evident. Should we not call Tong Tian from the dream world to join us? Taiji Laozi hesitated, considering. Dao brother, Tong Tian has grown too close to that direct disciple of the longevity immortal sect, Qi Yan. I have repeatedly advised him, yet he pays me no heed, even becoming somewhat irate with me. His heart is now entirely with the longevity immortal sect. Why should we play the villain by summoning him? If he shows no interest, would we not offend the Dao ancestor? Reflecting on this, Yuan Shi felt a surge of anger. The three pure ones were originally one entity. As the elder brother, he had merely offered some advice, yet Tong Tian not only retorted but nearly turned against him. This truly vexed Yuan Shi. Taiji Laozi furrowed his brow slightly. You make a valid point, second brother. Then let us proceed. With that, Taiji Laozi and Yuan Shi flew towards the 33 heavens. In the 33 heavens, boundless fierce winds surged, the elements of earth and fire erupting. If one's strength was insufficient, a careless entry could easily lead to the demise of anyone below the great Luo Golden Immortal. No wonder the Dao ancestor proclaimed that those of fate could attend the teachings of the great Dao. This alone would deter many formidable beings. However, for Taiji Laozi and Yuan Shi, navigating through these fierce winds posed little difficulty. Soon, the Purple Cloud Palace came into view, rich in Dao resonance. An aura thick and undispersed, countless runes of law danced continuously. Golden purple light entwined for billions of miles, ethereal and celestial, with purple qi ascending. What a magnificent sanctum of the saints. Upon entering the Dao field, Taiji Laozi and Yuan Shi could distinctly sense the presence of the laws. If they could seclude themselves here for a time, breaking through their realms would be as effortless as drawing water from a well. However, the two dared not linger. Meeting the saint was of utmost importance. Upon their arrival at the Purple Cloud Palace, Hongjun also opened his eyes. I greet the Dao ancestor. Taiji Laozi and Yuan Shi quickly bowed in respect. Hongjun glanced at them, his brow involuntarily furrowing, yet he maintained a calm tone as he inquired. Why has Tong Tian from the three pure ones not come? Something felt amiss. In this present moment, it is not yet the time for the three pure ones to turn against each other. Why is Tong Tian absent? A sensation of deviation from the normal course weighed heavily upon Hongjun's heart. The Dao ancestor, his third brother, was currently enhancing his power within the realm of dreams. Thus, Taiji Laozi had no choice but to return to the Dao. Once again, he found himself within the dream realm. It seemed that his intuition had indeed proven correct. The dream realm could no longer be allowed to remain in its current state. What are your thoughts on the Taoist of eternal life? Hongjun inquired. Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi exchanged glances, uncertain of the Tao ancestors' intent behind the question. They could only recount the intrusion into their innate grand formation. Tao ancestor. This Taoist of eternal life not only seizes our resources, but also uses his strength to coerce us into surrendering two innate treasures in the future. Such actions warrant your intervention, Tao ancestor, Yuanshi lamented. Both turned their gazes toward Tao ancestor Hongjun, whose stance was of utmost importance at this juncture. If even the Tao ancestors sided with the Taoist of eternal life, their aspirations for vengeance would be extinguished. Under the operation of the heavenly Tao, all beings within the primordial realm followed their own trajectory of development. The Taoist of eternal life, in his disregard for celestial principles and unrestrained plundering, had already transgressed the workings of the heavenly Tao. I am now a saint of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun stated calmly. I shall not permit any violations against its operation. Upon hearing this, Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi's eyes brightened. The Tao ancestor was indeed on their side. However, Tao ancestor, it is infuriating that the Taoist of eternal life hides within the innate grand formation, rendering him elusive to us. The dream realm is tightly controlled by his disciples, making any offensive against him exceedingly difficult, Taiji Laozi sighed. Indeed, Tao ancestor, the dream realm has amassed a significant portion of the primordial realm's resources. It cannot be allowed to remain under the dominion of the Taoist of eternal life. Unfortunately, his disciples are formidable, wielding supreme innate spiritual treasures, and seem to have comprehended the great Tao. Most critically, this dream realm has fused with the Taoist of eternal life's innate treasure, possessing powers beyond what our mere primordial spirits can withstand, Yuanshi added. Fear not, I shall take action. The purpose of summoning you both here is indeed the dream realm. It has formed a unique system within the primordial realm, integral to its operation. Such a vital domain cannot be left in the hands of the Taoist of eternal life. As a saint of the heavenly Tao, I have more pressing matters to attend to. Hence I entrust the planning of the dream realm to you both. What say you? Hongjun had just ascended to the status of a saint of the heavenly Tao and required further seclusion. Moreover, he harbored an unsettling premonition that the enigmatic Taoist of eternal life might also be on the verge of a breakthrough. Tao ancestor, it is not that we wish to evade responsibility. Our current strength is insufficient to orchestrate matters concerning the dream realm, Taiji Laozi replied with a bitter smile. They had already begun to devise plans, yet such schemes appeared futile in the face of overwhelming power. I originally intended to impart the path to the great Tao's perfection within the Xixiao Palace. Since it has come to this, I shall first impart this knowledge to you both. Once you attain the great Tao's perfection, I will then teach you the method to sever the three corpses. With that, Hongjun pointed at the two, and the cultivation methods regarding the great Tao's perfection immediately appeared in their minds. Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi's hearts surged with joy. Although the world of heaven and earth was now clear, they were uncertain how to navigate the forthcoming path of cultivation. Receiving guidance from the Tao ancestors signified that they could continue their cultivation and advancement. Moreover, in comparison to other mighty beings of the primordial realm, they would be significantly ahead. Of course, excluding the Taoist of eternal life. Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi did not rush to comprehend the cultivation methods within their minds. They awaited Hongjun's subsequent arrangements. This is the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, used to quell the forces of wind, water, fire, and earth. Wherever it passes, such forces will be subdued, and it can also ensnare and defend. A golden bridge extends from it, turning all non-saints to ash. Its applications are boundless and can enhance fortune, Hongjun declared as he produced the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram. Instantly, myriad phenomena erupted, radiating supreme spiritual light. Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi felt their hearts ignite with fervor. The Tao ancestor was bestowing upon them an innate treasure. With this, how could they not strategize effectively within the dream realm? With the Tao ancestors' support behind them, even if the Taoist of eternal life intervened, he would surely meet his demise. Chapter 142. The division of the three pure ones. Hongjun presented the innate treasure, the Taiji diagram, yet continued unabated. He then produced a 36-petaled blue lotus. This is the 36-petaled creation lotus, which can transform into three innate spiritual treasures. Each of you within the three pure ones shall receive one. As he spoke, the two treasures flew toward Taiji Laozi. Thank you, Tao ancestor, for the bestowal of these treasures, Taiji Laozi said earnestly, bowing. Hongjun smiled and nodded, then turned his gaze to Yuanshi. This is the Panga banner. It is primarily offensive, capable of cleaving through chaos, second only to the opening heaven divine axe in single target attacks. This treasure slaughter is limitless, its might capable of annihilating heaven and earth. It should not be easily wielded. It can also enhance fortune. With that, the Panga banner flew toward Yuanshi. Feeling the terrifying power contained within this innate treasure, Yuanshi's heart raced. What a magnificent innate treasure. Yet, this was not the end. Taiji, with the heavenly Linglong Su Huang Tower to protect you, your defensive capabilities may still fall short. This is the Celestial Celebration Cloud, a supreme treasure of the heavenly Tao, born from the righteous spirit within Panga's heart, on par with innate treasures. When this treasure hovers above your head, you shall stand unassailable. The Celestial Celebration Cloud also floated toward Yuanshi. Thank you, Tao Ancestor, for your generous gifts, Yuanshi said, exhilarated as he accepted the two treasures. These treasures are merely lent to you for the time being. After I impart the teachings in the Zixiao Palace, I shall confer them upon you completely. It is a pity that Tongtian is absent, otherwise, I would have some treasures for him as well. Then, the three of you would plot the dream realm with unparalleled ease. Hongjun sighed, either intentionally or unintentionally. Upon hearing the Tao Ancestor's words, Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Tao Ancestor, with these treasures at our side, my brother and I can certainly fulfill our task. It is better that Tongtian remains unaware of the closeness between him and the Taoist of eternal life, Yuanshi said resentfully. I trust in your abilities, Hongjun nodded. The three pure ones must indeed separate. Otherwise, with three saints of the heavenly Tao wielding these innate treasures, even I, as the Tao Ancestor Hongjun, would feel considerable apprehension. Now that a rift has been established in advance, it shall not hinder my calculations. Tao Ancestor, with these innate treasures, my brother and I can freely strategize concerning the dream realm. But what if the Taoist of eternal life intervenes? Taiji Laozi hesitated, genuinely fearful. Moreover, in terms of innate treasures, the Taoist of eternal life possessed a considerable number as well. Fear not. Should he take action, I shall certainly intervene, Hongjun replied decisively. Hearing this, Taiji Laozi and Yuanshi completely set their minds at ease. You two may seek out Jiejing and Zhuanti to collaborate in planning. Convey to them that should they perform well, there will likewise be great fortune awaiting them in the future. After a while, Hongjun's voice resonated once more. Regarding the guidance of the Bodhisattva of compassion, Hongjun has also deduced some insights into their recent conduct. Their involvement will undoubtedly facilitate matters significantly. Simultaneously, he has bestowed upon us a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12th rank Golden Lotus of Merit, which Taiji will convey. After all, it is only out of respect for the profound karmic connections of the Western realms that he intends to impart the Tao to these two. Bestowing a spiritual treasure is already a considerable favor. Indeed, Master Tao, reflecting on that duo from the West, although they harbor reluctance in their hearts, they have no choice but to acquiesce. With this matter concluded, you may depart. Once Hongjun had arranged everything, he waved his hand dismissively. Master Tao, we take our leave, said Taiji Laozu and Yuanshi as they bowed and exited the Purple Cloud Palace. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, the two began to deliberate. Brother Tao, what could be the reason behind Master Tao's abundant kindness towards us? Yuanshi inquired softly. They rejoiced at the prospect of the cultivation methods and the innate treasures. Yet a sense of perplexity lingered. Master Tao is a sage of the heavenly Tao, and all things follow the natural order of the cosmos. You and I are manifestations of the primordial essence of Pangu, inherently divine. This is surely a fortuitous opportunity for us. After some contemplation, Taiji Laozu spoke. Hearing this, Yuanshi nodded in agreement, finding the reasoning both plausible and reasonable. Yuanshi, summon Tongtian back here, Taiji Laozu instructed after a moment. Brother Tao, you are well aware of Tongtian's stance. Calling him back may inadvertently reveal our plans, Yuanshi responded, somewhat reluctantly. Despite our differences, we are, after all, the three purities united as one. This shall be his final opportunity. If he remains obstinate, we shall not be bound by brotherly ties any longer, Taiji Laozu declared firmly. After some hesitation, Yuanshi ultimately agreed. Upon entering the dream realm, they retrieved Tongtian. Brother Tao, why the hasty summons? Tongtian asked, a hint of impatience in his tone. His recent encounter with Qian had granted him some insights, and he was on the verge of comprehending a certain sword intent when Yuanshi's brusque call interrupted him. Tongtian, have you forgotten that we, the three purities, are one? Taiji Laozu remarked, unable to suppress a frown at Tongtian's demeanor. Brother Tao, I have always regarded you as my brothers. How could I forget? Tongtian retorted, though he was indeed somewhat temperamental. Despite his recent disagreements with Yuanshi, he had set them aside. You had best remember that, Yuanshi interjected with a cold snort. Sensing the rising tension, Taiji Laozu interjected. The reason for your summons revolves around the dream realm. This realm, established by the Tao Master of eternal life, has begun to influence the normal flow of the primordial world. We must intervene. Taiji Laozu emphasized the word grudge to ensure Tong Tian comprehended the gravity of his position. Brother Dao, I believe you and Yuanshi are overly wary of the Dao Master of Eternal Life. While we do have grievances, I plan to challenge him again once my strength has increased. However, the Dream Realm offers us numerous advantages, continuously honing our abilities. Why must we covet it? Tong Tian questioned, genuinely perplexed by their fixation on the Dream Realm. Do you think the Dream Realm serves us? All beings in the primordial world will have their secrets laid bare before him, eventually falling under the control of the Dao Master of Eternal Life. As a true heir of Pangu, you are mingling with one of his direct disciples, thereby diminishing your own standing. Yuanshi could no longer contain his frustration. What does status matter? My relationship with my friend Qiyin is one of mutual respect, where we exchange insights and refine our sword intents. This is merely a pursuit of the Dao, and I see no fault in it. Tong Tian shot back defiantly. Enough. Let us cease this debate. Tong Tian, I will ask you but once. Are you able to return to the three purities and sever ties with the sect of eternal life? Taiji Laozu's expression had grown increasingly somber. Brother Dao, I have always considered myself a member of the three purities. I will remember my grievances with the Dao Master of Eternal Life. Yet the relationship between our sect and theirs does not conflict, Tong Tian insisted, maintaining his stance. Then let us part ways, Taiji Laozu stated solemnly. Brother, do you truly mean what you say? Tong Tian, with his fiery temperament, was taken aback. Tong Tian, the opportunity has been presented to you. You have steadfastly clung to your position. Do not blame us for the consequences, Yuanshi interjected with a scoff. Very well. Let it be so. If a separation is what you desire, then so be it, Tong Tian retorted, unwilling to yield. Separation does not equate to enmity among us. It is simply a matter of differing philosophies, and continuing together would only lead to friction, sighed Taiji Laozu, attempting to soften the situation. Then I shall seek another place to cultivate, Tong Tian replied, though his obstinacy remained. This is the 36th rank creation blue lotus, bestowed by the Dao Master. It can be divided into 3 treasures, one of which is your opportunity, Taiji Laozu revealed, producing the rare lotus. As he infused it with his power, the lotus emitted a brilliant azure light and began to divide. The red flower transformed into the dragon-formed staff, flying towards Taiji Laozu. The white lotus stem became the 3 treasures Jade Rui, soaring towards Yuanshi, and the green lotus leaf morphed into the Qingping sword, directed at Tong Tian. The red flower, white stem, and green leaf, once united as one, were now destined to part ways prematurely. Though the Dream Realm played a role in this divergence, so too did Hongjun's subtle machinations. As Tong Tian grasped the Qingping sword, he laughed heartily. Brothers, I take my leave. With that, he departed Kunlun Mountain with a flourish. Observing Tong Tian's departure, Yuanshi merely scoffed inwardly, choosing to remain silent. Brother, what shall we do now? Yuanshi inquired. Originally, with the treasures bestowed by the Dao Master, the two of us could have orchestrated our plans for the Dream Realm. However, since the Dao Master has mentioned involving the Bodhisattva of compassion, let us summon them. Taiji Laozu replied, putting away the dragon-formed staff. These 2 individuals are utterly shameless, and their reputation in the realm of dreams is far from commendable. To associate with them may tarnish our own standing. Yuanshi furrowed his brow. Ironically, their lack of scruples facilitates our endeavors. By placing them in the spotlight, we can retreat to the shadows, allowing us to make our appearance only at the conclusion of events. Laozi of Taiji remarked. Upon hearing this, Yuanshi nodded in agreement, recognizing its validity. Soon after, Yuanshi located Jane and Zhuanti within the Dream Realm. However, he refrained from discussing these matters in that world. For the presence of innate treasures posed a risk. Should their plans be divulged, it would be a grave miscalculation. Before long, Jane and Zhuanti arrived at Kunlun Mountain. My esteemed friends, may I inquire what necessitates such a discussion in this place? Jane asked, puzzled. Indeed, where is our fellow Tong Tian? Zhuanti added, seeking clarification. Tong Tian has his own designs. I summoned you here at the behest of the Dao Ancestor, Yuanshi replied tersely. Jane and Zhuanti exchanged glances, a flicker of realization passing between them. They had not anticipated that the Dao Ancestor had met with Taiji and Yuanshi. It seemed they were indeed under the Ancestor's directive. This presented a perfect opportunity for them to gauge the situation and discern the Ancestor's stance. Concurrently, they noted the apparent rift between Tong Tian and these 2 figures. What instructions does the Ancestor have for us? Jane inquired. All operations in the primordial world must adhere to the will of heaven. Taiji succinctly conveyed Hongjun's message. Thus, the Ancestor wishes for us to relay this. As long as you cooperate with us in orchestrating the Dream Realm, a great fortune shall be bestowed upon you in the future. By invoking the Ancestor's authority, it would ensure their compliance in the arrangements ahead. We are grateful for the Ancestor's consideration and pledge to fulfill this task, they affirmed. Taiji, please delineate your plans, Jane exclaimed with enthusiasm. They had long coveted the resources of the Dream Realm, yet had previously refrained from action due to their own limitations and the backing of the Changsheng immortal sect. Now, with the ancestors' support, they felt liberated to act without restraint. It is quite simple. Currently, one faction dominates the Dream Realm, with all resources firmly under the control of the Changsheng immortal sect. Your task is to incite discontent among the myriad beings of the primordial world, thereby compelling the Changsheng immortal sect to concede. The specific strategy is as follows. Taiji began to expound his plan, with Yuan Shi occasionally interjecting. Jane and Juanti listened, captivated. Rest assured, my friend Taiji, we shall execute this task with the utmost finesse, they pledged, thumping their chests in assurance. Excellent. Controlling the Dream Realm will yield immeasurable benefits in the future, Taiji smiled, concluding by handing over the 12th grade merit Golden Lotus bestowed by the ancestor to Jane. Naturally, Jane felt a surge of joy as he grasped the spiritual treasure, and the two hurriedly departed Kunlun Mountain. My friend, it seems we are on the brink of seizing control of the Dream Realm, Yuan Shi said, brimming with excitement. With the ancestor preoccupied in secluded meditation on the Tao, it appeared that only they could access the Dream Realm. The thought of the vast resources available there filled him with elation. Brother, we must remain composed. Although we have the ancestors' backing, our own strength must also keep pace, Taiji replied with a smile. Your words resonate deeply. This is the perfect opportunity for us to enter seclusion and elevate our realms. Yuan Shi swiftly regained his composure and remarked. Upon returning to the Western continent, Jane and Juanti eagerly entered the Dream Realm. They navigated with ease to the free trading zone, where numerous beings of the primordial world congregated. Limited by their backgrounds and capabilities, they were unable to undertake most tasks posted in the mission hall, relegating them to pass their time here. However, do not underestimate these individuals. Their numbers amount to at least several hundred million, and united, they represent a formidable force. Jane and Juanti's scheme for the Dream Realm would undoubtedly begin with this collective,